Enlightenment, celestial seeds, sacrificial spirits, true immortals, burial domains. Yuan emerged in the primordial ancient realm during the era of celestial antiquity, harmonizing the flawless Dao seed and forging the foundation of an immortal king. At a tender age, he stepped into the realm of ultimate paths, and subsequently, during the blood-soaked battle at the twilight of the celestial ancient era, he fought valiantly until his demise, yet could not withstand the torrents of history. Entombed within the primordial ancient mine for an unfathomable expanse of time, Yuan awakened in the primeval age. Chapter 1. The Supreme unearths a great treasure. The universe is referred to as the cosmos, while the passage of time is known as the continuum. The so-called universe is formed from the intersection of boundless space and timeless eternity. Within this unimaginable spatio-temporal expanse, countless stars are born and perish every moment. Innumerable beings contemplate and strive, and countless miracles unfold and conclude. In the latter stages of the primordial age, over 100,000 years after the Divine War, this universe harbors an overwhelming abundance of secrets and wonders. Even for the invincible celestial lords and ancient emperors, there remain countless enigmas yet to be unraveled. What truly transpired during the epochs of celestial antiquity and chaotic times that were buried by the sands of time? From which era did the most ancient life-restricting zones, such as the Celestial Tomb and the Primordial Ancient Mine, emerge, and what secrets do they conceal? Moreover, do immortals truly exist? Throughout the annals of time, every seeker of the Tao endeavors to explore the history of this universe. However, their lifespans are fleeting and the epochs are protracted. In the passage of time and the cycle of life, the truths unearthed are repeatedly obscured, adding layers of mist to the ancient history of this universe. Taking the primordial ancient mine as an example, its existence transcends all known historical records, from the musings of certain celestial lords during the mythic era to the fragmented inscriptions carved on bones and turtle shells from even earlier times. All have alluded to the taboo site of the primordial ancient mine. Even those ancient emperors and celestial lords who have slumbered for over 1,000,000 years within the forbidden zone cannot claim to have fully grasped all the secrets of the ancient mine, despite their ability to forcibly mobilize the ancient mine through the cosmos. Each slight disturbance of the ancient mine stirs the hearts of countless beings. Today, however, the primordial ancient mine experienced an uncommon and tremendous tremor, and amidst the resounding thunder that echoed through the heavens and the earth, all life on the ancient star felt the intense vibrations. Soon, at the outermost periphery of the primordial ancient mine, brilliant lights and shadows crossed the void, each figure surrounded by rich waves of the Tao, blood energy piercing the clouds. Upon closer observation, these figures possess formidable strength, their auras all exceeding that of saints, and the vast majority are not of the human race. Some sporting the horns of a Qilin, others bearing the wings of celestial beings, and some have entirely shed their human forms, arriving in the guise of peacocks, blood phoenixes, or bull-like entities. The primordial ancient mine has undergone a transformation. What has transpired within the primordial forbidden zone? The anomalies in the ancient mine area. Does this signify that the supreme beings within the forbidden zone are about to take action? The mental fluctuations of the powerful from various races spread widely, and they naturally dared not approach the primordial ancient mine too closely, instead opting to remain at its outermost periphery, each opening their spiritual eyes, anxiously observing the taboo site that has echoed through the ages. Originally, the primordial ancient mine was an ancient mining area nestled deep within the earth. From the outside, it appeared as a pitch-black cavern of unknown width, so profound that the sun and moon seemed trivial in its presence, entirely incomparable. Yet today, the powerful from myriad races beheld clearly that above the dark void of the primordial ancient mine, something materialized from thin air, exuding a suffocating resonance of the Tao, overwhelming the heavens. Among the ancient races of the primordial era, many possessed techniques for cultivation, with numerous divine eyes, magical gazes, and demonic pupils exhibiting wondrous capabilities. Yet as they gazed upon the unknown entity above the ancient mine, it appeared shrouded in a layer of mist, elusive and indistinct. To some, behind the mist of the Tao, there seemed to be a humanoid being, standing at a height equal to that of an ordinary person, garbed in an ancient Taoist robe of immeasurable quality, serenely seated in the void, muttering incantations, reciting scriptures from before the dawn of time. Yet others perceived that the entity was evidently a colossal heart, inscribed with densely packed Taoist runes, resonating in harmony with the pulse of the entire universe, affirming certain eternal and indestructible principles. In the eyes of others, it was unmistakably a small tree, not grand in stature, but exceedingly lush, with every intricate tree vein attuned to the workings of the cosmos, and every green leaf narrating the roots of all existence. Then, in the blink of an eye, this wondrous phenomenon transformed, morphing into an entirely different sacred presence, reflecting the essence of the Tao. Such profound Taoist marvels naturally captivated many sages from various races, with numerous individuals striving to harness their powers. Even as their eyes bled from the brilliance of the entity, they could not bear to turn away. Suddenly, a deep and thunderous voice interrupted the thoughts of all beings, as a colossal hand seemingly forged from celestial gold emerged from the pitch-black ancient mine, reaching directly towards the ever-changing unknown marvel above the ancient mine. At that moment, the powerful at the perimeter of the primordial ancient mine felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Although they knew that the target of that great hand was not themselves, the aura of the Tao entwined with it still sent chills down their spines. For that was the might of the imperial Tao laws. Retreat, quickly retreat. The supreme being within the ancient mine has made a move. It has stirred the supreme existence. Could it be an imperial Tao treasure? Do not linger. Retreat 30 million miles first. A multitude of sages hailing from the ancient clans swiftly retreated, their hearts trembling at the presence of the supreme, an engagement far beyond their station. Even the slightest ripple of involvement would surely result in their utter annihilation. Among these individuals were indeed formidable beings, the most composed of whom was an elderly figure with a mane of azure hair and piercing eyes, standing resolutely at the periphery of the primordial ancient mine, surrounded by a radiant blue aura, fixated upon the terrifying hand looming in the sky, his thoughts surging within. His name was Yin Qi, a pinnacle sage of the Fire Unicorn clan, renowned within the esteemed circles of the Northern Dipper Ancient Star. Having had the privilege of meeting the supreme Emperor Unicorn of his lineage on multiple occasions, Yin Qi profoundly understood that only matters of imperial significance could resonate with the supreme beings confined within the forbidden zones. Boom! In the midst of his swirling thoughts, the immense hand that had emerged from the forbidden zone made contact with the unknown entity in the heavens, two entirely different doctrines clashing, causing the very firmament to tremble and fade. However, the nature of this unknown entity remained a mystery. Its essence was extraordinary, and in that fleeting contact, it effortlessly dissipated the entirety of the hand's imperial might, leading to its disintegration into the purest essence of heaven and earth. What exactly has been unearthed this time? This time, Yin Qi distinctly heard a deep mutter emanating from the depths of the ancient mine, a voice belonging to a transcendent entity, imbued with complex emotions, curiosity, elation, astonishment, and more. This revelation sent a shiver down the spines of Yin Qi and the other sages from the 100 clans, as they suddenly realized that a formidable existence was excavating something extraordinary from the depths of the ancient mine. What could this remarkable artifact be that could contend with the supreme? Contemplating this, Yin Qi found himself consumed by curiosity. The primordial ancient mine was shrouded in mystery, and the artifacts extracted from it could potentially reverberate through ancient history. Evidently, the ancient being in the depths of the distant mine shared similar thoughts. Soon, the hand reemerged, this time intricately entwined with esoteric runes of law, complex and profound, embodying boundless wisdom. Those were royal-level formations from which no one could escape. Crack! Yet none anticipated that the unknown entity would remain unyielding. As it approached, the void before it split open, and a colossal stone coffin surged forth, colliding violently with the hand adorned with imperial formations. To Yin Qi, that stone coffin must be an extraordinary treasure. In battles of supremacy, the residual force of the doctrines could obliterate the Northern Dipper Ancient Star in an instant, yet the impact of the coffin against the hand from the ancient mine utterly nullified its might, causing no harm to the surroundings. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Such a display seemed to thoroughly captivate the interest of a supreme being deep within the ancient mine, accompanied by the barely audible sound of the celestial source fracturing, unleashing a wave of power far more terrifying than before, converging upon the unknown entity and the ancient coffin. Clearly, in the eyes of the supreme being within the depths of the mine, the ancient coffin before him was a presence worthy of shattering the celestial source and requiring personal intervention. Clang! Faced with such pressure, the ancient, weighty coffin trembled, producing a thunderous resonance, and then the lid that had been sealed for countless ages gradually creaked open, releasing an aura that had slumbered through the eons, akin to a primordial beast awakening. Simultaneously, upon the coffin lid that had withstood the test of time without decay, two profound and weathered runes slowly materialized, presenting themselves to the world. Whether it was the ancient supreme in the depths of the primordial ancient mine, or Yin Qi and the other sages observing from afar, none had ever encountered such unique runes. Yet, with the interconnectedness of the great Tao, they instantly comprehended the significance embodied within those runes. Yuan Huan. Chapter 2. Yuan Han. Yuan Heng often found himself ensnared in dreams. Within these reveries, he felt as though he had transcended into a sublime existence, swimming against the relentless current of time, traversing through grandiose epics of ancient history, seeking the origins of the river of time. In those dreamlike, ephemeral memories, the end of time revealed a plateau shrouded in mist and dawn's light, modest in size, yet adorned with a small courtyard that stood quietly beside a serene lake. The courtyard appeared unremarkable, constructed from the most unadorned black stones, somewhat rough-hewn, as though it had long been abandoned. Its low walls bore the scars of wind and rain, resilient yet cloaked in moss, lacking care. Peering through the half-closed stone door, the courtyard revealed objects equally unrefined: stone benches, a stone table, a stone mill, a hearth, and a stone zither, all seemingly hewn by axe, arranged casually yet quietly within the courtyard. Notably, beside the stone mill, a humble bud reached skyward, unassuming yet resilient, blooming and withering in the small courtyard, transforming into seeds, and beginning anew. The owners of that plateau, courtyard, and lake had evidently encountered misfortune, for they had not returned in ages. With the passage of time, the plateau succumbed, a copper coffin emerged, and countless events unfolded, bringing forth unprecedented upheaval. In that process, the stone zither, mill, hearth, and the bud vanished, leaving only scattered pollen drifting into the distance. Eons later, the little courtyard lay buried deep within the river of time, with only the stone door remaining, forlornly toppled amidst the ruins of the plateau. After an eternity of unmeasurable time, the stone door seemed to heed the call of fate. It fell upon the ruins of the plateau, transforming into an unremarkable beam of light, wandering through the river of time. One day, that radiant beam appeared to have finally discovered its destiny, transcending time and space, merging into the brow of a young man. And then, the dream shattered. Above the primordial ancient mine, a stone coffin, which had slumbered for countless ages, stood suspended in the void. When the heavy lid was finally lifted, people beheld the being that lay within the coffin. It was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, robust in stature, clad in dark golden battle robes, with a striking visage and sword-like brows, exuding an aura akin to a colossal, obsidian mountain, imbued with an overwhelming and profound power. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the young man's eyes opened, and a surge of abyssal darkness surged forth, illuminating the void like an ocean. The myriad saints felt a bone-chilling cold, an oppressive sensation emanating from the essence of life itself, rivaling even the supreme beings dwelling in the depths of the ancient mine. In stark contrast, the ancient supreme being deep within the primordial mine perceived the essence of the being before him as a chilling profundity, as if it were an entity from beyond time itself, unfathomable and inscrutable. An ancient creature from a time before mythology. The supreme muttered softly to himself, discerning clearly that the being before him possessed a breath intensity comparable to his own, both standing at the pinnacle of the human realm, yet fundamentally different in their essence. An unmistakable result of divergent paths of cultivation. What era is this? Meanwhile, Yuan Heng's gaze had long since pierced through the darkness of the primordial ancient mine, discerning below the pit a celestial source inscribed with intricate patterns, fracturing as an ancient being sat cross-legged at its depths, its gaze piercing and terrifying, fixed intently upon him. Just awakening from an eons-long slumber, Yuan Heng's thoughts were evidently clouded. He was a traveler from another realm, originally hailing from a mysterious yet ordinary blue star. Due to unforeseen circumstances leading to his demise, he passed through a stone door deep within his true spirit, arriving in an era where kings vied for supremacy and the path of immortality flourished. Indeed, Yuan Heng was born during that distant ancient age of immortals. In those prosperous times, the path of immortality, while exalted, was not an unattainable pinnacle, for throughout the vast expanses of the primordial ancient realm, countless beings of the immortal path existed, with numerous kings rising, revered by countless lives. In his youth, Yuan Heng experienced a life of relative comfort. He was born into a lineage known as the Baiyuan, an ancient kingdom of cultivation within the primordial ancient realm, vast beyond measure, spanning countless billions of miles, boasting a true immortal-level sacrificial spirit and dozens of supreme beings. The kingdom's sacrificial spirit was a six-eared celestial ape, a genuine true immortal, possessing profound insight into the nature of existence, having once listened to the teachings beneath the throne of the ancestral sacrificial spirit and inherited the Immortal Kings scriptures. Embarking on the path of the sacrificial spirit, when Yuan Heng was born, he was but a speck among the millions of citizens within the myriad cities of Baiyuan. Yet he exhibited remarkable talents for cultivation, demonstrating an extraordinary understanding of the Dao, the laws, and the natural world from a young age. Throughout his life, his path remained remarkably clear and singular, aligned with the profound moon. During his first century, Yuan Heng had already made a name for himself within the ancient kingdom, displaying extraordinary combat prowess, successively defeating several descendants of supreme beings. His exceptional cultivation talents garnered recognition from the kingdom's higher echelons, even partaking in the sacrificial spirit's celestial blood, undergoing a metamorphosis and ascending to greater heights. Thereafter, Yuan Heng surged forward, relentlessly advancing on his path of cultivation, attaining a modest renown within the realm of the primordial ancient world. By the age of 1000, he underwent rigorous trials in the realm of Qingwei, becoming a disciple under a true immortal known as Mo Tianjun, whose true form was a dark celestial Qilin that had lived for over half an epoch. While not the same Qilin who earned the title of 10 Fiends, he stood alongside celestial beings like Qingwei. At around 1,100 years of age, Yuan Heng fulfilled expectations, merging with the lunar Dao Seed, utilizing a flawless celestial seed to achieve perfect harmony with the Dao, unlocking his potential. By the time he reached 3,000 years, he had already become a renowned young prodigy within the primordial ancient realm, a paragon among peers, with few beneath the supreme who could stand alongside him. It was around this age that, during a spar with a celestial prodigy from the immortal realm, Yuan Heng acquired half of the Dou Tian Fen Gong from a prodigy of the Jinwu clan, validating the lunar essence through the sun. At the age of 10,000, Yuan Heng successfully practiced the Dou Tian Fen Gong, transforming the sun into the moon, achieving a breakthrough in his understanding of the lunar essence and stepping into the realm of the supreme, a 10,000-year-old supreme being. While not the youngest in the primordial ancient realm, had nonetheless surpassed many prodigies among the Immortal King clans, classified among the most promising candidates for ascension. Subsequently, Yuan Heng embarked on a journey of exploration and cultivation that spanned several tens of thousands of years. During that extensive period of 70 to 80,000 years, Yuan Heng traversed the immortal realms, participated in the Pan Wang organization's Peach Blossom Festival, joined a suitor gathering initiated by a princess of the Jinwu clan, and even ventured into the burial domain, where he was fortunate enough to peruse the scriptures of the burial king. In those years, he encountered myriad paths, cultivated various laws, engaged in battles with youthful prodigies, and formed a partnership with a golden burialist, marking the most leisurely and fruitful chapter of his life. The ancient laws of immortality emphasized the perception of the heavens and earth, harmonizing with nature, and the inherent pace of cultivation was not swift. Yuan Heng's speed of cultivation was exceptional among practitioners of the ancient laws, achieving a significant breakthrough around the age of 90,000, crossing a threshold and entering the realm of true strength. At that time, the pinnacle of humanity, the apex of the supreme realm, was already referred to as the extreme path. Initially, many within the primordial ancient realm and the immortal domains recognized Yuan Heng's potential, believing that within a mere million years, the realm could witness the emergence of a true lunar immortal, and perhaps even a lunar immortal king in this epoch, enriching an already flourishing era. However, before Yuan Heng could ascend, the cataclysmic blood war that would engulf the universe began in the twilight of the ancient immortal age. Remembering back to the time when Yuan Heng was around 500,000 years old, he had already undergone several transformations within the realm of the extreme path. Although he had yet to step into the realm of immortals, his foundation was undeniably profound. However, when numerous immortals and kings from foreign realms descended upon the primitive ancient world with vast armies, Yuan Heng found himself somewhat unprepared. As a traveler from another time, he had anticipated the outbreak of that great war during the twilight of the Immortal Era. Yet, the original text descriptions of the temporal nodes of that conflict were exceedingly vague. Despite Yuan Heng's efforts to catch up, his years of cultivation had been far too brief. 2,000 years after the foreign invasion, Yuan Heng faced his final battle, besieged by 5 beings from foreign realms, each a half-step into the immortal domain. He exerted every ounce of strength, managing to forcefully slay 2 of them, yet ultimately he was defeated, nailed to the battlefield. Despite his myriad of survival techniques, only a wisp of true spirit remained. The last memory of the Immortal Era was a blurred vision soaked in battle blood. Yuan Heng recalled being found by his master, the Lord of the Taiyin Qilin, who, along with the 6-eared immortal ape, sought a stone coffin beneath a willow tree. They interred him using the burial method of the domain in the Taigu ancient mine, hoping for his future rebirth or spiritual connection. Alas, reflecting on this, Yuan Heng could not help but let out a deep sigh. A flicker of thought drew forth a mysterious, extraordinary entity from behind him, which flew into his chest. This was the seed of the Taiyin Dao, a rare and perfect seed in the primitive ancient world, serving as the foundation of Yuan Heng's immortal and ancient laws. Subsequently, Yuan Heng touched his brow. The stone door that had fallen from the plateau was still there. Although he was unaware of how many years had passed since the Immortal Era, The fact that his physical body had remained intact since the twilight of the Immortal Age and could be restored to its former glory was most likely related to that stone door. Chapter 3. Practitioners of different systems under the watchful gaze of countless beings from myriad races, Yuan Heng stood within the ancient, heavy stone coffin, resolutely commencing his first act of breathing and absorption since his emergence. The battle at the end of the Immortal Era had inflicted severe damage upon him. Not only had his physical form been shattered, but his divine consciousness and the seed of the Dao within him were almost completely obliterated. Having lain buried within the coffin for many years, although the burial method and the stone door had facilitated the healing of his old wounds, his body remained gravely depleted. Naturally, Yuan Heng noted that he was situated on a star brimming with vibrant life force, and, wishing to avoid causing further destruction, he focused his mind on the boundless starry sky above. As he inhaled, the saints of the 100 races observed clearly. With each breath the ancient being within the coffin took, the entire firmament was affected, as swathes of the starry sky lost their brilliance. Correspondingly, the ancient being's aura surged rapidly. His tattered black gold battle robe, eroded by the passage of time, crumbled into dust, while the long dry blood and bones beneath were nourished once more, quickly becoming full and robust. At his chest, the seed that appeared to encapsulate the mysteries of the universe's Taiyin pulsed, naturally drawing in the external world and connecting with boundless Taiyin Dao principles, each heartbeat growing stronger than the last. During this process, the Supreme Being deep within the ancient mine made no move. Where the royal Dao laws converged, a pair of indifferent eyes gazed upon the unfathomable figure within the ancient coffin. Though his body remained still, he was already prepared for battle. Friend, the years within the coffin are ever-changing. Your emergence today is indeed a fulfillment. Once Yuan Heng completed his breathing and absorption, a torrent of divine thoughts surged forth from the depths of the immortal source, transforming into a resonant Dao sound that echoed across the heavens, undoubtedly emanating from the Supreme Being deep within the ancient mine. Considering that the ancient individual before him might not even belong to this era, the Supreme Being transmitted his thoughts through waves of divine consciousness. After a prolonged silence in which Yuan Heng contemplated the divine consciousness conveyed by a being of the same level, he finally emitted a profound wave of divine thought. Pray tell, what year is it? As he spoke, Yuan Heng invoked the principles of the Taiyin Dao, weaving a long robe of antiquity from moonlight. Stepping forth from the ancient coffin, he carefully stored the coffin and its lid within himself. Now, in the era following the Emperor of the Desolate Heavens, standing at a different height of cultivation systems, what I know is that the only figures who could be regarded as historical nodes are likely limited to that emperor alone. At the bottom of the ancient mine, the ancient Supreme Being's voice resonated with indifference. He did not exhibit excessive astonishment at Yuan Heng, the ancient being, but rather began to recount the history he knew. In truth, from the perspective of practitioners at the level of the Supreme Being, entities such as those from before the mythological era or those from entirely different cultivation systems are not secrets difficult to accept. The universe is vast. Although fragments of history concerning the chaotic ancient times are exceedingly rare, they undoubtedly exist. In the distant past, there were those who unearthed an extraordinary corpse, suspected to originate from before the mythological age, which had achieved spiritual connection and attained the status of an emperor in this era. Naturally, encountering such an ancient being today is quite exceptional. He not only possesses memories from before the ancient history, but has also ascended to the level of the Supreme Being through a different cultivation system. The Emperor of the Desolate Heavens. Upon hearing the name of the Emperor of the Desolate Heavens, a long-buried fragment of memory stirred within Yuan Heng, and he murmured the name repeatedly, momentarily lost in thought. As a traveler from another time, Yuan Heng had speculated upon his emergence that he might be in the era of the Shrouded Heavens, for the Taichu ancient mine was too peculiar. Regardless of whether it was during the immortal or chaotic ancient times, supreme-level practitioners avoided this place. And it was only during the era of the Shrouded Heavens that the Taichu ancient mine was fully utilized. However, even as his suspicions were confirmed, he remained astonished that his slumber had spanned an entire chaotic ancient epoch, having been buried since the Immortal Era until awakened in the era of the Shrouded Heavens. The time and events missed were unimaginably vast. It seems that my thoughts were indeed correct. The Emperor of the Desolate Heavens is truly an enigmatic existence, with even beings as ancient as you having heard of his name. Yuan Heng's expression evidently pleased the Supreme Being beneath the ancient mine, who repeated the name of the Emperor of the Desolate Heavens in a low tone, his voice no longer indifferent but imbued with a complex emotion. Filled with yearning and admiration for the ancient figure bearing the title of Emperor, Yuan Heng remained silent, understanding that his knowledge of the Emperor's name stemmed entirely from his status as a traveler, with no direct connection to that immortal being. Crack. Just as he sought to extract more information regarding this era from the Supreme Being within the ancient mine, he suddenly noticed that at the bottom of the mine, the small mountain-like immortal source was trembling, fine cracks spreading across it, obscuring the aged visage of the being within. What do you intend to do? Yuan Heng squinted slightly. According to his understanding of the original text of the Shrouded Heavens, the group of self-slaying supreme beings would not easily break through their self-imposed seals. For them, exposure to the open air equated to a life countdown. Crack. At these words, the sound of the immortal source fracturing resounded again. The aged being seated within the immortal source smiled coldly, revealing an unsettling grin, devoid of any emotion within the wave of divine consciousness. Friend, you may have already seen through this. I am about to die. My path of cultivation has reached its end, with 1,000,000 years yielding no progress, and my lifespan has long been exhausted. It is likely that within 100 years, I shall reach my final rest. Hence, I require your blood and bones to extend my life, as well as to observe your path of cultivation and that seed intertwined with your life. To validate my own cultivation journey, I beseech you to grant me this. Boom. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the small mountain-like immortal source completely shattered, transforming into pure primal energy that surged into the ancient supreme being, revealing his true form. He appeared exceedingly withered, resembling a desiccated corpse, with silver-white Dao flames flickering around him, scorching the very fabric of reality. Crack, crack. Meanwhile, a dazzling light flickered in the hands of the old sovereign, revealing a bloodied and mangled head. He shoved the grotesque head into his mouth and chewed forcefully, the horrendous sounds of crunching bones and tearing flesh echoing around him, causing the onlookers from various races to shudder in fear. As the head, infused with the essence of imperial spirit, blood, and laws, was swallowed, the old sovereign experienced a remarkable revitalization. His withered body rejuvenated at a visibly rapid pace, his gaze sharpened, and even his once sparse and yellowing hair grew lush. With a swift motion, a platinum battle axe, roughly the length of an arm, materialized in his grasp, exuding an overwhelming, profound aura of power that caused the very ancient star of the Big Dipper to tremble slightly. This was the path of strength. Yuan Heng immediately discerned the essence of this sovereign's power. It was the purest embodiment of strength, a path pursued by practitioners known for their formidable physical prowess, seeking the ultimate in force, believing that strength could shatter all laws. In the era of the immortal ancients, Yuan Heng had heard of the celestial ants from the primordial ancient realm, a race that walked the path of ultimate strength. Was this the Yuan emperor from the early epics? Remarkably, he had survived to this day. Below, many from the ancient saints recognized the silver-white battle axe in the sovereign's hand, a royal weapon forged from immortal gold, belonging to a bygone emperor renowned for his mastery in refining the body and excelling in combat. At this moment, the assembled saints from myriad races felt a surge of emotions as they witnessed the clash of two distinct paths of cultivation. Chapter 4. The Immortal Ancient Laws versus the Laws of the Secret Realm. On this day, many powerful cultivators throughout the cosmos sensed an overwhelming surge of blood energy radiating the imperial laws from the ancient star of the Big Dipper, a phenomenon that caused the myriad laws of the universe to tremble upon its emergence. It became clear that this was the result of a sovereign's self-sacrifice, forcibly breaking through to return to the pinnacle of humanity. With a once dormant body and spirit perfectly revived, the severed imperial laws forcibly restored, destined to disturb the entire universe. Such a method was known as supreme sublimation. Boom. Yuan Heng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing as the sovereign from the Taigu mining area emerged, returning to the peak of his power. His aura surged, each breath resonating like a mountain's roar or a tidal wave, causing the ancient star beneath him to tremble violently. His gaze was as deep as the ocean. The path the sovereign walked was fundamentally different from the immortal ancient laws he practiced, relying solely on the cultivation itself. With all sovereign laws fused with his physical form, independent of external influences. Especially notable were the sovereign's abdomen, internal organs, limbs, spine, and the center of his brow. These were the unique convergence points of his sovereign essence, visibly honed to resonate with the laws. The sensation was akin to transforming the entire body into a seed of the Dao, where all laws converged within oneself, no longer dependent on the external world for the Dao's essence. As a traveler, Yuan Heng understood that this was the manifestation of the Emperor of the Wild's path of self as seed. That journey was arduous, and he had once heard his master mention it in discussions with the sacrificial spirits. Unfortunately, at that time, the concept of self as seed was merely theoretical, its initial route shared within a limited circle. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but develop an interest in the Emperor of the Wild's cultivation methods, closely observing the sovereign's process of supreme sublimation, watching as the frail man on the brink of death transformed into a youthful figure with flowing silver hair and captivating eyes. Standing in stark contrast to him, "My name is Yuan Emperor." Soon, the sovereign's aura reached its zenith. He stood tall and imposing. The chilling light reflected from the battle axe no longer bore the despair and madness of a dying man. Remarkably, he nodded slightly at Yuan Heng. His mental fluctuations calm and serene. "Tying, Yuan Heng." In response, Yuan Heng offered a subtle reply, maintaining his stance with hands behind his back. As the immortal seed within him erupted with boundless radiance, resonating with the cosmos and amplifying his own aura. With numerous beings present, the battlefield of the sovereign was set to commence. The Yuan Emperor scrutinized Yuan Heng for a moment before decisively turning away. A golden bridge appeared beneath his feet, and with a single step, he departed the ancient star, striding boldly into the starry expanse. Yuan Heng understood that evasion was futile against an invitation to battle of this magnitude. With a fleeting thought, he gathered the Ancient Dao, unfurling a pair of dark wings behind him, following closely in the footsteps of the Yuan Emperor towards the cosmic wilderness. This was the law of the Jinwu tribe of the Immortal Domain. In his past, Yuan Heng had practiced the Do Tian Fan Xian Gong, garnering the attention of several Jinwu true immortals, and had visited the primordial ancient realm and the Immortal Domain's Jinwu tribe multiple times, becoming well acquainted with their techniques. Meanwhile, the Yuan Emperor also noticed the unique dark wings behind Yuan Heng. He could sense the high level of the runes upon them, believing that if obtained, they might aid his cultivation. The speed of an extreme Dao sovereign allowed them to traverse the cosmos in no time. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Heng and the Yuan Emperor arrived at the edge of the universe, where a vast ancient continent, spanning countless billions of miles, loomed, exuding an unimaginable malevolence. This was the battlefield of the sovereign, inscribed with the patterns of emperors and sovereigns, capable of withstanding terrifying battles. Boom! Before either could fully descend upon the ancient land, the Yuan Emperor eagerly made his move. His agile form stretched forth, the silver-white laws of strength surging as he turned, swinging his axe toward Yuan Heng's chest, directly targeting his Dao Seed. In this brief encounter, the Yuan Emperor had already formed a certain conjecture about the ancient being's cultivation method. He believed that the Dao Seed in Yuan Heng's chest was of utmost importance, akin to a cultivator's foundation, and must not be lost. Yuan Heng was not surprised by this assault. He harmonized himself with the cosmos, one hand transforming into a profound shade of black, the tiny light radiating brilliantly, his fists surging with formidable might, crashing down upon the platinum battle axe. Crack! In the deathly silence of the sovereign battlefield, both Yuan Heng and the Yuan Emperor cast aside their reservations. At the moment their fists and axe collided, the silver-white and pitch-black laws clashed and intertwined violently, representing two utterly distinct paths of extreme power, their full force causing the entire sovereign battlefield to tremble. Roar! At the moment of impact, Yuan Heng emitted a deep, resonant sound of the Dao. The immortal seed in his chest pulsated like a heart, the heavy Taiyin radiance surging forth, transforming behind him into a four-horned black qilin. Majestic as a celestial mountain, its hooves raised a stomp toward the Yuan Emperor. This was the fashang of Yuan Heng's master, the Taiyin four-horned black qilin. In other words, this was a true embodiment of the celestial Dao. The Yuan Emperor, however, did not dare to underestimate this development. His limbs radiated light, like four towering pillars, unleashing a power far beyond that of before, repelling Yuan Heng's Taiyin punch, and then gripping the battle axe tightly, preparing to meet the onslaught of the Taiyin black qilin's hoofs. Such tactics piqued Yuan Heng's interest. Indeed, the Yuan Emperor was a practitioner of the human secret realm. Just moments ago, his limbs had summoned myriad laws, utilizing the ultimate power of the four extremes secret realm. The tremendous strength unleashed from his body surpassing the average level of extreme Dao sovereigns from the era of the immortal ancients. Boom! The profound collision reverberated through the heavens and earth. Ultimately, as a practitioner well-versed in strength and combat, the Yuan Emperor relied on his physical form to withstand the tremendous stomp of the Taiyin black qilin. Clearly, he was not unscathed, in a daze. He felt as though he were battling a genuine black qilin, as the opponent's manifestation of the qilin was strikingly lifelike, its scales, fur, dragon horns, and even breath akin to that of a living being, imbued with unfathomable Taiyin power. Open. Yet this sovereign remained unfazed, his back radiating brilliance, a dazzling aura erupting along his entire spine, augmenting his corporeal strength to an astonishing degree. He leaped into the air, his battle axe descending like a celestial mountain, crashing down upon the brow of the ink-black qilin. This was the power of the human secret realm's transformation into a dragon. Boom! Although Yuan Geng was astonished, he maintained his composure. The Taijin Dao seed within his chest pulsated once more, an overwhelming surge of Dao light enveloping the qilin manifestation behind him. The majestic four-cornered ink qilin shone with luminescence, withstanding the onslaught of the platinum battle axe, which, despite its formidable strike, failed to leave a single mark upon it. This spectacle caused the eyes of the Jun Emperor to narrow in disbelief, unable to fathom that a sovereign, renowned for his unparalleled physical prowess, could one day find himself unable to breach the manifestation of his opponent. Some skills may exist, yet they still fell far short. Sensing the incredulity in the Jun Emperor's gaze, Yuan Gen shook his head, transmitting such thoughts into the ears of the Jun Emperor through a wave of divine consciousness. It was the truth. Although the Jun Emperor practiced the human secret realm method that utilized the body as the seed, he was constrained by his lifespan. Most of his existence had been spent in a slumber within the Forbidden Zone, dedicating merely a few tens of thousands of years to cultivation, resulting in a significant disparity in accumulation and experience. In contrast, Yuan Gen had genuinely cultivated for 500,000 years during the age of celestial antiquity, having not only witnessed the cultivation methods of the primordial ancient realm and celestial domains, but also the burial domain techniques, foreign domain methods, and even some practices from the Sea of Realms. He had truly studied the Dao of the immortals, mingling among various realms for hundreds of thousands of years, and had delved into no fewer than 5 true immortal inheritances, alongside spending tens of thousands of years comprehending the laws of celestial kings and burial texts. Indeed, in terms of the origins of law creation, the celestial ancient method, a cultivation system forged by a multitude of supreme leaders and the Empyrean light, cannot be compared to the perfected human secret realm method created by the celestial Emperor Shrouding. Yuan Gen had also not undergone any trials in the harsh environment of the end of the Dharma era. However, with sufficient accumulation to overshadow all else, Yuan Gen's insights, experiences, and foundations were profoundly deep. Within the entire era of Jikan, only the most elite individuals could contend with him at his current stage. Chapter 5. Slaying the Supreme. Just as Yuan Gen engaged in battle with the Jun Emperor, on the other side of the universe, upon a life-laden star woven in azure and emerald, a similarly exalted figure remained vigilantly attuned to the developments of the supreme battlefield. This was a man, as upright and resolute as an ancient pine, with long gray-white hair cascading freely, clad in a majestic Chilan robe that exuded an aura of dignity and grandeur, each subtle movement harmonizing with myriad Dao. Although the gray-white strands of his hair betrayed his age, upon closer perception, his might was undiminished. That unique confidence, calmness, and imposing presence further underscored his dominion over the cosmos. The contemporary sovereign, known as the Chilan Emperor. At this moment, the Chilan Emperor gazed upward, his eyes piercing through the void, fixing upon the two beings engaged in combat at the edge of the starry sky. After a prolonged silence, a hint of sorrow crossed his visage as he sighed. What kind of monster has Jun Emperor unearthed? The battle at the supreme level, particularly for a sovereign like the Jun Emperor, whose vitality was waning, rendered every moment of transcendence immensely precious. From the onset, the clash of the two supreme beings had escalated into a fever pitch, marked by unparalleled ferocity. On the battlefield, the Jun Emperor had fully unleashed his Dao and laws. Standing amidst Dao Gong, Si, Huang, Sheng, 5 profound secret realms that resembled deep black holes, exuding an overwhelming might. It was evident that this ancient sovereign, who once traversed the universe, was not in the same prime condition as when he began. His aura had begun to unravel, and though still brimming with vitality, a closer inspection revealed that the roots of his silver hair had started to turn pale. Ultimately, this battle of extreme transcendence exacted an immense toll. Opposite him, Yuan Gen stood with his hands clasped behind him, positioned beneath the shadow of the Taigu inked Chilan manifestation. He remained silent, his expression serene as he looked down upon the Jun Emperor. The invisible pressure and overwhelming might he exuded still rendered one breathless. In truth, Yuan Gen found himself intrigued by this practitioner of the human secret realm, from the 5 great secret realms that had evolved to their utmost. He seemed to glimpse a semblance of the style of the Emperor of the desolate heavens. What other means do you possess? Observing the Jun Emperor's aura subtly weaken, he emitted a tranquil wave of divine consciousness, causing the Chilan manifestation behind him to step forward, the might of the Extreme Dao sovereign growing increasingly heavy. Seeking to draw forth more of his opponent's abilities to better understand the intricacies of the human secret realm method. Upon hearing this, the Jun Emperor's eyes sparkled with intensity, a low, resonant laughter escaping his lips as the thunderous echoes of the 5 great human secret realms reverberated throughout the heavens. Cold and ruthless, I shall not yield, I will fight to the last breath. As he spoke, the heartbeat of this sovereign reverberated across the cosmos, and the 5 great secret realms within him projected 5 distinctly different phenomena into the heavens, resembling 5 universes that opened up the heavens and earth, their might soaring ever higher. Boom. Under the imperial will of the Jun Emperor, the 5 universes erupted simultaneously. The imperial Dao laws spread, their fragments swiftly merging anew, recombining at an astonishing pace to form a humanoid universe. Subsequently, this humanoid universe rose from the void, slowly stepping forward, merging with the figure of the June Emperor, causing the ancient sovereign's aura to surge uncontrollably once more. Quite impressive. Even Yuan Gen was momentarily taken aback by this display. Originally, the June Emperor did not rank among the strongest within the circle of Extreme Dao sovereigns. Yet through his development and utilization of the 5 great human secret realms, he had garnered Yuan Gen's admiration. Alas, an adversary is still an adversary. The malice and greed directed toward Yuan Gen were unmistakable, leaving no room for leniency. With a subtle shift in thought, the four-cornered inked Qilin manifestation behind Yuan Gen vanished in an instant as he harmonized his internal Dao Seed with the external world, standing amidst the ethereal glow of the Taigu celestial light, resembling an otherworldly true immortal, transcending the mundane. Boom, boom, boom. As the internal Dao Seed pulsed, the dense and unyielding Taigu celestial light converged entirely within Yuan Gen, deepening his aura. He formed several hand seals in the void, gathering all the Taigu profound light onto one hand, which, tainted by the darkness, transformed from skin to bone into the deepest shade of black, chilling to the core. Taigu finger. He softly intoned the name of this technique, and in an instant, phenomena coalesced upon that darkened index finger, ancient Qilin immortals descending from the heavens. The beak of a celestial crow piercing through all, and the tail of a Kuan immortal sweeping from the void. Ultimately, all manifestations converged into that darkened index finger, aimed directly at the June Emperor. Roar! The June Emperor bellowed, having fully merged with the humanoid universe, his platinum battle axe of cosmic creation revived to its utmost limit. As he advanced boldly against the resplendently darkened finger, ready to clash with tremendous force. Boom! At the moment of contact between the battle axe and the finger, even the supreme battlefield struggled to endure. The cosmos trembled, the earth shattered, and the ancient sovereign array patterns contained within could not withstand such might, being obliterated in vast swathes. Simultaneously, across the universe, all quasi-emperors observing the battlefield felt a tearing pain, with numerous secret treasures shattering, merely from the aftermath of the battle, inflicting terrifying damage even across the starry expanse. Meanwhile, upon the life-laden star of the Qilin clan, the Qilin Emperor had risen at some point, his keen eyes narrowing as he calculated the strength and limits of the two supreme beings engaged in conflict. Buzz! The imperial Dao laws circulated, and a Qilin staff forged from azure celestial gold appeared at the Elder Emperor's side. This was the Qilin Emperor's ultimate weapon, crafted from the purest eternal blue gold. A weapon intertwined with his very essence, long having attained sentience. The weapon and the sovereign share an intrinsic connection. The Qilin Emperor is acutely aware that his royal weapon is concerned for his well-being. Nevertheless, he maintains a confident smile upon his visage, standing resolutely beside the eternal blue gold staff. Together, the man and his staff gaze upon the tumultuous battlefield, patiently awaiting the dissipating surge of the supreme laws of conflict before their spirits begin to stir. Before them lies the desolate expanse of the cosmos, where the renowned supreme battlefield, said to hail from the era of the celestial court, lies in tatters, its form ravaged, nearly half of it obliterated. The intricate supreme formations inscribed upon it rendered almost entirely extinct, beyond restoration. Amidst the chaos, only a figure clad in a dark robe stands with serene composure, harmonizing with the Dao as if he were an ethereal immortal, one hand resting behind him, while the other cradles a half-broken axe handle of white gold, seemingly lost in contemplation, reflecting on the recent battle. As for the June Emperor, the monarch who had long slumbered within the depths of the primordial ancient mine has utterly vanished. The collision of imperial laws was too intense. There remains not even a trace of his corporeal form, let alone a pool of residual blood. Truly a fearsome ancient being. The Qilin Emperor gazes at the battlefield, and after a prolonged silence, he lets out a soft sigh. With a flick of his Qilin robe, myriad waves of energy radiate from him, and golden bridges extend beneath his feet, leading directly into the starry void. Subsequently, this elder sovereign, his hair a striking shade of silver, strides forth, leaning upon the Qilin staff as he approaches the supreme battlefield. The Qilin Emperor deeply understands that regardless of the outcome of this conflict, he must make his presence known. Beings of extreme Dao are inherently unstable, and as the protector of all sentient beings, he must reign in these unpredictable elements. Chapter 6. The Sovereign of the Age. The clash between Yuan Gen and the June Emperor, two paramount entities of extreme Dao, has undoubtedly captured the attention of countless practitioners from every corner of the universe. Numerous powerful beings direct their gaze towards this monumental battle, stirred by the confrontation of such formidable forces. On various life-bearing celestial bodies, many beings at the quasi-emperor level, along with ancient royal lineages, promptly activate their secret treasures, constantly monitoring the supreme battlefield. Even within many forbidden zones, eyes awaken to observe the unfolding events. Particularly, when they witness the Taiyin sovereign dispatching another ascendant sovereign with overwhelming force, many of the supreme beings from the forbidden zones fall silent, struggling to mask the tumult within their hearts. The Jun Emperor has been slain, his primordial spirit extinguished, leaving him in eternal repose. An old friend could not have anticipated that he would survive the divine war only to perish within this calamity in the primordial ancient mine. Another supreme being, awakening from slumber, gazes upon the battlefield, their words tinged with regret. Who was the assailant? Truly formidable throughout history. It seems only the human sovereign has reached such heights within the Taiyin Dao. An ancient sovereign reflects, having felt the magnitude of the recent battle. The power of the Taiyin Dao astonished even the supreme of Extreme Dao, surpassing that of ordinary monarchs. The human sovereign has long since passed. He was an ancient sovereign unearthed by the Jun Emperor in the Primordial Era, his cultivation system distinct from ours, seemingly focused on resonating with the outer realms. From the island of buried heavens, a somber voice resonates. One sovereign appears to have witnessed the conflict between Yuan Gen and the Jun Emperor in its entirety. Is the cultivation method prior to mythology something I have only glimpsed half of? The world has changed, while those methods possess some insights. They are no longer viable for contemporary practitioners and hold little significance. From the immortal tombs, another ancient being joins the discourse, their tone tinged with a hint of regret. The supreme beings within the forbidden zones exchange a few words before once again sinking into profound silence. The overwhelming majority of sovereigns remain largely indifferent to Yuan Gen, their resolve unwavering from the passage of time, rendering them largely impervious to tumult. In stark contrast, practitioners throughout the universe are palpably anxious. They understand that each battle of sovereign caliber could ignite a dark upheaval, for the toll at that level is immense, and none can guarantee what reckless acts those exhausted sovereigns might commit. Many leaders of top-tier sects mobilize their royal armies and celestial treasures, perpetually monitoring the supreme battlefield. There, the victor of the fierce battle stands nonchalantly amidst the cosmos, appearing as the embodiment of the myriad shadows. The essence of the Taiyin Dao enveloping him in a dense mist, nearly shrouding the entire battlefield. None can ascertain whether Yuan Gen will incite chaos. To the eyes of the world, that ancient sovereign from before mythology remains shrouded in mystery, laden with uncertainties. Yet, evidently, Yuan Gen harbors no intention of unleashing any dark turmoil. He stands amidst the profound mist of Taiyin fairy light, clutching the broken axe handle, meticulously examining its material, the method of forging, and the Dao patterns inscribed upon it. The artifacts of the era of shrouded heavens indeed seem to resonate harmoniously with the laws of existence. After a considerable duration, Yuan Gen finally stows away the remnants of the axe, reflecting inwardly on the profound understanding of artifacts possessed by the beings of the shrouded heavens, which starkly contrasts with that of the immortal ancient era. As far as Yuan Gen knows, during the era of shrouded heavens, virtually every accomplished practitioner possessed an artifact that was a testament to their life's work. It played an exceedingly vital role in their cultivation. In contrast, practitioners of the immortal ancient era did not place such importance on artifacts. Within the upper echelons of that era, entities like the 6 paths of reincarnation, the eternal, and the 10 fiends of the heavenly horn ant were indeed known for their crafting, while others like the ancestral sacrifice spirits and the true dragons did not possess such artifacts, rendering them non-essential for practitioners. Yuan Gen himself lacks an artifact of life and death, yet this does not deter his interest in the crafting methods of this era. After all, the cultivation methods of this epoch stem from a true immortal emperor, providing immense reference value. Perhaps he should seek out some cultivation scriptures from this era to peruse. He recalls that this universe is home to the red dust immortal path, a path distinctly different from that of true immortals, transforming through life and death, with a potential for profound heights. Yuan Gen silently contemplates. As a time traveler who has cultivated for over 500,000 years, his resolve is naturally steadfast. Upon discerning the current circumstances, he quickly accepts the situation at hand, severing the lingering attachments of nostalgia, reluctance, and confusion regarding the past, and begins to chart a course for the future. Since he has awakened in this era, considering the state of the shrouded heavens universe, should he attain immortality, opportunities to revisit the immortal domain and the burial domain will undoubtedly arise. It is noteworthy that he has previously ventured into both the burial domain and the immortal domain, where he has forged numerous friendships in places such as the Golden Crow clan of the immortal ancient era and the Panwang city. Many of those individuals were sovereigns even in the era of the immortal ancient, and several have likely attained immortality if they managed to survive. Additionally, Yuan Gen's partner holds a position of great esteem as a golden burier within the burial domain, with her longevity and method of cultivation. As long as she endured the tumultuous battles of the ancient chaos, it is entirely plausible that she has lived to this day, possibly even becoming a burial immortal or a burial king. First, let us attain immortality. Harboring such hopes and expectations, Yuan Gen aligns his heart with the Dao, silently planning his future path. The notion of immortality, in his view, is not an unattainable fantasy. With sufficient time and dedication, achieving immortality is within reach. Suddenly, the boundless Taiyin mist surrounding Yuan Gen begins to tremble slightly, and he keenly senses a formidable aura of life approaching rapidly from afar. Narrowing his eyes, he consciously disperses the Taiyin mist enveloping the supreme battlefield, revealing an elderly figure, less than a yard tall, standing in midair, propped up by a blue-gold Qilin staff. Clad in a robe that seems to tread upon the heavens, with graying hair cascading over his shoulders, he appears as the sovereign of this starry expanse, leisurely traversing the cosmos. Roar! Just as Yuan Gen prepares to speak, the elderly figure, leaning upon the blue-gold Qilin staff, suddenly stirs his blood essence. In the next moment, a colossal azure Qilin phantom, towering to unimaginable heights, materializes behind him, letting out a low growl and nodding respectfully at Yuan Gen. Roar! Understanding the intent behind such gestures, Yuan Gen activates the Taiyin Dao, summoning forth a similarly towering four-cornered black Qilin manifestation, which echoes a low roar before dissipating into the fabric of existence. Alas! Observing the scene, the elderly man with gray hair in the distance was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yuan Heng was not of his kin. A look of regret flickered across his face, only to be swiftly suppressed. He stepped forward, nodding slightly, and projected a wave of divine consciousness, acknowledging, "I have encountered a fellow Taoist." This wave of divine thought was not particularly forceful, yet it undeniably stirred the myriad rules, resonating with heaven and earth, imbuing him with an undeniable aura of authority and majesty, especially in the eyes of Yuan Heng, a practitioner of ancient celestial laws who valued the comprehension of Dao principles. The unique dignity emanating from the elder was even more pronounced, as if he were the master of all paths, the representative of this universe. Wherever his gaze fell, and wherever his heart desired, all paths would bow in submission. The heavenly heart mark? The term surged forth in Yuan Heng's mind at once. Although he had never personally experienced the significance of this profound concept in this epoch of obscurity, he had heard tales of it. This overwhelming presence could almost certainly be attributed solely to the sovereign who currently wielded the heavenly heart mark. However, Yuan Heng was indifferent to the elder's dominion over the myriad paths. A smile graced his face as he sent forth a ripple of divine thought in response to the benevolence radiating from the sovereign before him. "I am Taiyin Yuan Heng. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow Taoist." Chapter 7. Qilin. Yuan Heng followed the Qilin sovereign as they traversed the starry expanse. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the far side of the cosmos, where amidst the darkness of the universe lay an ancient star, interwoven with azure and emerald, brimming with vibrant life force. "Esteemed friend Yuan Heng, please." The venerable Qilin sovereign courteously gestured for Yuan Heng to step onto this life-giving star, his birth planet, which had become the ancestral star of the Qilin after the sovereign attained enlightenment. Not only the Azure Qilin, but other Qilin clans across the universe regarded this place as a sacred pilgrimage site. Yuan Heng accompanied the Qilin sovereign to the foot of a towering waterfall, where a lake shrouded in ethereal mist lay. The water was as clear as the finest jade from the heavens, reflecting the celestial light and cloud shadows. Occasionally, ripples danced upon the surface as spirit carps leaped, their scales shimmering with golden brilliance. The shores were adorned with rare and exquisite flowers, with ancient spiritual fungi hidden among the delicate orchids, and branches laden with crimson fruits, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. "Please." The Qilin sovereign invited Yuan Heng to take a seat upon a jade platform crafted from celestial jade at the lake's edge. He then personally gathered 2 bowls of divine spring water from the depths of the cosmos, boiling them with azure Dao flames, and added a tea leaf to each bowl before presenting them to Yuan Heng. Yuan Heng inspected the jade bowl, palm-sized, where tender leaves floated languidly in the scalding spring water, their round, flawless forms radiating a soft silvery hue, reminiscent of a full moon casting its luminescence within the bowl. Serene and gentle, he, of course, paid no heed to the heat of the tea, taking a delicate sip, and found himself swallowing the essence of a full moon. The fragrant tea, intertwined with strands of Taiyin Dao rhythm, naturally led him into a state of enlightenment, his gaze becoming markedly clearer. Excellent tea. After a considerable time, as the strange Dao rhythm dissipated, he set down the jade bowl and offered a smile to the Qilin sovereign, speaking in the ancient tongue of the myriad clans. His homeland spirit was a 6-eared celestial monkey, renowned for its ability to listen to the sounds of all things. This telepathic capability was foundational for him, and he had effortlessly gleaned the ancient language from the memories of a Qilin practitioner on the ancestral star. The Qilin sovereign was evidently surprised to hear Yuan Heng speak in the ancient tongue, but he soon composed himself, sipping from his own tea and remarking, "The leaves of the Enlightenment tea tree, from which this tea is derived, come from one of the 30-plus immortal divine herbs of this era. This Taiyin tea leaf is exquisite. I have cherished it for many years. I am pleased that you enjoy it, esteemed friend Yuan Heng. Indeed, it is from that very tea tree." Yuan Heng nodded and took another sip of the Dao tea in his bowl, unable to suppress a sense of nostalgia. "In my youth, I had heard of the fame of this tea tree. I never expected that my first taste in this lifetime would be so profoundly transformative. Was there an Enlightenment tea tree in your era?" The Qilin sovereign was evidently intrigued by Yuan Heng's words. The origins of the immortal divine herbs in this realm were extraordinary, even during the Mythic Age. There were those who sought to uncover their origins, and some ancient celestial sovereigns attempted to replicate the immortal elixirs, but alas, all efforts ended in failure. The miraculous effects of such transcendent potions simply could not be duplicated. "Indeed, there was, but it does not belong to our realm," Yuan Heng replied nonchalantly. "As far as I know, the Enlightenment tea tree was transported here by the Emperor of the Wasteland from beyond. He was well aware that the Enlightenment tea tree was one of the immortal spiritual woods from another domain, possessing extraordinary effects that even the Immortal Kings valued highly. However, due to the antagonism between the other domain and the primal ancient realm, despite having lived for 500,000 years, Yuan Heng had never tasted the tea leaves from the Enlightenment tea tree when it resided in that other realm. Another realm? It seemed the speculations of certain ancient celestial sovereigns were indeed correct. Beyond this realm lay another. The ancient Qilin sovereign appeared contemplative, earnestly digesting the information Yuan Heng had disclosed, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. Initially believing that his mastery over the heavenly heart had already allowed him to overshadow the universe, he now realized that there existed another realm beyond, rejuvenating him with the vigor of youth, as if he had regained the fervor of his earlier days. Yuan Heng remained silent. Given the current level of isolation in this universe, the chance to transcend to immortality and encounter the outside world was almost non-existent. No matter how astonishing the human realm might be, it would ultimately succumb to the passage of time, turning to dust. "Dao friends," suddenly, the ancient Qilin sovereign spoke again, his gaze fixed on the Taiyin Dao rhythm swirling around Yuan Heng. He carefully organized his thoughts and posed the question he yearned to ask the most. "Might I inquire as to which clan your foundation belongs? I perceive that your Taiyin reverence seems to resonate with the ancestors of my Qilin clan." It was impossible for him not to be concerned. The Qilin law that Yuan Heng had demonstrated was extraordinarily authentic, with every detail perfected to an extreme, leading the Qilin sovereign to initially believe that Yuan Heng was a primordial black Qilin, sharing a kinship with him. "I am of the human race," Yuan Heng answered without a moment's hesitation. Much like the Ancient Era, the celestial ancient epoch was also a time of coexistence among myriad clans, albeit with a richer and more harmonious tapestry of races than in the ancient times. Each clan coexisted while also preserving their own pride. "As for the Qilin law you mentioned, it was imparted to me by my master, the celestial lord of the pure and dark heavens." As he spoke, Yuan Heng's Dao Seeds stirred within him, manifesting the form of a four-horned black Qilin between himself and the Qilin sovereign. The black Qilin stood a full meter tall, its elongated and powerful body cloaked in scales of inky blackness, while its four crystalline horns shimmered with a gentle radiance, reflecting the boundless cosmos. The celestial lord of the pure and dark heavens. Could it be that he is truly a Qilin celestial? The Qilin sovereign was unaware of the current whereabouts of the celestial lord of the pure and dark heavens, yet this did not hinder his admiration. The sovereign rose from the jade platform, examining every detail of the black Qilin's form, feeling as though he were gazing upon a monument worthy of a lifetime's pursuit. Perhaps, a mysterious smile graced Yuan Heng's face. His master was indeed a celestial. During the celestial ancient epoch, while the Qilin clan was not among the grandest of lineages, certainly not comparable to the Golden Crows, it had nonetheless produced numerous true celestials. The primal ancient realm had witnessed Qilin celestials favored by true dragons, enduring countless battles and earning the fearsome name of the 10 Fiends. A testament to the potential of the Qilin clan. "Please, elaborate. What lies beyond the path of ultimate Dao?" Such an ambiguous response clearly deepened the Qilin sovereign's curiosity, and he was eager to learn what events transpired during that inscrutable epoch. Yuan Heng fell silent. Instinctively, he held reservations regarding the enlightened beings of the obscured era, for the environment in which they existed differed drastically from that of his time. Whether it was the Jun sovereign or the Qilin sovereign, there was an inherent fervor and obsession within them. Yuan Heng felt that the partial truths of the celestial ancient era could await revelation in the future. After a moment, He raised his hand, gently tapping the jade bowl against the Qilan sovereign's eternal blue-gold staff, and, in a moment of introspection, took a sip of the enlightenment tea from the mystical weapon. In my view, to be born in this era as a fellow practitioner is both a stroke of fortune and a cruel misfortune. Should you ever venture forth, you will discover that this realm harbors the finest resources as well as the most inhospitable environments. Those who achieve success are destined to shine brilliantly, while those who fail may only become the desiccated bones tucked away in the annals of history. One might ponder, at what juncture does one truly attain success? The Qiran Emperor listened intently as Yuan Heng recounted his thoughts, feeling a tangle of emotions. Approaching the age of 19,000 years, he had indeed entered the twilight of his life, even for one of regal lineage. Despite having savored experiences and splendors that most beings in the cosmos have never known, he sensed that, according to Yuan Heng's theories, he bore little distinction from those forgotten remnants of history. In response, Yuan Heng rose to his feet. He held a favorable view of the Qiran Emperor. After all, despite his self-inflicted wounds, he had never incited turmoil and was a kin of his own master. It seemed reasonable to extend a hand, yet it was imperative to make him aware of the existing disparities. Thus, he drained his cup of tea, swallowing even the tea leaves that resembled a full moon, and calmly declared, "The step to success, naturally, is to attain immortality." Chapter 8. The Chasm Between Extremes. Immortality, a lifelong pursuit that remains forever elusive. Yuan Heng's words elicited a faint, bitter smile from the Qiran Emperor. The phrase to attain immortality rolls easily off the tongue. Yet only those who have walked the path truly grasp the weight it carries. Even amidst an invincible cosmos, even after a lifelong quest, not a glimmer of hope is in sight. The Qiran Emperor, who had just crossed the threshold of a millennium when he first embarked on his path, had once exuded unshakable confidence. Though adversaries lay ahead, bruises were inevitable. He firmly believed in his invincible journey, wielding a Qiran staff to sweep away all challengers. Yet, post-enlightenment, everything seemed to shift. The bearer of the heavenly seal was undeniably the protagonist of an era, yet ultimately, he was merely a central figure for a mere 20 or 30,000 years. In the first 10,000 years of his life, the Qiran Emperor never regarded himself as ordinary. The feeling of reigning over the universe was intoxicating. Myriad races revered him as their sovereign, and the secrets of the cosmos, all its taboos, laid bare before him. During those times, he brimmed with self-assurance. Even after achieving enlightenment, sensing his continuous growth each day, his path growing ever more formidable, and his vitality steadily increasing, rendering his invincible laws increasingly refined. In his youth, the Qiran Emperor often believed that his unparalleled talent was unique throughout history, and surpassing the mythic era to become an ancient deity akin to the gods of myriad races did not seem daunting. As for those who dwelled in the realm of life and death, sacrificing their dignity as enlightened beings for the sake of longevity, merely a collection of mediocre failures. However, as the years wore on, and as the Qiran Emperor gradually approached the twilight of his second life, he ultimately recognized that he bore little difference from those banal individuals. Upon entering his later years, he found himself unable to navigate his second life without reliance on the elixir of immortality, a realization that left him somewhat disheartened. Recognizing that he was not fundamentally different from those ancient sovereigns, after living another 10,000 years in his second life, the Qiran Emperor had made modest achievements in both the arts of longevity and immortality, yet significant breakthroughs eluded him. He could neither boldly traverse the path to immortality nor sustain a third life, forced to watch helplessly as his second existence approached its end. Now, although he retained at least 2,000 or 3,000 years of unblemished imperial life, he felt as if he could see the frail, decrepit version of himself, powerless to alter his fate. Immortality is indeed a formidable challenge. Yuan Heng placed a hand upon the Qiran Emperor's shoulder, reiterating that singular phrase, devoid of the heavy gravity that burdened the Qiran Emperor's heart, as if recounting a matter of little consequence. In the next moment, the very fabric of their surroundings shifted, space and time reversing, and they found themselves instantaneously transported from the Qiran ancestral star to the supreme battlefield across the cosmos. In the Qiran Emperor's eyes, Yuan Heng's aura had inexplicably deepened. With a wave of his hand, he drew the Qiran Emperor into an unknown realm where a vast, pitch-black sun loomed above, casting forth beams of ethereal light, enveloped in an eerie chill, silence, and death. One must understand that the absence of worthy adversaries is a harsh reality. Attaining immortality is indeed no simple feat, and isolating oneself will inevitably lead to stagnation. Surveying his surroundings, Yuan Heng's figure melded into the surrounding darkness, leaving only a voice that resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of the underworld. "Little one, allow me to witness your power." The absolute laws of the dark sun enveloped the Qiran Emperor, and even though he embodied the heavenly seal, and had immersed himself in the realm of sovereigns for nearly 2 millennia, he could not evade the overwhelming sense of danger. With a roar, the immense pressure compelled the Kirin Emperor to unleash a primal cry, a cacophony of chaos erupting as a towering azure Kirin rose from the ground. Its formidable royal laws surging forth, tearing through the shrouded darkness, breaking free. Simultaneously, at the cosmos edge, a radiant blue celestial light streaked toward him. It was the eternal blue-gold Kirin staff, merging into the Kirin's forehead, rendering his aura complete and unblemished. You possess some skill. The Kirin turned to see Yuan Heng's voice emanating from the depths of the darkness that enveloped him. Almost immediately, a massive, shadowy hand emerged. The laws of the dark sun surging, manifesting an ultimate silence as it crashed toward the Kirin. This was not an immortal technique, but rather an insight Yuan Heng had gleaned from the burial realm, a technique distilled from the essence of that realm. In an instant, the gigantic Kirin vanished, reshaping into the form of the Kirin Emperor, his once gray-white hair transformed entirely into azure. He forcefully elevated himself to the peak of his power, raising the eternal blue-gold Kirin staff high, bringing it down upon that shadowy hand. The clash resonated throughout the supreme battlefield, the source flames of the Kirin colliding violently with the dark light of the sun, both erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, sending the shadowy hand and the Kirin staff flying apart. Gasping for composure, the Kirin Emperor's complexion flushed as he coughed up a mouthful of royal blood, the crimson liquid freezing midair before shattering. Clearly, in this initial exchange, he had suffered a slight setback. Yet, this seasoned sovereign showed no sign of despondency. Confronted with a formidable foe, he felt the fervor of his racing heart and the pain coursing through his body, his long-dormant blood surging with renewed vigor. Once more, he positioned the eternal blue-gold staff before him, resolutely striding toward the darkness where Yuan Heng resided, embodying the spirit of the invincible, undaunted by the formidable adversary. Embracing life in the face of death. With a creak, from the depths of the dark shroud enveloped in the laws of the dark sun, a majestic celestial phoenix leaped forth, its body entirely black, wings spanning the heavens, 3 legs obscuring the sun, and its silver eyes resembling luminous moons, adorned with patterns akin to the celestial wood reaching the skies. This was a dark celestial crow, a manifestation conjured from Yuan Heng's reverse cultivation of the heavenly incineration technique. Upon its emergence, the opulent wings ignited with black sun fire, and as its wings flapped, the flames consumed the very area where the Kirin Emperor stood. In the face of such a formidable opponent, the Kirin Emperor did not waver, wielding the eternal blue-gold staff. He swept aside the dark flames, propelled himself into the air, and once again transformed into the towering Kirin manifestation, raising his hooves to confront the celestial crow. With a caw, the dark crow morphed into a black sun, relentlessly pressing down upon the Kirin Emperor. This time, the Kirin Emperor surged forward to meet it, but this time, the majestic Kirin manifestation rippled with the currents of the great Dao, and from the original Kirin's horns, a pair of twisted, colossal horns sprouted, transforming the azure Kirin into a 4-horned form, its aura sharing a striking resemblance to Yuan Heng's 4-horned Kirin, truly worthy of being a sovereign of the age. Despite having only glimpsed the black Kirin manifestation for a fleeting moment, he had already emulated its initial form. Yet, this bore no utility. Within the depths of the dark mist, Yuan Heng revealed a slight smile, as the distant dark celestial crow unfurled its wings, 3 legs treading upon the sun, relentlessly suppressing the azure Kirin. After a lengthy confrontation, panting heavily leaning upon the eternal azure golden staff, the Kirin Emperor stood precariously upon the supreme battlefield, unable to contain his heavy breaths. The cosmos lay barren at the fringes, countless stars extinguished by his will, transforming into a vast reservoir of primordial energy that surged into his body through his mouth and nostrils. To compel an emperor of that era to such a state with merely his Dao body, the Kirin Emperor found it almost unfathomable to comprehend the might of Yuan Heng. This ancient being was remarkably formidable, with resources and power that transcended common understanding. However, correspondingly, though thoroughly suppressed in this battle, the Kirin Emperor reaped immense gains. For after nearly 20 millennia of solitary cultivation, this was his first encounter with a peer-level practitioner in earnest combat. The mutual validation was enlightening, illuminating the path of cultivation that lay ahead. I have always asserted that achieving immortality is a daunting endeavor. Solitary cultivation is destined for failure, and through this battle, my friend must have recognized the chasm that exists between extremes. As the dense lunar mists dissipated, Yuan Heng approached the Kirin Emperor, his hands clasped behind his back, exhibiting none of the fatigue one would expect after a fierce confrontation, instead appearing remarkably composed. With a resounding thud, as his voice echoed, Yuan Heng's brow emanated a radiant glow, and an intricate tapestry of supreme runes materialized, weaving together in the void to delineate a multitude of profound characters, each one steeped in obscurity, directly pointing to the essence of the great Dao. Then, Yuan extended his hand into the starry expanse, binding a river of stars with his arcane energy, forging it into a towering star tablet, which seamlessly merged with the arcane celestial characters. What is this? The Kirin Emperor furrowed his brow. The inscriptions upon the star tablet were not of their era, resembling true immortals in various postures, some seated, some lying, some enraged, some indignant, each more cryptic than the languages of the mythic age, their profoundness truly remarkable. The ancient covenant of immortals. Yuan stated succinctly, I require comrades. Let us pledge with our primordial spirits, blood-bound in alliance. You shall be one of us. Chapter 9. The Covenant of the Ancients. One hand resting behind him, Yuan lifted the freshly forged star tablet, upon which the intricate, enigmatic characters shimmered with a faint luminescence, each character akin to an ancient immortal seated in meditation, seemingly elucidating the source of the Tao. This method was commonly employed by practitioners of the ancient era, pledging with their primordial spirits to forge an eternal covenant. A covenant? Indeed. The Kirin Emperor nodded. During the epoch of coexisting ancient tribes, such pacts were not uncommon. He meticulously deciphered the meaning of each ancient character inscribed in the covenant and quickly grasped its essence. The terms of the covenant were detailed, the celestial characters densely covering the entirety of the star tablet, yet they were not overly stringent. The primary requisites for both parties were mutual support, non-aggression, and protection of each other's kin, amounting to a reciprocal arrangement. However, the covenant also clearly stipulated that while both parties were theoretically equal, Yuan would assume the role of the Lord of the Alliance, possessing significant initiative under necessary circumstances. After all, we hail from disparate eras, and our acquaintance is but fleeting. Human nature is vast as the sea, necessitating a written covenant to bind us, Yuan remarked. He understood profoundly that placing one's interests and safety upon the morality of others is a profoundly foolish act. Even in the favorable conditions of the ancient era, people required covenants to bind and oversee both parties. According to the original text, Yuan believed the Kirin Emperor to be a paragon of virtue among the ancient emperors. Yet human hearts are fickle, no one can predict their changes, especially under the brutal pressures of the era of obscuration, which could indeed drive one to madness. As for Yuan's position as the Lord of the Covenant, he found it not unreasonable. In the realm of practitioners, strength ultimately equates to the power of voice. And in terms of both combat prowess and foundational depth, he far surpassed the Kirin Emperor. I understand. The Kirin Emperor continued to peruse the contents of the covenant inscribed upon the star tablet. This covenant utilized the medium of this universe and the primordial spirits of both parties as its testament. This meant that any transgressor of the covenant would not only face retribution from the universe itself, but would also suffer harm to their primordial spirit. Such a covenant gave the Kirin Emperor pause. From his perspective, signing it would equate to willingly acknowledging Yuan as the Lord, a clear subservient act. He was, after all, a reigning emperor, having traversed the universe for 2 millennia, steadfast and upright, unwilling to submit to another. After a moment's hesitation, the ancient Kirin Emperor ultimately made his choice. Roar! The tumultuous essence of extreme blood surged forth, and the humanoid figure of the Kirin Emperor vanished, replaced by a majestic Kirin of oceanic hue. Colossal and imposing like the stars, exuding a divine majesty that quelled all paths into lamentation. The Kirin Emperor revealed his true form, slightly nodding to Yuan. As his mountain-like hooves rose, a droplet of crimson royal blood appearing at their tip. This royal blood was extraordinary, swirling amidst the tumultuous laws of the Extreme Dao, with scarlet radiance akin to clouds, and upon closer listening, one could discern the roars of dragons and tigers emanating from within. That droplet of blood fell steadily upon the star tablet forged from the river of stars, and in that instant, all the inscriptions upon the tablet gleamed with light. Those ancient characters, reminiscent of true immortals in repose, seemed to come alive, reciting an obscure and profound epic. Observing this, Yuan did not hesitate. He gestured in the void, and a drop of his own blood flew forth from his fingertip, merging into the star tablet as well. Immediately, the star tablet split down the middle, transforming into 2 equal halves, one merging into the center of the Kirin's forehead, while the other entered Yuan's chest, absorbed into his Dao Seed. Congratulations on making the right choice, Kirin friend. At this point, Yuan's smile was genuine, and the wariness in his gaze towards the Kirin Emperor diminished. After 500,000 years of cultivation, there were but a handful of individuals he could trust unconditionally. He had learned from past misfortunes and was reluctant to wade through the complexities of human nature. Alas, in response, the Grand Kirin, towering like the stars, reverted to his humanoid form, leaning upon the Kirin staff as he approached Yuan. The star tablet forged from the river of stars materialized before him, and he began to meticulously ponder the ancient characters upon it. In his heart, he found peace. He understood that there is a sequence to enlightenment, and the guidance from a practitioner whose cultivation, insight, and strength far exceeded his own would be invaluable to his future endeavors. More importantly, the Kirin Emperor was already quite aged, with little lifespan remaining. The paths of longevity were insufficient to allow him to live out a third life, and the methods of immortality were similarly lackluster. Even if he reached the correct location, he lacked the courage and confidence to forge ahead. This was a harsh reality. He believed that should he reject Yuan Heng's covenant, he would almost certainly perish in the sands of time 3,000 years hence, much like those ancient seekers who, like him, lived mundane lives, destined to be entirely forgotten by history. The Kirin Emperor yearned for survival, for longevity, and to witness a vaster world. In truth, he had ventured to the primordial ancient mines, the immortal tombs, the divine ruins, and the sea of reincarnation a millennium ago, seeking to secure a path of retreat for himself. In the event that he could no longer withstand the burden, he would inevitably be accompanied by 1,000,000 years of solitude and decay. Fortunately, before truly entering his twilight years, he had found a better option. After all, Brother Yuan Heng is also my fortune. This sentiment arose genuinely from the Kirin Emperor's heart, through the connection established by the Star Tablet and the Ancient Covenant. He finally glimpsed Yuan Heng's true strength and essence. Such depth, even if he lived to the third life, would be difficult to compare. I have stated, blood binds in alliance, thus we are kin. Yuan Heng nodded. He felt at ease with the term brother. Regardless of their differing cultivation levels, in terms of age, he too was an elder who had lived for over 500,000 years, while the Kirin Emperor had merely seen less than 20,000 years across 2 lives. At this age, in the ancient era, one's journey of cultivation would have only just commenced. Simultaneously, through the connection of the Ancient Covenant, he deeply experienced the state in which the Kirin Emperor found himself. It was a wondrous sensation, as if merging with myriad paths and embracing the roots of the universe, feeling as if he were the sovereign of the entire great realm, wielding dominion over all. Yuan Gen comprehended that it was the formidable power of the heavenly heart mark, a crucial aspect of what is referred to as the attainment of Dao in this realm, where the fusion with the heavenly heart mark plays an exceptionally significant role. Contemplating this, Yuan Gen found himself involuntarily extending a hand to rest upon the shoulder of the Qilin Emperor as he attuned his heart to the heavenly heart, resonating with the singular mark of the cosmos. Rumbling. At that moment, the Qilin Emperor felt the instability of his heavenly heart mark within, as a terrifying rhythm of the Dao emanated from Yuan Gen, a profundity so deep and unfathomable that it directly suppressed his own Dao principles, causing the heavenly heart to tremble, forcefully stirred by Yuan Gen's Dao. In such a predicament, the Qilin Emperor was compelled to resist with all his might. Were the heavenly heart mark truly to be drawn out from within him by Yuan Gen, the repercussions would be immensely detrimental. Fortunately, Yuan Gen also sensed the precariousness of the situation and decisively withdrew, refraining from further attempts to provoke the heavenly heart mark, allowing the Qilin Emperor's aura to gradually stabilize. Truly, the heavenly heart mark is a treasure beyond compare. This composed demeanor left the Qilin Emperor feeling a chill. Merely a slight exertion almost compromised his heavenly heart mark, a method indeed difficult to fathom. In the age of the immortals and ancients, did you not integrate the heavenly heart mark? He inhaled deeply, stabilizing the heavenly heart before inquiring. The heavenly heart? Yuan Gen and the Qilin Emperor exchanged glances. In our era, there was no heavenly heart mark. Chapter 10, Contemporary and Ancient Methods. A little over half an hour later, at the Qilin ancestral star, the cosmic balance stirred, the aura of imperial authority rippling forth, as the figures of Yuan Gen and the Qilin Emperor reappeared by the lakeside. Both their auras had returned to a tranquil and serene state, devoid of any trace of the earlier conflict. Following their amiable exchange of blows and the signing of the Ancient Covenant, their relationship had evidently grown closer. They sat opposite each other on a jade platform by the lake, where 2 bowls of enlightenment tea were brewed and placed before the 2 formidable beings. Brother Dao, if your era lacked the heavenly heart mark, from whence did the supreme of extremities arise? The Qilin Emperor expressed keen interest in Yuan Gen's cultivation during that time, instinctively assuming that practitioners of the immortal ancients and the chaotic ancients also required the heavenly heart mark, only to discover that such a mark had emerged later. It is naturally achieved through cultivation. When one reaches a certain level of strength, one becomes the supreme of extremities, Yuan Gen replied. It seems that our era has indeed taken a shortcut, the Qilin Emperor sighed lightly. He understood that there were practitioners whose great Dao had attained perfection yet had failed to integrate the heavenly heart mark, referred to as alternative attainments. He had encountered a few such individuals, who, despite surpassing the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor, still fell short of true Taoists. What shortcut is there? Your longevity issue is apparent, and it is also an era of the end of the laws of heaven and earth. You have already excelled. Yuan Gen waved his hand, asserting that practitioners of different ages face their own challenges and never dismissing the efforts of others. What thoughts do you have for the future, Brother Dao? Do you still wish to attempt the fusion of the heavenly heart? The Qilan Emperor inquired, speaking candidly. Having integrated the heavenly heart for nearly 20,000 years, its value to him had diminished significantly. If he were adequately prepared, severing the connection would not be unacceptable. That day will inevitably come. First, enlighten me about the cultivation methods of your era. I hold high expectations for the path of cultivating one's body as the seed. Yuan Gen articulated his thoughts, recalling from the original text that the first individual to integrate the heavenly heart mark attained the foundation of an immortal king. In this era, achieving fusion with the heavenly heart would at least grant a foundation of true immortality. That is easily said, Brother Dao, as a member of the human race. The methods of the secret realms are fundamentally based on the human Dao body, so this path should not be difficult for you to comprehend. The Qilan Emperor gestured, drawing down strands of starlight from the heavens, gathering them between himself and Yuan Gen, intertwining to form a vague human silhouette, with bones, meridians, and organs clearly visible. First is the initial secret realm of the human body, known as the Wheel C, which stores essence and life, connecting the Dao spirit. Your human race Dao canon refers to it as the place of nascent beginnings, the root of cultivation. The old emperor explained, pointing to the location 3 inches below the navel of the human figure, which is where the Wheel C of the human body's secret realm resides. Mortals give birth through life, while practitioners give birth through their bodies. As a contemporary Taoist, the Qilan Emperor had naturally reached an exceedingly high level of understanding regarding every secret realm of the human body, slowly imparting knowledge about this cultivation system to Yuan Gen. According to the theory of the human body's secret realms, there are 5 major secret realms, the Wheel C corresponding to the Dantian and Guanyuan acupoint, the Dao Palace corresponding to the 5 elements and 5 organs, the 4 extremes corresponding to the limbs, the Transformation Dragon corresponding to the spine, and the Immortal Platform's secret realm corresponding to the spiritual platform at the brow. These 5 major secret realms are independent, yet interdependent. Practitioners systematically cultivate from the Wheel C to the Immortal Platform's secret realm, and upon reaching the pinnacle, they can soar through the heavens and traverse the cosmos. Conversely, for practitioners who are physically flawed or incomplete, independently cultivating a single secret realm poses no issue, as the inclusivity of the human body's secret realm method is strong. Even cultivating merely one secret realm suffices for the pursuit of longevity. When all 5 human secret realms reach a flawless state, their powers can converge within the great dragon of the spine, subsequently carrying all cultivation fruits to penetrate the immortal platform, completing the essence of life, the primordial spirit, and the ultimate transformation of the great Dao. Those who achieve this transformation stand at the pinnacle of humanity. As the Qilan Emperor spoke, corresponding points of light illuminated on the starry figure, its aura ascending to a significantly elevated level. To regard the body as the seed, the Emperor of the Wild truly deserves the title of the only one throughout the ages. This path is indeed astonishingly brilliant. Once the Qilan Emperor had elaborated on the cultivation philosophy of the human body's secret realm, even Yuan Gen, as a traveler from another time, who had long been acquainted with such methods, could not help but marvel at the talent and wisdom of the Emperor of the Wild. I often hear Brother Dao speak of regarding the body as the seed, and I am quite curious. What was the cultivation method like in the past? The Qilan Emperor, rare in his opportunity to converse with a peer of equal standing, expressed his interest in the cultivation methods of the immortal ancients. In our time, it was merely a matter of comprehending the principles and engaging with the outer heavens. When cultivation matured, one would borrow an external seed to construct a universe. Yuan Gen recounted, drawing down strands of starlight from the cosmos, weaving them into a perfect human figure, illustrating the cultivation methods of the immortal ancients. Compared to the human body's secret realm method, the physical body was not the core of the immortal ancient method. He recalled that during his own path to Dao, the requirements within his clan were for the unity of heaven and man, achieving synchronization of the rhythms of life with the natural order of the heavens and earth. In that system, the status of the Dao seed was crucial. It served as the key and medium for practitioners to communicate with the heavens and earth, as well as the vessel for their own Dao, a symbiosis of life and cultivation, absolutely indispensable. What happens if a prodigy cannot find a corresponding Dao seed? The Qilan Emperor gazed at the figure Yuan Gen was manifesting, observing how it resonated with the universe and grew stronger step by step, suddenly inquiring. The path would be obstructed. Yuan Gen's response was straightforward. A certain prodigy had been trapped at the supreme realm for nearly 10 million years due to an incompatible seed. Unable to attain immortality, which was not an uncommon occurrence in his era, Moreover, seeds are born of heaven and earth, making it exceedingly difficult to determine the Dao they carry, presenting a rather awkward dilemma. For instance, in Yuan Gen's case, as he walked the path of the Yin, the most suitable seed would naturally be the Yin Dao seed. Roots from the abyss and the seeds of the silent Dao could also be acceptable. But if it were a Yang Dao seed, a 5 elements Dao seed, or those that conflicted with him, it would undoubtedly impact his foundation. Thus, the most sought-after seeds in the era of the immortal ancients were still the myriad Dao trees, the embryonic forms of the universe, and the world tree, which could seamlessly merge with all practitioners. In contrast, the path of the human body's secret realm is indeed easier, with the body as the foundation. One need not exert effort to compete for the Dao seed, the Qilin Emperor concluded. Yet, it is no longer possible to find them. This universe has long ceased to produce Dao seeds. Yuan Gen let out a soft sigh as he retracted his magical power. Instantly, the starlit figure before him lost its support, disintegrating into countless specks of starlight that swirled around him. The very essence of heaven and earth had transformed. This universe was no longer conducive to the cultivation of that particular path. Even if I were to present the scriptures of the various monarchs, none could utilize them to attain enlightenment. At this juncture, Yuan Gen could not help but reveal a hint of regret. Awakening from slumber, he found that the cultivation system he had devoted his life to had long been rendered obsolete by history, leaving him to tread a solitary path, which was indeed rather sorrowful. He understood that the obsolescence extended far beyond merely one cultivation method. It encompassed his era, his master, the ritual spirits, friends, and so forth, all buried in the river of time. The end of the immortal antiquity was destined to be the most lamentable elegy of the primal ancient realm. Thus, he yearned to become an immortal, for the once familiar visage of the primal ancient realm had vanished without a trace, leaving only the immortal domain and the burial domain, which still held the possibility of harboring old acquaintances, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Chapter 11. The Path to Immortality? Never. When did you embark upon the path of the human secret realm in this lifetime, my fellow Taoist? The Qilin Emperor naturally discerned the melancholy reflected in Yuan Gen's eyes. Yet the fundamental changes in heaven and earth were beyond the influence of mortal practitioners, prompting him to inquire thus. To this day, he had yet to witness Yuan Gen's limits, instinctively sensing that this ancient being, whose cultivation spanned tens of thousands of years, was unfathomable, and the description of him nearing immortality was not an exaggeration. Moreover, the other party held the human secret realm in high regard, likely contemplating abandoning his original path to pursue this new one. Indeed, although reluctant to admit it, Yuan Gen did not refute that the cultivation system of this age was superior to that of his own time. Regarding the immortal antiquity cultivation system, he was now verging on immortality. In the era of immortal antiquity, it was said by an immortal king that in approximately 300,000 years, he could attempt a fundamental transformation through the power of the immortal seed and ascend to immortality. With his accumulated experience in the mortal realm, Yuan Gen believed that even if he could not immediately reach the pinnacle of true immortality like his master, the true immortal Qingyue, he would not be far off. However, the human secret realm method, being a path of corporeal existence, and the mundane immortal path brought about by the end of the Dharma age struck Yuan Gen as remarkably alluring. Setting aside the human secret realm, the mundane immortal path, though notoriously harsh with myriad trials of life and death, promised that once one truly achieved immortality across 9 lifetimes, both foundation and future would far surpass that of ordinary true immortals. Since he had been reborn in this lifetime, Yuan Gen felt it would be a shame not to strive earnestly. However, after his rebirth in this era, he became acutely aware of another issue that could not be overlooked, the matter of lifespan. My friend of fire, how many years do you believe the supreme and ancient emperors can sustain their lives? He pondered, casting a glance at the Qilin Emperor, who, despite being a blue Qilin, bore a surname that seemed discordant. This depends on the focus of that sovereign. The path to immortality emphasizes the cultivation of the immortal method, while the longevity method seeks to extend lifespan. These are, in fact, 2 distinct pursuits. Regarding this matter, the Qilin Emperor was evidently well informed and did not hesitate to respond directly. Those who prioritize the immortal method, like myself, typically enjoy a lifespan commensurate with that of a standard practitioner, over 10,000 years. In the second life, it may be slightly longer, but hardly exceeding 15,000 years. In contrast, those who focus on the longevity method are rarer. One notable figure recorded in history is a certain Xiangui Emperor, reputed for his mastery of the longevity method, who reportedly lived over 20,000 years in his first life. Yuan Gen nodded, casually plucking a strand of hair from his head. The once flowing locks imbued with the essence of the Yin path now bore a hint of pallor, a clear sign of vitality waning. Indeed, in this era of the end of Dharma, the issue of lifespan was a significant concern. Previously preoccupied with battling the Jun Emperor and then engaging in philosophical discourse with the Qilin Emperor, Yuan Gen had not paid much heed to his own lifespan. Now, upon reflection, he was astonished to discover that the very essence of his life was aging at an unimaginable pace, irrevocably so. Initially, he assumed this was a consequence of the immortal antiquity cultivation method being ill-suited to this universe. However, after adjusting his state and acclimating for an extended period, he could not slow the aging process. Upon closer examination, Yuan Gen soon realized that alongside the depletion of his life essence, his vitality, spirit, and corporeal form were all in decline. In other words, Yuan Gen was indeed aging. Aging. For so many years, Yuan Gen had never experienced the sensation of aging. Born in the era of immortal antiquity, endowed with extraordinary talents, he had attained the rank of supreme at merely 10,000 years of age and reached the pinnacle of the ultimate path at 90,000 years. When he was buried, he was only 500,000 years old. Not to mention the immortal antiquity. Even in the chaotic ancient times, a 500,000-year-old supreme would be considered a mere youth, brimming with vitality and possessing ample time to squander. Yet, in this age of obscured skies, having only spent a few hours in this new existence, Yuan Gen profoundly felt the weight of aging. This sensation was far from pleasant, as if the very heavens were siphoning his life force, leaving him with an innate sense of emptiness as his life essence diminished. You seem to lack proficiency in the longevity method. The Qilin Emperor appeared somewhat taken aback. Observing through the lens of the heavenly heartmark, he noted that Yuan Gen's body was aging at an astonishingly rapid rate, far beyond what one might anticipate. Lack proficiency? I shall not. Yuan Gen shot him a glance, rendered speechless. In the context of the immortal antiquity and the concentration of longevity substances in the immortal domain, it would pose no challenge for a supreme to live for 7 or 8 million years. Only those of limited talent would squander their time delving into the intricacies of longevity methods. However, given the current circumstances, words were futile. Yuan Gen's lifespan was undeniably slipping away at an alarming rate, a testament to the rules of this cosmic realm. A trial left by the Emperor of the desolate sky that must be accepted. With a sigh, Yuan Gen uttered a sharp command, and within his Dao Seed, a multitude of Yin symbols erupted, transforming into chains that bound him, resulting in a notable decline in his aura. Subsequently, he inscribed numerous intricate and arcane array patterns into the void, branding them upon his skin, Dao bones, and spirit, further diminishing his presence. This was not a longevity method, but rather a crude sealing technique. Yuan Gen was utterly inept at the longevity method and could not simply watch himself wither away, resorting instead to this rudimentary approach to seal himself and curtail the consumption of his lifespan. An effective strategy. With this, your lifespan should remain for another year. The Qilin Emperor meticulously observed Yuan Gen's Yin array patterns, then, through the perspective of the heavenly heartmark, calculated the time remaining for Yuan Gen. A year. This span was far too brief, not to mention for the beings of the immortal antiquity, even for the sovereigns of that era. It was insufficient to accomplish anything significant. Nevertheless, the Qilin Emperor did not appear anxious about this matter. With a flicker of light in his hand, a translucent fruit resembling a Qilin materialized, exuding a fragrant aroma and adorned with peculiar patterns. This was the fruit of the Qilin's elixir of immortality. And as the reigning emperor of this age, the Qilin Emperor's elixir required no speculation. Thank you, but I still need to make some preparations. Yuan Gen accepted the elixir fruit without hesitation, yet did not consume it immediately. Instead, he placed it within his Dao Seed, speaking softly. He perceived that the conclusion of this first life might not be a misfortune, serving as a pivotal point for shedding the immortal antiquity methods and re-establishing the secret realm methods. After all, the mundane immortal path emphasized achieving immortality across 9 lifetimes, with each lifetime offering a different path, which could be beneficial for cultivation. What assistance do you require? The Qilin Emperor inquired. None is needed. Yuan Gen rose, unfurling his Yin wings behind him. With a gentle flap, he vanished from the planet, soaring into the depths of the starry sky. To transition to the human secret realm method, the path of corporeal existence conflicted with the Yin Dao Seed within him, and Yuan Gen needed to devise a solution for this discord. However, Yuan Gen was not prepared to completely sever his ties with the cultivation of the ancient immortal technique. It was a cherished thought, a precious memory bestowed upon him by the Ancient Immortal Era. Therefore, Yuan Gen resolved to incorporate his understanding of the ancient immortal technique into his Dao Seed and subsequently, employing the methods of the era of covering heaven, to forge an artifact centered around his Dao Seed. Chapter 12. The Divine Material of the Ancient Mine. The North Dipper ancient star had already plunged into the embrace of night. A resplendent white moon hung high in the firmament, casting a cool, silvery light that illuminated the boundless expanse of the eastern wasteland. Beneath the starry sky, the The Taigu ancient mine stood resolutely, its depths profound, resembling a slumbering ancient immortal whose every breath stirred the celestial rivers above in a rhythmic dance of light and darkness. Upon closer inspection, one could see the Taigu ancient mine inhaling and exhaling the ethereal moonlight and starlight, the brilliance of the stars coalescing above the vast pit into a silver waterfall cascading into the unfathomable depths below. This was a spectacle that had repeated itself for countless years, steeped in sanctity and tranquility, rendering the earlier confrontation between Yuan Gen and the Jun Emperor as though it had never transpired. Suddenly, a clear and melodious call echoed from the heavens. Outside the celestial dome, a pitch-black divine bird soared towards the Taigu ancient mine, its 3 legs supporting the Dao, its obsidian feathers blotting out the moonlight, plunging the earth into deeper darkness. Another supreme being was descending upon the Taigu ancient mine. Around the periphery of the ancient mine, cultivators gazed upward, sensing the supreme Dao principles enveloping the divine bird. Gasping in astonishment. No, it was not another supreme being. It was the very one who had just emerged from the ancient mine. Some recognized it, noting that the sun-blocking 3-legged crow transformed mid-air into a humanoid figure, whose face was undeniably familiar. It was indeed the ancient supreme who had broken free from the Taigu mine earlier that day. What? According to the elders of the clan, this supreme being had slain the Jun Emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago on the battlefield of supremacy, and now it was returning. Was it to wage war against the life-forbidden zone? The cultivators communicated telepathically, being the sages of the myriad clans who had gathered to witness Yuan Gen's emergence. Many had never left the periphery of the ancient mine. Some mourned the fallen Jun Emperor of antiquity, while others sought to monitor the developments of this upheaval, even considering the potential demise of the supreme being within the mine as an opportunity to explore the depths of the Taigu mine. Yet at this moment, all these sages held their breath, fixated on the movements of the formidable ancient supreme, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Yuan Gen strolled leisurely along the edge of the dark mine, entirely unconcerned with the supreme beings dwelling deep within, observing the myriad wonders of the Taigu ancient mine, occasionally lifting a peculiar stone and carelessly tossing it aside. Boom, boom. Such an imposing figure striding boldly along the periphery of the ancient mine quickly drew the ire of the supreme beings within its depths. Under the terrified gaze of the saints, 2 magnificent waves of divine consciousness enveloped Yuan Gen in an instant. Fellow Taoist, you have crossed the boundary. Since you have broken free and emerged, having slain a kindred spirit, why return? One of the aged, withered waves of consciousness spoke bluntly. Seemingly familiar with the previously slain Jun Emperor, cold and indifferent, directly issuing an eviction order. I have lain in this ancient mine for over an epoch, my tenure far surpassing yours. You do not dictate the boundaries, Yuan Gen declared, standing at the mine's edge, gazing down at a small mountain shrouded in chaotic mist within the dark cavern, his demeanor calm. He was equally unceremonious, leaping into the inky depths of the mine. The flowing starlight did not weigh upon him. Remembering his long slumber here, he could not help but feel a tinge of nostalgia, as if returning home. Time had passed far too many years, and the interior of the Taigu ancient mine bore little resemblance to Yuan Gen's memories. The once present immortal corpses, murals, and burial grounds had vanished, leaving only a few dilapidated ruins, mourning the past. Yuan Gen also noted the emergence of numerous smaller pits within the mine. Some lay cold and silent, while others were shrouded in chaotic auras and imperial formations. Undoubtedly, these were the sanctuaries chosen by the supreme beings who had self-slashed within the ancient mine. The initial speaker among the supreme beings remained silent, deterred by Yuan Gen's exhibited strength, unwilling to provoke him, yet maintaining a high level of vigilance. What do you seek, fellow Taoist? Or do you wish to bury yourself once more and enter a deep slumber? At this moment, a voice emerged from another small mine, belonging to a conscious supreme being inquiring about Yuan Gen's purpose. The battle between Yuan Gen and the Jun Emperor had classified Yuan Gen as a figure of danger in the eyes of the ancient mine's supreme beings. Should such a powerful entity truly act within the mine, it could incite unprecedented chaos. I am not here to sleep. I merely come to pay homage to the past and, incidentally, to claim a portion of my own resources. Yuan Gen had no intention of waging war against the entirety of the Taigu ancient mine. Expanding his senses, he discovered that there were at least 20 to 30 small mines protected by imperial formations, indicating a corresponding number of supreme beings within the ancient mine. What does it mean to have 20 or 30 capable of reaching the pinnacle of supreme power? It is no exaggeration to say that should they awaken and unleash their full potential, even a mediocre true immortal would find themselves facing death, flayed and dismantled to extend their lives. Yuan Gen wished to avoid provoking this group of lunatics. He disregarded the two supreme beings who were on guard against him and deliberately sidestepped the mines adorned with imperial formations, walking step by step deeper into the ancient mine in search of familiar places from his memories. According to his recollections, deep within the Taigu ancient mine, there should be a blood-stained door, seemingly a beacon left by a powerful immortal king from epochs past, an enigma indeed. However, as he traversed the Taigu ancient mine, he found no trace of that door. It seemed the ancient mine had indeed been entirely renovated, with all remnants of the past erased. Then, Yuan Gen began to chuckle to himself. Given the intensity of the imperial battles during the chaotic ancient era, the rulers of the Boundary Sea had likely been thoroughly slaughtered. And the old fellow behind the Taigu ancient mine must have long since perished, leaving naught but dust. No longer preoccupied, he formed seals in the void, his power surging. And 6 illusory ears sprouted from the sides of his head, attuned to the vibrations of certain unique Dao principles in the air. The 6-eared macaque, a creature adept at hearing, understood all things and could perceive the celestial sounds of the world. This technique had been developed by a 6-eared immortal ape from Yuan Gen's homeland, gradually acquiring the ability to listen to the earth's veins and seek treasures among the mountains. Soon, the illusory 6 ears trembled slightly, as Yuan Gen followed a peculiar sound through the Taigu mine, chiseling and digging, quickly extracting a peculiar stone nearly half his height from the depths. This extraordinary stone resembled a true dragon coiled within, and upon being unearthed by Yuan Gen, it did not fall but floated in the void, rising and sinking with the fluctuations of the world's vital energies. Yuan Gen smiled, casually shattering the dragon-like stone skin, revealing a resplendent glow beneath. To his surprise, he uncovered a massive divine source, radiant with divine light, encompassing 2 unique metals, adorned with innate dragon patterns and phoenix seals, affirming certain transcendent truths. If the sages of various clans from the outside were to enter, they would undoubtedly exclaim in awe at the bounty of the Taigu ancient mine. For within the divine source lay both dragon-patterned black gold and phoenix blood red gold, such exceedingly rare celestial metals sealed within the same divine source, each larger than a human head. Truly priceless treasures. Alas, the celestial gold had indeed regressed, but fortunately, it was still usable. Yuan Gen casually shattered the divine source, holding the dragon-patterned black gold and phoenix blood red gold in his hands, scrutinizing them for a moment before revealing a satisfied smile. Since the great upheaval of heaven and earth, the original celestial gold had all devolved into the realm of mortal-grade divine metals. These 2 metals were entirely new to Yuan Gen, yet they were precisely what he sought to forge an artifact. Chapter 13, An Unforeseen Variable. The dragon-patterned black gold and the phoenix blood red gold are both remarkably larger than a human head, sharing nearly identical dimensions and forms, radiating an aura of perfection as if they were 2 celestial orbs, one a dragon's pearl, the other a phoenix's treasure, lost amidst the mortal realm. With a resounding force, Yuan Gen lifted them, one in each hand, and suddenly struck them together. The deafening clang of their collision reverberated, accompanied by a faint resonance of the dragon and phoenix in harmonious chant, echoing throughout the vast expanse of the Primordial Mine. Beside Yuan Gen, several deep black dragon shadows and crimson phoenix figures flickered briefly before vanishing into the black and red golds. Truly, these are the finest divine materials of this era, possessing remarkable qualities. Yuan Gen attentively absorbed the essence of the dragon-patterned black gold, discovering a semblance of the true dragon's might within it. Although this innate power was instinctual, it bore a striking resemblance to the famed dragon path of the Ancient Immortal Era. Despite his lack of direct study in the dragon path, he was familiar with its illustrious reputation. During the Ancient Immortal Age, the true dragon path in the primal ancient realm was formidable, home to 2 exceptionally powerful immortal kings who even surpassed the realms of the immortals. Yuan Gen had never encountered a true dragon immortal king, yet he had witnessed the second most powerful immortal king engaging in a spar with another, an awe-inspiring spectacle that left an indelible mark on his memory. 2 supreme immortal kings clashing, their mere presence sending shivers through one's soul. The path inscribed upon the current dragon-patterned black gold, however, clearly had not reached the heights of the true dragon of the ancient era. Closing his eyes, Yuan Gen meticulously contemplated the trajectory of the dragon patterns. Moments later, a strand of lunar celestial light flowed from his fingertips, merging with the dragon-patterned black gold, manifesting as a dragon silhouette, fierce and commanding. Intriguing. As he scrutinized this dragon shadow, resonating with the origin of the celestial gold, he seemed to glimpse the foundational law of the dragon-patterned black gold. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the phoenix blood red gold. The phoenix, too, was among the most powerful races of the Ancient Immortal Era, yet their numbers were exceedingly scarce, and Yuan Gen had never encountered one for comparison. Nonetheless, He began to ponder the significance of the presence of both dragon-patterned black gold and phoenix blood red gold among the 9 celestial golds of this realm. Surmising it might not be mere coincidence, but rather a cosmic echo of those ancient supreme beings imprinted upon the celestial gold. Other materials, such as divine mark purple gold, immortal tier green gold, and Dao calamity gold, seem to embody the essence of some of the most powerful paths from the ancient history of the cosmos. For one of his caliber, a seasoned supreme of the extreme path, comprehending these paths posed little challenge, perhaps with several decades of effort. He could merge the foundational law of a celestial gold with his own grand path, creating several imperial forbidden techniques. Indeed, the foundational paths of these celestial golds harbored great potential for development. Were he willing to invest time, forging a true immortal path might not be out of reach. Alas, the swift passage of his lifespan compelled Yuan Gen to act with urgency. His time was limited, and he needed to separate from the Dao seed within him, embarking upon the path of becoming the seed itself. Consequently, he required the forging of a weapon formidable enough to bear his Dao seed. Esteemed ones, I still require some primordial fate stones. I hope you will oblige. After stowing away the dragon-patterned black gold and phoenix blood red gold, Yuan Gen recalled another uniquely significant treasure within the primordial ancient mine, one he was disinclined to search for himself, directing his gaze towards a chaotic cave and speaking. The primordial fate stone, a product of the ancient mining district since before the Immortal Era, is not a material for weapon crafting, but rather resembles a type of medicinal herb, nurturing extraordinarily unique laws and primal life force, possessing numerous wondrous uses. In the Ancient Immortal Era, it was said that the finest primordial fate stones possessed the power of resurrection, even enticing immortal kings. Moments later, from a mine deep within the ancient mine, 2 stones shimmering with extraordinary light emerged, enveloped in silvery gray celestial mist. Each stone stood half a person tall, resembling 2 colossal hearts, pulsating with immense vitality at every beat. "Ah!" Yuan Gen exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated the ancient mine supreme to be so generous. These 2 primordial fate stones were indeed substantial. While the quality of fate stones from the era of covering skies was merely at the pinnacle of humanity, they remained treasures, and he had acquired them with such ease. Let us cultivate a favorable relationship. The matters concerning the June Emperor are of personal nature. Now that he has perished, the karmic ties have dissipated. I hope my fellow Taoists can discern this and refrain from disturbing our slumber. The mental ripple of the Supreme emanated from the chaotic cave, and upon closer inspection, it was the same Supreme who had previously been quite inhospitable towards Yuan Gen, yet now expressed sincerity, voluntarily offering 2 fate stones to ease their relations, indicating a disinterest in conflict with Yuan Gen. Having lived for an extensive period, this group of self-slicing individuals, though inherently mad and unstable, possessed far deeper insight than those emperors who fell in their prime. Harboring a profound understanding of the disparity in combat strength among the Supreme of the extreme path, they preferred to seek benefits and avoid harm, entirely disinterested in provoking someone as formidable as Yuan Gen. Should you wish to refine the 9 revolutions pill, do not hesitate to seek me. I can provide many of the rarest divine materials, as well as the essence of ancient venerables and the blood of emperors, all available for trade. Another Supreme's consciousness resonated, suggesting to Yuan Gen. Clearly, this was an ancient being who had existed for many years, having slumbered in the ancient mine for ages, occupying one of the universe's most precious territories, seemingly having also participated in divine wars, accumulating unfathomable wealth. Regrettably, I lack such a pill formula. Yuan Gen raised his hand, collecting the 2 primordial mine stones. The ancient mine's attitude astonished him. He had prepared for battle, yet these individuals proved to be remarkably perceptive. However, he did not plan to collaborate with the self-slicing Supreme for the time being. They represented one of the most unstable factors in the universe, and with their souls waning and lifespans depleting, each of their steps was a gamble with life itself. Even the ancient immortal pact might not bind them. In contrast to these crazed ancient beings driven mad by longevity, the Chilean emperor was not only emotionally stable, but also possessed high moral standards, making him a most suitable ally. I am eager to learn just how profound your ancient lineage is, my friend. The Supreme, however, seemed entirely unconcerned with Yuan Gen's demeanor, letting out a deep chuckle, neither confirming nor denying. Yuan Gen chose not to respond, disinterested in probing into the identity of this self-slicing Supreme. As the impending turmoil of the ancient era approached, many Supremes would emerge to partake in the chaos. He would not remain an observer, but would undoubtedly eliminate these unstable elements. With this thought, Yuan Gen lightly stepped through the ancient mine, causing the area around him to tremble. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. He needed to organize his understanding of the ancient immortal forging techniques and sought to consult the Chilean emperor regarding the secrets of refining weapons within the human secret realm, aiming to forge imperial-grade weapons. Rumble. Shortly after his disappearance, the primordial ancient mine suddenly resonated with terrifying fluctuations, an immense suction force emanating from the depths of the mine, drawing in the starlight and moonlight from millions of miles around, along with the nearby sacred beings of the 100 clans, into the abyssal depths of the mine like a black hole. This sudden upheaval sent chills down the spines of all the sacred beings surrounding the ancient mine. Many soared into the heavens, cautiously gazing down at the primordial ancient mine. Yet, it was shrouded in darkness, with even the light completely devoured, rendering it invisible. After a lengthy silence, a melancholic sigh emanated from the depths of the ancient mine, the Supreme's whispers echoing with an ancient, enchanting quality that resonated within the hearts of all present. A terrifying variable. Chapter 14, The Measure of Eternity. 6 months later, the Chilean ancestral star. As the celestial body from which the Chilean emperor was born, and a sacred pilgrimage site for millions of Chilean clan members across the universe, this star, nourished by the imprint of the heavenly heart and the laws of the imperial path for countless years, brimmed with abundant primordial energy. A series of dragon veins stretched across its surface, exuding an extraordinary aura. At the heart of the ancestral star lay a majestic mountain range spanning millions of miles. A grand dragon vein that the Chilean emperor had transported from the depths of the universe, resembling a true dragon coiled upon the earth, exceedingly rare and capable of suppressing the fortunes of the Chilean clan for millennia. Today, at the very heart of this colossal dragon vein, in the land where the sleeping dragon gathers treasures, an immense surge of primordial energy from heaven and earth is boiling, resonating with the sounds of the Dao. And the celestial light is dazzling to the point where even the sun in the sky pales in comparison. Upon closer inspection, the core area of the dragon vein is currently enveloped in an inky, thick celestial radiance that is so dense it appears almost unbreakable. Within, dark Dao flames are burning, exuding a penetrating chill that freezes all laws and paths. The region where Yuan Gen resides is nearly submerged beneath a plethora of extreme Dao runes, with the heavy rhythms of the Taiyin laws resonating, intertwining in the void, ultimately transforming into a series of esoteric runes that swirl around him. Before him, the 2 blocks of dragon-patterned black gold and phoenix blood red gold have long since vanished, replaced by a ruler, blending shades of crimson and black, its edge and blade non-existent. Smooth and rounded, quietly floating under the aegis of the dragon vein-s primordial energy and the Taiyin celestial light. This is the vessel Yuan Gen has chosen to forge, designed to carry his ancient Dao fruit, measuring the boundless void and gauging the passage of time. At this moment, this is merely a raw form. Yuan Gen intends to inscribe those esoteric runes into its body, each representing the manifestation of his Taiyin principles, a culmination of 500,000 years of cultivation, all imprinted upon the celestial gold shur. Whenever a Taiyin rune merges with the celestial gold shur, the overwhelming might of the Dao within it intensifies, often illuminated by flickering shadows of true dragons and phoenixes, infused with a touch of indelible brilliance under the Taiyin celestial light. Suddenly, Yuan Gen exhales deeply, rising from the inky Taiyin mist, as the extreme Dao runes surrounding him have completely vanished, leaving only the celestial gold shur suspended in the void, where crimson and dark light intermingle, exuding majesty and sanctity. Such is the intriguing art of forging. The Chilean emperor stands at the periphery of the dragon vein. Having witnessed the entire forging process, his eyes open wide with insight. While Yuan Gen's forging techniques draw from many contemporary concepts, they are fundamentally rooted in ancient celestial practices, emphasizing the unity of person, vessel, and the cosmos, possessing an otherworldly charm. Behind him, several seemingly youthful figures with flowing azure hair stand respectfully, their attention fixated on the refinement of the celestial gold shur, gathering their spirits, unwilling to miss a single detail. Undoubtedly, these are the descendants of the Chilean emperor. The elder monarch's firstborn was born when he was quite young, having lived for over 10,000 years, resulting in a lineage that is naturally abundant. This royal bloodline is currently thriving, especially under the direct tutelage of the Chilean emperor, among whom are not few who are poised to become quasi-emperors. It is merely a technique. In due time, I can teach you a few more sets as well. The essence of forging still hinges on the cultivator's strength, Yuan Gen remarked, shaking his head, holding the newly forged shur in his hand. The shur he forged is not a heavy weapon, precisely 1 shur long, with the dragon-patterned black gold and phoenix blood red gold now merged into a profound shade of crimson black, adorned with the soaring figures of dragons and phoenixes, all imbued with the dark light of the Taiyin essence. With a gentle toss, the celestial gold shur slipped from his grasp, though it bore no edge or blade. It immediately pierced the void, appearing in the vast desolation of the cosmos, amidst a boundless expanse of starry skies. Immediately, the celestial gold true erupted with unparalleled waves of Dao, echoing with dragon roars and phoenix cries, enveloping countless star rivers within its might, drawing in the surging starlight of billions of years, all absorbed into the celestial gold tree. Yuan also traversed into the cosmos, observing the might of the celestial gold true ascend in segments, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. He took a deep breath, and suddenly, boundless radiance erupted from his chest, with ethereal light and shadows swirling there, akin to true immortals reclining, or a colossal koan soaring through the skies, which then transformed into a small tree, breathing in union with Yuan's essence and spirit. This is indeed Yuan's Dao Seed, a treasure birth during the zenith of the primordial ancient realm, serving as the core of the celestial cultivation method, a crucial bridge between the human body and the external cosmos. It has been intertwined with Yuan's life for many years, now having matured to the pinnacle of the human Dao, merely a step away from transcending into the celestial Dao, capable of internally evolving into an eternal, indestructible universe. Old friend, gazing at this wondrous seed of ancient celestial origin, Yuan found himself momentarily entranced, reminiscent of the first time he acquired this seed. Tenderly cradling the Taigu Dao seed as he reflected on his past. Boom. At a certain moment, Yuan's aura surged violently, the resplendent Taigu laws weaving the moonlight into a long robe that billowed around him. This is the cultivation level of Yuan's ancient celestial practice, a manifestation of the power he has accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. This surging power transformed into a vast ocean, enveloping swathes of star rivers within the Taigu mist, and then, like fledglings returning home, all surged into that Dao seed. To the naked eye, the aura of the Dao seed escalated frantically. It had originally been no larger than a fist, but with the deluge of power and laws pouring into it, it rapidly expanded, resembling a constellation, before suddenly contracting back into Yuan's hand. Yuan's large hand pressed once more upon the Dao seed. The celestial Dao seed responded to its master's will, gradually transforming, until, irrespective of color, size, or aura, it became indistinguishable from the celestial gold tree, albeit ethereal and elusive. Its interior obscured. With a command, the shrew formed from the Dao seed and the shrew forged from celestial gold were grasped in each of Yuan's hands, their essences intertwined, guiding them to overlap, merge, and unify into a single vessel. These two entities have been intertwined with Yuan's very life, perfectly aligning with his Dao, and the process of fusion encountered no obstacles. As the ancient, profound, and transcendent aura of the celestial gold tree reached its zenith, a faint smile finally graced his face. Rumble. Accompanied by the overwhelming aura of the Extreme Dao resonating throughout the cosmic desolation, some of the most fundamental rules of heaven and earth seemed to be stirred, and boundless tribulation light enveloped the area where Yuan stood, with Dao flames blazing and heavenly thunder crackling, a profoundly unfathomable while locking onto the shrew in Yuan's hand. A heavenly tribulation descends for the sake of a mere vessel. In the distance, behind the Chilean emperor, a young man with flowing blue hair felt his very flesh quivering. He is the fourth descendant of the Chilean emperor, having only practiced for 500 years, yet already standing firmly at the pinnacle of the great sage realm, destined to become a quasi-emperor, a paragon among paragons. Behold, this is your opportunity, the Chilean emperor smiled, summoning the eternal blue gold staff to shield his 3 generations and 4 generations of descendants, as Yuan's extreme Dao evidently invoked certain supreme rules, prompting the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Just as they were keenly observing what kind of terrifying calamity this celestial gold tree would summon, Yuan finally made his move. The extreme Dao laws surged forth from the celestial gold tree, and behind it, a grand Taigu universe unfolded, engulfing all the tribulation light within. In the next moment, the Taigu universe dissipated, and the celestial gold tree flew back into Yuan's hand, while the tribulation light that had once seemed capable of toppling the universe vanished entirely. No trace remaining. In the starry sky, Yuan caressed the tree that bore his ancient celestial Dao fruit, having long since conceived a name for this vessel in his heart. Eternal Antiquity. Chapter 15. Having read hundreds of classics. Congratulations. With the crafting of the vessel successfully completed, the first to come forth and offer congratulations was naturally the Chilean emperor. He and Yuan are bound by a pact, and the stronger Yuan's exhibited strength becomes, the better the news is for the Chilean emperor. Congratulations, Supreme. Behind the elder monarch, the young individuals with hair as fiery as blue flames and horns resembling those of a Chilean cautiously bowed. Knowing little about this Supreme who emerged from the Taigu ancient mine half a year ago, only aware that he possessed extraordinary strength, having slain a renowned ancient emperor in his first battle upon emergence. You are quite astute, merely forging a weapon, yet you gather so many little ones, Yuan remarked, evidently in high spirits. lightly flicking the eternal antiquity tree in his hand, which immediately resonated with dragon roars and phoenix cries, cleansing the divine spirits of the great sages and quasi-emperors behind the Qilin Emperor, imparting clarity to their minds. Observing the supreme forging of the Extreme Dao at close range is a tremendous opportunity and greatly benefits their cultivation. The Qilin Emperor gestured for his progeny to disperse, simultaneously rotating the heavenly heart seal to meticulously observe the state of Yuanhe. To his surprise, Yuanhe had not weakened despite shedding all his ancient celestial cultivation. Rather, his physical form and primordial spirit had become even more refined. His gaze was profound and inscrutable, so much so that even the reigning emperor could not fathom it. "Are you curious about my condition?" Yuanhe inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the Qilin Emperor. 6 months had passed, and his once jet-black hair had now turned a shade of gray, yet his aura had become increasingly enigmatic, exuding an imposing presence without any trace of anger. "I recall you mentioning that in your era, the path of cultivation did not emphasize the physical form. Given that you have forsaken your cultivation, how is it that you still exude such might?" The Qilin Emperor did not conceal his thoughts. The Dao nurtures both body and spirit, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, an endless cycle of cleansing and refining. Although the water may have dissipated, this body remains in harmony with the Dao. It is a culmination of time and experience. "You are still too young," Yuanhe replied, extending his physical form and conjuring a hand that, though devoid of any magical power after being tempered by the great Dao countless times, still commanded the myriad paths. In an instant, a distant, blazing sun was compressed to the size of a palm and subsequently transformed into a magnificent display of fireworks. Truly a monstrous being of antiquity. The Qilin Emperor had to concede the terrifying prowess of Yuanhe. The theory of drawing water with a bamboo basket and refining the physical form may sound simple, but it belied the countless years of arduous cultivation required to reach such an exalted state. Simultaneously, he was even more eager to witness the strength Yuanhe would attain after embracing the practices of this era. For Yuanhe had been emphasizing the superiority of embodying the seed of cultivation and was actively preparing for the transition. The two moved through the void side by side, with Yuanhe shrinking the eternal ancient ruler to the size of a fingernail and swallowing it, causing his cultivation to vanish, his magical power to dissipate, and rendering his cosmic abilities unusable. Lacking a human secret realm, he had no choice but to resort to this rudimentary method of storing his Dao soldiers. Moments later, they traversed the void and returned to the Qilin ancestral star. On the vast dragon vein, there lay the Qilin cave, which the elder emperor had specifically constructed for himself. In the past 6 months, a stone dwelling had been newly erected atop the cliff adjacent to the Qilin cave, serving as Yuanhe's abode. The stone house, though rough in appearance, was built according to Yuanhe's vision of a small courtyard from his dreams on the plateau. While it could not replicate the transcendent aura of that place, it was at least quite comfortable. As the Qilin Emperor followed Yuanhe into the stone house, he noted its simple furnishings. Aside from the stone table and benches, the most striking feature was a row of magical artifacts on the stone table: tokens, bamboo slips, jade stones, and statues, each extraordinary and emanating a faint luminescence. These were scriptures. Over the past 6 months, at Yuanhe's request, the Qilin Emperor had gathered numerous ancient scriptures from supreme beings and emperors across the cosmos, laying the groundwork for Yuanhe's cultivation of the body as the seed. Reading through hundreds of texts to evolve his own path. From your perspective, how do you view these scriptures? The ancient Qilin picked up a blood-red feather inscribed with a complete set of imperial scriptures belonging to the Blood Phoenix royal family, whose emperor reigned before the Qilin Emperor. Even now, legends of him still circulated throughout the universe. The Qilin Emperor had provided Yuanhe with a considerable number of imperial scriptures, possessing profound insight into the cosmos. The contemporary emperor found most perilous locations trivial. Moreover, with his status and strength, as long as he promised not to divulge them, most royal families and ancient sects would accommodate requests for access to scriptures. Many of them possess great merit, Yuanhe remarked. Glancing at the blood feather in the Qilin Emperor's hand, he then retrieved a token forged from great Luo silver, which also contained a set of imperial scriptures from the Jun Emperor, the very supreme being Yuanhe had slain upon his emergence. For instance, the ancient scriptures of this Jun Emperor reveal a physical form that could command an era, with a deeper understanding of the 5 secret realms than you possess. Alas, his Dao leaves much to be desired. Let alone reaching the pinnacle of power, he falls far short of the realm capable of transcending to immortality. The scriptures of this Blood Phoenix Emperor are intriguing as well. The concept of the Phoenix's rebirth is captivating. His cultivation scriptures pertaining to the secret realm of the immortal platform stand out, yet the other realms are rather average. Unfortunately, I have never encountered a living phoenix, so I lack a clear comparison. Then there are the scriptures of the 10,000 Dragons Emperor. His dragon path is quite elegant, embodying both form and spirit. Regrettably, due to innate limitations, from my current vantage point, he appears rather mediocre. Your Kirin scriptures and laws face similar challenges. Yuan assessed the scriptures of these emperors one by one, causing the Kirin emperor to furrow his brow, unable to refute the observations. Yuan undoubtedly possessed the authority to make such judgments. Since the mythic era, there had been few who could match his level of supreme mastery. Through the scriptures, he discerned the nuances of the Dao with remarkable clarity. The Kirin emperor could not help but marvel at the wisdom of one who had lived for over 500,000 years. Each utterance struck at the essence of matters. He diligently noted Yuan's assessments of the strengths and weaknesses of these imperial scriptures, preparing to study the merits of others later on. Suddenly, the Kirin emperor's gaze was drawn to several scriptures placed prominently on the stone table, beside which lay golden paper inscribed with Yuan's handwritten notes, an array of cryptic symbols that seemed to serve as annotations or critiques. The scriptures of spiritual treasures, the Dao scriptures. The true scriptures of the great Yin, the scriptures of carefree Dao. Evidently, the creators behind these scriptures were of remarkable stature, figures regarded as historical milestones in this epoch, such as the celestial master of spiritual treasures and the human sovereign of the great Yin, each surpassing the ordinary emperors. You may study these scriptures in your spare time. It is evident that they transcend the common emperors significantly. Comprehending their profound insights will surely benefit any seeker of the ultimate Dao, Yuan remarked. Noticing the Kirin emperor's keen interest, he approached, retrieving the token inscribed with the scriptures of carefree Dao, and smiled. For example, this scripture from the carefree celestial master emphasizes the dual realms of the four extremes and the immortal platform, achieving the pinnacle of speed within the domain of time, such as the Dao, sufficient to occupy a lifetime of exploration. The two true scriptures of humanity, the Sun and the Great Yin, are also quite profound, particularly the true scriptures of the Great Yin. I intend to visit the former residence of that human sovereign to gain insight into the path he traversed. Listening to Yuan's eloquent discourse, the Kirin emperor felt a flicker of curiosity ignite within him. Then tell me, how do you compare to the celestial master of spiritual treasures or the human sovereign of the Great Yin from your? Who is stronger? Naturally, it is I. Yuan replied without hesitation, his tone calm and self-assured. Chapter 16, The End of an Era. Another 6 months passed. The Ziwei ancient star, a realm of extraordinary talents, stood as a colossal celestial body, its size comparable to the most ancient life source stars like the Big Dipper, Chariot, and Flying Immortal. Positioned in the deepest recesses of the universe, a resplendent beacon amidst the countless star rivers nearby. Moreover, it was the most significant ancestral star and sacred site for humanity during the Primordial Era. In an age where myriad tribes coexisted and conflicts raged, Ziwei served as a sanctuary for humanity, safeguarding the future and hope of the race. The reason was simple. The Ziwei ancient star had birthed two transcendents during the Primordial Age, both of whom were immensely powerful and laid a solid foundation for the rise of humanity's future. The legacies of these two transcendents evolved into the two great teachings of the Great Yin and the Sun. Since the early days of the Primordial Era, these two great teachings had been enshrined upon the Ziwei ancient star, adhering to ancestral teachings and preserving the roots of humanity. On this day, within the depths of the Great Yin sect in Lu Prefecture on the Ziwei ancient star, a mysterious visitor arrived. You wish to pay your respects to our royal ancestors' residence? In the grand hall, reminiscent of a mountain, the current leader of the Great Yin sect stood before numerous spirit tablets, watching with some surprise as an uninvited guest approached. She was a strikingly beautiful woman named Si Yanning, possessing a voluptuous figure and an ethereal complexion. Her silky black hair was elegantly styled into a coiled bun, and her dark robe rippled gently, exuding an air of dignified grace befitting a sovereign. Before her stood an elder who appeared to be well into his advanced years, his countenance profound and his figure lean. Clad in a simple long robe that seemed woven from the luminescence of the moon, he bore a black and red ruler at his waist. Although he exuded no discernible aura of a practitioner, there was an ineffable gravitas about him. Indeed, having long heard of the human emperor's considerable mastery over the path of the moon, she had come seeking his wisdom. The elder, with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes, inclined his head slightly and produced a jade box from within his robes, tossing it gently toward the woman opposite him. I mean no intrusion. This is merely a token of our meeting. His words revealed no trace of reverence toward the human emperor, which caused Si Yanning to furrow her brow. Yet the overwhelming presence he emanated was so formidable that, despite being a peak saint king, merely a century's effort away from the great saint, she dared not meet his gaze. As she caught the jade box he had thrown, she opened it and was instantly struck by an inexplicable energy coursing through her entire being, a unique vitality emanating from a pebble-sized stone of silvery gray hue. The Taigu life stone? Recognizing the essence of this divine material, Si Yinning's mind began to unravel, a terrifying chill that ascended her spine, causing even her formidable spirit to tremble. Moments later, she managed to compose herself, closing the jade box and tucking it away, striving to maintain the dignity and decorum of her esteemed sect. I beg your pardon. I am Si Yinning, the current leader of the Taichu divine sect. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed elder? Taichu, Yuan Heng. Yuan Heng stood with his hands clasped behind him, clearly pleased with the gift he had presented, recognizing that the life stone would save him considerable trouble. Indeed, Si Yinning felt a bitter pang in her throat. She had first heard the name Yuan Heng a year prior when a great upheaval occurred in the ancient mines of the Northern Dipper, where their sect's quasi-emperor had employed a secret artifact left by the human emperor to observe the cosmos, returning with this very name. He was a formidable ancient sovereign capable of single-handedly vanquishing transcendent beings, his true power beyond comprehension. Esteemed elder, please follow me. With this thought, Si Yinning suppressed all other notions and took the initiative to lead Yuan Heng, guiding him out of the ancestral hall and deeper into the Taichu divine sect. At this stage, the sect evidently still upheld the prestige of the top-tier human lineage, the legacy of the human emperor still resonating. And within the sect were no shortage of great saints. The land was adorned with towering mountains and sprawling ranges, the dragon veins connecting heaven and earth, presenting a splendid landscape. Before long, Si Yinning led Yuan Heng to the summit of a majestic mountain, where a stone platform, hewn from rock, stood in solemnity. A mysterious rhythm of the Dao pulsating through the air, soothing the essence of every creature. Esteemed elder, this is where our ancestral emperor engaged in quiet cultivation in his later years. Si Yinning halted near the stone platform. This place was a sacred ground of the Taichu divine sect, intrinsically linked to the human emperor, and all sect members felt a deep-seated reverence for it. Yuan Heng remained silent, disregarding the various formations laid out around the platform, and ascended the stone platform step by step, savoring the path once trodden by the emperor of humanity. Reflecting on antiquity, suddenly, he uttered this ancient decree, and in the next moment, the everlasting ruler flew from his side, enveloping the stone platform in a gentle aura of the Dao. Soon, even Si Yinning beheld a broad-shouldered man seated at the highest point of the platform, facing the rising sun, seemingly engaged in cultivation, contemplation, and calculation, pondering the future and the well-being of his descendants. Ancestral Emperor. Gazing at that figure, Si Yinning did not hesitate to kneel and bow. Through the connection of bloodline, she was certain that this shadow was the Taichu human emperor, the true ancestor of her lineage. Human emperor. On the stone platform, Yuan Heng also found himself gazing across the chasm of time at the Taichu human emperor. Although he had lost all his cultivation, his eyes gleamed brightly as he meticulously observed every subtle change in the emperor's aura during his cultivation, grasping the unique essence of the path of the moon that resonated with him yet remained entirely distinct. Undoubtedly, the human emperor was the foremost pioneer of the path of the moon during the era of celestial obscurity. Yuan Heng's pilgrimage to the residence of the human emperor on the Ziwei star was to personally experience that formidable power of the moon. Like the human emperor of old, he too sat cross-legged upon the stone platform, absorbing the essence of the emperor's Dao, scriptures, forbidden techniques, and the insights into the secrets of the human body. For Yuan Heng, the Taichu human emperor was a rare peer, a kindred spirit seldom found even in the realms of celestial antiquity. The Taichu human emperor. What a remarkable figure. The apparition of the Taichu human emperor lingered for an entire day and night. Yuan Heng spent this time observing the emperor's Dao until the clouds dispersed and the radiant dawn illuminated the Ziwei star, at which point the emperor's shadow faded. And Yuan Heng's laughter resonated from the stone platform. Esteemed elder, within that day and night of cultivation, Si Yinning seized the opportunity. Though Yuan Heng had not provided direct guidance, the occasional glimpses of his aura had yielded her tremendous benefits. Just as she prepared to express her gratitude to Yuan Heng, she suddenly noticed his aura visibly waning at an alarming rate. Si Yinning was taken aback. She perceived clearly that Yuan Heng was undeniably aging, his physical body and spirit nearing their limits, inexorably approaching the end of life. However, Yuan Heng exhibited no awareness of his impending demise. Gripping the everlasting ruler, he embraced the frailty shrouding him, welcoming the inevitable cycle of life and death. The end of the first life. In a daze, Si Yinning heard the dying elder's murmurs, and then she beheld a Kirin-like fruit materializing in the elder's hand. As he swallowed the fruit, a surge of renewed vitality radiated from his dying form. The beginning of the second life. As the Kirin's immortal essence dissolved within him, an extraordinary principle instantaneously infused Yuan Heng's entirety. This was not merely a life force, but a catalyst awakening new energies. In that moment, the shackles of aging, heaviness, and weakness that had bound Yuan Heng vanished entirely. He could feel his body rejuvenating with newfound vigor, reminiscent of his youthful days when he first encountered cultivation in the ancient realm of Yuan. The second life was not a mere extension of lifespan, but a profound rebirth for the practitioner, allowing them to cut away all remnants of the past and relive anew. This rebirth could erase the vast majority of injuries to the physical body, spirit, and even origin. Even in seemingly fatal circumstances, if one could experience the second life, there remained a glimmer of hope. In the age of celestial antiquity, it was said that a being from the primordial ancient realm, after sustaining grievous injuries in a cataclysmic battle, was granted a drop of true blood from the Ten Fiends' phoenix and lived again in a second life, erasing all past injuries and risks, rapidly ascending to true immortality. Yuan Heng earnestly savored the new vitality bestowed by the second life under this fundamental life force. His once frail organs, muscles, and bones rejuvenated at a visibly rapid pace. Si Yen Ning, of the Taigu divine sect, observed with clarity in but a brief moment. The elder who had been on the verge of demise transformed into a robust young man, his countenance profound, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, each strand brimming with boundless life energy. Surrounding the man, a natural rhythm of the Dao enveloped him, a melody that Si Yen Ning recognized all too well as the proud essence of their sect, the formidable power of the moon, though the aura surrounding the man differed from that of the human emperor, possessing a transcendence lacking in worldly ties. Thunderously, such a sudden upheaval instantly stirred numerous profound practitioners of the Taigu sect. Soon, an elder clad in a black cloak, wielding a chaotic stone mirror, appeared beside Si Yanning. His aura was profound, and his every movement exuded a power that had long surpassed the pinnacle of the great sage. This was a Taigu quasi-emperor. The visitor had intruded upon the residence of the human emperor, Yuan Gen, who was busy familiarizing himself with his newfound powers from his second life, naturally had no time to attend to the Taigu quasi-emperor. He merely nodded in acknowledgement before once again immersing himself in contemplation. Senior Yuan Gen is too humble, the Taigu quasi-emperor replied, not daring to presume too much, and promptly returned the gesture of respect. This was not the first time he had seen Yuan Gen's visage. As a practitioner bearing the title of emperor, he possessed numerous techniques and had a considerable understanding of Yuan Gen, who had only recently emerged from seclusion. For instance, the latter had vanquished a monarch from the Primordial Ancient Mine in his first battle upon emergence, had once engaged in combat with the contemporary Chilean emperor without losing ground, and had forged a Taigu imperial weapon merely half a year prior, the might of which was unfathomable. Reflecting on this, the Taigu quasi-emperor gazed at the delicate ancienture in Yuan Gen's hand, lost in thought. The Taigu sect had long lost their ancestral imperial artifact, so long that the absence of an imperial weapon was beginning to compromise some of the sect's most ancient foundations. Perhaps in another 20,000 years, there would be a depletion of quasi-emperor level resources. Boom. However, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, thunderous sound. On the stone platform where the human emperor once sat, Yuan Gen was now seated upright, an immense, roaring sound emanating from within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, reverberating through the heavens. Following this, the sound of surging tides became increasingly pronounced. The Taigu quasi-emperor and Si Yanning looked up to see a vast expanse of black ocean obscuring the sky above, even swallowing the radiant light of the sun. Rise. The Taigu quasi-emperor, not daring to delay, immediately activated the intricate array inscribed throughout the entire Taigu sect, an imperial radiance enveloping a vast area. This was a grand formation personally laid down by the human emperor in years past, with the quasi-emperor as its focal point, reputed to be capable of shaking even the most formidable of adversaries. Yet, he evidently overestimated the situation. Yuan Gen had no intention of destroying the Taigu sect. He was merely in the midst of his cultivation. Just moments ago, he had harnessed the vitality of his rebirth, focusing his attention on the area 3 inches below his navel, where the root of life resided, the first secret realm of the human body, the Wheel Sea. According to the philosophies of contemporary practitioners, the first minor realm of the Wheel Sea, the Sea of Suffering, stood in opposition to the Wheel of Life. The Sea of Suffering was burdensome and murky, continually eroding the wheel of life, necessitating enlightenment and transcendence to embark on the first step of cultivation. Yuan Gen recalled the teachings of the present age. With his physical foundation, the inscriptions on his wheel of life were already numerous beyond count. While the Sea of Suffering was boundless, having just begun to unfold it, it was already sufficient to obscure the sun and sky. He understood very well that if his Sea of Suffering were to fully expand, it would not be difficult to engulf 1 or 2-star rivers. Yuan Gen carefully contemplated his Sea of Suffering, inscribing talismans and evolving scriptures, using the power of cultivation to refine those inherently heavy and turbid substances, transforming them into entirely new sources of life that would nourish his corporeal form. He was not practicing the true scripture of the Taiyin, nor the scriptures of the ancient celestial sovereigns such as Lingbao or Xiaoyao, but rather synthesizing the essence of dozens of royal scriptures he had perused, while adapting them to his own circumstances, exploring his path forward. For other practitioners, this would undoubtedly be an exceedingly perilous process. Cultivation was no trifling matter, and even the slightest deviation could lead to irretrievable consequences. Following the wisdom of predecessors was the prudent choice. However, Yuan Gen did not require such caution. His essence was far too powerful, and his comprehension of the Dao and mastery over his physical form were flawless. All scriptures and philosophies were independently evolved by him, undoubtedly the most suitable for his being. Boom. The vast, ink-like sea of suffering surged above the Ziwei ancient star for over an hour. At a certain moment, accompanied by another resounding boom, a fundamental transformation seemed to occur within a specific area of the sea of suffering, the pitch-black waters turning into a brilliant white, pulsating with a vibrant life force that reached deep into the cosmos. Any being who had ever engaged in cultivation understood that this marked the second minor realm of the Wheel Sea, transforming the murkiness of the sea of suffering into vitality, connecting to the root of life within the human body, evolving into the life spring, and further nourishing the corporeal form. Deep within the dark sea of suffering, countless life springs had already emerged, each one connecting directly to the universe, their waters resembling the most precious elixirs of the cosmos, exuding a staggering life force. Boom. After yet another hour, those pools of life spring underwent another transformation, the gleaming white waters shimmering with resplendent Taiyin celestial light, evolving into a grand bridge that spanned towards the heavens. This was the third minor realm of the Wheel Sea, the Divine Bridge. At the bridge's end lay the fourth minor realm of the Wheel Sea, the other shore. After another hour or two, Yuan Gen finally opened his tightly shut eyelids and rose from the stone platform. He took a deep breath, and the boundless sea of suffering above vanished, as did the phenomena of the life springs and divine bridges, all absorbed into his being. Next, he murmured to himself about refining the Wheel Sea and further perfecting his scriptures. Just moments ago, Yuan Gen had successfully completed his cultivation, becoming a small practitioner of the other shore realm. Of course, as an unconventional small practitioner of the other shore, his combat prowess might be somewhat beyond the norm. Although he had yet to attain the peak combat strength of the ancient celestial laws, due to Yuan Gen's formidable physical foundation, he should have no difficulty standing equal to the Qilan Emperor at this stage. Once he perfected the scriptures of the Wheel Sea and cultivated it to its zenith, he anticipated a significant enhancement in power. Chapter 18. I, 2, AM of Humanity. Having successfully completed the cultivation of the first great secret realm of the human body, Yuan Gen fully stretched his form, feeling the unceasing surge of blood and magical energy emanating from the Wheel Sea secret realm, a profound sense of invincibility swelling within him. Subsequently, he resonated with the Wheel Sea within himself, drawing forth a drop of life spring liquid from the life spring, which coalesced at his fingertip before plummeting onto the stone platform where the human emperor once sat. Boom. In an instant, myriad pathways within this vast area sprang to life, resonating with the laws, scattering runes. Yuan Gen and the human emperor, two entirely distinct Taiyin paths coexisted, and in that moment, this area seemed to radiate vitality, becoming even more conducive to cultivation. Remarkable, Yuan Gen marveled. The secret laws of the human body for refining and elevating the physical form were indeed fundamental. A single drop of life spring liquid resembled a potent elixir. Even though he was not adept at alchemy, he understood the boundless utility of his life spring liquid. What further convinced Yuan Gen was that, unlike the ancient celestial laws, the laws that emphasize the body as the seed advocate for all powers to return to oneself, practitioners need not concern themselves with the compatibility of humans and Dao Seeds, as the physical form inherently belonged to oneself, and the path one chose was entirely at one's discretion. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. During the ancient celestial era, he had known several friends of considerable talent, yet they had been unable to find suitable Dao Seeds, resulting in severed paths. Had the body seed law been available then, those individuals might have had the opportunity to attain immortality. Crack, crash, as his thoughts stirred, accompanied by the sounds of shackles breaking and chains unbinding. Dark Taiyin runes emerged from Yuan Gen's flesh and bones, dissipating. This was his own law, originally employed for self-sealing to delay the decay of life force. But now that he had lived his second life, it was naturally no longer necessary. Then, Yuan Gen raised his hand, and the ancient shur fell into his grasp. He utilized his Dao laws to incorporate the celestial gold shur into his Wheel Sea, where the life spring surging across the divine bridge could adequately nourish his true. Only then did he turn to glance nearby, where two fellow practitioners of the Taiyin Dao stood respectfully. One was the young female headmaster of the Taiyin and the other was the Taiyin quasi-emperor who had arrived shortly thereafter. Congratulations, senior, on living your second life. Upon the conclusion of Yuan Heng's cultivation, both individuals exhaled deeply. The Taiyin provisional emperor reacted first, speaking in a solemn tone. He felt fortunate that Yuan Heng seemed genuinely intent on comprehending the ancient scriptures of the human emperor, bearing no ill will towards the Taiyin divine sect. Otherwise, given the sect's current lack of supreme weaponry, it would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of a formidable adversary. It was my uninvited arrival that amplified the atmosphere of cultivation. Yuan Heng discerned the essence of the Taiyin provisional emperor at a glance. Though he was in the first realm of provisional emperor, his vitality remained ample. With a lifespan of perhaps another 1,000 or 2,000 years, yet his potential had been exhausted, and he might never ascend to the second realm even if he devoted his entire life to it. In contrast, the female headmaster beside the provisional emperor, despite only possessing the level of a saint king, exhibited signs of ancestral royal blood returning to its roots, with the imperial laws within her reviving. If she could break free from her shackles, she might journey even further. At this moment, around the two high-ranking members of the divine sect, fluctuations of imperial laws resonated, as dark patterns of formation enveloped them, forming a flawless imperial array. Yuan Heng nodded inwardly. It was indeed the legacy left by the Taiyin human emperor for future generations. Even in this late era of the ancient times, the Taiyin divine sect retained a provisional emperor in a flawless imperial array, managing to uphold a semblance of dignity and respect for a supreme lineage. Your words are overly gracious, esteemed one. You are a kindred spirit of my clan's ancestral emperor. Were he alive today, he would surely welcome your frequent visits to the Taiyin provisional emperor's domain. To speak candidly, he had been somewhat restless over the past year. Throughout history, practitioners of the same path either cherished one another or regarded each other as rivals. Their sect's founder, known as the Taiyin emperor, would inevitably attract attention from Yuan Heng, who traversed the same path. Fortunately, matters appeared to be progressing in an auspicious direction. Yuan Heng held the human emperor's path in high regard, which boded well for the development of the Taiyin divine sect. If he could receive guidance from Yuan Heng, giving rise to several more provisional emperors, he could rest assured after his own demise that he had honored his ancestors. Had I been born earlier, the human emperor would not have fallen at such a young age. Yuan Heng felt a twinge of regret. The Taiyin human emperor possessed great compassion and immense talent. In this era of waning spiritual laws, he truly had the potential for transcendence, yet the path to immortality was long and life was fleeting. Ultimately, the human emperor succumbed to the passage of time, falling on the battlefield. When it came to character, neither the Taiyin nor the Sun Emperor could be faulted. The Taiyin human emperor was undoubtedly the earliest human emperor of the ancient times, establishing the Taiyin sect and safeguarding his people, while the Sun Holy Emperor devoted his life to watching over humanity, ultimately dying in battle beyond the realms, buried in a foreign land, an occurrence that elicits much sorrow. Moreover, as a time traveler, Yuan Heng was acutely aware that in the future, both divine sects would face utter decline. The scriptures of the Sun divine sect would be lost, extinguished by a minor branch of the Jinwu clan, while the Taiyin divine sect would face a tragic fate, suffering betrayal from their servants, leading to an almost complete severance of the human emperor's bloodline. As a member of the human race, Yuan Heng's era saw little conflict between humans and other races. Yet he harbored a deep pride in his own lineage. He could not bear to remain indifferent to the plight of these descendants of the human emperors. In other words, he was inclined to offer assistance. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. Fellow Taiyin, the teachings and laws of the human emperor have inspired me. Consider it a personal favor. If you have any insurmountable issues, I shall lend you my aid. Upon hearing this, the Taiyin provisional emperor was momentarily stunned, then immediately revealed an expression of excitement, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Forgetting all notions of his dignity as a provisional emperor, he bowed deeply before Yuan Heng, the unfamiliar supreme being, and implored. The descendants are inept. The imprint of the human emperor was lost amidst the divine battles thousands of years ago. If the esteemed one is willing, the Taiyin sect asks for nothing more than the retrieval of our sect's emperor's imprint. Beside him, the headmaster, Saint King Si Yen Ning, also performed a grand salute. As a representative of a divine sect, she understood all too well the significance of a supreme weapon to the lineage. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as the human emperor's imprint was not lost, even amidst the most arduous of times in the future, the Taiyin divine sect could endure. Rise, Yuan Heng commanded, and the two high-ranking members of the Taiyin divine sect stood up involuntarily. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed towards an ancient star in the starry sky and spoke softly. I shall take on this matter. I have heard tales of the two human emperors of this era. Though we are not of the same time, as fellow humans, I shall assist you in resolving some of the past regrets of your two divine sections. With his hands behind his back, Yuan Heng's gaze was distant, as if he could pierce through countless billions of miles of starry expanse, witnessing many things. Go forth and announce to the ZY, in 10 days' time. Yuan Heng shall deliver teachings at the Taiyin Taoist Hall. His words were not loud, yet they filled the Taiyin Provisional Emperor with astonishment. He had not anticipated that such an ancient being would also hail from the human race, nor that Yuan Heng would extend such goodwill towards the two ancient sects of ZY. The delivery of teachings by a supreme being had not occurred in ZY for an exceedingly long time. Chapter 19. The two lineages of humanity, Taiyin and Sun. Who is weaker? Who is stronger? For humanity, the ancient times were a cruel, yet hopeful era. Throughout the protracted span of millions of years, various races coexisted, and emperors rose in succession. No race could maintain true eternal brilliance. The tides of great eras ebbed and flowed, with periods of glory and times of decline. Yet in this era, every human practitioner held the name of the ZY imperial star in their hearts. It was the sacred ground of humanity, where the two great human emperor lineages were firmly rooted, akin to the backbone of the entire human race, propping up half of the heavens. The Taiyin and Sun divine sects were such entities. They stood respectively in the divine land and Lu Zhou of the ZY, disseminating scriptures and guiding cultivation, existing as the pathfinders for the entire human race's spiritual journey. Due to the numerous ideological contradictions between Taiyin and Sun, the two great sects had maintained a clear competitive relationship over the years. The young prodigies within each sect yearned to suppress the other at every moment, proving the superiority of their own lineage. However, at their core, both lineages understood their respective positions within the human race. While they competed, they also watched over and supported one another. Whenever the ZY faced tumult, both lineages would tacitly stand side by side, overcoming all difficulties together. The Sun sect was represented by the Yao surname, while the Taiyin sect was represented by the Si surname, both pillars of humanity. In recent days, a decree emanating from the depths of the Taiyin divine sect had sent ripples through the ZY, akin to a drop of water falling into boiling oil. In 10 days' time, the Supreme Being of humanity will deliver teachings. The decree was succinct, merely 9 words, yet it struck like thunder on a clear day. Almost all lineages on the ZY, including the Sun divine sect, sprang into action. Dao Frenzy, are you saying that the Supreme Being who emerged a year ago from the Taigu ancient mine is of the human race, and will be delivering teachings in your sect? On the very day the decree was announced, an elderly woman clad in golden robes, radiating the brilliance of the sun, strode forth from the direction of the divine land. She entered a palace suspended in midair, sought out the Taiyin Provisional Emperor, and, without formality, inquired directly, surely. You must have seen the tumultuous seas that engulfed the entire ZY yesterday. That was the esteemed Yuan Heng living out his second life within our sect. The Taiyin Provisional Emperor chuckled, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Clearly, he was quite familiar with the elderly woman of the Sun sect standing before him, showing no concern for her overwhelming presence, exuding an air of tranquility. His name was Si Chi, and he was a contemporary figure who had risen alongside the elderly woman. 7,000 years ago, one was the foremost goddess of the Sun divine sect, while the other was the supreme son of the Taiyin divine sect. Both hailed as the most dazzling talents of their respective sects in millennia. Incredibly, I had previously harbored concerns, fearing that the ancient supreme of the Dark Moon might pose a threat to you, only to discover that he is, in fact, one of my clan's venerable ancestors. Observing the expression on Si Chi's face, a smile blossomed upon the wrinkled visage of the old woman, and the once fierce rays of solar golden light surrounding her transformed into a warm and gentle glow, devoid of any hint of aggression. Fate, indeed, is ineffably marvelous. Upon witnessing this, Si Chi's smile deepened as he gestured for the old woman to gaze into the distance, where a young man sat leisurely on the stone platform once occupied by the Emperor of Humanity. At first glance, his aura resembled that of an unremarkable mortal. Yet only those possessing the cultivation of a quasi-emperor could perceive the boundless profundity within. Have you sought the aid of the Supreme Yuan Gen to assist you in reclaiming the seal of humanity? If your resources are insufficient, I could journey to the northern seas to procure some fruits of the ancestral root of Fusang or other resources. Perhaps that could suffice. The old woman, recognizing Yuan Gen's extraordinary nature, fixed her gaze upon that formidable man, feeling an uncontrollable surge of subdued joy within her heart as she spoke solemnly. The dark moon and the sun, two veins sharing the same breath and branch, is no mere jest. For many years, the two sects have feigned conflict on the surface. Yet behind the scenes, they have already engaged in various profound collaborations, intertwining their interests and relationships. The matter of the imperial soldiers is a prime example. Due to the prolonged suppression of the Sun Saint Emperor's stone tower in the northern sea's Soup Valley, even quasi-emperors of the Sun God sect find it challenging to summon it forth. Thus, when external foes descend, It is often the combined resources of both sects that activate the seal of humanity to confront them. This approach has its merits, facilitating the revival of the seal of humanity and enabling a more effective response to adversaries. It is precisely this trust that has allowed the two great sects to stride alongside one another to this day. Presently, both sects share a common concern. The seal of humanity was lost during the divine war tens of thousands of years ago. This implies that the two great sects cannot ordinarily summon supreme weapons, resulting in a deficiency in their highest combat strength, which leaves the two quasi-emperors feeling uneasy and insecure. The Supreme Yuan Gen has already agreed. Si Chi smiled, reassured by the promise of the Supreme Being, as long as they can retrieve the seal of humanity. Many issues facing the two great teachings of the Dark Moon and the Sun could be resolved. Indeed, it is a delightful surprise. For the Emperor of Humanity has passed for many years, yet his legacy endures. The quasi-emperor of the Sun nodded, bowing deeply before the statue of the Emperor of Humanity within the Grand Hall. This venerable old woman, who has lived for over 7,000 years, understood that the one named Yuan Gen was not merely extending kindness to these younger generations, but recognized the Dark Moon's Emperor of Humanity as a kindred spirit, hence his willingness to lend assistance. May the younger generations seize this opportunity. If our Z-Way can produce another enlightened being, it will further solidify the foundation for our human race. Upon hearing this, Si Chi stepped closer to the railing of the Grand Hall, gazing down from the heights. In the distance, he beheld streams of radiant light descending from the heavens, those being practitioners arriving from all corners of the Z-Way star, their paths of enlightenment illuminating the skies. Look, Taoists, see, our first divine son of this generation has arrived. The Sun True Scripture has reached its transformative stage, and he has not only severed the path, but has also mastered the three forbidden techniques of the sun. Under my personal guidance, he will undoubtedly surpass your generation. Having concluded the serious matters, the old woman of the Sun God sect finally relaxed considerably. She pointed out a brilliant golden light among the crowd, where a handsome young man provocatively glared at Si Chi, for the competition between the two sects had persisted for many years, and the comparisons among the younger generations had never ceased. Our great goddess of the Dark Moon sect is no less remarkable. Just moments ago, the two quasi-emperors were united in purpose, yet now they bicker over whose junior is stronger. They have known each other for over 7,000 years and have long grown accustomed to this dynamic, possessing extraordinary rapport. Among the practitioners arriving from the outside, not all were disciples of the Sun sect. Many belonged to lesser sects that had bowed to the majesty of the Supreme Path, such as the Human King Hall, the Guanghan Palace, the Juyong Crimson Fire Path, and the Z-Way Divine Dynasty. Some were disciples of the Dark Moon and the Sun who had achieved independence, while others were from outside human sects, having taken root in Z-Way from the starry skies. Regardless of how these individuals' descendants may forget their roots in the future, at this moment, they all acknowledge their identities as human practitioners and are willing to follow the two great sects in the struggle for the dignity and honor of the human race. Chapter 20, Teaching and Preaching. 10 days later, the Supreme of the human race delivers a sermon. The decree of the quasi-emperor of the Dark Moon hangs high in the celestial vault, enveloped in a faint aura of imperial majesty, with each word resonating like the tolling of a great bell, conveying an unparalleled will. The content of this decree is astonishing, leaving countless practitioners in a state of shock and awe, though they do not know which supreme being the Dark Moon sect refers to. It still evokes profound reverence and longing within them. In this era, a supreme being is synonymous with the ultimate practitioner, traversing the depths of the heavens and the underworld. With nothing able to hinder their progress, regardless of the tribe, their status is immensely exalted. By the time the 10 days had elapsed, the core dojo of the Dark Moon sect was teeming with practitioners gathered from all corners of the Z-Way Ancient Star. Even with the sect employing the Qiankuan array to expand the dojo's space, it remained overwhelmingly crowded with practitioners. Indeed, in this ancient era, the vitality of heaven and earth is abundant, and the great Dao is manifest. When the two quasi-emperors of the Dark Moon and the Sun arrived at the dojo, they discovered that there were as many as 7 great saints among the gathered practitioners, over 20 holy kings, dozens of holy beings, and even more who had severed their paths, alongside second-tier immortal practitioners, all congregated here. Regrettably, this was limited to the Z-Way star. Had the decree been proclaimed throughout the starry skies, numerous quasi-emperors would likely have come as well. The old woman of the Sun God sect gazed down upon these practitioners, her expression unexpectedly warm and kind. This sermon was attended almost entirely by human practitioners, reflecting, to some extent, the current strength of the Z-Way human race. Among these sects, many had already established sufficiently complete lineages, serving as the foundation for the future rise of humanity. Ding! Suddenly, A clear and melodious sound of the Dao resonated from above the celestial vault, reminiscent of celestial beings from beyond the 9 heavens striking a jade chime, or a divine maiden from the realm of eternal life shaking a silver bell, the sound lingering and touching the hearts of every practitioner present. All eyes turned upwards towards the source of the Dao sound, which had been shrouded in thick, chaotic mist. Amidst the mist, a 12-petal black lotus unfurled in the wind. An ink-colored qilin gazing at the starry sky, and a colossal kuan flapped its tail, stirring the celestial light. Subsequently, under the embrace of these extraordinary phenomena, a robust young man materialized in place, stepping forth from the light of the dark moon. He appeared as the embodiment of myriad shadows. Striding confidently upon the blooming black lotus, adorned in a feathered garment woven from moonlight, untouched by any speck of dust, his countenance veiled in chaotic radiance, appearing indistinct. In his hand, he wielded a chair, infused with black and red hues, forged from the purest celestial gold, untainted by any earthly essence, emanating the resonance of transcending the cycle of reincarnation. Salutations to the Supreme. In that moment, all practitioners present, including the 2 quasi-emperors, bowed deeply, expressing their reverence for the ultimate practitioner. With a flourish, Yuan Gen alighted upon the highest jade platform of the dojo, his hands clasped behind him. With a mere thought, all extraordinary phenomena dissipated, leaving only the silhouette of the young man gazing down from the chaotic light and mist. From this day forth, I shall impart teachings for a year. His voice was calm and just, accompanied by the vibrations of the Dao, resonating in the ears of every practitioner, eliciting expressions of reverence and respect as they bowed in homage to the young man upon the jade platform. The origins of humanity are difficult to trace. Through the rise and fall of epochs, amidst the tides of great eras, in this epoch, there exists the Dark Moon Emperor establishing the Ziwei, and the Sun Saint Emperor protecting humanity, which is indeed a fortuitous blessing for our kind. Today, I shall speak of Yin and Yang. As Yuan Gen slowly began to speak, each word of his resonated with the myriad paths, causing listeners to feel their primordial spirits become hazy and unwittingly drawn into a state of enlightenment. Atop the jade platform, the heavens where Yuan Gen resided appeared to be cleaved in twain. One half basked in the fiery embrace of the sun, the radiant solar flames incinerating the cosmos, while the other half lay shrouded in profound darkness, an ominous black sun looming high, casting forth an infinite chill of death and silence. As Yuan Gen expounded on the scriptures, he invoked an ancient celestial method, a technique believed to originate from the 6-eared macaque of his homeland. Purportedly crafted in casual moments during ancestral rituals, capable of awakening the thoughts of living beings and aiding their enlightenment. When speaking of the moon, Yuan Gen conveyed his own understanding, having distilled the essence of the lunar path over the course of more than 500,000 years. The term moon held no secrets for him, each character piercing the core of its meaning with clarity and precision. In discussing the sun, Yuan Gen, after careful contemplation, chose to weave together passages learned from the Golden Crow clan of the celestial realm, refining and expanding them to suit the circumstances of humanity, providing profound insights into the myriad transformations of the solar path. Benefiting from the widespread dissemination of the dual teachings of the moon and sun, the multitude of human practitioners present had a grasp of the yin-yang doctrines. As they listened to Yuan Gen's discourse, many were filled with immense joy. For the scriptures were neither obscure nor cryptic. Even the humble cultivators felt as though they were being illuminated, while those of higher realms gleaned deeper understandings. Simultaneously, as Yuan Gen expounded, he inscribed words into the void. Each stroke resonated with the harmony of the universe, golden and black lotuses blossoming in unison in the emptiness, with golden crows and colossal kuan mingling brilliantly within the grand path. What he wrote was not the script of ancient celestial times, but a kind of runic symbol of the great Dao, naturally bridging the cosmos and articulating the highest principles. Before long, a year had elapsed. Ding! Just as numerous practitioners were immersed in contemplation, enlightenment, and joy amidst Yuan Gen's teachings, a melodious sound reverberated from the jade platform, awakening all the cultivators. They looked up to see the lofty figure, seemingly unattainable, lightly tapping the Dao ruler in his hand, bringing clarity to their spirits. Above Yuan Gen, a string of 18 runes had appeared, each seemingly embodying a divine form. 9 glimmered with brilliant golden light, radiant and intense, while the other 9 emanated a somber black aura, dark and cold. I leave behind 9 yin and 9 yang, dispersed as law, united as Dao, for future generations, to be scattered a century hence. A serene male voice echoed, and when they looked again, Yuan Gen's figure had vanished, leaving only the 9 characters of yin and yang, casting down profound and unfathomable radiance across the heavens. Thank you, Supreme Being. The multitude of practitioners bowed deeply once more, eager to engrave the 9 characters of the moon and the 9 characters of the sun in their hearts. Some even wished to replicate them. Alas, those 9 characters were exceedingly cryptic, not only difficult to remember, but even the great sage's replication could not capture their essence. Nevertheless, the practitioners tirelessly endeavored to memorize and replicate them repeatedly, fully aware that this was a treasure left by the Supreme. Even the slightest understanding would benefit a sage throughout their life, and should they fathom its depths, it might sustain a lineage of Dao for 100,000 years. Meanwhile, the 2 quasi-emperors from the moon and sun sects rose from their cushions, exchanging glances before departing the venue together. Heading towards the stone platform at the former residence of the human emperor, no one would dare question the promise of a Supreme. They eagerly anticipated that if Yuan Heng could assist them in reclaiming the human emperor's seal, it would be a monumental grace for both the moon and sun sects. Chapter 21. The Legend of the Divine War. The Divine War transpired during the latter stages of antiquity. It was not merely a singular battle confined to individuals, but a vast conflagration that swept through the cosmos, engulfing countless beings. No one knows its origins. It is only known that during that time, numerous life-restricting zones existed, with several supreme beings and many royal families and major sects participating in the conflict. By the war's conclusion, countless life-bearing stars were obliterated, and the majority of the cosmos was plunged into despair, with the destruction of formidable weapons and the demise of innumerable supreme beings surpassing imagination. Some say that a path to immortality was unveiled, which the supreme beings of the restricted zones calculated, igniting the chaos. Others claim the war erupted over the contention for divine artifacts, with some shadowy figures orchestrating events from behind the scenes, exacerbating conflicts, and ultimately triggering an uncontrollable cataclysm. Regarding the divine war, Yuan Heng once inquired of the Kirin Emperor, who had reigned for over 10,000 years and studied many ancient histories. Yet he candidly stated that many critical nodes concerning the origins of the divine war had been erased, and all the supreme beings who initially sparked the conflict had perished, leaving countless details lost to time. This led the Kirin Emperor to suspect that there was indeed a hidden mastermind behind the divine war, reaping immense benefits from the chaos. According to the ancient texts of our sect, during the era of the divine war, beings from the restricted zones descended upon the purple star, seeking to incite turmoil. Our sect, alongside the 2 oldest quasi-emperors of the sun sect, jointly invoked the human emperor's seal, ultimately quelling that unrest. No one knows the specific details of the battle. All that is known is that the soul lamps of our predecessors from the sun sect extinguished and never returned, and the human emperor's seal was lost. In the ancient star of Purple Star, the quasi-empress Si Chi of the moon and the quasi-emperor Gong respectfully invited Yuan Heng to the innermost sanctum of the moon sect. Retrieving a half-blade from a collection of ancient relics and presenting it before Yuan Heng, recounting the history as they understood it. Later, other quasi-emperors from our 2 clans searched the battlefield, only to recover a fragment of the weapon. Yuan Heng examined the half-blade. It seemed to originate from a halberd, spear, or other long weapons, forged from celestial tears of green gold, inscribed with intricate Dao patterns that had been obliterated by some terrifying force, rendering the divine essence lost, leaving only its form. It was the principles of the human emperor that had extinguished the Dao inscribed on this weapon. Yuan Heng extracted a fragment of lunar principles from the green gold remnant and murmured, "See clan heir of the human emperor's blood. Cannot you summon it back through your bloodline connection? It seems the deity of the human emperor's seal has fallen into a deep slumber, entirely unresponsive to summons." The quasi-emperor of the moon, feeling helpless, lamented that over the years, the moon sect had exhausted every possible means, each time resulting in futility, consuming considerable resources of their clan. "Where's the battlefield?" Yuan Heng inquired. The quasi-emperor Si Chi promptly recited a series of celestial coordinates, his excitement palpable. For with the assistance of a supreme being of the ultimate path, he finally glimpsed hope in retrieving the imperial weapon. Buzz. As the words fell, Si Chi immediately felt the universe invert, the heavens and earth tremble, and even the elderly quasi-emperor of the sun was enveloped by that Dao principle, instantaneously appearing in a stretch of starry void. The starry expanse was frigid, yet this region was not devoid of substance. In the distance, a shattered giant continent floated in the void, pockmarked with innumerable wounds, yet due to the inscriptions of certain formations upon it, it remained intact. Clearly, this was one of the ancient battlegrounds forged by supreme beings, suspected to be related to the celestial court of the mythic era, but alas, having endured countless wars, it was ultimately abandoned. Yuan Heng opened his divine eye, scrutinizing the forsaken battlefield for a long while, indeed discovering several locations where the lunar and solar principles converged. Yet regrettably, the human emperor's seal was not among those areas. It seemed a change of strategy was necessary. A touch of imperial blood was required. He sighed softly, suddenly pressing down on Si-Chi's shoulder. Before the elder quasi-emperor could respond, a wisp of lunar celestial light sliced through his brow, crimson Dao blood flowing forth. Yuan Heng gathered a droplet of quasi-emperor blood, brushing his fingertip against it. The imperial principles within the blood activated, and the surrounding Dao gradually deepened. As if a majestic human emperor stood within, gazing into the distance. Despite the generational gap of over 1,000 between Si-Chi and the human emperor, the years of cultivation had indeed caused some ancestral return, endowing him with the potential to resonate with the human emperor's seal. Reflecting on the past, with this strand of imperial blood as his foundation, Yuan Gen unleashed an ancient technique, causing a blood-colored treasure mirror to materialize from his hand. The mirror's surface initially quivered slightly, but with Yuan Gen's direct intervention, it quickly stabilized, ultimately reflecting a segment of historical imagery. The two quasi-emperors immediately focused their attention. Within the blood mirror, a blinding scene of battle was cast, revealing a figure with a mane of gray hair wielding a celestial spear of tears. Though his physique was frail and emaciated, he harbored boundless power, each strike piercing the cosmos and extinguishing countless star rivers. Opposing this formidable being were two similarly aged and blood-depleted practitioners who had jointly resurrected a pitch-black seal, relying on the deities within to fully revive. Repeatedly clashing against the entity wielding the celestial spear of tears, evidently, in the face of a true sovereign. The quasi-emperors of the Taiyin and Taiyang lines found themselves at a disadvantage, compelled to rely on the formidable might of the human emperor seal. They had no choice but to do so, for should they relax even slightly, the sovereign would not only devour and obliterate them, but would also descend upon the source star of life, inciting immense chaos. Conversely, the being wielding the spear was in a more precarious state. It seemed he had previously endured relentless battles and was desperately in need of life energy. Time and again, he fought valiantly to suppress the human emperor seal. Roaring with fury, he gradually succumbed to madness, unable to break free from the human emperor seal's constraints. In the final moments of his life, he disregarded everything, allowing the celestial spear of tears to ignite, disintegrate, and violently hurl itself towards the human emperor seal. The sovereign's final strike, fueled by desperation, evidently exceeded the human emperor seal's control. When the spear collided with the seal, the two quasi-emperors of the Taiyin and Taiyang lines were instantly crushed into nothingness. Both were of the 8th tier of quasi-emperors, yet they perished in an instant, without a shred of room for contemplation. Ultimately, the principles within the celestial spear of tears were consumed, accompanying its master into death. While the human emperor seal sustained grave injuries, not only was a corner shattered, but it also bore deep gashes, and though it did not disintegrate, the deity within fell into a deep slumber, leaving the seal uncontrollably soaring into the depths of the starry expanse. Yuan Gen furrowed his brow and summoned the ancient measure from the wheel of time, augmenting it upon the blood mirror, thereby stabilizing its essence further. Within the imagery, the perspective shifted as the human emperor seal traversed the cosmos at breakneck speed, shattering countless stars and extinguishing innumerable suns before finally coming to a halt, resembling an ordinary great seal adrift in the river of stars. Many years later, a divine bird resembling a colossal crane, enshrouded in blazing flames, passed through this expanse of stars and beheld the seemingly mundane great seal. The imagery abruptly ceased. So it is. The elder matriarch of the Taiyang quasi-emperors understood. The battle of Ur had indeed been harrowing. Their ancestors had fallen, unprepared for the sovereign's final counterattack, explaining why they had been unable to locate the human emperor seal all these years. One mystery resolved, an ancient Bingfang sage discovered the human emperor seal. Si-Chi's complexion was somewhat pale, yet he nodded slightly. While the imperial blood held great significance for him, he still possessed the foundation of a quasi-emperor, and thus his roots would not be easily affected. The remnants of Kunlun. Yuan Gen cast a glance at him, as the blood mirror dissipated, once again transforming into a swirl of imperial blood, reintegrating into Si-Chi's body. Though diminished compared to before, it had been meticulously refined by Yuan Gen, and the imperial laws within were now thoroughly activated, with purity far beyond imagination. Having completed this, Yuan Gen felt the fundamental principles beneath his feet tremble once more. His destination unmistakably clear. Facian Star. Chapter 22. Facian Star, the path to immortality. The Facian ancient star is vast and boundless. This celestial body is one of the oldest source stars of life in the universe, its renown having spread since the earliest days of the mythological era, producing numerous sovereigns and unparalleled brilliance. In nearly every era's struggle for imperial supremacy, the talents of the Facian ancient star have never been absent, their lineage remarkably long-standing, often overpowering their rivals and achieving extraordinary feats. The history of the Faxian ancient star may even surpass that of the Ziwei star, with its rulers belonging to the Kunlun lineage. According to records, this clan once resided atop Kunlun Mountain and even wielded celestial artifacts. Alas, during the twilight of the mythological era, they faced calamity, losing their celestial artifacts, and even Kunlun Mountain itself was uprooted. Yuan Gen, accompanied by the two quasi-emperors, traversed the void, swiftly arriving in the space surrounding the Faxian ancient star. However, they did not immediately descend onto this celestial body, instead choosing to sit in meditation, listening to Siqi recount the ancient history of this star. The Taiyan human emperor was a practitioner from the early stages of this era, when the mythological age was not far removed, and much information had yet to become distorted. Having lost their homeland, they were effectively exiled, self-identifying as the Kunlun remnants. Yearning for the day they might reclaim their land and restore their celestial artifacts to ascend to immortality. Believing that Yuan Gen had a vested interest in the Kunlun remnants, Siqi proceeded to share many long-buried ancient tales. Yet seeing Yuan Gen lost in thought, seemingly calculating something, he quickly fell silent, refraining from further discourse. Yuan Gen, sitting in the void, gazed down at the star for a long while before regaining his focus and involuntarily sighing. Truly, this is where the ruler of the wasteland orchestrated his plans. Indeed, the right location possesses a remarkable aura. His words were somewhat perplexing, seemingly disconnected and irrelevant to the Kunlun remnants, leaving Siqi momentarily puzzled. However, the elder matriarch of the Taiyang quasi-emperors standing beside him seemed to sense something. Though she was a figure of utmost authority in the realm of extreme paths, her heart raced, and her voice became somewhat hoarse. When you speak of the right location, do you refer to the path to immortality? Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Yuan Gen's lips, and he did not conceal his thoughts, nodding affirmatively, indeed. The elder matriarch instantly comprehended that she had stumbled upon a monumental secret, hastily centering herself and bowing to Yuan Gen. Thank you for the guidance, sovereign. The path to immortality is not merely a matter of interest for the ancient sovereigns. It is a grand secret sought by countless practitioners yearning to ascend to the realm of immortality. Do not rejoice too early. The path to immortality is not one to be treaded upon lightly. It requires the right time, the correct location, and occasionally, the right individuals. You only grasp a fraction of this, Yuan Gen remarked nonchalantly, sighing. I have never contemplated longevity or immortality. To learn of this ancient secret is already fulfilling. In response to Yuan Gen's words, the elder matriarch of the Taiyang quasi-emperors appeared quite carefree. The path to immortality was not something a mere first-tier quasi-emperor like herself could partake in. To learn even a fragment of such knowledge was already satisfying. She considered that passing this news to future generations would enhance the foundation of the Sun God sect. The path to longevity is perilous, at least requiring fulfillment of the first two criteria, otherwise, it would be immensely challenging. The human emperor was such a case. Had he been born at the right time, he might have traversed that path. As the conversation drifted to the path to immortality, Yuan Gen inadvertently spoke a few more words, but soon, he recalled the Taiyan human emperor, and his tone took on a melancholic note. As a traveler from another realm, he was well aware of what the path to immortality entailed. It was the hope left behind by the ruler of the wasteland, a route that could lead to eternal life. Yet the conditions for opening that path were exceedingly stringent, and throughout history, countless individuals had fallen while seeking and traversing this route. May I inquire, esteemed elder, are you able to sense the current state of my clan's ancestral emperor? Siqi, invigorated by Yuan Gen's mention of the human emperor, inquired eagerly. He only knew that the human emperor had departed alone after leaving behind the emperor's seal in his later years, never to reappear. Many speculated that the human emperor could hardly attain longevity, thus attempting to forcefully traverse the path to immortality. He had entered, but alas, the timing was wrong, and the human emperor ultimately met defeat and perished. Yuan Gen did not withhold the information he possessed. According to what Yuan Gen knew, when the path to immortality in the Northern Dipper opened in the future, a sovereign's remains would fall, and that sovereign would be the human emperor, who was said to have come close to success, yet ultimately could not defy fate. Silence enveloped Siqi, for despite having reconciled with the notion of the human emperor's demise over the years, the revelation of his ancestral sovereign's fate still stirred a sense of unease within him. Let time pass, and when the moment arrives, we shall shatter the path to immortality and retrieve the body of my companion, Yuan Heng remarked, his gaze deep and contemplative. Regarding the Taiyan human emperor and the Taiyang saint emperor, Yuan Heng harbored hopes for their return. Both possessed remnants of their physical forms and were imbued with divine aspirations. Coupled with his own specialized coffin and burial domain techniques, there remained a possibility that they could be welcomed back in the future. Thank you, Your Excellency. Siqi bowed deeply in gratitude. The path to immortality, while necessitating an understanding of the archaic emperor's helplessness, was indeed excessively stringent for posterity. Yuan Heng lamented the relentless obsession that the path to immortality had become in the hearts of many, not solely for the human emperor, but also for another friend of his. During the span of a year upon the Chilan ancestor star, Yuan Heng had engaged in numerous discussions with the Chilan emperor regarding the matter of the immortal path. Having lived for over 10,000 years, the old emperor had devoted more than 3,000 years to contemplating the intricacies of this path before Yuan Heng's emergence. There existed multiple paths to immortality. As the Chilan emperor surmised, he believed that, at this juncture, two potential routes to longevity could be calculated, both distant in time, with one located on the Beidou ancient star and the other on the Faxian ancient star. Moreover, the intervals for the activation of these paths were not far apart. When calculated in 10,000-year increments, the paths of Beidou and Faxian would likely open almost simultaneously. This presented a dilemma, as the Chilan emperor speculated that one path might be genuine while the other was illusory, a trial left by the archaic emperor. Despite multiple calculations, he remained unable to discern the truth. Even now, the old emperor continued his meditations on the immortal path, inviting Yuan Heng to assist in his calculations. He understood that should he choose to sever his ties and seal himself away, he would only possess one chance to fight earnestly for the future. A single misstep would render eons of waiting as mere vapor. Yet, Yuan Heng recognized that both paths were indeed authentic, albeit constrained by numerous limitations. No matter how long one prepared, a single moment of failure could lead to collapse. He sensed distinctly that within the depths of the Faxian ancient star lay a faint yet profound energy, sealed by some force, yet perceptible nonetheless. It seemed to be a nexus of this universe, connecting to a vast realm beyond infinite time and space. Yuan Heng could assert with confidence that this nexus linked to the immortal domain. The reason was clear, not solely because he was a traveler from another realm, but also due to his first-hand experience in the immortal domain, where he had become well acquainted with the laws governing that realm. Alas, by the time the correct moment arrived in the future, he would have already ascended to immortality. Ultimately, Yuan Heng withdrew his gaze from the deepest recesses of the Faxian ancient star, exhaling a breath as his attention returned to the star below. At this moment, it was calculated that the opening of the immortal path was still over 1,000,000 years away, far from the time requiring preparation. His objectives for this journey were clear: to seek out the Kunlun remnants and assist the Taiyin divine sect in recovering the human emperor seal. Chapter 23, Kunlun. The Faxian ancient star, comparable in size to the Beidou and Ziwei life-bearing stars, boasted vast expanses of land stretching millions of miles, an expanse beyond imagination. Unlike the patterns of the Ziwei ancient star, the Faxian ancient star lacked jade palaces and grand fortifications. Instead, it was a tapestry of primordial forests and towering mountains, where the roars of colossal beasts reverberated through ancient peaks, mingling with the flapping wings of divine birds in a primordial wilderness. Truly, the Faxian ancient star is the most ancient source of life. As they drew nearer to the Faxian ancient star, the Taiyin quasi-emperor Siqi also turned his attention to this celestial body, his thoughts briefly scanning its surface, revealing an abundance of beings at the saint level and even more formidable presences lurking deep within the earth. After all, the Kunlun remnants had once wielded immortal artifacts and were thus uniquely significant. In contrast, the Taiyin quasi-emperor remained more reserved, standing beside Yuan Heng, cautious of the Kunlun remnants while simultaneously eager to witness the prowess of this contemporary sovereign. "We have come solely for the human emperor seal," Yuan Heng spoke softly, bringing the two quasi-emperors to a halt 100,000 feet above the Faxian ancient star. With a subtle mental command, the ancient red-black Shu slipped from his grasp, expanding dramatically in the void. Boom! The immortal Chur, forged from phoenix blood-red gold and dragon-patterned black gold, lengthened in the wind. What had once been a perfectly proportioned foot transformed under Yuan Heng's magical infusion, becoming nearly the size of the entire Faxian ancient star, obscuring the sky above this source of life. The ancient Chur, embodying Yuan Heng's immortal Dao fruit, was extraordinary. In an instant, its overwhelming celestial power enveloped the entirety of the Faxian star, plunging it into a profound coldness and darkness. At that moment, nearly all beings on the Faxian ancient star felt an irresistible sense of impending doom, as if a colossal hand had suddenly grasped their heads, forcing them to prostrate themselves in submission, devoid of any thought of resistance. Above, that red-black artifact was undeniably terrifying. Surrounding it were dark dragon and phoenix shadows dancing, carrying the overwhelming might of the Taiyin extreme path, each roar and cry sending tremors through the heavens. Is this perhaps a bit excessive? The Taiyin quasi-emperor was shaken. In her mind, Yuan Heng had always been a relatively gentle and rational sovereign. She had not anticipated such a fierce display. using an ultimate weapon to pressure a source of life. This behavior was tantamount to provocation, and it would not be surprising if the Kunlun remnants reacted violently. Do you think they don't recognize this as the Taiyi's imperial weapon, or do they simply wish to withhold it? Yuan Heng shook his head, perceiving the situation clearly. The Kunlun remnants evidently regarded the Taiyin divine sect as a soft target, seeking to conceal the imperial weapon while the divine sovereign lay dormant, planning to utilize it only when the Taiyin divine sect had declined or even perished, effectively acquiring an imperial weapon for free. This was a grand strategy, one that required patience. However, once the original lineage of the Taiyin human emperor was extinguished, the human emperor seal would belong solely to the Kunlun remnants. For such individuals, Yuan Heng advocated for inflicting pain upon them. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain whether any living sovereigns from the ancient era of the Kunlun remnants still existed. Boom. With that thought, Yuan Heng exerted force, pressing the ancient tree inch by inch downwards above the Phaeacian star. A cacophony of lament echoed as mountains crumbled, despite Yuan Heng's restraint. Many ancient beasts bled from their 7 orifices, too intimidated to raise their heads. Roar. Suddenly, from the depths of the Phaeacian ancient star came a suppressed roar of fury, as an ancient giant peak erupted, releasing a beam of emerald light that swirled with overwhelming imperial might, instantaneously enveloping the entire Phaeacian ancient star and dissipating the extreme pressure of the ancient tree. Then, that emerald light soared skyward, morphing into a claw covered in vibrant green fur, directly colliding with the ancient tree, causing the heavens to seem to shatter as the colossal crew was sent hurtling backward. Yuan Heng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had merely acted casually and had not expected to draw out a sovereign from the Phaeacian star. He raised his hand, and the ancient tree steadied itself in the void, once again transforming into its original length and returning to Yuan Heng's grasp, while his gaze shifted to the emerald light that had just repelled the immortal crew. It was evidently another ultimate artifact, a set of 9 celestial beads, each crafted from the purest green gold of immortal tears, resembling 9 imperial stars, exuding a fierce aura. To provoke the Kunlun immortal clan with the strength of a single individual, you possess quite the audacity. The 9 celestial beads fully awakened, and behind them appeared a vast and desolate ancient realm, with ominous eyes opening, the will of an ancient being descending, sending forth a chilling mental wave directed at Yuan Heng. I have come for the human emperor seal. Yuan Heng's response was simple. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, meeting the gaze of the being behind the celestial beads with an unperturbed demeanor, showing no sign of concern for the threat posed by the Kunlun remnants. Through the lens of instruments, one can discern the essence of a person. This serves as the gold standard for evaluating the battle prowess of a sovereign in the vast cosmos. The distant set of celestial tears green gold divine pearls evidently holds some significance. While not particularly formidable among extreme-grade weaponry, it is merely of standard caliber for a typical second-generation emperor. However, the being behind the divine pearls was seething with rage, clearly impervious to Yuan Heng's words. The 9 celestial tears green gold pearls arranged themselves, morphing into an ancient serpent-like beast, grand and sinuous like a river of stars, bearing its fangs at Yuan Heng, emanating a catastrophic aura. As the words fell, Yuan Heng narrowed his eyes, unhesitatingly raising the eternal ancient ruler in his hand. The roar of the sea of suffering reverberated through the heavens. The terrifying shadow of the ruler bore immense authority, crashing directly towards the 9 divine pearls. Boom. As the celestial gold ruler descended, the transformed serpent beast was sent reeling backward, azure blood staining the sky, and the celestial tears green gold pearls nearly shattered, their imperial brilliance dimming significantly. Do you seek death? From deep within the exploded giant peak on the flying immortal star, a roar echoed forth, and a massive chunk of celestial essence erupted, releasing the being that could no longer contain its fury, awakening from its slumber. Yuan Heng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the creature within the celestial essence. It was a formidable beast, its fangs bared, its tiger-like body covered in bristles, a thick tail, and an exceptionally robust pair of bat-like wings adorned with peculiar imperial markings, both eerie and ferocious. Qiongqi. It was indeed that beast emperor, rumored to have emerged before the Holy Emperor, astonishingly surviving to this day. Qi recognized the identity of the beast emperor. The Qiongqi race was exceedingly rare, with only a single monarch throughout history. Oh, the Kunlun clan, which attained enlightenment after the fall of the heavenly court in the mythic era. Yuan Heng nodded, stepping forward in the void. In an instant, the surging rhythm of the Taijin Dao erupted from within him. The eternal ancient ruler embodying the ultimate laws akin to ancient celestial mountains, locking onto the Qiongqi emperor within the celestial essence. Do you wish to battle with me? He felt a surge of eagerness, having just embarked on the cultivation of the human secret realm, yearning for a clash with a peer-level practitioner. This Qiongqi emperor might not be weaker than the Jun emperor, serving as an excellent sharpening stone. Roar! To Yuan Heng's surprise, as his words fell, a glint ignited in the Qiongqi Emperor's emerald eyes. This beast, once sovereign over the universe, let out a low growl from its depths, and the celestial essence, resembling a small mountain, suddenly became riddled with cracks. Let us go to the battlefield beyond the domain. The Qiongqi Emperor was thoroughly provoked by Yuan Heng, its madness taking him aback as it disregarded its lifespan, intent on shattering the celestial essence surrounding it to engage Yuan Heng in a desperate fight. No. Yuan Heng furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that although the Qiongqi Emperor had self-inflicted wounds, its vitality was remarkably abundant, its essence even surpassing that of the current Kirin Emperor, defying all norms. Could it be that it self-destructed at its peak? This thought flashed through his mind, yet he cared little, abundant vitality or not. If the opponent wished for a death struggle, he was confident in fulfilling that desire and seeing them off. Gentlemen, cease your hostilities. Suddenly, from deep within the ancient flying immortal star, a profound sigh resonated within an infinitely deep valley. A flame ignited at the valley's core, illuminating the battlefield between Yuan Heng and the Qiongqi Emperor, compelling both parties on the verge of conflict to halt their actions. Chapter 24, Pressing to Submission. Gentlemen, cease your hostilities. Within the ancient flying immortal star, from a valley of unfathomable depth, a brilliant beam of heavenly light erupted, accompanied by an aged, hoarse sigh, capturing the attention of Yuan Heng and the Qiongqi Emperor. The source of the heavenly light was none other than a blood-red Dao fire, entwined around a heavenly lamp forged from chaos stone, swaying in the wind, yet still radiant enough to illuminate the 33 heavens. Another supreme being. Yuan Heng was astonished. While he did not recognize the lamp, he sensed its profound divine will, conveying its intent. But could it be the Candle Dragon Sovereign? He spoke in a low tone, recalling that the lore mentioned an ancient supreme being from the Kunlun legacy during the mythic era who wielded a heavenly lamp. No. That old friend perished in the battle during the fall of the heavenly court. This was merely his weapon. To his surprise, from within the lamp, a wave of divine consciousness emanated, and from the valley, another massive chunk of celestial essence emerged, revealing not the candle dragon but a divine bird. Its feathers of brilliant red, seemingly enveloped in an eternal, unquenchable blaze. I am the Zhu Luan Sovereign. As the words resonated, the heavenly fire surged around the chaos stone lamp, reviving the ultimate weapon, and an overwhelming power enveloped the entire flying immortal star, shielding it from the collateral damage of the impending extreme battle. Truly, the source was the Kunlun legacy, capable of summoning two supreme beings. I have stated my purpose. I come for the human sovereign seal. Yet, the presence of two supreme beings did not deter Yuan Heng. He stood with his arms crossed, unafraid to engage both in battle simultaneously, but still granted the Zhu Luan Sovereign a measure of respect, reiterating the aim of his visit. At the same time, he scrutinized the newly emerged sovereign. The Zhu Luan Sovereign was evidently older than the Qiongqi Emperor, its vitality significantly diminished, yet its gaze bore a haunting depth. Having witnessed countless rises and falls, I understand. This matter shall be my responsibility. I will provide an explanation to my fellow Taoist. Qiongqi, please return. There is no need to expend your lifespan needlessly. We have more pressing matters at hand. Yuan Heng's demeanor elicited little emotional response from the Zhu Luan Sovereign. It spoke slowly, presenting a perfect treasure vase crafted from phoenix blood and red gold, exuding a crimson flame akin to blood, swiftly healing the celestial essence mountains surrounding the Qiongqi Sovereign. The Luan bird belongs to the phoenix lineage. The Zhu Luan Sovereign had traveled far down the path of rebirth, its Dao fire surging with boundless vitality. Roar! The Zhu Luan Sovereign's intervention was met with evident displeasure from the Qiongqi Emperor, which growled at Yuan Heng but unhesitatingly retreated to the side of the Luan bird. Despite its vitality being far more abundant than that of the Zhu Luan Sovereign, it still displayed sufficient respect. The Zhu Luan Taoist is indeed reasonable. Seeing this, Yuan Heng also retracted his overwhelming aura of authority, his demeanor calming, though he still gripped the eternal ancient ruler in hand. Even against two supreme beings, he felt assured, for despite his sea of cycles being incomplete, he could guarantee he would not suffer losses. After all, this fellow was formidable, a primordial being returned from before the mythic era, and not an enemy of the Kunlun clan. The treasure vase atop the Zhu Luan Sovereign's head emitted a soft humming, seemingly conveying some supreme will. Moments later, a tall figure with a pitch-black vertical eye on its forehead emerged from the mountains, holding a stone platform aloft. Upon the platform rested a square, dimly glowing seal. The human sovereign seal. Upon witnessing this, the Taiyin sovereign Si-Chi immediately turned to Yuan Heng, and upon receiving affirmation, he stepped forward to accept the dark seal from the hands of the Kunlun clan's quasi-emperor. The human sovereign seal, as in the past, was missing a corner, and the seal's body bore deep cracks, nearly splitting it in two. The Taiyan human sovereign was an impressive figure, though the seal was gravely injured. The descendants of my clan had stumbled upon it inadvertently, paying a great price in treasures, currently aiding your human race in nurturing its deity. Should it one day awaken, returning it to the Taiyan divine sect would not be out of the question. The Zhulan sovereign's divine consciousness exhibited no fluctuations, deliberately diffusing tension with Yuan Hong. Yet noticing that its words were rendering Yuan Heng's expression increasingly grim, it chose to fall silent. Previously, when the Taichu ancient mine experienced upheaval, the old Zhulan had awakened and observed the battle between Yuan Hong and the Jun Emperor. It could not see through Yuan Hong. This ancient being unearthed from the depths of the Taichu mine, seemingly boundless. In the old Zhulan's memory, only a few could contend with Yuan Hong. Rumble. Suddenly, Yuan Gen, without any forewarning, struck once more. Before the Supreme Lord Zhulan and the ancient Emperor Qiongqi could react, a colossal hand extended, transforming into a vast expanse, and forcefully plunged into the earth of the flying immortal ancient star. A magnificent vein of the earth was ensnared by him, instantly drawn into the sea of suffering. This was an exceptionally grand vein, though not vast, it was of immense value, having once belonged to one of the dragon offspring of Kunlun Mountain. After the Kunlun clan lost their celestial mountain, these dragon offspring were deemed precious, their lineage regarded as the very lifeblood of the remnants. The ancient Emperor Qiongqi growled, yet took no action. Fierce and brutal, he was previously unaware that the human emperor seal resided in the hands of his descendants. A simple exchange revealed that this monarch clearly recognized the Kunlun remnants were in the wrong, as their heirs had concealed imperial artifacts from other clans, and were now confronted by them, a truly humiliating predicament. If the roles were reversed, should anyone hide the candle dragon lamp of the Kunlun remnants, the old Qiongqi would undoubtedly not let it slide. This was merely interest. Yuan Gen paid no heed to the attitudes of the two supreme lords from the Kunlun remnants. The sea of suffering shimmered with a dark celestial light as he sealed that vein of the earth, his murderous intent dissipating considerably. Without hesitation, he turned. The Dao beneath his feet surged, preparing to depart from the flying immortal ancient star. What would you like to know about the origins of the divine war, fellow Taoist? Just as Yuan Gen and the two quasi-emperors began to fade from view, a sudden ripple of divine thought emanated from the supreme Lord Zhulan, gently disturbing the currents of the Dao before dissipating into the air. What does Taoist Zhulan wish to convey? Yuan Gen glanced back, skeptical of any goodwill from the Kunlun remnants, yet indifferent to hearing a few more words. He responded with nonchalance. During that grand melee, the immortal bell of Kunlun once made an appearance, and there were disturbances suggestive of the path to immortality, related to a certain old acquaintance of our clan. That individual may very well be the instigator of the chaos. There was no trace of fluctuation in the divine sound of Supreme Lord Zhulan, but upon mentioning the old acquaintance, an unmistakable wave of emotion surfaced. The undying heavenly emperor. Beside Yuan Gen, the quasi-emperor Si Qi suddenly interjected, recalling a certain legend. In that tale, when the heavenly court attained immortality, the undying heavenly emperor had intervened, wielding one of the three ancient divine artifacts, the immortal bell of Kunlun, delivering an irrevocable blow to the heavenly court. Indeed, it was the undying heavenly emperor. In those days, it was I, the candle dragon, along with several others, who entrusted the immortal bell and Kunlun blood to that little creature, never to return. At this point, Supreme Lord Zhulan's emotions could no longer be contained. The hatred in her voice was thick enough to darken the skies above the flying immortal star. What do you wish to say? Yuan Gen remained skeptical of any goodwill from Supreme Lord Zhulan. He regarded this group of cornered canines with disdain, while they also viewed him, the meddling Supreme, with disfavor. The animosity between them had just begun, making it unlikely for it to dissipate easily. Outside the mother star of the Emperor, within the territory of Yinghua, the immortal bell lies there. Do you dare to go, fellow Taoist? Upon hearing this, Supreme Lord Zhulan no longer concealed her intentions and spoke earnestly. Chapter 25, Origins of the Divine War. A little less than half an hour later, outside the purple star, in the vast and silent expanse of the cosmos, a sudden flash of black lightning flickered into existence, the brilliance surging forth rapidly to form an ethereal door, connecting to the boundless distance. Thank you, Supreme. As the quasi-emperor Si Qi stepped through the ethereal doorway, she did not hesitate to bow deeply to Yuan Gen, cradling the dark human emperor seal in her arms. Though the ancient seal was flawed and the deity had yet to awaken, it still emanated a rich essence of the Taiyan Dao, its origin intact. This filled Si Qi with uncontainable joy. Thank you, Supreme. The elderly quasi-emperor of the sun also deeply bowed to Yuan General. The Taiyan and Taiyang share a profound connection. The Taiyan's retrieval of the human emperor seal was also monumental news for the sun god sect. I need not instruct you on awakening the deity. Focus on restoring the state of the Emperor's seal. Yuan Gen, receiving such grand gestures of respect, was not overly concerned. He was not worried about the Taigu god sect's inability to awaken the slumbering deity of the Emperor's seal, for even the Kunlun remnants could achieve this. The essence of the human Emperor's seal remained intact, with no severe damage. Yes, Siqi bowed again. This venerable quasi-emperor of over 7,000 years had never felt her thoughts so invigorated. Just moments ago, on her way back from the flying immortal ancient star, she had devised dozens of systematic methods to replenish the essence of the human Emperor's seal. Yuan Gen was in good spirits, though the human Emperor's seal was flawed. The existence of the supreme weapon was evidently more significant. As long as the Emperor's seal existed, it meant that the teachings and laws of the human emperor would never be severed. No matter how arduous the future may be, the Taigu god sect could endure. Correspondingly, the situation for the Sun god sect would also improve significantly, at least avoiding the issue of losing the heritage of their rulers, as had occurred in the original timeline. Supreme, please be cautious. Those two beast lords may not be trustworthy. Suddenly, the elderly quasi-emperor of the Sun spoke up. She had recently overheard Yuan Gen's conversation with the two supreme lords of the Kunlun remnants and understood that Yuan Gen might set off immediately, prompting her concerns as she elaborated on her views. In her opinion, Supreme Lord Zhu Luan was most likely to employ a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, pitting the ancient and fearsome Yuan Gen against the undying heavenly emperor. Regardless of who won or lost, it would expend the energy of the formidable enemy, the undying heavenly emperor, against the Kunlun remnants. A less likely scenario was that the undying heavenly emperor and the Kunlun remnants might have a covert alliance. While luring Yuan Gen into action, the undying heavenly emperor might set a trap to eliminate this formidable opponent. Even cornered canines possess pride and would not collaborate with the undying heavenly emperor. For this latter conjecture, Yuan Gen smiled slightly. Although he had only interacted once with Zhu Luan and Xiongqi, he could still sense a deep-seated pride emanating from their very beings. Especially Supreme Lord Zhu Luan. That old fellow had survived since the mythological era as the helmsman of the Kunlun remnants, having wielded divine artifacts and experienced the most glorious times of Kunlun. The arrogance of the celestial clan would never be discarded. Are you suggesting we should venture to the Yinghua ancient star? The elderly quasi-emperor of the Sun voiced her concerns. Merely driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. As long as I am strong enough, all schemes are but illusions. Yuan Gen smiled, waving to the two quasi-emperors as he stepped into the ethereal doorway behind him, the Dao currents stirring, and then he vanished without a trace. He was indeed intent on exploring the Yinghua ancient star. This desire stemmed not solely from Yuan Gen's curiosity about the ancient divine war, but also from his interest in the undying heavenly emperor. In the current late ancient era, the only individuals capable of commanding Yuan Gen's respect, even inciting a degree of apprehension, were the emperor and the undying heavenly emperor. As for the emperor, his state and mindset seemed particularly unique, having remained dormant for eons without action. Though Yuan Gen viewed him as a threat, it was a matter to consider after embarking on the path to immortality. In contrast, the undying heavenly emperor had always been remarkably active. Yuan Gen, familiar with the original text, understood that this individual was essentially a five-colored phoenix that had fallen from the immortal domain, possessing an absurdly terrifying talent. The path to immortality was no mere jest. Since the mythological era, the undying heavenly emperor had begun to make his mark, gaining recognition from the emperor in his youth and reaping numerous benefits. His formidable reputation during the era of coexisting sovereigns was a testament to his unparalleled might. Once his wings had strengthened, the undying heavenly emperor no longer wished to be a mere pawn. At that time, he had yet to attain the Dao, yet dared to scheme against the tiger and collaborated with the Kunlun remnants, wielding the immortal bell tainted with Kunlun blood to ambush the emperor in at least the domain of the heavenly sovereign, and later even went so far as to seize the immortal bell. During the ancient era, the undying heavenly emperor became a pivotal figure in that historical narrative, hailed as the god of myriad clans, exerting pressure over all races of the ancient world, mastering numerous great paths, and leaving behind countless legends. His qualifications, courage, methods, and audacity were all exceptional. From the end of the mythological age to the present late ancient period, the undying heavenly emperor had already surpassed 1,000,000 years in lifespan, and his strength was beyond comprehension. Perhaps he was just a few transformations away from true immortality. Certainly, the aforementioned reasons do not encapsulate Yuan Geng's apprehensions regarding the immortal emperor. His true concerns about this undying sovereign stem from the fact that the five-colored phoenix hailing from the celestial domain is utterly undignified, remarkably undignified. Yuan Geng is well versed in the original texts, tracing back from the Primordial Era to the later ancient times. Any instance of ancient emperors meeting with unexpected demise or mysterious disappearances can, to a considerable extent, be linked to the Immortal Emperor. Setting aside the treachery of turning against the Imperial Lord and the covert machinations against the War Saint Emperor, along with the premature demise of the future Grand Emperor, it is evident that his ambition to instigate divine wars and incite significant upheavals during the ancient times reveals a blatant disregard for the beings of this realm. Yuan Gen harbors a distaste for such individuals and is resolute in taking preemptive measures to eliminate the threat posed by the Emperor during his own transformations, lest he inadvertently falls victim to the Celestial Bell or the Immortal Heaven Blade. As the gates of the void flickered, Yuan Gen stepped forth, emerging not in the ancient star of Yinghua, but rather upon the ancestral star of Qilin, before the stone abode left to him by the Qilin Emperor. A year had elapsed, and the humble stone dwelling remained unchanged, yet the profound energy of this location had deepened, as if a dark Qilin lay dormant at the precipice. Exhaling the essence of moonlight and starlight, outside the small courtyard, the Qilin Emperor sat facing the cliff, before him a spectral scripture inscribed in the void, while in his hands lay a sheet of golden paper, densely etched with black runes that intertwined to form the phantom of a four-horned dark Qilin, exuding celestial might. This was, of course, the Dharma image of Yuan Gen's master, meticulously replicated, though it could not fully capture the grandeur of that celestial authority. It sufficed for the Qilin Emperor to draw inspiration and contemplate a more profound path. "I have heard you venture to the Facian Star?" The old Qilin, having noticed Yuan Gen's arrival, retracted the golden paper and nodded. Without concealing anything, Yuan Gen chuckled. "It is fortunate we did not come to blows. The descendants of Kunlun have generally been restrained. To my knowledge, they are gathering strength, anticipating the day they reclaim their ancestral lineage." The Qilin Emperor offered a cautionary note. "Let them be. Our paths shall likely not cross again." Stepping closer, Yuan Gen placed a large hand on the Qilin Emperor's shoulder, smiling. "Come. I shall introduce you to a formidable opponent." What? Before the Qilin Emperor could fully grasp the situation, he was engulfed by Yuan Gen's Dao rhythm. And in a flash of extreme brilliance, the two vanished from their original location. Chapter 26. Qilin Emperor, go eliminate the Immortal Emperor. Yinghua. Neighboring the ancestral star of the Imperial Lord, is an ancient celestial body shrouded in blood-red soil, devoid of any semblance of heavenly essence. The mountains are desolate, the rivers have run dry, and the vast terrain harbors not even a trace of dragon veins. At first glance, it appears a barren and impoverished star, akin to countless desolate celestial bodies scattered throughout the cosmos, devoid of any redeeming qualities. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that Yinghua is not an ordinary dead star. It boasts a glorious and resplendent past. The seemingly endless barren mountains are not worthless hills, but rather the remains of once mighty dragons, long withered and interred here. In other words, the ancient star of Yinghua once flourished, but has since endured unimaginable calamities. The essence of life has withered, dragon veins have perished, and the lineage of Dao has collapsed, leaving no cultivators willing to linger in this desolation. For over 100,000 years, this place had served as a battleground for the mightiest of beings. The former splendor and brilliance have faded, leaving behind a land stained black with the blood of battles long past, alongside the remnants of collapsed structures, whispering tales of its history. It is a site of a dying source star, one of the battlefields of the mythic era. The Qilin Emperor, clearly unfamiliar with the ancient star of Yinghua, took time to analyze the surroundings after Yuan Gen brought him to this celestial body, ultimately arriving at this conclusion. As he spoke, the old Qilin extended a hand, causing the blackened earth to tremble, as he unearthed an ancient relic from beneath the blood-stained strata. It was a fragment radiating a silvery sheen, its edges remarkably sharp, inscribed with intricate and profound runes that, despite its broken state, still retained a fraction of divine power. A shard of a quasi-imperial warship, interwoven with divine purple gold. It was a vessel capable of traversing the cosmic expanse, yet it had been shattered, with none of its passengers surviving. The Qilin Emperor sighed, reflecting on such a quasi-imperial warship, capable of carrying several great saints and numerous sovereigns. Few celestial bodies could withstand its assault, yet here it lay, fallen without resistance, reduced to mere fragments of metal and flesh. "You have never visited this place?" Yuan Gen inquired, somewhat surprised. "Were Yinghua an ancestral life source star like Hongwang, I might have considered a visit, but a dead star such as this is merely one of the battlefields in the divine war. I have only heard of it." The Qilin Emperor replied with a shake of his head. "The lifespan of sovereigns is naturally extensive and enduring, yet the universe is vast. Even emperors cannot traverse every star within it, for that would be utterly unrealistic." "Such a pity," Yuan Gen mused as he strolled leisurely across the surface of Yinghua. In the Primordial Era, many events from the original texts had yet to transpire. There were neither the great Thundersound Temple, nor the 18 layers of hell, nor the formidable ghostly figures of the perfected saints, posing no threat to the emperors. There is nothing to lament. This star is withering, devoid of hope for revival. The Qilin Emperor squinted, suddenly appearing deep in thought, his brow furrowing. Did the Supreme One from Faxian star disclose something to you? As Yuan Gen guided the Qilin Emperor across the surface of Yinghua, they quickly arrived at the northernmost point of the star, where once there had been an ocean, now dried up, leaving only a sky filled with crimson sands that obscured all. Soon, they reached a massive blood-red mountain, and with a casual gesture, Yuan Gen moved the towering peak aside, revealing a dark cavern, the Sea Eye of Yinghua, icy and cold, seemingly connected to the depths of hell. The Sea Eye of Yinghua, the source of the divine war, Yuan Gen declared with a hint of a smile, his demeanor pleasing the Qilin Emperor, who felt fortunate to have a friend willing to share such ancient secrets without reservation. There are seals, I shall clear the way. Taking a deep breath, the old emperor's gray hair transformed into a deep blue hue. He summoned the extreme blood within him, rapidly elevating his aura to its zenith, and then strode forth with the steps of a Qilin, advancing deep into the Sea Eye. As they delved deeper into the earth, they soon encountered a formidable wave of energy that obstructed their progress, with intricate runes of the same level manifesting, densely interwoven to seal off all behind them. The flawless emperor's runes? The Qilin Emperor raised an eyebrow, clearly elated. Being hindered by imperial runes indicated that the secret realm they were exploring possessed a high level of complexity, concealing something extraordinary. Dao severing the two realms. He immediately took action. For contemporary emperors, imperial formations were hardly insurmountable obstacles. He raised a hand, forcefully sweeping through the void, causing the imperial runes to quiver violently. After several attempts, the formation shattered and dissipated entirely. With another step forward, Yuan Gen and the Qilin Emperor found themselves in a vast, newly revealed expanse beneath the depths of Yinghua. Here, the darkness stretched boundlessly, revealing an endless abyss that was a pitch-black ocean, devoid of any visible end. Peering down, the two beheld the ominous aura permeating the vast Black Sea, utterly lifeless, with surging waves teeming with overwhelming death energy that threatened to suffocate them. This place had witnessed the demise of supreme beings at the extreme level, and certainly more than one. As they arrived, the Qilin Emperor was immediately struck by the terror of death. Only the fall of extreme supreme beings could give rise to such an immense realm of death. This realm is undoubtedly one of the supreme battlefields of the divine war. On the other side, Yuan Gen harbors suspicions, his eyes ablaze with a fierce brilliance. He perceives an abundance of remains and shattered weapons floating within the Black Sea, remnants that surely belong to beings of at least the great sage level. Yet, their essence has long since been drained, leaving only an overwhelming aura of death. Let us venture deeper. The Qilin Emperor expresses a sense of anticipation, taking the lead as he soars into the depths of the Black Sea. At his level, few places can evoke feelings of excitement and satisfaction. And this adventure involving fellow practitioners of similar caliber stirs his enthusiasm. Such formidable presence evidently stirs the waves of the Black Sea, dark tides surge, and monstrous entities, composed of the corpses of great sages and fragments of imperial weapons, emerge from the depths, actively seeking to obstruct the path of the Qilin Emperor. Who has orchestrated such a bizarre place? The Qilin Emperor glares in disdain at the undead beasts. He reflects upon the sheer number of great sage corpses and fragments of imperial weapons. These are not mere happenstance. It appears that someone has deliberately amassed this sea of death. Roar. Yet, these are but trifles. He unleashes a mighty Qilin roar, evaporating the Black Sea for billions of miles under his regal might, devouring the monsters with azure royal flames, leaving not a trace behind. The duo continues onward, swiftly arriving at the depths of the Black Sea, a peculiar sight where countless corpses are piled high. Upon closer inspection, they find that all are the remains of quasi-emperors, drained of their essence and discarded like refuse around the palace, now in a state of decay. Indeed, a dark hand lurks behind the divine war. With so many quasi-emperor remains, it is hard to believe they all perished here. The Qilin Emperor gazes toward the island where the palace stands. Nearly buried beneath the remains of quasi-emperors, the pungent stench of decay, causing him to frown deeply. What unsettles him further is the palpable surge of death emanating from within the palace, a presence far more formidable than that of the quasi-emperor corpses, hinting at an even more powerful existence. The dark hand behind the divine war must be familiar to you. It is none other than the god of myriad races from the dawn of this era. Yuan Gen squints at the distant palace, sensing that, perhaps due to their arrival, a terrifying aura is awakening from the palace's depths, stirring from an ancient slumber. Thus, Yuan Gen extends his hand, firmly clapping the Qilin Emperor on the shoulder, his tone imbued with trust. Fire, my friend. Go and eliminate the undying Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 27, Dialogue with the Heavenly Emperor. Boom. As the Qilin Emperor continues to gaze at the palace built upon the mountain of corpses, he suddenly hears a thunderous roar emanating from within. And he belatedly senses the awakening of a terrifying presence deep within the palace, its blood aura surpassing even that of the reigning emperor. Are you implying that the being within the palace is the undying heavenly emperor? At this moment, the Kirin emperor turns to Yuan Gen, astonished. Realizing that the god of myriad races who founded this era has indeed survived to the present day. It is that phoenix. The ancient black-red shrew appears in Yuan Gen's hand as he strides forward with unwavering resolve toward the island resembling a mountain of corpses. His aura is frigid to the extreme, instantly freezing the rotting flesh of the corpse mountain into nothingness under the absolute power of the ultimate Yin. He feels a sense of anticipation. The being within the palace is not only the objective of his journey, but also the first being he encounters upon awakening, one that is nearly transcendent. Boom. Just as Yuan Gen prepares to kick open the palace doors, an explosive sound reverberates, and the two doors, heavier than the stars themselves, swing open of their own accord, seemingly inviting the two distant guests. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Gen and the Kirin emperor exchange glances, and without hesitation, they step forward, crossing the threshold of the palace to look into its depths. Splash. Upon entering the celestial palace, they hear the sound of flowing water echoing continuously. Upon closer inspection, it is not water at all, but rather streams of crimson flowing from all directions of this realm. At the confluence of these blood streams lies a massive blood pool in the center of the celestial palace, radiating an eye-searing scarlet hue, dense with innate Dao principles, imparting an eerie sense of sanctity. Beneath the blood pool, a blurred figure sits cross-legged. Upon closer scrutiny, it is a man clad in a five-colored feathered robe. His features elongated and strikingly handsome, unlike any mortal, with a five-colored celestial blade resting casually across his knees, exuding an air of both calmness and dominance. At this moment, the man has awakened, his eyes sparkling with a brilliant celestial light, fixating on Yuan Gen and the Kirin emperor, devoid of any emotion. Clang. At a certain moment, a flash of celestial light ignites in the man's eyes, and the sound of the phoenix's cry coincides with the drawing of the celestial blade. Two illusory five-colored celestial blades soar from his eyes, suddenly appearing before Yuan Gen and the Kirin emperor, unhesitatingly descending upon them under an overwhelming will. Boom. Upon witnessing this, the Kirin emperor hastily intervenes, wary of the legendary god of myriad races, summoning the eternal blue-gold staff with a flicker of his brow. The azure Kirin staff collides with the illusory celestial blade, shattering it into a cascade of radiant shards. Meanwhile, Yuan Gen also takes action, his palm transforming into an inky blackness as he seizes the illusory celestial blade and crushes it into fragments. The troubles brought forth by Kunlun. At this moment, the man in the five-colored feathered robe murmurs, his gaze sharp as he scrutinizes Yuan Gen and the Kirin emperor, subsequently focusing on Yuan Gen with an icy demeanor. An ancient being, a practitioner of an archaic system, you carry the aura of my realm. Why have you come? Such an attitude takes Yuan Gen by surprise. Having only emerged for 2 years, the undying heavenly emperor is already aware of his existence and seemingly detects the aura of the celestial domain upon him. However, he quickly comes to terms with it. He has indeed visited the celestial domain. This practitioner who has survived since the twilight of myth appears to have long since withdrawn from the world, yet based on numerous legends surrounding him, it seems he is always vigilant of the universe, never missing significant events, simply seeking the truth. Fellow Taoist, you have committed numerous transgressions, inevitably drawing the attention of many. Yuan Gen's response is unremarkable. He lifts his gaze toward the blood pool above the undying heavenly emperor, recognizing its complexity. It is likely composed of the blood, bones, and divine essences of numerous supreme beings, appearing gruesome, yet serving as an extraordinary elixir. To create such a vast blood pool, the undying heavenly emperor is undoubtedly the greatest beneficiary of that divine war. Transgressions? You hail from the ancient past. You should know what this realm once resembled. The emperor of desolate heaven possessed the power to prevent this, yet allowed his homeland to devolve into such a state. How many who ought to attain eternal life have perished over millennia? Compared to his transgressions, what do my actions amount to? The man in the five-colored feathered robe remains indifferent to Yuan Gen's mention of transgressions, clearly aware of many truths of this realm, and recognizes that Yuan Gen, as an ancient being, is no simple character, having said much. He has his own grievances, you do not comprehend. Yuan Gen sighs lightly. Although the undying heavenly emperor hails from the celestial domain, he fell to this realm in his youth, entirely unaware of the secrets beyond the sea of realms, nor the circumstances surrounding the emperor of desolate heaven. I, too, bear my own burdens. I am not of this realm. Why must I suffer here? Do you know the hardships I have endured? I merely wish to return to my homeland. The undying heavenly emperor's tone is heavy, and as he mentions his homeland, his face, strikingly beautiful yet not of this world, contorts slightly. A slender finger points toward the blood pool above him, his voice cold as he declares, "All of this is destined to be the sacrifice of the Emperor of Desolate Heaven's actions, mere bubbles in the river of time, fortunate to aid my ascension. They perish with purpose." In response, Yuan Gen revealed no unnecessary emotions upon his face. He gazed at the five-colored phoenix, a being who had thrived in this realm for over 1,000,000 years and was venerated throughout the universe as the deity of myriad races, and softly remarked, "Fallacies." Boom. At these words, the undying emperor beneath the blood pool could no longer conceal his malevolence. The five-colored celestial light enveloped the desolate world, and his gaze towards Yuan Gen and the Kirin emperor resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey, brimming with murderous intent. Think as you will. But an ancient system's supreme being and a current emperor should remain here. My ultimate transformation still requires some extreme blood. Such overwhelming power that crushed the universe left the Kirin emperor in shock. He had never anticipated that this deity of myriad races would be so audacious as to confront two supreme beings alone, exhibiting an unparalleled level of confidence. Clang. He dared not underestimate the situation. The eternal blue-gold Kirin staff had already fully revived, merging completely with the aura of the old Kirin. He turned his attention to Yuan Gen nearby and cautioned, "Be wary, for the undying emperor has likely never self-slashed. Having lived for nearly an era, he is likely on the brink of ascension to immortality." "I am aware," Yuan Gen nodded. The undying emperor had indeed never self-slashed. He and this phoenix were practitioners of the same caliber, seeing through the layers of their transformations. Perhaps he was only a few rebirths away from reaching the domain of immortals. He understood that in his current state, he could not possibly rival the undying emperor. After all, in terms of physical secret realms, Yuan Gen had only practiced for a mere 2 years and was merely a fledgling in the beyond realm. While he might be able to suppress the Kirin emperor, it would be impossible to subdue the undying emperor. Ding. Thus, Yuan Gen lightly flicked the ancient scale in his hand, rendering the red-black Dao scale ethereal as it melded into his being. Return, Ancient Dao of Celestial Law. He sealed all his celestial law cultivation within the Dao Seed and refined this scale, leaving a contingency plan. When needed, he could simply absorb the ancient scale into his body to regain his celestial law cultivation and strength. At that moment, the undying emperor sensed Yuan Gen's aura rapidly escalating at a terrifying pace. Initially only comparable to the Kirin emperor, after several surges, it reached a level that was on par with his own. As Yuan Gen's cultivation peaked, a hint of fervent battle intent emerged upon his countenance. Come. Chapter 28. You only know how to bully the weak. Boom. The ancient scale merged with Yuan Gen's corporeal form, and within it, the tiny Dao Seed awakened. Akin to an ethereal heart. With each pulse, it resonated with a multitude of roars, causing the ancient realm of supremacy to tremble. Yuan Gen's aura surged, and even the undying emperor felt immense pressure. Undoubtedly, the figure he faced was one who could rightfully prefix his name with heavenly. Dao Seed Law? An ancient path of cultivation from my realm. For one of your strength, you would have been a figure of prominence in that era. It was evident that the undying emperor recognized the Dao Seed Law. In other words, this phoenix from the celestial domain was not entirely ignorant of that realm. Upon arriving in this world, he had already acquired considerable knowledge. Is there still anyone practicing the Dao Seed Law on your side? Yuan Gen inquired. The undying emperor must have fallen into this realm several million to tens of millions of years after the cataclysmic battles of the Ancient Era, and he was somewhat concerned about the state of the celestial domain at that time. I have encountered practitioners like you. The man wielding the five-colored heavenly blade replied with a reminiscent expression, eventually recounting that past. Although the methods of the archaic heavenly emperor are more prevalent. As long as the cosmos continues to give birth to Dao seeds, there will be no shortage of practitioners in the Dao seed system. As he spoke, the undying emperor sighed, realizing that his understanding of the celestial domain was rather limited. However, after millions of years of cultivation and a deepening comprehension of this realm, he had gained many insights into his youthful experiences. What of the burial domain? Yuan Gen continued to inquire, seizing the rare opportunity to extract more information about the outer realms from the undying emperor. The burial domain? Another realm? I have never heard of it. Is there still anyone practicing the ritual spirit path? A path that has fallen into neglect. I have never encountered it. It is said that only the most ancient of kingdoms tread this route. What of the Jinwu clan? Do they still have several kings? I have not heard of them. Yuan Gen's questions continued, yet the undying emperor's confidence waned with each response. It was clear that the five-colored phoenix had been a mere novice when he descended into this realm, still struggling in a corner of the celestial domain. He had not even heard of the Jinwu clan, a major clan in the celestial domain, let alone the burial domain. He wished to press further, but the undying emperor's patience was wearing thin. The five-colored blood energy surged, and this phoenix, who had lived for countless ages, felt a slight loss of composure as he interrupted Yuan Gong, revealing a hint of murderous intent. You possess much ancient knowledge. Eliminating your primordial spirit would yield considerable rewards for me. To the undying emperor, Yuan Gong, a figure from antiquity, was undeniably extraordinary. With an understanding of the celestial domain far beyond imagination, representing a vast treasure trove of invaluable memories. Roar. Noticing the escalating tension between Yuan Gong and the undying emperor, the Kirin emperor took the initiative to strike. Accompanied by the old emperor's roar, the eternal blue gold staff surged forth, unleashing a brilliant cleave aimed at the undying emperor. It was evident that the old Kirin had grown weary of the exchange between Yuan Gong and the undying emperor, which he could not comprehend, opting instead to dive straight into the fray and ignite the battle. Boom. The full force of the reigning emperor's strike caused the magnificent ancient hall to tremble violently. The two colossal doors, heavier than stars, flew open, and the imperial array inscriptions upon them were considerably worn away. Yet, this cataclysmic blow failed to even graze the undying emperor's robes. The five-colored feathered attire fluttered as he soared into the heavens, effortlessly supporting the vast blood pool without any damage. Clang! The heavenly blade resonated, and the undying emperor's eyes gleamed with evident ire. As a being of the heavenly lineage, the Kirin emperor, a contemporary ruler, hardly garnered his respect. However, should the Kirin emperor destroy this blood pool, which had required immense effort to forge, his plans for rebirth would be delayed by at least several 100,000 years. Without hesitation, he unleashed a strike, and a radiant phoenix manifestation appeared above him, its wings unfurling as the five-colored phoenix wings merged with the five-colored heavenly blade, descending upon the Kirin emperor in an instant. Clang! This strike was executed with utmost swiftness. The Kirin emperor could only manage to position the eternal blue gold staff before him, yet the undying heavenly blade had already collided with the Kirin staff, engulfing the area in a torrent of five-colored celestial light and azure Kirin fire, reducing all to nothingness. Before long, the five-colored celestial light completely extinguished the Kirin fire. The Kirin emperor, unable to withstand the undying emperor, was sent flying by a single blow. In midair, he coughed up blood, and upon closer inspection, numerous cracks marred the surface of the eternal blue gold staff, bound to his life force. With just one strike, the undying emperor had thoroughly suppressed the reigning emperor. Screech. Witnessing this, the undying emperor's eyes sparkled with intensity. The five-colored phoenix behind him let out a triumphant cry, its wings and blade converging once again, poised to deliver a fatal blow to further injure this contemporary ruler. Such a sudden turn of events sent the Kirin emperor into a state of panic. He had never imagined that the deity of myriad races would be so overwhelmingly powerful, leaving someone like him, an old emperor in the twilight of his second life, utterly without a chance to retaliate. Boom. However, at that moment, Yuan Gong intervened preemptively, positioning himself between the heavenly blade and the Kirin emperor. Behind him, a pitch-black expanse of Taigu unfurled, revealing countless colossal Kuan within the vastness, executing a fierce tail swipe that sent the five-colored heavenly blade hurtling back. Friend of fire, stand down. Yuan Hong, with a heart full of intent, sought to showcase the formidable prowess of the undying emperor to the Kirin emperor. However, he would not allow his ally to be easily slain. The vitality of a contemporary emperor is far too abundant. Should the undying emperor seize him, it would be tantamount to empowering the enemy. I understand, gritted the Kirin emperor, decisively retreating to the entrance of this realm. He recognized that he was unlikely to match the undying emperor and Yuan Hong, yet he did not anticipate such a vast disparity. A single strike had extinguished his will to fight. There was no doubt that, had Yuan Hong not intervened, the third strike of the eternal blue gold staff would have shattered, and even if the Kirin emperor burned his essence, he might still be unable to withstand 5 blows from the undying emperor. Humph. Upon witnessing this, the undying emperor let out a cold snort. Yet, in the face of an inscrutable opponent like Yuan Hong, he could not afford to be careless. He immediately drew the blood pool into his celestial platform, readying himself to confront his adversary with optimal vigor. With a resonant incantation, Yuan Hong signaled, and the immense Kuan behind him emitted a distant, sonorous call. This colossal beast, spanning tens of thousands of miles, leaped into the heavens, its mighty tail sweeping across the sky, radiating boundless brilliance as it struck toward the undying emperor. The Kuanping, a renowned lineage in the primordial ancient realm, once had a celestial king who subdued it, a ruler who merged with the sun as the great Peng and the moon as the great Kuan, achieving a harmony of yin and yang, earning great renown in the primordial ancient world. Among the myriad celestial arts that Yuan Hong had studied in the path of the great Yin, the great Kuan was also supremely powerful. Celestial ascendance. Faced with such a world-altering tail strike, the undying emperor was not to be trifled with. His celestial platform radiated a dazzling light, with celestial mists flowing behind him, transforming into an ethereal waterfall of silver light that pressed down upon the immense black Kuan below. Boom. The collision of these two immense forces was so tremendous that even the towering palace below could not withstand it. The hall, inscribed with imperial patterns, crumbled inch by inch, ultimately turning to dust and scattering into the distance. In the distance, the Kirin Emperor was astounded. Both Yuan Heng and the Undying Emperor were evidently extraordinary beings. In their first direct confrontation, neither employed ordinary techniques. To be fair, both had transcended the so-called ancient imperial taboos, providing significant enlightenment to the Kirin Emperor. Ultimately, the obsidian Kuan and the silver waterfall shattered simultaneously, and both Yuan Heng and the Undying Emperor staggered back half a step to steady the surging principles within them. A rare opponent. The Undying Emperor nodded internally. Since his ascension, he had not encountered such formidable adversaries, causing his five-colored celestial blood to surge with excitement. Eager to exert himself fully to vanquish this ancient being. Quite impressive. Yuan Heng, meanwhile, compared his strength against the Undying Emperor. This individual had practiced in this realm for over 1,000,000 years, his mastery profound. Under the celestial path, he was hard to rival. However, to be candid, their recent clash was merely a glimpse of his capabilities, not yet reaching the level of otherworldly immortality. He understood that this five-colored phoenix appeared to undervalue combat prowess. In the original text, the Emperor had lived from the end of the mythical era to the brink of the ancient age and had even been evenly matched by a brash youth like Wushi, which spoke volumes. Nevertheless, Yuan Heng was willing to give the Undying Emperor a chance to test his limits. Little Phoenix, let me see how formidable you truly are. Chapter 29, Overestimated You. Little Phoenix, let me see how formidable you truly are. Yuan Heng's voice resonated, akin to divine thunder rolling from the 9 heavens. Each word swept through like a starry river, the laws of the utmost path roaring as the dense celestial light of the great Ein transformed into a thick mist, enveloping the entire ancient realm in an instant. The celestial ancient laws emphasized the connection between the inner and outer worlds, and thus, the control over these realms was exceptionally high. The omnipresent laws of the great Ein eroded the myriad paths of this ancient realm, fundamentally altering the essence of this divine battlefield. Whether it was the Undying Emperor or the distant Kirin Emperor observing, both could distinctly sense the transformation of the fundamental rules of this realm. Originally, the divine battle had filled this place with death, decay, and corruption. But after undergoing the cleansing of the great Ein laws, all impurities dissipated, leaving only the most pure essence of death in the world. From the perspective of the great Ein path, all things in the world could be divided into the dualities of Yin and Yang. The great Ein naturally represented the shadowy aspect of the myriad paths. Weakness, coldness, extinction, death, and darkness were all facets of this Ein, belonging to the great Ein path. This is the path of death in the great Ein. In battling the Undying Emperor, Yuan Heng, after a long absence, revealed some of his true capabilities to gauge this five-colored phoenix. With an immense roar, the boundless black ocean resounded with a whale-like call. Under Yuan Heng's will, the dark Kuan leaped from the death-laden sea, its mouth agape like a portal to the 9 hells, poised to devour the Undying Emperor. Arrogant, the Emperor, undeterred, felt a surge of divine light flicker at his brow. A similarly majestic five-colored celestial bird materialized, its resplendent feathers and radiant wings unfurling like 2 five-colored divine blades honed through countless trials, ready to clash with the colossal Kuan. Having trained from the end of the mythical era to this late stage of the ancient age, the Undying Emperor had labored in this realm for over 1,000,000 years. He was a true pinnacle of bloodlines, with extraordinary talents, never having resorted to self-harm, whether in the arts of immortality or longevity, having already reached the apex of skill. The Undying Emperor was confident that even in that brilliantly glorious mythical age, he was among the utmost elite, with only the likes of the underworld sovereign and the Emperor still capable of contending with him. All other dignitaries and emperors were but mere chickens and dogs in comparison. Thus, when facing Yuan Heng, the Undying Emperor exuded an air of exceptional confidence. He did not hesitate to confront Yuan Heng head-on, both to gauge his depths and to suppress this audacious ancient being. The technique he employed was not the trivial skirmish from before, but rather one of the taboo laws crafted in the last 100,000 years, an art that perfectly suited him and best showcased the Undying Emperor's phoenix might. Boom. The collision of the five-colored celestial bird and the dark giant Kuan was cataclysmic, with the Undying Phoenix's path clashing against the pure essence of the great Yin's death, causing the obsidian ocean to surge and threaten to shatter the barriers of this universe and celestial domain. In that moment of impact, the Undying Emperor deeply felt the overwhelming resonance of death's path, as if his law form were ensnared by countless chains of mortality. No matter how he struggled, he was inexorably dragged into the abyss of death. The clash of law forms lasted but an instant. The phoenix's path faltered against the profundities of Yuan Heng's grating death. The five-colored celestial phoenix was pinned beneath the dark giant Kuan, submerged in the pure death, manifesting as black seawater, utterly vanishing from sight. This outcome caused the undying emperor to spit forth a mouthful of five-colored blood. The contest of laws rebounding upon himself, leaving the exceptionally handsome man in shock. He had never anticipated that his noble bloodline from the celestial realm would be bested in a direct confrontation against an opponent of equal tier. Not much more than that. Merely at the threshold of otherworldly immortality. In the distance, Yuan Heng's silhouette manifested above the towering head of the giant Kuan. He was now earnest. He had traversed far along the path of the great death. In years past, he had ventured into the burial domain multiple times, experiencing the pure essence of death within that realm, which had enabled him to elevate the great death to this level. With a piercing cry, the undying emperor's gaze ignited with profound fury and gloom. He had never considered himself inferior to others. The undying heavenly blade, forged from 5 types of celestial gold, soared forth, 5 distinctly different celestial lights bursting forth to shield the emperor at its core. This was the fundamental great law of 5 types of celestial metals. With the undying emperor's talents, he had long since comprehended the quintessence of these primordial laws, integrating them seamlessly with his own path, merging into one. Upon completing this, the undying emperor's aura surged dramatically, and he summoned the 5-colored heavenly blade to its utmost, striking toward Yuan Heng. The name Undying Heavenly Blade carried significance. The heavenly blade implied the essence of heavenly law. As the 5-colored heavenly blade descended, it resembled divine retribution, set to obliterate all. Yet, this posed no threat to Yuan Heng. With a resounding call, the battle raged on. Once more, the resonant cry of the colossal Kuan reverberated through the expanse. As the immense creature unleashed its might, its gargantuan form, effortlessly transforming into a length of 100 zhong, epitomized the essence of death. Confronting the immortal blade of invincibility head-on. Boom. The clash between the giant Kuan and the indomitable blade erupted with a force far more dazzling than their first encounter. A myriad of distinct principles infused the emperor's celestial blade, rendering it akin to an otherworldly artifact descended from the heavens, vastly surpassing ordinary imperial weaponry. Yet, despite the myriad transformations, the outcome remained unchanged. The death that the great Kuan embodied was profoundly pure and deep. Its gaping maw, a vortex of the universe, appeared to sever all void, causing the radiant brilliance of myriad paths to lose their colors and inevitably dissipate into the cosmos. Bang! Immediately thereafter, the great Kuan pivoted, its agile tail striking the face of the immortal blade with a resounding impact, sending the 5-colored sword spiraling backward, lamenting its fate. The emperor roared, his voice a blend of anguish and unwillingness. He could scarcely believe that even after unleashing his most formidable techniques, he remained unable to breach the seemingly simple manifestation of his opponent, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly incapable of unsettling the foundation of his adversary. Incomprehensible. After a millennium of cultivation in this realm, what exactly have you mastered? Meanwhile, Yuan Heng appeared, his brow furrowed as he looked down upon the immortal emperor, surprised by the performance of this deity of myriad races. Truth be told, in terms of combat prowess, the immortal emperor was exceedingly mediocre within the near-immortal realm. It is well known that the beings of the celestial universe excel in battle, and the emperor's bloodline is of unparalleled nobility. Once boasting the title of a 10 Fiends grade bloodline in the Ancient Celestial Era, immensely formidable, Yuan Heng had been fully prepared for a protracted battle, intending to employ various transformations such as the death of the lunar and the ultimate darkness of the lunar to counter his foes and validate his own existence. Little did he expect that a single technique, the death of the lunar, would nearly inflict grievous harm upon the immortal emperor. Unity. In the face of such humiliation from Yuan Heng, the immortal emperor's countenance twisted with resentment. He struck again, a luminous radiance emanating from his brow, as 9 distinct runes materialized upon his celestial platform, each evolving into an ultimate principle, now merging into one to empower the immortal blade in its confrontation with Yuan Heng. 9 secrets united. In the distance, the eyes of the Qilin emperor sparkled with brilliance. He recognized several of the techniques employed by the immortal emperor, which were among the most valuable legacies of the mythological era. 9 secrets. The amalgamation of the 9 secrets transformed into a singular, resplendent beam of light within the void, embodying an abundance of principles, infused with unparalleled speed and transformation, representing the ultimate evolution of body and soul, synergizing as it hurtled toward Yuan Heng. Crash. In response, Yuan Heng raised his hand. A torrent of deathly celestial radiance surged forth from all directions, silencing myriad paths. Even the most potent of techniques, the 9 secrets united, could not withstand it, dissipating into the ether. Indeed, I have underestimated you. At this moment, Yuan Heng gently shook his head, disappointment etched across his visage. He realized the truth. The Immortal Emperor was merely on par with the quasi-mortal foes who had besieged him long ago, hardly a match at all. No wonder he would be suppressed by the reincarnated Wuzhong Immortal King in the future. This 5-colored phoenix from the celestial realm seemed to have strayed entirely from the right path. Chapter 30. The Emperor cannot play this game. Mere mortals from the lower realms dare not insult me. Yuan Heng's words, each akin to a sharp blade, pierced the heart of the Immortal Emperor, who had always prided himself on his innate talent and combat prowess. Little did he expect that in his battle against this ancient being, his entire self-perception would shatter in an instant. His exquisitely handsome countenance showed little change, yet his inner fury burned fiercely. The 5-colored celestial blade revived, and the 9 secrets united unleashed in succession, intent on obliterating Yuan Heng, this incomprehensible ancient entity. Lower realms? The Immortal Emperor's words elicited a cold smirk from Yuan Heng, who disdainfully replied, "Little Phoenix, do not presume to say that even if the Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor were to return, or the Butcher Immortal King were to come back, they would dare to claim my realm as the lower realms." His heart's essence pulsated, resonating with this ancient world, causing the atmosphere of the lunar and death to grow increasingly dense. All the Immortal Emperor's assaults were rendered ineffective in the air, leaving only the 5-colored flames of the path blazing brightly, adorning the heavens. Celestial waterfall. Faced with overwhelming suppression, the Immortal Emperor bellowed. A dazzling silver radiance erupting from his celestial platform, a mystical aura of immortality surging forth, as a waterfall enveloped in mist and silver light materialized. The celestial waterfall, famed throughout the celestial universe, is heralded as one of the 3 most extraordinary substances related to longevity, possessing unfathomable effects. Limited in power, yet abundant in means. Yuan Heng narrowed his eyes, observing the shimmering silver waterfall, though his era lacked such a phenomenon. His keen perception discerned it to be a creation forged from the essence of a supreme path, already imbued with a hint of celestial significance. Not long ago, the Immortal Emperor had manifested this waterfall to clash with Yuan Heng, and now he had directly summoned its essence, clearly revealing his trump card. A brilliant 5-colored radiance emanated from the Emperor's brow, as upon his celestial platform, a 5-colored celestial phoenix stood proudly, merely 3 inches tall, yet exuding an aura of authority that reached to the heavens and the earth, surveying the 3,000 realms. This was the Immortal Emperor's primordial spirit, having undergone the baptism of over 1,000,000 years, evolved to a certain limit. Now, it merged with the celestial waterfall, soaring toward Yuan Heng. The intertwining flames of the 5-colored spirit engulfing all, overwhelmingly powerful. The battle of primordial spirits, a crucial aspect of supreme path combat. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing this, Yuan Heng's heart essence throbbed, as if it were a heartbeat, channeling myriad forces into his brow, where a 3-inch figure, dark as ink, sat in tranquil meditation. Its silhouette resembling eternity, impervious to the passage of countless eons, burying the cycle of 10,000 worlds. The dark figure formed intricate seals with its hands, an overwhelming aura of death and annihilation emanating from it, a power akin to that of the celestial path, seamlessly fused and wielded by Yuan Heng through the lunar path. This was the technique of an ancient burial king from the burial domain, said to be a titan of the burial path, imparted to Yuan Heng due to the favor of his celestial partner. This technique emphasized the cultivation of the indestructible divine being, transcending the mundane, burying the cycles of all worlds. At this moment, the Immortal Emperor felt Yuan Heng's figure in the distance gradually blur, leaving only a vast and ancient universe. Filled with immeasurable death, even as an emperor, he could not escape the clutches of fate. This strike was impossible to withstand. Boom. The collision of primordial spirits shook the ancient realm, such a contest of wills far more perilous than typical battles. The significance of primordial spirits needs no elaboration. For once obliterated by the enemy, it signifies the most direct death. Crack. Yet, the Immortal Emperor managed to evade this fatal strike. The 5-colored nirvana flames ignited. And just before the clash of primordial spirits, he decisively detonated the celestial waterfall, sacrificing this rare longevity treasure to allow his primordial spirit to escape. After 1,000,000 years, what have you truly cultivated? Seeing this, Yuan Heng ceased his pursuit, instead reiterating this question. He was unaware of the standards for the powerful beings of the celestial universe, but at the very least, they had reached a level capable of overwhelming ordinary supreme beings. The Immortal Emperor had entered that realm in the Primordial Era, yet after all these years, he barely touched the threshold of the celestial path. Indeed, He did not deny the Immortal Emperor's multitude of techniques, but with insufficient cultivation. Even the most numerous means are but illusions. Silence. The Immortal Emperor roared, his complexion somewhat pale after the repeated battles with Yuan Hong. Grasping the void, he produced a pill the size of a fingertip, adorned in 9 colors, each hue corresponding to a supreme rule, dazzling enough to mesmerize. That is the 9 turns golden elixir, an ultimate potion developed by a certain celestial sovereign during the mythic era, possessing countless unparalleled effects. The celestial emperor swallowed the elixir, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as his aura swiftly stabilized, and his 5-colored blood energy surged to new heights. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, naturally ascending to the higher reaches of the heavens. Looking down upon Yuan He, what difference does it make to be stronger? Today, I shall slay you, and all that you are will serve as my stepping stone. As his voice resonated, a profound bell toll emanated from within the Immortal Emperor, a force transcending the realm of humanity. It reverberated, sending shivers down the spine of the watching Qilin Emperor from afar. In his eyes, azure flames of Dao ignited, and he beheld a golden bell hovering 3 feet above the Immortal Emperor's head, its origin seemingly beyond the confines of time, heavy and lofty, beyond comprehension. A celestial artifact. That is the Kunlun celestial bell. The old emperor felt that today's adventure was far more exhilarating than the combined experiences of the past 10,000 years. Not only had he witnessed the living deity of myriad races suffer grievous wounds, but he also saw someone suppress the Immortal Emperor to the point where he could not raise his head. Now, he was confronted with one of the 3 great celestial artifacts of all time, which was simply absurd. Indeed, that bell has fallen into your hands. On the other hand, Yuan He was unfazed by the appearance of the celestial bell. With his hands clasped behind him, he gazed at the distant golden bell without displaying any excess emotion. It is of my making. The Kunlun descendants are too complacent, incapable of even safeguarding their own celestial realm, unworthy of possessing such artifacts. The Immortal Emperor remained composed, confident that with the celestial bell in hand, he could thoroughly subdue Yuan He, his might reaching an apex. Only I am worthy of wielding this unparalleled celestial weapon. As his declaration echoed, the golden bell above the Emperor's head resounded once more, its waves rippling through the fabric of time and space, causing the very void around it to tremble, shattering the pervasive path of death. The great Kuan, roaring, faced the overwhelming celestial might that exceeded the limits of humanity. Employing the Kuan method to transform into the great Yin Dao, clashing head-on with the celestial bell. Alas, there remains an undeniable gap between the realms of humanity and immortality. And the Kunlun celestial bell is by no means a lowly artifact. The great Kuan was inevitably engulfed by the bell's waves, becoming part of the dark sea. Reintegrating into this realm, open the memories, offer the blood of the Dao. Witnessing this, the Immortal Emperor's aura grew increasingly formidable, convinced of his dominion over Yuan He. As the celestial bell chimed softly, revealing countless celestial mountains behind him. Merely a celestial artifact. Yet, in the face of such a threat, Yuan He chose to sit cross-legged in the void, dissipating his great Yin principles, standing resolutely before the Immortal Emperor and the celestial bell, unperturbed. Arrogance. Do you understand the majesty of the celestial Dao? The Immortal Emperor bellowed, the tolling of the celestial bell roaring louder than before, as a colossal celestial peak materialized, intent on completely suppressing Yuan He. But suddenly, the Immortal Emperor felt a tremor in his brow. Unbeknownst to him, a heavy stone coffin had manifested beside Yuan He. Chapter 31. Confiscation of the Celestial Bell. Boom. The celestial bell resounded above the heavens, the principles of the celestial Dao swirling and intertwining, as a towering peak took shape. A mere few thousand feet tall, yet heavier than the stars, its might astonishing. This was the mountain-shaped divine form inscribed upon the celestial bell, with ancient beasts like Qiongqi and Taodai howling in rage, all now materializing to suppress Yuan He. This was truly a magnificent celestial artifact, surpassing the ordinary weapons crafted by the true immortals of the ancient celestial era. The pressure exerted by the celestial peak upon Yuan He was immense, almost unbearable. Had he not been prepared, he would have faced dire consequences. He sighed inwardly, simultaneously drawing upon the internal space of his Dao Seed. As a profound stone coffin appeared beside him. The coffin, archaic in design, was about 1 yard long, forged from an unknown black stone, inscribed with countless runes that contained a certain everlasting, indomitable power. Particularly on the coffin lid, the characters for Yuan He were carved in ancient celestial script, seemingly calling out across the ages, urging him to awaken. This was the coffin his master and the ancestral spirits had procured from a certain willow tree when Yuan He was on the verge of death. Within this extraordinary coffin, Yuan He had lain through the cataclysmic struggles of the late ancient celestial era, and throughout the entire chaotic epoch and half of the sky-covering age. Upon awakening, Yuan he quickly comprehended the true nature of this coffin. It was a secret treasure personally crafted by the ancestral spirits. Facing the towering peak in the heavens that threatened to crush the universe, Yuan he directly lifted the lid of the coffin, inscribed with the characters of the ancestral spirits. Heavier than any celestial river, appearing in his hands like an exaggerated great sword, swung toward the celestial bell's evolving peak. Boom! The collision of these two entities, both possessing the essence of the celestial Dao, produced a thunderous sound that shook the immortal emperor's very soul. In his astonished and trembling gaze, the ethereal peak was sent flying back by the stone coffin lid, exploding into countless celestial lights, returning to the celestial bell. Indeed, as expected from an artifact personally crafted by the ancestral spirits, its power was formidable. On the other side, Yuan he immediately examined the coffin lid in his hands, discovering no cracks on its rough, ancient surface, which brought him immense reassurance. In truth, this coffin was not strictly a weapon. It was a secret treasure, primarily intended for Yuan he's burial, inscribed with the laws of the burial domain and the ancient celestial era, designed to nurture his physical body and soul, while also providing a degree of protection. Regardless, this was an artifact personally crafted by the ancestral spirits. Even though Yuan he was unaware of how far the ancestral spirits had progressed on the path of the Celestial King during the late Ancient Era, the power of its supreme laws was undeniable. Even a teacup once used by a Celestial King could slay a supreme being of humanity. This was no idle boast. How could this be possible? The immortal emperor clearly found it difficult to accept all of this, his heart filled with reluctance. Without hesitation, he once more summoned the celestial bell, which instantly transformed into a mountain-like form, its golden body spinning vigorously, aiming to shatter Yuan he and the coffin lid in the most direct and brutal manner. Unfazed, Yuan he positioned the coffin lid before him, charging toward the Kunlun celestial bell. He understood that an attack at the level of the celestial Dao would activate the protective runes on the coffin lid, and the runes of Celestial King caliber were sufficient to withstand countless assaults from the Kunlun celestial bell. Boom! The two mighty artifacts collided once more, the coffin lid, crafted by the ancestral spirits, proving impervious, while the celestial bell was sent flying, tumbling through the air before eventually stabilizing. Your bell is commendable among celestial artifacts. It can be deemed formidable. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Yuan he rested the stone coffin lid on his shoulder, gazing at the distant immortal emperor, offering a note of admiration. The celestial bell does not appear to be the bell of the eternal celestial king from the ancient era. Through two collisions, Yuan he had gleaned insights into the great Dao principles inscribed upon the celestial bell and had formed certain speculations regarding its essence. He understood the original text and had once wondered whether the Kunlun celestial bell was the remnant of the eternal celestial king's bell, reawakened. However, upon keenly sensing the Dao rhythm contained within the celestial peak, he discerned that its essence differed from the temporal Dao of the eternal celestial king. One must recognize that the eternal celestial king was one of the leading figures of Yuan he's era in the primordial ancient realm. Having traversed deeply and widely along the path of the temporal Dao, the bell was renowned across realms as a treasure of the temporal Dao, and there could be no mistake about it. Moreover, had this truly been the bell of the eternal celestial king, his coffin lid would not have been able to withstand its assaults so easily. Damn it! In response, the undying emperor could only let out a low growl, utterly devoid of any means to counter. In terms of direct combat, the ancient being Yuan Hung crushed him with absolute combat prowess. Despite his title as emperor and his bloodline being among the most prestigious within the immortal realm, he had yet to inflict even the slightest injury upon Yuan Hung. Even now, he had resorted to employing his trump card, the immortal artifact, yet he remained severely suppressed by his opponent. That stone coffin was nothing short of malevolent, a force never mentioned in ancient texts, yet possessing the power to suppress the immortal bell. Alas, the blood of Kunlun was depleted. He recalled a certain celestial blood he had once utilized during a surprise attack on the emperor of the Imperials, one that was birthed deep within the Kunlun celestial mountain. Only that supreme essence could truly awaken the immortal bell and reverse the tide of battle. The phoenix blood sacrifice to the immortal bell. At a certain moment, the undying emperor seemed to have made a decision. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of five-colored essence blood, the blood intertwining with the immortal bell, which instantaneously absorbed it, causing the myriad of celestial shadows upon it to shine brilliantly. Over the years, the emperor had studied methods to wield the immortal bell, and the blood sacrifice was the most straightforward and brutal approach. As a true celestial blood, the five-colored phoenix blood had an exceptional stimulating effect. Ding! The immortal bell rang out, its engravings of mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, and fish all coming to life, manifesting a magnificent secret realm of the immortals. where countless colossal beasts roared and innumerable ancestors bowed in reverence, collectively venerating this formidable celestial artifact. When this great power reached its zenith, the immortal bell plummeted towards Yuan Heng with a thunderous crash, aiming to suppress him once more. In the face of such an attack, akin to a true immortal striking, Yuan Heng chose to raise the stone coffin, aligning its mouth towards the immortal bell and soaring skyward. Within the coffin, he evolved a realm of lunar cosmos, releasing a terrifying gravitational pull that directly engulfed the immortal bell and then closed the lid, employing celestial arts to seal the stone coffin tightly. Ding! This time, a distant ringing echoed from within the coffin, yet no trace of grandeur or anomaly was stirred, as the coffin withstood the full force of the immortal bell without yielding. Yuan Heng held the stone coffin aloft, waiting until the struggles of the immortal bell ceased entirely before a faint smile graced his face. The immortal bell was confiscated. A success. Caw. Witnessing this, the undying emperor no longer harbored any desire to fight. He abruptly turned, the five-colored celestial blade emanating a brilliant light as he wielded it to slice through the air, fleeing towards the depths of the ancient realm. He had exhausted all his means, yet still could not suppress Yuan Heng, and the only course left was to retreat. Chapter 32. Decapitating the Emperor. Caw. Deep within the eye of the Sea of Mars, amidst the ancient expanse, the long cries of celestial birds resounded with resounding might, as the five-colored phoenix spread its wings and swiftly fled into the depths of the great realm. The undying emperor wished to linger not a moment longer in this ancient domain. Since his ascension, he had never been so thoroughly suppressed, with his combat power, depth, means, and even vision all crushed by that terrifying ancient being. Even the Kunlun immortal bell, which he regarded as his greatest trump card, had been subdued, leaving him bereft of will to continue battling. Fortunately, he still retained confidence in his survival. Though the celestial phoenix race was not renowned for speed like the Kunping, they were nonetheless avian, possessing astonishing swiftness. Instead of leaving this ancient realm, he soared into a special void, wielding his celestial blade to strike repeatedly at the emptiness, swiftly tearing open a certain seal, causing myriad paths to collapse and the cosmos to split, revealing a profound chaotic cave. It was an ancient cavern, filled with chaotic mist, suspended in the celestial vault, only a few dozen feet high, yet pulsing with the most turbulent essence of longevity, shrouded in mystery. What was concerning was that the cave's entrance was not naturally formed, but rather took the shape of an ancient bell, as if it had been forcefully struck open. Essence of longevity? That was the path to immortality. Even Yuan Heng was momentarily taken aback by the undying emperor's actions. This chaotic cave was extraordinary, with a trickle of longevity essence continuously flowing forth. He was highly attuned to the existence of longevity essence, as his era was rife with such wondrous material, while the age of concealment scarcely bore any traces of it. To behold it once more was quite familiar. The locations where longevity essence could be found included the primordial ancient mines, the immortal tombs, and now, the path to immortality. Recalling the original text, Yuan Heng suddenly realized that indeed, beneath the eye of Mars, there seemed to be a branch of the path to immortality. In the future, this place would become the battlefield between the undying emperor and the primordial emperor, with both engaging in mutual restraint for years before stepping into that peculiar world together. That was not the immortal realm, yet it was a world imbued with longevity essence. The grand design of the ages has been unraveled by you, Yuan Heng. I shall remember you. Yet, upon the emergence of the path to immortality, the undying emperor displayed no sign of elation. He took out a 9-turn golden pill and swallowed it. As he refined it, his five-colored eyes fixated intently on Yuan Heng's face, determined to remember his appearance for future retribution. Once the 9-turn golden pill shattered, the emperor's expression improved slightly, and without further hesitation, he charged toward the chaotic cave. It must be noted that this was not the appropriate moment for this branch of the path to immortality to be unveiled. Rather, it was forced open by the undying emperor upon determining its location with the immortal bell. To charge in now would be akin to the Sun Emperor of Ur, who perished 99 times before surviving once. Yet the undying emperor remained undeterred. He was all too aware of his predicament and had no choice left. In this battle, Yuan Heng's combat capabilities far exceeded his control, having lost the immortal bell, which stripped him of the confidence to remain in this realm. As for escape, the universe may be vast, yet beings nearing immortality possess countless means to locate an individual. Once Yuan Heng subdued the immortal bell, the undying emperor would be akin to a fish on the chopping block, without even a chance to resist. The only option was to forcefully breach this nearly fatal path to immortality, compelling the opponent to exercise caution and seeking a glimmer of hope. Dare you? Yuan Heng's thoughts raced, and he grasped the opponent's intentions. His Dao seed throbbed violently, and the pervasive death principles of this realm surged forth. transforming under the influence of Yuan Heng's lunar might into a dark, illusory ocean, blocking the entrance of the chaotic cave. Since he had chosen to strike against the undying emperor, he could not afford to leave any escape routes. He formed seals with his hands, and a brilliant black light flickered from his brow as an illusory universe filled with death principles materialized, instantaneously locking onto the undying emperor, burying the cycles of eternity. It was the same technique from the burial domain, the burial king's law. Yuan Heng's primordial spirit unleashed a dazzling burst of brilliance, his speed seemingly transcending time and space, arriving before the undying emperor in an instant. Bang! The funeral light erupted. The undying emperor had no time to defend against this burial king's law. Even after recently consuming the 9-turn golden pill, he was still sent flying, his body showing no visible wounds, yet his primordial spirit dimmed at a visibly rapid pace. The power of death instantaneously eroded a considerable portion of his essence. Go away. The undying emperor gritted his teeth and took out another golden pill, not the 9-turn golden pill, but a grand pill forged from the essence of the royal spirit. He crushed it into fragments, absorbing the medicinal light into his primordial spirit, then bypassed Yuan Heng and continued his fierce charge toward the chaotic cave. Unbeknownst to him, he had already lost his composure. Even though he was far stronger than the average ancient emperor, being struck by Yuan Heng's burial technique had still caused a massive loss of essence. If he were to suffer another blow, even if he survived, he would find it difficult to make any breakthroughs in this lifetime. Alas, the dark ocean of death surged forth once more, and yet another colossal Kuan appeared, its immense form blocking the entrance to the chaotic cave, sealing off the undying emperor's path forward. Sacrifice my phoenix blood. The emperor gritted his teeth, unleashing a spray of 5-colored phoenix blood onto his 5-colored heavenly blade. The blade awakened, transforming into a resplendent phoenix, its mournful cry echoing with blood and divine fire soaring towards the heavens, striking at the colossal black leviathan. The burial of the immortals. This strike, infused with the emperor's quintessence, indeed bore unparalleled might. Even the formidable leviathan, Yuan Heng, was cleaved into a myriad of black droplets. Yet, before the emperor could savor his victory, Yuan Heng's silhouette materialized within the dark droplets, a finger as dark as ink transcending time and space, firmly resting upon the immortal emperor's celestial platform. This was Yuan Heng's unique and ultimate technique, exhausting the path of the death of the sun. In contemporary terms, it was a forbidden art. No, in the face of such a shocking turn, the immortal emperor howled in defiance. He acted decisively, shattering his celestial platform and obliterating everything within it, the sound abruptly ceasing. A dense array of black runes emanated from Yuan Heng's fingertip, swiftly spreading forth. First, the foundation of his primordial spirit, the celestial platform, was engulfed. Then the black runes wove their way along the spine dragons to the 4 poles, the Dao Palace, and the Wheel Sea. Subsequently, the emperor's blood, bones, and flesh were all thoroughly saturated by the ominous runes. This was a sealing technique, a lethal strike. The potent death aura of the sun rapidly drained all vitality from the immortal emperor's corporeal form. The 5-colored phoenix nestled in his brow sought to flee, but was instantly frozen to the marrow by the overwhelming death aura, crumbling into icy shards upon the slightest touch. Buzz. Meanwhile, the immortal heavenly blade lamented, unwilling to linger, transforming into a flash of 5-colored fire, cleaving through the barriers of this realm, eager to escape. Yet, Yuan Heng would not grant it such an opportunity. With a mere touch, the black runes quickly enveloped the 5-colored heavenly blade. While the blade itself remained intact, the divine essence within it, much like the emperor's primordial spirit, was reduced to mere shards of light. At this juncture, Yuan Heng finally withdrew, standing still as he gazed upon the lifeless form of the immortal emperor, which plummeted to become a 100-zhang-long 5-colored phoenix. A moment of reflection washing over him. Had the threads of fate not been altered, this might have been a celestial king reigning supreme in the immortal realm. Yet after numerous tribulations, he had arrived at this bitter end. Did you slay the immortal emperor? After a considerable time, the Kirin emperor flew in from afar, his gaze fixed upon the shimmering corpse of the 5-colored phoenix above the inky sea, his astonishment evident. The god of myriad races, just like that, perished. I have slain him, though it seems he has not been entirely vanquished. Yuan Heng hoisted the stone coffin that suppressed the Kunlun immortal bell upon his shoulder, preparing to subdue this rare, celestial artifact. He chuckled at his words. What do you mean? The Kirin emperor inquired, perplexed. The phoenix lineage is renowned for its mastery of the art of rebirth. I find it hard to believe he lacks a contingency plan, especially with the faith-based embodiment, which could very well serve as a node for his return. Yuan Heng shook his head. The immortal emperor's faith-based embodiment, known as the Undying Taoist, should have regained its freedom by this stage, nurturing a new primordial spirit. However, the emperor had not summoned it during this battle, likely reserving it as a backup. Yet, Yuan Heng smiled and continued, of course. With the strongest incarnation of the emperor now deceased, he was overly reliant on his bloodline. Without this form, no matter how he attempts to be reborn, he will not stir the tides. The remaining contingency, the undying Taoist, poses some threat, but once dealt with, it will eliminate a calamity for this realm. Chapter 33, The Harvest. With the emperor's demise, Yuan Heng's lunar runes naturally dispersed into the void, while the 100 Zhonglong corpse of the five-colored phoenix continued to float effortlessly, its celestial feathers shimmering, entwined with the everlasting dawn's light. Above the heavens, thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour of black-red blood cascaded, resonating with the sorrow of myriad beings. The immortal emperor had fallen. Regardless of his past deeds, he was a five-colored divine phoenix, and his death was enough to invoke the lament of countless entities. An era had drawn to a close. The Kirin emperor observed the corpse of the celestial bird up close, unable to suppress his feelings of awe. The immortal emperor's name was indeed resounding. Even the old Kirin grew up hearing tales of the god of myriad races. His era had long since ended. Yuan Heng, however, bore no psychological burden. It was merely a five-colored phoenix that had yet to achieve immortality. He had slain more than one quasi-immortal and cared little to add the immortal emperor's name to his list of conquests. Contemplating, Yuan Heng extended a hand into the immortal emperor's body, rummaging through his 5 great secret realms, soon extracting a plethora of items. The Kirin emperor approached to examine them, momentarily taken aback by the treasures amassed by the immortal emperor. After a million years of diligent cultivation in this realm, the immortal emperor had indeed accumulated numerous valuable items. The first to catch the eye were 9 metallic blocks, each varying in size and hue, some shimmering like the blood of a true phoenix, radiating a scarlet brilliance, while others resembled ethereal feathers, exuding an essence that transcended myriad paths. Each piece shimmered with resplendent light, illuminating the heavens with an extraordinary brightness. The 9 divine golds. It was evident that the immortal emperor had gathered them all, each at least the size of a fist, some as large as a human head, heavy with significance. By the looks of it, he was quite dedicated to his 5-colored phoenix path, Yuan Heng teased. With the immortal emperor's capabilities, forging a 9-colored heavenly blade would pose no challenge, yet it seems he sought to align it with his 5-colored phoenix path, hence he only refined 5 colors. A figure of such stature has turned the entire universe into his resource pool, the Kirin emperor marveled, withdrawing a treasure vial crafted from phoenix blood and red gold from the trove. Upon shattering the seal at its mouth, a delightful fragrance wafted forth, instantly enveloping the surroundings. 9th, Transmutation Golden Pill. Yuan Heng couldn't help but glance over, for within the vial lay 2 pills the size of a fingertip, carefully enshrined. Their surfaces flawless and suffused with a gentle 9-colored glow. Just a whiff could transform a low-tier cultivator entirely. This was said to be a pinnacle elixir concocted by a certain celestial lord during the Mythic Age, divided into 9 transformations. When the 9th transformation was perfected, it would yield countless miraculous effects. It could lay the foundation for the cultivation of low-tier practitioners, enable a mortal to attain enlightenment instantly, soaring through the skies, prolong the life of a transcendent being at the peak of humanity for 2,000 years, or assist a quasi-emperor in breaking through boundaries, ascending to new heights. A remarkable elixir. I shall refine a few batches later. Yuan Heng also discovered the formula for the 9th Transmutation Golden Pill at the bottom of the vial. After a brief contemplation, he presented one of the pills to the Kirin emperor, who was pleasantly surprised and reverently accepted it into his Kirin staff. Regrettably, he still destroyed his celestial platform. That invaluable blood pool has been lost. As the two assessed what remained of the emperor's possessions, they found that apart from a few scriptures and secret arts, there was little else of note. The precious materials and ancient royal essences had all been exhausted in the creation of the blood pool used for rebirth. Fear not. A genuine phoenix corpse from another realm is the most precious gain of this venture. Yuan Heng shook his head. In truth, apart from the 9th Transmutation Golden Pill and the 9 divine golds, most of the remaining items were of little value to him. Only the immortal emperor's celestial spirit body was truly a rare treasure, difficult to find even in the ancient celestial era. It is worth noting that even during the ancient celestial times, the purest and most flawless phoenixes were exceedingly rare, akin to true immortals, while various other phoenix-like creatures existed, such as the Luans and Honghus. They paled in comparison to the true phoenix lineage. Is the other realm referring to the immortal domain? The Kirin emperor furrowed his brow, observing Yuan Heng as he collected the 5-colored phoenix corpse and 9-colored divine golds. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up, having overheard the conversation between the immortal emperor and Yuan Heng, sensing their connection to another realm. You shall come to know. Yuan Heng turned, gesturing for the Kirin emperor to gaze towards another direction in the void, where a colossal chaotic cavity surged with countless tides, boundless celestial light surging forth, occasionally revealing slivers of heavenly thunder, the overwhelming might causing even the Kirin Emperor to shudder. This is a tributary of the path to immortality, most likely a branch of the Northern Dipper route. The Little Phoenix's desire to guard this place is largely due to its intent to master this crucial side path. Yuan Gen extended his hand, drawing forth an intangible entity from the depths of the Chaos Cave. With a mere snap of his fingers, he infused it into the body of the Kirin Emperor, causing a brilliant light to erupt from the Emperor's eyes. The flow of the Kirin's vital essence quickened noticeably, only calming down after a brief moment. Is this what you referred to as the substance of longevity? The old Emperor was somewhat incredulous. The essence that Yuan Gen had just implanted within him appeared to extend his lifespan. Although it amounted to merely 3 to 5 additional years, it was a significant boon, as prolonging one's life by even a year was an arduous endeavor for one of his stature. The so-called path to immortality is filled with such substances. Akin to the far shore of this journey, for a being of your caliber, one might easily live for millions of years there. Yuan Gen detonated another informational bomb, leaving the Kirin Emperor's scalp tingling with bewilderment as he struggled to find the right questions to ask. Once more, he gazed into the Chaos Cave, feeling an overwhelming urge to abandon everything and plunge into its depths. Yet reason compelled the old Kirin to remain calm. He had meticulously studied the path to immortality and understood the critical importance of timing. Otherwise, the Immortal Emperor would have ventured into eternal life long ago, rather than guarding this Chaos Cave. What are your thoughts? Ultimately, the old Emperor turned to Yuan Gen, recognizing him as the current leader, not merely due to his combat prowess, but also because of his vast knowledge. Though I have some confidence in traversing this path when the right time comes, for one of your level, entering would be akin to courting death. Therefore, we must wait. When the appropriate moment arrives, there may be 2 or 3 opportunities for ascension. Yuan Gen reminisced about the original tale, recalling that the Kirin Emperor had met his downfall within the Chaos Cave of the Northern Dipper. He felt a pang of sympathy, reluctant to see this individual take unnecessary risks, and spoke softly. The Kirin Emperor fell silent, contemplating the inevitable path to immortality that lay ahead, igniting a flicker of determination within him. Before that, however, the longevity essence emanating from the path should not be squandered. Observing the gradually closing Chaos Cave, Yuan Gen acted swiftly, placing his stone coffin at the cave's entrance, preventing it from sealing shut. Threads of longevity essence continued to flow forth from the opening. The Kirin Emperor, overjoyed, stepped outside the Chaos Cave and gathered some of the peculiar longevity essence into his being, feeling a restoration of his royal essence. Though minor, it was still a significant improvement. Legends spoke of such longevity substances existing in places like the Taigu Ancient Mine and the Immortal Tomb. This location too harbored the potential to become a life-restricted zone. The old Kirin was elated. Nothing thrilled him more than discovering a resting place before the onset of his demise, especially since only he and Yuan Gen were aware of this place. Yuan Gen appeared to have little need for this essence, allowing the old Kirin to enjoy it for a considerable time. Chapter 34. So you are the undying Taoist. Whether in the age of the immortals, the chaotic era, or the shrouded heavens, the concept of belief and mental power undeniably exists. In every era, mundane and feeble practitioners are the most vital components of the universe, their thoughts and intentions destined to coalesce into a formidable force capable of forging unparalleled beings. As the first emperor of the primordial age, the divine phoenix of myriad races, the undying emperor was once the shared faith of countless cosmic beings. In the application of belief and mental power, no creature in the ancient era could rival him. Tales endure among the myriad races, recounting how the unparalleled undying emperor meticulously studied the mental powers of all beings, crafting a formidable divine form using the power of incense and faith. The emperor once inhabited this form, traversing the cosmos as the deity of myriad races. Eventually, after comprehending the limits of collective mental power, he relinquished that vessel, allowing it to mature naturally, nurturing within it a supreme primordial spirit that would oversee the realms on his behalf. This extraordinary spirit, known as the undying Taoist, possessed an invincible body, claimed to embody eternal belief, rendering it impervious to extinction. Indeed, this was true, through its unique essence. The undying Taoist had endured from the inception of the primordial age to the present, its divine form formidable enough to attract the belief and mental power of all beings in the universe, rendering it nearly indestructible. Now, the undying Taoist lay sealed within the source of immortality, hidden deep within the life restriction zone's reincarnation sea, assuming the guise of an ancient supreme being, long suppressing the chaos in that forbidden area. This was the emperor's command, to serve as a pawn in the life restriction zone, awaiting the moment when the cosmic landscape would shift dramatically, becoming a catalyst for upheaval. However, today, the long-slumbering, undying Taoist was unexpectedly roused by an unexplainable tremor, distinctly sensing a subtle disturbance within the once vast and stable reservoir of belief and mental power within himself. The emperor might be on the verge of a new existence. Yet, the undying Taoist remained unfazed by this minor change. The undying emperor, possessing the body of a celestial phoenix and having achieved a level beyond mortal comprehension, found such trivial fluctuations inadequate to signify anything of consequence. Nevertheless, today as circumstances were evidently different. Boom. Just as the undying Taoist prepared to descend into slumber once more, an immense wave of energy surged from beyond the heavens, the blood energy of the current emperor overwhelming and instantly enveloping the entirety of the reincarnation sea. Why does the current emperor encroach upon my reincarnation sea? The undying Taoist heard a deep, resonant voice nearby, confronting the current emperor, an ancient sovereign who had joined the reincarnation sea hundreds of thousands of years ago, named Yuan Gen. I come for the undying Taoist. Following that, a voice filled with authority and pressure reverberated, startling the undying Taoist, who had initially held a detached curiosity, sending an inexplicable chill coursing through his being. No sooner had the current emperor's words faded than the undying Taoist felt an irresistible force lock onto him, an aura of supreme authority, the might of the heavenly heart, rendering escape impossible. Undying Taoist? The mere mention of this name seemed to stir a ripple in the voice of the being known as Yuan Gen. But he quickly fell silent once more, the imperial majesty dissipating, indicating his disinterest. Boom. Without hesitation, the undying Taoist detonated the seal binding him within the source of immortality, breaking free from the depths of the reincarnation sea, accompanied by a resplendent heavenly aura, gazing down upon the mortal realm with regal authority, facing the current emperor head-on. After all, he was merely the current emperor. With the power of his divine form rooted in faith, he feared no sovereign of this age. Yet, when the undying Taoist beheld the two figures shrouded in radiant celestial light, an icy sensation penetrated to his very core. For beside the current emperor stood a man with flowing black hair and a striking visage, emanating a presence that rivaled even that of the undying emperor, wielding a five-colored heavenly blade. The blade was all too familiar to the undying Taoist. You are the undying Taoist? Through the unique connection between the five-colored heavenly blade and the emperor's belief and mental power, Yuan Gen instantly recognized the identity of the undying Taoist, detecting an exceptionally potent aura of belief emanating from him. Yuan Gen had not delved deeply into the study of belief and mental power, but throughout his life, he had encountered numerous practitioners of the sacrificial path and many monks of the celestial lineage, making it impossible for him to misidentify the essence of belief. It is I. The undying Taoist fixed his gaze upon the five-colored heavenly blade in Yuan Gen's grasp, an anxious feeling welling up within him. Uncertain of what transpired on the emperor's side, he understood that he was merely a deity born from the divine form of belief. The emperor had complete control over his existence, rendering him unworthy of communicating with the emperor's will. The undying Taoist sought to establish a connection with the deity of the celestial blade. While someone wielding the undying celestial blade came in search, he found himself unable to assess the situation, compelled to delay the two entities, Yuan Gen and the other, while striving to comprehend the current state of affairs. Alas, the five-colored celestial blade remained utterly unresponsive. In the realm of the extreme path, though the physical form was robust, the primordial spirit appeared relatively feeble, having yet to undergo the tribulation of the sovereign and lacking the trials that forged true strength. The embodiment of belief appeared thus. Meanwhile, the Chilean emperor, invoking the heart of the heavens, swiftly discerned the essence of the undying Taoist, a miraculous existence unlike any he had previously encountered. Though relatively weak, the myriad beliefs forged his spirit over millions of years, rendering him no less formidable than a genuine extreme path sovereign. Even the current you may find it challenging to maintain supremacy over him, Yuan Gen cautioned, his experiences in the ancient celestial realm instilling in him a profound respect for the potency of belief and thought, for this path had been traversed by others. The sage monk king was a true pinnacle of celestial kingship, capable of traversing the heavens and navigating the seas of realms. Is he truly that powerful? The Chilean emperor, upon hearing this, felt a surge of eagerness. He had recently suffered grievous injuries from a casual strike by the undying heavenly emperor. Though aged, the sovereign still possessed a spark of vigor, yearning to engage with the undying Taoist and test the strength of this deity of belief. The casual demeanor of both left the undying Taoist somewhat irked. He repeatedly attempted to stir the five-colored celestial blade in Yuan Gen's possession, yet the blade remained silent, offering no response, deepening the undying Taoist's anxiety. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. Addressing the two eminent figures of the imperial path, Might your search for me pertain to the Heavenly Emperor? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gen and the Qilin Emperor exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with profound brilliance. Indeed, it is related to that little phoenix. Yuan Gen raised his hand, drawing the five-colored celestial blade into his being. He had heard the call of the undying Taoist to the deity of the blade. However, the celestial blade deity had already been extinguished by him and could not respond. Stepping through the void, he approached the undying Taoist, his brow transforming into a deep black, densely inscribed with lunar runes that pulsated, coalescing into a cosmos brimming with the resonance of boundless death. Dust to dust, earth to earth, the undying Heavenly Emperor has departed. You shall follow him into oblivion. Bury the cycles of 10,000 worlds. Before the undying Taoist could register any semblance of emotion, the inky light of death descended upon his brow, a chilling presence of darkness and demise that instantaneously froze the undying Taoist's thoughts, his primordial spirit disintegrating into motes of light, dissipating into the void. Chapter 35, A Minor Forbidden Zone. As the embodiment of the undying Heavenly Emperor's belief, the undying Taoist possessed considerable prowess, having endured since the Primordial Era, continuously tempered by the purest essence of belief and thought. Even without having faced tribulation, he was comparable to many contemporary sovereigns. Yet, before Yuan Gen, who had attained an ancient celestial Dao fruit state, this level of combat capability was insufficient. He was unwilling to squander time on such a minor character. With a full-force burial technique, the undying Taoist was utterly annihilated, his primordial spirit vanishing into eternal silence. The slaying of an entity at the extreme path level occurred in the blink of an eye. Even the sovereigns in the sea of reincarnation failed to react in time. Yuan Gen, lacking the patience to await their response, collected the undying Taoist's embodiment of belief and turned alongside the Qilin Emperor, transforming into two beams of heavenly light, vanishing from their previous location. What purpose do you have for this body? Do you intend to walk the path of belief and thought? The Qilin Emperor regarded the undying Taoist's form, which appeared indistinguishable from that of humanity, muscle, blood, and all five secret realms intact, beautifully flawless. Every detail seemingly sculpted from the mold of the undying Heavenly Emperor. Yet both eminent figures discerned the stark contrast in essence. It was forged from belief and thought, fundamentally different from sentient beings. Research is warranted, but not in this lifetime. Belief and thought represent a grand principle with immense potential. I have reviewed many related techniques. Yet to integrate and explore them will require considerable time. Yuan Gen shook his head, indicating that the techniques he referenced pertained to the ritual spirit methods, akin to those of the sage monk king, who traversed the path of sentient belief, while the ritual spirit methods incorporated elements of belief and thought, albeit in a more intricate manner, intertwining multiple philosophies. To glean insight along the path of belief and thought would necessitate at least several tens of thousands of years. As their discourse progressed, Yuan Gen's aura visibly diminished in strength, the ancient celestial Dao seed reverting to the eternal measurement in his grasp, reinvigorating the previously dormant realm of the wheel of reincarnation, reclaiming its dominance. Yuan Gen returned to the state of a minor practitioner on the other shore. The path is illuminated. The Qilin Emperor could not help but marvel. Yuan Gen evidently possessed a meticulous plan for his cultivation, not only for this life, but also for the subsequent ones, a clarity that left him envious. And you? How far have you progressed in your second life? Is there a pathway for the third? Yuan Gen toyed with the eternal measurement, suddenly curious about the Qilin Emperor's second life. The old sovereign was nearing 19,000 years. Long past his youth, he had lived just over 10,000 years in his first life, and in his second life, he had surpassed 8,000. Now approaching the twilight of his existence. At least I have a preliminary concept for transformation. The Qilin Emperor hesitated before nodding. He had only known Yuan Gen for a little over 2 years. Although he had received some teachings and listened to numerous doctrines, the time was too brief. He lacked certainty regarding the third life. He had recently acquired the 9 transformation golden elixir, which could assist him in striving for the third life. Yet he was reluctant to do so. After all, the celestial elixir was an external force, and true transformation must arise from one's own cultivation. Unfortunately, this path was exceedingly arduous, difficult enough that the vast majority of sovereigns and emperors throughout history had faltered in the twilight of their second life, including many renowned celestial sovereigns, whose extraordinary talents proved futile, unable to be aided by celestial artifacts, ultimately succumbing to the passage of time. Persevere. In the many years to come, I shall reside in the ancient realm along the path to ascension. Should you encounter any obstacles, you may seek me at any time. Yuan Gen offered words of consolation before bidding farewell to the Qilin Emperor, subsequently transforming into a radiant beam of light, arriving in the ancient realm beneath the eye of the ancient star, sea in a mere moment. Following his battle with the Heavenly Emperor, He had thoroughly transformed this ancient realm beneath the eye of the ancient star sea, purging all the accumulated filth, resentments, and decay wrought by the divine conflict. The myriad rules had been shattered and reorganized, rendering it entirely distinct from before. Now, this ancient realm had succumbed to eternal night, death, obliteration, and chill reigning under the dominion of the lunar path, the shadows of myriad rules saturating every corner of this realm, rendering it dark and serene. After refining another round of the lunar star and crafting a slice of starry sky, this realm would bear semblance to a celestial haven beyond the mortal realm. Yuan Gen stood upon the boundless black ocean, gazing at the chaotic void above, contemplating thus the rift to the path of ascension, opened by the undying heavenly emperor with the celestial bell, was not to be mended. Instead, he intended to block it with his own coffin, preventing its closure. Since he had already gained control over that realm, he could readily guide the materials of longevity within, allowing them to spread and form a small realm of eternal life. According to Yuan Gen's calculations, should he devote some effort to guiding the materials of longevity, he could elevate their concentration within this realm in merely a few thousand years. It is worth noting that Yuan Gen had never intended to live as a solitary figure. In the forthcoming Grand Era, as tides ebb and flow, allies like the Chilean Emperor would not be scarce. With their assistance, many could potentially surmount the challenges of the third life. Though the potential of most would ultimately be exhausted, Yuan Gen required such a minor forbidden zone. Yet before that, he believed his immediate priority was to seize dominion over the Kunlun celestial bell. With this thought in mind, Yuan Gen approached his stone coffin. Meanwhile, the ancient celestial beings of the Big Dipper, the Supreme Ones, became acutely aware of the events that had just transpired. Within the cyclical sea, a magnificent emerald-hued Taoist treasure vessel surged skyward from the silvery expanse, swiftly soaring to the area where the undying Taoist and Yuan Heng had faced off. From the vessel's mouth, celestial brilliance poured forth, reflecting the recent occurrences. Surrounding them, the will of extreme beings descended, collectively observing the actions of Yuan Heng and the Chilean Emperor. Although Yuan Heng's earlier strike lacked grandiosity, its potency was undeniably formidable, awakening several Supremes who now turned their attention to this matter. Had the undying Taoist been vanquished? That individual was the embodiment of the faith of the undying Emperor. Once the reflections of Yuan Heng and the other departed from the treasure vessel, a soft sigh resonated through the skies above the cyclical sea, the ripples of its will echoing as if reminiscing about past events. The name of this Supreme was Yuan Heng, or perhaps more fittingly, this being's true essence belonged to the legendary era's one of the 9 great celestial lords, the carefree celestial lord. As an ancient Supreme who had lived from the mythic age to the present, he was intimately aware of what the name of the undying Taoist represented. To a significant extent, the undying Taoist could be seen as a representation of the undying Emperor, embodying the very will of that deity revered by myriad races. That individual had come to seek him alongside the reigning emperors, and with a single move, had rendered the undying Taoist's essence eternally silent. Deep within the cyclical lake, another ancient Supreme narrated the unfolding reality, his voice laced with palpable trepidation, as he evidently possessed knowledge of the undying Taoist's true nature. The one who could wield a forbidden technique to obliterate the undying Taoist could similarly eliminate most beings within the restricted zone. The deity of the celestial blade had perished. That individual had come to reckon with the undying Taoist, indicating that the undying Emperor was likely in dire straits. After years of seclusion, the supreme deity revered by myriad races had not evaded reckoning. In the depths of the celestial tomb, an unparalleled existence discerned the essence of the 5-colored celestial blade through historical imagery, a chilling laughter reverberating through the Big Dipper, laced with a hint of exhilaration. It was he, the ancient Supreme, named Yuan Heng, recently unearthed by the Jun Emperor, whose singular technique had directly extinguished the essence of the undying Taoist. Within the ancient mine of Taigu, others recognized the visage of Yuan Heng, murmuring their sentiments. As I had anticipated, he truly was a variable. Chapter 36, 3,000 Years of the World. As Yuan Heng lifted the lid of the stone sarcophagus beneath the eyes of the Yonghua Sea, he immediately heard a resounding chime echoing forth, imbued with a majestic authority that caused the vast oceans of this realm to tremble. Yuan Heng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the lingering resonance of the chime to dissipate. Although the celestial artifact possessed the ability to autonomously awaken, its power without the impetus of a formidable being was hardly formidable. Alas, moments later, the ringing of the celestial bell ceased, a soft sigh emanating from its golden body. As ethereal eyes opened in the void, transforming into a slender humanoid form that bowed respectfully to Yuan Heng, acknowledging him as a fellow Taoist. Undoubtedly, the speaker was the spirit of the Kunlun celestial bell, who had witnessed the battle between Yuan Heng and the undying emperor in its entirety and was fully aware of Yuan Heng's prowess. being both straightforward and courteous in his demeanor. Long have I admired you. Yuan Heng settled before the celestial bell, placing the lid of the sarcophagus beside him. This bell was indeed remarkable. Even the emperor had failed to capture it in the past. Yuan Heng felt a tinge of apprehension that it might flee. Had he truly chosen to depart from the Kunlun lineage of his own volition? He inquired. Indeed, in the past the emperor and I fought together against the emperor, possessing strength and charisma in abundance. I held great admiration for him, but he later harbored ulterior motives, and I simply followed suit, thus choosing him. Surprisingly, the spirit of the celestial bell, seated atop the great bell, openly acknowledged its actions from years past, which enlightened Yuan Heng, confirming that the undying emperor had indeed gained recognition. A celestial artifact possesses sentience, and without its own consent, none can easily wield it. Are you truly unconcerned about the Kunlun lineage? Yuan Heng continued to inquire, struggling to comprehend the celestial bell's perspective. As loyalty to one's homeland should be the norm for an artifact, I once cared, for Kunlun, as a land of transcendence, has nurtured this body and spirit. The Kunlun clan revered me as their ancestral artifact, and I protected them throughout the entire mythic era for millions of years. That lineage has consistently stood at the pinnacle of history. I owe them nothing. The spirit of the Kunlun celestial bell remained seated atop the bell, its vast landscapes and scenes of myriad beings paying homage illuminated, yet its tone remained indifferent. During the heavenly court conflict, the celestial blood of Kunlun was depleted, and thus our ties were severed. From that moment forth, I have had no further entanglements. Yuan Heng pondered. According to his knowledge of the original narrative, the Kunlun celestial bell had remained unclaimed for an extended period, yet it had never returned to the Kunlun lineage. This seemed to suggest certain implications. From another perspective, the Kunlun lineage indeed struggled to rise. Despite possessing such a place of transcendence and wielding a celestial artifact like the celestial bell, not a single renowned expert of the Tianzi generation emerged during the entire mythic era, nearly succumbing to the untranscended emperor, leading to the very relocation of Kunlun itself, making the celestial bell's disappointment understandable. What a pity for the undying emperor. His bloodline's potential was evidently unparalleled throughout history. I had believed he could surpass that emperor, yet he strayed from the path. His phoenix blood granted him greatness, yet also bound him. Perhaps his demise would serve as an opportunity for rebirth. The spirit of the celestial bell spoke again, seemingly relishing the rare opportunity to converse with a being like Yuan Heng, expressing regret for the undying emperor's predicament. Are you still willing to advocate for the undying emperor? Yuan Heng narrowed his eyes, realizing that the celestial bell's thoughts mirrored his own, both doubting the complete fall of the undying emperor. The true phoenix's rebirth, even if it were merely a pinnacle of humanity, would not succumb so easily to oblivion. The ties have been severed. His fate must inevitably lead to this calamity. I shall exert my utmost effort to assist him, yet it remains futile. Regardless of whether he can return in the future, this bond shall be difficult to rekindle. Upon hearing this, the celestial bell spoke softly. As the spirit of a celestial artifact, it possessed longevity and insight, yet its character was markedly distinct from that of ordinary beings. If you were to accompany me, would there be a day when our fates would inevitably end? Yuan Heng inquired. In the tumult of the mortal realm, where there is a beginning, there must also be an end. The day you transcend, our connection shall naturally reach its conclusion. The celestial bell resonated in the heavens, the laws converging, transforming into a complex script that resembled a pact forged from the purest celestial gold, emanating a luminous, harmonious glow akin to jade. Fate. Yuan Heng raised an eyebrow. This mythical script was far from simple, encompassing vast information, akin to a form of covenant, remarkably lenient in its constraints upon the celestial bell and his actions. Go with the flow, perhaps you should become a monk. He chuckled softly, yet his fingertips still gestured into the void, causing a crimson droplet of Taoist blood to emerge and merge into the character of fate. As he completed these actions, the celestial bell emitted a prolonged tone once more, soaring into Yuan Heng's brow, initially intending to reside within his celestial platform, only to discover that Yuan Heng's celestial platform had yet to be established, remaining in a state of chaos and desolation. It could only shift direction, shrinking to the size of a palm and landing in his hand. One matter resolved. Seeing this, Yuan Heng finally exhaled, steadily cradling the celestial bell in his hand, his divine power flowing unhindered into its interior. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. Since awakening in this era, he had finally grasped the complete celestial artifact. As one of the three most renowned treasures of celestial paths throughout history, the celestial bell was vastly different from Yuan Heng's sarcophagus. Its functions were incredibly diverse. The bell's body was inscribed with myriad celestial doctrines, capable of manifesting countless transformations. It could not only serve as protection and offense, but also possessed many other profound applications of celestial mysteries. Lost in contemplation, Yuan Heng summoned the celestial bell, allowing its golden resonance to cleanse his primordial spirit. In no time, he dispelled the myriad distractions lingering from his battle with the undying emperor, achieving a state of clarity and purity within his mind. Subsequently, his consciousness descended into a profound stillness, merging his thoughts into the cyclical ocean of existence. Intent on reshaping this corporeal secret realm once more, diligently refining the wheel of life method he had devised. In the heavens above, an endless expanse of inky darkness emerged silently, its depths harboring a divine bridge formed from the fountain of destiny, reaching towards the celestial horizon. The lunar energies surged powerfully, while obscure runes continuously ebbed and flowed within each droplet of seawater. He set forth a clear objective for himself. Each corporeal secret realm must be cultivated to its utmost limit before embarking on the next phase of enlightenment. This was a relentless process of refining the physical body, for the wheel of life represented the very essence of human existence. Each time Yuan Heng inscribed runes within his own wheel, it manifested upon his physical form, evoking a wondrous sensation that fueled his fervor for mastering the secrets of the corporeal realms. Time was not a constraint for him. It had merely been a little over a year since his second life commenced. According to Yuan Heng's estimates, even without relying on the longevity substances of this realm, living for tens of thousands of years in this lifetime posed little challenge, thus rendering him devoid of any sense of urgency. In the years that followed, Yuan Heng dedicated the majority of his time to cultivating the corporeal secret realms, while also making time to practice the ancient methods inscribed upon the celestial bell. The Qilin emperor frequently visited, bringing with him enlightenment tea, and the two would engage in leisurely philosophical discussions. Occasionally, Yuan Heng would venture to observe the chaotic cave that symbolized the path to immortality. The timing was not yet ripe, and the laws there appeared exceedingly violent. Yet this did not dampen Yuan Heng's enthusiasm. Each visit yielded a considerable extraction of longevity substances, which he infused into this ancient domain. Unbeknownst to him, 3,000 years had elapsed in the world. Chapter 37. The Qilin grows old. 3,000 years is an extensive passage of time. Such an era is sufficient for the bloodlines of mundane beings to propagate through several generations. Enough for a king of the path from the third tier of the celestial platform to transform from a youthful figure brimming with vigor to a decrepit old man. Yet within the grand tapestry of this universe, it is but a fleeting moment. On a day, 3,000 years after the fall of the undying emperor, Yuan Heng felt a stirring within his heart, and for the first time departed from the secluded confines of the ancient realm of Inghua. He stepped into the void, wandering through the desolate yet vast cosmos. His destination was unequivocal, the residence of the most resplendent sovereign of this age, the ancient star associated with the Qilin royal lineage. Salutations to the supreme, Yuan Heng. Yuan Heng did not conceal his aura, and his pace was unhurried. Upon his arrival at the outer reaches of the Qilin ancestral star, a magnificent azure Qilin, inhaling the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, caught sight of his silhouette and promptly transformed into human form, bowing respectfully towards Yuan Heng. This Qilin's human manifestation was that of a strikingly handsome man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, standing at the first tier of quasi-emperorship. His exceptional lineage and formidable cultivation exuded an innate authority, commanding reverence without any display of arrogance upon encountering Yuan Heng. Are you the third descendant of the old Qilin? Yuan Heng recognized the young Qilin at a glance. This gifted individual had caught his attention during the forging of the eternal ancient ruler, having stood at the pinnacle of the great sage at merely 500 years of age. Now, at 3,500 years, he had indeed ascended to the first tier of quasi-emperorship, a commendable achievement. Indeed, I observed the esteemed one during the forging of the weapon years ago, and now, 3,000 years have passed. The man bowed deeply, his voice filled with honor as he recalled the scene from the past, when Yuan Heng had forged the eternal ancient ruler, a single artifact capable of encompassing an entire universe. Its awe-inspiring presence still vivid in his memory. No wonder, Yuan Heng mused, sensing the connection. With a flick of his finger, a divine ruler emerged from the Qilin's brow, crafted to precise specifications and forged from eternal blue gold. Upon closer inspection, it indeed bore an aura capable of containing the cosmos. Having witnessed merely one forging, this ruler has already imbued you with a fraction of its divine essence. He examined it for a moment before returning the blue gold ruler to the Qilin quasi-emperor. This divine ruler was naturally forged in accordance with the eternal ancient ruler's principles, blending the foundational laws of their ancestral Qilin emperor, and could be deemed commendable. Thank you, Supreme. The Qilin quasi-emperor was overwhelmed with joy at Yuan Heng's affirmation, completely shedding his usual regal demeanor as he bowed deeply once more. Alas, I remained bound by the constraints of the old Qilin's imperial laws. Yuan Heng chose not to voice his thoughts on the plight of these descendants of supreme beings, whose circumstances were indeed awkward. They had inherited little of the royal bloodline while being ensnared by the sovereign's laws. Being a low-tier quasi-emperor had become their peak, leaving little room for advancement. "Lead me to your ancestor," he commanded casually. Yes, the Qilin quasi-emperor complied, reverting to his azure Qilin form, standing 5 zhang tall, his scales gleaming, and respectfully leading the way as they ventured deeper into the Qilin ancestral star. Along their path, the sound of the grand Dao roared, as countless Qilin clan members bowed in reverence, calling out for the supreme Yuan Heng. Yuan Heng followed in silence, while he sought the Qilin emperor. He required no guidance from this young fellow. Yet, having languished in the solitude of the ancient realm of Yinghua for too long, he was eager to savor the essence of worldly existence. After guiding Yuan Heng to the heart of the ancestral star's great dragon vein, the Qilin quasi-emperor took his leave. Yuan Heng arrived at the location where the coiled dragon absorbed the pearls, where a grand Qilin cave, towering 100 zhang high, served as the convergence point for all the fortunes and imperial prestige of the star. As he approached, Yuan Heng discerned rhythmic breathing emanating from deep within the Qilin cave. He ventured further inside and discovered the Qilin emperor indeed resting there. Yet this old friend had not manifested his human form. Instead, he lay in slumber as 100 zhang Qilin. In the 3,000 years since their last meeting, the Qilin emperor's Dao body remained unchanged, though his aura had grown deeper. At his age and level, he had long surpassed the era of ambition, instead accumulating the weight of time within himself, poised for a grand emergence. "Old friend," Yuan Heng called out, but found no response. The Qilin emperor's body was intact, and his primordial spirit had not ventured afar. Rather, he seemed trapped in an unusual state, engaged in a struggle within his cultivation, unable to awaken. His attachment to the third generation was profound, as he sought to replicate the mythic era of the celestial sovereign and dream of the universe, yet he had become ensnared within it. Suddenly, a radiant light flickered from the Qilin emperor's brow, and the eternal blue-gold staff soared forth from his celestial platform. After 3 millennia, the staff, nearly shattered by the emperor's strike in the past, had been restored. This time, it was indeed the Qilin emperor's request for Yuan Heng's assistance to aid the old Qilin. A dream across the ages. This is a grand method. Yuan Heng raised his brow, advancing to inspect the Qilin emperor's state. Discovering that his primordial spirit had indeed entered a dream, cultivating and transforming within the illusory realm. He recalled that in the original tale, Yi Fan had similarly fallen into a state of slumber after ascending to emperorhood. His body was flawless, yet his spirit lay dormant, cycling through dreams to achieve a higher level of evolution. However, at that time, Yi Fan was already immensely powerful, far surpassing the old Qilin in strength, foundation, and lifespan. Replicating the success of another was clearly a daunting task. Thus, Yuan Heng retrieved the palm-sized Kunlun celestial bell from the sea of suffering and casually summoned the eternal blue-gold staff. As the two artifacts clashed, an ethereal resonance echoed forth. Under Yuan Heng's will, the bell's waves cascaded like the waters of a celestial spring, repeatedly cleansing the Qilin emperor's primordial spirit. This was one of the inscribed methods of the Kunlun celestial bell, capable of dispelling distractions, effective even for sovereigns. The melodious chimes reverberated for an entire day and night. It was not until the following day that the Qilin emperor's steady, elongated breathing was disrupted. The 100 zhang Qilin first shook its head before finally opening its eyes. As the azure light blossomed, the eternal blue-gold staff sank into the old Qilin's body. He gazed silently at the celestial bell in Yuan Heng's hand for a moment before uttering a sound of profound significance. The method of enactment has encountered some discrepancies. My thanks. Ding. Yuan Heng lightly tapped the edge of the Kunlun celestial bell, producing a melodious chime that instantly uplifted the spirits of all present. It has been a millennium and a half since you last visited my abode. Indeed, this dream of yours has spanned quite a distance. A millennium and a half. As these words resonated, the Qilin emperor became enveloped in a swirling aura, his true form dissipating into the guise of the aged Qilin, who too reflected upon the passage of time. Yet, Yuan Heng perceived clearly that the span of 3,000 years had left numerous traces upon the old Qilin's visage. His once full mane of gray hair had transformed entirely to a stark white, which appeared brittle and frail, a manifestation of the waning vitality of life. Old friend, you have indeed aged, Yuan Heng lamented. In his own early days, he had also experienced the decline of lifespan and had endured a similar state, a most unpleasant sensation. No matter how one gazes upon the heroes of the cosmos, it cannot surpass the inevitability of mortality. Indeed aged, the Qilin emperor mused, calculating the passage of days. He was now over 21,000 years old, at the age of over 11,000 in his second incarnation. He had reached a stage where sovereigns begin to prepare for their final affairs. Chapter 38. The Heart of Heaven's Scheme. The Qilin Emperor had indeed grown old. Yuan Heng, opening his celestial eye, could distinctly observe the waning and depletion of the Qilin's vitality. The brilliance of the 5 great secret realms had dimmed, and the azure scales had deepened in hue, far from the resplendence of 3 millennia prior, all signs of a life ebbing away. Simultaneously, the union of the old Qilin and the Heart of Heaven seemed to waver, although it had not yet reached the point of dissolution. It was evident that he had to expend greater mental effort to maintain this state of union. After all, as a reigning sovereign, even a moment's distraction could spell disaster for the cosmos, whether through the quaking of the Heart of Heaven or the leakage of imperial energy. I estimate I can endure for another 2,000 years. The old Qilin, earnestly assessing his own essence, arrived at this conclusion. He surmised that his lifespan in the second incarnation was roughly 13,000 years, a figure that barely surpassed the average among many sovereigns throughout history. He had never been particularly adept at longevity. His first incarnation barely exceeded 1,000 years, while 13,000 in the second was already commendable. Is there assurance for the third life? Yuan Heng posed again the question he had asked 3 millennia prior. Having known Yuan Heng for over 3,000 years, the old Qilin had not squandered his time. He dedicated the majority of his efforts to the transformation of methods, especially after Yuan Heng imparted to him portions of the scriptures of the Immortal Emperor. Rather than merely extending his lifespan, he yearned for rebirth, aspiring to achieve his third incarnation. If feasible, your celestial path and the method of the Phoenix's rebirth have provided me with tremendous insight. With an additional 2,000 years of refinement, I should be able to attain my third life. The royal blood within the old Qilin surged. He initially wished to transform his hair and beard into azure, but ultimately relinquished the thought. He had to accept his aging and deemed it unnecessary to squander his vitality on such trivial matters. I am far more concerned about your current state. After 3 millennia of cultivation, to what extent have you progressed in the secret realms of the human body? Boom. Upon hearing this, Yuan Heng fell silent, merely stirring the blood within him slightly. In an instant, his corporeal form became enveloped in pure divine radiance and dawn light. Amidst these phenomena, the 5 great secret realms appeared akin to 5 ancient great domains, gently rising and falling within Yuan Heng's being. The Wheel of Sea, the Palace of Dao. The 4 extremes, the transformation of dragons, the celestial platform. The Palace of Dao embraced the 5 elements, with the 5 colored organs resembling 5 resplendent suns. The 4 extremes anchored the 4 directions, with the body's limbs serving as towering pillars. The divine light of the transformation of dragons nourished the spine. Akin to a coiled, true dragon, accumulating boundless strength, the celestial platform mirrored this. After 3 millennia of cultivation, the 5 great secret realms had been fully developed by Yuan Heng to an unparalleled apex. Those initial stages of rudimentary training were but a matter of days for him. What truly consumed his mental energy was the profound exploration of the depths of the 5 great secret realms. Now, his human body secret realm had been honed to perfection. Each secret realm resembling a universe, harboring the grandeur of the great Dao, appearing independent, yet intricately interwoven, collectively forming Yuan Heng's immaculate corporeal vessel. Incredible. The Qilin Emperor's eyes erupted with a brilliant azure light as he surveyed Yuan Heng's human body secret realm. He could not help but exclaim, for the depth of Yuan Heng's cultivation in the 5 great secret realms had far surpassed his own, and the searing, distorted vitality emanating from him was not unlike the sense of crisis he had felt from the Immortal Emperor in years past. Even now, should you refrain from invoking the past fruits of the Dao, you would certainly be capable of contending with the Immortal Emperor. He recalled the earth-shattering battle between Yuan Heng and the Immortal Emperor 3 millennia ago. In his heart, he deliberated yet found that, even with the Heart of Heaven, he could not mentally simulate the current confrontation between Yuan Heng and the Emperor. These two were simply too formidable. While the possibility of battle existed, it was merely that. The little phoenix, though slightly lacking within the realm of quasi-immortality and quasi-true immortality, was still a magnificent 5-colored celestial phoenix, with bloodline power reaching an unfathomable level. In terms of bloodline and physicality, his 3,000 years of effort paled in comparison. Yuan Heng did not underestimate the Immortal Emperor. Over the years, he had studied the remnants of the 5-colored phoenix corpses left behind, fully aware of the formidable nature of their bloodline. This clan's celestial spirit blood flowed with the very essence of the fundamental Dao in the universe. The true phoenix's call was a heavenly decree, and the dance of its colorful feathers was the great law. He had not encountered the most renowned chaotic entity in this universe, but it was reasonable to surmise that compared to the bloodline of the Immortal Emperor, the chaotic entity might appear somewhat dim. After all, the bloodline of the 5-colored celestial phoenix could be said to directly connect to the pinnacle of true immortality. In essence, the Qilin Emperor nodded, gaining insight into the current combat prowess of his old friend. After the ultimate leap, I am confident I can undergo another transformation. At that time, my cultivation will reach completion, and few will stand as rivals in this world. Yuan Heng added, fully aware that his current inability to suppress the Immortal Emperor stemmed from the fact that his human body secret realm had yet to be cultivated to its utmost. He presently merely had each of the 5 great secret realms perfected. The archaic Heavenly Emperor had left behind methods for cultivating the human body secret realms, with the ultimate goal being the unification of the powers of the 5 great secret realms, breaking through the shackles to leap into the extremes of humanity. Yuan Heng now stood at that threshold. In truth, as long as Yuan Heng wished, the powers of his various secret realms could converge as one, harnessing the might of a great dragon to leap upon the celestial platform, stepping into that supreme realm sought by countless beings. However, such an attempt to forcibly ascend the sovereign realm would inevitably invoke immense calamities and backlash. If mishandled, those repercussions would fall squarely upon the shoulders of the reigning sovereigns of the time. Contemplating this, Yuan Heng exchanged a glance with the Qilin Emperor, a hint of regret flashing through him, which inexplicably reminded the old Qilin of the time when he and Yuan Heng forged their pact, nearly resulting in the extraction of the Heart of Heaven's mark from his own being. You should restrain yourself for a few thousand years. Should you attempt to impact the Heart of Heaven now, this old frame of mine may well perish before your eyes. He hastily interjected, aware that he had reached the twilight of his life. If a quasi-sovereign of the 9th tier were to suddenly forcefully impact the Heart of Heaven's mark, the backlash could very well lead to his demise. Yet, if a being as extraordinary as Yuan Heng were to attempt such a feat, the one most likely to suffer fatal backlash would be the old Qilin, the reigning sovereign of the age. Oh, you intend to sever the Heart of Heaven in your 3rd life? Yuan Heng inquired with astonishment, for he truly wished to cease suppressing his own power. Should the old Qilin in his 3rd life refrain from shedding the Heart of Heaven, he might be compelled to emulate Yi Fan from the original work, attempting to transcend the Heart of Heaven or to transform the Heart of Heaven with his own essence, embarking upon the ultimate path of the 5 great secret realms. To sever it, once I reach this juncture, what purpose does this Heart of Heaven mark serve? If severing is the path, then sever it. The ancient Qilin clenched his fist, and the surrounding space-time immediately trembled violently. The imperial laws resonated throughout the universe, only to suddenly coalesce into an formless essence known as the Heavenly Heart, which manifested at the center of the Qilin Emperor's brow. This was the mark of the Heavenly Heart, embodying the myriad paths of the cosmos and becoming the singularity of this realm. Such an entity could only be wielded by one individual in each era, symbolizing an authority that transcends all, rightfully serving as the protagonist of its time. The Heavenly Heart. Yuan Heng gazed intently at this mark. Despite his combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary beings of the Extreme Dao, he still yearned for it. From the original text, he understood that the mark of the Heavenly Heart represented the supreme essence of this world, a rare treasure for any sentient being. He recalled from the original text of the perfect world that when the 9 heavens and 10 earths unified, the convergence of the Heavenly Heart mark had once stirred the celestial domains, drawing the gaze of many immortal kings who dispatched their most capable heirs to seize the opportunity for the first fusion with the Heavenly Heart mark. The great son Immortal King once proclaimed it to be the foundation of the Immortal Kings. Yuan Heng could roughly comprehend that the first to merge with the Heavenly Heart mark could utilize the Dao ties of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to undergo an unimaginable transformation, advancing further upon the pinnacle of human Dao, thereby forging what is known as the foundation of the Immortal Kings. Now, from the end of the chaotic ancient times until the present, the Heavenly Heart mark was no longer that pristine blank slate, with the vicissitudes of life. It had borne the marks of countless individuals, yet its uniqueness remained unblemished, still coveted by the world. Yuan Heng, too, harbored a deep desire for it. He was certain that even for someone of his standing as a peak human Dao practitioner, the Heavenly Heart mark would undoubtedly yield effects. Albeit perhaps not as monumental as imagined, yet it would still represent a precious transformation. Cultivate diligently, and in the future, when you achieve success in your 3rd life, you shall discover the vastness of the immortal path. Rising, Yuan Heng retrieved a palm-sized metallic sheet from his bosom and presented it before the Qilin Emperor. It was forged from pure dragon-patterned black gold, intricately engraved with a multitude of patterns that conveyed obscure celestial sounds. This was not a scripture, but rather a longevity technique created by Yuan Heng over the course of 3 millennia. He had previously deemed it beneath his time to study such matters, but residing in this realm, the technique of longevity was an unavoidable aspect. Thank you. The ancient Qilin accepted the dragon-patterned black gold sheet from Yuan Heng, savoring its meaning for a moment before carefully placing it by his side. This ancient creature's art would greatly benefit his cultivation. However, When he looked up, Yuan Heng's figure had already vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint glow and the resonance of the Dao lingering in the air. Yuan Heng was reluctant to linger any longer on the ancient Qilin star, for he clearly remembered that in his later years, the ancient Qilin had experienced love, fathering a son and a daughter. He did not wish to impede the ancient Qilin's pursuit of affection. Chapter 39. The Celestial Lord Yuan Heng. On the far side of the starry sky, on the Ziwei ancient star, a grand sacrificial ceremony was underway. On this day, nearly all the human Dao lineages, divine dynasties, great cities, and tribes on the Ziwei ancient star were bustling with preparations for the sacrificial grounds, regardless of whether they were mundane or practitioners, whether they were exalted sages or humble farmers toiling in the fields, all sincerely gathered at the sacrificial site, chanting the titles of the supreme rulers of humanity, the great lunar emperor, the solar saint emperor, and the celestial Lord Yuan Heng, to honor the three emperors. This had become a tradition on the Ziwei ancient star over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, selecting a special day to pay homage to the two great human emperors of the Ziwei ancient star, the lunar and solar emperors, as well as to Yuan Heng, the ancient supreme who had shown immense goodwill towards the Ziwei and humanity 2,000 to 3,000 years prior. The title of Celestial Lord was not self-assumed by Yuan Heng, but propagated by the two great teachings of the lunar and solar sects, with the support of the Guanghan Palace, the Human King's Hall, and other mid-sized sects, and had now spread throughout the entire Ziwei ancient star. The influence of various great sects with practitioners rapidly disseminated the day of the three emperors' joint sacrifice across the Ziwei ancient star, particularly within the mundane human populace. As always, in any era, the mundane made up the most vital component of the multitude. On the Ziwei ancient star, stretching across tens of millions of miles, the number of mundane humans had reached an astonishing figure. The unwavering dedication over 3 millennia had turned the festival honoring the three great human emperors into a tradition, engraved in the memories of generations of mortals. Whenever this special day arrived, people would offer their tributes in a particular direction, chanting the names of the three emperors. The reverence for these three great human emperors transformed the mundane's chants and sacrifices into pure or eclectic forms of faith energy, surging into the depths of the lunar and solar teachings and the cosmos. This year, it was none other than Si Yin Ning, the supreme leader of the lunar sect, who presided over this grand ceremony. Behind her stood numerous saints, saint kings, and great saints of the lunar sect, as well as many practitioners of lesser cultivation levels, each holding a stick of incense in sincere worship. At the highest sacrificial altar, the three great emperors were sculpted into towering statues, each crafted from divine materials. Notably, the statue of the lunar emperor held a square black seal, the size of a human head, which, despite missing a corner and bearing deep scars, still exuded an indomitable majesty. Unsurprisingly, the faith energy belonging to the lunar emperor converged entirely into the emperor's seal, enveloping it with invisible forces, nourishing its deep scars. Once the complex and intricate sacrificial procedures concluded, Si Yin Ning finally relaxed, gesturing for the great saints, saint kings, and saints to disperse, before personally ascending the altar to absorb the damaged emperor seal into her body for continued nurturing in her quasi-imperial form. However, after completing these actions, she suddenly realized that a familiar figure had arrived, standing in the sacrificial hall, gazing intently at the statues of the three great human emperors. "I pay my respects to the supreme Yuan Heng." Si Yin Ning immediately recognized Yuan Heng's identity, and without hesitation, deeply bowed to her. The silhouette of the man before her was unmistakably familiar. Although they had only met a few times, his profound visage was etched deeply into her memory, impossible to forget. She recalled that in her earlier years, as the leader of the lunar sect, she had the fortune to witness Yuan Heng's teachings and listen to his discourses on the Dao of the lunar path, from which her own cultivation had greatly benefited. Little sect leader, Yuan Heng carefully scrutinized the young woman. When he had first met her, she was merely a saint king of just over 1,000 years. Yet now she had surpassed 4,000 years, having crossed the threshold into the quasi-imperial realm. This surprised Yuan Heng. After all, in the vast cosmos, a 4,000-year-old quasi-emperor's talent could only be deemed average. However, in an era where cultivation speeds were generally slow, and individuals often lingered in a particular realm for tens of thousands of years, a 4,000-year-old ordinary supreme was relatively rare. "No wonder I've been receiving faith energy these past years. It turns out to be the reason." He extended a hand, and the statue on the altar that resembled him burst forth with a gentle radiance, the light pulsating rhythmically, as if breathing. Upon closer listening, one could discern the sounds of beings offering worship, chanting the name of the Celestial Lord. Undoubtedly, these were manifestations of faith energy, the extraordinary substance formed from the will of the mundane and practitioners alike. "This is the method of Ancestor Si Chi," Your appearance is significant. He believes this presents an opportunity for the unification of humanity, as well as a means to aid in the revival of the Emperor's seal. Hence the establishment of the festival to honor the three emperors. Xi Yanning produced the Emperor's seal for Yuan Heng to observe. Over the course of 3,000 years of sacrifices, the scars on the Emperor's seal remained, yet its aura had considerably deepened, with the essence of the lunar source rippling. Although the deity had yet to awaken, it was drawing near. Indeed, considerable thought has been invested. Is your ancestor still around? Yuan Heng expressed his admiration. He possesses a celestial vision that allows him to perceive not only the sects of the lunar and solar deities, the hall of the king of humanity, the palace of eternal cold, and the observatory of longevity, but also an abundance of mortals who are venerating the three divine statues, representing the lunar, the solar, and the primordial unity. Contemplating this, he formed a seal with his hands, and immediately, countless streams of soft, radiant light converged from various locales of the Ziwei ancient star into his grasp. These emanations were the faith's spiritual energy belonging to the primordial unity, accumulated over 3 millennia by countless mortals who worshipped the three deities. A millennium ago, the two esteemed predecessors of our great sect had attained enlightenment, and their descendant has now inherited their mantle, standing guard over the Ziwei star, as Xi Yanning spoke candidly. Practitioners at the level of quasi-emperors theoretically possess a maximum lifespan of 10,000 years. Yet the two quasi-emperors who had previously encountered the primordial unity only reached the first tier of heaven and managed to live to the impressive age of 9,000. Presently, Xi Yanning stands as the sole quasi-emperor on the entire Ziwei ancient star with a robust lifespan, though she is yet to reach 5,000 years. She has already ascended to the pinnacle of the first tier of quasi-emperors, harboring aspirations to protect the Ziwei human race and to awaken the divine essence of the human emperor while she still breathes. With the human emperor's seal intact, all remains well. Nodding in agreement, he held the human emperor's seal in his hand, and after a moment, he returned the ancient artifact. With the presence of an ultimate weapon, the profound foundation of the lunar sect finally stabilized, and he felt reassured by the abundance of adept practitioners within the sect. Simultaneously, nearly all the spiritual energies of faith from across Ziwei coalesced into the hands of the primordial unity, enveloping him in a gentle and resplendent divine light, as if he stood upon a vast altar of innumerable beings, destined to merge completely with the essence of the primordial unity. In the early days of the establishment of our sect, our predecessors, unaware of the proper honorifics, resorted to the title of Celestial Master. If there was any offense taken, may the Supreme forgive. Seemingly apprehensive that the primordial unity might disapprove of the title of Celestial Master, Xi Yanning once more bowed and elucidated. Not at all. The primordial unity lightly tapped his brow, and immediately, a cascade of inky brilliance fell from his divine essence, isolating all those spiritual energies of faith outside his being. He carefully examined the profound laws, thoughts, and causal relationships contained within these extraordinary spiritual energies, nodding in satisfaction. Originally, he intended to delve into the matters of faith energy during his third or fourth incarnation, but since the Ziwei human race had initiated this endeavor, he was more than willing to make some arrangements in advance. Chapter 40. Monk, Spirit of Sacrifice, Bodhi Seed. Since awakening in this era, the primordial unity has already received a considerable amount of spiritual energy of faith from various corners of the universe. As the supreme being at the pinnacle of humanity, his combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. He is not engaged in many endeavors. Yet, whether it was emerging from the ancient mines of the Northern Dipper and engaging in a fierce battle with the supreme being known as the June Emperor, or delivering teachings in Ziwei while exerting pressure on the flying immortal ancient star, these actions have fully showcased his immense power. The weak naturally gravitate towards the strong. And with admiration, longing, and fear, many beings have organically developed faith in the primordial unity. The sources of this faith are quite complex, ranging from the Northern Dipper, Ziwei, flying immortal, to the ancestral star of the Qilin, and even numerous groups from the cosmic fringes who have witnessed the aftermath of the primordial unity's battles, perceiving him as a terrifying natural phenomenon, establishing statues and altars in blind reverence. For a being of the primordial unity's caliber, such a measure of faith energy is indeed scarce, akin to a mere cup of water amid a vast forest, let alone breaking through realms or comprehending immortality. The energy is barely sufficient to assist in his cultivation. Nevertheless, this quantity of faith energy is unprecedented for the primordial unity in the ancient era of immortals. It is essential to recognize that during his time, the era of true immortals was marked by a flourishing cultivation community, where even immortal kings occasionally manifested their divine presence, and numerous spirits resided within the realm of the immortal path. Although the primordial unity was renowned across his continent, it was not sufficient to inspire widespread faith among many beings. In stark contrast, the present universe is one where the supreme domain is undoubtedly a realm worthy of worship by all beings. Each action taken by those at this level generates a significant amount of spiritual energy of faith. The primordial unity had never encountered such an abundance of faith energy before, and he endeavored to harness this power using the ancient scriptures of the lineage of the celestial monk king and the ancestral sacrificial spirits, employing techniques specifically crafted for the manipulation of faith energy. Standing amidst the vast sea of faith energy, the primordial unity recalled the scriptures he had studied from an ancient monk of the Immortal Era, continuously forming various seals with his hands, some resembling the delicate act of plucking a flower, while others evoked a serene state of meditation, all the while guiding the rhythms of the faith energy. Heart mirror. At a certain moment, the primordial unity uttered this phrase, his voice soft yet resonating through every strand of faith energy converging from Z-Way, many of which were imbued with greed, anger, and ignorance, shattering and reorganizing into pure and gentle energies, merging into a milky white, ethereal ocean. This technique not only refined the purity of the primordial unity's ocean of spiritual energy, but also caused many cultivators and mortals of the Z-Way ancient star to tremble. As if some long-standing emotional entanglement had been severed, their gazes becoming much clearer. Truly the law of that esteemed king. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced the primordial unity's visage, for the technique he had just executed was indeed derived from the lineage of the celestial monk king, a method he had learned from an ancient monk of the immortal path, capable of severing worldly roots and dispelling inner demons, effectively dissipating the attachments within the faith energy. As the supreme being who had traversed the path of faith energy farthest during the ancient era, the celestial monk king possessed an exceptionally profound understanding of this discipline. It is said that when the ancestral sacrificial spirits devised their spiritual laws, they engaged in discourse with him, exploring the intricacies of faith energy. Bodhi. The primordial unity formed another seal, his thoughts delving deep into the surrounding ocean of faith energy, reciting the ancient, long-forgotten characters of the immortal era, as golden light erupted from his divine essence, transcending the cosmos. In that moment, nearly all human beings on the Z-Way ancient star felt a tremor in their hearts. Whether they were mortals or cultivators, experiencing a gentle and cool rain of blessings descending upon them, imbued with a wondrous power that nourished their souls. This was a marvelous rhythm. Though intangible, the mortals could distinctly sense their fatigue and toil washed away, and minor ailments dissipating effortlessly. Likewise, cultivators experienced the ethereal rain, and though their levels of cultivation did not advance, they felt a newfound clarity, their bodies and divine essences becoming more transparent. In a fleeting vision, they seemed to behold three colossal deities rising from the distance, those gods towering and identical to the human emperor and celestial masters they revered annually. We beseech the human emperor to manifest. May our human race endure forever. The rulers of humanity shall remain immortal. In an instant, whether mortals, kings, or sages, countless individuals bowed toward the heavens, fervently chanting the name of the human emperor. In the depths of the lunar sect, beside the primordial unity, even Si yawning, the head of the lunar sect, gazed on with a sense of longing. Just moments ago, this female quasi-emperor had also witnessed the shadows of the three sovereigns manifesting in her heart, and though her faith was far more resolute than that of ordinary cultivators, her mindset seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. However, the primordial unity did not respond to the cries of the millions of faithful across the ancient star. He suddenly opened his eyes, savoring all that had just transpired, exhaling softly. So this is what faith energy truly resembles. The recent manifestation of the human emperor was indeed a reflection of his own essence, and it was also the ancient method of the celestial monk king, designed to enhance faith and reciprocate to the faithful. Such a profound technique, merely connecting with the faithful of a single life star, had imparted profound insights to him. At one moment, the primordial unity even contemplated deeply cultivating the path of collective faith energy in this lifetime, emulating the celestial monk king of yore, embarking on a completely different path of immortality. He had traversed for tens of thousands of years, visiting primordial ancient realms, the domains of immortals, and countless places within the burial realms. He had witnessed numerous monastic and Taoist teachings, and the applications of faith energy were manifold. Not only could it assist in prolonging life, but gathering the faith energy of an entire realm could easily forge an immortal being. Yet, he swiftly extinguished that thought. Faith and mental power, in the end, are merely external phenomena. In ancient times, he had once heard his ancestral spirit preach that while the path of an ordinary cultivator is akin to climbing a lofty peak, the path of the lineage of the immortal monk king appears to be effortlessly buoyed by myriad beings. However, it is, in truth, fraught with the weight of karmic consequences, demanding immense perseverance. Yuan Gen did not perceive this as his own path. Ding. Deep within his brow, the celestial bell gently resonated, producing a melodious chime that not only clarified Yuan Gen's spiritual essence, but also gradually calmed the fervent crowd of the Ziwei ancient star, gathering the thoughts of all beings. He then uttered the heavenly sound, invoking a grand technique, as an ethereal willow tree manifested behind him. This willow seemed to take root in the profound depths of the river of time, its countless branches cascading down, each appearing to connect to a universe. Echoing with the reverent voices of countless sentient beings, Yuan Gen reached out, resonating with the willow tree, and gathered the boundless faith and mental power into his hands, transforming it into a radiant disk resembling a bright moon, gentle and sacred. As the disk formed from the faith and mental power solidified, all thoughts seemed to return home, coalescing into droplets of divine dew, all submerging into the disk. This, of course, was not the technique of the immortal monk king's lineage, but rather the ancestral spirit's path of ritual, a path distinct from that of the immortal monk king. For the spirits, faith and mental power merely serve as tools for cultivation and cannot dictate the path of the ritual spirits. One must still tread the path laid down by the venerable ancestral spirit, for sentient beings are like a mire. Once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible. After a considerable time, Yuan Gen finally withdrew, cradling the disk of faith and mental power in his hands. Just as he prepared to turn away, an abrupt sound of rupture echoed from the heavens. Yuan Gen looked up to behold a brilliant golden radiance piercing through the void from beyond, dazzling yet not blinding, accompanied by the serene sounds of chanting descending before him. Meanwhile, Si Ning, astonished, realized that this was no ordinary place, but the very heart of the Taiyin divine sect. Even though the Emperor's array had never been activated, there were several layers of quasi-imperial formations. Yet this golden light disregarded them entirely, charging straight in. What is this? Yuan Gen extended his hand, lifting the golden orb of light. In that instant, the resplendent glow dissipated, and the grand sounds of the monks chanting faded, leaving behind a dim, unremarkable seed that settled steadily in his palm. The seed, the size of a walnut, shone with no radiance, lacked any embellishments, and bore a dull, ordinary color, seemingly covered in dust, utterly inconspicuous. Yet, in Yuan Gen's discerning gaze, this seed was anything but ordinary. It bore intricate, obscure patterns, which, when intertwined, resembled a Buddha, hands clasped in prayer, gazing benevolently ahead. A Bodhi seed. Yuan Gen instantly recognized the essence of this seed. It was indeed one of the many immortal medicines of this realm, the seed of the Bodhi tree. Ah, so it is. Drawn forth by the evolution of that lineage's technique, it has come to him. Yuan Gen mused, recalling the name of the Bodhi holy tree, which he had heard in the ancient times. It was an ancient celestial wood born alongside the immortal monk king, symbolizing the supreme inheritance and Zen essence of the immortal monk king's lineage, bearing immense significance. In the era of the celestial cover, its most renowned steward was Amitabha the Great, the founder of the Buddhist sect and the first to attain the ultimate path, who achieved enlightenment in the primordial age, seemingly the reincarnation of the immortal monk king. In other words, during the ancient era in which Yuan Gen resided, there were no practitioners of the monk or Buddha path who had reached the ultimate realm. Yuan Gen was the first to evolve this level of monk techniques, attracting the resonance of the Bodhi ancient tree seed, which sought him out. The immortal monk king's lineage had once reached unparalleled brilliance. They possessed immeasurable lands in the primordial ancient realm, with countless monks, Buddhas, and bodhisattvas among their followers, propagating faith and practicing austerity, forming one of the significant forces of the primordial ancient realm. At that time, the immortal monk king's sanctuary was known as Mount Sumru, a sacred ground for the ancient monks, hailed as the fourth highest peak in the world, embodying the beliefs of that lineage across countless epochs, eternal and indestructible. The most renowned celestial plant on Mount Sumru was the Bodhi celestial tree, a supreme elixir of immortality, regarded as one of the rare celestial plants throughout history. It was said that sitting beneath it could lead one to enlightenment and an understanding of all worldly origins. Yuan Gen had never witnessed the Bodhi celestial tree at its peak, but he had encountered many monk practitioners, some of whom had attained immortality long ago. And even when speaking of the Bodhi celestial tree, they could not conceal the admiration and longing in their eyes. This tree had survived to the present day, and during the great upheaval of heaven and earth, it had been demoted to the status of an immortal medicine. He held the round and plump Bodhi seed in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. He remembered the glorious past of the Bodhi celestial tree and felt no surprise. For the essence of immortal medicines in the era of the celestial cover was extraordinarily high. Indeed, if one day the Bodhi celestial tree or the ancient peach tree were to awaken, Yuan Gen, as a being from the ancient era, would still be but a junior among juniors. Supreme being, is this an immortal medicine? Beside him, Si Ning was also gazing at the seed. naturally surmising its extraordinary nature. However, she had not anticipated that this seed, descending from the heavens, was a rare immortal medicine seed that could only be possessed by those of ancient imperial status. The Bodhi tree, a uniquely special immortal medicine, related to an exceedingly powerful lineage from ancient times. I must investigate further. Yuan Gen grasped the seed of the Bodhi celestial tree and stepped forward, vanishing directly from the Ziwei star. He felt a surge of joy, having merely wished to casually evolve some faith techniques, only to stumble upon such an unexpected treasure. He sensed that in the future, as he traversed the path of faith, the Bodhi ancient tree would provide him with significant assistance. Chapter 41. The Golden Body of 6 Zhang. Leaving the Ziwei ancient star, Yuan Gen held the Bodhi seed and directly invoked the ancient reflection technique, tracing back to the source from which the Bodhi seed had come. Based on his understanding of the original text, the immortal monk king's lineage still retained a legacy during the chaotic ancient era of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens, albeit in decline. Many scriptures and methods had been passed down. In the current era of the celestial cover, there was no longer any voice from this lineage in the mythological or ancient eras. Yuan Gen was eager to ascertain whether the immortal monk king's legacy still existed in the ancient times, as it was a path passed down from the ancient era, and if possible, he would not hesitate to render assistance. Following the path indicated by the ancient reflection technique, Yuan Gen traversed the cosmos like a beam of heavenly light, with the universe appearing almost meaningless before him. Wherever his heart desired, even the farthest distances were merely a step away. Soon, Yuan Gen arrived at the desolate edge of the cosmos, a vast expanse of extreme barrenness, almost entirely devoid of all life-giving stars. Lacking the dense cosmic energy to assist in cultivation, and without any major lineages willing to dwell here. Even the starlight was dim, cold, and void of warmth. Yet, as Yuan Gen pressed onward, he discovered a tiny life planet nestled in the corners of the stars. It was indeed small, with a diameter of merely several 100,000 miles, incomparable to stars like the Big Dipper or Ziwei. Nevertheless, this minuscule life planet had developed a relatively prosperous civilization. They were still in a rather feudal agricultural stage, but due to the ongoing path of cultivation, a few weak practitioners had emerged, and the civilization's productive capacity was reasonably good. After all, this was the edge of the cosmos, where the cosmic energy was too sparse. The most formidable beings here were merely a handful of small cultivators at the second level of the immortal platform, which was pitifully weak in the ancient era. Yet, it was on this very planet that Yuan Gen located the previous owner of the Bodhi seed. He was an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with a bald head and clad in a patched ochre robe. Despite his broad frame, he appeared dark and emaciated, resembling a traveler trudging through a desert, bearing the weight of countless hardships. Old Velo. Upon the arrival of Yuan Gen, the celestial visitor, the old man displayed remarkable tranquility. His eyes shone with wisdom, and he formed a hand seal as a form of greeting. Velo, are you a descendant of the ancient monks? Contemplating the name Yuan Gen, one senses an essence of the profound, as if the individual bears a hint of the sacred within. He displays the Bodhi seed in his hand and inquires. Having discerned the old man, who appears ordinary and bears numerous calluses, he recognizes him as a true pinnacle sage, having traversed at least 6 millennia in the cycle of life. On this barren star at the edge of the universe, such a practitioner is evidently an anomaly. The old man, in his waning years, professes a life of austere practice, unaware of the presence of monks. Upon seeing the Bodhi seed in Yuan Gen's hand, a flicker of realization dawns upon him, and he leads Yuan Gen to a modest, dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard is not spacious, yet at its center stands an ancient tree, towering to a height of over 6 feet, its form gnarled and robust, completely devoid of green leaves. This is the elixir of immortality, or rather, the remnant of the Bodhi tree's immortal essence. The elder, known as Velo, explains to Yuan Gen that in his youth, he had discovered this seed amidst the mountains and brought it home, nurturing it with care for decades, until it grew into a towering Bodhi tree. Under its shade, Velo attained profound wisdom, thus embarking on his path of cultivation. He recounts how he often rested beneath the Bodhi tree, dreaming of a golden-bodied figure meditating there. He emulated its breathing techniques and learned rudimentary practices from the external world, living 2 lifetimes and over 10,000 years to arrive at this juncture. Indeed, this is something extraordinary. Yuan Gen realizes that he had assumed the lineage of the celestial monks had long been severed. Yet this unique elixir of immortality serves as the finest inheritance. Though the divine object lies in obscurity, once it flourishes, it will yield great benefits. Just like this elder, seemingly mundane, yet clearly possessing wisdom, having achieved enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree, despite never having encountered significant scriptures or ventured beyond this ancient star, he has reached this point. In the age of celestial antiquity, He would certainly embody the essence of a great monk. Are you willing to accompany me? Yuan Gen extends an invitation. For the elder Velo's potential evidently surpasses that of a mere sage. With careful guidance, he may possess the makings of a quasi-emperor. I am but an old man nearing death, wishing only to remain in my homeland, imparting some teachings and scriptures, blessing this star. Velo replies, palms together in reverence. He is no longer in his first life. Having relied on the Bodhi elixir, he has lived over 6,000 years in solitude, cultivating great wisdom without yearning for the outside world. Perhaps he is the reincarnation of some ancient monk? Yuan Gen does not press the matter, bidding farewell to the elder Velo, and once more strides toward the starry sky. As a traveler from another realm, Yuan Gen believes in the cycle of reincarnation. He thinks of the future Amitabha emperor from the primordial age, whose many attributes in the original text bear striking similarities to those of the celestial monk king. He also recalls the dog that once followed the eternal celestial king, and the myriad flowers that seem to signify that the era of obscurity is, in a sense, an extension of both the celestial and chaotic ages, with many who once existed returning in this protracted epoch to recount their stories anew. Perhaps in some future age, after Yi Fan's departure from the heavenly realm, more sovereigns will return. Yuan Gen cannot help but ponder extensively. He alights upon a desolate, lifeless planet at the edge of the universe, seeking an expansive desert to diligently study the ancient inscriptions engraved upon the Bodhi seed. As he painstakingly replicates the patterns on the seed, the seemingly inconspicuous lines coalesce into the visage of a benevolent old monk. Yuan Gen attempts to invoke the ancient monk scriptures, and astonishingly, the old monk reflects within Yuan Gen's primordial spirit. Whether sitting or reclining, still or in motion, each gesture seems to articulate a path of the utmost transcendence. The reflection of the celestial monk king. Yuan Gen gazes in astonishment at the old monk mirrored within the Bodhi tree, this ethereal figure resonating with the teachings he recalls, allowing that wisdom to gradually become complete under Yuan Gen's validation. The 6-foot golden body. Yuan Gen has certainly heard of this unparalleled divine ability, the hallmark of the celestial monk lineage, crafted by the true form of the celestial monk king. In years past, Yuan Gen had encountered fragments of its remnants. Little did he expect to glean a portion of this lore through the Bodhi tree's seed today. The methods through which the celestial king refined his physical form have indeed been partially restored in the realm of humanity. When Yuan Gen awakens once more, over 2 centuries have elapsed. He gazes at the old monk's visage upon the Bodhi seed, feeling a pang of regret. The Bodhi seed, having fallen from the celestial domain, cannot possibly evolve to that level. Otherwise, given its essence, he might truly have been able to learn an unblemished technique of the celestial king's body refinement in this era. Nonetheless, Yuan Gen remains elated. Though the celestial monk king may not rival the titans of the 6 paths of reincarnation or ancestral spirits, he is indeed a genuine pinnacle celestial king, and his 6-foot golden body is undoubtedly a great art, even if it only encompasses aspects of the human realm. It holds immense reference value. In the future, when the Amitabha emperor attains enlightenment, perhaps I should assist him, thus repaying today's impartation of wisdom. With this thought in mind, Yuan Gen rises, clutching the Bodhi seed, his first acquired elixir of immortality. He intends to return to the ancient realm beneath the eye of the red planet, where he can plant the Bodhi tree seed. It is worth noting that the Bodhi celestial tree is not merely a treasure of Buddhism and Taoism. It is also revered as the tree of wisdom and the tree of awakening, capable of stirring spiritual awareness and aiding practitioners in sudden enlightenment. The ancient monks believed that sitting beneath it would grant profound wisdom. He envisions establishing a realm of eternal life, where, in due time, as more experts from the realms of emperors gather, they can engage in discourse beneath the Bodhi tree, leading to extraordinary occurrences. Chapter 42. The Visitor from the Underworld. As expected of you, after 200 years, you have managed to find an elixir of immortality. A few days later, on the Chilan ancestor star, the old Chilan sits cross-legged upon a cliff, cradling the grayish Bodhi tree seed in his hands. The aura of an emperor emanates powerfully, causing the golden patterns upon the Bodhi seed to gradually manifest. On his shoulder, a palm-sized young Chilan sits quietly, its form plump and innocent, indistinguishable from an ordinary young Chilan, yet adorned with a few green leaves and tendrils, exuding a rare fragrance and a profound aura. At this moment, the young Chilan synchronizes with the Chilan emperor, its eyes sparkling as it fixates on the Bodhi seed enveloped in a soft golden light. After a moment, losing interest, it shakes its head and leaps into Yuan Gen's embrace. Just a small gang, in our domain, seeking 1 or 2 elixirs of immortality poses little challenge. Yuan Gen shakes his head. In this universe, aspiring cultivators yearn for the profound secrets contained within the elixirs. While the elixirs similarly crave the protection of those on the path, throughout history, Nearly all sovereigns and emperors have been accompanied by such elixirs. I am more concerned about whether you know which practitioner once wielded this divine medicine. As he speaks, he gestures, illuminating his fingers to extract a thread of Dao rhythm from the Bodhi seed, conjuring the form of the Bodhi, celestial tree in the void. The tree is not particularly tall, merely 6 feet, yet it appears ancient, its bark resembling a gnarled dragon, its tender leaves imbued with a sacred resonance. As if an old monk were meditating within, exuding extraordinary zen. As the Bodhi tree takes form, a sudden brilliance ignites in the young Qilin's previously innocent eyes. It seems to have been awakened by some ancient spiritual sense and lets out a cry, lunging toward the ethereal Bodhi tree, only to miss and tumble midair. I seem to have heard of it. It is said that in the early days of antiquity, there was an emperor who attained enlightenment beneath an immortal celestial tree, realizing great wisdom, and was known for entering the Tao with his heart, perceiving the essence of the ages. The Qilin emperor recalls, having gathered the young divine medicine, placing it upon his shoulder while contemplating the ancient tree, earnestly reflecting on his own experiences over the past 20,000 years. After a moment, he speaks again. Standing in this present era, the early days of antiquity are now over 1,000,000 years past. Some emperors whose lineages or schools have perished have long been buried in the depths of history. The Qilin emperor, having spent time researching, has come to know many ancient sovereigns lost to time. That sounds plausible. What became of that emperor afterward? Yuan Heng nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that regardless of the Buddhist traditions he traversed or the esoteric tales of the ancient era's monk kings, the Bodhi tree stood as a sacred emblem of wisdom and enlightenment, capable of illuminating the roots of boundless sagacity. It is said that the immortal monk king once attained enlightenment beneath this very tree, comprehending profound truths. Legend has it that he was a solitary monarch, devoid of kin and lacking a rightful lineage, who vanished in his twilight years along with his weaponry, rumored to have entered some forbidden realm, or perhaps ventured into the path of ascension. Perched upon his shoulder, the palm-sized Qilin divine herb squealed, leaping onto Yuan Heng's shoulder to scrutinize the ethereal Bodhi tree. Its bewilderment apparent as it seemed to strain to recall its past, yet found nothing. The synergy between man and the elixir of immortality promises tremendous benefits. It is conceivable that the monarch experienced such a union. Yuan Heng lamented that the connection between the sovereign and the elixir resembled that of the sun's sovereign and the Fusang divine tree, or the emperor venerable with the most unique humanoid divine herb among immortality elixirs, with both supreme beings having reaped immense advantages while contemplating the elixir. Pondering this, he reached out to playfully tease the Qilin herb, gently caressing the tender divine leaves atop its head, causing the little Qilin to blissfully squint its eyes. Perhaps due to the aura surrounding him, this ancient herb felt an unusual closeness to Yuan Heng, a sentiment even the Qilin monarch had never experienced. What indeed is the essence of the elixir of immortality? The Qilin monarch posed this profound inquiry. Since time immemorial, it has been said that the elixir harbors the ultimate secret to longevity, yet apart from allowing one to live a second life, it seemingly yields little else. Although he and the Qilin herb shared a fundamental resonance, after years of studying the elixir, he had not achieved any earth-shattering discoveries, much like numerous ordinary monarchs. Once a supreme existence, possessing attributes that transcended even the celestial, he had now fallen, reduced to this state. Yuan Heng did not conceal the essence of the elixir, explaining that, according to his current knowledge, entities such as the peach of immortality, Bodhi, and enlightenment tea all trace their origins back to the ancient era, either as the ancestral roots of a vast domain or as the foundational elements of the lineage of the Immortal Kings, with even true Immortal Kings from celestial domains eliciting a sense of melancholy. Transcendent beings? How could such existences descend to this plight? The Qilin monarch found it hard to believe. Throughout history, many monarchs and lineages have pinned their hopes for eternal life upon the elixir. And though the vast majority of sentient beings have approached their studies of the elixir conservatively, there are also those driven to extremes who, during certain experiments or conflicts, have even harmed the essence of the elixir itself. Now, in the late ancient era, having endured the tribulations of the entire mythological age and a significant portion of the ancient age, it was impossible for all elixirs of immortality to come together. The Qilin monarch alone knew of at least 4 such herbs that had been obliterated throughout history, their physical forms lost, even their seeds destroyed. The destruction of the physical form is, after all, merely a superficial loss. The true essence lies in the paths they represent. Those rules long etched into the very origin of this realm. As long as a trace remains, there exists a hope for rebirth, Yuan Heng asserted. He recalled that in the original text, Yi Fan had once resurrected the humanoid divine herb of the Emperor Venerable within the realm of supreme paths. Many believed it had been destroyed, yet it was vivified anew. Simultaneously, he cradled the Qilin immortality herb upon his shoulder, A little creature that had existed since the mythological age, having undergone countless cycles of decay and renewal, yet still appeared perplexed, grasping only fragments of Yuan Heng's words. Yuan Heng was intrigued by its essence. If one were to measure against the likes of the Pangu King, this little creature must have been a Chilean immortal king in life. Yet, both the history of the celestial realm and that of the primitive ancient world contain tales of Chilean immortal kings, making it unclear which one it truly was. One day in the future, should we bring it into the celestial domain and restore its rightful place? The essence of the Chilean immortality herb may very well exceed your imagination. Yuan Heng conveyed to the Chilean monarch that when the old Chilean eventually lives its third life, the opportunity for its fourth might be hidden within the elixir of immortality. For reasons unknown, Yuan Heng thought of the Azure Emperor, who would emerge many years hence. A uniquely extraordinary being, the chaotic Azure Lotus had once been an immortal king, yet after its nirvana, it had failed to reclaim its former self despite enduring numerous trials. It seems that the current Azure Lotus immortality herb has yet to take root upon the green copper cauldron. Yuan Heng sighed, reflecting on the ancient history of the tumultuous era, recognizing that each immortality herb possesses its own unique story. Yet, with the great shifts of epochs, once supreme existences have been reduced to a collection of frail herbs, easily manipulated even by a mere saint, who could deftly toy with these empty vessels of longevity. In the future, Yifan's celestial court would bring many immortality herbs into the celestial domain. For the practitioners of this universe post-celestial court, this was undoubtedly disheartening news. However, for the immortality herbs themselves, it was a monumental boon. Should the likes of the Pangu King or Xuanwu, possessing the essence of immortal kings, one day return in their true forms, it is uncertain how the immortal kings would perceive this fragment of memory. Suddenly, Yuan Heng found the universe to be remarkably intriguing. The ebb and flow of fate concealing countless secrets worthy of exploration. In a fit of inspiration, Yuan Heng employed a transformation technique, morphing into a majestic four-cornered Chilean, reminiscent of a towering mountain, to demonstrate and narrate the celestial Chilean Dharma to the Chilean monarch. The immortality herb beside him watched with keen interest, though still naive. It sensed a nostalgic aura emanating from Yuan Heng. The little Chilean's form began to dance, resonating with Yuan Heng, creating an unending spectacle of wonders. This discourse on the path continued for an entire year, during which Yuan Heng imparted a wealth of knowledge to the Chilean monarch. Even as the old Chilean approached the twilight of its second life, it gleaned many insights. 3 years after the conclusion of this profound dialogue, a mysterious beam of light suddenly descended from the depths of the cosmos. It traversed the void, crossing an indeterminate number of star rivers, finally arriving at the ancient Chilean star, where it firmly embedded itself beside Yuan Heng's stone dwelling. Yuan Heng instinctively sensed the profound aura emanating from the luminous arrow. It was a projectile forged from an unknown divine stone, its tip crafted from ink-black dragon-patterned gold. Merely grasping it in his hand sent a chilling sensation coursing through his bones. Pray, let us converse. Yet, this arrow, potent enough to shatter the weapons of aspiring pathfinders, was not intended for assault. Rather, it served as a message, imbued with a vast divine consciousness, extending an invitation to Yuan Heng. This invitation originated from the Netherworld. Chapter 43, The Corpse Emperor. At the terminus of reincarnation, all shall culminate. The Netherworld is the ultimate refuge for all souls. Since the dawn of the mythological era, from the very inception of the Netherworld, this ancient adage has resonated through the profound halls steeped in death's enigma, enduring through the ages. Even as time shifts and worlds transform, the celestial court that once reigned supreme in the cosmos has fallen, yet the Netherworld remains undiminished. Reincarnation, death, rebirth, and spiritual communion. In the ancient era, though the Netherworld no longer bore the glory of the mythological age, it remains one of the universe's most renowned powers, traversing the starry expanse with no rival to challenge its supremacy. It must be noted that under the orchestration of the Netherworld's founder, the present-day Netherworld has transcended the very concept of lineage, establishing itself as a realm unto itself, capable of contending with the ancient life-restricting zones of the Northern Dipper. The region it occupies is an immensely vast expanse of starry skies, within which stretches a multitude of black palaces, interconnected into a boundless whole, enveloped in intricate formations of supreme pathways, layered upon one another, instilling fear in all beings who dare to gaze upon its splendor. Even Yuan Heng, upon entering such a constellation cluster, found himself momentarily stunned, for the Netherworld was unfathomably vast, akin to an ancient behemoth lying in wait amidst the starry rivers, demanding his utmost attention even in its slumber. Truly, the arrangements of the Lord of the Underworld are remarkable, contemplating the heavenly tribulation's sovereign and the Lord of the Netherworld. He could not help but reflect upon the grandeur of the netherworld. The founder, rumored to have ties to the enigmatic Emperor of Desolation, was undoubtedly a being of extraordinary prowess, certainly not weaker than the immortal sovereign of eternal life. However, Yuan Hung feared he would not have the opportunity to test the Lord of the Netherworld's capabilities this time, for today. He did not come to wage war against the Netherworld, but rather to accept an invitation from a certain supreme being within its depths to engage in dialogue. The benefits of possessing formidable strength lie in the fact that Yuan Geng need not concern himself with the malicious intent of others. He perceives clearly that the Master of the Arrows is merely a self-destructive supreme being on par with the Kirin Emperor. Such a diminutive figure, even without summoning the ancient Dao fruit, could be dispatched within 10 strikes. With a gentle tap on the obsidian arrow, a crisp, resonant sound emanated from the dragon-patterned, black gold arrowhead, reverberating like a dragon's roar, shaking the distant palace clusters. Soon, from the depths of the frigid, shadowy palaces, a beam of milky white celestial light cleaved through the heavens, carrying with it a surge of sanguine energy, arriving before Yuan Geng, first judge of the Corpse Emperor's Hall. I pay my respects to the exalted Yuan Geng. As the radiance dissipated, a creature of pure white stood before him. Possessing the body of a deer adorned with formidable fangs, a straight horn atop its head, and eyes exuding an air of intimidation and authority against malevolence. This creature, known as the Xieji, was a quasi-emperor, standing at the 7th tier of quasi-emperors, surpassing the level of the Taiyin sex quasi-emperor by a full tier. With its vitality vastly more abundant, Yuan Geng narrowed his eyes. Unlike ordinary practitioners, this Xieji bore a distinct, luminous mark on its celestial platform. A deep imprint that seemed to resonate with the weight of countless ages. It was the mark of reincarnation. His Majesty the Corpse Emperor invites you for a discussion. Seeing Yuan Geng remain silent, the first judge spoke again, the straight, righteous horn atop its head glowing, as an ancient, heavy great bow soared forth from its brow. This great bow, forged from an unknown material that seemed neither gold nor wood, resembled a true dragon coiling, its bowstring akin to dragon tendons. Merely gazing upon it infused one with a sense of explosive power. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinary weapon. Let us proceed. Upon recognizing the bow, Yuan Geng nodded slightly, and the Xieji bowed once more, leading the way with the heavenly bow held aloft. As they passed, all the royal law formations of the underworld receded, clearing a path. Indeed, the underworld, this expanse of starlit sky, was perhaps the most death-laden realm in the universe, layers upon layers of colossal arrays binding the essence of death. Within the palace clusters resembling mountains, legions of ghostly soldiers marched in unison, while those palaces appeared to house ancient, heavy coffins. Yet, Yuan Geng felt no discomfort. Within his path of the Taiyin, death was an integral component. Should he exert his full strength, he could swiftly drain the essence of death from this expanse, converting it into sustenance. The duo, one man and one beast, moved swiftly, and before long, they arrived before a palace of profound darkness, its grandeur surpassing many stars, emanating an oppressive force as if the palace itself were a colossal beast, ready to devour all. The structure bore ancient inscriptions woven from obscure symbols, resonating with unfathomable authority. Corpse Emperor's Hall. With a swift motion, the Xieji bowed deeply to the Corpse Emperor's Hall, its majestic bow swiftly entering the palace. While the first judge once more saluted Yuan Geng and flew towards a distant side hall of the Corpse Emperor's Hall. Dao friend. Immediately, a deep male voice resonated within the hall, and as he spoke, a torrent of starlight and deathly energy converged, illuminating the oppressive ancient palace, where a robust figure sat upon the imperial throne, gazing intently at Yuan Geng. Yuan Geng squinted, discerning the true form of the imposing figure, a burly man with a flowing beard, appearing to be in the prime of his life, standing nearly 10 feet tall, clad in heavy bronze armor, exuding the presence of a sovereign of death, surveying every soul that had passed into the afterlife. They call me the Corpse Emperor. The entirety of the Corpse Emperor was sealed within an ethereal source akin to a small mountain, surrounded by an air of profound antiquity that seemed incongruous with his original spirit state, evoking a sense of inexplicable contradiction. Yuan Geng. As Yuan Geng stepped into the Corpse Emperor's hall, he too announced his name. Suddenly realizing that the Corpse Emperor's condition resembled that of the Qiongqi Emperor from the flying immortal star, having self-destructed in a phase of abundant vitality. Though his celestial platform bore wounds, his state remained robust, with blood vitality surging, allowing him to endure for many more years. Strangely, the Corpse Emperor's physical form appeared exceedingly ancient, as if it had weathered the trials of countless epochs, traversing through myriad changes of the world. Do you recognize me, Dao friend? As they exchanged names, the Corpse Emperor invited Yuan Geng to take a seat on an equally imposing throne. His first question caused Yuan Geng to narrow his eyes, a brilliant light illuminating the features of the corpse emperor's visage, adorned with a beard resembling serpentine dragons. However, the corpse emperor remained unfazed, allowing Yuan Geng to scrutinize him, seemingly eager for an affirmation from the latter. "I do not recognize you." Yet, Yuan Geng's response brought disappointment to the corpse emperor. Despite sifting through memories spanning hundreds of thousands of years, he indeed did not recognize this bearded giant. Alas, to learn that the exalted Yuan Geng is a being from the era before myth, awakened with memories of the past, I had hoped you would recognize this face. The corpse emperor lamented. He was known as the corpse emperor because he was formed from the spiritual essence of a corpse unearthed from the underworld, an undying body that had withstood the ravages of time. Though his celestial platform was empty, it bore the mark of reincarnation, nurturing a brand new original spirit, which, after years of cultivation, had ascended to the realm of the extraordinary. Yuan Geng remained silent. The corpse emperor's deep-seated obsession with rediscovering his past self was palpable. The epochs from the ancient to the chaotic were measured in millions of years, and the primordial ancient realm was no mere trifling land. It was entirely natural that he, a being from the ancient era, would not recognize the corpse emperor. "Did you summon me merely to have me gaze upon your face?" Fidgeting with the obsidian arrow in his hand, Yuan Geng certainly did not believe the corpse emperor's invitation was as simple as it appeared, pressing for clarification. "Certainly not." Upon hearing this, the corpse emperor, seated within the ethereal source, his eyes shimmering, spoke softly. "Dao friend, does this pertain to my underworld?" Chapter 44, The Frightened Underworld Treasure. "Dao friend, does this pertain to my underworld?" The corpse emperor, seated upright upon the throne of the underworld, voiced his inquiry, though it was a question. The resonance of his consciousness was resolute, affirming that Yuan Geng held some connection to their underworld lineage. Why? Upon hearing this, Yuan Geng could not help but raise an eyebrow. In his era, not to mention the founder of the underworld, the Ming Zun, even his predecessor, Chao Yuxing, had not yet been born, making it exceedingly difficult to draw any connection. Contemplating this, he scanned the underworld with keen interest. If one were to force a connection, the ambience of the grand Dao cultivated by the underworld indeed resonated with him, resembling a nexus of myriad shadows, conducive to Yuan Geng's cultivation. "Do you still recall the forbidden technique employed when slaying the undying Taoist?" The corpse emperor's consciousness rippled, his gaze piercing through the ethereal source to meet Yuan Geng's, recounting events from years past in the North Dipper reincarnation sea. Afterward, both I and another ancient being from the underworld ventured to that region to investigate. Your forbidden killing technique bears the essence of the underworld. At this revelation, even Yuan Geng furrowed his brow. He recalled the scene from years ago when he had slain the undying Taoist. That embodiment of faith had been obliterated by his technique known as the burial of eternity, derived from a colossal figure of the burial Dao from the ancient burial domain, far older than the history of the underworld in the vast sky universe. That is not right. Suddenly, Yuan Geng recalled the founder of the underworld, that Ming Zun, or rather, the individual known as Chao Yuxing, shared a profound connection with the burial techniques. He remembered that in the original text, the being closely related to the Emperor of Chaos had deeply studied the laws of the burial domain, ultimately perishing in the tumultuous bloodshed at the end of the chaotic era, and was subsequently interred by the Emperor of Chaos within the burial domain, nurtured in hopes of one day returning. If the transcendent being of the mythic era retained scriptures and memories of the past, naturally, the underworld he had created would also be influenced, rendering it unsurprising that it would resonate with Yuan Geng's burial techniques. "I understand. I have traversed the same realms as the Lord of the Underworld, and it is not surprising that the essence of certain laws resonates with you, given their common origin." With a sense of assurance, he elucidated to the corpse emperor that it was not the laws of Yuan Geng that bore the flavor of the netherworld, but rather that he and the founder of the netherworld had both visited the burial domain and practiced the burial laws, leading to their alignment. The same place? Upon hearing this, the corpse emperor found it increasingly difficult to conceal his curiosity about the Lord of the Underworld and Yuan Geng. These two indeed held significant backgrounds. One a practitioner from the mythological era, and the other a being from ancient times. The fact that they had both ventured into the same hidden domain was truly enigmatic. In response, Yuan Geng remained silent, his narrowed gaze fixed upon the corpse emperor. This burly figure was sealed within the essence of immortality, akin to an insect encased in amber, with neither his corporeal form nor the fluctuations of his divine consciousness exhibiting any unnatural traits. "I have heard that those who bear the reincarnation seal within the immortal platform may occasionally recall fragments of their past lives. You have accompanied the Lord of the Underworld for so long, yet you have not recalled a single memory?" Alas, upon hearing Yuan Geng's words, the corpse emperor sighed with resignation, his eyes seemingly flickering with memories of the past, as he calmly replied, "Though we share the reincarnation seal, I am indeed far from the Lord of the Underworld. Even after living for millions of years, I have only gleaned fleeting whispers of memories from the reincarnation seal, to the extent that I do not even know who I am, due to the Corpse Emperor's influence. The lineage of the Corpse Emperor Palace within the Netherworld is distinctly characterized, comprising practitioners who have been reborn through the reincarnation seal. Though such beings are exceedingly rare, the Netherworld has diligently collected corpses for 1,000,000 years, nurturing an uncountable number of bodies, and among them are 3 or 5 quasi-emperors of that caliber. They are both subordinates of the Corpse Emperor and experimental subjects in his study of the reincarnation seal. Unfortunately, from the Primordial Era to the present day, the Corpse Emperor has yet to reach the heights attained by the Lord of the Underworld. Continue your contemplation. Should you truly manage to recall something significant in the future, feel free to seek me out. I would be pleased to engage in a thorough discussion. Yuan Gen expressed his disappointment, having initially hoped that the Corpse Emperor could enlighten him with some insights from the chaotic ancient epics, only to find that this individual fell short of expectations. He ceased further dialogue with the Corpse Emperor, as the fluctuations of his magical power underwent an inexplicable transformation. The originally vast and majestic aura of the great empath shifted, becoming profound and mysterious, with the dense resonance of death emanating forth. As if a universe filled with eternal demise had manifested, its essence enveloping the entire celestial expanse where the Netherworld resides. What do you intend to do? Even while sealing himself within the essence of immortality, the Corpse Emperor felt an overwhelming force that was nearly irresistible. It was Yuan Gen's burial path, strikingly reminiscent of the Lord of the Underworld from the memories of the Corpse Emperor. A rare opportunity. I have come to meet the friends of the Netherworld. Yuan Gen's voice resonated thunderously. Boom. In the next instant, every being within the Netherworld involuntarily trembled, be it beneath the starry sky or within ancient coffins. Countless soldiers and Nether generals found themselves unable to maintain their stance, instinctively kneeling in reverence towards the Corpse Emperor Palace. Simultaneously, the few living practitioners within the Netherworld quaked in trepidation, including the previously mentioned quasi-emperor of the seventh heaven, who felt a majesty that transcended all heavenly paths, a majesty seemingly derived from the same source as their lineage, exuding an aura difficult to defy. The Lord of the Underworld. Is it truly him? He has returned? Impossible. This is the one who cannot be killed. Such overwhelming might caused even the most formidable beings, resting deep within the Netherworld, to shudder in astonishment. Within the ancient palaces, several exclamations arose, filled with shock, joy, and a primal fear from the depths of their souls. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, several beams of heavenly light shot forth from the most majestic of palaces, bearing black iron spears stained with dark red battle blood. Armor of profound iron colder than the abyss, and indestructible heavenly halberds forged from bronze, all converging upon the Corpse Emperor Palace. Undoubtedly, these were weapons of the extreme path, now revived, led by the practitioners behind them, probing into this sudden upheaval. Are there only 4 of you left? Yuan Gen stood resolutely before the 4 beings of the extreme path, displaying no trace of fear. His gaze swept over the newly arrived 3 imperial weapons. Yet he did not see the eternal life immortal sword, shaking his head. Boom. Meanwhile, from a more distant palace, an even heavier rumble erupted, as a shadowy beam of heavenly light surged forth, illuminating the cosmos. It seemed to resonate with the ancient star domain encompassing the Netherworld, causing the starry river to sway, and the ancient imperial array patterns to roar, as if the entire Netherworld had unleashed its full might, the power unleashed exceeding even the utmost strike of the flawless emperor. Instilling a sense of dread, the celestial nether treasure. It has taken the initiative to strike. Yuan Gen regarded the peculiar nether treasure with surprise, not anticipating that this weapon would be so audacious, fully aware that it could annihilate the immortal Taoist with a single blow, yet still daring to confront him head-on. Boom. He exerted force, filling the illusory universe with boundless deathly energy, clashing against this strike that gathered the entirety of the Netherworld's imperial might. In an instant, the cosmos quaked, with entire segments of palaces reduced to nothingness under this blow. Intriguing. Yuan Gen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the array of the Netherworld, with its core laid out by the Lord of the Underworld himself, remarkably withstood his full-powered strike in the state of his bodily secret realm. With only the outer edges of a palace cluster shattered, while the imperial array itself remained unscathed. However, just as he prepared to launch another attack, the celestial nether treasure, suspended within the cosmos, began to move as well. A divinity enveloped in pearlescent radiance appeared behind it, instantly tearing through the void and vanishing from sight along with the nether treasure. The celestial nether treasure has escaped. Chapter 45. Intruding upon the Netherworld? Rumbling. The myriad sounds of thunder from the Netherworld star domain reverberated through a significant portion of the cosmos. From the outside looking in, The vast starry sky was shrouded in an overwhelming darkness, where countless imperial array patterns trembled, shattering an untold number of distant stars. It managed to escape. Within the Corpse Emperor Palace, Yuan Gen took a deep breath, his expression tinged with resignation. He had anticipated a fierce battle after clashing with the array of the Lord of the Underworld, yet he never expected the celestial nether treasure to flee so decisively. In the entirety of the netherworld, if there were to be any existence that Yuan Gen held the most unfavorable view of, without a doubt, it would be the celestial nether treasure. Though merely a weapon, it was once a precious artifact entwined with the life of the Lord of the Underworld, its essence transcending that of ordinary extreme path weapons, possessing self-awareness, and even ensuring prolonged revival. Its role in history was akin to that of the Immortal Emperor, making it one of the most active and potent disruptors of the entire Shrouded Heaven era. As far as Yuan Gen knew, this artifact was the source of the ominous late-stage Holy Body lineage, with the curse of the Holy Body lineage from the Primordial Era, including the deaths of the parents of the Primordial Emperor, traceable back to this weapon. Furthermore, the celestial nether treasure seemingly initiated the netherworld's artificial chaos body project, as it harbored a persistent desire to transform into a celestial artifact, with the chaos body being its ideal vessel. In the future Primordial Era, after the ruthless emperor transformed into a chaos body using the devouring heaven demonic art and the indestructible heavenly art, it was precisely this artificial chaos body project that prompted the netherworld to act, eliminating the last quasi-emperor of the sun god sect and accelerating the decline of the two human imperial lines of the Purple Star. It observed your actions in the sea of reincarnation, after which it appeared to lose its mind, fearing that you were the Lord of the Underworld in disguise, seeking to reckon with it and other creations of the Lord of the Underworld, extinguishing its spirit. The Corpse Emperor was equally astonished by Yuan Gen's power. He and the other three supreme artifacts surrounded Yuan Gen at the center, prepared to strike at any moment, yet he still spoke, explaining, "What a pity. I had hoped to converse with it." Yuan Gen lamented. Although the deeds of the heavenly nether treasure in the original text stirred within him a desire to obliterate the opponent, in the present moment, the lineage of the holy body had yet to encounter any ominous twilight, and the netherworld had not descended into a massacre of the cosmos. Nor had it gathered the myriad bloods to forge a chaotic entity. All those events from the original narrative had yet to unfold. In other words, the current incarnation of the heavenly nether treasure, along with the source gods, source ghosts, and source demons, these creations of the nether sovereigns, could still be deemed relatively innocent. After all, your essence closely resembles that of the nether sovereigns, and your combat prowess is on par, if not superior, to his former self. Within the three imperial weapons, a pitch-black spear emanated a chilling wave of divine thought, clearly housing an unparalleled will. Its true form had sealed itself away due to the constraints of longevity, yet its will had manifested here. How shall I address you? Yuan Gen collected his thoughts, his gaze sweeping over the three weapons, nodding slightly. I am the Lord of Prison Suppression, who once co-founded the netherworld alongside the nether sovereign, came the voice from the spear. Yuan Gen fixated on the obsidian spear. In the original narrative, a being of ultimate power bearing the name of Prison Suppression had once emerged, having battled the foremost divine general of the heavenly court, Shrouding, to safeguard the netherworld until the very end of that lineage. Was it the heavenly nether treasure that captured that aura of the burial path within the sea of reincarnation? His aura once again settled into tranquility and calm, the external cosmos of the burial path dissipating, signaling an attitude of peaceful discourse, devoid of any intent to engage in conflict. Indeed, in the past, I merely wished to ascertain the state of the immortal of the undying path, and unexpectedly, I garnered unforeseen insights. The divine thought from the pitch-black spear resonated, as a pair of ethereal eyes scrutinized Yuan Gen, meticulously sensing the immense power emanating from within him. Burial path? A breath reminiscent of the nether sovereign. Your connection with him is rooted in such a grand principle. As it spoke, the weapon glimmered, conjuring forth an ancient, formidable figure, enveloped in the profound essence of the nether path, gazing ahead in search of the end of reincarnation. Undoubtedly, this figure was the nether sovereign, whose essence indeed bore traces of the burial domain's cultivation, and even shared certain similarities with the burial practitioners native to that realm, an essence that had long lain dormant through the eons, unmistakable to Yuan Gen. After all, his companion was a golden burial practitioner, and during their past discussions on the path of cultivation, Yuan Gen believed he had gained a remarkably profound understanding of the burial path. Where is the nether sovereign now? He inquired, though the question bore a hint of redundancy. He still yearned for a clearer grasp of the nether sovereign's whereabouts. He has departed. In that climactic battle at the end of the mythic era, he escaped through death, abandoning his weapon and a host of old friends. Many have left, leaving only us to guard this desolate expanse. The voice of the Lord of Prison Suppression echoed with a tinge of disappointment. When the Netherworld was established, he had been one of the initial ancient sovereigns, and to claim he bore no affection for the Nether Sovereign would be disingenuous. However, certain actions taken by the Nether Sovereign during the twilight of myth left them feeling disheartened. This is of little consequence. The Netherworld has us, and that suffices. Elsewhere, from the depths of even darker armor, a low rumble of divine thought emanated. The current Nether Sovereign poses a threat. He must be found. Too much has transpired in the twilight of myth, and we must comprehend everything before he exacts his reckoning upon us, and we shall obliterate him. It was evident that this sovereign harbored a resolute intent to slay the Nether Sovereign, although he had once been swayed by the sovereign's ideals. The passage of time had eroded that bond. This was the Yama King, also known as Yama Sovereign, another ancient supreme being from the mythic era, who had come to the Netherworld due to the Nether Sovereign's doctrines. Even after the Nether Sovereign's departure, he continued to honor his past vows, remaining steadfast. I shall not relent. I must see the Nether Sovereign once more before I perish. A voice emerged from the last bronze-forged spear, the heavenly Gu, sighing. This was the Lord of Transmigration, another ancient sovereign from the mythic era, whose condition paled in comparison to the likes of the Corpse Emperor and others. His primordial spirit's flame flickered dimly. Including the Lord of Prison Suppression, the gathered sovereigns never believed the Nether Sovereign would completely fade into oblivion, given his methods. Death was merely a means, and he possessed countless ways to endure. It is indeed a pity, the Nether Sovereign is no more. Once a paragon of brilliance, the Netherworld now consists solely of you few remnants from the mythic era. In time, you may very well wither into nothingness. Yuan Gen lamented. Sensing the severance of the Netherworld's ultimate beings, Corpse Emperor, Prison Suppression, Yama, Transmigration, all four ancient sovereigns had once encountered the Nether Sovereign. To put it another way, from the primordial dawn until now, not a single sovereign had emerged from the Netherworld. Upon hearing this, the several sovereigns fell into silence, for they too wished for the Netherworld to host another ultimate being to steer its course, infusing it with new vitality. Alas, the descendants proved disappointing, and no new sovereign had been born. What of the eternal life sovereign? Yuan Gen continued to inquire. He has gone mad, departed, and before leaving, incited a turmoil that not only obliterated an era but also took much of our foundation with him. The Lord of Prison Suppression replied coldly. The mention of the eternal life sovereign ignited a flicker of anger among the sovereigns, yet more so, a sense of lament. The eternal life sovereign was far older than they, so ancient that his convictions wavered, and his primordial spirit could no longer suppress the fervor and madness within him. Then we shall bide our time to eliminate him. Yuan Gen expressed his regret. The eternal life sovereign had indeed succumbed to madness. That individual should have long perished to the ravages of time, yet through repeated upheavals, he had survived. He was far too ancient, having already achieved a miracle by enduring until the late Primordial Era, yet he persisted into the age of Yi Fan through a series of disturbances. As for the other aged and frail beings of the Netherworld, he held little interest. These individuals unexpectedly adhered to principles, one by one succumbing to the passage of time, none attempting to incite turmoil for the sake of prolonging their lives. Might I inquire if you, Yuan Gen, would be willing to preside over the Netherworld? The Corpse Emperor, seated majestically within the towering palace, suddenly spoke. Chapter 46, The Era's Burial Pit. Would you, Yuan Gen, be inclined to take command of the Netherworld? Upon the Corpse Emperor's utterance, not only did Yuan Gen raise an eyebrow, but even the nearby Yama, Prison Suppression, and the weapons of Transmigration quivered slightly, reflecting the emotional turmoil of the beings they represented. However, having known each other for many years, they grasped the Corpse Emperor's intent. The path Yuan Gen embodied bore certain resemblances to that of the Nether Sovereign, and in a sense, he was indeed a natural fit for the Netherworld, being a powerhouse not inferior to the Nether Sovereign, and thus qualified to assume leadership. I have just startled the heavenly Nether treasure. Are you all prepared to collaborate with me? Yuan Gen wore an enigmatic smile, taken aback by this development. He had never envisioned himself as part of the Netherworld. Yet the Corpse Emperor's words inevitably sparked thoughts of other possibilities within him. Moreover, in this declining Netherworld, with all of you aging and frail, it was likely that even the 9-turn elixir could not be procured, offering no enticing incentive for me. The heavenly Nether treasure? It is ultimately not the Nether Sovereign, merely his weapon, clinging to the remnants of the Sovereign's experiments, dreaming of becoming a celestial artifact, and we are not of a unified heart. The divine thought of the Corpse Emperor resonated, his form remaining still, as the true dragon-like great bow, the spear, the heavenly Gu, and the armor accompanied Yuan Gen deep into the Netherworld's star domain. Here lay a vast expanse of nether soil, countless billions of miles wide. A pitch-black and frigid land devoid of life. Only the surging death energy converging here. As for the incentive, this is the Netherworld. a place personally chosen by the Nether Sovereign. As long as this star domain endures and the Nether Sovereign has not fallen into eternal silence, the Netherworld shall not decline. As his words fell, the blood-stained spear trembled, carving through the land, and the boundless Nether soil instantly split apart, unleashing even older, deeper, and more decayed death energy from the fissures. Yuan Gen gazed down to discover that beneath the Nether soil lay an immense multitude of skeletal remains, filled with the remnants of countless races, along with artifacts from unknown epochs, iron coffins, stone tablets, like the remains of beings from an era, all interred here. At the end of the cycle, the underworld is destined to become the final refuge for all souls. Fellow cultivators who have practiced laws akin to those of the Nether Sovereign should be aware of the unique nature of this place. The voice of the Corpse Emperor resonated from the Great Bow. This realm of the dead is boundless. Even if one were to annihilate thousands of life source stars as colossal as the Big Dipper, it would be impossible to create such an expanse. Even Yuan Heng felt a twinge of astonishment as he descended upon this realm of the dead. His hand transformed into a blade, cleaving through the vast earth below, causing the fissures to widen several-fold, the chasms deep enough to accommodate dozens of ancient celestial stars. Boom! Yuan Heng was taken aback. The ghostly death energy surging forth from the depths of the underworld made him involuntarily hold his breath. As the Corpse Emperor had stated, it truly resembled a sanctuary for all souls. Even if one were to slaughter every living being in the present universe, such a scale would be unattainable without the accumulation of eons. A burial ground? He murmured. The term burial ground does not merely refer to the land of burial. When a certain area accumulates a sufficient number of corpses, the ghostly death energy profoundly influences the myriad laws, forming what is known as a burial ground. Casting his gaze over the vast fissure below, Yuan Heng suddenly extended a massive hand, retrieving a fragment of decayed iron from the scattered ancient corpses, presenting it before him. Reflecting the past, this half-foot-high piece of iron was peculiar. Yuan Heng employed the technique of reflecting the past, allowing the celestial light to wash over the ruined iron, eradicating the rust to reveal several indecipherable runes. These were not the characters of the mythological or ancient eras, but a unique script, tattered and dim, yet still indicative of the writer's formidable cultivation. Utilizing the reflecting the past technique, he delved back through countless years, gradually clarifying the inscriptions, which astonished him even further. For the script closely resembled that of his own era, as if it had evolved from the ancient celestial characters. He scrutinized it carefully and, after a prolonged examination, could barely discern the meaning of the two characters, Yu. Those two characters imbued Yuan Heng with a sudden sense of clarity. This immense burial pit indeed originated from their realm, for Yu Tian was once one of the most renowned heavens of the primordial ancient world, persisting even after the collapse of the celestial antiquity. Following this line of thought, it was highly likely that those interred within this burial pit hailed from the chaotic ancient epoch. The Nether Sovereign proclaimed this to be the burial pit of the previous epoch, destined to entomb this current one. Thus, the so-called sanctuary for all souls emerged from here, marking it as the greatest treasure of this universe. The Corpse Emperor lamented that this burial area was the primary reason the Nether Sovereign chose this star domain for the underworld's location. Legends of the mythological era suggested that the Nether Sovereign was the reincarnation of a certain celestial sovereign from the early mythological age, who had selected this place to nurture corpses, ultimately forming a cycle seal. Even now, the underworld often expends vast resources to excavate this realm of the dead, believing that beneath this land may lie the remains of certain supreme beings from the chaotic ancient era. If unearthed, the underworld might harness their essence, allowing them to become part of the realm, much like the Corpse Emperor himself. Should you assume command of the underworld, merely safeguard this star domain, and all resources of the underworld shall be at your disposal. Countless ghostly soldiers, the various veins of the netherworld, and those beings within ancient coffins that hold the potential to manifest the cycle seal can all serve under you. The Sovereign of Rebirth spoke up. One of the ancient sovereigns of the underworld from the mythological age. He was even older than the Corpse Emperor and Yama, having severed himself for many years upon joining the underworld, his antiquity rivaling that of the Eternal Sovereign. He seemed to have accepted the possibility of Yuan Heng joining the underworld. Indeed, the current state of the underworld was excessively decrepit. The departure of the nether treasure had equated to the loss of half its living force, necessitating fresh blood among these sovereigns. They were far too aged, aside from the relatively youthful Corpse Emperor. The other three sovereigns were left with merely the utmost potential for one final battle. Should any changes occur in the future, it was likely that one or two of the sovereigns might pay with their lives, especially since Yuan Heng exhibited an inexplicable affinity for the underworld. In this regard, Yuan Heng shared similar thoughts. He realized that joining the underworld posed no detriment to him. This place, reserved by the Nether Sovereign, bore a distinct ambience of burial domains. The laws here resonated with Yuan Heng, greatly benefiting his cultivation. Furthermore, he desired a cadre of obedient subordinates, the ghostly soldiers and nether generals of the underworld. Along with those beings gestating the cycle seal, were fitting subjects, capable of serving as extensions of his will, enabling him to accomplish numerous endeavors across the cosmos. We once co-founded the underworld with the Nether Sovereign, are familiar with his scriptures, and possess knowledge of many secrets. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire with us. Meanwhile, the dark, ethereal iron battle armor glimmered as Yama spoke. This ancient sovereign suddenly considered that if Yuan Heng were to turn against them and slay all four of the old sovereigns, the resources of the underworld would become his spoils, readily at his disposal. Very well, I still require this realm of the dead, Yuan Heng declared, standing upon the vast expanse of the pitch-black earth, pointing towards the expansive burial grounds beneath his feet. His interest in this epic's burial pit stemmed not only from the myriad secrets it held, but also from his prior experience in burial domains, granting him greater insight into the utilization of burial grounds than these sovereigns of the underworld. It is worth noting that the burial domain's morticians wander perpetually between life and death, many of whom can enter a death-like slumber beneath the burial soil, awakening at opportune moments, possessing unparalleled comprehension of the duality of life and death. According to Yuan Heng's understanding, the environment of burial grounds is predicated upon these morticians' freedom to traverse the liminal space between life and death. Of course, this so-called longevity was not Yuan Heng's choice. His emphasis on this burial ground was due to its potential to facilitate a deeper understanding of the fundamental changes between life and death, illuminating a profound truth. After all, he planned to embark on the path of becoming an immortal across 9 lifetimes, where the optimal approach would necessitate evolving a distinct path in each life, with Yuan Heng possibly basing one of his future lifetimes on the laws of burial. Agreed. The weapons of the 4 supreme beings, the Corpse Emperor, the Abyssal Prison, Yama, and the Sovereign of Rebirth, converged, and after a moment, they reached a consensus, affirming their decision. Chapter 47, The Burial Sovereign. Then, welcome, fellow cultivator, to our underworld. As we have stated, as long as you do not impede our search for the Nether Sovereign, all resources and subjects of the underworld shall be at your command. Yuan Heng showed no intention of turning against them, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the Corpse Emperor and the others. To demonstrate their sincerity, ethereal figures emerged beneath their weapons, manifesting their respective appearances and nodding towards Yuan Heng. Each shall take what is needed. May our collaboration be fruitful. Yuan Heng's demeanor towards the 4 supreme beings was relatively neutral. He held little interest in these dying extremes of the underworld. While they had all served the Nether Sovereign and possessed experiences beyond those of ordinary cultivators, they were not particularly remarkable. Now that we are allies, I have a matter that confounds me and would like to inquire directly, Yama spoke. Resembling a human but possessing a ghostly eye in the center of his forehead, its origin unknown, suddenly inquiring, over 3,000 years ago, did you not engage in battle with the Undying Emperor? The events that transpired during the reincarnation had always lingered in the minds of the sovereigns of the underworld. Not only because Yuan Heng had vanquished the Undying Taoist with a forbidden technique, but also due to his audacity in confronting the Undying Taoist, signifying his complete lack of fear towards the Undying Emperor lurking behind. Ding. In response, Yuan Heng remained silent. A flash of celestial light emanated from his hand, as the 5-colored celestial blade materialized from his brow. This was the Undying Celestial Blade. Though the deity within had perished, the blade itself was of exceptional quality, and Yuan Heng had retained it all this time. The celestial blade has manifested in the world, and the 4 supreme beings feel a shiver of trepidation from the essence of their true selves, sealed within the celestial source. The Heavenly Emperor, bound to the celestial blade by the threads of fate, senses the impending doom that awaits him with its appearance. Indeed, this formidable entity is terrifying. Coexistence would be the most prudent resolution. The heart of the Yama King turns to ice. Secretly relieved that he did not join forces with the Nether Treasure to strike against Yuan Geng recently. Having followed the Nether Sovereign, he understands the vast chasm between extremes, realizing that even with a numerical advantage, the remnants of the underworld might not suffice to vanquish such a foe. Rest assured, we are now allies. Yuan Geng perceives the mindset of the 4 lords of the underworld. He requires this effect to elevate his fearsome reputation to the heights of the Nether Sovereign, ensuring they dare not conspire against him in secret. With a resounding boom, he sheathes the celestial blade and extends a hand into the starry expanse, summoning 2 towering palaces, akin to celestial bodies, from within the Nether domain. Each edifice exudes a majesty reminiscent of the palace of the Corpse Emperor, resembling 2 slumbering behemoths, their surfaces entwined with imperial runes. Undoubtedly, these are ancient abodes once inhabited by supreme beings, inscribed with the characters of longevity and the nether peak. Though time has dimmed these inscriptions, their grandeur remains, as if recounting a past of unparalleled brilliance. This was the sanctuary of the celestial sovereign of longevity and another legendary ancient sovereign. The Corpse Emperor speaks, recalling that during the mythic era, the underworld was a power to rival the heavenly court, with an existence as extraordinary as the nether sovereign. At its zenith, the number of supreme beings in the underworld approached the count of 2 hands, and many of their palatial edifices have endured to this day. Now they belong to me. Yuan Gen shakes his head, his magical essence sweeping over the 2 palaces before he channels his power, erasing the remnants of ancient sovereign runes within, causing the 2 celestial-like structures to crash down upon the ground of the nether realm. Simultaneously, the grand plaques atop the palaces shatter under his force, as he inscribes a chilling, ominous character, branding it at the forefront of the edifices. Burial. As this character takes form, the 2 palaces seem to root themselves instantly within the boundless nether soil, an overwhelming tide of nether death energy surging forth from the fissures Yuan Gen has cleaved, flooding into the structures like relentless dark waves. In that moment, Yuan Gen elevates above the palaces, the vast nether death energy responding to his will, transforming beneath him into a chilling throne, heavy and profound, embodying the weight of an era's demise that causes the very fabric of existence to tremble. I am the Burial Emperor. Seated upon the throne, Yuan Gen's voice resonates as if echoing from the end of the cycle of reincarnation, each word deliberate, infused with the overwhelming might of the ultimate path, reverberating throughout the entire nether star domain. In this instant, the entirety of the nether realm, where countless spectral soldiers and nether generals had previously cowered in response to Yuan Gen's earlier display of might, buries their heads even deeper. The majority of these spectral soldiers, born of deceased bodies, lacking sentience, yet being instinctively influenced by Yuan Gen's overwhelming burial aura. Burial Emperor. Concurrently, the denizens of the underworld bow towards the direction of the nether soil. The composition of this great power is exceedingly complex, encompassing the lineages of Yama, the town prison lineage, the rebirth lineage, as well as the legacy of the nether sovereign, the disciples of the celestial sovereign of longevity, the descendants of the ancient sovereign of nether peak, and formidable beings transformed from deceased bodies. Regardless of their origins, they instinctively tremble, willingly submitting to the being upon the throne, whose aura of burial is so grand that, like the former ruler of the underworld, he seemingly possesses an innate dominion over this vast nether realm. Simultaneously, in the cosmos, many eyes turn towards the nether star domain, the aura of the Burial Emperor evidently stirring many powerful entities across the universe, awakening untold beings from their slumber. The emergence of another sovereign-level master in the underworld is no trifling matter. As one of the most potent lineages passed down from the mythic era, this event undoubtedly garners significant attention. Not only have the majority of the current Imperial soldiers been roused, but many beings within the confines of the life-restricting zones also awaken, gazing towards the star domain where the underworld resides. Regrettably, even the mightiest entities within the life-restricting zones cannot discern the true form of the Burial Emperor. For the density of the nether death energy in this realm is too profound. They can only glimpse the throne towering above the nether and, upon it, the cold eyes that peer back. Could it be that the nether sovereign has truly returned? In this era, there are still many ancient beings who survived from the mythic age within the life-restricting zones, and among them, those who once understood the underworld, or even had past interactions, feel a deep-seated dread. They are acutely aware of how fearsome that man, who once had a close relationship with the Emperor Sovereign, can be. It is he. In the depths of the sea of reincarnation, the ancient sovereign known as Yuan Gen, sealed within a celestial source the size of a small mountain, has now opened his previously closed eyes, keenly sensing the overwhelming waves of nether energy, and recalling the breathtaking blow that claimed the immortal Taoist's life. His heart suddenly filled with clarity. We must remain dormant. Meanwhile, at the edge of the universe, within the crevices of time and space, in an inconspicuous small realm, 3 figures are sealed within towering celestial sources, but as the voice of the Burial Emperor resonates in their ears, they cannot help but strive even harder to conceal themselves. Source God, Source Demon, Source Ghost. These 3 former experimental subjects of the Nether Sovereign are now gripped by profound fear, finally confirming that the Burial Emperor is not the Nether Sovereign, yet his majesty is in no way inferior. I must become a celestial artifact. Beside them, a hidden nether treasure trembles within the light of reincarnation. It had just engaged in a fierce clash with that being, and even with the assistance of the grand formation left behind by the Nether Sovereign, it failed to inflict a wound upon him. In that instant, the celestial treasure realizes its own insignificance, so diminutive that it cannot even muster the courage to launch a surprise attack against that man. Chapter 48. Once upon a time. There was a chicken farmer. What manner of technique is this? 500 years later, still upon that boundless expanse of nether soil, before the ancient palace. More towering than the stars, a dragon-like great bow hovers in the void, the corpse emperor's consciousness clinging to it, utterly astonished. Before his eyes, the soaring nether death energy is continuously being siphoned from the nether soil, the inky breath of death transforming in the void into countless celestial rivers, flowing with unimaginable velocity into the heavens. 500 years have passed, and the palace seems to have undergone a fundamental transformation. Who knows how much death energy it has absorbed? Its might now so potent that even a glance from the corpse emperor sends chills coursing through him. Upon the palace, the original imperial runes have been entirely erased, replaced by intricate, profound engravings. Beyond the essence of the nether and death, there is an aura of vitality born from the ultimate evolution of death, a grand death birthing grand life, impossible to fathom. And that towering character, burial, which reaches thousands of miles high, has become completely inscrutable to the corpse emperor. After 500 years of baptism by the paths of burial and death, it no longer exudes an ominous aura but instead radiates a strangely incomprehensible sense of sanctity, infused with a profound malevolence that lures the souls of beings to plunge into the cycle of reincarnation. Of course, what terrifies the corpse emperor even more is the figure seated upon the throne of the nether, who has completely become the core of the entire nether star domain. Towering above all paths, a mere glance from him capable of shattering the nether soil. In these 500 years, he has truly witnessed the methods of this individual. Akin to the nether sovereign of yore, the corpse emperor cannot fathom his limits. Truly, it is the grave of an epic. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated in the ears of the corpse emperor. At the heart of countless rivers of death, the imposing figure of a man, whose countenance bore the weight of profound experiences, had unknowingly risen from his throne. He stepped forth, approaching the corpse emperor with a measured gait. After 5 centuries, time had left no trace upon him. The silver robe once woven from moonlight had dissipated, replaced by a regal battle skirt as dark as ink, intricately crafted from the very essence of death itself. It resembled a submerged universe, adorned with patterns and runes that seemed to narrate the profound truths of life and death. Lord of Burial. The corpse emperor inclined his head towards Yuan Gen, and unbeknownst to himself, a hint of unusual reverence colored his demeanor, reminiscent of the respect he once showed to the nether sovereign. My friend has guarded this place for 500 years. It appears that your lifespan indeed has much left to expend. Yuan Gen nodded knowingly. He was acutely aware that the 3 revered beings of rebirth, Yama, and the Keeper of the Abyss had returned to their slumber. In contrast to those 3, the vitality of the corpse emperor surged with greater fervor. He had severed his own life force at the peak of his vitality, and having gained considerable insights on the path of immortality, he had managed to minimize the passage of his lifespan. Kindly share with me some ancient secrets regarding this burial pit. I find myself greatly intrigued, the corpse emperor murmured. I have yet to fully comprehend it myself. This epic's burial pit is far from simple. It does not merely entomb the chaos and turmoil of the late ancient era. It may very well encapsulate the entirety of that epoch, filled with an overwhelming number of corpses from myriad ages, Yuan Gen replied, shaking his head. Utilizing his unparalleled domain, he fervently extracted the deathly essence from the underworld beneath his feet. Yet after 500 years, it had barely made a dent in the burial pit, akin to removing a single pebble from a great mountain without shaking its foundation. Moreover, he had glimpsed in the depths of the pit what appeared to be the shattered remains of a creature of time, a lineage belonging to the Red King, a name exclusive to the otherworld, now interred within the burial pit, possibly dating back to the early ancient times. These revelations invigorated Yuan Gen, sparking an eagerness to further explore the burial pit beneath him, for it harbored the potential to unveil numerous secrets buried within history. The nether sovereign once remarked, I too was excavated from this realm of the dead. The corpse emperor nodded, well aware of his own origins, deeply understanding that his existence was a miracle of reincarnation, and thus held a persistent obsession with his past self. Not to worry. I shall also excavate a few ancient corpses to commune with in the future, allowing them to accompany you, Yuan Gen casually remarked. He disregarded the corpse emperor and strode purposefully toward the grand hall he had recently reforged. The 2 ancient halls had completely shed the traces of the previous 2 sovereigns, having been reborn through Yuan Gen's burial rites, now aptly named the Hall of the Burial Emperor. He gazed at the hall with satisfaction. Its original materials were already commendable, and after 5 centuries of meticulous refinement, it now rivaled the finest imperial weapons. The burial array inscribed upon it fostered life from death, possessing numerous remarkable applications. Initiate the array, he thought to himself, suddenly extending his arms and uttering grand incantations. At the center of the hall, around the ethereal throne of the Nether Emperor and the character for burial, A brilliant radiance emanated throughout the hall of the Burial Emperor, activating all the inscriptions. The burial arts were fundamentally crafted for practitioners of the burial path. Death served as the foundation of this profound technique, yet it was not its conclusion. The evolution of the Dao emphasized the principle of opposites. Thus, the pinnacle of death is life itself. Boom. As the runes of the hall of the Burial Emperor reached their zenith, the Corpse Emperor suddenly sensed a surge of rich vitality emanating from within that hall, akin to a tender sprout suddenly sprouting in an endless desert, precious yet profoundly unsettling. However, a satisfied smile graced Yuan Gen's face as he waved his hand, causing a magnificent golden bell to materialize above the firmament. The bell, imposing and resplendent, radiated a celestial power that rippled outward, causing the myriad laws of the underworld to tremble. Subsequently, Yuan Gen formed seals, conjuring a rune in the void. And before the bell, a phantasmal door swung open, bathing the heavens in a kaleidoscope of colors that stirred the heart of the Corpse Emperor. Is that the celestial bell and the undying emperor? As one who had emerged since the mythic era, the Corpse Emperor was naturally familiar with that most primordial celestial artifact of the universe. It had once been the lifeblood of the Kunlun clan, transcending the extremes of humanity, coveted even by the Emperor's sovereigns. Yet, what truly astonished the Corpse Emperor was the radiant quintessence cascading from the bell, a celestial bird, or rather, the corpse of a five-colored phoenix. The Corpse Emperor swore he would never forget that five-colored phoenix. During the zenith of the heavenly court, this magnificent celestial being had been the proud descendant of the Emperor's sovereign, holding a status rivaling the foremost divine generals beneath the Emperor. As the heavenly court fell, this five-colored phoenix had wielded the celestial bell, delivering a crushing blow to the Emperor himself. But now, that breathtaking five-colored phoenix had become a lifeless body, interred beneath the hall of the Burial Emperor, where vibrant life and immense death energy swiftly enveloped that corpse. The harmony of life and death so exquisitely perfect that even the Corpse Emperor found himself entranced. The phoenix shall undergo its rebirth. I refuse to believe that the little phoenix is truly dead. I shall nurture another self within its corpse, and should the little phoenix return one day, what thoughts shall it have upon encountering a self so utterly transformed? The Corpse Emperor listened to Yuan Gen's murmured hopes, a sense of anticipation brewing for the day when the five-colored celestial phoenix might rise anew. Lord of Burial, this. In that instant, the great bow, akin to a true dragon, flickered with erratic light, leaving the Corpse Emperor momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Perhaps you are unaware that in my wife's homeland, there exists a renowned poultry farmer. Yuan Gen, upon noticing the Corpse Emperor's reaction, bore a smile reminiscent of fond memories. With his hands on his hips, he looked upon the five-colored celestial phoenix's remains buried beneath the hall of the Burial Emperor, his voice imbued with anticipation. Both my wife and I share a dream of raising chickens. Chapter 49, The Cycle Seal and the Nether Sovereign. In the Burial Domain, an ancient realm not lesser than the Celestial Domain, how many Burial Kings lie buried? This question, perhaps, even the most ancient of Burial Kings within the domain could not answer. Yet if one were to inquire, who is the strongest in the Burial Domain? All would unhesitatingly respond with that taboo name, the Burial Master. Recognized as the unparalleled might of the domain, the only one ever to have emerged since its inception. He once forcefully attempted to breach the threshold of the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. Though he failed, he lived on. It is said that this invincible master of burial had a descendant who was bestowed the nickname of the poultry farmer by the Celestial Kings, for she had once encountered a deceased phoenix and brought it back to her dwelling, interring it in the supreme burial earth. Subsequently, that phoenix's corpse became sentient, and she kept it as poultry outside her abode. Is the Burial Emperor implying that we should nurture the corpse of the undying emperor? The Corpse Emperor, having never heard of the tale of the renowned poultry farmer, instantly grasped Yuan Gen's intent, his shock evident. Though ignorant of the true origins of the undying emperor, he had witnessed the rise of the emperor, who had achieved divinity among countless races. The bloodline was undoubtedly among the most formidable in the universe. The five-colored blood akin to the myriad paths themselves, wielding earth-shattering power. What harm could there be? Yuan Gen responded with a faint smile, sealing the five-colored phoenix's remains within the hall of the Burial Emperor, isolating that area and transforming it into a unique realm of life and death before finally ceasing his actions. To nurture the corpse of the five-colored phoenix was a thought he had never entertained before, yet after 5 centuries of evolving the burial arts in this place, such notions naturally arose. After all, a significant portion of the undying emperor's combat prowess stemmed from her five-colored phoenix bloodline, a lineage so exceptional that it could easily sweep through the celestial realms, dominating vast expanses of existence. If one were to successfully cultivate the art of corpse nurturing, it would undoubtedly become a significant asset to Yuan Gen. My friend, does your method of corpse nurturing assist in forming a cycle imprint upon this cadaver? To Yuan Gen's surprise, The Corpse Emperor, after a moment of astonishment, could not conceal the excitement in his voice as he eagerly gazed in the direction of the Burial Emperor's hall, asking in a low tone, "It is only fitting. After all, I possess no supreme burial soil, and relying solely on this burial ground, I cannot produce burial warriors within a short span." Yuan Gen replied calmly, and after some contemplation, he understood the emotional shift of the Corpse Emperor. This ancient being from the underworld was nurtured in such a manner. If the Phoenix Corpse could connect with the spiritual realm, in a sense, it would be akin to the Corpse Emperor. What kind of primordial spirit would emerge if a corpse of that caliber could form a cycle imprint? The anticipation is palpable. The Corpse Emperor recounted that the underworld sovereign had not only unearthed him from the epic burial pit, but had also excavated at least 3 indestructible corpses, all of which existed at the pinnacle of the supreme path. The underworld had expended tremendous effort to nurture these beings, but alas, all endeavors ended in failure. The underworld sovereign suggested that perhaps the stronger the being, the slimmer the hope of forming a cycle imprint. It requires exceedingly stringent conditions of time and place, along with an immense investment of resources to potentially succeed. According to the underworld sovereign's conjecture, the cycle imprint is shrouded in mystery, possibly sealing the fruits of the previous life's path. If one day the seal of the cycle imprint is broken, it would be akin to merging the fruits of 2 lifetimes into one, yielding a power far greater than the sum of its parts. In other words, beings of the supreme realm are inherently too formidable, and thus, the difficulty in forming a cycle imprint is considerable. However, once successful, it signifies even greater potential. The Corpse Emperor evidently harbored immense enthusiasm for nurturing the immortal Emperor of Corpses. He swiftly returned to the Corpse Emperor's hall, and shortly thereafter returned with an ancient tome left by the underworld sovereign and a plethora of jade slips, all containing records related to corpse nurturing from the underworld sovereign, the Corpse Emperor, and other members of the underworld. Good heavens! Yuan Gen perused these materials, taken aback by the seriousness with which the underworld sovereign regarded the cycle imprint. He had conducted numerous experiments on ancient corpses, and after the underworld sovereign's departure, the Corpse Emperor and his lineage inherited and expanded upon the sovereign's research, conducting an array of experiments. Factors such as cultivation level, race, gender, physique, and the path pursued during their mortal lives from the end of the mythological era to the present. It is anyone's guess how many diverse ancient corpses the Corpse Emperor's lineage has nurtured. Their meticulous approach left Yuan Gen in admiration. "My every attempt is aimed at enabling me to form a second cycle imprint," the Corpse Emperor declared resolutely. He deeply comprehended the chasm between himself and the underworld sovereign. With his innate talent, it was nearly impossible for him to grasp the essence of the cycle imprint in this lifetime. He could only nurture corpses after death, create a second cycle imprint, and then transfer his memories to the new primordial spirit birth from that imprint, thus achieving a different kind of longevity. Yet, even if that primordial spirit inherited his memories, it would ultimately not be Yuan Gen himself, a notion he found utterly unpalatable. Memories, in his view, are not the essence of self. Even if the Corpse Emperor successfully forms the second cycle imprint and inherits all his memories, even acknowledging his identity as the Corpse Emperor, it may not equate to being the Corpse Emperor himself. Ideologies diverge, the Corpse Emperor remarked. Yuan Gen nodded. Over the years, he had learned to respect the thoughts of others. He recalled that in the original text, Chao Yuxing had once been reborn in such a manner. "My friend, do you suppose how many cycle imprints the underworld sovereign's physical form possesses from the mythological era until now? It seems rare to encounter a formidable individual with research on cycle imprints." The Corpse Emperor shared numerous secrets about the mythological age, the evolution of the world, and how many histories had been buried beneath the sands of time, known only to living epics like himself. 2. 3. Yuan Gen suddenly felt a spark of interest. If memory served correctly, by the time of the future Yi Fan era, Duan had a total of 4 cycle imprints on his being, indicating that the underworld sovereign had succeeded several times, possibly even achieving enlightenment as an ancient emperor. I suspect it is at least 2. Those who have not encountered him will never know the depths of his cultivation. The underworld has sought him for millions of years. Perhaps during this time, he has successfully lived another life right under our noses. The Corpse Emperor mused. While the possessor of cycle imprints may have a formidable physical form, the primordial spirit is still entirely new and requires solid recultivation. At that time, the Corpse Emperor received personal guidance from the underworld sovereign, and their relationship was akin to that of a master and disciple. I have always believed that even if we were to find the underworld sovereign now, it would be futile. At least 3 lifetimes worth of supreme path fruits must converge into one, and aside from you, no one could restrain him. One life as a tribulation transcending celestial, one life as the underworld sovereign, one life as the nameless ancient emperor of the primordial times. These lifetimes fruits stacked upon one another. Yuan Gen silently calculated that he would likely need to employ the fruits of the celestial ancient path to suppress the other party. Moreover, the underworld sovereign's ambition likely extends far beyond a mere 2 or 3 cycle imprints. Yuan Gen lamented that the ambition of the underworld sovereign, or rather, Chao Yuxing, was far grander than one could imagine. He aimed to form 9 cycle imprints, and then through the immense power of these imprints, unify the fruits of 9 lifetimes into a single entity, transcending into immortality amidst the mortal realm. Undoubtedly, this is a grand path. For the lifespan of this universe is truly limited, allowing for effective corpse nurturing and reincarnation. The earlier cycle imprints may encounter some obstacles, but as more and more cycle imprints accumulate, the speed of forming the final few will accelerate. Alas, it remains a tremendous waste of time. Yuan Gen thought of Chao Yuxing, that Supreme Being's path to immortality was exceedingly lengthy, even without considering the protracted years of the end of the chaotic ancient era. It spanned the mythological, primordial, and ancient emperor eras. During this time, countless instabilities arose. The later generations, such as Yi Fan, Ren, and Wu Shi, had long since ascended, while he was still engaged in accumulating cycle imprints. Yet, this does not deter Yuan Gen from dedicating time to study the path once traversed by the underworld sovereign. Do you have any scriptures left behind by the underworld sovereign? He looked toward the corpse emperor and inquired. Naturally, whether it be the scriptures from his cultivation of the underworld or those from his cultivation of the source path, the underworld has preserved them, the corpse emperor nodded. Chapter 50, Reunited. Underworld Scriptures, Source Scriptures. These are 2 ancient texts left by the underworld sovereign in the underworld, embodying 2 radically different paths of that supreme being from the mythological era. Each holds the power to shape the foundations of any external lineage for centuries to come. The corpse emperor released 2 resplendent jade stones from his bow, each recording the fundamental scriptures of the underworld sovereign. The underworld scriptures require no further elaboration, as it is the cornerstone of the underworld sovereign's existence and the source of the underworld's ideology, guiding the underworld and transforming reincarnation, ranking among the top scriptures of that era. In contrast, the source scriptures are shrouded in far more mystery. There are exceedingly few inheritors of this aspect of the underworld sovereign's path, and its scriptures nearly perished with the collapse of the heavenly court at the end of the mythological era. The world knows that within the heavenly court, there once existed a supreme being of the source path who had once assisted the emperor in seizing Kunlun Mountain and helped him manifest the land of the 99 dragons nurturing immortals, laying down the groundwork for the cauldron of ascension. Yet, few are aware that this supreme being of the source path was none other than the underworld sovereign. The corpse emperor recounted that period. The underworld sovereign's achievements in the source path remained unknown to the world, yet that mastery was equally astonishing. In the past, after the Kunlun Immortal Mountain birthed the Immortal Bell, the mountain's fortune and power were nearly exhausted. The underworld sovereign expended all his strength, siphoning from many life source stars to create the superlative realm of the 99 dragons nurturing immortals, successfully birthing the cauldron of ascension. The source path, seemingly merely borrowing the powers of the external world, actually reflects the underworld sovereign's absolute control over fortune and the cosmos. You can hardly fathom that the underworld sovereign had captured several almost fully formed holy spirits, using them as materials and subjects for experimentation, hastening their maturation with the supreme source path to validate his own path. As the discussion of the underworld's sovereign flowed, the corpse emperor spoke endlessly. It can only be said that cultivators of such caliber possess a desire to share, and a formidable individual like Yuan Gen serves as the perfect audience for the corpse emperor's thoughts. If one were to assert that the underworld represents the pinnacle of the Dark Sovereign's achievements as depicted in the Book of Darkness, then it follows that his greatest accomplishment in the source scripture lies in the creation of the source deity, source demon, and source ghost, 3 formidable entities of the Taoist level. Their corporeal forms and primordial spirits are masterpieces of the Dark Sovereign, possessing the formidable power to confront a sovereign even without having undergone the great tribulation of the ultimate path. Upon the unification of these 2 monumental achievements, the Dark Sovereign forged his most cherished artifact, now known as the Celestial Dark Treasure. The more you speak of it, the more I yearn for a spar with that Dark Sovereign. Yuan Gen, seemingly indifferent to the Celestial Dark Treasure, placed the Book of Darkness and source scripture before him, his heart filled with both nostalgia and regret. Had he been born in the mythic era, he believed his journey would have been far more dazzling than the current late ancient times, where he found himself overshadowed by a mere immortal emperor lacking in skill. Perhaps, in the future, there may be opportunities. The corpse emperor spoke, evidently keenly interested in nurturing the immortal emperor of corpses, proactively offering to pay a price in exchange for observing Yuan Gen's life and death grand formation, hoping to draw inspiration for his future second reincarnation seal. After all, He had already severed himself and nearly lost the chance to live out a third life, yearning instead for a rebirth in the next. There is no harm. Should you wish to expend your lifespan, you may reside in my Corpse Emperor Hall. If anything confounds you, feel free to inquire. Yuan Gen, recognizing the Corpse Emperor's intent to foster camaraderie, did not mind. Although this individual lacked the qualifications for achieving immortality across 9 lives, he was nonetheless capable of attaining the Dao in the era of shrouded skies, potentially evolving into a burial immortal or true immortal in the future. A flicker of thought crossed Yuan Gen's mind, and immediately a resplendent celestial light emanated from his abdomen, revealing a 5-colored ancient realm reflected behind him, his Dao Palace's secret realm, birthed from the 5 organs of his corporeal form and embodying the innate 5 elements. Thunderous echoes filled the air as a towering deity emerged from the Dao Palace secret realm, his features striking, clad in a deep azure robe of water. His gaze was akin to an unfathomable ocean, profound enough to instill trepidation. This was indeed Yuan Gen's water deity from the Dao Palace, originating from one of the 5 organs, the kidneys. With a clap, the deity clashed palms with Yuan Gen's true form, and the azure robe was instantly tainted by the inky darkness of death and the netherworld, transforming into the Burial Emperor's battle attire. He strode forward to the royal seat in the heavens, slowly taking his place. At that moment, an immeasurable aura of the netherworld radiated from the throne, enveloping the entire star domain, rendering the atmosphere of the underworld increasingly oppressive and eerie. Subsequently, Yuan Gen's true form bowed respectfully to the Corpse Emperor before turning and vanishing into the depths of this netherland. Centuries passed, and he sensed that the celestial heart was undergoing subtle transformations. As the ultimate deadline approached, the Kirin Emperor's control over the celestial heart's imprint weakened significantly. It was time to make the final preparations for his own ascendance. Simultaneously, in the depths of the starry sky, a life source star named Beidou housed mountains stretching tens of millions of miles. The mountains rose and fell, presenting a spectacle akin to thousands of small dragons entwined in a struggle for a dragon pearl, seeking the opportunity to become the Dragon Lord. On the surface of a lake among these mountains, a small flat boat floated serenely, undisturbed by the surrounding tumultuous dragon energy that was sharper than steel. Upon the boat sat an elderly man with a full head of white hair, seated in meditation. Though not tall, his figure was robust, and he gazed up at the heavens, lost in thought. Would Yuan Gen, a master of ancient Taoist techniques, have encountered such a figure in the chaotic burial domain? At that moment, the somewhat portly elder wore a frown, endeavoring to recall details about a certain man from his extensive experiences. However, after considerable time had passed, he remained empty-handed, exasperatedly tapping his head in frustration. It was evident that he had aged significantly, his lifespan nearing its end, yet his mind remained remarkably clear. The wisdom and depth in his eyes impossible to conceal. Beside him lay a flawless, rounded bowl, seemingly ordinary. Yet anyone with discernment could recognize it as an unparalleled weapon forged from chaotic stone marrow, though the divine artifact lay dormant. Its aura of ultimate power could not be hidden. Clearly, this was a dying ancient sovereign and his ultimate weapon, or rather, a man once named Chao Yuxing who had reached the twilight of a new life. Typically, he would choose to awaken his past memories at the onset of each life's nascent spirit, preparing himself for the path of cultivation. Yet this life was peculiar. An unforeseen variable had activated the restrictions hidden within his corporeal form, allowing him to recall all past memories, assessing and planning his current state. Chao Yuxing believed that the present universe did not offer a favorable environment for him. In his eyes, the underworld's near-manic pursuit was trivial. As the progenitor of the great Taoist lineage, even if he were to face the tribulation of sovereigns before figures like Yama or the Corpse Emperor, they would hardly recognize him. The sole complication arose from the emergence of the underworld's master 500 years prior, a man from an ancient era whom even Chao Yuxing could not fathom. Alas, in my earlier days, I merely sought to extricate myself from the cycle of death and sever all karmic ties. Why have those rascals concluded that I must reckon with them? Now, with the Burial Emperor on the scene, the situation could escalate dramatically if they were to unearth me. The portly elder grumbled, compelled to repeatedly examine the state of his corporeal form, continuously setting up prohibitive symbols. He harbored grand ambitions, unwilling to allow the underworld to disrupt his plans, and was forced into concealment, fearing discovery. His current actions were entirely unplanned, lacking preparation. He had no choice but to exert his full strength to avoid being detected by that terrifying man who had also practiced burial techniques. After considerable time, the portly elder finally completed his preparations. He retrieved an iron coffin from his bowl, lying straight within it, placing the bowl over his chest, and personally covering himself with the coffin lid. Burial Emperor, farewell to you. Soon, the elder's lifespan came to a definitive end, and the pervasive dragon path winds on the lake shattered the small boat into splinters. Luckily, the iron coffin remained intact, and as the boat disintegrated, this heavy casket sank rapidly to the depths of the Great Lake. The lake bottom was shrouded in darkness. Within the iron coffin, only 3 luminous white marks were conspicuously visible at the elder's brow, where his celestial platform once resided. Chapter 51, Fire Cheesy and Fire Linner. 1,000 years later. Few know that the ancient star of Inghua was, in fact, one of the life source stars that declined due to the efforts of the Emperor and the Dark Sovereign to nourish the Kunlun immortal realm during the twilight of myth. As one of the oldest life stars rooted in the starry sky since the early mythic era, Inghua undoubtedly possesses a long and glorious past. Yet, since the unprecedented upheaval at the end of the mythic age, this star has inexorably headed toward decline, all its glory dimmed, ultimately reduced to echoes amidst the ruins of countless battles. However, no one could have anticipated that beneath this long-dead ancient star, there existed a vast realm that connected to the path of immortality, linking all dreams associated with eternal life. Today, on the boundless, inky black ocean of this ancient realm, a small flat boat swayed gently on the surface, with several unexpected guests standing upon it, gazing toward the horizon of the Black Sea. At the forefront stood 2 elegantly attired youths, a boy and a girl. The boy's gaze was sharp, while the girl's smile was enchanting. They appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, each sporting a luxurious mane of deep blue hair. Their figures and faces were youthful, yet exuded an innate majesty, displaying an extraordinary demeanor. Notably, amidst the dense blue locks atop their heads, 2 slightly protruding Kirin horns hinted that they were not of the human race, but rather from a powerful lineage. Behind the young couple stood an elder, as imposing and steadfast as a mountain. His hair, a cascade of silver, was tied back, and he donned a dignified robe, the Kirin treading the heavens. Each step he took harmonizing with myriad paths, smooth and natural. Although the pallor of his hair indicated the passage of time, a closer perception revealed his overwhelming presence. A confidence unique in the world, exuding calmness and authority that underscored his status as a cosmic sovereign. Father, this realm seems entirely different from the universe beyond. Standing at one end of the small boat, gazing into the abyssal ocean, the girl unexpectedly turned to the formidable elder and spoke. In what way is it different? The Kirin Emperor, positioned on the opposite side of the boat, had initially kept his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. At her words, he slowly opened his eyes, looking at his children with a desire to instruct and assess, inquiring gently. The girl with azure hair tucked a strand behind her ear, lifting her gaze to the shimmering moon and starry sky, reflecting on her father's teachings before finally responding. The path is solitary and e'en, for young cannot endure. According to the scriptures from the mythic era, this is an extreme manifestation, suitable for celestial realms, yet not for the pure lands of all beings. Though still young, her extraordinary lineage had opened the treasury of a grand imperial clan to her from birth, allowing her to peruse classics from various eras, broadening her insight and granting her a profound understanding of many matters. The Kirin Emperor nodded, clearly pleased with his daughter's answer, then turned to the boy beside her, equally anticipating his son's contribution. In a realm steeped in death, where eternal night reigns, the beings birthed here must be exceptionally resilient and unique. The boy raised his hand, a glimmer of divine light emerging from his sea of consciousness, drawing forth a mass of seawater from the pitch-black ocean. This water, thick with deathly energy, held no trace of vitality, yet shimmered faintly with divine radiance, a glow nurtured by the lunar path over an extended period. Father, what sort of person is the uncle we are to meet today? The girl's eyes sparkled with cerulean light as she took the mass of seawater from her brother's hands, studying it intently before posing her inquiry. Prior to their departure, both children had been informed by their father about the purpose of their journey. They were to meet someone, a being even more powerful than their father. In studying this realm, you must have discerned some clues, the Kirin Emperor spoke, lightly tapping his eternal blue-gold staff against the ground. Instantly, intricate imperial runes appeared on the small boat, propelling the family through the void until they swiftly arrived at the heart of this realm. Once, this had been the site where the immortal heavenly emperor refined the flesh and blood of quasi-emperors and ultimate beings to forge his nirvana blood pool, a place suffused with death energy, rife with corruption and decay. It was only after the realm changed hands that it transformed into a different visage. Now, the central area had morphed into a dark, tranquil isle, floating upon an endless, obsidian sea. Although the death energy from the divine conflict still lingered, the malevolence and filth had dissipated, leaving an aura of serene stillness. Let us proceed. The Kirin Emperor, leaning on his eternal blue-gold staff, led his children down from the small boat. The aura of the lunar path on this isle was evidently more profound than in other regions, yet it remained separated from them by a distance of a yard. However, The inherently gifted siblings were clearly influenced by the local energies, becoming notably quieter, their steps lighter. In the center of the aisle stood a stone house atop a plateau, constructed from rough gray stones, tall and imposing. Under the moonlight, it seemed to emanate an obscure lunar glow. Outside the stone house, in an open courtyard, a tall, rugged man stood leisurely, clad in a silver robe woven from moonlight, holding a 9-colored jade pot as he meticulously watered a small seedling. Brother Yuan Dao. Recognizing the figure, the Kirin Emperor promptly approached with his children. Despite appearing as a venerable elder, he maintained a serious demeanor in the presence of the young man, addressing him with heartfelt reverence. Greetings, friend Hua. Yuan Gen looked up to greet the Kirin Emperor, already aware of his arrival with the children. He set aside the jade pot and invited the family to sit around a stone table in the courtyard. Even more exuberant than the Kirin family was the Kirin divine herb, a palm-sized entity that called out and darted through the void towards the seedling beside Yuan Gen. The seedling, which had been personally nurtured by Yuan Gen, was a bud of the Bodhi immortal herb. Over the years, he had diligently cultivated it with faith energy, and it had now taken root and sprouted, glowing with golden light, emanating a sense of serenity, as if a monk were meditating within. Being an immortal herb, the little Kirin harbored no intention of harming the Bodhi tree seedling. It gently called out, prompting the seedling to sway its leaves and shed a few strands of golden light, much to the little Kirin's satisfaction as it circled the seedling before finding a comfortable spot to rest. The time has come for me to leave. Keeping this immortal herb on the ancestral star will attract trouble, so I have decided to bring it here. It shall be beneficial for both you and it. Speaking in a gentle tone before the two children, the Kirin Emperor had already resolved that, regardless of success or failure in his third life, he would depart from his homeland to pursue a life of seclusion and quietude, naturally preparing for his future. Very well. Yuan Gen moved to retrieve several ice-blue fruits from his stone house, placing them before the young siblings. These were extraordinary fruits of the Yin attribute, nurtured from seeds brought by the Kirin Emperor during his visit, flourishing remarkably well under the influence of this realm's energies. Thank you, Your Majesty. The boy expressed his gratitude softly. Though still young and somewhat naive, his demeanor was quite decorous, exuding an air of grandeur and authority in his every gesture. Thank you, Uncle. The girl chimed in cheerfully, clearly more vivacious than her brother. Her flowing azure hair and youthful visage were complemented by an ethereal grace that had already been well cultivated. A pair of Kirin children, Yuan Gen remarked, affectionately ruffling their hair. What are your names? Upon hearing this, the boy, Huaqizi, immediately stood up, striving to muster his blood energy as he answered loudly, his face reflecting not only seriousness but also admiration and yearning in the presence of a being more powerful than his father. I am Huoliner. In contrast, the girl regarded Yuan Gen as an elder. She too stood up, yet her smile remained unwavering. Chapter 52, Yuan Gen's Emotional Matters. Huaqizi, Huoliner, how old are you both this year? Yuan Gen seated himself at the stone table, gazing at the youngest offspring of the current emperor, a smile inevitably gracing his features. We are 6 years old. The Kirin Emperor interjected, his gaze toward his children brimming with affection and anticipation. Yuan Gen nodded. Offspring of ultimate beings are often the most envied group in the universe, inherently bearing the blood and path of the ultimate. Even if their talents in cultivation are not exceptional, they can easily ascend to quasi-emperors and sweep through an era with ease. Of course, most offspring of ultimate beings find their limits there. Their forebears' paths empower them, but also serve as the greatest constraints on their own journeys. The smoother their initial progress, the more difficult it becomes to break free later. This holds true even for beings of the immortal path. Yuan Gen recalled one such example, the Crimson King, a towering figure in the path of time, alongside the Eternal King, both renowned as the titans of time across realms. Yet, their offspring had been stalled at the threshold of quasi-mortal kings for many long years. Yet, Yuan Gen was acutely aware that Huaqizi and Huoliner were distinctly different from the ordinary offspring of ancient emperors and supreme beings. This brother-sister duo not only inherited the bloodline of the Qilin Emperor, but also possessed extraordinary perceptiveness. From a young age, they were held in high regard by the old Qilin, who anticipated their transcendence beyond their forebears' paths. In the future, as the celestial emperors of Yifan rose to prominence, both Huaqizi and Huoliner ultimately chose to join them, surpassing the paths of their ancestors and forging their own imperial destinies. What of their mother? Suddenly, Yuan Gen cast a glance at the Qilin Emperor, calculating the time. This old fellow had only a few hundred years left to live. At this stage, giving birth to offspring must have been quite an endeavor for the old man with a young wife. Fortunately, the birth of these two children had depleted a considerable amount of his essence, and now he was recuperating within the clan. The Qilin Emperor rarely displayed any embarrassment, but a hint of a smile involuntarily graced his aged face. Yuan Gen nodded, then extended his large hand, pulling Huaqizi and Hualiner to his side. Though still young, the children exhibited distinct personalities. Huaqizi had already begun to showcase a hint of battle spirit, and the Qilin Emperor held high expectations for him, imposing rigorous standards, hoping he would one day fight against the heavens and earth, carving his own path beneath the stars. As for Hualiner, the old Qilin had imparted to her numerous ancient texts, scriptures from both the mythological and primordial eras, elucidating profound truths, aspiring for her to transcend from a different perspective. What thoughts do you harbor regarding their future? Yuan Gen looked towards the old Qilin, eager to discern whether the Qilin Emperor would make choices aligned with the original timeline under his influence. My father hopes my brother will tread the imperial path in the same manner he did in his youth, vanquishing foes and reigning supreme across the universe. Upon hearing this, without waiting for the Qilin Emperor to speak, Hualiner raised her small hand high and chimed in with a clear voice. Her innocent words reflected a childlike trust towards her father and brother. Despite having perused numerous texts, she remained merely a 6-year-old child. The heavenly heart imprint is ultimately a constraint. They require an era of freedom. The Qilin Emperor added that although he was reluctant to part with his beloved children, for their future, the old Qilin resolved to seal them away until a temporal juncture arrived, one devoid of the heavenly heart's oppression, marking the time for these descendants to unleash their potential. And what of you? Do you possess confidence? Yuan Gen ruffled Huaqizi's hair. This child had endured considerable suffering in the original timeline, overcoming numerous tribulations to free himself from the shackles of his bloodline. I do. In the future, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, safeguarding my sister, mother, and our clan, Huaqizi declared, clenching his small fist with determination. I wish you success. Yuan Gen sensed the unwavering confidence emanating from Huaqizi. Such indomitable faith was invaluable in the vast cosmos and a crucial element in the pursuit of imperial supremacy. In most cases, only by maintaining this invincible belief until the end can one qualify to challenge the limits. Henceforth, I shall determine the moment of their emergence. Yuan Gen stated, turning to the Qilin Emperor. In the future, Huaqizi and Hualiner will awaken at the juncture of their path to immortality, diligently cultivating, yet lacking the qualifications to partake in the celestial competition. Yuan Gen intended to assist his old friend's offspring personally in selecting the right moment. The Qilin Emperor had no objections. After years of cultivation, he had forged a profound friendship with Yuan Gen, fostering a natural trust between them. Pray tell, how old is Uncle Yuan's child? What is their current state? Just as Yuan Gen and the Qilin Emperor were exchanging thoughts telepathically regarding preparations for the Third Era, Hualiner spoke again, leaving Yuan Gen momentarily speechless, while the Qilin Emperor perked up his ears. The old emperor was aware that Yuan Gen had lived for over 500,000 years, a being of unparalleled stature in the realm of humanity, deserving of the title of an ancient being. In his view, Yuan Gen's descendants could have easily formed a grand lineage. Regrettably, Uncle Yuan currently has no offspring. Yuan Gen's response was simple, leaving the Qilin Emperor and his family in a state of disbelief as they regarded him with incredulity. You have no children? Even the Qilin Emperor was taken aback and sought confirmation. In my era, at my age, I was still considered young among my peers, traversing mountains and exploring realms, never contemplating this matter. Prompted by Hualiner's remark, Yuan Gen attempted to defend himself, yet he involuntarily reflected on his past experiences with relationships. At the age of 10,000, he had already stepped into the realm of supremacy, his Dao Seed flawless and his combat prowess unmatched. A true figure of renown among his contemporaries, having engaged in numerous battles against the prodigies of the celestial domain, earning great fame within the circles of supremacy in the primordial ancient realm and the celestial domain. During those several millennia, he fortuitously acquired a half-volume of the Heavenly Flame Sutra, embarking on the path of reverse refining the sun. In his quest for breakthrough, he even participated in a marriage selection event held by a princess of the Jinwu clan in the celestial domain, solely to personally experience the scriptures and laws of the Jinwu clan. Subsequently, he grew increasingly formidable, defeating all opponents in that marriage selection, and successfully winning the admiration of the Jinwu princess, residing in the Fusang Tree Sea for several hundred years. Unfortunately, at that time, the Jinwu lineage was a true powerhouse within the celestial domain, rigid and domineering in matters of marriage. And the Jinwu princess he was connected with was a descendant within 3 generations of a Jinwu king, imposing numerous stringent requirements. Even with the backing of 2 true immortals, Yuan Gen found it challenging to navigate this situation. Yuan Gen believed that being a son-in-law in the Jinwu clan was beneath him, leading to a peaceful parting with the princess. In the aftermath, he found the celestial domain rather mundane and departed for the burial realm. In the following millennia, he encountered a female golden burialist, who would later become his wife. This remarkable burialist had significant connections to a burial king in the burial realm. Though she claimed to be considerably older than Yuan Gen, having lived for half an epoch, her active years were roughly comparable to his, making them somewhat contemporaneous. Neither of them had any intentions of bearing offspring. The vastness of the heavens and earth pales in comparison to the importance of bloodlines and legacy. I had my firstborn before I was 1,000 years old. In this regard, though you are my Dao brother, you fall quite short, the Qilin emperor remarked. The aged emperor chuckled softly, suddenly rising with his Qilin staff in hand, the eternal blue-gold staff gleaming, as a golden elixir shimmering with 9 hues materialized before them. I have come this time to beseech you, Dao brother, to personally assist in dividing this 9 revolutions elixir, to lay a foundation for my 2 children. Only with your intervention can I be at ease. Yuan Gen squinted, gazing at the diminutive 9 revolutions golden elixir presented to him, momentarily at a loss for words. Should the rebirth fail, this would be your last hope in the 3rd era. He couldn't help but send a message of caution. I understand, the old Qilin replied. A serene smile gracing his face, leisurely declaring, family ties are priceless. I too must stake everything. Chapter 53, The Bronze Hall. Ding. The 9 revolutions golden elixir represents the culmination of all medicinal paths in the vast universe. Perfectly rounded and flawless, the 9 revolutions golden elixir, though small enough to fit on a fingertip, possesses an extraordinary liquid-like luster. Its surface emanates an unusual, ethereal glow, as if a universe were swaying within. Anyone possessing the formula for this elixir knows that it requires 9 exceedingly rare primary ingredients and potentially over 1,000 supplementary herbs to concoct. The elixir itself does not exude a potent fragrance. Rather, it emits an exceedingly subtle aroma, one that defies description, neither the freshness of flora nor the sharpness of metals, nor the scent of flesh, but rather a clarity reminiscent of the first ray of light that illuminated the nascent universe. Yuan Gen presented this 9-turn pill to the Kirin Emperor. Its origins shrouded in mystery, whether it was a creation of the Emperor Zun from yesteryears or a masterpiece personally crafted by the immortal sovereign. Its quality was undoubtedly of the highest caliber for an ordinary cultivator. Merely inhaling its fragrant aroma or tasting the jade box that housed the elixir could lead to an epiphany. Yet, at this moment, this exceedingly rare 9-turn golden pill was shattered by Yuan Gen's celestial bell, the potent essence swirling in his grasp, divided into 2, merging into the bodies of the 2 young ones, Huoqizi and Huoliner. His objective was clear, to nurture these 2 nascent beings who had just unlocked the secrets of the Wheel Sea. Yuan Gen's movements were consequently gentle and tender, the bell guiding the vast medicinal force as it washed over the children's corporeal forms, cleansing their physical realms. This overwhelming potency caused the 6-year-old children to succumb to slumber, a force far beyond their current ability to wield, necessitating external guidance and sealing. In due time, as they open corresponding realms, they will be able to accept the nurturing of the golden pill further. In an appropriate era, both siblings should have the opportunity to strive for the pinnacle of humanity. Yuan Gen eagerly anticipated how much stronger Huoqizi and Huoliner would become compared to their original timeline. Under Yi Fan's era, with his presence, commanding the universe and holding the heart of heaven should not prove overly challenging. In the future, he could arrange a period for them to contend with the ancient emperors and sovereigns that would rise as they matured. The fully realized holy spirits would serve as excellent sharpening stones. As for the path to immortality, Yuan Gen himself currently guarded a route leading to a wondrous world of transcendence, showing little interest in the paths to immortality that would open 1,000,000 years hence along the Northern Dipper and the flying immortal star. His thoughts meandered until he noticed the old Kirin, also gazing intently at his offspring, where once the majesty of an emperor resided. Now only the tenderness and anticipation of a loving father remained. Compared to these children, you ought to contemplate your own fate, without the 9-turn pill. Should your 3rd reincarnation fail, self-destruction would be your only recourse, and the path to immortality would be irrevocably severed. Even if you were to venture to another realm, considerable effort would be required to reconstruct the celestial platform. Yuan Gen raised his hand, tossing a cerulean fruit into the Kirin Emperor's grasp, calculating the days. He surmised that his old friend had but a few hundred years left to live. The decline of his vitality had clearly impaired his command over the heart of heaven. Alternatively, you could leave your physical form behind. I could inter you in the underworld, nurturing your reincarnation mark, and I would personally awaken your spirit. A unique return of sorts. Since assuming control of the underworld, Yuan Gen had become the true master of the epic's burial pit, confident in his ability to nurture the remains of any emperor within the universe. In a certain sense, it could indeed be considered a method of longevity. As long as memories were infused, an emperor could return whole. Naturally, this method bore limitations, relying on the burial domain technique. Yuan Gen had only just begun to practice. uncertain whether the reincarnation mark could mend the wounds inflicted by self-destruction or whether it could help others cultivate a second reincarnation mark. Such matters could be addressed in due course. For now, all my avenues of retreat had been severed. I would gamble my life against the heavens. Success would be success, and failure would bear no regrets. Yuan Gen's admonition elicited a bittersweet smile from the Kirin Emperor. Yet Yuan Gen could see clearly that deep within the old Kirin's gaze lay a tenacity and confidence befitting an emperor of the age. A spirit that the most formidable of the universe's utmost beings could hardly lack. I wish you success. Yuan Gen reiterated the blessing he had bestowed upon Huoqizi to the old Kirin. After years of acquaintance, he had imparted much wisdom. Yet each step upon the path of the Supreme was one that had to be walked alone. There are still over 300 years. The old Kirin nodded. For according to his plans from years past, he should now be seeking his station within the primordial ancient mine. Little did he expect that meeting Yuan Gen would lead to such a drastic shift in his destiny. What are your plans? Do you intend to further deduce the law for your third reincarnation here? Yuan Gen inquired. I have reached my limit. Further cultivation would yield no progress. In these last 300 years, I wish to traverse the universe. With the eternal blue gold staff now resting upon his brow, the Kirin Emperor crouched, transforming into an ordinary old father, lifting the two slumbering children, one cradled on each shoulder, and strode toward the vast expanse beyond. In the cosmic desolation, within a small world hidden deep within the folds of time and space, this realm flourished despite its remote location, boasting expansive dragon veins that undulated across the landscape. In the twilight of myth, it had once birthed a remarkable great perfection Holy Spirit. Regrettably, the emergence of this great perfection Holy Spirit coincided awkwardly with a peak era when various sovereigns coexisted in the heavenly court, leading to its immediate consumption by several ancient celestial sovereigns, and the small world was claimed by the court. Now, the once thriving heavenly court of the twilight of myth had long since vanished, and the great perfection Holy Spirit had left no trace of its calamity, with only a handful of memories of this small world lingering in the depths of existence. Just as now, this small realm was jointly governed by three forbidden beings within the celestial source and a formidable artifact of the nether. Suddenly, a vague celestial light returned from beyond the void, merging with myriad paths, stealthily infiltrating a celestial source. The Source Ghost, one of the taboo beings birthed from the Nether Sovereign's research on the Source Path, had never undergone a great calamity, yet its physical and spiritual forms were immensely powerful, rivaling that of ordinary path cultivators. It possessed an innate understanding of the Source Path, enabling it to traverse freely between the celestial and divine sources, seizing treasures sealed within. Source Ghost, what does the Eternal Life Sovereign say? Are you willing to collaborate with us to reclaim the underworld? Upon its return to the celestial source, a grand wave of divine consciousness resonated within the small realm, the voice of the celestial nether treasure echoing. Roar. Upon hearing this inquiry, the Source Ghost growled. Even within the celestial source, it could still move with freedom, producing a radiant source fruit, crunching it between its jaws before speaking. Eternal Life has completely lost his mind. Only thoughts of attaining immortality occupy his mind, neglecting the underworld and disregarding us. Alas, upon hearing this, from another celestial source, a forbidden being adorned in sacred light, possessing two divine visages, couldn't help but sigh. The ancient Primordial Mine's old beings from several mythic eras were also reluctant to intervene, wary of the Burial Emperor. Clearly, these were the celestial nether treasures, source deities, source demons, and source ghosts, creations of the Nether Sovereign, who held a profound fear of a burial path powerhouse like the Burial Emperor. Yet simultaneously, they harbored a deep yearning for Yuan Gen's path and laws. After all, the path mastered by the Burial Emperor was fundamentally distinct from that of the Nether Sovereign, yet they both originated from the same source, which would undoubtedly benefit them, especially the celestial nether treasures. No matter, I had originally planned to take action in the Burial Emperor's twilight years. I have already discovered the key to breaking the deadlock. They are merely extraneous. In response, the voice of the celestial nether treasure was devoid of any emotion, its tone somber. As long as we find the true celestial artifact, there is hope to suppress the Burial Emperor. With a clatter, as the words fell, the celestial nether treasure radiated light, and immediately, a magnificent illusion of celestial paths manifested within this small realm. Within the celestial source, the source deity, source ghost, and source demon squinted. Having never witnessed such an illusion of celestial matters before, it was a bronze celestial palace. That is, the source demon spoke, a taboo being cloaked in chaotic dark fur, its demonic light staining even the celestial source black. That is an ancient celestial artifact, once wielded during the mythic era, having lost its deity, yet remaining sufficiently defiant. As the celestial nether treasure spoke, a hint of anticipation crept into its cold voice. We know. We can entirely replace the deities within. Chapter 54. You remain hidden, I emerge. The unparalleled Kirin Emperor of this age is about to transcend. From an unknown day, a piece of news began to circulate throughout this vast universe. In recent years, many have had the privilege of witnessing the invincible sovereign of this age. Amidst the boundless mountains of the ancient star of Goching, upon the frigid expanse of the extreme north of the ancient star of Beidou, along the ancient paths of myriad races in the starry sky, and within the battlefield of gods from the mythic era. Undoubtedly, these were the very grounds where the illustrious Kirin Emperor once fought valiantly. Over 20,000 years ago, the youthful monarch swept through his adversaries on those battlefields, shedding blood in battle, and with his innate talent and indomitable will, carved out a realm of brilliance for himself. Alas, after the passage of 2 millennia, that once blue-haired youth, who wielded an eternal blue-gold staff, has faded into memory, replaced by a frail old man, his once formidable strength now diminished. Clad in loose royal robes that no longer reflect the valor of his youth, many have observed that by the side of the aged emperor often linger 2 diminutive figures. A boy and a girl, the young prince and princess, heirs to the unparalleled bloodline of the Kirin. However, in time, those children too vanished from his side, leaving behind a solitary figure that seemed to embody the very essence of loneliness, often standing for months atop a mountain on some ancient star. It was then that many came to realize the inexorable passage of time. It appeared that there were no longer any contemporaries of the Kirin Emperor in this universe. 6 or 7,000 years had elapsed, sufficient for the majority of beings in this cosmos to undergo a complete cycle of life. And with the Kirin Emperor now over 20,000 years old, the vast world bore no familiar faces. Now, as the Emperor's lifespan draws to a close, he finds himself bereft of old acquaintances with whom to reminisce, be they friends or foes, all have departed. We bid farewell to the unparalleled Kirin Emperor. Whenever the Kirin Emperor graces an ancient star with his presence, many bow deeply in his direction, for to them, he is the living embodiment of legends they have heard since childhood, and now, as those legends approach their conclusion, a wave of nostalgia washes over them. On this particular day, the Kirin Emperor personally invited Yuan Hong to venture forth. Together, they traversed the void, arriving at the outskirts of an ancient city suspended in the starry expanse, a celestial gate of considerable antiquity, its cryptic inscriptions narrating an unparalleled historical significance. The 72nd gate of the demon race. The Kirin Emperor did not lead Yuan Hong into the city, but instead brought him to the moon of this demon celestial gate, where in an inconspicuous corner lay a small mound of earth and a stone tablet, half the height of a person, inscribed with intricate characters. Regrettably, time had eroded the tablet, rendering the inscriptions nearly illegible. Here lies my final adversary in this life. Upon his death, I personally erected a tomb for him. The old Kirin stepped forward, shattering the stone tablet, revealing a fragment of a dilapidated tower, seemingly crafted from ethereal blue gold. Alas, the divinity within it had long been extinguished, reduced to an empty shell, destined to be ground into dust by the annals of history. Yet, the Kirin Emperor cared not. With a flicker of brilliance from his fingertips, a faint royal light restored the fragment into a complete 9-tiered, ethereal blue-gold tower, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. The old emperor recounted that his greatest rival on the path of royalty was a demon known as the ethereal divine cicada, a rare and formidable entity from a nameless star deep within the cosmos. Through relentless battles, slaughters, and evolution, it had ultimately ascended to the realm of quasi-imperial strength. Throughout their encounters, the Kirin Emperor and this formidable opponent engaged in but a singular battle, each hailing from opposite directions of the universe, clashing fiercely until they both attained the pinnacle of quasi-imperial prowess, at which point they agreed to a final confrontation on the battlefield of gods. That was the most arduous battle of my life. The ethereal divine cicada, master of the ethereal demon tower, matched me in bloodline, weaponry, talent, and conviction, and every move was a gamble for survival, where a misstep could lead to obliteration. The Kirin Emperor murmured his recollections of that rival, who, over 20,000 years ago, felt like a familiar stranger. As his second life nears its conclusion, he remains unable to forget that opponent. The path of royalty remembers not the vanquished. He strides forth alone, without descendants. 2 millennia have passed, and perhaps only I remain to recall his name. Soon, even this tomb may be forgotten, though aged. The Kirin Emperor, with trembling hands, resolutely crafted a new gravestone for his old rival, filled with reflections on the solitude of the path of royalty. Perhaps one day, his name too shall be buried beneath the sands of time. With great reverence, his fingers became as chisels, meticulously etching the name of his old adversary upon the gravestone, a tribute to the rival and a burial of his own past. Ethereal crown. As the final strokes of those 2 characters were inscribed, the Kirin Emperor could no longer maintain his form. The vitality within him waned at a visible pace, akin to a flickering lamp that has finally consumed its last vestige of oil. Boom. At that moment, the myriad rules of the cosmos erupted into violent turmoil, as if the very fabric of reality had shed some form of restraint, surging forth like a tsunami, sending tremors through every practitioner. Many understood that this signified the complete severance of the heavenly heart mark from the grasp of the reigning sovereign. In other words, the second life of the Kirin Emperor had come to an end. Emperor Ancestor, Great Ancestor. Wails of grief echoed throughout the Kirin ancestral star, as the clan felt an acute sense of disconnection from their bloodline. Even with preparations made, even with the old Kirin having arranged all affairs of his departure, this ancient star seemed to have lost its guiding spirit, overwhelmed by sorrow and confusion. Yuan Heng gazed toward that ancient star, where countless members of the Kirin lineage prostrated in homage to the heavens, the eternal blue-gold staff suspended in the starry void as a testament to remembrance, left behind to safeguard the heritage and essence of the Kirin clan. Meanwhile, beside Yuan Heng, the aged form of the Kirin Emperor had vanished, enveloped by a myriad of heavenly lights, transforming into a cerulean cocoon, surrounded by azure flames of the Dao, with the ethereal form of the four-cornered celestial Kirin faintly manifesting. This was the Kirin Emperor's third life, inspired by the four-cornered celestial Kirin manifestation of Master Yuan Heng and the Nirvana technique of the undying heavenly sovereign. He had first severed his connection to the heavenly heart mark, then commenced his metamorphosis, the old form giving rise to a new existence, striving to embrace a third life. Whoosh! The Emperor's transformation unleashed an overwhelming force, and to prevent the 72nd gate of the demon rays from fading into history, Yuan Heng immediately employed the celestial bell to protect this Dao cocoon for the Kirin Emperor. In truth, he harbored concerns. The third life metamorphosis was crucial yet arduous, necessitating the swift emergence of a renewed existence, for otherwise, with the end of his lifespan, even the most remarkable figures cannot escape the clutches of death. Fortunately, the Kirin Emperor's Dao cocoon did not keep Yuan Heng waiting long. Within merely a few hours, the azure flames upon the cocoon blazed intensely, resonating like a heartbeat, pulsating with life. With a rip, a sound pierced the air, and from within the cerulean cocoon, a tiny hand emerged, tender and seemingly freshly born. Yet as it met the wind, it swiftly transformed into the robust form of an adult. Soon after, a youth with flowing blue hair shattered the light cocoon, rising amidst the azure flames of the Kirin Dao, radiating vitality akin to the newborn sun, with all faculties in harmonious perfection. Congratulations on your third life. Yuan Heng withdrew the Kunlun celestial bell, placing a heavy hand upon the shoulder of the young man, feeling the vigorous blood pulsating within the Kirin Emperor, a smile gracing his face. Thank you, Brother Yuan. The third life is indeed vastly different. The Kirin Emperor displayed no hesitation, having achieved success in his third incarnation. He once again savored the essence of youth and power, and could not help but bow respectfully to Yuan Heng. As Yuan Heng had noted, with the completion of his third life, he truly experienced an unprecedented sensation. Although he had lost the heavenly heart mark, his insight, perception, and mastery over myriad paths had not diminished. Instead, they were rapidly enhancing. The journey ahead is long. Watch me closely. Yuan Heng felt a sense of joy for him. Yet at the same time, he no longer restrained his aura. The Wheel of the Sea, the Dao Palace, the Four Extremes, the Transformation of Dragons, and the Celestial Platform all roared in unison. In his third life, the Kirin Emperor had already resolved to live in seclusion. Meanwhile, he had decisively chosen to emerge from his retreat. Chapter 55. The Significance of the Ultimate Path. Another era has come to an end. In the underworld, within the Hall of the Buried Monarch, the Corpse Emperor's great bow leaned against a cold throne forged from nether iron, and the fluctuation of his divine consciousness rippled into Yuan Heng's ears. The heavenly heart mark is, after all, one of the most fundamental elements of the current universe. Even the slightest change in it could provoke disturbances throughout the cosmos, perceptible even within the ancient halls of the Underworld Supreme. Ah, the ages. Upon hearing this, Yuan Heng could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. The sovereigns and emperors of the celestial era were each synonymous with their times. In the long history of this universe, beings standing at the pinnacle of humanity were akin to heavy anchors, steadfast and unmoving amidst the tumultuous waves of time, possessing the power to stabilize the entire cosmos. Due to this uniqueness and supremacy, Yuan Heng often felt that the contemporary sovereigns were revered more than the celestial kings of the ancient era. In years past, I too was such an anchor, suppressing the universe, safeguarding sentient beings, with all souls paying homage to me, a singularity in the world. After millennia of discourse and idle chat, the Corpse Emperor had come to understand that the cosmic landscape of Yuan Heng's era was starkly different from the present. He himself had never unified with the heavenly heart mark, yet he began to recount tales from his own past, The Corpse Emperor held great nostalgia and pride for his path to enlightenment. During those times, the underworld was the most revered school of thought in the universe. Beings believed in the Corpse Emperor, venerating his true name and cherishing his contributions to the cosmos. He was indeed a worthy protector. He had once stood against the Forbidden Zone with sheer willpower, restored many life stars that had been shattered by the mythic wars of the past, and even personally set up formations to establish a supreme battlefield, striving to prevent future conflicts from engulfing all sentient beings. It was only after approximately 5,000 years into his second life that the Corpse Emperor, persuaded by a certain supreme of the underworld, resolutely severed his own life force. He detached from the heavenly heart, using the name of death to retreat into the depths of the underworld, no longer concerning himself with worldly affairs. Reflecting on his past, the Corpse Emperor considered himself not particularly noble. During the ancient times, there had been numerous dark upheavals in the universe, yet he had never intervened, even when chaos reigned. As long as it did not affect the underworld, he preferred to remain in slumber. The Nether Monarch often said that ultimately, one must live for oneself. This universe is unforgiving to all, including sovereigns. Each time one acts for the sake of sentient beings, it is akin to a meaningless depletion of one's life essence. Such selflessness is commendable, yet inevitably short-lived. As he spoke, the Corpse Emperor suddenly felt a sense of ennui. He realized that he had long since shed his youthful fervor. Over the years, he had witnessed the rise of many sovereigns and the fall of just as many, including the Solar Saint Emperor, who perished for the sake of sentient beings, alongside those who underwent drastic changes post-suicide, even instigating chaos. The Nether Monarch was not wrong. Those who sacrifice themselves for others are ultimately a rare breed. You have not wielded the butcher's knife against sentient beings, which is already commendable. Regarding the Corpse Emperor's words, Yuan Heng felt no aversion. Considering the situation, how many truly sanctified beings, like the Void Emperor and the Solar Saint Emperor, fought to the bitter end for sentient beings? In his eyes, sovereigns who willingly embrace natural demise are already moral exemplars. From another perspective, the Kirin Emperor ultimately chose to live for himself. Severing the heavenly heart in the twilight of his second life was to liberate himself from the distractions of his kin and trivial matters, feigning death to reclaim tranquility. This is merely the nature of humanity. Sentient beings require sovereigns, but they only need a stabilizing force. They do not concern themselves with who the sovereign is. For the vast majority of life forms, the existence of a sovereign is but a symbol, representing an overwhelmingly powerful being capable of subduing all. During this period, the universe remains stable, free from turmoil in the forbidden zones and the conflicts of cultivators vying for the path of sovereignty. I eagerly anticipate what kind of sovereign will emerge next, and what choices will be made when he reaches old age. Unaccountably, the Corpse Emperor's bow suddenly shifted direction, as if his gaze had been fixated on Yuan Heng for quite some time before he spoke again. You will witness it. Yuan Heng, or rather the deity concealed within Yuan Heng's kidney, revealed a faint smile. He lightly shook his spectral battle attire, rising from the heavy throne of death, with a deep, azure light flickering subtly in his eyes. Indeed, this motion elicited a hint of astonishment in the Corpse Emperor's voice, but he soon comprehended. A terrifying ancient supreme like the buried monarch indeed possessed the qualifications to wield the heavenly heart in the most direct and unrefined manner. With a swish, Yuan Heng's kidney deity gave a slight nod to the Corpse Emperor, and in the next moment, he transformed into a pure stream of water light, rushing into the depths of the universe. An era has concluded. Simultaneously, within the deep cosmos, several ancient life stars felt the changes in myriad paths, their long-sealed beings within divine sources expressing their sentiments. Most of these cultivators were the prodigies born during the 2 millennia of the Kirin Emperor's reign, some even hailing from the same grand era as the Kirin Emperor. Each was endowed with remarkable talent. Yet they found themselves born a few hundred years after the old Kirin or directly in the midst of his zenith, with no battles left to fight, thus resigned to sealing their fates. This universe is such that each individual struggles tirelessly on the path of sovereignty. No one will halt their steps for another. Regardless of the era from which the cultivators hail, as long as they can take that crucial first step ahead of others, they can leave everyone behind. A millennium of self-sealing would suffice. A new grand era is about to dawn, and I shall tread upon the path of supremacy, forging an immortal glory atop the corpses of my foes. On the ancient star of the Big Dipper, a jug brimming with silver blood energy roared. Hailing from the Silver Blood clan and still young, he was currently immersed in the rhythm of freedom's path. His clan was known as the Crowning Royals. Yet the crownless are ultimately crownless. He aims to shatter this curse and establish the name of the Silver Blood Royal clan. Let the ultimate ancient path commence. The Kunlun Celestial clan shall once again achieve brilliance under my hand. On the ancient star of Fei Xian, an ancient red divine bird also took flight. It was a Bai Fong, resembling a crane, 1 foot stepping upon the heavens, a legendary fire path avian, equally standing at the threshold of the Ding S9 heavens. 2 millennia of time is sufficient for ordinary beings to undergo countless cycles of reincarnation, are not rare within the universe. Some are content with the status quo, while others harbor ambitious dreams. Once the heavenly heart's suppression dissipates, these beings will immediately unleash the most brutal battles on the path of sovereignty. Boom. However, just as these beings were preparing to flex their muscles for the current sovereign's departure, they suddenly heard a thunderous sound echoing from the depths of the starry sky. Upon closer inspection, beneath the desolate expanse of the cosmos, a towering figure was found sitting cross-legged, having seemingly appeared there unbeknownst to anyone. His silhouette was imposing, clad in a silver-white royal battle robe that seemed woven from gentle moonlight. His features were profound, and the aura emanating from him was serene and stabilizing. In stark contrast, the inner sanctum of that person's body revealed an entirely different scene. The 5 great secret realms resembled 5 ancient great domains, each overshadowing the heavens. At the same time, they obscured the hopes of all who aspired to ascend the path of enlightenment. Chapter 56. Uniting with the Heart of Heaven. The mystical arts of the human body, within the realm of humanity, encompass 5 grand secret realms, each representing a distinct segment of the human form. These 5 secret realms, when separated, are known as the 5 realms. When united, they embody the entirety of the human being, giving rise to myriad profound transformations and the potential to manifest an array of divine abilities. However, all paths ultimately converge. When the mystical arts of the human body are cultivated to their zenith, the ultimate state must inevitably entail a seamless interconnection of the 5 grand secret realms, merging into one. The Wheel of Sea, the Palace of Dao, the 4 Extremities, and the Transformation of Dragon. These 4 significant secret realms are considered the evolution of physical divine powers, while the final realm, the Immortal Platform, serves as the dwelling place of the primordial spirit, signifying the complete amalgamation of the physical body and the primordial spirit's strength, devoid of any shortcomings. Yuan Gen has long stood at the threshold of this pivotal moment. Previously, he hesitated to forcibly challenge the Heart of Heaven's mark, fearing it would jeopardize the foundation of the Qilin Emperor. But now that the old Qilin has been severed from the Heart of Heaven, he no longer sees the need to restrain himself. Roar. When that stream of water light from the underworld penetrated Yuan Gen's lower back, his Palace of Dao and the burial path finally achieved perfect harmony. He let out a tremendous roar that resonated through the 33 layers of heavens. In that instant, the thunderous sound emanating from his spine resembled a true dragon's roar, as billions of auspicious colors surged forth from the Wheel of Sea, the Palace of Dao, the 4 Extremities, and the Transformation of Dragon, akin to mighty rivers flowing into the Immortal Platform. All of this is the culmination of Yuan Gen's 5,000 years of cultivation within the mystical arts of the human body. During his training in the ancient celestial methods, the lunar seed represented the universe he sought to refine, while in his second life, he completely abandoned the habitual thinking of the ancient celestial methods, evolving the 5 grand secret realms from the perspective of a practitioner from a world-shrouding era, the physical body and the primordial spirit. When the formidable powers of numerous secret realms accumulated to their utmost, Yuan Gen sensed that both his physical form and primordial spirit had reached unparalleled strength. His dragon-like spine roared, channeling all his will and power towards the Immortal Platform where the primordial spirit resided. Boom. Such an action sent tremors throughout the entire universe. The imprint of the previous emperor's path had yet to dissipate when a being attempted to forcibly attain the Dao, clearly violating some fundamental principle and provoking a dreadful backlash. Roar. At a certain moment, a rune more radiant than the sun suddenly coalesced in the void, and as soon as it appeared, it descended upon Yuan Gen's brow, seemingly bearing the image of a deep blue Qilin, its form more resplendent than the galaxy, its vitality soaring, synchronizing with that mark as it advanced towards Yuan General undoubtedly. This was the manifestation of the Qilin Emperor's imperial path, preserved within the Heart of Heaven's mark, with the universe mimicking this Qilin to suppress all beings that dared defy the heavens. Truly, the Heart of Heaven is formidable. Outside the 72nd barrier of the demon clan, the Qilin Emperor, who had already experienced his third life, couldn't help but grin. The Dao shadow that the Heart of Heaven imitated possessed the pinnacle of the great path he had evolved to in his later years of the second life, along with the vitality he had cultivated to its utmost during his prime, undoubtedly his best state. To speak candidly, this state of the Qilin Emperor's Dao shadow was even more powerful than his prime in the second life. Transformation of the Moon. Yet, in the face of this Dao shadow, which was even more formidable than the true body of the second life Qilin Emperor, Yuan Gen displayed no trepidation. His focus remained on reaching the pinnacle of humanity. He merely raised his hands slightly, and a flawless lunar star materialized in his grasp. The moon, a celestial body, inherently epitomizes the ultimate evolution of the lunar Dao. After cultivating the mystical arts of the human body, Yuan Gen, using the Wheel of Sea as a guide and the immortal platform as a mirror, created this forbidden technique. The light of the bright moon was gentle, yet in Yuan Gen's hands, it transformed into a wheel of the great path, colliding with the Qilin Emperor's Dao shadow, causing the very fabric of the universe to tilt, obliterating countless star rivers. Splutter. Unsurprisingly, the Qilin Emperor's Dao shadow could only withstand Yuan Gen's assault for a fleeting moment before being sent reeling. One of its claws shattered into a mist of blood as the immortal moon wheel came crashing down upon the Qilin Emperor's chest. No wonder, throughout history, those who attempted to forcibly withstand the suppression of the preceding emperor to attain the Dao had almost all met with failure. Facing an already established and supremely potent contemporary emperor, the vast majority of aspiring Taoists in the universe would find it nearly impossible to succeed in this endeavor. Yuan Gen pondered the future of Gai Jiuyu, truly feeling a pang of regret for that extraordinary talent. With his qualifications, had he chosen to wait, attaining the Dao would have been a certainty. Indeed, even against other great emperors, he would have had hopes of defying the heavens. Alas, his predecessor was the Azure Emperor, that unparalleled lotus. Fortunately, Yuan Gen was not Gai Jiuyu. The Grand Moon heavenly wheel danced, and he decisively crushed the Qilin Emperor's Dao shadow with the most forceful means, unleashing the roaring light of the lunar essence to envelop the heart of heaven's mark, erasing all remnants of the Qilin Emperor's great path. Thunderous. Having lost the residual pressure of the great path within the heart of heaven's mark, Yuan Gen's breakthrough faced no further hindrances. Drawing upon his unfathomable accumulation, he merely needed to attempt a few times before he surmounted that weighty barrier, achieving the ultimate interconnection of the 5 grand secret realms, thereby attaining the Dao. Crack. At the very moment Yuan Gen achieved success, the already tumultuous rules of heaven and earth erupted into a frenzy. Billions of threads of law intertwining to form a dense web of rule chains that blanketed the entire starry sky. These were not true chains but the manifestation of the heavenly Dao, the supreme heavenly punishment. They evolved into an ocean of earthly fire, wind, and water, calamity soil, Dao fire, fierce winds, and weak waters. Each essence of the earthly fire and water was supremely noble, engulfing the cosmos. Yet Yuan Gen perceived clearly that amidst the earthly fire and water, 36 towering pillars stood resolutely, each inscribed with a multitude of obscure runes. When those runes converged, they transformed into some exalted celestial form. Fusang, Laurel, Qilin, True Phoenix, White Tiger. These were the elixirs of immortality. Standing amidst the sea of calamity formed by earthly fire and water, Yuan Gen gazed at the 36 colossal pillars, which exuded a magnificent dominance, embodying an unparalleled status that seemed to transcend the limits of humanity, reaching towards a higher, more profound realm. Yuan Gen discerned that, seemingly influenced by some rule, the laws of those 36 pillars had not fully evolved into the true realm of the celestial Dao, yet they were remarkably close. Each pillar, when struck down, could undoubtedly injure the immortal emperor. Fortunately, these pillars did not descend directly. Under Yuan Gen's scrutiny, most of the heavenly pillars quickly became ephemeral, ultimately leaving only 9, majestically standing amidst the sea of calamity. Xuanwu, Qilin, Fusang, Laurel, Bodhi, Pantao. Yuan Gen rested his forehead, identifying the 9 distinct elixirs of immortality. Watching as the 9 towering pillars dissipated into 9 entirely different figures, a smile inevitably gracing his face. Yet, in an instant, the expression on Yuan Gen's face shifted to one of seriousness and excitement. He opened his arms as if to embrace the 9 peerless sovereigns from afar, also celebrating his journey to a sufficiently powerful domain within the mystical arts of the human body. At this moment, a voice, infused with all of Yuan Gen's strength, reverberated through the starry sky. I am named, the Eternal Emperor. Chapter 57, The Eternal Emperor. Yuan Gen had doubted more than once that the elixirs of immortality in this realm were treasures left behind by the Emperor of Desolation for his homeland. Their essence was too lofty. Each elixir surpassed the realms of true immortality and transcendence, belonging to those supreme kings who, at their zenith, could subdue all realms and govern the existence and annihilation of vast universes. Today, taking advantage of Yuan Gen's extraordinary calamity, these long-dormant elixirs of immortality finally revealed a glimpse of their former majesty to the world, as 9 towering figures appeared, collectively gazing down upon Yuan Gen. The ethereal shadows of these beings manifest, some with flowing golden hair, cascading like a blazing sun, incinerating myriad paths, while others transform into exquisite third-grade celestial lotuses. Standing apart from the ages, untouched by mundane filth, and yet others clasp their hands in reverence, their golden forms towering, eyes reflecting both compassion and warmth, as well as wrath and majesty. The celestial king of the blue lotus, the sovereign of the coiling dragon, the king of the golden crow, the venerable monk king, the celestial king of the black tortoise. Yuan Heng diligently identifies these figures. Their names, renowned since the ancient celestial era, resonate like thunder. Some hail from the celestial domain, while others belong to the primordial ancient realms, each standing at the pinnacle of the cultivator's pyramid across all realms. Now, he must battle such extraordinary beings. Boom. The first to strike is the venerable monk king, a former master of Mount Sumru, unmatched in the realm of faith and willpower. His golden form an extraordinary manifestation of body refinement rarely seen in the primordial ancient realms. A hint of compassionate smile graces his face as a radiant golden hand descends upon Yuan Heng's forehead, the true Buddha's unfurling palm. Yuan Heng has heard of this monk's profound technique, personally imparted by the venerable monk king. The Buddha's hand is unparalleled, whether as a fist, finger, or palm, each move capable of amplifying the practitioner's flaws and vulnerabilities infinitely, rendering escape impossible. Transforming moon. He dares not take this lightly. The illusory lunar disk in his hand spins, reflecting the image of the jade rabbit, merging with the moon disk to confront the true Buddha's unfurling palm head-on. Crack! At that moment, the cry of the golden crow reverberates, and the blazing sun fire ignites spontaneously. A remarkably majestic man with flowing golden hair strides through the air, wielding a golden crow celestial sword, sharp as the beak of a divine bird, ready to pierce the cosmos. On another front, the sovereign of the coiling dragon approaches with heavy steps, each footfall resonating with an incredible vitality contained within his coiling dragon staff, yet burdened with boundless destruction. Roar. In the distance, the roar of the giant tortoise shakes the heavens. The celestial king of the black tortoise appears as a venerable elder with white hair and beard, forming seals in the void, conjuring a series of stars to strike at Yuan Heng. In this moment, the assaults of the four sovereigns converge, sending shivers down Yuan Heng's spine. Although their powers and principles are suppressed to the human level, they wield true celestial king techniques, making it exceedingly challenging for Yuan Heng, even with his mastery of the same tier, to contend. Entombing the cycles of existence, he unleashes his strength, a beam of burial light erupting from his brow, striking the golden crow king's primordial spirit, causing the golden crow celestial sword to momentarily halt in the void. However, the assaults from the sovereign of the coiling dragon and the celestial king of the black tortoise continue unabated, while the venerable monk king executes another true Buddha's unfurling palm, sending Yuan Heng crashing backward, blood spilling from his mouth, flying away. Truly, he is a former pinnacle celestial king. Yet, amidst his backward flight, a smile of exhilaration graces Yuan Heng's face. The venerable monk king, the sovereign of the coiling dragon, the golden crow king, these are undoubtedly the former apex celestial kings. Unparalleled in their paths and laws, to battle such opponents is a rare opportunity for him. His destination is not merely to become a pinnacle celestial king. Entombing the universe and all heavens, he utters a thunderous roar, invoking another grand technique of the burial king, as rich lunar celestial light surges from within him, transforming into an infinite burial light that envelopes the 9 apex celestial king's manifestations. Immediately, Yuan Heng redirects his body, charging toward the celestial kings. As Yuan Heng undergoes tribulation, the calamities of earth, fire, wind, and water engulf the starry skies, leaving no one aware of what transpires. The level of this calamity is too profound. Even with the ancient royal weapon, one must fully awaken it to merely glimpse the events unfolding. Those truly qualified to perceive this great tribulation fall into silence. Is that the elixir of immortality? Within the divine ruins, an ancient being, having slumbered in the celestial source for countless years, murmurs to itself. This supreme entity is a sovereign from the early primordial era, who once devoted much of his life to uncovering the truths of the elixir of immortality. Now, gazing upon Yuan Heng's tribulation, especially upon seeing the figure of the celestial king of the black tortoise, he feels an icy chill enveloping his limbs. This ancient sovereign glances with trepidation beside him, where, by the massive celestial source akin to a small mountain, the everlasting divine herb, specifically, the black tortoise's elixir of immortality, stares with bewildered eyes, pondering something unknown. Deep within a colossal dragon vein on the ancient star of the Big Dipper, the peach of immortality takes root amidst a hidden array, its serpentine trunk glowing, while dense green leaves rustle in the gentle breeze, striving to capture an extraordinary essence of the cosmos. What Brother Yuan spoke of is indeed true. The elixir of immortality is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the Kirin Emperor gazes toward the direction of the calamity, Having just lived through his third life, he clearly perceives 9 figures amidst the sea of tribulations, one of which bears the majestic Kirin visage, exuding an aura of authority and power surpassing even that of the Kirin Emperor himself. Roar! With this thought, the Kirin Emperor no longer hesitates. He lets out a low growl and plunges into Yuan Heng's sea of tribulations. His target unmistakably the Kirin Celestial King engaged in the assault on Yuan Heng. Roar! As heavenly light flickers, the Kirin Celestial King suddenly turns in the tumult of tribulations, unhesitatingly lunging at the Kirin Emperor. This is a white Kirin, not one of the 10 fiends of ancient celestial times, but rather an even more ancient being, perhaps a progenitor or ancestor of the Kirin Celestial King. In their clash, the disparity between the Kirin Emperor and the Kirin Celestial King is evident. Despite having lived through his third life, the Kirin Emperor finds himself unable to compete, being reduced to blood mist twice within mere exchanges, ejected from the sea of tribulations. Yet, even so, the Kirin Emperor remains invigorated. He rushes to a star, savoring each detail of the Kirin Celestial King's previous moves. All beings capable of witnessing the battle within the sea of tribulations comprehend that Yuan Heng is the true protagonist of this monumental calamity. Even when faced with the assault of 9 terrifying existences, he continues to fight tenaciously, with the 9 powerful figures serving as the sharpest whetstones, allowing his primordial spirit and physical form to grow amidst the fierce battle. This great calamity persists for 10 days and nights, and ultimately, the 9 figures, renowned throughout history, vanish, leaving only the sturdy, deeply featured man amidst the sea of tribulations, undergoing a fundamental transformation. The Wheel of Seas, the Palace of Paths, the 4 Extremes. The transformation of dragons, the celestial platform. Under the guidance of supreme will, the depths of the 5 foundational principles resonate with a thunderous roar, intertwining and merging until they all vanish, coalescing into a profound humanoid universe, standing resolutely in the void. The 5 great human secret realms achieve complete interconnection, marking the highest realm of cultivation within the human domain. The path ahead becomes severed, necessitating independent continuation to seek the methods of becoming an immortal. Ding! At this moment, a pure imprint suddenly appears on the back of Yuan Heng's hand. It is the Heavenly Heart Seal, signifying he has transcended all tribulations and possesses the qualification to wield this supreme mark. Unite! Yuan Heng softly commands, and the Heavenly Heart, representing the cosmic essence, is instantly consumed within him. In that moment, he feels himself merging with the entire universe, standing above all sentient beings. My name is the Eternal Emperor. He speaks again, this time requiring no exertion of magical power, merely invoking the Heavenly Heart. His voice resonates throughout the cosmos. Chapter 58, The Boundless Faith. My name is the Eternal Emperor. The power of the Heavenly Heart Seal allows Yuan Heng's voice to effortlessly traverse every corner of the universe, wherever the path exists. The Heavenly Heart Seal can exert its influence. Simultaneously, the myriad rules that had run rampant due to the absence of a reigning emperor begin to calm in the wake of Yuan Heng's presence. With the Heavenly Heart under a master, it serves as a barrier to the myriad paths, extinguishing any hope of others crossing this threshold. Thus, it follows that should anyone attempt to forcibly attain enlightenment, they must first shatter the suppression imposed by Yuan Heng himself. A simple assessment reveals that this level of difficulty is akin to asking a nascent emperor of the ninth heaven to challenge a semi-immortal sovereign. Hail the Eternal Emperor! Yet, within the cosmos, the vast majority of beings are utterly indifferent to the so-called heavenly suppression. Countless ancient stars and myriad life source planets are home to an unfathomable multitude of sentient beings, all of whom are bowing in reverence, chanting the name of the Eternal Emperor. Although many find it hard to accept that a new sovereign can forcefully ascend to power immediately following the fall of a previous emperor, they soon come to terms with it. The existence of an emperor signifies enduring peace throughout the universe, and the identity of that emperor is of little consequence to them. Hail the Eternal Emperor! On the ancient star of Ziwei, the quasi-emperor Si Yanning kneels properly atop a high platform, fervently proclaiming the title of the Eternal Emperor. Behind her, a multitude of practitioners from ancient sects of the Sun, Moon, and Ziwei gather, united in their worship of the Eternal Emperor. Through the connection of faith and will, they have come to realize that the Eternal Emperor is none other than the Yuan Geng Tianzuan they have revered for many years. With Yuan Geng now officially grasping the heart of the heavens, the faith systems of the 3 human emperors, Ziwei, the Moon, and the Sun, are undoubtedly strengthened. The human race is destined for great prosperity. Contemplating this, the expressions of the many sages on Ziwei star become even more reverent, as the faith in the 3 human emperors undoubtedly bolsters the confidence of humanity in this era. Hail the Eternal Emperor! In the realm of the underworld, Numerous practitioners from the various veins of the Nether are also kneeling towards the Tomb Emperor's hall. Behind them, countless spectral soldiers and ghostly generals prostrate themselves, offering their loyalty and faith. It is no secret within the underworld that Yuan Gen is both the Eternal Emperor and the Tomb Emperor, much like how the former Nether Sovereign once held the title of Source Sovereign. Such titles merely signify the unparalleled power held by the current ruler of the underworld in many respects. The various veins of the underworld firmly believe that the Tomb Emperor will be a pivotal figure in the resurgence of their realm. After all, Yuan Gen once withstood the might of the heavenly Nether treasure, and the resonance of the Tomb of Heaven and Earth is something the practitioners of the underworld will never forget in their lifetimes. Boom. Even Yuan Gen himself had not anticipated that merely declaring his name to the universe would attract an unimaginable influx of faith. From the perspective of faith and will, countless tiny glimmers suddenly illuminate every corner of the cosmos. Most of these glimmers emanate from the mundane, appearing as insignificant flickers of light. However, if one were to scale this up to a life source planet, it would become an ocean of faith vast enough to submerge stars. In that moment, Yuan Gen felt as if innumerable such oceans of faith were converging, rushing towards him from every corner of the universe, accompanied by the adoration, prayers, and aspirations of countless mortals, seeking to merge with his corporeal and spiritual forms. Naturally, Yuan Gen would not allow these faith energies to fully integrate into his being. He perceived each fragment of faith as immensely burdensome. He had no desire to tread the path of celestial monks or Amitabha Buddha, burdened by the masses, where a misstep could lead to being swept away and having his own will suppressed. With a flourish, he performed the spirit offering technique, summoning a towering celestial willow behind him. Radiant celestial light interwove above the willow, forming a jade-colored disc that absorbed all the faith energy into itself. Subsequently, Yuan Gen placed the jade disc within the celestial platform, ensuring that all future faith energies directed towards him could be contained within this disc. The ancestral spirit offering technique is indeed simple and practical. A single jade disc can completely isolate the influence of faith energy on the practitioner. How does it feel to have the heart of the heavens within your being, transcending the universe? In the distance, the Chilean Emperor strides forth from the starry void, his azure hair cascading over his shoulders, his aura vibrant like the rising sun, yet his gaze reflects a profound weariness. Approaching Yuan Gen, he smiles and remarks, "Not bad. It can help me advance a few steps." Yuan Gen glances at the Chilean Emperor, noting that this fellow had previously exchanged over a dozen blows with the illusory figure of the Chilean's immortality elixir, undoubtedly suffering severe injuries. Yet, thanks to his robust vitality from the third generation, he has fully recovered and is now in peak condition. The heart of the heavens mark has entered his being, aligning with Yuan Gen's expectations. While it is indeed a high-level phenomenon that enhances his understanding of the essence of all paths, that is all there is to it. Perhaps in 7,000 or 8,000 years, he could sever this mark. As expected of you, the Chilean Emperor said without further elaboration, then cautioned, "I noticed you absorbed quite a bit of faith energy, along with that sapling of the immortality elixir. Be wary, for those things do not originate from within yourself. I believe you should not delve too deeply. Have you not studied faith energy in your two reigns?" Yuan Gen inquired, turning to the elder Chilean. Ever since the last encounter with the undying Taoist, he felt this fellow lacked any comprehension of faith energy, and it appears he was correct. What is there to study? Life is precious. Faith energy ultimately does not come from oneself, so there's no need to squander time, the Chilean Emperor replied. In truth, this sentiment is not only shared by the Chilean Emperor, but also reflects the simple understanding of faith energy held by the majority of ancient emperors. They believe that external faith energy is not one's own path and must eventually be severed. Thereafter, emperors will discard such things as if they were worn-out shoes, never to cast a glance at them again throughout their lives. One could only say that the path of cultivation, rooted in the self, has instilled a strong obsession within the practitioners of the Shrouded Sky era to seek within, and they are generally unwilling to rely on external forces unless absolutely necessary. I will impart to you several techniques of the spirit offering method. Since you will be residing on the ancient star of Inghua for an extended period, you can nurture my Bodhi tree while also comprehending some techniques related to faith energy, Yuan Gen declared, tossing a bone fragment into the Chilean Emperor's hands. He pondered seriously and then handed over the jade disc designed to contain faith energy, advising him, according to our plan, starting from the third generation, the Chilean Emperor will take up residence in the ancient realm beneath the eye of Inghua. This is not only because Yuan Gen's path to immortality requires someone to guard it, but also because the realm continuously yields life-sustaining substances from the extraordinary world, effectively prolonging the Emperor's lifespan. In truth, Yuan Gen harbored no confidence regarding whether the Chilean Emperor could survive into the fourth generation. Ultimately, the elder Chilean merely exemplifies the average level of ancient emperors. It was only through Yuan Geng teaching him the nirvana technique of the Undying Emperor and the immortal Qilin method that he managed to live through the third generation. Yuan Geng felt there was little more to teach him. Rather than waiting for the elder Qilin's third generation to end and lead to self-destruction, it would be wiser to initiate a semi-sealing process in advance, relying on diminished life signs and life-sustaining substances to extend his life. What do you plan to do next? The Qilin Emperor had no objections to Yuan Geng's arrangements. He was merely curious about what actions this unfettered ancient would take after attaining enlightenment. That is indeed a question, Yuan Geng replied, interlacing his fingers behind his back and contemplating. The universe has its own operational rules, and the latter part of the ancient era has not witnessed much turmoil. As the reigning emperor of this generation, he seems to have a bit of leisure. After a long pause, he finally spoke softly. How about constructing a life source planet? To drive the great changes of the era and promote the prosperity of the starry skies aligns with the ancient methods I once practiced. Chapter 59, Forging a Life Source Planet. The life source planets of the shrouded sky universe are entirely different from the ordinary concept of stars. They are colossal celestial bodies beyond imagination, nurturing the source of life and capable of effortlessly sustaining vast multitudes of mundane beings. Take the ancient star of Beidou as an example. That star is a manifestation of 5 continents evolved from a quasi-emperor level chaotic body, with each continent's area being astonishingly vast, mountains and great lakes spanning millions or even tens of millions of miles. In relation to the life source planet, the sun and moon stars are merely orbiting satellites, their foundations far too deep, akin to an oasis within a desolate cosmos, capable of supporting the brilliance of a superclan. Since the mythological era, the cosmic landscape has undergone countless transformations. Some ancient life source stars have perished entirely amid relentless calamities, while others have steadfastly endured to the present day. Moreover, entirely new life source stars have risen, assuming significant roles upon the stage of history. The Big Dipper, flying immortals, the Pleiades, eternity, and the Purple Star. These celestial bodies have served as indispensable beacons in the universe for millennia. Humanity has long grown accustomed to their presence. Even in the face of cataclysmic trials, their positions remain unshaken. Bidding farewell to the Qilin Emperor, Yuan Geng, endowed with the formidable force of the heavenly heartmark, perceives the vastness of this universe. The starry sky is boundless, with an incalculable number of desolate and lifeless stars. Yet those deserving the title of life source stars are as rare and precious as pearls scattered across a barren desert. In his celestial deliberations, he swiftly identifies a sufficiently desolate expanse of starry sky, situated approximately between the Purple Star and the flying immortals, with a distance far exceeding that of the ancient pathways of the demon race. Open. Upon selecting the location, a strand of imperial majesty emanates from his being, shattering countless desolate and dead stars into dust. Under Yuan Geng's will, the debris flows, converging and intertwining. In the distance, even more desolate stars erupt, and a tremendous amount of cosmic dust and meteorites coalesce, evolving into a celestial body larger than the sun. Simultaneously, Yuan Geng continuously chants incantations, forming seals and extracting rune after rune from the myriad rules of the cosmos, embedding them deep within the star. Clang. Moments later, a resonant chime emanates from his brow as an ethereal bell materializes, from which a resplendent 5-colored celestial blade and several fragments of blood-red bones emerge, cradled in his hands. The 5-colored celestial blade, a weapon bequeathed by the immortal emperor of old, has had its divine essence shattered by Yuan Geng, leaving only the blade forged from celestial gold. Its connection to the phoenix path still shimmering resplendently. The blood-red fragments, remnants of the past, are the result of the immortal emperor's collection of blood and bones from several supreme entities, along with weapons, primordial spirits, and an abundance of quasi-emperor essence, crafted into a blood pool that could aid the phoenix in its rebirth, a significant boon acquired during the divine wars. Regrettably, the immortal emperor, aware of his inability to rival Yuan Geng, shattered that blood pool before his demise, resulting in the dissipation of most of its nurtured divine materials, leaving but a fraction behind. Yuan Geng gazes upon the celestial blade and the blood pool, igniting a pure white flame of the Dao in his hands, causing both to blaze before casting them into the life source star below. In the age of the immortals, was this your method of reciprocating to the heavens? Astonishingly, the celestial bell does not immediately depart upon witnessing Yuan Geng's actions. Instead, an ancient deity materializes beneath the bell, fixated on Yuan Geng as he incinerates those 2 treasures. Visibly, the 2 treasures are engulfed by the white flames of the Dao, the transformative power converting celestial gold and the essence of supreme beings into the void, returning to the cosmos to nourish this nascent star. After vanquishing foes, transforming their bodies and weapons into the Dao is a widely embraced philosophy. Practitioners having derived their paths from heaven during life, also return to heaven in death, aligning with the principles of conservation and unity, as well as the expectations of the 6 paths of reincarnation Immortal Kings. Yuan Gen adeptly invokes the transformative fire, erasing the Dao patterns belonging to the immortal emperor from the blade while articulating. As for the Immortal Kings, they often draw upon other universes from beyond, integrating them into our realm. This is a splendid method for expanding the fundamental source of the Great Realm, frequently employed by the rulers in the immortal domain. In the face of this artifact of the immortal Dao realm, Yuan Gen feels little need for concealment. Over the years, he has exchanged much knowledge concerning the ancient immortals and their pasts with the celestial bell, fostering a harmonious rapport. It is hard to imagine the allure of augmenting a realm's fundamental source by drawing in other universes. The deity of the celestial bell, in awe, observes Yuan Gen as he completely transforms the blood pool and the 5-colored celestial blade into nothingness. Subsequently, Yuan Gen extracts a piece of the primordial fate stone from the bell, severing it in half, and shatters the other portion, merging it into the life star below. Undoubtedly, this serves as a means to enhance the star's essence. Disparities exist among life source stars, and only those with sufficiently profound origins can nurture the rare treasures found throughout the cosmos. The brilliance is indisputable, yet the era also harbors its share of harsh realities. Having spent considerable time in this age, reflecting back reveals that, in some respects, our past is quite lamentable, with many aspects less favorable than the present. Yuan Gen invokes the heavenly heart once more, drawing forth the principles of life and death, the 5 elements, and the cosmos from the myriad rules, earnestly refining them before integrating them into the life star below. You may find it hard to comprehend, but the method of the human body's secret realm is a remarkable creation, he muses. This greatness is unrelated to whether the ancient immortal methods have been deciphered by foreign realms or the progress of their originators. What matters most is that it has indeed supplanted the ancient immortal methods, becoming the mainstream of the universe. The method of the human body's secret realm has made it possible for everyone to ascend like dragons. Recalling the ancient immortal age, one must possess a Dao seed upon reaching a certain level of cultivation. The strength of the Dao seed ultimately determines the limits of the practitioner. If the Dao seed is inadequate, even the most exceptional talent is rendered futile. This has led to powerful practitioners controlling the sources of Dao seeds, disseminating them internally through lineage and bloodlines, denying truly exceptional talents from the lowest tiers the opportunity to acquire the highest level Dao seeds. Conversely, some offspring of great immortal clans, despite lacking extraordinary talents, can effortlessly obtain flawless Dao seeds due to their bloodlines. Even Yuan Gen himself, with the backing of an ancient nation, had a celestial spirit aiding him. Without the attention and assistance of the 6-eared celestial monkey, he might never have had the chance to acquire the flawless immortal seed in this lifetime. However, in this era of embodying the seed, be it royal elites or humble beasts of the mountains, every living being's physical form is equal, each possessing the opportunity to cultivate the same secret realm of the body and embark on a path of supreme elevation. As for scriptures and legal systems, these can all be supplemented postnatally. The physical Dao seed is of utmost importance. Among the successful figures, the one who evokes the most admiration from Yuan Gen is named Zuyuking. Having spent considerable time in this era, I find myself rather fond of it, he sighs, reflecting that as the contemporary emperor, leaving something behind for this universe is not a trivial endeavor. Standing at Yuan Gen's height, he finds himself reasonably at ease. In his perception of the era of the Great Cover, the latter part of the ancient period did not witness any significant turmoil, allowing him ample time for calm cultivation. However, the butterfly of fate has already begun to flutter its wings. Chapter 60. The collapse of the former path to immortality in another realm. The ancient star of Gao Chen, adjacent to the 33rd pass of the human race's ancient road, is exceedingly distant from the likes of the Big Dipper and the Purple Star. It is a star predominantly inhabited by humans and demons, with other celestial races falling somewhat short. According to legend, this is one of the oldest life source stars that has existed since the mythological age, once becoming the epicenter of this universe. It has given rise to formidable demon sovereigns and has had paths to immortality opened upon its surface, resonating with the heartbeat of the times. Yet since the ancient era, Gao Chen has seemingly fallen into a prolonged silence, with no sovereigns emerging among demons, humans, or other races. Millions of years have flowed by, seemingly washing away all brilliance from this star. Indeed, even in this epoch, 3 quasi-emperors still preside over Gao Chen, and demon sovereigns maintain order. However, the most promising prodigies here remain unsatisfied, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next era of great contention. But today, deep beneath the immeasurable mountains of Gao Chen, An unexpected guest distorts the void and suddenly materializes from thin air. Before me stands a towering figure, cloaked in a thick, ebony mane. Its majestic form proudly asserting itself within this expansive realm. The dark strands of fur writhe wildly, casting the surrounding space into an inky abyss. This is the Source Demon, one of the supreme creations of the path of the underworld, akin to the source deities and source spirits. The ancient formations of the supreme beings. This celestial sphere indeed conceals remarkable secrets worthy of exploration. At this moment, the Source Demon is not confined within the celestial source, but is openly exposed, its gaping maw revealing a menacing grin. Despite its supreme powers being reined in, the overwhelming laws of its corporeal form still cause the very fabric of space to warp slightly. Before it lies a colossal bronze gate, a remnant from an unknown era, weathered by time and now rusted. Yet the intricate formations engraved upon it remain remarkably intact. Perhaps it bears the insignia of an ancient demon sovereign from the Goching Star. For this ancient celestial body once opened a path to immortality, potentially sealing away profound mysteries. Suspended 3 feet above the Source Demon, an icy ripple of divine thought emanates from the celestial underworld treasure, as if a pair of eyes had been opened, scrutinizing the formations on the bronze gate for an extended period before uttering, "Shall we breach it?" This bronze door possesses unique qualities, meriting the meticulous arrangement of a complete path formation. Perhaps the celestial palace lies within. Upon hearing these words, the smile upon the Source Demon's visage grew ever more sinister, its dark fur bristling, and a strange, chilling aura emanating from its grin. No need. Do not squander your lifespan any further. If we are not to locate the desired place this time, we shall trouble you to make another journey to the celestial underworld. It resolutely declined. In pursuit of the bronze celestial palace capable of subduing the burial emperor, the celestial underworld treasure, accompanied by the 3 Source Demons, has explored numerous mythic ruins previously uncharted for centuries, yet yielded little fruit. They even discovered remnants of the 9-turn elixir left by the deity of morality, yet still found no trace of the celestial palace. Let us hope for a fruitful outcome this time. With this thought, the celestial underworld treasure immediately emitted wisps of dark, ethereal light, which swiftly spread along an arcane trajectory, enveloping the entire bronze gate. Open. Following this command, the brilliance of the celestial underworld treasure intensified. The dark ethereal light quivered, and in an instant, it clashed with the flawless path formation on the bronze door, leading to their mutual obliteration. Witnessing this, the Source Demon's low, ominous laughter grew more exuberant and chilling. It strode forward, delivering a powerful kick to the bronze gate, which had already weathered the ravages of time, instantly reducing it to dust. The Source Demon peered beyond the gate, only to discover that what lay sealed behind it was an expansive world, adorned with celestial mountains that stretched like ridges, great rivers rushing towards the sea, flocks of divine birds soaring gracefully, and pairs of white deer meandering leisurely, a true depiction of a paradise on earth. However, as the Source Demon stepped inside, the reflections of all celestial realms vanished in an instant. No longer were there mountains or rivers, only an endless expanse of desolation littered with exposed bones and remnants of fallen warriors. This was once an ancient battlefield, where multiple beings of the path had clashed. The Source Demon murmured to itself, recognizing the complexity of this realm, and without hesitation, merged with the celestial underworld treasure. The 2 formidable creations of the underworld proceeded with caution, wary of encountering misfortune on this forsaken battlefield. Their essences intertwined, enhancing their combat prowess to its zenith. As they traversed the void rapidly towards the heart of this world, the deeper they ventured, the more the 2 creations of the underworld sensed the extraordinary resonance of the Dao, as peculiar materials surged into them. Longevity material. This place actually harbors longevity material. The deities of the celestial underworld treasure, unfamiliar with the concept of longevity, perhaps felt little significance, but the Source Demon acutely recognized the wonder of this extraordinary substance, which was repairing its state and extending its lifespan. As a creation of the underworld, the Source Demon was aware of the existence of longevity material, but had encountered it only a few times, with the most memorable instance being within the Immortal Tomb, a region said to have buried true immortals, where the concentration of longevity material was exceedingly sparse. Yet now, the density of longevity material in this ancient realm surpassed that of the Immortal Tomb by a considerable margin. What secrets does this ancient realm conceal? Contemplating this, the Source Demon quickened its pace, requesting the celestial underworld treasure to release the source deity and source spirit. The 3 creations of the underworld broke through the celestial source in unison, greedily absorbing the longevity material of this realm, while simultaneously charging towards the center of the world. At last, upon reaching the center of this realm, they grasped the situation. Before them lay an emptiness, save for a palm-sized opening suspended in the void. Gazing inward, they beheld only an endless chaos, a tumultuous intertwining of Dao rules that obscured all. Surrounding the opening were several scattered remnants and bones, their Dao patterns eroded. But it was clear to all that these belonged to beings of the utmost path. The source demon attuned itself, sensing that the longevity material flowed from the chaotic opening. Although it was merely palm-sized, it seemed to lead to another ancient realm, a realm of longevity. The path to immortality. The source demon roared. Indeed, the path to immortality. Did the supreme beings of the mythic age come here, sealing this realm with path formations, and then determine the quotas for ascension through a battle to the death? The source deity conjectured, recalling the supreme formations that sealed this realm, along with those remnants and bones, as it analyzed. Then why has the path to immortality not yet closed? Could it be that those supreme beings perished, leaving no one to ascend? The source spirit questioned. Or perhaps something obstructs the opening, preventing it from closing, the celestial underworld treasure speculated. In that moment, though the three creations remained composed in their analysis, they could not conceal the excitement in their voices. The path to immortality, a place sought after by countless supreme beings for eons. Even if this path holds uncertainties, it could still serve as a sanctuary for longevity. Regardless, I shall expand this path first. It is far too narrow, and none can pass. The source demon, filled with urgency, stepped forth, plunging its hands into the path to immortality, intending to force it open. Yet, before it could exert its strength, it felt its hands firmly grasped by another hand from the opposite side of the path. The owner of that hand possessed such overwhelming might that, despite the source demon's confidence in its own strength rivaling that of a true path cultivator, it felt as if it were a mere child caught in the grip of a giant, utterly lacking any ability to resist. Then, a wave of exalted and unattainable celestial radiance surged from that hand. The source demon scarcely had time to contemplate before darkness enveloped its vision, and it fell into oblivion. Source demon, what has happened? On the other side, the source deity and source spirit sensed the change in the source demon. As creations of the underworld, they shared a brotherly bond. Just moments ago, the source demon had stiffened, and now it lay unmoving. Nothing to worry about. After a brief pause, the source demon finally rose from its position, stretching its formidable frame, its gaze sweeping over the source deity and source spirit. Suddenly, a strange smile crept across its monstrous face, piercing green light erupted from its brow, and it pointed at the foreheads of the source deity and source spirit. With an unexpected surge of power, combined with the suddenness of the attack, the source deity and source spirit could not muster any resistance. The ghostly green celestial light instantly shattered their celestial platforms, obliterating their primordial spirits, leaving behind only lifeless shells that collapsed, devoid of all vitality. Source demon. The celestial underworld treasure, sensing the shift, felt a pang of unease, but as it opened its mouth to speak, it was directly restrained by the broad, fur-covered hand. Unable to struggle free, no matter how much it tried. Alas, observing this, a peculiar smile finally graced the source demon's face as it murmured while gently moving its body, seemingly unaccustomed to this strange form. After all these years, I have finally located the node on the other side. Chapter 61, the forerunner of the otherworldly path. In the desolate and silent ancient realm, an eerie stillness enveloped the air. The source demon erupted violently, causing the formidable alliance of three forbidden beings and the celestial underworld treasure to shatter completely. In an instant, it not only severed the connection with its companions, the source ghost and source god, but also rendered the celestial underworld treasure utterly immobile, as if paralyzed. This unexpected upheaval, despite the celestial underworld treasure having weathered numerous cataclysms, sent a chill deep into its essence. It instantly comprehended that a fundamental transformation had occurred within the source demon. Boom. With this realization, the underworld treasure ceased to hold back, and torrents of ethereal underworld light surged forth from its surface, shattering myriad paths of energy and instantly fracturing one of the source demon's arms, drenched in dark blood that splattered upon the recently fallen source ghost and source god. In essence, the celestial underworld treasure surpassed any of the source god, source ghost, or source demon in strength. It had once been the treasured artifact nurtured wholeheartedly by the underworld sovereign, imbued with astonishing power. Despite having its arm shattered, the source demon emitted a calm chuckle, its dark fur swirling wildly as a beam of verdant light erupted from its brow, transforming into a colossal hand that obliterated the surrounding underworld energies. Subsequently, the source demon's blood surged, and the black-furred arm regenerated instantaneously. Placing the celestial underworld treasure beside it, the source demon settled comfortably into a meditative posture. The expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared even more desolate than the ancient texts had depicted. Moments later, the source demon opened its eyes, gently patting the dimly glowing celestial underworld treasure. Its voice, devoid of the source demon's usual chilling menace, resonated with tranquility, akin to a babbling brook, suffused with celestial essence. Who are you? Even in its suppressed state, the celestial underworld treasure struggled. But the essence of the being residing within the source demon was so overwhelmingly powerful that, despite the myriad methods at the underworld sovereign's disposal, it remained inescapably bound. Who am I? In response, the source demon slowly turned its head, its previously pitch-black eyes now shimmering with a faint verdant luminescence. In your terms, I hail from the other shore of the path to immortality. You are a being from the celestial domain. Upon hearing this, the underworld treasure felt a surge of insight into the profound mysteries of the world. Previously, it had speculated whether the path to immortality was an ancient ruse left behind by some entity, and had questioned the legitimacy of the Emperor Sovereign's teachings on ascension. Today's upheaval had instilled in it a modicum of belief in the existence of the celestial domain. The celestial domain? No. Our realm is far less ancient and prosperous than the celestial domain. Even I am unaware of our origin, only that our temporal spatial position is quite unique, connecting both the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the celestial domain. The source demon seemed to be in high spirits as it patiently elucidated to the celestial underworld treasure while crafting intricate seals in the void, manifesting dense green symbols that formed 2 celestial gates, expanding the chaotic void ever larger. Is there truly another realm between the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and the celestial domain? The celestial underworld treasure's mind raced, discerning the implications of the source demon's actions. Its corporeal form was evidently unable to independently traverse that realm and could only await within the chaotic void. When beings from this realm ventured into the chaotic void, they could employ their abilities to seize their bodies, thereby connecting the 2 realms. The source demon's prior attempt to reach into the chaotic void had clearly been a moment of vulnerability. Rumbling under the expectant gaze of the source demon, the entrance of the chaotic void expanded to a height of 100 zhang in a heartbeat. At the far end of the entrance, a fleeting silhouette could be discerned standing beyond time and space, with a mirror of the Dao hovering above its head, attempting to cross the chaotic void and forcibly descend into this realm. Boom. However, the temporal weight of that silhouette was overwhelming. Akin to a mortal traversing an exceedingly narrow alley, with each step it took, it emitted muffled grunts, frequently shedding verdant blood, clearly under immense pressure. 99 heavens. It seemed to share in the pain and fury of the chaotic void's suppression, as the silhouette let out a low roar within the chaotic void. A beam of verdant celestial light erupted from the mirror above its head, attempting to forcibly clear the path ahead. Unfortunately, the fortitude of the chaotic void far exceeded expectations. The silhouette's unparalleled might not only failed to break through, but instead attracted a violent backlash, engulfing it in dense chaotic light and propelling it violently out of the chaotic void. It appears our realm is not particularly welcoming to you. The deity of the celestial underworld treasure let out a mocking laugh upon witnessing this, seemingly deriving immense satisfaction from the source demon's plight. Simultaneously, it secretly rejoiced, realizing that the other party could not truly cross realms in their physical form, indicating that the situation had not yet reached its most extreme. Otherwise, with the power of the other party's divine projection, should their true form arrive, it might well be obliterated. As anticipated, the path to immortality from your realm derives from a being of unparalleled strength and sanctity throughout history, who cherishes their homeland immensely. As an outsider, I am an unstable factor, akin to the ephemeral nature of worldly ascension. It is entirely normal for me to be unable to enter. Unexpectedly, the source demon merely chuckled softly at this setback, seemingly unperturbed. Did you mention worldly immortality? The celestial underworld treasure, upon hearing this, immediately seized upon the term worldly immortality, which held great significance for it. In the age of myth, it had overheard the Emperor Sovereign and Underworld Sovereign discussing matters pertaining to worldly ascension on numerous occasions. The weapon of the Underworld Sovereign. It seems you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. In response, the source demon's serene smile deepened, as if it had fully assimilated the essence of the source demon's original spirit, flooding its mind with memories and insights into the historical tapestry of this realm. Is it true that worldly immortality exists in this world? The celestial underworld treasure trembled, as dark underworld light gushed forth from its being, forcefully shattering the seal of the verdant celestial light. The phrase worldly immortality was something it had long sought, yearning to achieve the status of a celestial artifact to attain a greater essence and ultimately transcend. Boom. The source demon, however, remained silent, its green-tinged dark eyes fixated intently upon the celestial underworld treasure, as its celestial platform quivered, with a jade-like treasure mirror replacing the source demon's original spirit. quietly hovering in place. The deity's form locked eyes with the ethereal mirror, and in an instant, the celestial underworld treasure found itself drawn into a profound illusion. Within this illusion, an ancient and immortal chaotic celestial flower was blooming, its 33 petals resonating with myriad energies, each petal reflecting a supreme Dao. The 33 petals layered and unfurled, reaching the very edge of the void. At the heart of the chaotic celestial flower stood a fleeting figure, resembling a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, adorned with a celestial crown and draped in a robe of verdant light, sitting upright. Above his head, a Dao mirror radiated like the blazing sun, illuminating the universe. Below him, countless beings, numbering in the billions, were fervently worshipping, the vast majority being cultivators, with some exuding an aura of supreme might, clearly masters of the imperial realm. Suddenly, the being seated at the center of the celestial flower slowly opened its eyes. At that moment, the entire universe seemed to revolve around his will, a weighty resonance of the Dao pressing down upon the celestial underworld treasure. Without a doubt, that was a power that transcended the limits of humanity. My name is Celestial Sovereign. To the celestial underworld treasure's ears. That voice seemed to echo from beyond the 33 heavens, resonating like myriad voices in unison, shaking the annals of time and causing the entire treasure to tremble slightly, eventually restoring clarity after a prolonged moment. Simultaneously, the distant chaotic void trembled once more as a magnificent beast, adorned in silver scales, stepped forth from the opposite side of the chaotic void. This extraordinary beast bore the form of a colossal crocodile intertwined with a true dragon, its visage fierce, crowned with a pair of sinuous dragon horns and 2 pairs of expansive dragon wings, emanating an aura of absolute completeness. Indeed, a being of supreme domain. The Source Demon, or rather, Celestial Sovereign, upon witnessing this, wore an even more satisfied smile. Oh, the essence of life seems to remain unaffected by the ingress and egress of lower beings from the extreme realms, which is indeed a positive sign. This crocodile dragon, a primordial beast under the aegis of the Celestial Sovereign, boasts a lifespan exceeding 700,000 years, standing at the pinnacle of the human realm. Imbued with the blood of the ancestral dragon, its power undeniable. Celestial Sovereign, save me. Yet, before joy could take root, the crocodile dragon, trembling in its voice, sensed that upon entering this realm, its very life force was rapidly dissipating, its scales cracking, flesh withering, and vitality unraveling. In an instant, panic seized the crocodile dragon, for it was on the brink of aging to death merely upon its arrival in this realm. What? This change also caused the Celestial Sovereign to furrow his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he gathered all the life-sustaining essence drifting in this realm and infused it into the crocodile dragon's body, forcibly halting the process of its aging. It appears that there are still issues to address. Chapter 62, The Peach of Immortality. A millennium later. Many are aware that this millennium has witnessed numerous events. The previous monarch, the Chilan Emperor, aged and vanished into the cosmos after bequeathing the eternal blue gold staff, while the heavenly heart plummeted, with rumors suggesting that the old emperor had attained enlightenment. Subsequently, a new supreme being emerged, treading upon the pinnacle of the human realm with the force of a tempest, obliterating the remnants of the Chilan Emperor's heavenly heart imprint, thus engaging in a cataclysmic upheaval in the imperial path that has seldom been witnessed throughout history, earning the title of the Eternal Emperor. However, from a perceptual standpoint, the lives of the cosmic beings remained unchanged despite the transition of emperors. The Chilan Emperor ruled with a hands-off approach, and the Eternal Emperor, exalted beyond the mundane, observed the cyclical existence of life forms without altering the cosmic order in the slightest. Only those with sufficient insight into the higher doctrines are aware that the Eternal Emperor is laboring in the cosmos to forge a brand new source star of life for all beings. This is no trifling matter. Historically, the source stars of life within this universe have been exceedingly few. They are the very origins of existence, the foundation upon which races develop, much like the ZY ancient star for humanity, a backbone and sacred ground. Cultivators eagerly anticipate the manifestation of the source star of life that the Eternal Emperor shall create. Throughout this millennium, the 2 great sects of the ZY ancient star, the Sun and Moon sects, have presented treasures, one a sphere of solar emperor fire, the other a substantial fragment of lunar divine essence. The solar emperor fire is one of the legacies left by the Holy Emperor for future generations, while the lunar divine essence is a gift from the human emperor. The 2 sects, cognizant of their relationship with Yuan, are willing to invest heavily to strengthen their ties. Other prominent clans, such as the Chilan clan, the Flying Immortal Star, and the Blood Phoenix clan, whether connected or not, have also contributed rare treasures and divine materials. While these clans may not harbor intentions to inhabit Yuan source star of life, maintaining amicable relations with the reigning emperor is certainly advantageous. As for the underworld, the various realms of the Nether sent 5 corpses of quasi-imperial caliber to Yuan Gen, along with an extreme weapon that had lost its divine spirit, both treasures. As the transformation of these corpses into the path of existence will yield long-lasting benefits for any star. On this day, an unexpected guest arrived at Yuan Gen. Or rather, the visitor was not human. It was a divine tree towering over 3 zhang, accompanied by the sacred soil of dozens of deities. What? The peach tree of immortality? Yuan Gen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this elixir of immortality would present itself in such a manner, for it had traversed the universe unaided. Arriving at Yuan Gen's domain independently, rustling, the peach tree of immortality swayed, its verdant leaves showering down a radiant light akin to fine rain. Its spiritual fluctuations, akin to the Qilin elixir, were somewhat naive and faint, yet expressed a degree of clarity. This elixir of immortality had once followed an ancient emperor, a formidable master well-versed in the arts of formation, who had forged a simplified imperial formation upon the tree before his enlightenment, which could be controlled with spiritual intent, allowing it to traverse the cosmos. Most quasi-emperors could not catch up, utilizing this imperial formation for hundreds of thousands of years. The peach tree of immortality had steadfastly refrained from following other emperors, moving with the swiftness of light, having visited many stars and witnessed numerous marvels. You wish to follow me? Yuan Gen communicated with the elixir of immortality. The ancient tree, free and unrestrained, could choose its own grounding, thriving magnificently. Its branches adorned with dozens of verdant peach fruits, the most resplendent of which hung at the very top, though still unripe. It already bore the intertwining essence of the Dao. Rustling, the peach tree of immortality affirmed with a flourish of its crown, its innocent spiritual fluctuations somewhat chaotic, yet still indicating that Yuan Gen was indeed exceptional, entirely distinct from any imperial laws it had previously encountered. Seemingly apprehensive of Yuan Gen's rejection, the ancient tree manipulated the formation, causing the soil beneath it to crack open, revealing a dazzling 7-colored glow that surged forth. The soil of all things? Yuan Gen was astonished. He strode toward the soil where the peach tree stood, crouching down to scoop a handful of the 7-colored earth, examining it earnestly. This soil was extraordinary, each particle distinct like grains of sand, yet warmer and more delicate, radiating a gentle 7-colored brilliance. The light transformed into a misty haze around the soil, quite remarkable. However, upon closer inspection, Yuan Gen discerned that this 7-colored soil was not the soil of all things. While it bore a semblance in essence, it lacked the necessary profundity. The nurturing essence of this soil fell short of what he remembered the soil of all things to possess. One must understand that during the age of the immortal ancients, the soil of all things was a coveted divine treasure sought after by both the burial kings and immortal kings, renowned for its ability to nurture all beings. Not only did it aid in the growth of spiritual flora, but it also facilitated the cultivation of living entities. If buried with the deceased, it could indeed revive them after ages. Could it be that this soil possesses some celestial essence, severed by the cosmos? He felt somewhat disheartened, yet helpless. Having taken command of the underworld and presiding over the epical burial pit, he naturally had many imaginative concepts regarding the path of burial. Yet many of them required supreme burial soils like the soil of all things for support. Yet, in this era of cosmic overshadowing, perhaps he could only make do with such inferior earth. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Gen collected the 7-colored divine soil, offering a faint smile to the peach tree of immortality. Thank you. I shall accept this soil. You may remain here, and this formation shall also be retained, as it will greatly aid you. Rustling. Upon hearing this, the peach tree of immortality's spiritual fluctuations brimmed with joy. It was in no hurry to depart, instead lingering in the void beside Yuan Gen, its leaves aglow, seemingly attuned to the unique power emanating from him. Simultaneously, Yuan Gen pondered whether he possessed the capability to alter the fate of this elixir of immortality. Firstly, reviving the peach tree of immortality's original form, that is, the return of the Taigu king, was certainly beyond the realm of human affairs. Yuan Gen surmised that he would need to enter the celestial domain to achieve that. Could it be possible for the peach tree of immortality to, like the future Green Emperor, cultivate itself, surviving in the form of an elixir of immortality? Yuan Gen recalled that in the past, the Qinglian elixir of immortality had rooted itself upon the fragments of the immortal ascension cauldron, gestating into a spiritual being in the transformation pool of the northern dipper in the Qinling Mountains, becoming an independent cultivator. These conditions, Yuan Gen believed, could be met with relative ease. He might seek out several dragon veins within the cosmos capable of nurturing perfected spiritual beings, ultimately establishing a lineage of spiritual beings on the source star of life beneath his feet, perhaps creating a unique legacy. Speaking of which, The Kunlun immortal land on Earth currently has little to attend to, now that the immortal cauldron has shattered, if he so desires. Yuan Gen could likely restore the immortal ascension cauldron ahead of schedule with some time and effort. As thoughts meandered, a conflagration of transformative flame ignited once more in the palm of his hand, causing several ancient corpses of quasi-emperors buried beneath the stars to blaze fervently. The immense power of transformation set the nascent stars into a violent tremor, significantly enhancing the concentration of worldly essence and the clarity of the Dao. In several millennia, as the grand rules of this life-giving source star become more harmonious, it would allow foreign beings to migrate here. He pondered idly, regarding the peculiar world. It had only appeared in the conclusion of Jitian, with scant relevant settings. Thus, I have supplemented some aspects with my own interpretations. 1. The original setting of the peculiar world posited that it was created by someone to augment the celestial realm. I have established that it encompasses various systems of cultivation, including the paths of immortality, Dao Seeds, and the secrets of the human body. 2. The peculiar world lacks a celestial heart imprint necessary for attaining the Dao. Although Yi Fan did mention the celestial heart of this strange world during the conclusion, it is likely due to incomplete settings at the time. The celestial heart is quite unique, and there is no systematic integration of celestial heart imprints in the celestial realm, burial domain, or alien domain. Thus, it is unreasonable for this singular peculiar world to possess such uniqueness. 3. The path to immortality is established as being easy to exit, yet difficult to return. Beings of the celestial path cannot easily return in their true forms. This adjustment is mine, as the original text of Jirtan does not clearly state any examples of red dust immortals who have traversed the path of immortality and returned. 4. The celestial sovereign, or soy sauce immortal, is designated as possessing strength at the true immortal level, while sufficiently powerful. It is reasonable to consider that he may not have attained immortality at this stage. I choose to accept this, as his prowess is admittedly lacking, even upon achieving immortality. He may not rival the formidable might of Master Yi from his 8th or 9th reincarnation. 5. The original setting of the peculiar world indicates a mere handful of longevity substances. This small quantity is difficult to assess. Yet the presence of such substances leads me to establish that the average lifespan of the supreme beings is around 800,000 years, significantly shorter than perfection, primarily highlighting its scarcity. 6. I have established that the soy sauce immortal has not been tainted by darkness. Should there be any further inquiries, feel free to elaborate or correct me. I am open to counsel. Chapter 63. The Decree of the Otherworld. If one were to inform the supreme beings of the life-restricted zones during the ancient epoch about the other shore of the path to immortality, they would discover a realm as magnificent as this one, abundant in vital essence, with a vibrant atmosphere for cultivation, and indeed, the presence of longevity substances. The lifespans of practitioners here are generally several dozen times longer than those in the Jiten universe. Those simple yet resolute supreme beings, who have toiled their entire lives for longevity and the path to immortality, would undoubtedly rejoice. The celestial treasure of the underworld is now eager to convey this information to its compatriots who lie dormant in the ancient mine of primordial times, in the netherworld, in the divine ruins, in the celestial mausoleum, and on the Isle of the Buried Heavens. Ever since the day it was captured by the being known as the Celestial Sovereign, this esteemed treasure of the underworld has been forcibly taken to the other side of the path to immortality, becoming a trophy of this peculiar world. Calculating the days, over a millennium has passed since then. Throughout these years, the Celestial Sovereign has not destroyed the underworld treasure. He is quite fascinated by this esteemed artifact, seeking to delve into the profound principles inscribed upon it. Simultaneously, through various means, the underworld treasure has gained considerable insight into this peculiar world. This strange world, too, is an ancient realm for cultivators, replete with abundant celestial essence and swarming with practitioners, among whom are not lacking in truly supreme beings. The supreme beings as perceived by the underworld treasure are naturally those who cultivate in the realm of extreme paths. In this world, blessed with longevity substances, practitioners exhibit a far more relaxed and comfortable demeanor compared to those in its own realm, especially the experts at the imperial level. The underworld treasure has encountered several of them. Despite their considerable age, none bear the scars of self-termination. Their physical bodies and souls are both complete, and their condition is remarkably fine. Due to the existence of longevity substances, the lifespans of beings in this realm are exceedingly long. The slashers of the 3 celestial tiers may enjoy lifespans exceeding 200,000 years, while beings at the pinnacle of the human path can effortlessly live to 70 or 80,000 years. In contrast to its homeland, although this realm does not adhere to the notion of attaining the Dao through celestial heart imprints, the laws are immensely complete. and the passage of time remains ample enough for many beings to take a significant step beyond the apex of the human domain. More uniquely, the cultivation systems of this realm are rather intricate and chaotic, encompassing not only the familiar human body secret realm, but also two distinctly different paths. One path borrows from Dao Seeds, contemplating the outer worlds, while the other culminates in the pursuit of immortality. These three divergent cultivation systems delineate the beings of this realm into three entirely different major powers, wherein both the Dao Seed path and the path of immortality possess legacies transcending the human realm. They engage in mutual interaction and conflict, and augmented by the accumulation of long ages, have given rise to numerous supreme beings of extreme paths. Years ago, a being finally emerged, one who fused the strengths of various paths, a paragon who, rooted in the human body's secret realm, embarked on the path of red dust immortality, overpowering all others with sheer individual strength. The celestial sovereign, although not yet a true red dust immortal, he is incredibly close, surpassing all supreme beings of this realm by a wide margin, capable of silencing all opposing voices with his might. Undoubtedly, he became the true supreme ruler of this domain. Since many years ago, he has waged campaigns across this realm, quelling all conflicts and contradictions among the practitioners of the three systems, establishing an environment where these three paths engage in mutual strife, yet also promote one another. With longevity substances at hand, coupled with such absolute strength to enforce the order of the universe, the development of the peculiar world is undoubtedly thriving. For those who have exhausted their lifespans as Taoists, the celestial sovereign even employs unparalleled means to gather longevity substances to extend their lives. I am not far from becoming a red dust immortal. All my intentions are aimed at ensuring that two more Taoist beings are born in my realm, whether as true immortals, red dust immortals, or as embodiments of immortality. The alliance of three Taoist beings can breach the barriers of realms and forcibly enter the celestial domain. On this day, the celestial sovereign once again came to study the celestial treasure of the underworld, sharing with it his grand ambitions. His dominion over this realm is driven by the desire to discover sufficiently gifted beings among subsequent generations to enable them to attain immortality, and to accompany him into the celestial domain, to witness a far broader world. Then why do you target us? The celestial treasure of the underworld could not comprehend. From any perspective, the peculiar world had no cause to invade its own universe. Yet, the celestial sovereign had lingered near the path to immortality for many years, evidently harboring some special intention, to study your realm's unique celestial heart imprint, to comprehend the elixirs of immortality transformed from the various kings, and perhaps to uncover the secrets left by that supreme and sacred existence. You may not realize, but your world is far more precious than you can imagine. Concerning this matter, the celestial sovereign fell into a brief silence before choosing not to conceal the truth. At his level, the peculiar world holds almost no secrets for him, and his vision has long surpassed the confines of a singular grand realm. He has perused ancient histories, possessing profound insights into many past events and hidden truths. I require those elixirs of immortality, and I need my supreme beings to integrate the celestial heart imprints. Meanwhile, your so-called Taoists from that realm will serve as the finest whetstones for my realm. The path to immortality is fraught with challenges. It is time to grant the pitiful beings from your land their release. The celestial sovereign spoke slowly, allowing the celestial treasure of the underworld to gradually grasp the entirety of the situation. It felt a pang of sentiment. Such elixirs of immortality, treasures of the mortal realm, are of little concern to an ancient artifact like itself, as nearly all Taoists have studied these substances. Many self-terminating supreme beings even kept them imprisoned within restricted zones, simply to have a companion during their long slumber. You will come to regret this. Yet, despite this realization, the celestial treasure of the underworld maintained a cold sneer. Having been imprisoned by the celestial sovereign for a millennium, it could hardly harbor any goodwill towards this supreme being of the other realm, wishing only for the swift demise of the celestial sovereign and his cadre of extreme path supremes. Regret? On what grounds? In a pitiful world devoid of longevity substances, where Taoists have lifespans of merely 20 or 30,000 years, what can be achieved in such a brief time? Among my subordinates, which one does not possess a legacy of the Tao? Which one does not have accumulations spanning over 100,000 years? The celestial sovereign shook his head. From the perspective of this peculiar realm, he deemed it a travesty to leave the elixir of immortality within that world. It would be far more judicious to empower his own side, thereby creating several more beings of the celestial path. You cannot comprehend. That realm is the most brutal pit of poison, where practitioners have been battling against the inexorable passage of time since their birth, wagering everything for that singular celestial heart. The titans of one era slaughter each other mercilessly, and when the accomplished ascend, Most are scarcely 2,000 years old. Have you ever endured such warfare and bloodshed? Your lifespans are excessively long, too comfortable. The so-called contest of paths is mere child's play. What of tens of thousands of years of cultivation? What of transcending the legacy of humanity? Even that small blood phoenix, which severed itself mere millennia ago, could easily suppress the majority of your esteemed ones. The celestial sovereign looked disdainfully upon the celestial treasures, not to mention the terrifying entities like the burial emperor in the eyes of the celestial treasures. Even those long secluded in the depths of the life-restricted zones, who have long tasted solitude and despair, are enough to deliver a stern lesson to the extreme sovereigns on this side. We shall see. Perhaps soon, you will witness the head of the burial emperor displayed here. The smile upon the celestial sovereign's face remained unperturbed, within the memories of the source demon. He had already gleaned a rough understanding of the cosmic structure of that realm. The accumulation of time holds little value there. Even though many of the celestial lords and ancient monarchs are exceptionally gifted, those who have managed to survive until now are regrettably few. In contrast, on the side of the celestial sovereign, the accumulation of time can indeed foster a significant number of extreme paths. Proclaim my decree. A flicker of thought ignited, and the sovereign's principles permeated every corner of the peculiar realm through myriad pathways. His voice carried no trace of magical fluctuation, yet naturally resonated within the hearts of all living beings. The near-immortal might was capable of transcending myriad paths to envelop the entire peculiar world. At that moment, the cosmic laws of the entire peculiar realm trembled in response to the sovereign's edict. The 5 elemental heavens converged, and the elements roared, as a decree that obscured the sun and sky manifested above the firmament, inscribed with 4 colossal characters spanning billions of miles. Lower realm, gather herbs. Boom, 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 boom. As the supreme decree issued forth, terrifying auras erupted throughout this universe, brilliant marks illuminating the 33 heavens of this realm. The celestial treasure furrowed his brow. At that moment, he sensed at least dozens of extreme domain fluctuations surging forth, each one exuding a formidable vitality, in a state of peak condition. Accept the decree. In a mere instant, numerous marks were branded onto the sovereign's edict. The celestial treasure discerned that as many as 21 beings from the extreme domain accepted the decree, willing to traverse that realm. Do you believe that the reigning monarch of your world can withstand the assault of 21 extreme beings? The smile on the celestial sovereign's face brimmed with confidence and composure. With 3 paths operating in unison and the accumulation of time, these 21 are merely a fraction of the esteemed ones under his command. Regrettably, your realm lacks the essence of longevity, which poses a significant problem for lifespan. Various solutions of mine still require experimentation. The celestial sovereign pondered for a long while, lightly tapping his fingertip to illuminate the 4 marks inscribed on the decree, representing 4 beings of the extreme domain, each having cultivated for several 100,000 years, their auras profound, their vigorous life force collapsing the firmament. Chapter 64, Visitors from the Peculiar Realm. A century later, in this universe, nothing of note transpired. It remained as tranquil as a profound lake, occasionally stirred by the conflicts of great saints and quasi-monarchs, yet not enough to capture the attention of the most powerful beings. Today, Yuan Hong, after a prolonged absence, paused his work on refining the life source star, descending to the ancient realm beneath the eye of Mars. There, he beheld the Chilan Emperor seated cross-legged at the center of the world on the small lunar island. Beside him, the Chilan elixir of immortality took gentle strides, while the Bodhi elixir of immortality shimmered with golden brilliance. Look, this Bodhi tree has thrived under your care, has it not? He casually settled beside his stone abode. After over a millennium apart, the Bodhi elixir had matured from a mere seedling into a small tree, now standing over a foot tall, with branches appearing quite tender, and the leaves just beginning to sprout, featuring strange veins, reminiscent of golden wheels and precious umbrellas. These phenomena were clearly linked to the paths of monks and Buddhas. Although their traditions had long ceased to be passed down, the Bodhi elixir had etched them into memory, akin to an alternative ascetic awaiting a certain individual's return through reincarnation. Heeding your counsel, I shall delve into concepts and methods related to faith and mental power. The old Chilan extended a finger, which erupted with resplendent golden light, within which a great golden Chilan swayed its head, exuding an air of majesty reminiscent of a celestial king. You must exercise caution. I sense a certain malignancy in this tree. When I was evolving the mental power method, I often glimpsed a bald figure seated within the Bodhi tree, whose countenance increasingly resembled yours. Subsequently, the Chilan Emperor withdrew the golden light and phenomena. Casting a glance at the diminutive Bodhi tree, he cautioned. Clearly, the Chilan Emperor displayed little interest in this mental power methodology. Although he had only recently emerged from the third life, he was already preparing for the fourth, yet regrettably, with no tangible progress. Even the initial points of contact eluded him. This tree has been nourished solely by my mental power. Of course, it resembles me, Yuan Heng replied, shaking his head. Boom. He wished to converse further with the Qilin Emperor, yet suddenly felt a peculiar tremor in his heart, emanating from the celestial heart mark. As if some extraordinary entity had disturbed the celestial heart. The latter stages of the Primordial Era seemingly bore no profound upheaval. Yuan Heng's thoughts raced. He was no ordinary monarch, and what could evoke such a tremor in him could not be trivial. But what could it be? Contemplating this, Yuan Heng rose from beside his stone abode, his gaze seemingly transcending time and space, peering into the depths of the universe. That was in the direction of the ancient star of Goqing. Meanwhile, deep within the earth of the ancient star of Goqing, in the former battleground of the path to immortality, a colossal door, towering over 100 feet, suddenly trembled slightly. Within the chaos cavern, heavenly light roared, and several ethereal figures manifested at the edge of time and space. They stepped forth through the endless chaotic mists, their forms quickly becoming clear as they crossed the threshold of the door, fully descending into this realm. These beings, brimming with vitality like dragons, comprised 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 beast, all clad in battle attire forged from divine materials, their every movement resonating with the rhythm of the great path amidst the chaos. Should a supreme being arrive, they would undoubtedly discern that these figures exuded the aura of the extreme domain, their gazes electric, their presence extraordinary, their vitality formidable, rivaling any supreme being from the most exalted of restricted zones. We pay our respects to the celestial sovereign. These formidable beings, radiating overwhelming auras, unhesitatingly bowed deeply before the celestial sovereign at the front of the celestial gate, speaking with utmost reverence. The celestial sovereign nodded, seated upon the back of a dragon-like entity, maintaining the source demon's shaggy appearance, yet his exalted and majestic demeanor remained undiminished. This realm lacks the essence of longevity. One must be mindful of lifespan issues. Should your lifespans be depleted, the consequences are dire. Indeed, the 4 enlightened beings responded respectfully. They had long been prepared, each taking out a silver-gray pill from their robes, crushing it and consuming it. This particular elixir was unique, of little use for cultivation, crafted from the purest essence of longevity, serving primarily to replenish lifespans. Clearly, the celestial sovereign had developed a profound understanding of the circumstances of the universe, having not only made preparations in advance to mitigate lifespan issues, but also selected the youngest batch of extreme sovereigns from the peculiar realm, with an average age of merely 200 to 300,000 years. Regrettably, the elixirs refined solely from the essence of longevity are exceedingly challenging to produce in bulk within this extraordinary realm. After over a millennium of toil, the celestial master managed to concoct a mere 4 pills from an entire furnace. After observing the condition of those individuals for an extended period, the celestial master finally nodded. The 4 supreme beings of the utmost path bowed once more and, without hesitation, soared into the outer world. Boom. Moments later, the renowned Million Mountain on the ancient star of Goqing erupted violently. This vein, which had once nurtured the perfected sacred spirit, was abruptly severed, causing the mountain range to explode across billions of miles, with torrents of draconic light cascading into the cosmos, making the entire source star of life tremble. From the site of the explosion, several figures ascended into the air, transforming into 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 beast. 4 formidable beings of the utmost path standing with their arms crossed, gazing down upon the life source star, which had descended into chaos in an instant. The structure of this realm is governed by stars and galaxies, starkly contrasting with the hierarchical divisions of our 33 heavens. One of the supreme beings spoke languidly, clad in a crimson dragon robe and adorned with a red jade crown, while a blood-colored sword rested on his back, seemingly intrigued by the distant stars. The fundamental laws of various realms differ vastly. Ancient texts suggest that this realm once boasted 9 heavens and 10 lands, with the celestial domain encompassing myriad distinct universes. Another supreme being nodded in agreement. He was not of the human race, possessing a remarkable 8 robust arms. At this moment, all 4 pairs of arms were clasped before his chest as he spoke. Executing the celestial master's orders is of utmost importance. Our mission is to assess the combat prowess of the current wielder of the Heavenly Heart Seal and to ascertain the circumstances of the many supreme beings in this realm. If feasible, we may also procure 1 or 2 immortal divine herbs. The only female supreme among the group appeared most earnest. She conjured a star map from the void, first marking her current location, then pinpointing the locations of the ancient star of the Big Dipper and the underworld to confirm her mission. I will journey with the Elephant Sovereign to the Big Dipper to evaluate the caliber of those who have severed their supremacy in this realm. Blood Sovereign, you shall proceed to the underworld with the divine arm to force the current Heavenly Heart's wielder into the open. If possible, eliminate him directly. Be cautious. The current wielder of the Heavenly Heart Seal is no ordinary foe. The Celestial Master believes his combat strength surpasses that of any among us. If we find ourselves at a disadvantage, we must retreat promptly and analyze his characteristics to devise a targeted response. She delegated tasks. With a total of 4 supreme beings dispatched, all renowned figures within this peculiar world. 2 of them were selected to target the current emperor. Believing they had demonstrated significant regard for him, there is no need. Committing acts of slaughter on this star and destroying the supreme weapon of this realm will be sufficient to draw out the one known as the Eternal Emperor. However, the young man bearing the blood-colored sword shook his head slightly upon hearing this. I do not believe he will remain indifferent to the slaughter of practitioners in this realm. He gazed down at the ancient star, where a surge of purple chaotic light erupted into the sky, revealing a purple gold chain imbued with a vibrant demonic aura, which had fully locked onto their presence. Undoubtedly, this was the manifestation of the demonic sovereign's lineage from Goching Ancient Star. The sudden emergence of these unknown powerful beings, coupled with their immediate severance of the ancient star's largest draconic vein, presented a formidable threat. Indifferently, the female supreme cast a fleeting glance at the supreme chain forged from divine markings of purple gold before diverting her gaze and stepping alongside the sole beastly supreme present, vanishing from sight. Throughout the encounter, the several supreme beings displayed complete disregard for the lives below on Goching Ancient Star. If they were in their own mother realm, they might have shown some restraint, but here, within this ancient world, the plight of the local beings was of no concern to them. Chapter 65, The Cultivation of Gu. As they watched their 2 companions disappear into the depths of the starry sky, only 2 male supreme beings remained in the expanse of Goching Ancient Star. The youth, bearing the blood-colored sword, exchanged a knowing nod with the robust supreme, who boasted 8 formidable arms. Then let us commence our endeavors from this life-giving star, continuing until the Eternal Emperor makes his move. The supreme with the blood-colored sword revealed a hint of a smile as he proposed. Appearing to be a young man around 30, clad in a crimson dragon robe, adorned with a red jade crown, and possessing an exquisitely handsome visage. Yet, the smile upon his face mirrored the icy demeanor of the blood-colored sword at his back, exuding an aura of coldness and murderous intent. While Blood Sovereign unleashes his might, I shall safeguard your path. The Celestial Master has instructed that the beings infused with the Heavenly Heart Seal in this realm are notably distinct, unified in their essence, and possess formidable combat strength. Beside him, the brawny Supreme, possessing 8 arms, spoke with his arms still crossed before his chest. His towering physique bore intricate, undying divine patterns pulsating with an indomitable resonance, signifying that he had transcended to a certain limit. This is the law of strength. Through sheer force, one can break through myriad transformations, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity and dominance. The Celestial Master is overly cautious. It is merely a seal. How powerful can it truly be? The youth known as Blood Sovereign shook his head. Although he had been warned by the Celestial Master, he remained unconcerned. At the level of the utmost path, aside from the Celestial Master, who is an exceptional existence, the disparities among others should not be excessively pronounced. He gazed down at Goching Ancient Star, where a divine chain of purple gold, traversing the universe, rapidly approached. Within it, 3 emaciated elders were fervently channeling their blood essence, primordial spirit, and magical power to hasten the revival of the ancient weapon. 2 supreme beings, why do you trespass upon Goching? From the center, a powerful elder's mental wave surged forth. He was an extremely ancient quasi-emperor, standing at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor's 9 heavens, with the 2 accompanying quasi-emperors reaching the 8th heaven's caliber. His voice was hoarse yet dignified as he inquired of the 2 supreme beings. The incident unfolded abruptly, and they were entirely unaware of the backgrounds of these supreme beings. However, given the presence of the Eternal Emperor, they believed that the 2 supreme beings would not dare to act under his watchful gaze. Cut. Yet, in response to the imperial aura emanating from the supreme weapon, Blood Sovereign displayed a look of disdain, having no inclination to engage in conversation with those deemed weak. One hand rested on the blood sword at his back, and in the next moment, a concentrated beam of sword light erupted from the blade, illuminating the entire ancient star in an instant. Swish! The blood sword cleaved through the air, carrying with it an overwhelming chaotic gale, as it struck forward, not just targeting the purple gold chain, but aiming to deliver a decisive blow to the entire ancient star and eradicate all its inhabitants. In the rear, the robust Supreme with 8 demonic arms nodded slightly. The name Blood Sovereign resonated prominently within this peculiar world. He was a true prodigy of the Dao Seed lineage, who, in his youth, merged with a perfect seed of the path of slaughter and entered the path through the sword, earning a fearsome reputation. Invoke the spirit of the ancestral weapon. As the sword was unleashed, the three elder quasi-emperors within the divine chain of purple gold were gripped by profound fear. They had not anticipated that the Supreme Being would act without the slightest hesitation, and they could only collectively shout to fully revive the divine chain. Crash! A torrent of quasi-emperor magical power surged forth, causing the divine chain to expand exponentially. Its purple gold imperial radiance flooding the starry river and blocking the path before Goching ancient star. Deep within the chain resembling a starry river, a colossal deity opened its eyes, extending a hand to intercept the blood-colored sword energy. Clang! As the imperial weapon deity's palm descended, the chain transformed into a serpentine form, its black body and azure head, with scales larger than the stars, clashing fiercely against the overwhelming sword strike. Bash Snake. This was the true form of the ancient demonic sovereign of Goching. When the blood light met the serpent's head, the myriad rules in the vicinity twisted, forming a terrifying vortex as the void itself began to shatter inch by inch, rendered to nothingness by the collision of two supreme laws. Ultimately, the sword light and the serpent's head both dissipated, and the purple gold chain trembled violently, reconstituting itself into a serpent's form that now stood in opposition to Blood Sovereign. What an impressive weapon! Such a spectacle, the one most astonished was evidently the Blood Sovereign. Standing resolute with his sword, merely three aged, near-death quasi-emperors and a supreme weapon could withstand his strike. This was indeed remarkable, even bordering on the unimaginable. Another strike. The dignity of the killing Dao Sovereign was evidently at stake. He was a supreme being, yet his adversary was merely a weapon. Although fully revived, it should not have been capable of unleashing such a level of power. He positioned the killing sword before him, as a dazzling chaotic light ignited at his chest, where a seed pulsated like a heart, each beat releasing an overwhelming surge of killing blood light. Undoubtedly, it was the power of the Dao Seed. Clang! In the next moment, the sword emitted a soft chime, its blade shimmering with a fierce brilliance. This strike was even more formidable than the last, the killing intent arriving before the sword itself, mercilessly cleaving at the illusory body of the boss snake. Hiss! The boss snake devours the heavens. Witnessing this, the deity of the purple gold chains dared not be careless. He invoked the forbidden arts of the ancient boss snake demon. As the serpent's maw formed from the chains surged with chaotic light, attempting to forcibly consume the sword's radiance. The collision of two distinctly different imperial powers once again unfolded, as the great celestial bodies of the sun and moon outside of Guochun were instantaneously obliterated into nothingness. Among the purple gold chains, two slightly weaker quasi-emperors exploded into blood mist, while the last one struggled to support the weapon deity with his remaining strength. The two extreme divine glories remained locked in a stalemate for a considerable duration before ultimately annihilating each other. The blood-red sword light shattered, and the purple gold chains rolled in the void, their brilliance dimmed significantly. Yet the Blood Sovereign and the eight-armed sovereign behind him observed clearly the chains were merely dimmed, their resilience having fractured only partially, but their deity remained unscathed, and the quasi-emperor within was still alive, possessing the strength for further combat. Proceed. The expression of the Blood Sovereign darkened thoroughly. He snorted coldly, the sword in his hand ringing softly as the Dao Seed within his chest pulsed, preparing to unleash a forbidden technique to obliterate this supreme weapon. Crack! Just as the Blood Sovereign ready to strike once more, the myriad rules of this realm erupted with a violent roar, a colossal hand traversing the void, firmly grasping the wrist of this supreme being. As if forged from celestial gold, it forcibly restrained the Blood Sovereign's hand, preventing his sword from descending. This sudden strike alerted the other eight-armed sovereign, whose arms reached skyward, all striking towards the suddenly manifesting hand. The Eternal Emperor, the deity of the purple gold chains, bellowed, recognizing the hand's master as the current emperor. He intended to join forces with Yuan Gen, but recalling the various legends associated with Yuan Gen, this ancient weapon, having endured 100 battles, immediately adjusted its state to safeguard the ancient star of Guochun. In the ensuing battle, it was unnecessary for the weapon to intervene. Roar! Under the absolute dominance of the great power of the sun, the eight-armed supreme being resembled a beast bearing its fangs before a true dragon, as the mighty hand struck out, sending both the killing Dao Sovereign and itself hurtling away. Thereafter, the authority of the contemporary ruler unfurled, Yuan Gen's figure manifesting as he regarded the sovereign wielding the blood sword. Undoubtedly, he was akin to the first incarnation of Yuan Gen, a being dedicated to the cultivation of ancient Dao Seeds. And as for the eight-armed clan, their cultivation system appeared rather unusual. Who are you? He spoke coldly, exerting his imperial might upon the two extreme beings. These two sovereigns had never appeared in the ancient history of the era of shrouded heavens. Not only did their paths of cultivation differ from the grand era, but they were also not formidable. It is essential to note that within the general understanding of the shrouded heavens universe, a fully revived supreme weapon can exhibit a portion of the might of a supreme being, yet before a true veteran emperor, it is utterly insufficient. And this killing Dao sovereign, confronted with a fully revived supreme weapon, was unable to achieve overwhelming dominance, instead engaging in a tit-for-tat exchange. Although it is highly probable that the other party harbored intentions of probing and did not exert their full strength, this brief skirmish revealed numerous issues. This level should surpass that of alternative paths to enlightenment, yet the strength was limited, comparable to those youthful first-generation emperors. Yuan Gen pondered seriously, arriving at this conclusion. Chapter 66. Vegetables. What Yuan Gen contemplated, the two sovereigns from the peculiar world were oblivious to, as they exchanged glances, their battle intent surging forth. Their roars reverberating through the cosmos. To kill you. They both unleashed a bellow, the overwhelming blood aura of sovereigns dimming the starry river, the essence of longevity enveloping them. Their auras reaching a pinnacle of strength. In terms of state, they were not inferior to Yuan Gen, the current emperor. These two stood together, evidently prepared to strike as one. Having just engaged in a brief exchange, they had to acknowledge the formidable prowess of this contemporary master of the heavens. Yet 2 against 1, they believed they possessed the strength to contend. To kill me? Yuan Gen frowned upon hearing this. The cultivation of these two was decidedly peculiar. The one wielding the killing sword was clearly a practitioner of the Dao Seed method, sharing a common origin, and Yuan Gen could distinctly sense the rhythmic pulse of the Dao Seed within the adversary's body. The other, an 8-armed supreme being, was even more extraordinary. Only upon careful observation did Yuan Gen realize that this individual was a practitioner of an immortal system from a foreign realm. Were these two from another world? Or akin to him, supreme beings who had slumbered since the mythological era? His mind quickly formed a hypothesis, yet he was even more curious, perplexed as to why these two harbored such intense killing intent towards him. Clang. The two extreme sovereigns remained silent, responding to Yuan Gen with a sword light that connected to the cosmos. As the Dao Seed practitioner launched his assault, a myriad of paths trembling. The killing light surging towards Yuan Gen's brow. The slaughtering, immortal Dao sword. This extreme sovereign grinned. Radiant killing light surged from his chest. 3 strands of celestial energy flowing forth, each seemingly an embodiment of an ancient realm, pristine, gentle, and sacred. Yet as the killing Dao Seed exerted its power, those 3 strands of celestial energy were all stained blood red, resembling crimson silk, entwining, interweaving, transforming into a blood-colored celestial flower, merging with the sword, its sharpness astonishing. 3 strands of celestial energy. This sight caused Yuan Gen's scalp to tingle. He was not frightened by the forbidden technique of the killing Dao sovereign, but rather, those 3 strands of celestial energy were too familiar, evoking a wave of nostalgia. In the cultivation of ancient celestial methods, the number of celestial energies is the key to measuring a practitioner's strength. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 strands of celestial energy signify the utmost talent, possessing the potential to ascend to immortality or even kingship. In his first life, Yuan Gen naturally also possessed 3 strands of celestial energy. Those 3 strands serving as monumental beacons illuminating his youthful years as an unrivaled prodigy. Rumbling. Now, faced with another extreme sovereign who had similarly cultivated 3 strands of celestial energy, Yuan Gen could not help but reminisce about the past, yet he spared no effort, transforming a finger into pitch black, colliding with that earth-shattering sword. Thud. This finger was exceptionally cunning, landing squarely upon the blood-colored celestial flower. Its force was not overwhelming, yet it directly triggered the foundation of the celestial flower, causing the killing Dao sovereign's expression to change drastically, as his proud forbidden sword technique instantaneously crumbled. The celestial flower transforming back into celestial energy, retreating into his body. How could 3 strands of celestial energy be so feeble? Fool. He flashed before the killing Dao sovereign. The icy rebuke causing the individual's countenance to shift, for Yuan Gen's hand had already struck against his chest, preparing to seize the killing Dao Seed within. Boom. At that moment, the void erupted, a golden cauldron returning from another direction, accurately striking Yuan Gen's wrist, causing his hand to deviate, thwarting his attempt to grasp the killing Dao Seed. Evidently, another supreme of the extreme path has intervened. It is a robust man with 8 arms, his flesh adorned with flickering immortal runes, deeply inscribed within both his corporeal form and primordial spirit, rendering him immensely formidable, with a strength beyond imagination. For the second time, he inquires, "Who are you?" Upon witnessing this, Yuan Gen does not intervene, but instead rises leisurely, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 supreme beings. His demeanor remaining as imposing and indifferent as ever. Present the celestial heart. However, to his surprise, the adversaries maintained their obstinate stance. the essence of power surging forth as they loom over Yuan General Halt. Yuan Gen rebukes coldly, as a forbidden technique unfolds in his grasp. The great wheel of the path, akin to a luminous moon, radiates a chilling and deathly brilliance, its edges sharp and more resplendent than the heavenly blade. As it cleaves toward the neck of the eight-armed supreme, clang, the immortal practitioner with 8 arms strikes once more, merging with a golden cauldron that stands in front of the lunar wheel, which is indestructible. The wheel penetrates 3 inches into his body, blood of gold spraying forth. Yet he is unable to advance any further. Begone! Yuan Gen's countenance grows ever colder, his disdain for the immortal practitioner laid bare. His brow flickers. A visage of the jade rabbit emerging upon the lunar wheel, the might of the lunar divinity swiftly ascending. He exerts force, cleaving the golden cauldron in twain. 3 arms along with their shoulders severed, sending the 8-armed supreme sprawling. Seeing this, Yuan Gen's expression remains unchanged as he swings his palm. A mighty cry of the great Kuan reverberating through the air, the thrashing tail colliding with the man's form with tremendous force. If Yuan Gen might have shown some restraint toward the supreme of the killing path, the immortal practitioner finds no quarter here, as an ancient immortal. He harbors a profound aversion to foreign realms and their paths of cultivation. Thud! The colossal hand descends, propelling the 8-armed supreme once again through the air, feeling as though his very being might explode. It is unfathomable to him that he could be so thoroughly subdued. Roar! He stirs his blood essence, retrieving a silver celestial elixir from within his robes and swallowing it whole. The medicinal light swirls, rapidly healing all his wounds, and the severed arms regenerate instantly, restoring him to his peak condition. Meanwhile, the supreme of the killing path consumes a peculiar flower, returning to full strength. Undoubtedly, brimming with vitality and possessing life-preserving assets, these supremes will require considerable effort to eliminate. This unexpected turn of events deepens Yuan Gen's displeasure. After several exchanges, he recognizes that these two are not to be underestimated. The supreme of the killing path practices ancient immortal techniques, yet his path bears traces of the immortal route, and his battle sword draws upon the crafting methods of the human secret realm. The 8-armed supreme, traversing the immortal path, similarly embodies the essence of the human secret realm, particularly reminiscent of the 4 extremes, with his 8 arms resembling towering columns, truly extraordinary. They are likely outsiders, hailing from a peculiar world, perhaps from the celestial domain or another ancient realm. The unknown stirs a myriad of thoughts within Yuan General. He takes a deep breath, forcibly calming the tumult within, casting an increasingly frigid gaze upon the two. These 2 individuals are clearly of the caliber of ancient emperors, easily dispatched with a mere slap. He has repeatedly held back, attempting to communicate, yet all efforts have been met with indifference. With their origins unknown and intentions clear, their hostility compels him to probe their primordial spirits. Contemplating this, Yuan Gen raises his head to gaze toward the edge of the starry sky, where 2 other supremes, equally brimming with vitality, are flying with determination toward a certain direction, the ancient star of the Northern Dipper. It is perplexing. Yuan Gen cannot fathom the audacity of these unknown beings. They seem blissfully unaware of the consequences of provoking the forbidden zones of the Northern Dipper. Moreover, they are 2 supremes of the caliber of ancient emperors, full of vitality and bearing the essence of longevity. Chapter 67. Where comes the great elixir? The 2 supremes from the peculiar world shatter the divine mark of the purple gold chains and engage Yuan Gen in combat. The process, though seemingly prolonged, occurs in the blink of an eye. Even the beings on the chariot star fail to react before the battle escalates to an extraordinary intensity. Those 2 have already lured the eternal emperor away. The outcome remains uncertain. Outside the ancient star of the Northern Dipper, the 2 supremes from the peculiar world fixate on that direction. One of them, a beast-like figure, snorts impatiently, a golden giant elephant, exuding an eagerness in its tone. In recent years, the peculiar world has amassed a considerable number of extreme beings, with a figure nearly akin to a mundane immortal personally guiding them. Along with a legacy that transcends humanity, they are well aware of their path forward, yearning for the great opportunities this realm offers to take a crucial step forward. For instance, they understand that the elixir of immortality possesses an essence that surpasses humanity. Acquiring a specimen and comprehending its principles could lead to monumental breakthroughs. This opportunity is exceedingly rare, and they must secure their portion before others arrive. The female supreme of the extreme path exhibits little expression. She is an exceptionally tall woman, her lithe form ensconced in a gray metallic battle robe. Her silver hair flows smoothly, 3 silver spikes sprouting amidst her tresses, and her eyes radiate a somber, void-like luminance. According to intelligence, this star harbors numerous so-called zones of life, where many supremes have severed their own realms and are sealed, lying in slumber. Which one shall we choose? The golden giant elephant nods, having felt the cold, indifferent gazes of countless eyes fixated upon it since its arrival in this celestial expanse. These gazes emanate from the enormous star below, akin to beasts encircling their prey in a jungle, shadows concealing many unknown monsters. These creatures do not rush to strike, but instead gaze hungrily, their eyes filled with unabashed greed and malice, an experience the two supremes from the peculiar world have never encountered. Yet, the elephant supreme remains unconcerned. When speaking of the self-severing supremes, its tone is laced with pity and disdain. Ultimately, these extreme beings from other realms are but a pitiful assembly of fleeting souls. The divine ruins, where self-severers are fewest. The Lord of the Immortals has stated that within lies the Xuanwu immortal elixir and another elixir of immortality. We might as well seize them, study them for some time, and consider it an opportunity for both of us. The female supreme selects a specific area, situated in the eastern wastes of the ancient star of the Northern Dipper, where boundless ruins and remnants stretch before her eyes. A gate, towering as high as the heavens, stands firm, behind which lies an eternal silence. As if an ancient beast slumbers, the divine ruins, as legend has it, were once a critical cluster of palaces that emerged after the fall of the heavenly court in the mythic era. At its peak, it housed over a dozen supremes. But the divine war many years ago devastated this zone, reducing its number to merely 3 or 4. Boom. Confirming their target, the two supremes no longer hesitate. One humanoid and one beast stride forth, the cosmos behind them reversing as they appear above the towering southern gate. It seems the divine ruins have been deemed a soft target. The two supremes from the peculiar world take their stance, and immediately, a low, chilling laughter emanates from deep within the divine ruins. Within the vast celestial source, ancient, intimidating eyes open, confronting them. Those eyes resemble those of a wild beast. The being within the celestial source appearing as though it has endured an eternity of hunger, filled with a profound craving and thirst. Surrender the elixir of immortality, and I shall grant you release. In response to such a monstrous entity, the woman waves her hand, and a dense array of void light bursts forth from her being, transforming into intricate formations that entirely isolate the divine ruins from the outside world. The lady is known as the Void Sovereign, an epitome of the immortal lineage of the peculiar world. She cultivates a heritage from the immortal race known as the Void King beasts, possessing not only formidable combat prowess but also mastery over sealing, confinement, and evasion techniques, thereby holding a prestigious position within the immortal lineage. She has set up the Grand Void Formation to prevent the supreme being of the divine ruins from escaping. Little did anyone expect that as the void runes were inscribed, the laughter of the beastly creature deep within the divine ruins became even more exuberant and heightened, as if it had heard some grand jest, completely unaffected by the void runes sealing the entire divine ruins. Boom. In an instant, the frenzied laughter of the supreme being from the forbidden zone ceased abruptly, as the essence of the celestial source erupted, revealing a towering figure emerging from the dense chaos light. The Void Sovereign narrowed her eyes in observation. The opposing supreme was a humanoid being, yet vastly taller than any ordinary human, with many characteristics of ferocious beasts, such as Kuanping wings, the horns of an ox, and the carapace of a chelan, all seamlessly fused into one body without the slightest sense of discord. Extremely bizarre, exceedingly powerful. I am the beast god. If either of you possesses the ability to slay me, I shall willingly offer you the elixir of immortality. The beast god stood as a mountain, each breath resonating with the cosmos, causing tremors throughout myriad realms. Roar. Such a savage and overwhelming majesty compelled the nearby giant elephant sovereign to no longer endure the stirring of its bloodline. It revealed its true form, confronting the beast god from a distance. This was a golden giant elephant, its entire body seemingly forged from celestial gold, with tusks resembling gleaming, glazed metal, radiating a sacred and gentle brilliance. The elephant sovereign was a master of the human secret realms, its cultivation system identical to that of the beings of this universe, having comprehended the 5 secret realms over 200,000 years of practice, thus possessing immense combat strength. Boom. On another front, another celestial source exploded, crimson blood energy engulfing the heavens, as a withered old man sat cross-legged amidst the chaos light, his blood energy so unique and dazzling that he resembled a deity. I am the Divine Sovereign. Above the head of the being known as the Divine Sovereign, a dragon-patterned black gold vessel floated, his blood energy overwhelmingly tyrannical, radiating brilliance for myriad miles. Boom. Following that, yet another rumble echoed as a third celestial source erupted, revealing the final supreme. Another emaciated old man whose aura differed greatly from that of the Divine Sovereign, a majestic he, lifting its head behind him, gazing down upon the two supremes. I am the ancient Turtle Emperor. Though I am reluctant to become entangled in the chaos, since both of you are of the same caliber, I shall not object. The ancient turtle emperor waved his hand. Behind him countless illusory stars aligned, and layers upon layers of imperial killing formations spread out, equally prepared for battle. Rarely. I thought I was nearing death, perhaps destined to wither away with time, yet thanks to the both of you stepping into the fray and willingly becoming the elixir, I am grateful. The divine sovereign spoke, advancing step by step towards the void sovereign, his tone calm. Yet it sent chills through the very core of the immortal path sovereign, suddenly realizing the implications contained within the gazes since their arrival on this ancient star. From beginning to end, these individuals, including all the supremes of the North Dipper ancient star, seemingly never regarded her as a being of equal standing, but rather as a life-prolonging elixir. To the throng of dying souls, how dare you provoke us? The elephant sovereign also grasped this notion, its proud eyes igniting with furious wrath as it growled. It could not comprehend why, despite being of the same tier as the immortal path supremes, the others dared to regard them as mere prey without hesitation. Same tier? What a joke. Having never undergone the most crucial of tribulations, having not faced the most arduous of calamities, what qualifications do you possess to stand alongside us? The beast god's towering figure appeared ferocious and menacing, now looking down upon the elephant sovereign, greedily exclaiming, moreover, the life-sustaining essence upon you is nearly overflowing. Thunderous. Simultaneously, within the divine ruins, an array of dense runes emerged, also of the supreme tier, and not solely from one supreme, the runes layered upon one another, enveloping the grand formation of the void sovereign, sealing even the heavens above. The void sovereign and the elephant sovereign sensed a foreboding. It seemed the other party was equally wary of their escape. Chapter 68. You belong to the divine ruins. Since the arrival of the two supremes from the peculiar world to the North Dipper, their fates had already been sealed. After all, the thought processes of the Forbidden Zone supremes and Yuan Heng were entirely different. If Yuan Heng viewed this group of unknown immortal path supremes and the forces behind them as unstable elements threatening the cosmos, with intentions to trace their origins, then in the eyes of the Forbidden Zone supremes, the identities of the two supremes from the peculiar worlds had but one interpretation: elixirs for prolonging life. Roar. Within the confines of the divine ruins, the beast god's roar resounded through heaven and earth, shaking the void, myriad sounds booming as the might of his form erupted, obliterating layers of time and space. Kuanping wings, ox horns, Qilin carapace, white tiger claws. Several layers of impeccable imperial runes suppressed myriad paths. The beast god had no need to worry about his might affecting the ancient North Dipper beneath him, as he reveled in stretching his form across this land. The features of the divine birds and beasts becoming increasingly resplendent. In the annals of ancient history, the beast god was one of the rare few paragons who had not forged a life-bound imperial weapon. Rather, his invincible body served as the finest weapon capable of striking across the universe and defying the cosmos. At this moment, facing the void sovereign and the elephant sovereign, whose origins were unknown, whose blood energy was exceptionally abundant, and who possessed life-sustaining essence, the beast god unhesitatingly revealed his trump card. The pinnacle of ascendancy. As the severed celestial platform was forcefully repaired, the beast god's realm finally reached a long-awaited state of consummation. His aura now locking onto the elephant sovereign, intending to treat this alien being as his quarry. The opportunity for eternal life is here. What are you two hesitating for? Simultaneously, he also urged the divine sovereign and the ancient turtle emperor. This time, their opponents were two supreme beings, and although he verbally dismissed them, his primal instincts urged him to take the matter seriously, unwilling to stumble in the muck. Boom. The ancient turtle emperor nodded, entering the state of pinnacle of ascendancy without hesitation, his aura becoming ethereal, gradually concealing itself within the chaotic mist, where only a starry expanse emerged, meticulously calculating every flaw of the void sovereign and the elephant sovereign. In stark contrast, the divine sovereign's state appeared far less impressive. This ancient supreme from the mythic era hesitated for a long time before retrieving half of a 9-turn golden pill from the dragon-patterned black gold vessel, subsequently swallowing it whole. Kill. At this moment, the aura of the old divine sovereign erupted, his blood energy shining far brighter than ever before. His celestial platform glowing as he instantaneously entered the pinnacle of ascendancy, brandishing his divine fist, charging towards the void sovereign. This venerable being had lived for an eternity, naturally. He held no extraneous emotions towards a woman like the void sovereign. His intent to kill was palpable, with the dragon-patterned black gold vessel hovering above him. Each strike of his supreme fist aimed to shatter the cosmos. Boom. Presently, the expression on the beast god's face grew increasingly exhilarated as he charged toward the elephant sovereign. his colossal claws embodying both the unparalleled sharpness of the heavenly Peng and the heavy majesty of the white tiger, reaching for the elephant sovereign. Roar. In response, the elephant sovereign unleashed an angry and resounding trumpet, as if sounding the clarion call for an immeasurable war, golden sound waves cascading outward, causing numerous ancient structures within the divine ruins to explode on the spot. This was the forbidden technique of the elephant sovereign, a magnum opus of its perfected human secret realm, founded upon the Dao Palace and Celestial Platform, the sound of the great Dao resonating throughout the cosmos, capable not only of annihilating the enemy's flesh but also shattering their very essence, wherever the sound waves traversed. The ancient emperor of the Black Turtle and the divine sovereign chose to evade the brilliance, yet the beast god clearly harbored a different intent. This supreme being stood his ground, allowing the sonic waves to crash against him. Crack! The entirety of his Qilin armor shattered, many sections exploding open, revealing a ghastly display of flesh and blood. The onslaught of his massive claws was interrupted, yet the beast god remained undeterred, effortlessly lifting one colossal foot. The overwhelming power of the Kuei beast coalesced there, and he stomped down fiercely upon the golden body of the elephant sovereign. Boom! With every ounce of strength expended in that strike, golden divine patterns surged across the golden giantess form. However, in the next moment, those patterns detonated, and the massive elephant was sent hurtling away, its immense body crashing into the extreme path formations of the divine ruins, its crystal-clear blood staining the earth. Crack! Crack! As the beast god lifted his foot, he even tore away a sizable chunk of glistening golden flesh from the elephant sovereign, carelessly stuffing it into his mouth and crunching down with fervor, savoring the taste. Moments later, a savage grin spread across his face. The flesh, rich in life force and an exceedingly rare substance of longevity, was indeed the most precious elixir in the universe. He bared his teeth, golden blood and crystal-like divine blood staining his fangs, and his expression towards the elephant sovereign grew increasingly exhilarated. "Old turtle, make your move," roared this ancient sovereign, who had lived for untold years. With a flap of the Kunpeng wings behind him, they transformed into the sharpest blades beneath the stars, slicing towards the head of the elephant sovereign. Roar! Upon witnessing this, the elephant sovereign was also ignited with true fire. Ignoring his injuries, he let out a thunderous roar, a crystal ancient zither materializing above him, resonating waves of sound that coalesced into a colossal elephant, once again colliding head-on with the beast god. From the moment he became aware of those self-destructive sovereigns, the elephant sovereign had held them in disdain, believing that true extreme path practitioners should be forthright, considering self-immolation to be a sign of weakness. Black Turtle Path 16, shattering the divine. But at that moment, an ancient, indifferent voice echoed from afar. Dark azure runes, appearing at some point beside the elephant sovereign, instantly coalesced into a resplendent black turtle celestial light, unavoidable, directly striking the elephant sovereign's primordial spirit. In that instant, the elephant sovereign's primordial spirit immediately embraced unity, golden celestial light erupting as a palm-sized miniature elephant, and the crystal zither radiated light, withstanding the forbidden magic of the ancient black turtle emperor. Soon, the celestial light faded, and the elephant sovereign's primordial spirit swayed, forcibly blocking the ancient black turtle emperor's strike. Yet his spirit dimmed in an instant, his gaze losing much of its luster. Simultaneously, the beast god's Kunpeng wings arrived, catching the elephant sovereign completely off guard. His eyes widened in horror, yet he could only watch helplessly as the beast god's immense wings swept across his neck, severing his grand head. The dark golden radiance flashing past, subsequently reducing that head to a mist of blood. Roar! Nonetheless, the supreme being of the extreme path was, after all, a supreme being. The massive elephant's body crashed to the ground, the crystal zither vibrating, and the exploding blood mist instantly flowed back, reforming into that elephant head. Despite the severe injuries to both his body and primordial spirit, the elephant sovereign still persevered. Roar! Upon witnessing this, a feral gleam flickered in the beast god's eyes as he seized the elephant sovereign's head, opening his mouth and shoving it towards his maw. It was the great power of the Taotai race. In response, the elephant sovereign felt darkness enveloping his vision, exerting every effort to activate his forbidden magic against the beast god. Yet, the imperial laws within that vast mouth surged forth, rendering even the myriad surrounding rules meaningless. All that remained in his sight was the ever-enlarging maw of the beast god. Crack! Soon, the ancient black turtle emperor, the divine sovereign, and the void sovereign, who was engaged in battle with the divine sovereign, all heard the explosive sound of bones shattering emanating from the beast god's mouth. The crystal-colored divine blood and brain matter flowed from his teeth, vibrant and terrifying. Roar! The crystal zither trembled, emitting a mournful wail of the colossal elephant, As part of the Elephant Sovereign's primordial spirit resided within it. Seeing the dire situation, it immediately fled towards the distance. Yet this was futile. The Elephant Sovereign's weapon and primordial spirit had yet to escape, as a majestic turtle head appeared in the sky, opening its mouth and directly swallowing them whole. The Void Sovereign watched this unfold in disbelief. A sovereign of the extreme path, gazing down upon the myriad heavens from within her own universe, was brutally extinguished by these two self-destructive beings in mere moments. She simply could not accept it. Yet the harsh truth lay before her, leaving no room for argument. Overwhelmed with despair, she unleashed a void obliteration, forcing the Divine Sovereign back a step while shattering a vast expanse of Imperial Path formations. Then, she vanished without a trace. Retreating into the distant void. Black Turtle Path 12, Forbidden Universe. The incantation of the ancient Black Turtle Emperor echoed, and the Void Sovereign felt the surrounding void completely locked down, causing her to tumble out from the depths of the void. When she looked up again, she saw the Divine Sovereign striding towards her, the dragon-patterned black golden vessel hovering heavily above his head, his frail form standing tall, silence cloaked in absolute murderous intent. Further away, the beast god crossed his arms, also gazing down upon her. You belong to the divine ruins. The deep, brutal voice seemed to have already pronounced the death sentence for the two extraordinary sovereigns. Chapter 69, Total Annihilation. In the ancient Big Dipper star, among the myriad ancient tribes, no one knew the extent of the brutal battle that transpired within the divine ruins. Those two unknown formidable sovereigns entered the divine ruins, sealing that region with supreme void formations, and thereafter, silence reigned. It was not until several moments later that the void formations, which had enveloped the entire forbidden zone of the divine ruins, burst like bubbles, restoring tranquility to the vast divine ruins. The southern heaven gates still stood majestically, as if nothing had ever occurred. A tongue of a great clan witnessed a withered elder dragging a beast carcass with a triangular horn sprouting from its forehead into a dilapidated ancient hall behind the southern heaven gate. Resembling a bountiful old hunter, his steps steady and resolute. Hiss, crack, crack. The entire life of the ancient Big Dipper star clearly heard the chilling sounds of chewing emanating from deep within another ancient mountain behind the southern heaven gate. There, it seemed a peerless ferocious beast was devouring its prey, its sharp claws tearing flesh, its fangs snapping through divine bones, and its massive jaws grinding marrow, accompanied by wild, low roars echoing across that vast expanse of land. A bountiful harvest, indeed enviable. Within the primordial ancient mine, an ancient, hoarse voice sighed softly. The sounds of the beast god's gnawing and chewing were not terrifying to their ears. Rather, it felt like a declaration and a boast, leaving the other sovereigns of the forbidden zones feeling as if their hearts were being clawed at. I am more curious about where those two came from. Their vitality is so abundant, and they possess longevity substances. Could it be that there exists a realm of eternal life in this world? On Burial Heaven Island, another sovereign spoke up. The Void Sovereign duo was quite honest, not concealing their intense vitality and longevity substances. To the sovereigns of the forbidden zones, these two items were akin to fresh meat on the plains, capable of attracting countless beasts. Unfortunately, meat that reaches anyone's mouth becomes their own. Since the Mythic Era, the rules among the forbidden zones have always been thus. Self-destructive zones do not constitute mutual protection, but stand side by side. Regardless, the major forbidden zones must ensure mutual respect. Just like today, when the two foreign sovereigns voluntarily chose to strike at the divine ruins, the three great sovereigns of the divine ruins hunted them down. Although the other forbidden zone sovereigns were tempted, everyone chose restraint and ultimately refrained from intervening. In a few days, they would inquire about the sovereigns inside. The divine ruins had been struggling in recent years, with many old friends perishing in the divine war, and the divine sovereign was nearing madness. Thankfully, both the beast god and the ancient black turtle were beings capable of communication. In the sea of reincarnation, there were also individuals who spoke. The eternal emperor could also communicate, and with two comparable extreme path sovereigns seeking him out, he should be able to uncover a great deal of information. In the realm of celestial mountains, a supreme being from the forbidden zone gazed upon the divine ruins for an extended period before finally speaking. The beings within the forbidden zone exchanged opinions, yet none dared to take action. Their interest in the supreme beings from the peculiar world was palpable, but none were foolish enough to squander their strength without a thorough understanding of their origins. However, as the elder supreme from the celestial mountains began to speak, the gazes of these powerful beings shifted toward the starry sky, having previously focused too intently on the divine ruins. They had overlooked the battle belonging to the eternal sovereign deep within the cosmos. Boom. In the starry expanse where the ancient star of Gochen resided, the second round of combat between Yuan Heng and the two supreme beings commenced. The Blood Sovereign and the Eight-Armed Supreme were well aware that they could not confront Yuan Heng alone. they fully recognized the terror of their opponent, whose single strike could severely injure or even slay either of them. They realized they must join forces to barely withstand his attacks. At this stage of their cultivation, they had gained a profound understanding of combat, perfectly melding the paths of immortality and the Dao of Seeds to manifest a brilliant ocean of crimson, replete with the radiance of slaughter and the fluctuations of strength. Yuan Heng, of course, could not be suppressed by them. In truth, even united, these weaker supreme beings were hardly a challenge, and he could effortlessly vanquish them. What truly struck Yuan Heng was the noticeable evolution in the paths of the Dao Seeds and immortality compared to his memories. Although the fundamental framework remained unchanged, there were numerous enhancements and refinements evident. Perhaps it was the influence of the later emperors and unrivaled titans, or even the emperor of the wilderness, who had improved upon these ancient methods. Yuan Heng rationally speculated that during his slumber, an abundance of events had transpired. The origins of the Dao Seeds and the path of immortality were far from the level of the emperor, indicating ample room for advancement. Perhaps in a future life, he might also endeavor to traverse the path of immortality? Unexpectedly, this thought emerged within him. And although he was oblivious to which supreme being from the other realm was the source of the immortality path, with the conclusion of the chaotic ancient war, the entire foreign domain had been thoroughly eradicated, rendering the entire path of immortality as spoils of war for his faction, and he had no qualms about delving into it. It was time to conclude. However, as the battle at the ancient star of the Big Dipper came to an end, the gazes of the supreme beings from the Forbidden Zone turned towards him. Yuan Heng whispered to himself, and his eyes instantly sharpened. At that moment, the profound myriad of runes illuminated beneath his feet, and he vanished from his original position, reappearing before the eight-armed supreme. Burial of life. Yuan Heng's fingertips shimmered with the light of the burial Dao as he executed a newly conceived forbidden technique, extending a finger to firmly touch the forehead of the eight-armed supreme. Crack. The absolute essence of death enveloped this supreme being from the peculiar world. The depth and brilliance of the burial Dao swiftly extinguishing all divine powers within him. His primordial spirit was obliterated, and his once resolute gaze dimmed instantaneously. Knowing that this individual was not a being from the foreign realm, Yuan Heng's hostility dissipated considerably. He collected the body of this entity, a vessel brimming with vitality and possessing the essence of longevity. Its worth was truly immeasurable. Buzz. In the next moment, Yuan Heng lifted his gaze, and his figure vanished once more, the light of the Dao flickering as he arrived before the supreme being of the slaughtered Dao Seed. With a simple motion, Yuan Heng's hand outshone the third claw of the golden crow, effortlessly shattering all defenses of the blood sovereign, his palm slicing directly into the latter's chest. Puff! Crimson Dao blood splattered, and in the incredulous gaze of the blood sovereign, that hand yanked the Dao Seed from within him, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness, as if his roots had been severed, devoid of vitality. Meanwhile, in Yuan Heng's grasp, the slaughtered Dao Seed thrashed violently, a sphere of bloodlight enveloped in dense chaotic mists, its intense aura of slaughter attempting to influence Yuan Heng's mind. This, of course, was futile. With a slight movement of his fingers, the ancient measuring tool appeared in his hand, transforming into a cosmos that thoroughly suppressed the slaughtered Dao Seed. The original body and primordial spirit of the slaughter sovereign weakened further, as if they had lost their core, collapsing to the ground. No. Yuan Heng continued his assault, ruthlessly extracting the primordial spirit of the slaughter sovereign from his physical form. The primordial spirit struggled in vain, trapped in his dark grasp, reduced to mere howls. Next, it was time for me to discern who exactly you are. For this being filled with malevolence towards him, Yuan Heng harbored no pity. He recalled a soul-searching technique recorded in the underworld, and a wave of dark light erupted from his primordial spirit, illuminating the primordial spirit of the slaughter sovereign. In that moment, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into Yuan Heng's mind. Chapter 70. The Erroneous Path to Ascension. In the peculiar world, the cosmic structure was comprised of 33 heavens, each an immensely vast realm capable of nurturing countless cultivators. Beyond these 33 heavens lay innumerable inconspicuous minor realms. Among them, one seemingly insignificant ancient realm unexpectedly became the focal point of this vast universe's situation. In just a millennium, dozens of peak human cultivators from the numerous top-tier Dao lineages of the 33 heavens had crossed realms. Some cultivated in the secret realms of the body, connecting the 5 great secret realms to the universe. Others inhaled and exhaled Dao Seeds, merging with the myriad paths of the cosmos. And yet others combined their physical forms with their primordial spirits, embarking on the path of immortality. Without exception, these beings belonged to the realm of extremes, the steadfast pillars of the 33 heavens of the peculiar world, formidable cultivators who transcended the currents of time. At this moment, All these supreme beings of extremes sat cross-legged before a towering emerald gate, which stood 100 feet high, emanating a profound aura of myriad paths. A heavy, chaotic brilliance permeated the door, obscuring the vision of all present. The supreme beings who had arrived here understood that they stood before an extraordinarily significant gate. For beyond this door lay a vast universe, known as the 9 heavens and 10 earths. According to the ancient records of the peculiar world, these extreme beings had some knowledge of the events surrounding the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the land of the end times, the realm of eternal life, the holy land of the celestial emperor, the tomb of the kings. That ancient universe bore witness to countless epics and entombed numerous legends, with untold secrets yet to be unearthed, awaiting future generations to unveil. It was said that in recent years, the celestial lord had discovered a genuine celestial artifact from that land of end times. Although its deity was no more, its essence as a celestial artifact remained. Now, these supreme beings of extremes were eagerly awaiting the opportunity to traverse the chaotic tunnel and enter another realm. How fared the celestial lord and the supreme with divine arms? An exceptionally tall and handsome supreme being, adorned with 2 pairs of golden wings, rose to his feet and bowed to the ethereal figure before the chaotic tunnel, inquiring. This individual was a practitioner of the path of immortality. His inquiry was not so much out of concern for the 4 supreme beings who entered first, but rather a worry that they might overreach and seize opportunities meant for all. For instance, the elixir of immortality. A single fruit could grant a supreme being the chance to live a second life. Even in this realm, among the gathered supreme beings, there were those whose lifespans were waning, and many longed for a single fruit of immortality. Yet, to their surprise, the celestial lord whom they revered remained silent. Seated upon a jade platform, his brow furrowed as if troubled by some vexing matter. Crack! Without waiting for this group of supreme beings to continue their inquiries, a fragment of ivory, crafted from golden glass, suddenly dimmed on a small table nearby, before shattering violently into a multitude of pieces. This scene caused many of the present supremes to furrow their brows, for they were acutely aware that the owner of the glass ivory was one of the supreme beings who had intruded into the realms of heaven and earth, and now, with the token shattered, it was evident that a grave issue had arisen. What has transpired? Observing the situation, a golden-haired lion with 9 heads abruptly rose to its feet. Clearly familiar with the ivory's owner, both being practitioners of the secret paths of the human body, the 9-headed lion served as the mentor and guide to the ivory's master. Crack! However, not long after, another piece of a void jewel on the small table trembled and then exploded, its ethereal light dissipating, indicating that its owner's condition was far from optimistic. Crack! Crack! Subsequently, a blood-red jade pendant and a golden token also cracked in succession, leading to the complete destruction of the tokens left by the 4 supreme beings exploring the realms of heaven and earth. Have they all perished? This sudden turn of events left many supreme beings present in a state of shock, rendering them momentarily speechless. Was it not said that life was scarce in that realm? With supreme beings possessing merely over 20,000 years of lifespan, was it not claimed that those supreme beings had all severed their paths to immortality, causing their realms to plummet? Something feels amiss. Many cast their gazes towards the celestial sovereign, noticing that the expression of this leader from the peculiar world was also far from pleasant, causing the myriad laws to tremble in response to his fury. After a prolonged silence, the expression of this formidable entity from the peculiar world finally eased, as he recalled the earlier description of that realm from the celestial treasure, and could not help but let out a deep sigh. The human path's goo pool left by the heavenly emperor is indeed a nightmare for the beings of the human realm. Meanwhile, beyond the ancient star of Goching, Yuan Gen, seated in the void, slowly opened his eyes. So it was, this group indeed hails from the peculiar world. In a mere moment, he had completely categorized and organized the memories extracted from the blood sovereign's primordial spirit, gaining insight into the origins of the 4 supreme beings. He had anticipated this, suspecting that these 2 unknown supremes might originate from an extraordinary world, as the spatial position of that realm lay between the realms of heaven and earth, possessing the potential for reverse connectivity to this domain. With a slight stir of thought, he invoked the heavenly heart mark, allowing his consciousness to traverse through time and space, penetrating beneath the ancient star of Goching, into a small world veiled in a faint chaotic brilliance and longevity essence, including the towering chaotic gate and the profound aura of the 2 supreme beings outside the gate. All fell under the scrutiny of the heavenly heart. An incorrect time, an incorrect place. It was uncertain which forerunner of this realm had forcefully breached the path to immortality, leaving behind this hidden peril. After a careful investigation, he murmured to himself, formulating conjectures about this realm's circumstances. In the ancient history of the Zhetian universe that he possessed, there were numerous examples of failed attempts to breach the path to immortality, including the Demon Emperor and the Solar Human Emperor. Yet, given the innate ferocity of the path seekers from this realm, it was certain that there were more than just those two willing to brave the path to immortality. The chaotic cave below might well be the work of one or several ancient supreme beings, who forcibly shattered a path to immortality that had either yet to be opened or had already been closed, thus causing the connection to this peculiar world. Thunderous rumblings. Just as Yuan Gen was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the faint sound of metal clashing from the ancient realm below. Unbeknownst to him, a bronze ancient palace had appeared before the two supreme beings at the chaotic gate, within which celestial light blazed fiercely. And the azure path light scorched the myriad paths into lamentation. That was a treasure surpassing the realm of humanity, a true celestial artifact. Clearly, the guardian of that realm had detected his probing and summoned the celestial artifact to issue a deterrent. The bronze celestial palace? When did he acquire such a thing? Yuan Gen was astonished, yet he remained undaunted by the intimidation emanating from the bronze celestial palace. The void beneath his feet rippled gently as he strode boldly towards the entrance to the peculiar world deep within Gocheng. According to the memories of the Blood Sovereign, the most formidable being and ruler of the peculiar world was a figure known as the Celestial Sovereign, a being on the verge of ascension, possessing overwhelming prowess in both cultivation and combat. This individual was likely the same red dust celestial who was crushed by the hand of Wushi. Yuan Gen, sensing the profound primordial spirit fluctuations emanating from beneath the bronze celestial palace, could not help but smile slightly. This fellow was perhaps unaware of how his actions could help resolve significant conflicts and hazards for the Zhetian universe. Chapter 71. Intensification. On the other side of the path to immortality. Thunderous rumblings. The might of the supreme beings, particularly that of the current emperor, who was unified with the heavenly heart mark, was so formidable that it could cause the universe to shatter and the starry rivers to overturn. Much like the awe-inspiring presence of Yuan Gen, which was causing this small realm of immortality to tremble violently. He shattered the void, his hands clasped behind his back, mere thousands of feet away from the towering chaotic gate, his overwhelming might soaring into the heavens, causing the gate itself to quiver. Opposite him, the supreme crocodile dragon could not help but tremble slightly, for Yuan Gen's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, although it too was a supreme being. It could not suppress the instinctive fear and reverence that arose within. Yet Yuan Gen's attention was evidently not on the crocodile dragon. He compared the memories of the primordial spirit of the Slayer Supreme and observed the figure of a dark-haired man seated atop the crocodile dragon, squinting for a long time before finally speaking in a deep voice. Celestial Sovereign? Upon hearing this, Source Demon, with its face adorned with thick black fur, revealed a hint of a smile as the bronze celestial palace cast down strands of dark green celestial light, enveloping both Source Demon and the crocodile dragon below. The celestial light distorted the coarse, hard fur, rendering its visage even more grotesque. It is I, who has long heard of the illustrious name of the Eternal Emperor, not yet ascended, yet daring to call oneself Celestial Sovereign? Yuan Gen raised an eyebrow. The soy sauce celestial clearly had yet to encounter a worthy adversary at this stage, as he audaciously claimed such a title during the era of humanity, undeniably arrogant to an extreme. Merely a title within my realm. To maintain control, one must adopt an extravagant name. The Celestial Sovereign raised his hand, sealing the crocodile dragon's senses, and then smiled. In the presence of my esteemed friend, I dare not call myself a Celestial Sovereign. My name is Biluo. Once I travel to the celestial realm in the future, my title shall be the Biluo Qinghuan Celestial. Yuan Gen nodded. The dialogue between the two bore little of the tension of drawn swords. Instead, it was quite amicable, with neither party harboring any unnecessary animosity. Sending those two to kill me was the intention of my friend Biluo? Yuan Gen continued to inquire, his tone remaining calm, yet the overwhelming majesty emanating from him intensified, causing the crocodile dragon beneath the Celestial Sovereign to tighten in apprehension. Were it not for the bronze celestial palace hovering above, the crocodile dragon likely would not have been able to stand in the presence of that man at all. The heavenly heart mark is something that anyone can obtain. In my realm, lacking such a supreme treasure, it presented those two an opportunity. Alas, they proved unworthy, only to serve the Eternal Emperor. The Celestial Sovereign, or rather Biluo, did not seem to mind Yuan Gen's inquiries. He sat upright atop the crocodile dragon, slowly beginning to speak. Contending for the heavenly heart? Your aim likely extends beyond that. Yuan Gen narrowed his eyes. The heavenly heart mark was indeed precious, yet the supreme beings from the peculiar world had split into two factions, clearly possessing other objectives. The elixir of immortality and the heavenly heart mark are both supreme treasures left by the Celestial Emperor. My realm has a secret path inheritance, and I am also a successor of the secret path. The treasures of the Celestial Emperor should rightfully include a share for my realm. The Celestial Sovereign spoke. seemingly considering for a moment before adding, I admit, I underestimated the strength of your realm. I shall make a concession. For the elixir of immortality, my realm requires only 18 of them, while the remainder shall still belong to your realm. As for the heavenly heartmark, we can alternate in leadership. How does that sound? Yuan Gen, observing this fellow presenting a series of demands that could be deemed outrageous, could not help but laugh. Nonsense. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he suddenly lifted a massive foot, unhesitatingly stepping towards the Celestial Lord. The radiant light of the Taigu gathered beneath his foot, enveloping this realm in a chilling, deathly silence. Boom. The Celestial Lord remained speechless as the bronze celestial palace ascended into the air, emanating an overwhelming aura of celestial authority from its ancient bronze. It clashed fiercely against the colossal foot of Yuan Gen that shattered the void. Bang! This collision, far beyond the bounds of reason, unleashed a terrifying force, plunging the entire world into absolute stillness wherever the Taigu light spread. The void disintegrated inch by inch, obliterating all the yellow sands, shattered bones, and remnants of soldiers into nothingness. Without divine artifacts, do you still dare to contend with me? After a failed strike, Yuan Gen snorted coldly, and a resonant chime echoed from his brow. A golden Kunlun celestial bell manifested above him, immediately colliding with the bronze celestial palace. Boom. The celestial authority was mutually extinguished as Yuan Gen extended a massive hand, merging with the tail of the colossal Kun, which seemed like a divine punishment descending from the heavens, landing solidly on the corporeal form of the source demon, cloaked in dark fur. With a single strike, the source demon's body was instantly transformed into a mist of pitch-black blood, causing the crocodile dragon beneath him to spew blood and frantically soar into the chaotic portal. Madman! Upon witnessing this, an enraged growl resounded from within the bronze celestial palace, as an ethereal figure, nearing divinity, appeared above the palace. This was the Celestial Lord's avatar, now commanding the bronze palace devoid of its deity. Though furious, the Celestial Lord acted with remarkable composure, decisively breaking free from the constraints of the Kunlun bell and soaring into the chaotic portal. Observing this, Yuan Gen paused momentarily. Truth be told, he had no desire to enter the strange world at this stage. The vast cosmos held many significant events yet to unfold. The Celestial Lord was unable to descend from the strange world, and Yuan Gen could not guarantee his return, should he venture in and fail to return. Even if he could slay the Celestial Lord, it would be utterly unprofitable. It seems the Eternal Emperor has his reservations. Yuan Gen's actions instilled a sense of certainty in the Celestial Lord, who hovered the bronze palace behind the chaotic portal and advised. History states that our two realms were originally brother realms under a shared cultivation system. How can the Heavenly Emperor's fortune be enjoyed alone? I implore the Eternal Emperor to be more open-minded. In the future, as we ascend the celestial path, I would be honored to invite you, my friend, to journey together into the celestial domain. Perhaps fearing Yuan Gen's disbelief, an ancient tome fell from the bronze palace, containing the ancient legends of the three great celestial beings who could break into the celestial domain. Yet Yuan Gen remained unmoved. He locked eyes with the Celestial Lord within the bronze palace and coldly replied, "This brother realm lacks your attitude. I do not need you as a companion on the path to immortality. In the grand scheme of things, actions ultimately rely on strength. How many trump cards do you possess? Feel free to reveal them." The elixir of immortality was something Yuan Gen would never willingly part with. These were the treasures of this realm, capable of enduring in the forbidden zone for millennia. However, should they fall into the hands of the strange world, the lineage would indeed be severed. You are too obstinate. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Lord's expression quickly turned cold. The bronze palace descended, showering countless rays of celestial brilliance, causing his voice to resonate with immense force. Simultaneously, within the radiance of the palace, figures emerged from the chaotic void. These were powerful beings from the strange world, including practitioners of celestial lineage, immortality, and the secret arts of the human body, each brimming with vitality and formidable might. Yuan Gen observed intently. The auras of these supreme beings varied greatly, with some weaker than the blood sovereign he had slain, while the stronger ones exuded a presence even greater than the Kirin Emperor of the third generation. Altogether, they numbered nearly 200. Moreover, some supreme beings were even crossing worlds, standing on the opposite side of the chaotic portal. Our realm possesses the roots of longevity and profound depth. No matter how powerful you are but one person. Do you truly believe you can safeguard this realm? Chapter 72, Forbidden Zone. The Eternal Emperor is one of us. It must be said, though the Celestial Lord may not possess overwhelming strength, his status as the absolute authority of a great realm in the strange world is indeed extraordinary. Just like now, with a single command, the Celestial Lord had at least 100 supreme beings standing on the opposite side of the chaotic portal. Their gazes seemed to transcend time and space, confronting Yuan from afar. Each of these supreme beings was filled with indomitable fighting spirit. Even though Yuan was strong and wielded genuine divine artifacts, this assembly of warriors was undaunted. The Celestial Lord's true form stood at the forefront of these supreme beings, his smile radiating utmost confidence. These supreme beings were his foundation, all having received his grace, willingly standing with him in both advance and retreat against external foes. Ha! Come forth if you dare. However, to their astonishment, Yuan not only showed no trepidation in the face of the 100 supreme beings, but instead burst into laughter, his voice reverberating across myriad paths, causing many beings on the opposite shore to wince in pain. Without waiting for the Celestial Lord to speak further, Yuan turned and departed, leaving behind the Kunlun celestial bell anchored in place, its chime resonating softly, sealing the void of this small realm. As for Yuan himself, his figure transcended the cosmos, traveling to the underworld to retrieve the weapons of the 4 supreme beings, the Corpse Sovereign, the Prison Guardian, the King of Hell, and the Transmigration. He then crossed the cosmos once more, directly arriving at the ancient star of the Big Dipper. Esteemed ones of the Forbidden Zone, I invite you for a discussion. His voice thundered, shaking the entirety of the ancient star. Boom, 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 boom. This day undoubtedly marked the most terrifying day for the myriad cultivators on the ancient star in recent millennia. First, 2 unknown supreme beings spilled blood in the divine ruins, and then a reigning emperor descended upon the ancient mine of Taigu. Following this, various forbidden weapons soared into the sky, vanishing into the ancient mine of Taigu. What on earth is happening? Is the current eternal emperor preparing to wage war against the life Forbidden Zone? Who is the supreme being who perished in the divine ruins? How can there be such a vitality-filled supreme being in this era? Previously, a great battle had also erupted in the Gochin star. Could it be that someone is instigating a dark upheaval? What is going on? Is another divine war about to erupt? The ancient races on the ancient star of the Big Dipper felt a sense of chaos. Even the royal families like the Primal Lake and the divine Silkworm Valley could only tightly guard their supreme weapons, anxiously watching the unfolding situation. They gazed towards the ancient mine of Taigu, which had long been shrouded in chaotic brilliance, now illuminated by various dazzling celestial lights, each representing a supreme weapon and the supreme will of a transcendent existence. Esteemed friends, meanwhile, deep within the ancient mine of Taigu, Yuan, clad in a robe woven from moonlight, sat cross-legged upon a massive stone resembling a dragon soaring high. He nodded in acknowledgement to the weapons arriving from various life forbidden zones. The celestial tier green gold bottle, the Dao Tribulation golden whip, the dragon pattern black gold pot, the celestial treasure jade rui. These weapons, some of which Yuan had heard of and others he had never seen, floated in the void, emanating the formidable power of royal beings, causing space to warp and the great Dao to tremble, exuding an extraordinary authority. The Eternal Emperor has summoned us today. Is it for the Gochin incident? The vast majority of life forbidden zones had never interacted with Yuan and remained silent, watching this reigning emperor. While several supreme beings from the underworld also refrained from speaking, only one supreme being from the ancient mine of Taigu broke the silence, stating, "The so-called Gochin incident needs no further elaboration. Within a single day, 4 unfamiliar supreme beings appeared, sparking 2 great battles. Other than those deeply entrenched in slumber, no other royal beings could have missed it. Indeed, Yuan Gen cast a sweeping glance over the formidable weapons of the extreme path, feeling a surge of delight. For none of the weapons present bore the aura of the myriad living beings. This indicated that none of the supreme beings from the forbidden zones had instigated a dark upheaval. It was only fitting. Those who had previously ignited chaos would certainly refrain from accepting Yuan Gen's invitation, as the consequences of such turmoil were far too grave, amounting to a self-inflicted misery. Consider this. Not a single supreme being from the sacred spirit ancestral land, one of the life forbidden zones, had graced the occasion with their presence. Perhaps this was due to the limited number of sacred spirit supremes within their domain, coupled with their self-imposed isolation, but in this era, the accomplished sacred spirits are seldom virtuous. Their predilection for violence is markedly pronounced. As for the several supremes who descended today, their states need no elaboration from me. The performance of our beast god friend speaks volumes. With a wave of his hand, the corpse of the 8-armed extreme path being abruptly fell from the void. This extraordinary entity bore a resemblance to the once mighty 8-armed soul clan of another realm. Even in death, its majestic presence radiated an unparalleled aura, exuding a sense of overwhelming power and aesthetic beauty. I can assert that these beings hail from the other side of the immortal ascension path, emerging as extreme path supremes from a world birthed on the opposite side. There, the celestial heart mark is absent, and the elixir of immortality is nowhere to be found. However, life-sustaining substances flourish, connecting to a world born from the errors of the immortal ascension path. Yuan Gen allowed the Forbidden Zone Supremes to probe the eight-armed Supreme's corporeal form with their divine senses, patiently waiting for these enlightened beings to confirm their findings. This served as proof. The essence of blood and the life-sustaining material could not be feigned. What does it mean for the immortal ascension path to go awry? After a brief moment, a hoarse voice emanated from the immortal Jade Rui, as an elderly woman inquired. The wrong time, the wrong place, the wrong individuals, misstep in any aspect. And the immortal ascension path would not lead to the immortal domain, but rather to a peculiar world. Yuan Gen responded with patience, gesturing towards the eight-armed corporeal form to indicate that this being originated from that extraordinary realm. In the immortal domain, life-sustaining materials are abundant, allowing extreme path supremes to live for several hundred to millions of years without difficulty. Yet, in that realm, although the lifespan of extreme path supremes is somewhat prolonged, it only extends to several 100,000 years. Currently, there are individuals on the peculiar world side who have established a connection to this realm, and the four supremes present are their vanguards, one seeking the elixir of immortality, and the other aiming to seize the celestial heartmark. Yuan Gen elucidated the current state of the peculiar world, expressing no intent to conceal anything from these extreme path supremes. Those who attain the status of extreme path are all astute individuals. Excessive deceit will undoubtedly lead to complications. Initially, those beings indeed sought us to present the elixir of immortality. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon-patterned black gold pot emitted a soft chime, and the deity from the divine ruins spoke, confirming Yuan Gen's information. What is the implication of the Eternal Emperor's perspective? Should we discuss? In the dragon-patterned black gold pot, the voice of the deity brimmed with anticipation. Following the previous battle, his vital essence had been significantly replenished. Aware of the advantages those extreme path supremes, and indeed, those worldly elixirs, bestowed. It's quite simple. We must blockade the major forbidden zones at the exit to that realm. I shall act as your guide with the immortal bell, safeguarding your paths. As for those supreme beings from another world, their consumption and slaughter, and the seizing of elixirs, I shall have no part in it. Yuan Gen extended a finger. And what if we wish to personally enter that realm? The immortal tier green gold treasure vase trembled, and the ancient supreme behind it inquired. Indifferently, Yuan Gen's response was straightforward. Chapter 73, Eager to engage. Today, the primordial ancient mining area undoubtedly stood as the focal point of the entire Big Dipper ancient star. The boundless pit, once perpetually shrouded in darkness, intermittently radiated resplendent glimmers of extreme path brilliance and surging waves of vital essence, as the laws of the most potent beings illuminated the depths of this ancient mine, making it as bright as day. Yet, even so, the ancient races dared not intrude upon the primordial ancient mine, for the number of awakened supremes within the mining pit was alarmingly high. Who would dare to trespass recklessly, knowing it could likely bring calamity upon their own kin? No one knew the specifics of the discussions between the current emperor and the forbidden zones, but they all harbored an inkling that the cosmic landscape was on the verge of monumental upheaval, compelling even the reigning eternal emperor and the forbidden zone supremes to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Boom. Indeed, after a brief interlude, the divine radiance in the primordial ancient mine pit erupted once more as the extreme path weapons ascended into the sky, returning to their respective forbidden zones. Above the heavens, the figure of a man clad in a robe of moonlight shone most brilliantly, his features etched deeply and his stature imposing, as if he were the very center of the universe, rendering even the extreme path emperor weapons dim in his presence. Beside him, the true dragon-like corpse emperor Bao, the chilling Yanluo emperor armor, the blood-stained prison suppression spear, and the profound and cold rebirth battle blade floated silently, these weapons emanating an overwhelming majesty, encircling Yuan Gen as the imperial laws resonated, seemingly engaged in a silent discourse. In an instant, the four formidable weapons shot into the sky, soaring into the unfathomable depths of the cosmos, leaving Yuan Gen gazing up, seemingly peering toward the far end of the starry sky. The supreme, eternal emperor. We pay homage to the eternal emperor. Only at this moment did the ancient races on the Big Dipper ancient star dare to invoke the name of the eternal emperor. Their voices filled with reverence as they worshipped him, reflecting both their respect for the current monarch and their trepidation regarding the prevailing circumstances. No matter. Today's events concern not the myriad beings. In response, Yuan Gen clasped his hands behind his back, his voice resonating like thunder rolling across the heavens, echoing in the ears of every practitioner within this realm, akin to a soothing balm that calmed the myriad races' cultivators. Yet, everything Yuan Gen did thereafter would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Rise. The breath of this resplendent sovereign reverberated, unleashing a resonant sound of the great Dao that vibrated across the universe, akin to the thunder that accompanied the creation of heaven and earth. shaking the entirety of the Big Dipper ancient star. Under his unparalleled might, this ancient star quaked as if its very foundation were being shifted, trembling violently. The beings of the ancient races beheld as, in the eastern wilderness, colossal mountains ascended into the air, each one more magnificent than the stars in the cosmos. 5 continents suspended in the void. And when the myriad races finally discerned the true forms of those continents, their dread reached an unimaginable peak. Grand islands enveloped in chaotic radiance, the ruins of shattered palaces behind the southern heavenly gate, the silver seas that could overturn the universe, the immortal tombs resonating with the rhythm of eternal life, and the unfathomably vast ancient mining pits. These were the islands of the burying sky, the divine ruins, the sea of reincarnation, the immortal tombs, and the primordial ancient mine. At this moment, the myriad beings of the ancient Beidou star were left with nothing but an overwhelming void in their minds, paralyzed by fear and unable to entertain any thoughts. This was due to the fact that the current eternal emperor had uprooted all 5 major life forbidden zones of the ancient Beidou star. Such an event felt nothing short of a fantastical tale. Moreover, with their very foundations torn asunder, the supreme beings residing within these forbidden zones exhibited no semblance of resistance, as if they had conspired in advance. The 5 great life forbidden zones, now held aloft, weighed heavily even on Yuan Hong. A testament to their capacity to sustain numerous sovereigns, each locale possessed a weight surpassing that of the life source star, their profound laws echoing with earth-shattering resonance, capable of collapsing the heavens. Friends, I shall lead you to immortality. Yet Yuan Hong remained unfazed, the 5 secret realms resonating in unison as he bore the weight of the 5 forbidden zones, letting out a hearty laugh as he strode purposefully towards the direction of the ancient Goching star. Quickly, Goching star must vacate this starry expanse. Simultaneously, at the opposite end of the cosmos, the divine markings and the purple gold chains left behind by the ancient Ba, Shi demon sovereign fully awakened. This ancient supreme weapon transformed into a serpent that traversed the starry skies, lifting the entire Goching star aloft and propelling it towards a completely new stellar realm. On the ground, only the small world connecting to the ancient path of immortality remained, standing solitary in anticipation of the impending storm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Chaos Gate, in the small world that harbored most of the combatants from the peculiar realm, the immortal sovereign sat cross-legged beneath a cerulean celestial mirror, elucidating the current situation to the supreme beings of this world. The eternal emperor on the other side is a formidable entity, wielding immortal artifacts and possessing combat prowess that ranks among the pinnacle of the human realm. Once you descend, tread carefully. He single-handedly vanquished the Blood Sovereign and the Divine Arm Sovereign without resorting to immortal weapons. It was evident that the immortal sovereign harbored considerable trepidation towards Yuan Hong. After only a few encounters, he had already formed a rough assessment of Yuan Hong's capabilities. Recognizing him as a practitioner whose strength rivaled his own, considering the immortal bell in Yuan Hong's possession, he feared he might have to retreat. Fortunately, it seemed that Yuan Hong was wary of the Chaos Gate and had lingered for quite some time without making an entrance, which provided the immortal sovereign with some solace. Fear not, O immortal sovereign. Our realm is home to countless supreme beings. Regardless of how powerful the eternal emperor may be, should all of our sovereigns unite, he would find it difficult to withstand our might. We shall surely seize the elixir of immortality and restore the balance for my disciple. A 9-headed lion stepped forward, its golden mane gleaming, resembling a creation forged from celestial gold. Its voice boomed with fervent battle intent and righteous fury. This lion was one of the great masters of the human secret realm and a supreme being. Also the mentor of the fallen elephant sovereign from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Do not underestimate the 9 spirit sovereign. That realm is exceedingly peculiar, where longevity is elusive. Once one's lifespan exceeds a certain threshold, they risk being severed by the cosmos. I must concoct an elixir of immortality to safeguard us all. The immortal sovereign spoke, gesturing towards the distance, where, in a corner of this realm, a cerulean golden divine furnace was slowly swaying, its interior ablaze with azure flames, incinerating vast quantities of life-sustaining materials. Excellent. I comprehend the immortal sovereign's words. Those who have self-terminated in the 9 heavens and 10 earths are no trifling matter. The bloodshed of the elephant sovereign and the void sovereign indicates that even those short-lived beings possess their merits. We must engage with them. On another side, a figure more imposing than the 8-armed sovereign rose to his feet, enveloped in a silvery radiance, with countless immortal runes flickering upon his flesh, rendering his form ineffably sacred. With you, great sovereign Mo, taking action, I am at ease. The immortal sovereign regarded the towering being with a slight nod. He was one of the most elite sovereigns of the immortal path in the peculiar realm, his combat strength formidable, and aside from the immortal sovereign, Few could claim confidence in overcoming him. I shall join as well. I willingly volunteer. Soon after, several other powerful supreme beings rose, each expressing their intent to engage. With all of you taking action, our realm's second descent should be secure. The immortal sovereign turned his gaze towards the cerulean golden treasure furnace at the horizon, within which life-sustaining materials surged, revealing the ethereal forms of 36 great elixirs floating within. Chapter 74. The Second Wave of Invasion. It is undeniable that when it comes to time and longevity, practitioners from the peculiar realm possess a significant advantage. Much like Yuan Hong, who, in response to the numerous sovereigns from the peculiar realm, hastened to establish collaborations with the many sovereigns of his own forbidden zones, even relocating the 5 major forbidden zones, including the Primordial Ancient Mine and the Immortal Tomb, into the world where the Chaos Gate resides. Yet thereafter, no sovereign emerged from the opposite side of the gate. Had it not been for the frequent probing by supreme beings from the other side, they might have feared that the Chaos Gate had been sealed shut. Nevertheless, Yuan Hong understood that the immortal sovereign would not abandon the pursuit of exploration and conquest over his realm, rather than hesitation. The practitioners on the other side were likely gathering strength, for when certain conditions were met, a multitude of sovereigns would undoubtedly cross dimensions. Fortunately, Yuan Hong's lifespan was exceedingly ample, and he did not mind the wait, and thus, he waited for 1,000 years. Over the course of this millennium, many of the originally eager sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones succumbed once more to a shallow slumber. Time was precious, and they were unwilling to squander even a morsel of their vitality. As for forcefully charging into the Chaos Gate and directly clashing with the beings from the other side, they were sovereigns, bold and self-assured, yet not entirely thoughtless brutes. Upon hearing that there were over 100 supreme beings of varying strengths on the other side, the vast majority chose to remain observant. Even if they intended to invade, they would first ensure a complete understanding of the situation on the opposite side. Yet on a certain day, after a millennium of waiting, the long-anticipated opportunity finally arrived. Boom. On this day, the towering Chaos Gate suddenly erupted with an immense surge of divine light, dense chaos mist accompanied by a trickle of life-sustaining materials pouring forth, illuminating this vast world and casting its glow upon Yuan Heng's visage. He opened his eyes, which had been closed for a millennium, and beheld the bronze celestial palace emerging within the chaotic void. Below it, profound beings of formidable presence began to stride forth, even before their arrival. The tremendous power of the laws of extremes had already begun to disrupt the cosmic order. 1, 2, 3. Yuan Hong rubbed his chin, meticulously counting each of the formidable beings emerging from the Chaos Gate. Altogether, there were precisely 36 supreme beings of extremes. It must be said that the immortal sovereign had learned from past experiences the prowess of this batch of experts from the peculiar realm. Both in terms of quantity and quality, had substantially surpassed the motley crew encountered previously. Clang. Instantly, Yuan Hong rose from the desolate void, the golden celestial bell above his head resonating, its sonorous chime reverberating across the realms of the divine ruins, the immortal tomb, and the sea of reincarnation. Among the 5 great life forbidden zones. Following this, Yuan Heng's thunderous voice rang out. Friends, arise. The chance for immortality is at hand. Boom, boom, boom. In truth, there was no need for Yuan Hong to elaborate. The self-terminated sovereigns from the various forbidden zones keenly sensed the scent of life-sustaining materials, and almost instantaneously, a dozen ominous and formidable presences surged forth, akin to beasts lurking in the shadows, their gazes cold and ravenous as they eyed their prey. At this moment, the supreme beings from the peculiar realm crossing the Chaos Gate felt an icy chill, emanating not only from Yuan Hong's ascendant path of the Great Een, but also from the unabashed malice of those within the forbidden zones. In their eyes, the world of 9 heavens and 10 earths, devoid of even life-sustaining materials, epitomized despair and cruelty. And those sovereigns who had resorted to self-termination for the sake of longevity appeared as monstrous entities struggling amidst this despair, ever yearning for the blood of their kind. As for the highest point of the forbidden zones, the being known as the Eternal Sovereign stands as if he were the monarch of this desolate realm, wielding absolute dominance and might, firmly clutching the chains that govern all monsters. Friend Biluo, it appears you are well prepared. At this moment, the formidable demon, Lord Yuan Gen, sits cross-legged beneath the celestial bell, his expression relaxed and composed, seemingly indifferent to the 36 extreme beings before him, calmly stating, I have declared that, regardless of the elixir of immortality or the heavenly heartmark, our realm must possess a portion. The bronze celestial palace bursts forth from the chaotic portal, the ethereal figure of the celestial lord also seated in the void, opposing Yuan Gen head-on. This hinges upon whether my companions behind me agree, as they are in poor condition and urgently require life-sustaining materials and energy. Your assistance is needed. Yuan Gen shakes his head, indicating his lack of intent to participate in the battle. As the emperor of this age, his primary concern lies in the reckless battles of the supreme beings from the peculiar world, which could inadvertently unleash catastrophic disasters. Should an all-out conflict erupt among the extremes, regardless of the victor or the vanquished, it would spell great misfortune for all beings in this realm. Presently, Yuan Gen has effectively transported the battlefield along with the 5 major life prohibitions, having meticulously inscribed formation patterns over the millennia to fortify the world beneath him, rendering it nearly devoid of any threat to the beings. Henceforth, no matter how fiercely the two sides clash, Yuan Gen will not easily intervene, allowing the supreme beings of the forbidden zones to confront the extreme entities from another realm, significantly alleviating the potential hazards regarding the dark turmoil within their great realm. This stance causes the celestial lord to furrow his brow, while the beings within the various forbidden zones grow increasingly exhilarated. Enough with the pleasantries. As Yuan Gen departs, a golden whip of Dao tribulation crosses the void, divided into 28 segments, each inscribed with intricate and esoteric imperial seals. The runes coalescing to form the figure of a man with golden hair and eyes, exuding a sharp aura, standing 1,000 miles from the chaotic portal. I am the Peng Sovereign, hailing from the upper heavens forbidden zone, and I have lain in slumber alongside several comrades. Within my domain lie 3 elixirs of immortality. Who dares to engage in a life-or-death battle? He gestures towards the distance, where a shadowy island enveloped in turbulent chaos resides, its peaks seemingly adorned with 8 extreme weapons suspended above. Upon his declaration, not only do the beings from the peculiar world cast their gazes toward him, but even the supreme beings of the forbidden zones and Yuan Gen take notice. The speaker is the golden-winged Great Peng Sovereign, one of the demon emperors from the mid-ancient era, a being of immense power and insatiable thirst for battle. Through the chaotic portal, the golden-winged Great Peng Sovereign scrutinizes each extreme being of the peculiar world, his piercing gaze akin to a celestial sword, causing many to shiver and furrow their brows in trepidation. Should you wish to eliminate them all, would you be willing to offer the divine elixirs? Soon, a colossal beast emerges from the chaotic portal, a 9-headed lion, its form seemingly forged from celestial gold, with a surging aura of blood emanating from within, its authoritative voice echoing in everyone's ears. You may select 9 to engage in fierce combat. Should we be defeated? What of the elixirs of immortality that would rightfully belong to you? A low, chilling laughter resonates from within the upper heavens forbidden zone, as a supreme being encased within a mountain-sized essence seems eager to speak. After a millennium of waiting, we have prepared a stage for life and death. The comrades from other forbidden zones are ready as well. Should we vanquish all the forbidden zones, this universe shall be yours to traverse. The golden-winged Great Peng Sovereign's words are grave. With a wave of his hand, mountains rise from the ground, and atop the highest peak stands a grand arena, intricately inscribed with layers of royal formation patterns, exuding immense stability. Over the millennia, the supreme beings of the buried sky island have long conspired, creating a battleground robust enough to withstand the deadly confrontations of the extreme realms. Other forbidden zones have also made efforts, embedding formation patterns within their domains, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the extreme beings from another realm. Chapter 75. Welcome to the Grand Goupond. You just stole something. Di Baobao retorts quietly, clinging to his clothing with a frightened expression. Jie sadly realizes that he has entirely become a sparring partner, his fighting spirit lacking the refinement of his opponent. And even his martial skills fall short, although his adversary shows some restraint, preventing him from being utterly defeated at the outset. He finds himself wishing he had been vanquished immediately to spare himself this discomfort. Sitting up from his bed, he shakes his head and says, I truly have a fever. His voice slightly nasal as he speaks. Eric, hearing the prolonged silence from the other end of the line, wonders if this fellow is no longer listening. Mo Liang has never been afraid of anyone, and naturally, neither is Nangong Yuner. Despite her request to chat, Mo Liang cannot refuse. So she must go and meet with Nangong Yuner. The most effective way to achieve this goal is to conduct external operations, transferring all funds from the company account to the securities department of another company, thus providing a reasonable pretext for the money transfer and creating conditions to break free from He Yu's control. Watching Mi Duo play with Yuhan's arm, Ji Yan's expression darkens, forcing a smile. After a long absence, she had intended to say something to Yuhan, but she only sees him smile indulgently at Mi Duo before turning away in silence. After the cleaning, Madame Zhang and the others are utterly exhausted and are arranged to rest, while Zhang Yang's injuries have improved, posing no immediate danger. Xu Tianxiong appears somewhat exhilarated, raising his glass. Today, I wish to express my gratitude to all of you for your assistance that day. Otherwise, I would have truly suffered a loss. Let me toast to everyone again. I shall drink first and salute. He finishes his drink in one gulp. Yin Jingxi watches her approach, and his previously restless heart suddenly calms. Over the past few days, he has been on a business trip with Qi Ranran. Thinking this would help him remove her from his heart, but he realizes that certain things cannot be replaced. You say Xu Eming has slept? Me? Shi Lingjing furrows his brows, astonishment flickering in his beautiful eyes. Although his tone remains as indifferent as usual, there is an undeniable hint of excitement and surprise at the end. After a night, Xu Eming rises early, and upon exiting the residence, she encounters Mu Qingran, who is dressed in white, pacing at the entrance. Mom, let's make Coca-Cola chicken wings tonight. I haven't eaten the ones Dad made in ages, Hengxi tells Ning Yuanlan. Just then, Mu Yunwan falls from the top floor with a loud crash into the yard, where Jian Yang is sitting, deeply focused on his homework. No difference, no difference, she hurriedly responds in a flattering manner, fearing he would continue to kiss her in public. Yin Jingxi casts a cold glance at her and the box, then takes the box from her hands, opens it, retrieves the necklace, and presents it to her. The dazzling light instantly illuminates her face, the brilliance reflecting in her bright eyes. The method to find it was not mine. It was my master, Jiayu lightly exhales. And Li Yin finally reveals the truth of the matter. Get up. This is still my realm. Li Yuan strikes Li Shimon's back with his whip. Mom and your Uncle Wang have planned to go see the maple leaves together. If I return early tonight, I will come over. If not, I will head straight home. Lin Xinjie says. The morale of Tang Jun's troops reached its zenith, as they were inspired by Lan Jiaowei's miraculous performance. Coupled with the soldiers on the city wall being suppressed by Lan Jiaowei's spiritual pressure, they easily took the Liaodong city, months earlier than in history. However, upon his arrival here, he sees Yi Chun, which makes him forget everything, fixating solely on the world tree. Qinglan has made an eternal vow, willingly becoming the protector of Yi Chun, a significant concession indeed. Hello, may I inquire if this is Mr. Hu Yao? We are from Jiang City and currently at the intersection in Daxing Town, uncertain about the direction to the 3 tree stumps. As Hu Yao contemplated the old village chief's detestable visage akin to Yang Bailao, his phone rang. Squinting in resignation, he opened a conversation, only to be momentarily stunned by a somewhat coy voice from the other end. In the realm of the Qinkuan Ring, Lan Jiawei is the sovereign, easily exerting control over the wills of these pirates and acquiring valuable intelligence. The Dark Sea, covered by an ice layer thick enough to reach 100 meters, stretches endlessly towards the distant horizon. Delicate snowflakes drift from the overcast sky, swept away by the biting cold wind across the vast, white landscape. Yi Chun, unwilling to waste time, resorted to external forces, forcibly stimulating his physical body to unlock one secret after another. The vicinity of San Francisco is not short of hot springs. Lan Jiawei declined Along's kind offer to send bodyguards, opting instead to drive alone within his estate to a hot spring, soaking while planning his subsequent moves. At this moment, he practiced restraint, for there are indeed exceptional qualities that allow one to rise among the 4 great young masters. The members of the Bai Ri men would likely seek to trouble him, but he could easily benefit from their conflict. Anticipating that young Master Fei Yu and his companions would not make things difficult for him. In short, he resolved not to overexert himself. It would be unwise to suffer from illness after childbirth when he was still planning to have a football team with her. After some consideration, Hu Yao ultimately agreed, feeling he had no choice but to comply with his wife's strong will. Chapter 76. Masters of the Strange World, step forward. No, let's discuss this in the evening. Yi Tian has ample experience with fusion skills. After obtaining mastery in combat last time, he had trained for a full 50 years in a dream. Now, in broad daylight. If he were to fuse, who knows how long he would need to sleep. Just based on your capabilities? The Sea Monarch, upon acquiring the martial arts secret manual, became arrogantly self-assured, ready to take on 2 opponents single-handedly. When he first entered the alliance, Syakum's skills were rudimentary. But now his touch is so refined that it elicits envy from most towering players. Yin Pu is at the level of a great swordsman, and it is evident that Lu Yingfeng's swordsmanship is truly profound, albeit somewhat rigid in its transitions. Though the malice surrounding him is palpable, it resembles merely a teacher's gaze upon a student engrossed in a mobile phone during class. Initially 1 teacher, now evolved into 7 or 8 instructors observing from outside the classroom. Li Linlang and others backstage could directly observe the recording effects of the program from the television screen. At this moment, within the 404 dormitory, 2 individuals had already arrived early, tidying their respective beds. The glass panes shook in unison, and the papers at the nurse's station fluttered wildly, propelled by a sudden gust of wind. Yi Tian disregarded Natalie's advice, parking the vintage car on the road, and after donning his Tingtian boots, he stealthily followed. As Wu Yingna's words faded, a rumbling sound erupted overhead, akin to distant thunder. I looked up and was immediately struck with terror. When discussing red wine, One cannot help but think of Lafite. Meng Xiaohua had preemptively reserved a series of Lafite Louis XIII, totaling 2 bottles, amounting to an impressive 1.2 million renminbi. After finally donning his attire properly, Yuan prepared to return, having vanished for the entire night, leaving one to wonder how anxious Yun'er must be. A shadow was cast, revealing an expressionless middle-aged man within the phantasm. His features were strikingly handsome, and as he slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting confusion was quickly replaced by displeasure. The waters here are profound, with the currents below termed undercurrents, which, compared to the turbulent surface, possess greater force but flow at a slightly gentler pace. The time-space supermarket fell silent for a moment, the question indirectly posed regarding what rewards could be obtained. With a clattering sound, a green device resembling a bottle became lodged above the door. What do you mean by that? Although Meng Xiaohua still disagreed with Coach Li Shuping's words, out of courtesy and respect, he felt compelled to inquire further. The business of this hotel is thriving, particularly since it is associated with Han Yun. The hotel alone is valued at around 30 million. Thus, even though the entire meal was accompanied by drinking, the dishes served were exceptionally lavish. He wielded his sword with his right hand, utilizing the power of the celestial coffin to engage in close combat, striking towards Zhenhuang's consciousness. The 4 great families of Tianhe City are undoubtedly the overlords, and supported by their profound heritage, they have given rise to the most formidable talents among them. However, with the Feng family in decline, the current power dynamics have settled into a tripartite balance, comprising only Lei Bo, Bing Wuhan, and Duanmu Bai, competing for supremacy. They adhere to the teachings of the Black Iron sect, venerating the Black Iron idol, which has given rise to a complex system of rituals deeply ingrained in their hearts, treating the Black Iron sect as a fervent belief. Upon witnessing this, Shirdi La was momentarily stunned, and then her expression shifted dramatically as her magical energy began to surge, accumulating power within her body. The rulers of the northern lands each bear their own burdens, while Jiangda, situated in the south, finds himself quite at ease. Had it not been for Chu Feng's last-minute intervention to stabilize the situation, perhaps even the divine capital would have faced destruction, leaving no trace of the royal family. While the breath of the wind is powerful, its magical energy consumption, casting time, and cooldown period are all exceedingly burdensome. The giant eagle can only unleash this spell once. Even if it were by San, with his current magical capacity, he could only cast it 10 times, thus illustrating its tremendous cost. Duan Fugue, upon seeing the Marquis emerge, exclaimed, "Marquis, Duan Lao San has risen from the dead." The people of Huanling village have long been acquainted with the supernatural, but encountering a case like Duan Lao San's is unprecedented, hence my fright. The concise jade slip of fewer than 5,000 words broadly outlines the legend of the 9-color qualification, beginning with white, followed by blue, indigo, purple, orange, gold, red, and black. The ancient celestial beings were said to possess purple qualifications, capable of swallowing clouds and mist by day and refining moonlight by night, innately luminous, with all 5 elemental spirit roots intact, promising eternal longevity. Goodness, so many. The 7 killers watched in horror as countless limping zombies roared, gradually spreading across the horizon. Quite simply, isn't there a faction at Shrek Academy? If the Nangong family finds themselves in a bind, they cannot blame her for taking drastic measures. Although this idea is challenging to realize, one cannot underestimate the power of manipulation. Hence, they have set the entry threshold exceedingly high, with soldiers at the city gates often exploiting the opportunity to extract a little extra from those wishing to enter the territory. Moreover, employing this set of lightness techniques does not significantly deplete soul power. The Viper's struggles stem from its non-human nature, relying on physical strength to propel these techniques, leading to its awkward leaps that appear neither fully airborne nor grounded. Now, the sudden need to meet signifies that Yang Chun is indeed present here, at the very least. The Titan clan must be aware of his whereabouts. He never anticipated that leading 500 to 600 elite members of the Tong family to the East District would not only fail to rescue Tong Miaoyan, but also render him a pawn in their game. Given Nan Air's strength, the outcome of challenging them is uncertain. However, should one directly opt to challenge the champion, victory would propel them to glory, while defeat would leave them relegated to 4th place. This fellow seems even more formidable than Lin Mo, bold and clever. Yet, as the saying goes, she is fortunate, for both of them are her friends. Let us first discuss the narrative details of the Land of Prayer Light, so that I may prepare accordingly for Yang Qi's next phase. As a king, he allied with the Huan nation, assisting them in sheltering the Yanhuang army while severing their ties with Yang Chun. Chapter 77. The Celestial Sovereign Strikes. Humanity seemingly harbors a sense of aversion, even a modicum of disdain and hostility, towards that which diverges from their own nature, deeming it entirely malevolent. Upon discovery, they endeavor to eradicate it, proclaiming this to be the essence of virtue and righteousness. What exactly is the matter? Lu Rong wept uncontrollably, her sobs rendering her unable to respond to Zhai Xieying's inquiries. Lei Qingyun suddenly realized she had misspoken. Mo Qinsong remained in a coma, oblivious to his fate, and her words could only serve to exacerbate Xia Lianxiao's sorrow. She ushered her inside, brewing a pot of rose-flavored Ceylon tea, while Yang Mumu remained silent, gazing at her with keen interest. Is the envoy truly only concerned about this matter? Fear not, as long as you wish to stay. I shall gladly arrange for your comfort, no matter how long it takes. Zhai Yuan displayed a congenial demeanor, embodying the essence of hospitality. You must kiss me, Mo Jin said, observing Tan Siwen's gaze wandering elsewhere, and hurriedly pouted her lips in a playful display of affection. I pay my respects to your majesty. Yuruo did not kneel, but rather offered a slight bow to Zhai Yuan, feeling discomfort at being addressed as a beloved elder would. Of course, I appreciate money. Yet if its acquisition leaves me feeling uneasy, I would rather forego such riches. She had always been drawn to the novel and the vibrant, eager to witness the rare treasures that could prompt such an upheaval from the Zhong family. He allowed Jiang Chongwu to seek help far and wide, aiming to discern who might seek vengeance on his behalf. Aurora thought sword kill. Upon realizing that Yi Bai had seen through his scheme, Ling Chongkong's expression darkened slightly. Both of his illusions erupted in dazzling sword light, surging toward the three azure beams, only for him to twist his form and appear beside Yi Bai. Yu Shao Jie dispersed his consciousness, meticulously observing the dynamics of the great whirlpool and the movements of the five organs. What did your master say? Though this news was exceedingly favorable for Yenner, she remained remarkably composed. Lin Yang was about to take further advantage when he suddenly heard a noise, immediately signaling Yun Rong to be silent. Compared to the Yu family, the members of the underworld army, unexpectedly finding themselves concealed here, remained remarkably calm. Just as he changed his shoes, he was taken aback to see his usually wild son sitting quietly on the sofa, watching television like a well-behaved child. Lin Chongqing regarded Lin Yang, thinking to himself, I am not mistaken. You are an extremely dangerous individual. Even someone as formidable as him was left unclear and perished at your hands. Impressive. He gestured with a finger at Lin Yang. Upon witnessing this, Air Guzi directly collapsed onto the ground, rolling about, and demanding Su Ke produce the legacy of the Immortal Emperor for them to divide. Professional soldiers must adhere to battlefield rules, and as a commander, one should possess a higher caliber. Even a devout Catholic like Ma Te should refrain from uttering such words. Guo Jingyi remained unfazed by the remark, displaying no hint of embarrassment, though hidden depths in his gaze did not escape Si Hongchu's notice, confirming her suspicions. For Japan, this was undoubtedly a humiliating treaty, yet for your Qing nation, it could enhance your prestige and reputation. Jiang Liwei likely anticipated that the teacher would respond in such a manner, hence he was not surprised. As Gong Xiaoxia pondered, he ascended the stairs, wondering whether Xia Fengyuan might leave behind any clues. What will happen? Feng Xia chuckled sinisterly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, casting him a resentful glare. She realized waking him now would yield little information. However, upon awakening the next day, he would likely be no worse for wear. Merely fatigued and burdened with thoughts, Feng Wu silently turned and departed. What does His Highness say regarding court matters? Qin Bing looked towards Mingyu, earnestly advising that these two must be encouraged to remain close to His Highness, as they were not particularly adept at their tasks, yet he had a fondness for them. Had she known, upon His Highness's awakening, she should have positioned herself by his side. My heavens, it truly is a nine-tailed bloodline. Congratulations to the Red Garment Master of the Fox clan. It appears your clan is on the verge of a resurgence. Various leaders from other races congratulated. Thus, when China rises in strength, Japan must inevitably remain subservient. Conversely, when Japan is powerful, it will surely plunder China. Ultimately, it is a matter of survival space. Let us settle it this way. Then, there is but one requirement, and the rest can be left to Zhou Zheng's discretion, Feng Xia stated. The Jin family estate now holds power thanks to Ning Fuchan's absolute martial deterrence. Yet for Ning Fuchan, this place is not conducive for his growth. The waters are too shallow to conceal such a dragon, and thus, he must depart sooner or later. However, for Weibo, is this not akin to courting death? With the divine physician's formidable combat prowess, who knows what chaos might ensue if his Weibo account were to be shut down? Jiang Xinyu certainly noticed the expressions of these individuals, yet she paid them no mind. Her thoughts were solely on assessing the fruits of her labor over the past days. Although they may not currently feel anything extraordinary, she believed that in the end, they would overturn their present sentiments. The Qitian charlatan derided, and then silently sat at the door, smoking, his gaze betraying sorrow. Yet their actions did surprise Ning Fuchan. They must have been aware of the situation here, yet still sought to enter and rescue those within, indicating an inherent goodness in their hearts. In this place, many events transpired, many people encountered, and numerous friendships forged. He reminisced about his initial therapy shop. Had it not been for the incident involving sterilizing agent, he might still be operating that establishment today. He wondered how those friends were faring now. So, we shall go out to buy clothes tomorrow. Just a heads up, do not forget, Yuan Gen thought. Unfazed by Ning Fuchan, having his own matters to attend to. What could she possibly fear? Now that father has entrusted the entire Ho residence to her management. Both grandmother and father are entirely at her mercy. Mother, you must assist me. Xiaoxila tugged at Li's sleeve, tearfully pleading. Fortunately, he had received that 5,000 yuan from winning the lottery, and Shenfeng was contemplating acquiring some additional items when time permitted. Within the grand estate of the Qi family, the aged Qi patriarch leaned on his cane, presiding over the main seat, while his two sons and eldest grandson, Qi Kun, knelt submissively, attended to by several servants. Chapter 78. The Carefree Celestial Sovereign, undeniably powerful yet remarkably low-key. Within the body of the Golden Crow beast lies a spirit flame known as Golden Crow Flame, which is exceedingly domineering. It is said that the Golden Crow Flame of an adult Golden Crow possesses the power to scorch mountains and boil seas, until the dust settled. The once enigmatic cave lay in ruins, its hard rocks cracked and the ground gouged over a foot deep, while the vibrant, exotic flowers and verdant trees were annihilated by the icy light of the sword. Yi Linlin was also a seasoned food delivery enthusiast in Jiangqing. The competition in the delivery market was fierce, as various merchants creatively applied their skills in peculiar ways. In an instant, Dao Petion radiated a crimson glow. His eyes bloodshot, veins protruding from his forehead as he frantically wielded the shattered blade of the earth splitter. This tavern, facing the mountains, had no walls or doors, fully open to the fragrant woods, allowing patrons to savor exquisite wines while enjoying the natural scenery. Perhaps in Ningqing's eyes, Lu Yuan's cultivation and prowess were far from sufficient to navigate the perilous environment teeming with ghostly energy within the dragon vein. He inquired a few words with the Fengdu guards and soon learned that the teacup ghost had recently gone to the Hall of Household and had yet to return. Although time was of the essence, for the sake of safety, the group decided to traverse the same path multiple times. The Sunset Festival was set to commence today, drawing together the elite youth of the entire kingdom, along with several distinguished individuals from other nations, to the royal city of Wulei. What lay ahead in the battlefield? Could Changshu still manage? As Chu Feng pondered this, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to don his armor and prepare for departure. Listening to the adolescent's voice, which attempted to sound mature, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Brother, do you fancy indulging in some divine artifacts? Tian Yi stumbled forward, while Chao Xiaoqin found himself somewhat perplexed and hurriedly followed suit. The thunderous sounds echoed, resonating ominously, as though a fierce beast had been unleashed. Ever since his marriage, all financial matters had been entrusted to Zhang Yan, and unable to quell his restlessness, he borrowed money to gamble a few times. Mo Ning's fist clenched tightly, his fingertips piercing into his flesh, blood seeping as he suppressed his rage, yet his fury remained uncontained. The figure wreathed in black flame smiled and waved his hand, reassuring. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions and am not a villain. This time was unlike previous encounters. For a large orb of blue light floated above Yu Fenyang's head, remaining still. A colossal butterfly swooped down like a spider pouncing on its prey, reappearing instantaneously before Feng Qi. Could it truly be a relic left by a sage? No wonder Huang Fujingda and the Starfall Palace covet it. Wu Lei exclaimed in astonishment. My eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be mere coincidence? How did we suddenly find ourselves discussing that cursed place? Min Yin had not gained much in other respects, but his skill in reading people's expressions had significantly improved. He discerned what Zhen Shi wished to convey. Turning to glance at Bei Gongyue, swallowing hard, feeling a twinge of hesitation. No need to check the room. That simplifies matters. Now I can get up and walk. Later, I must summon Lu Bai to inquire what transpired after I fainted, and also, how is Mu Shui faring now? Wu Lei's strength had astonishingly increased. Mei Lin exclaimed in delight, noting that in this confrontation, Wu Lei was evidently no longer at a disadvantage, but was truly evenly matched. Xia Mo sometimes questioned the purpose of her actions for Zhou Er. Indeed, these tasks seemed more about providing comfort to the living, hoping that the departed had ascended to paradise, and that she might find peace of mind henceforth. A resident not far from Anzhou was splattered with blood, terrified. He dropped his gun and fled, only to be leaped upon by Anzhou, who covered a distance of over 10 meters in a single bound, pinning the unfortunate soul beneath him, reducing him to a mere pulp. Below the golden tier, prosperity had waned. The 10 halls of heaven lay in desolation. Yet in his quest to restore celestial authority, he bore no grudges nor questioned the past. He had extended olive branches to the old tobacco pipe and scorpion spirit. But both had rebuffed his advances. Could he truly lower himself further? Offering food to the spirits is a way of repaying the debts of the past. But I must clarify that this method is personal and not suitable for the average person, so there is no need to imitate it to avoid unnecessary troubles. After dining, Mo Chun had intended to escort her home, but upon recalling that Mo was at home and fearing he might discover her presence, she concocted a lie, claiming she needed to visit the company, requesting him to take her there. When the meal was served, the burly man appeared astonished, seemingly famished, yet he made no move. Simply glancing at Mangzhou. Those were eyes so deep they seemed bottomless, a vivid emerald hue, resembling a whirlpool capable of drawing one in. Duan Jingqi found himself irresistibly drawn towards that gaze. She had not inquired about the value of this house, but she presumed it to be no less than 50 million. Clutching a cushion while seated on the sofa, her eyes fixated on the television, the film transitioned incessantly, the sound contrasting sharply in the empty room. Just as the group was enveloped in awkwardness, Zhang Hao approached with a dark expression, slamming his bowl onto the table. "You fool. If you can't swim, stop causing trouble." Ito Yu shouted angrily, then swam over to rescue the flailing Kyoko, dragging her back to shore. It must be said, Jean Ling's gaming skills were indeed exceptional. Right from the start, she had gained an undeniable upper hand. With that, she stepped forward, grasping Yun Kuen's hand, and placing a sachet adorned with a double lotus design into her palm. The vast expanse of the northern region, scarce in resources, meant that both demons and humans were relatively few compared to other domains. Other spectators gradually dispersed like flowing water across the capital, the grand competition concluding rather abruptly. Yet the shock it left in people's hearts remained undiminished. Now, the Earth Mother had informed me that only by exchanging hearts could one enter the abyssal maze. I hesitated. The poison hand apothecary, cunning and treacherous, would pose a significant challenge if he were to exhaust all efforts to kill Lin Xiu. I needed to seize the initiative. Caught off guard, Han Xingfeng found himself in close contact with the foul yellow substance, seemingly enjoying it to the point of choking. What a coincidence. The man chuckled. Pouring tea for Chu Mu and Chu Shi. Chapter 79. Time cuts the ultimate path. Yan Ji's foresight was commendable, yet Tao Dao felt compelled to ask, "Do you possess wealth for guests?" The young man who initiated the conversation retorted, "With the aid of river waters." The prowess of the three-gu shark could approach that of a seventh-tier saint. Such strength was still insurmountable for the current Yi Lei. The voice of the Totoro resonated in Yi Wushuang's mind, and the word Saint King made his heart tremble, his pupils constricting in response. However, victories like this had occurred too frequently. It remained uncertain how much longer Yuan Shao and Han Xian, alongside Li Lu, would continue their conflict. Both sides had sufficiently recuperated, their stamina intact and spirits high, unleashing their full capabilities to counter their adversaries and mount decisive counterattacks. The middle-aged officers who entered with the chief remained silent, serving as the finest example. Yet, why did this officer Lu fail to grasp the situation? Nonetheless, the number of demons escaping from the Demon Lock Tower was overwhelmingly high. Although Li Xingyun had eliminated many, hundreds had managed to slip away amidst the chaos, returning to the human realm, and among them, the flame demon blended in, vanishing without a trace. "Old Lady Gu, do you think I would still be deceived by your illusions?" I scoffed, preparing to recite the tranquility spell when suddenly, Grandpa's voice echoed. Qiu Shui Tianxin walked a path entirely distinct from ordinary cultivators. Her practice did not involve spells or treasures, but rather the sword she wielded. Should I simply disregard Yi Lei? Shikong had also reviewed Yi Lei's dossier, discovering that the young man's talent and rate of growth were not inferior to that of his father Ming Yan. If this continued, a second Ming Yan might very well emerge. Meanwhile, in an old district, Li Rong, suffering from high-level paraplegia and in a comatose state, was carelessly tossed onto a sofa. Just moments ago, he had indeed placed his hand on Fang Yinyun's thigh, but her beauty was so striking that he pondered whether he might seize the opportunity to steal a kiss. Should Longmen fail to allocate funds to the Northeast Army, the 30,000 soldiers would face starvation. The young man produced a dagger from his person, its reflection under the colorful lights casting a wicked smile upon his face. Xie Sun observed a flicker of light in her eyes, twinkling like a radiant flower kissed by the morning sun. His hands grew increasingly erratic, transitioning from a humble massage to one that bore a hint of familiarity, gradually wandering higher, though she remained oblivious to the shift due to her earnestness. Neither Xinji Zhang nor Qin Munyan were taken aback by Li Qiu's remarks. It was evident that everyone in the ward was quite familiar with her temperament. The most awkward moment arrived when Lin Xia finished her task, and her bow fell apart, scattering freely at one end, providing ample comedic effect. While speaking, she deliberately rubbed more oil and flour onto herself, aiming to present a more disheveled appearance. The last time he was at the train station, Yi Yunfei had given him a severe reprimand, and he never expected to encounter Yi Yunfei here. Lu Jiyu was delighted to be escorted into the Zhao residence. Upon entering the gate, She felt her eyes were insufficient to take in the grandeur. The figure on the left, known as Duo, was a prince of the Tartars, while the one on the right, named Guyang, was a formidable general from that same region. The tribulations faced by martial artists symbolized the will of the heavens. And this divine will, in essence, encapsulates a confluence of various rules. A scornful gaze began to scrutinize Yang Wei, causing Lung Feng's expression to darken. Initially, the martial arts competition aimed at debunking fraud was expected to attract only a few hundred spectators, but with the arrival of two prominent stars, attendance surged by several hundred. Fei Yi chewed her food a few times before spitting it out in disdain, then turned her attention to other matters. Yang Wei refrained from addressing the main topic. Instead, he activated the projector, and the computer replayed the morning's news regarding Hua Ping's investigation. Their powers had been sealed by Kong's son personally, and for the time being, Li Hengxian was unable to break the seal, revealing a significant disparity between his true strength and that of Kong's senator. That fellow was no weakling. I had no assurance of victory against him, especially considering you were still in his grasp at the time, compounded by the constraints imposed by our master. Wang Hu shook his head. Brother Qin, wait for us here. I will return within 12 hours. If I fail to do so, and if anything seems amiss with Qin Huan, Brother Qin, you know what to do? I said, patting Qin Tian's shoulder. After a brief moment, Wu Yutong slowly turned around, casting a hurried glance at the pair of captivating eyes that had entranced her, only to find them gazing back at her, prompting her to quickly lower her head in avoidance. A fierce battle was inevitable, erupting into chaos until evening, when a servant knocked on the door to announce that dinner was ready, prompting the two to reluctantly cease their conflict, both drenched in sweat, yet wearing satisfied expressions. Is there anything you forgot to take? A lazy voice from within the room belonged to Li Shih, who evidently assumed it was a maid who had misplaced something. She merely pushed the door open gently and entered. Gong Yun arrived at the Hong Kong headquarters and found Huang Xingxing, whose hand was still wrapped in a thin layer of gauze and his arm bandaged. Thanks to the diligent care of the doctor and comrades, his injuries had significantly improved. Chang, seeing both of them rush forward while he remained behind, quickly took out his phone and dialed, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. From the outset, the situation on Yang's side had been predetermined. Within moments, Han Yang was overpowered by two individuals right before Yang Wei. And the fates of the fox and hedgehog were similarly bleak. The crown prince had encountered Le Zhengho and Le Zhengxie, who spoke with a mild smile. Their naturally exuded aura providing a refreshing comfort to Wei Yin, who felt stifled within the palace walls. Very well, generally speaking. The most vulnerable areas of the body are the throat, head, and abdomen, while less critical areas include the back and lower body. Even the powerful De Tian Huang dynasty had only 2 peak emperor gods and 3 ninth-tier emperor gods, whereas the sword domain boasted 4 peak emperor gods and over 10 ninth-tier ones. Jian Ming did not participate, and Jian Yang was still en route. Chapter 80, The Face of War. Meanwhile, Sun Quan urgently dispatched Zhang Zhao to stabilize Chengpu, yet he was also worried that Zhang Zhao might not be able to manage him. If Chengpu were to be swayed, the consequences would be dire, prompting Sun Quan to hastily travel to Wu Jun Qingfeng Mountain. The most majestic peak at the edge of Liangcheng was once a paradise for hunting and gathering. But after the rampage of magical beasts in the Qing Yun mountain range, even Qingfeng Mountain began to show signs of high-tier monsters, including the emergence of 6th-tier beasts, transforming it into a forbidden zone for the populace. Other nations were even more pitiful, reduced to selling off everything they had just to retrieve a few orbs, while others had already taken to the skies long ago, leaving them behind. For Elder Bay, directly dismantling the magical energy plundering formation was too daunting. However, he could still lift the restrictions to maximize its efficacy. Scoundrel, why do you look so troubled right after coming out? Are you lovesick? Never mind that. Just let me out quickly. Staying in this pitch-black space for too long is not pleasant at all. As soon as she exited the trial space, Xiao Er's voice rang in Yiming's mind. With a jolt, the protective chi around him was subjected to a fierce assault. The Brain Eater had appeared on his right side and struck his arm violently. Fortunately, the chi condensed at level 7 of the Earth realm was formidable enough to withstand the onslaught. Xian, you looked at that fellow with some pity. If he knew that his boss had nearly 100 experts above the 3rd innate level, and that the boss himself had terrifyingly reached the 6th innate level, he wondered if he would faint on the spot. With the utilization of helium, its non-flammability breathed new life into airships, revitalizing the industry and prompting numerous companies and factories to re-engage in airship manufacturing. However, his reluctance did not alter the fact that he was no match for the ferocious subordinates of Xiao Tian, leaving him without even a chance to escape. And Ji Sun also hurried back, yet unlike He Defeng, he issued a series of instructions via phone. On stage, all the judges had reviewed the piece and unanimously agreed that it was indeed a rare and precious piece of jade raw stone, which would shine even more brilliantly once polished. He flew southward, finally arriving at Shanghai City, where his luck took a turn for the better as he spotted Xian Su smiling and chatting up a beautiful girl from a distance. The following morning, the 101st Division assembled 2 regiments to attack the eastern and western solitary ridges with unprecedented ferocity. Amidst the flames, one could almost feel the seething rage of Yidong. Lu Fan, after thorough preparations, arrived early at the White Tower to await the arrival of Lu Song and Gu Ming. Duan Yu shook his head. His life had been ruined by the concept of loyalty. Whoever treated him well, he reciprocated with all his heart. Otherwise, how could he, once hailed as a genius spirit child in the Star Illusion continent, now merely be a lowly loose immortal? In her view, the pure would naturally remain untainted. Thus no need for concern, but this did not imply that Hung Yuan International was without its reservations. Contemplating these matters, he sighed and shook his head, then once again summoned all the power of the star arrow within him, directing it to his dantian, surrounding the essence of the star arrow, intending to ignite its core. I haven't gone mad thinking about money just yet. Trust me, I might even lose my underwear. Zhang Muhuan muttered softly. However, it seemed to me that how could Zhang He possibly withstand Zhuge Liang's 50,000-strong army when he divided his forces? Peng De questioned in confusion. Beneath the earth, a powerful vibration emanated, carrying an obvious sense of oppression, and this aura bore a resemblance to the malevolent energy found in the ancient secret realm. Yet even so, Park Hyun-min understood what needed to be done. However, knowing what to do and actually being able to do it were 2 entirely different matters. The 3 individuals appeared to span generations, particularly the 40-year age gap between Jia Su and Chao Pai, yet they conversed like old friends, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. Lin Xian, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, curled his lips slightly, remaining silent, his face adorned with a cold smirk. Soon after, a multitude of flying elemental beasts gradually descended from the sky, instantly occupying a vast expanse of ground with their imposing presence. Upon seeing the glimmering light in Xiao Yassi's eyes, Xiao Qi realized she was undoubtedly employing a rapid analytical mode to contemplate the situation, as if the entire world had transformed into a chessboard within her mind. Meanwhile, Xing Xian found herself in a daze, momentarily stunned for a few seconds, before abruptly turning and crouching down to swiftly don the garments lying on the ground. Listening to the man's menacing and blood-curdling words, coupled with Jin Xingyong's shameless pleas for mercy, Park Hyemin pressed her lips together, seemingly on the verge of laughter. Yet, reflecting on her own misfortunes, she found it utterly impossible to muster a smile. The blood puppet, now in a dire state, had caught him completely off guard. He had never anticipated that these naval forces would be so formidable. In truth, the Navy of the Kingdom of Thunder had employed formations to enhance their capabilities, allowing even ordinary mortals to possess the strength to contend with a 3rd transition Gu Master. Ignoring the time she had wasted, Tong Guai Guai noticed that Yunzhe was still smiling cheerfully in wait, which lifted her spirits as she departed alongside him. Chapter 81. The Celestial Sovereign and the Formation Diagram. Why should I take action? Since I did not kill you earlier, I have no intention of doing so now. Moreover, you mentioned that you are not under anyone's orders, and I believe that to be true. Thus, there is no need for me to harm you. You are an outsider, and there is no necessity for us to be adversaries, Feng Buran calmly stated. Following this, Jimu began to tidy his appearance. His makeup skills were already exquisite, and besides, he possessed the invaluable snow silkworm's silk mask, making the art of disguise akin to child's play for him. To evade responsibility by shifting the blame for heavy-handedness was a strategy as transparent as it was bold. Thus, even if the argument continued, it would be of no consequence. Furthermore, both individuals were titans of martial arts, and should a confrontation arise, it would be unbecoming for the junior, Jiang Zhuofeng, to act against the senior. Standing beside Yu Guiyuan, who was utterly bewildered, he grasped Xia Mingling's hand, wiping his forehead while she looked at him, using her hand to dry his sweat. In another moment, with a sharp sound echoing through the mountains, she playfully slapped Yu Gen's cheek, quietly muttering to herself. Her gaze returned to the opulent side door of the fragrant sandalwood house, where a plump middle-aged man clad in dark attire squatted beside the stone steps of the courtyard. His round face etched with worry, the anxious glimmer in his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. Each bullet fired was akin to a strike from a late-stage martial artist of the opening origin realm, posing a significant danger to warriors of the same level. The sheer number of bullets was astounding, and each white-clad soldier had undergone rigorous training, resulting in an exceptionally high accuracy rate. Li Donghua regarded Yang Yan with eyes filled with venomous hatred, wishing to rend him limb from limb to satiate his wrath. The blade pierced through his heart with a force akin to a raging tide, and the enforcer watched in terror as the figure before him, wielding the knife, eliminated the enforcer. The fear on Queel's face evaporated, replaced by a cunning smile reminiscent of a fox. The two individuals before him spoke a mixture of truth and falsehood. Li Wu's wife remained motionless, glancing at the two young officers standing beside the vehicle, who seemed disinterested in her presence, observing the devastated battlefield and the exhausted troops. While recalling the fallen comrades, Li Tianhao let out a thunderous laugh, tears streaming down his cheeks. How did you advance to the rank of master, esteemed elder? Chu Yin inquired. Unlike the scene he had witnessed before, the vines here glowed, serving as sources of light. Is that so? Ji Huanyu's eyes were deep and contemplative. The ancient celestial law and the law of obscuration differed in their conceptual foundations, and only combat prowess could provide a measure of evaluation. The tall and imposing figure, with a handsome visage and eyes radiating brilliance, gazed intently in this direction. Sister, if both you and the third sister are reprimanded by the master today, none of us will escape unscathed. Gu Wanqi playfully made a face. Regarding the script, I would like your opinions to discuss and determine the general direction, Qingzi continued. Subsequently, the lively wedding ceremony on the Luo family's side unfolded, and once the guests had partaken in the celebratory feast, they began to disperse. At that moment, Yan, who had become quite acquainted with Ding Qi, recognized that it was indeed Ding Qi's sudden whim. All the bidders were momentarily taken aback, blinking their eyes in disbelief, nearly doubting their own vision. Who are they? Of course, I know who they are. I also know they are the people of young Master Gua. What? Do you have an issue with that? Sun Shao's face bore a mocking smile as he taunted Xia Xiao. However, that fireball had already transformed into a blazing purple flame, engulfing Situ Long within its grasp. Hee. The news of our Jiangxie sect has always been a matter of mutual interest, young hero Zhang. I shall not see you off, Luo chuckled, shaking her leg dismissively, clearly not regarding young hero Zhang with any seriousness. Having previously witnessed Laxin's strength, he was not confident in defeating Laxin in a one-on-one confrontation. At this moment, he dared not act first in order to protect Wuxi behind him. Feng Bing entered a villa, gently placing Feng Li on the bed before leaping out of the window towards another villa. Regardless of who it might be, once they ascended to a position of power, they favored those who followed them and sought the demise of those who opposed them. Thus, after usurping the position of the poisonous serpent, the green serpent swiftly instilled fear in the residents of the old neighborhood, shifting their dread from the poisonous serpent to himself. The other party opened the door, repeatedly urging him to enter. Uncertain whether it was his sincerity that moved them or their own confusion, Ague found himself stumbling inside in a daze. Hua Qingru had originally thought she would eventually take over the 100 Flowers sect, often approaching matters with a sense of superiority. While this was not inherently problematic, at that moment, it became a potent weapon for her dissatisfied disciples to attack her. Yuan Lin, where have you been? Su Su rushed over, enveloping him in an embrace, tears brimming in her eyes with excitement. How can you be so sure? I am the elder brother of the primordial celestial sovereign and the celestial master of the unfettered heaven. Why would he choose the primordial celestial sovereign over the celestial master of the unfettered heaven? Dun Long questioned, his voice laced with skepticism. The aroma of tea was rich, and the flavor delightful, yet Li Shengjia found it unbearably bitter, difficult to swallow. His mood dictated that this cup of tea would not be enjoyable. Chapter 82, The Cruelty. Zhao Yun rose to scrutinize Huang Fusong, noting his towering stature of nearly 8 feet, exuding a rugged aura while smiling at him. However, from the furrows of Huang Fusong's brow, Zhao Yun discerned a hint of anxiety. Do not flatter me unnecessarily. It serves no purpose, Chen Feng remarked nonchalantly, before soaring back to the Yujing villa alongside the elder of the 5 poisons. Isn't this the room from the legendary million-strong army crossing the river? The bed from the 800 standard bearers charging the northern slope? The items displayed were those Chen Luo had only seen in television and magazines, some of which he had never encountered before. Chun Fan pondered. If there was one place in Huazhong, or even in the entirety of Huagua, that had been inescapable since time immemorial, it would be the Shenlongjia Primitive National Forest Protection Park. Rong Ning's expression was awkward. He realized that Mu Wei's affair must have been discovered, or else he would not have come to him. As they returned inside the old residence, it was indeed eerily quiet, yet Jia Yanwen remained uneasy, meticulously searching through the old house multiple times without finding Su Hongyi's figure, as if the man had evaporated into thin air within the confines of the old abode. These do not belong to you. Casually touching the jade is something only Lin Shi understands the meaning of, implying that it is not hers, hence the jade Pai Xiu cannot devour it. Vice President Wang accused me of violating company rules, causing the current employees to be disheartened in their work, Li Guerre lamented. 7 years ago, during the Great Battle, the leopard warriors, deep in the shadowy regions, encountered this terrifying gelatinous creature before the last research facility of the Fox tribe. Those gelatinous monsters had been artificially infected with dark seeds, essentially birthed as vicious biochemical weapons from the laboratory. Well then, I shall take my leave. Albert genuinely felt quite fatigued, wishing to find a bed to lie down on and unceremoniously retreat from the front lines towards the central sanctuary. Once everyone had departed, Shen Hongxian opened his eyes, his inky gaze fixated on the contemplative Jin Mian, who, upon turning her head, found him closing his eyes again. Before leaving the city, Zhu now had expressly commanded the troops to proceed at a slower pace, a fact unknown to Xiao Wuji at the time, but now he understood. You seem to have had too much to drink. She indeed did not bring her business cards today. Wouldn't overthinking that be rather ungraceful? Lu Yao draped his arm over the man's shoulder, forcibly leading him away from the scene. In the face of Lu Yuji's mockery, Bai Qianyu remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to argue or refute. The sudden assault incited fury among the people of Kunliashan, the kingdom of Yueyuan and Taiyan's Hufeng. I know. Cheng Yi smiled as he lowered the curtain, glancing at the driver Cheng-en, who was the same as that day's dog Xingding. Observing his filial piety towards his mother and affection for his sister, Cheng Yi decided to take him on as a follower, naming him Cheng-en, to carry on the Cheng family's kindness. Madam, what if Yan Guoxing turns traitor? The implications were clear to all. It would be tantamount to exposing the rear to the enemy's gaze, placing Yu Qing and the children of King Switang in jeopardy. Chu Han's gaze sharpened as it swept directly towards the judges on the sidelines. Gongsun Xiao, Yang Yuan, Qi Yun, and Shui Yuan. Wang Ming strode in, opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of mineral water, and gulped down a few mouthfuls, feeling the fiery sensation in his chest dissipate somewhat before he raised his eyes to the others and spoke, subsequently producing 3 more bottles and handing them out one by one. A.O. Bai's expression turned mournful as he reached this point in the conversation. Yet he could only order the entire army to return swiftly and report truthfully to the Su Prince. Under the moonlight, the two sisters chatted and laughed, unknowingly preparing a considerable amount of powdered sleep-inducing medicine. Gu Zhidao's lips trembled, his complexion resembling that of a pig's liver, beads of cold sweat surfacing on his forehead in the chilly, early spring weather. Rong Yuqi's face darkened to an extent that resembled the bottom of a pot, though the darkness concealed it from view. At this moment, Tuoba Jing quietly responded a couple of times, his expression impassive. Exuding indifference towards the 2 young ladies mentioned by Tuoba, Long Sima nodded in acknowledgement, hoisting Duan Shanyue and rushing into the mountains. Yet he did not notice Yuzine following behind, as she had already turned to leave. Su Hui said nothing, running back madly in the erratic weather. Uncertain how long it would take to hail a cab, she simply couldn't allow the car to leave once she stepped in front of it. Hui thought simply, fearing the driver might go back on his word, so she decided to pay up front. I will avenge Duo and Yuan Air. Sima Tai laughed and shouted, breaking through the acupoint and transforming into light, fleeing towards the direction of the bloodshed demon city. Ling Jun and Lin Yinjin, fearing for Sima Tai's safety, hurriedly pursued him. Coincidentally, Director Peng was currently resting at the hotel, and upon receiving a call, he mentioned it would take about 20 minutes, returning the call shortly thereafter. This drill brought an immense surprise to Xiaoyu. Not only had his strength increased, but other aspects had also seen significant improvement. Here we are. This is my second uncle's home, the thin monkey said as he was the first to alight from the vehicle. The 3 of us exchanged a wry smile before reluctantly following suit. Chapter 83, Sword Pointing to an Extraordinary World. Yang Chun was heavily slammed into the ground, creating a funnel-shaped pit measuring 10 zhang across, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, with several bones fractured. He felt that his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Realizing that his opponent was indeed formidable, unlike the petty fish of today, Li Zixiao felt uncertain. He was wholly unaware of Gu Feifei's previous academic performance, and it seemed that her entrance would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The young master's head emitted a dull sound before transforming into a mist of blood, the headless corpse plummeting towards the earth. Yimei looked at her in confusion. Yet Yizhan abruptly instructed the coachman to halt, disembarking the carriage and addressing them coolly. It's cold. I will walk to the Luo residence. After speaking, she cradled the warming stove and ambled away. On that sunny day, Yi Miao strolled in the garden with her maid, when the maid suddenly exclaimed. As a broken kite fell directly at her feet, the maid picked it up, unable to read, and handed it to Yi Miao, who read aloud, horizontal and vertical threads. Yi Zhan readily agreed, while Yi Rong, though reluctant, had no choice but to acquiesce. The monks at the temple led them to their respective rooms, and Yi Zhan's guest room was adjacent to a serene bamboo grove, which appeared quite pleasant. During that period, the incessant spring rains mirrored the emotions of both the plaintiff and the defendant, veiled in melancholy. As if the classroom emptied out after the bell rang, the once bustling cinema became eerily silent, shrouded in dim yellow light. Was Madame Hu's dissatisfaction with Yi Zhan perhaps related to the Lin family, an intentional provocation? Furthermore, Yi Zhan's remarks, cloaked as they were in a guise of retreat, directed the crowd towards one conclusion. or Madam whose words unintentional or deliberate. Wei Technology, through its proprietary portal platform, Wei Network, publicly expressed its stance on the news released by Teng Sun. Then may I inquire, from where did the Xiantai heavy armor worn by those soldiers behind you come? Li Shiming smiled, a depth of meaning hidden within his grin. Since the captain had discerned that they had already attracted attention and that it had been 2 days, the thought of an enemy lurking in the shadows made him feel uneasy. They needed to be flushed out. Who had set up the formation, and what was their purpose? Zhang Chen pondered this and promptly prepared to call his parents. Hello, I am Wu Inger. I have long heard your name, but have never had the fortune to meet. Upon seeing Qin Sun's cold demeanor, Wu Inger felt quite awkward. Though she harbored some grievances, she dared not act rashly. However, since introductions had been made, regardless of whether it was matchmaking or merely friendship, she should at least greet him. As the doorknob was turned, all the interviewers in the room focused their gazes on the entrance, their expressions evidently unpleasant. The elder who had just served tea was none other than Zhun Qian's grandfather, Wang Bo, who had recently returned to Feixian after learning this remarkably simple method of tea drinking from Zhen Qian. Friends, this thunder pool is ours. You are here trying to take advantage of our territory, which seems rather improper. The three formed a circle, cornering Zhao Yin against the side of the thunder pool. And the leading figure approached with crossed arms, exuding an air of arrogance. These words were spoken before he received 1 million. After receiving it, he opened an account for Li Shiyuan at the bank, transferring 500,000 without a flicker of an eye. It vaguely seemed to refer to Han Lingshuan. Yet she could not be certain, fearing that her preoccupation with Han Lingshuan had led to auditory hallucinations, making her believe that Zhang Li was speaking of him. I absolutely will not allow you to succeed. The figure on the cross gazed down at the Bishop of Destiny and declared, No need, Roswal. Simply take me to your residence in the capital, and I shall follow in your wake, even if you choose to fly, Nightwing said nonchalantly. In truth, there are 2 beds in the room of Mu Yun's parents. When their relationship is harmonious, they share one, but during quarrels, they retreat to their respective beds. Mu Mama's bed is positioned at the innermost part of the room, typically used for storing clothes and blankets. Say whatever you wish, Song Yinshi said with a cheerful demeanor as he leaned down to kiss his darling son's soft, chubby cheeks. Upon witnessing a flash of lightning, Lord Boss suddenly hurled the hammer inward, releasing it from his grasp, while still holding onto the other end. The hammer, accompanied by a long chain, flew through the barrier enveloping the dragon-shaped structure, heading directly towards the 2 ghost ancestors. No problem, Director. I shall not disturb you further. I will take my leave now, Peng Chong said after resolving his matters. Zhang Kuei immediately rushed forward, the doctor casting a peculiar glance at him, pondering how this couple seemed so ill-matched. Tian Qi pushed her aside, never expecting that the peeper today would be Guang Xiangzi. She appeared quite pleased, yet he held no fondness for her, allowing her to be as she wished, without a shred of mercy. After hearing Lian's words, He Chuan furrowed his brow, offering a slight smile, yet refraining from uttering any words. Everything in the room had been prepared, and the faint fragrance wafting through assured Dongfang Xiao that it must have utilized high-quality spices. Indeed, she was merely stunned by the nightmare. None of this could possibly be real. These individuals were all nefarious, each scheming to deceive her, even invading her dreams with their ridiculous claims. How could they speak such absurdities? Jinghe could not help but break into laughter. Chu Qi seemed never to have uttered any sweet nothings, yet he consistently performed kind deeds for her, always looking out for her well-being. Cabana returned to the military camp, where the affairs were bustling, naturally unable to linger too long with Dongfang Xiao. As for you, he set out to search for the necromancer, while Yin Song utilized water-based healing magic in an attempt to treat Dongfang Xiao's injuries. She took out the few pieces of jewelry she possessed, hoping to bribe the guards stationed at the Eternal Alley, but it was utterly futile. Overnight, Cia's once lustrous black hair had turned white. She could not believe that the prosperous situation she had diligently cultivated over the years had dramatically altered within a mere few months. Why does it involve the Council of Light? Lin Yan pondered. On the Titan continent, the Council of Light prided itself on being a righteous organization, wielding considerable influence across the land. Chapter 84. What did the immortal ancestress look like in her youth? Is your confidence innate? Yi Yuan truly admired this aspect of her. Before meeting her, he had encountered many individuals, yet none possessed such unwavering confidence except for his adoptive mother. No one knows where he has gone, Logan said with a hint of helplessness, as not a single person could be contacted at a crucial moment. The next day, I was roused from sleep by Sister Liang's knocking. She mentioned that they needed to arrive early due to a quarterly thorough audit at their location. However, Lu Heng did not follow his grandfather but stood at the entrance of the Brown Tower, observing Lu Xiaopu until the latter sensed something amiss and turned back around. Previously, Gu Shiran had been kidnapped by Carrie, and he had personally interacted with Carrie, thus they were somewhat familiar with one another. The next day, after Shang Ruosi finished breakfast, She returned to her room to catch up on sleep, having only fallen asleep past 2 in the morning, which caused her to wake at 7 due to the biological clock she had developed here, and after washing up, she felt utterly exhausted. I just found out, Director Song, Lei Yunshun said with a wry smile, speaking the truth. As I approached, I discovered Chu Yi engrossed in a television drama, wearing headphones. Thus there was no sound at all. I glanced at the water ghost, who was submerged, observing me from within the water, seemingly surprised that I had not entered. After she left, Chen Sheng took out a check from his pocket, scribbling a series of numbers and extending it towards me. I glanced at it, feeling a slight shock. Yet I did not accept it. Knowing the Dark Moon Dagger and the Starry Moon sacred text, these two individuals were either from the Starry Moon Temple 30,000 years ago, or part of the Fallen God Temple, or other hostile factions. Air Buching noticed Wang Xiefeng approaching him and curled his lips in a disdainful sneer, choosing to ignore him entirely as he held his wine glass and walked towards the long-lost Ouyang Qing. However, due to the wild Ichiro sprinting away, the ring effortlessly spotted a figure rushing towards him. With a soft chuckle, Ji Changfeng now somewhat regretted having summoned Sun Wukong, pondering if it was a waste. Forget it. I don't need to be carried. I can walk on my own, Lu Yaoshi said, looking at her legs. However, today was different. Zhao Mu specifically requested a day off from Coach Zhang Guodong, as today was a significant occasion. Do not lose heart. There will be a way, Rand said, adding that he would not violate the rules. Originally regretting bringing up the topic of resurrection, Jin Yuanbao quickly changed the subject after hearing Zhou Shiqing's words, taking the opportunity to backtrack. Upon hearing him say that, I felt somewhat unaccustomed, looking at him, a twinge of sorrow stirring within me for reasons unknown. It seemed as though Zhang Yuanhao felt the weight of his severe injuries. His chest stirred, and the golden-shelled scorpion reappeared, weakly waving its pincers before slowly drifting towards its dantian. The hereditary marquisate was of a higher status than Han Wei's Golden City Marquis. Even though Han Wei was a county marquis, he could not inherit the title indefinitely and could be stripped of it. Fu Wan, the non-inheritable marquis, was conferred by the Spirit Emperor, and subsequent emperors had no authority to strip titles. After some contemplation, Han Wei promptly ordered Zhang Yin to return the official seal, maintaining a humble demeanor as he reported back to Lucia. What a ridiculous creation from that eccentric predecessor. That name truly leaves much to be desired. At that moment, none noticed that behind Yu Jingyan, Li Bing's eyes sparkled with hope upon seeing the plum blossoms. A mysterious energy accompanied by Sen's chant, descending upon Li Mingshan and the others, causing a red glow to emanate from each of the 10, reminiscent of Bai Sen's frenzied state, though their physiques subtly enlarged. The sounds of whistling echoed from afar as shadows emerged, with Zhou Shan loudly declaring, "Everyone, be on guard." After saying this, everyone drew their weapons and spread out, brandishing their arms towards their surroundings. The political tempest of Kaifeng Prefecture was too distant and lofty. Meanwhile, in Sanjia village, for youths and several adults sat together, listening to another young man speak. "But it's fine. Take your time. First, I'll burst your 2 dog eyes, then we can play slowly." Yu Jingyan must clarify all the pros and cons to Zhao Zhan, ensuring he considers everything thoroughly. How did Chenhu know? Didn't you see the party that had been submerged for years suddenly come out to express their emotions? With that thought, Su Chun waved his hand, and the incomplete Hongming Qinkuan map shone brightly, followed by a shadow descending from the sky. Thanks to the high technology of the mortal realm, the internet-savvy Yu Lao naturally understood the most popular terms of the day, which left him flustered and speechless. When the blue light shines, the fountain transforms into an expanse of ocean, whereas under the red light, it becomes a conflagration of flames. I recall the first time I encountered this phrase in the Hall of Divine Fates. It struck me as perfectly suited for a noble, ethereal beauty who once galloped across battlefields, embodying both grandeur and a touch of melancholy. Haha, as long as she accepts it, the beauty of the flowers matters little to her. At this moment, Zheng Xiaozong had been conversing discreetly with Qing Shuang for quite some time. Upon the entrance of Grandma Gao, Zheng Xiaozong clasped his fists in greeting and exited the room. Upon seeing the characters for home, Chunhu felt an exhilarating rush, as no one understood the significance of those words better than he did. However, the crux of the matter was, he was still on the African continent. What use were these words now? Although Yifan generally appeared aloof, he never displayed anger and maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters with remarkable grace. When she excelled, he would even bestow upon her a smile of appreciation. Occasionally, when entering the elevator together, he would allow her to enter first, leading her to conclude that Yifan was merely cold on the outside but warm-hearted within, a person of great compassion. Look at their ears. Catherine curiously observed the ears of the Marseille's men around her, all sporting exaggeratedly large ear holes, capable of accommodating a fist. Chapter 85, The Forbidden Zone. General, all preparations are complete. The Sui dynasty soldier reported once more. Hao detected a lingering aura of spiritual resentment upon Yin Qing's entrance, diagnosing through the half-black, half-white hair that he was likely a second-tier great spirit, the Black Ghost. Yi Xian spoke leisurely, unperturbed, displaying no concern for Lu Ding Tian's current predicament. Qin Yu found it implausible. If Jessica had already exhibited hesitation and could express it, that would be excessively humanized. I hastily stuffed food into my mouth and glanced at Wang Lingwei's tablet, which displayed the module of the Haoyan family's territory. Yi was aware that Qin Ming was not in the habit of checking system notifications, and she relaxed. Having completed her mission and no longer caring for the myriad of rules, the tyrant regained his senses and began assisting Ban Silang in sealing the rift to the underworld. Yuan unleashed a fiery secret dragon breath towards the fissure, dispelling the chill, and the rift fell into a momentary tranquility. Taking advantage of this, Fang Tianmu swiftly closed the rift, and after completing this task, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He reveled in his joy for an extended period. If he could save the people of the southern region, why could he not save himself? Zhang Gongliang's face darkened with anger. As fellow strategists, he and Cheng Shi frequently engaged in covert competition, yet this blatant accusation was somewhat excessive. Shi Quan deeply understood the art of employing people and merely needed to maintain control over decision-making as the higher authority. Then, he lunged directly at Yin Shun, soon finding himself enveloped in her embrace, the scent of her presence intoxicating. Yin Shun, of course, did not reject him, merely smiling as she wrapped her arms around Wan Yuer's waist. Mo Xing rose, still clad in a dress as vibrant as fire, her makeup meticulously done. However, upon donning a luxurious black fur coat, she appeared as if a layer of oppressive dust had settled upon the flames. Whenever other pirates leaped onto James's ship, Bai Mingyu would engage in a playful skirmish with them while explaining that it was all a misunderstanding. He hurried to Ronger's chambers, only to be greeted by a nauseating stench of blood upon entering. With the new semester comes a fresh outlook. The first-grade students of Class 7 have now ascended to the second grade. The children have matured a bit, becoming more understanding, which alleviated her burdens significantly. Just as she was making a vigorous push forward, her work was adjusted unexpectedly, based on the predictions from Qing Ming, leaving her in a state of bemusement. After becoming the regent, Bai Mingyu did not relent. With the assistance of Chun Xiang's Flying Dragon Legion, Bai Mingyu launched a vigorous assault on the cities of Huangquan County that Fang Tian had seized, eliminating all remnants of Fang Tian's followers within 2 months. Yi Zhixing watched with satisfaction. Had it not been for Yi Zixing's poor complexion, she would have applauded. Cora looked up, about to speak, when her eyes widened in shock. And she exclaimed. Qin Feng quickly turned around to see 2 wolves lurking a few meters away, their green eyes cold and merciless, exuding an air of savage bloodlust. From what he gathered, there were primarily 2 bases on Panlong Star, one for research and the other for extraction, located in 2 distinct directions. She had originally thought she could live whimsically without friends, believing it was all a matter of lying back and winning, but to her surprise, amid all her calculations, she had completely overlooked the existence of A, leading her to feel an impulse to crash into a wall. I merely prepared some corrosive chemicals. How did you discover that? Ouyang Pengsheng rolled his eyes in irritation, having anticipated that Wang Linfeng might have some brilliant idea, only to be left disappointed. From being responsible solely for cleaning, I have now transitioned to a role where I bear no responsibilities, merely exchanging items for others. There are numerous great undertakings in the world that intelligent individuals cannot accomplish, while the obsessive ones can thrive. A wise person is adept at avoiding danger, but in evading danger, they also evade miracles, ultimately missing out on greatness. Dinner suddenly seemed devoid of flavor, as Wenqi and Musa each harbored their own thoughts, yet none spoke of them. This was certainly no surprise. Guo Qiming and his companions had been instrumental in helping Mo Qianquan complete many tasks, and naturally, Mo Qianquan did not wish for Guo Qiming and his group to depart. With Emilia absent, the work period returned to its previous tranquility, as Li's fingers danced, silently allowing time to slip away. Tong No's expression first registered shock, followed by a look of confusion, then realization, and ultimately transformed into astonishment. Due to the grand occasion of marriage, and to celebrate, numerous guests gathered inside and outside the Qin royal residence, including some who sought to gather information about Yang Hao. When they saw the crown prince personally presiding over Yang Hao's wedding, they could not help but feel astonished. The craftsmen continued their discussions, and Wenqi listened intently, finally grasping the true purpose of the exhibition. Su Jiu recognized that the figure fading away was the soul of Tang Ting. Once she completely vanished, the possession would be successful. Well done, Lin Yu. I have long found them displeasing, and I never expected you to possess such courage, as she patted her shoulder. He decided to relinquish all constraints, treating it as an experience of a different life, pushing upward alongside the vibrant flowers. Shortly after, a blood-stained purse emerged, floating in the air. Within the Qingqing sect, a man with a blue scarf tied around his head stood up. He was tall and fair-skinned, with a short beard beneath his jaw, dressed in a cloud crane-patterned Taoist robe, resembling a handsome figure known as Zhuge Tsong, the white-faced Taoist. Recently, the number of vehicles coming and going had surged, and even included celestial beasts and vessels. Days prior, news had spread across Yunsan that the Taoist master had set 3 trials in Yunsan to find the last of the Taoist Essence 5, drawing practitioners from all corners of the world to converge. Chapter 86, The Peach Banquet of the Eternal Emperor. After quite some time, Wu Hao finally regained some semblance of focus, yet his speech remained slurred, to the point that he himself was unaware of what he was saying. Consequently, the group finally exhaled in relief. Yet they were subsequently curious as to why their 4 strands of spiritual energy could not intrude upon Feng Shishan's mind domain. Was it obstructed by the focal point of this gravity-reducing formation? Or was Feng Shishan's body now impervious to other spiritual energy? His audacity to control the fragment of his soul and seek out the Ancient One of Extreme does not stem from any prowess that could annihilate the Ancient One, but rather from the realization that even if this fragment were to dissipate, it would not inflict significant harm upon him. Thank you, Supervisor Zhou. Rest assured, Supervisor Zhou. Your earlier foray into the men's restroom was. A male subordinate cried out in agony as Zhou Qian seized his ear. Wang Lang, feeling a sense of unfulfilled expectations, dejectedly inquired whether he had met the required standards. This time, Gui Yuchuan and Wang Renqing, as if in a contest, swiftly produced all their accumulated points and presented them to Feng Hui. Lu Yan, captivated by such a remarkable spectacle, could not help but hold up her student ID and ask with hopeful anticipation. Thus, Feng Hui must never ascend in rank. Should he do so, he would be devoured to the very last remnant. He then crouched down and rolled to hide behind a thicket. Once assured of safety, Hong Fei handed Wang Lang a key to the door, providing instructions. Although she had ample time during her pregnancy to create a nursery, Xiao Mimi still felt certain that the room had been prepared long before. You were the one who informed Madame Li? Xiao Mimi had always believed that only the Ling brothers had been arranged by him for television interviews. Under Qin Yu's gaze, the blood staining the heavenly blade suddenly condensed sharply, ultimately gathering in the lowest 3 recesses of the 33 grooves. The fierce ants now stretched thousands of feet long, towering like a majestic mountain. There are no rigid rules regarding the 4 gifts, which typically consist of candies, pastries, flour, wine, and meat. Observing the black bone wings formed from the shoulder blade and the myriad colors emanating from them, Qin Yu's expression shifted continuously. He himself was uncertain. He only knew that if he were to remain still and do nothing at this moment, he would face a true hell of excruciating pain. Thus, despite the passage of years, the living conditions of the villagers in Canwan village, while admittedly improved since Wang Dashu first became village chief, still fell far short of the level he aspired to achieve. Furthermore, having exhausted her strength while digging earlier, she now felt utterly drained, her legs trembling as she walked. Yet, in comparison to her feelings from years past, this time was diminished countless times. Back then, Wang Mo would have nearly collapsed at a mere glance, while now, even in shock at the word battle, he found himself able to endure. Wang Mo immediately transmitted his celestial thoughts while retreating to heal, prompting the 2 members of the spirit clan, Shangren and Jingguan, to rush towards Liang Yunzi and clasp their fists in respect before him. Lu Yingzi, clutching her abdomen, climbed to her feet, wiped the blood from her lips, and directed the metallic sand towards Yun Xiaoye in a fierce assault. 2 waves of qi collided, their energies surging forth evenly matched at first, yet the turtle school's wave gradually thinned while its energy intensity steadily increased. The color of the qi wave slowly shifting from blue to yellow. Observing this, Yang Fengyun squinted. He had previously noticed that Lilith's appearance, identical to that of Shangguan Yulan, might be a facade, and seeing her true visage now did not shock him. Why do such beings of immense wisdom confine themselves here as mere cannon fodder? While these foolish, selfish, and cruel humans, akin to ants, thrive in such a beautiful world. Like clear water evaporated by fierce flames, a long cry pierced the air, and the massive, transparent peacock vanished, while the firing fist surged forth unabated. Feeling an increasing heat enveloping her, Huayuj frowned, a flicker of dread in her eyes as she prepared to summon her life as treasure. Prepare, 1, 2, 3. After the second grenade was thrown, a series of explosions erupted within the military trench, sending plumes of dirt and smoke into the sky, mingled with flesh and severed limbs. Although only a little over a year had passed in Lin Yi's heart, it felt as though an eternity had gone by. The term 9-headed bird naturally refers to the people of Hubei. There is a saying that goes, in the sky, the 9-headed bird, on the ground, the Hubei folk, implying that Hubei people are exceptionally clever and cunning, possessing many schemes, unlike the straightforward individuals from Shandong, Hebei, or Hunan. It goes without saying that this person is none other than Mu Rinqing's close friend from the Huashan sect, known in the martial world as the ever-changing Musang Daoist. Song Wanfeng frowned slightly, unable to directly express that she had witnessed Physician Wei treating Wei Shuru in such a manner in her past life. Du Qiong was equally blunt. If you truly wish to express gratitude, simply add a few more dishes to my meals in the future. This remark earned her a disdainful glance from Mu Yanzi. Sensing Zhang Wuji's profound internal energy, Yin Zheng finally felt reassured regarding Zhang Wuji's martial prowess. He feared that even at his peak, he might not possess such robust internal strength, and if this youth were genuinely willing to assist, he would be far superior. Yet, could this youth be trusted? The homeroom teacher, infuriated by Qiao Shengnan, felt a visceral pain in every part of her body and, disregarding everything else, directly took him to the principal's office. After an indeterminate period, Long Fan finally realized that his destination was an especially open area, seemingly the martial arts training ground of the Baihong sect from a century ago. Mi Jia hesitated as he grasped the alpha gun, while Dongfang Tingjin wore a sly smile as he stealthily stepped back. Wang Kai continued, "This cannot be classified purely as a grassroots activity. For each flower ranking competition is either organized by the government or entrusted to local wealthy merchants, thus making it impossible to separate public security matters from the local authorities." As dusk approached, Dong Zi, leading 10 scouts as the vanguard, promptly sent word that ahead lay a vast expanse suitable for setting up camp, and Lu's army sought approval to rest there. With only one opportunity left for use, it indicated that at least several had been utilized, though it remained unknown how many individuals with cultivation potential had been detected. Chapter 87. Cross through this door. The first place went to Yuan Royce, who received 584 votes. The second place was Warner Buckwell, with 210 votes, and the third place went to Eggweister, with 163 votes. Though the god of destruction expressed anger, upon reflection, he found some merit in their arguments. Furthermore, the positioning during play, whether running inside or along the three-point line or circumventing it entirely, depends on various factors concerning the opposing player. In this regard, Li Wu excelled, always finding the most opportune moments to shoot. As for the others, most were unclear about Fischer's intentions, but they understood that this was not the way the New York Knicks teased rookies, leaving their expressions somewhat peculiar. He unleashed the dragon, subduing 18 palms, conjuring a nearly 10-meter-long golden dragon to counter the black pillar resembling by Yifei's black snake, while addressing Yen Lingji. Agui, through the reactions of others, gained a renewed understanding of the capabilities of the boss above him. Even though Wang Kong did not explicitly state his target, everyone coordinated with Zhang Xichang's blade, aiming at the airborne wood element martial artist. The name of the sky realm is Uni Salt Flat, a vast expanse covered by a massive layer of salt. There, both the sky and the ground appear white with an exceptionally high reflectivity, hence its beautiful designation as the sky realm. In previous years, Cheng Yu had always stayed at home during the new year, having little concept of when the other three families would arrive. Xia Jie did not wish to elaborate on anything with Night Rose here, so he swiftly incapacitated her with a chop to the neck. If it were possible, she genuinely wished to leave this place, not wanting to be the subject of others' ridicule. Yet, without Yin Rawa's intervention, she was utterly unable to depart, paralyzed by fear. Upon hearing Nadi's words, the others immediately sprang into action, acutely aware that proximity to Nadi would enhance their chances of survival. Thus, almost everyone rushed towards him as soon as he spoke. "And what about you and Xuelian? Do you face no issues?" Feng Yisheng inquired, his gaze filled with frustration as it fell upon Pan Yuhong. "Don't be anxious," Mike reassured, gently ruffling Jiang Lan's hair. Jiang Lan turned to him with a smile, indicating her well-being. Under Yin Ruohua's direction, Yun Xia frequently poured tea for the four individuals. As she passed by the doorway, her expression remained deceptively calm, though turmoil brewed within her heart. Jiang Lan approached and asked, "Do you have any cigarettes? I'd like to try one. I am curious about the allure that captivates my mother." Golden light shimmered as he sat gracefully atop a pure, golden lotus, exuding an ethereal presence. The golden radiance seemed to transform everything in the universe into the robe adorning him, bestowing upon him boundless glory and an aura of serene vitality. On the way to the company, Yin Iza utilized a backup phone to contact Ling Muyang, whereupon they exchanged the information they had each gathered. He had mentally prepared himself for this, knowing that this man had a profound connection with Ning Si, and that Song Huiqing would undoubtedly investigate his background. "You're making me grind my teeth in frustration. He treats you with such courtesy, and yet you remain unsatisfied. Humph, truly a masochist by nature," he muttered indignantly. "Very clean," Wu Dalong exclaimed in surprise, hastily stuffing a bun into his mouth, causing Zhang Qing to chuckle. Yin Yuguang was hardly in the mood to peruse the menu. Hunger gnawed at him after such an energetic performance, having exhausted all his energy. Her earpiece was set to broadcast mode. Yet her voice was directed only to her team leader, allowing only him to hear her words. Additionally, the ground bore long trails of blood, trampled by horses and car wheels, stretching towards the end of the road, perhaps leading to the very end of that path. Wang Pu agreed to accompany them, and Wang Erniu and Ma Chong eagerly followed to partake in the nourishing tea made from cow tendons. Unfortunately, the house lacked any plants. Otherwise, she might have gleaned insight into the events that transpired here that day. What exactly was going on? Since Ouyang, he had already forged a strong bond with Yun Xiaoxiao. Why was he treating her this way now? Qin Shi observed Shun Qianyu's transformation with keen interest. He had never anticipated that such a casual display of affection could provoke such a monumental change in her. It drew upon the dual elemental forces of water and fire, manifesting at times as raging winds and at others as unrelenting snowstorms, delivering immense damage. Was this something an ordinary mage could wield? Gradually, a faint white light began to manifest in Xiang Yang's hand, though it remained quite subtle. Bai Qi's expression grew somewhat awkward, yet he refrained from saying much. For the youth's words were not without merit. One could only survive in the depths of the palace if they were of noble lineage. Xiao Shimi, what brings you here? If you seek my guidance again, I must apologize. Xiang Yang turned to face Xiao Mei and spoke deliberately. What a coincidence. He had not expected to encounter her here. After their last parting, he had worried about her, and upon inquiring, he learned that Qin Tian had returned safely to Tianhai. He then pondered and re-entered the realm of the soul, opting for an alternative experiential mode. Qin Tian felt as though he had been struck, not by Sun Jun, but rather by those two students. My time is limited, Xianchen spoke earnestly. Promise me, you three, do not quarrel, all right? Sensing this, Xiao LV casually remarked, indeed. I have a plan, before abruptly severing the communication. Upon witnessing Zhao Yunxuan's injury, both Shengwan Shujin and Yin Shueli expressed their concern and astonishment. Recognizing that few could inflict harm upon Zhao Yunxian under such circumstances, aside from the deputy lord of the otherworldly divine hall, and Dixia, he had never found himself in such a predicament. Chapter 88. Carefree, grant them a living. Cough, cough. After activating the time machine, a figure with short purple hair and handsome features emerged. Perhaps due to the time machine's influence, Trunks's visage appeared as though scorched, marked by a charred hue. Thus, this particular matter would be temporarily set aside. However, the thought of it sparked two intriguing ideas in Ling Fingyu's mind, stemming from the opening line, "You have already perished." Feng Baiyu glanced at Bai Yifan, his gaze sweeping past him to the corner where the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce magnates congregated, locking eyes with Tan Zongming at the same instant. Meanwhile, Mose directly tugged the lever atop the stone platform, which, upon activation, revealed dozens of openings in the adjacent stone wall, from which hundreds of short swords emerged. Only then did Rongyu realize that her hand was being held by Qiu Xian. She hurriedly withdrew it, exclaiming, "No, I'm not your sister-in-law." In truth, being called sister-in-law brought her a measure of joy, yet as a young lady, she felt compelled to maintain a degree of decorum. Rongyu hastily clarified. In the misty depths, at the very center of the 12 constellations, the stars began to flicker and connect in a subtle yet profound manner. Fudan University, founded in 1905, stands as the first higher education institution independently established in China, founded by the renowned educator Ma Xianghua, with Sun Yat-sen as its first board member. Mortal, Luo Chen turned, addressing the lofty deities, "You, high above, merely look down upon us." He raised his hand, conjuring the sword of destruction, and thrust it downward. Before his eyes lay an ancient iron fence, behind which lay a patch of grass overgrown with weeds. The iron bars were predictably entwined with thorny vines, and the trees in the courtyard exuded an eerie aura, shrouded in a misty enigma. As the movements of the Dharma body synchronized perfectly with his own, this divine ability, if further developed, promised limitless potential, theoretically capable of effortlessly surpassing various physical limitations. As expected, the subsequent doctors and snipers performed consistently with previous encounters. Snipers still had the option to choose their faction and retain their immortality privileges. It's over. All is lost. The Royal Navy has perished, and the British Empire is doomed. Churchill's eyes were red with despair. Following the completion of the previous new task, no new assignments had surfaced. It seemed there was a certain rhythm to the system's task distribution. Meanwhile, Lu Tianming's earlier pine needle therapy had already alleviated a significant portion of the blood stasis within him. With the addition of some herbal remedies, complete recovery was imminent, and he would soon be indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Shuangfen shouted angrily at the crowd, while Meng Jie pointed at Shuangfen, her heart wrenched. Both of them in tears, unable to discern who was lying even at this moment. All corners submit, united under China. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The crowd was genuinely thrilled, their cheers resonating loudly. Initially, I was simply too busy to remember. I apologize, Wansheng. I assure you it won't happen again. Will you forgive me? Seeing her fuming, he quickly planted a kiss on her cheek and embraced her, offering apologies and comfort. Unless they encounter the patrolling forces of the Japanese puppet army, it is exceedingly difficult for the three covertly advancing combat teams to be discovered as they each reach their designated targets. The team members carrying grenade launchers promptly set them up. Presently, both the assassin and the devil player are here, and the combat prowess of Lan Haichen is evident, necessitating a seamless collaboration between the two, which could potentially lead to their simultaneous defeat. Red Fox shook his head as he walked, glancing back at the handsome young man before him, before scampering away with a wagging tail. At this moment, Ren Haifeng only knew that Zidian Wuji had an affinity for food. Beyond that, he was utterly in the dark. Ultimately, the two successfully located several children who had previously harmed Mo Li, including a child from Xiaoran's school, who expressed profound remorse to Mo Han, admitting his failure as a teacher. When Yin Huaishu returned with 2 prepared rabbits, Yuya went to gather firewood. While Jiang had already kindled the wood and was currently roasting the marinated chicken, its surface brushed with honey, exuding an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Just like Ant and Wu Xia, every time Wu Xia made a mistake or told a lie, Ant would invariably detect it with precision. The surrounding individuals wore expressions of disbelief. Just moments ago, this man had been smiling warmly at Mo Han, yet now he bore such an icy demeanor. Who among them could possibly be inferior to Mo Han? Reviewing the entire process revealed numerous discrepancies that led Cheng Hui to believe they warranted attention. At that time, he had exchanged a few words with Lu Zhifang, and throughout the journey, he continuously replayed events in his mind, striving to discern any overlooked details while accumulating experiences and lessons. By then, Long Mabai awaited Wu Ren's awakening, intending to send him to seize this batch of silver. While simultaneously delving deeper into the enmity between them, a sudden pang pierced her heart, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand, leaving her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Yin Huaishu quietly held her, offering the warmth of his body, enveloping her in a protective embrace that created a secure haven in this world, allowing her to freely express her emotions. As for the sisters Shitona and Yamai, their spiritual energy had just stabilized, making it unnecessary to involve them further. Huang Tong was the third among the 7 sons of the Demon City, possessing remarkable strength and exceptional skill. Qin Huai was taken aback, unable to fathom why Lu Wuqing would refuse him. Although the deployment arrangements were indeed determined by Genie Hall, it was evidently Lu Wuqing's excuse, the choice of which faction to join largely rested with the individuals involved, subject to Genie Hall's approval. Chapter 89. The Outsider Supreme is truly impolite. This time, the 4th disciple Qingyu was nearly kicked to death by Luo Badeo, leading Qinghao to feel indignant and insist on descending the mountain to confront these scions of noble families. Despite repeated admonitions from Xing Ruahai, he ultimately acquiesced and assigned some powerful disciples to accompany him. Zhao Tianming halted, reaching inside to extract an object the size of a palm, a wooden rui. The ice palace's strength was unquestionable, having grown formidable enough to instill a sense of trepidation in those who heard of it. Chu He stood guard nearby, observing Xiang Ju's golden cauldron technique with keen clarity, gaining a significant understanding of the method of imparting knowledge. A gentle slope appeared ahead, with a mountain wall on one side and a crumbling cliff on the other, beneath which flowed a river. There was only one path, a narrow trail close to the mountain that could accommodate 2 people walking side by side. After all, once hostilities commenced, the Yellow Turban Army would undoubtedly retaliate, leaving little hope for a stable development. If action was to be taken, it had to be decisive, ideally seizing 1,000,000 stones of grain in one fell swoop, ensuring that Chongding Township would not face food shortages for 3 to 5 years. Their previous wager was also 1,000,000, yet the jade he ultimately produced was worth over 7,000,000, while Huang Jinghong's was valued at over 8,000,000, resulting in a narrow defeat that caused him significant losses. This time, however, it was merely about recovering most of those losses. Engaging in this game was rather premature. Zhu Jiangwo was far more ruthless, lifting a bottle of liquor in each hand, ready to pour them down his throat. Wu Jinya chuckled awkwardly, suddenly realizing the profound depths of this young man's character. However, upon further reflection, anyone capable of casually spending millions on jade would hardly be a simple individual. Yet he could not afford to show any weakness, especially without knowledge of the opponent's background. Although Bansani could not ascertain Lin Wei's age, the life force emanating from Lin Wei indicated he could not exceed 50 years. Compared to this nearly 90-year-old second-level sorcerer's apprentice, Lin Wei was indeed significantly stronger. Even if he did not love her, this was an advertisement she had painstakingly obtained through her own efforts, and how could he act so callously? In mere moments, as people began to react, they astonishingly found themselves enveloped in a swirling snow fog. Zhuang Kongzi smiled and nodded, saying, "Brother He, You have finally grasped it. Mo Luyun and others seemed to have entirely put aside their past grievances, and could not help but feel relieved that the matter concerning the Blood Lord was not something that could be easily spoken of. The arena was erected in the very center of the Lord's mansion, taking on a square shape of approximately 100 square meters. 4 meters away from the arena was the general audience seating, directly opposite the central platform designated for the prominent figures of the Lord's mansion. As long as they could thoroughly suppress the Jun family battle team, they would secure victory in the upcoming club conference. Within just a month, he had to devise a plan to ensure that his father would allow him to remain in the mansion. Without martial skills, he could not serve as a guard, nor could he accompany her. Previously engaged in commerce, he should possess some expertise in financial management and could be arranged to work in the accounting office. 3 days ago, following Jun Molin's instructions, he had activated the carefully arranged spies from the evil physician sect. Liang Qingma sat as still as a pincushion. She was unconcerned about Xiao Tian's lack of martial skills, but rather anxious that he might stubbornly remain in the arena and get severely injured, which would be counterproductive. It was indeed true that the young mistress and he had yet to visit the foreign tribes, merely having heard Li Lian mention Gu Junyu in passing. This was also why Li Gingxin's punches became increasingly powerful, growing stronger with each strike. It was unclear what the crown princess had said, as the outside fell into a deathly silence, followed by the terrifying sobs of Do Pin. The sword was drawn with a swish. The sound of flesh parting from steel was visceral, marking the stark separation between life and death. The cries of the concubines ceased abruptly, replaced by convulsions and stillness. Following the operational techniques of the secret method Wind and Thunder Wings, he channeled his true essence to activate the 2 wings, only to find that controlling them proved quite challenging, as the movements of the wings could never synchronize harmoniously. As they walked, they exuded an air of confidence, occasionally brandishing their swords with abandon, appearing rather ostentatious. Upon breaking the taboo, the Golden Pool Holy Mother, having regained her powers, refrained from attacking Yen Wu, instead shedding tears. Yen Wu was taken aback, never expecting the Golden Pool Holy Mother to weep, which was entirely contrary to the cold and unfeeling image she had held in her mind. I had sent a message to Ouyang, who merely replied with a string of ellipses, leaving me puzzled about his intentions. Picking up on Fenghua's remarks, Sister Yanran knitted her brows and addressed us. In their line of sight, they began searching with the bodyguards accompanying them, yet found no trace, leading them to panic at this moment. Clearly, Lu Lingsheng was also the son of Lu Haoran. Why then did Lu Haoran favor Lan Xinyuan so disproportionately? Even disregarding Lu Lingsheng, Lu Haoran would rather carve out a territory in the southern Yao kingdom than return to Lulan, and such decisions left people utterly bewildered. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian meticulously scrutinized the towering tree where the returning cloud lark resided. This majestic tree, stripped of lush foliage, displayed a dense array of branches that seemed incongruous with the surrounding giants. After a brief moment, Zhou Tian was astounded to discover that, upon the bare branches of this tree, strands of blue electricity flickered and danced. The Jade Qilin let out a roar, sensing that Xing Yunji had come to rescue him, and thus was filled with uncontainable joy. Xing Yunji forcefully tore through several illusory shadows, plunging into their midst, encased in a protective layer of ice, while a wave of chilling air solidified half the surrounding dark figures. Before Xiao Yin could finish his words, Nalan Yinran interjected, asserting, "I shall deliver it intact and unblemished into the hands of the honest." Adjusting her hair, Nalan Yinran received a shake of the head from Xiao Yin. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the morning court assembly, and Yun Chengyue was also preparing to depart the capital for her new appointment in a distant locale. As he spoke, Chen Jun snatched up the carpet from the ground, turning around to spread his arms wide like a great rock taking flight, lifting the carpet that was wider than a person. Regardless of circumstances, authority must be established. Should the tempestuous winds and thunderous forces overwhelm him, he would inevitably face a myriad of troubles. Yet, she was at a loss regarding her course of action. Hesitant to act rashly, and swiftly dialed Chen Jun's number. Xiao Feng unconsciously repeated 2 words, his breath transforming into a misty white vapor. Fortunately, his suit had been washed before he went to bed the previous night. Otherwise, it would have been quite inappropriate to wear a soiled outfit today. Chen Jun muttered to himself, "Of course, President Qin, you possess absolute authority within the company, a fact substantiated by your years of leadership through tangible actions. I am well aware that no one dares to oppose President Qin's directives, and you are also a prominent figure in the political landscape of Zhanghai City," Tang Pengfei remarked. Chapter 90. This is War. Reflecting on the past, she recalled having hinted at shared experiences of profound despair, having once inquired but dismissed it with a perfunctory response. Upon further contemplation, that chapter of her life seemed undeniably real, even influencing her to this day, rendering her incapable of engaging in normal romantic endeavors. Under the ceaseless chant of dark incantations, the bare-headed leader Lewis growled in impatience, unleashing a fiercely domineering bolt of lightning interwoven with searing flames that obliterated a significant portion of the descending curse-laden darkness. Qin Yang sensed the gaze of Chu Xiaojiao upon him, raising his head to meet her enchanting eyes, the luminous glimmer reflecting in his own, causing him to shyly lower his gaze like a child and sip his soybean milk to mask his embarrassment. Liline cast a glance at Fan Fanny but refrained from introducing herself, although the previous chill and hostility had dissipated. Very well, there happens to be an open space ahead. Let us engage in combat without weapons, relying solely on our bare hands, Mukong declared with a laugh. Babris, still clear-headed, recognized that Xiao Yu's strength might surpass his expectations. Thus, he contemplated testing the waters with a few sword energies. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed from afar, faintly accompanied by the lingering scent of blood wafting through the warm breeze. Claire's eyes finally revealed a hint of seriousness as 3 sacred knights ignited their luminous wings, their unleashed power now worthy of her earnest consideration. County Chief Qin, I have brought shame upon you, Xiaoyan exclaimed, gazing at Qin Yang, his heart a tumult of excitement and shame. Overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, Mu Yi was rendered speechless, not out of a sense of grievance, but from her unwillingness to be bound by such a dismal fate. Chen Haoran disembarked from the bus and strode towards the scene of the accident, a purple sports car catching his attention. Chen Haoran lamented, uncertain whether this was a stroke of good fortune or a calamity looming over him. Your Majesty, we have yet to receive any news from the Empress. Should we consider altering our approach? Ying Lu appeared quite anxious, for as the noble concubine Liang Shufei had noted, time was of the essence for them to retaliate. If they failed to devise a strategy soon, the resplendent concubine Hua Gui would likely take action, leading to unimaginable consequences. The 3 heads of families are in grave peril, Chen Yu remarked nonchalantly, uttering words that would astonish outsiders while simultaneously seeking a seat and pouring himself a cup of tea. The more she thought about it, the more eager she became for that jade hairpin. Yet, considering their future and the need for finances, that hairpin would undoubtedly be costly, requiring at least 10 to 20 gold coins. Reluctant to squander money in such a manner, she pinched herself hard, forcing herself to suppress the impulse. Reflecting on the past, she realized that coexisting with both ideals was indeed challenging. Yet her father had managed to do so, despite being betrayed by his brothers. He never lost his sense of morality, even choosing to die for his comrades out of loyalty. Was this foolishness or steadfastness? Forcing herself not to look at her. Had they not already made a decision? To sever her thoughts, she merely needed to glance into her eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Shi Yu's. Because of this similarity, her heart softened, and she could not help but embrace her gently, whispering words of comfort for all her grievances. As the elevator doors closed, the encroaching darkness outside was finally banished, with lights illuminating every corner of the elevator. Occasionally glancing back, at this moment, Qin Ming refrained from extending his mental energy to sense the surroundings. Xianxian quickly covered her mouth, thrusting the cup into Zhang Bachen's hands before turning to flee. He remained at Chun Luyao's home until her mother had fallen asleep before leaving. Within 5 minutes, he confirmed that his mother had gone before rushing back to his room to put on his clothes, noticing his grandmother reclining in the rocking chair, listening to an opera. With his maternal uncle absent, he dashed outside. Jiang Zhongjuan was truly at a loss with her. Consider this as my plea for assistance. Please persuade Tian Tian to return home more often and refrain from running wild outside. I'll keep a close watch on the various boyfriends she associates with. She dares to mingle with all sorts of unsavory characters. Li Qing's fingers danced as she cast multiple spells to counter Wan Qingyuan's assault, leaving deep gashes on the surface, creating a chaotic and desolate landscape. The morning bore no chill, the sky still draped in a blood-red moon, lacking the slightest hint of morning dew. The air thick with a distinct stench of insects. The morning was merely a subjective notion, aligning with the human biological clock's definition of dawn. Shen Yu's expression shifted, her curiosity piqued by the unfolding events, yet she nodded earnestly. Perhaps the staff, noticing her confusion, assumed she was unsure how to fill out the form, thus enthusiastically placed a template before Cheng Yuan. Had it not been for Su Su Tang's timely intervention, Gu Tsongling, firmly suppressed by the bloodline power, might have met her demise at the hands of the Tuo Wu. How infuriating! Hu Yu originally crafted songs on site with genuine talent, but in the eyes of these people, it has been reduced to shameless hype. It is utterly outrageous. Ku Xiaoli exclaimed in anger. Lin Rong strode with confidence before the 6 of them, her black and white ensemble exuding the aura of a devilish coach. Lu Hao and the chubby fellow were oblivious to Huang Daxian's intentions, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange as Lu Hao's expression darkened, his hand stealthily reaching for the hunting knife at his waist. Could it be that she had inadvertently stumbled into a sadistic livestream? The tides of fortune had turned, Now it seemed her turn had come. The number of formidable beings among the deities continued to rise, yet the path to the summit of the tower remained elusive. What sort of person is this? How dare they act in such a manner? Yi Zihan felt a deep sense of indignation, convinced that Dong Shanhe was far from being a good person. Even though he had saved her family, she would never repay him with her own life. Her thoughts earlier were indeed foolish. With a twitch of his beard, he cast a scornful glance at the man, then dismissed the character of Bai Yilan and Feng Yao, knowing full well that she would never seek a man weaker than herself. If she were to find someone, it would have to be a mighty figure like himself. Chapter 91. You share a table with the undying emperor. The troops had barely concealed themselves when the vanguard of the Japanese forces had already reached the mouth of the canyon. The Japanese seemed eager to eradicate the core of Taiying Mountain, showing no concern for potential ambushes within the canyon, as they pressed forward with relentless determination. He Wenyu was correct. The strength of the Qishir Mansion was far beyond what he could fathom. The Jianghu was rife with individuals who had joined the Qishir Mansion, and surely among them were formidable masters. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fu Can's figure vanished from sight. With a swift thrust of his sword towards the heavens, he pressed downwards, causing the entire blade to bend downward. Before Xiao could comprehend the purpose of this move, the tip of the sword suddenly plunged downwards with a spring-like force. She knocked on the door again, this time with noticeably greater force, but the room remained eerily silent. So silent that Fu Can could distinctly hear Zhu Yu's heavy breathing. Ah, the greatest distinction between our kind, the Mountain Demon clan, and all living beings lies in our large feet. Our toes point backward while our heels face forward. Thus it is destined that we must tread the path of regression, declared the red-faced monster, seizing the conversation. Li Tianyu held the autumn water wuhan in his hand, executing several stances of the outcloud sword technique in quick succession. It turned out that a mortar stationed in this direction had been unexpectedly relocated back to Pingchuan town in the early hours. As for the reason for this sudden change, they were unaware, having only overheard their squad leader mention that the old 8th Route Army in the northeastern mountainous region had emerged. The specifics were unknown even to their squad leader. Wang Yin received the cup, pouring a bit of wine into it. He then took out a silver needle from his pocket, stirring it within the cup, yet found nothing unusual. Long Chuan glanced at the moonlit sky. Tonight's moon was not particularly round, yet it held a certain beauty. However, he lacked the mood to appreciate it, for both Yu Qinzi and Heizhu were dead, and thus some matters could no longer be entrusted to others. Xia Zekanate while watching her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, she was considering his feelings. Li Yu's expression turned cold as he tightened his grip. With each student who approached him, he retaliated with a punch or a kick, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Sheng Shiyao, cloaked in a heavy silence, gave me an unsettling chill, prompting me to inquire, where is Lingxian Lake? Yet neither Sheng Shiyao nor Zhuang Yu acknowledged me, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. Sheng Shiyao intended to crouch down and examine the sheepskin bag, but upon seeing the surrounding bones, he felt a wave of discomfort. He suggested they move to the side for a closer look. Without further ado, he lifted the bag to a nearby spot, unfastened it, and emptied its contents. However, the conditions for the 5 Ghosts wealth transport feng shui arrangement were exceedingly strict. Firstly, the terrain required a mountain dragon facing a water dragon, which needed to be a spiritual land. Lian Zhun and Zhu Min must correspond with the dual dragons of mountain and water, forming a flow. Xia Zekan hurried home. His parents, Su Lanqing and Xia Chaolin, had just returned a month prior. Upon seeing his mother, Su Lanqing, looking even happier than before, his heart felt at ease. However, he was also aware that his father would be furious if he knew he still harbored feelings for Ji Lingfei. Li Yu's right hand gently grazed Zhou Zi's lower back, while his left hand intertwined with hers, their bodies swaying rhythmically as they danced. A towel dripped water onto the bed, dampening the cover slightly, but Moe Chen paid it no mind. The elder master was too preoccupied to concern himself with such trivial matters. Whisking Zhongqing into the bathroom and placing her directly onto the sink, which fortunately was quite spacious. That night, she suddenly found her grandfather to be exceedingly amiable, his gentle brow and kind eyes indicating his concern that she might struggle with her grandmother's illness and passing. He offered her seemingly strong words of comfort, even as her heart ached, putting on a facade of calm to soothe her. Her grandfather was truly enduring much. Is it necessary to state this? Both the kingdom of Yaojin and the kingdom of Lin only sent 5 individuals, while you, the Yuta Gate, sent 6. Clearly indicating your intent to deal with the 2-headed purple sun snake, remarked Duke Lin, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. What is physical pain compared to the trials ahead? She believed this was merely the beginning. The true punishment awaited her after Do Guifei. The noble families returning to the court saw this year's imperial examination leader as a highly lucrative position. Whomever assumed the role would undoubtedly gain significant connections within the noble circles. Lan Rongyue's intervention had directly appointed him, making it difficult to appease both public and private interests. With a slight curl of his lips, Zhou Tian had no choice but to focus intently. Moments later, a mysterious flute melody suddenly filled the air. Its ethereal sound remarkably pleasant to the ear. The black serpent transformed back into human form, appearing as if it had suffered no harm whatsoever. However, its visage was no longer youthful, now covered in wrinkles resembling the bark of a withered tree. Lei Qiu felt the temperature rising within the mouth of the winged speed dog, and soon a flame erupted, engulfing Lei Qiu in a blaze of fire. With this thought, Tianning chose to think no more, and simply embraced Lin Lin, falling asleep in broad daylight. The green team was represented by the true progeny from Huzhong City, while the red team hailed from Yutazan, as the host briefly announced before the match commenced. Chapter 92, The Undying Emperor, Activate. If this Ling Su intended to utilize him by staying close, she had indeed chosen the wrong person, especially given the unexpected arrival of the governor. Remilia and Flan, known as vampires, were demons distinct from the cursed Cain's lineage of vampires, sharing similarities yet differing vastly. Might I inquire as to which esteemed individual you are? I, Wan Yenaguda, apologize for intruding today. Please forgive me, the esteemed one, Wan Yenaguda said with a respectful bow. This was typically the residence of the maidservants. But as Dongmei served as a personal maid, she naturally resided in the same courtyard as Lu Xinhao, seldom returning. Such a Song Yi was unlike anyone he had ever encountered. Her charming smile and alluring presence drew near, her fragrance intoxicating, captivating the soul. Instinctively, he sought to evade her. After all, at this speed, a collision between the two vehicles would surely result in catastrophic explosions, claiming the lives of all nearby. Yet, he recalled the orders from above to hold the line, leading him to hesitate. Li Wuxin gazed into the distance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a moment, she regained her voice, slowly and gently speaking. In the past, it may not have concerned him, but now it was different. As the Director of National Security, he bore responsibility for significant matters, especially since he felt this group had some special connection to the celestial demons, even if not a direct one. After Yu Yin finished speaking, he rose, and Zhao Fuxin also stood to see him off, along with Dainiu, Ouyang Feng, and others. With an army of 100,000. You are now the crown prince, possessing the authority to mobilize troops at will, right? Since the fifth brother holds military power, why not deploy forces directly to Luoqiao City? If the troops do not comply, it would be a public display of execution. A cold expression flickered across Long Yu's face, as the struggle for power and profit dictated that only the strongest would prevail. Morong Lingji was not yet 18 this year. A year ago, he was still known far and wide as a fool. The Morong family had truly placed their trust in him to oversee the family's affairs. Lu Xiener had just begun to call for Fan Shun and the others to leave when a voice from behind interrupted her words. Originally, Fan Shun was merely perceived as a fourth-level practitioner in his eyes, yet unexpectedly, he has managed to hold his own against Pei Yijian, a ninth-level master. The reasons behind the third generation's refusal remain unclear to him, yet it is evident that there is something amiss. Only a fool would acquiesce. Seeking to depart, a manifestation of spiritual energy suddenly emerged in the void, striking fiercely towards Li San's lifeless body. Wu Zhaokuan no longer harbored doubts regarding Lu Xiener's capability to acquire the shares he possessed. His sole desire now was to sell those shares to her. At that moment, a faint sound startled Fan Shun, leading him to instinctively believe that Lu Xiener had discovered him. Several hours later, Mo Daji, Mo Daong, and 100 others, escorted by Elder Tian Shiba, converged with Division 23 to commence their discussions on 7th-level formation techniques. Hua Mujin was not surprised by this development. With a swift motion, she drew the Feihong sword and plunged it into the lake's surface, bewildered by the unfolding events. A cough echoed from within the pit. As Zhu Yong and Zhu Lai, having exhausted their vital energy, felt as if their hearts were being constricted. Despite their combined efforts, they could not slay Zhu Chun. With Zhu Chen still alive, it was their own demise that loomed. After the meal, Lin Sa, Lin Sisi, and Zheng Pozi cleared the dishes, while the newly arrived man in the mansion sat in the master's prominent position, silently musing yet daring not to express his thoughts. Su Lu was particularly stringent during training, especially regarding internal affairs, believing that one's domestic life is the foundation of all abilities. Only by managing one's household well can social capabilities be enhanced. An individual who is disorganized in life cannot be entrusted with significant responsibilities. However, since Long Wei could effortlessly produce such elixirs, it was evident that he lacked for nothing in that regard. Indeed, Fu Yunzhan had finally returned, possessing vital information regarding his recent journey. He accompanied Rin Xiaohang to Baishan City, where he provided a detailed report to Governor Lin Zhangjia. Gao Kaidao had been grievously injured by Sun Xuanya's subordinates. Subsequently, when the officials appeared, his subordinates lost sight of him, leading them to believe he had perished at their hands. Wang Fubao still dared not lift his head, responding truthfully while keeping his gaze lowered. Li Ziyu glanced at the trio, Long Su, Huang Fushuetong, and Lin Zhanjie, who were conversing quietly outside the main tent. Noting that they had retreated to Lin Zhanjie's central tent, likely to remain there for some time, and thus agreed to their arrangement. Therefore, having Tang Qian lead would indeed be more beneficial for the candidates in their training camp than having others do so, allowing for a more reasonable arrangement. Hey, wait. Hold on, Itachi. Haruno Sakura hurriedly leaped off the table and rushed over, grasping Itachi's hand, only to be taken aback when his hand suddenly transformed into a flurry of feathers and dissipated. Over the years, the royal family has always honored those skilled in divination, consulting them to calculate auspicious dates for significant events. None of the predictions made by the Fan family have ever missed the mark, which is the primary reason the royal family relies on and tolerates their existence. Do you think we could perhaps lower it a bit more? Would $50 million suffice? Masusu said with a hint of vulnerability. In the face of life, all are humble. What does it matter if one possesses vast wealth? When death comes, it is all for naught. One cannot take possessions with them, and only by living can one discuss other matters. Having said that, she took Xiao Chuqing's hand and strode away, leaving Ku Hengin, who wore a perplexed expression, unaware of how he had offended her, and Maisie, who looked on in anticipation. Contemplating the words of Editor Tao, could it truly be that she had inadvertently sent her message to the editor? This seemed impossible unless she had been sleepwalking. Yet, despite her thoughts, she slowly opened her email. Chapter 93, the Chapter of Longevity. Wang Qianqiu still remembered that this enchanting Song Chuing had been a well-known socialite in Flower City a century ago, gracing every high-class banquet. He did not wish to replicate the scripts of his past life to shape the world, for such a world would be excessively unbalanced and devoid of authenticity. In the courtyard of Huagu, nearly all of the enemy's bodies bore severe injuries, with many left in tatters, having been clawed apart or dismembered. Pei Guofeng fashioned a rope from mountain vines, securing one end to the stretcher and the other around his shoulder, employing the methods of rural folk to pull the stretcher carrying Xiao Yunjie forward. Teacher, I wish to sit alongside Song Yi, Fushi automatically petitioned, thus alleviating Jing Lei's concerns regarding the seating arrangement for Fushi. To the left of the interface lay a column, presumably listing the territory guardians, yet at that moment, there was only one, a squirrel, named the Source of Inheritance, Enchanted Soul. Song Yi slowly approached the beam of light, noticing that no angels had yet emerged, and patiently awaited their arrival. Now, how much would Yicheng have to offer to genuinely engage in negotiation with her? What does it mean to rule over all? What does it mean to gaze down upon the world? What does it mean to be the supreme divine emperor? Yi Xian has now provided the most perfect interpretation of these concepts. The leader roared, sending Xie Tingfeng flying with a punch and kicking Ma Zhiren, who was already exhausted and barely hanging on, rendering him utterly immobile after being struck. The Knights of the Secret Disc were quick to recognize the youth, feeling a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, as Mo E and his companion retreated without hesitation after Master Lemai's ethereal form dissipated, their desire to depart grew increasingly intense. With a low shout, the god-binding lock responded, and Lu Chun regained his magical power and consciousness. Reciting the incantation, he swiftly stored the lock away, a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Still an unclaimed treasure, not to be wasted. What use does this broken token serve? Jiang Yuxuan scrutinized the token for a considerable time, failing to discern any mystical properties. You'd best not obstruct him. Otherwise, should he be provoked and meet his demise, I shall not be held accountable, Zhang Qian warned. However, if the White Lotus sect were to rise in rebellion, resulting in a complete confrontation, there would be no room for mercy. Showing compassion to one's enemies would undoubtedly be foolish. Christie had already disassembled and reassembled the spatial teleportation array twice, even conducting numerous test runs of the magical energy. Thus now casting aside the base that had consumed 2 full days and nights to instead craft the heart of the spatial teleportation array, an exquisitely intricate core. In that instant, Boss Lu, young Master Lu, and others wore expressions of varied emotions, each secretly calculating their own strategies, yet none pondered too deeply. Indeed, what an impressive display of authority. No one dares to infringe upon it, they realized. Had I truly made my intentions so clear? So clear that both my master and Jun Wushuang could effortlessly discern my thoughts, although neither of them lacked for wealth. The atmosphere at the scene compelled them to join in the excitement, eager to seize a handful of red envelopes. He Tian paused momentarily, and upon hearing his words, she suddenly dashed into his embrace, her heart aching intensely. The site of the wedding hosted by the Mu family was set by the seaside in the southern city, allowing even those who were not guests to come and enjoy the spectacle. Was it that the opponent had temporarily broken through to the ancestral deity? Or had they truly perished? Or did they possess some means to evade his detection? Fang Kuahai's heart ached. Years ago, they too had experienced free love. Yet now they found themselves facing such an outcome. Lu Wentian recalled, indeed, there had been a date proposal last night, but upon seeing Li Jiantong's breathtaking beauty, he had immediately forgotten all about it. Undoubtedly, Luo Huashi had invested considerable effort into this matter, reviewing previous videos to extract their essence while optimizing their shortcomings. Lin Tiantian understood that it was inevitable for such matters to arise, whether the money earned was substantial or meager in the eyes of others. It all seemed to be a windfall. He was acutely aware of the nature of his relatives from previous lives, had they been willing to extend a helping hand. Lin Tiantian's family would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. He ordered 4 dishes and a soup, the latter being a snow pear and bird's nest concoction. While the 4 dishes included 2 meat and 2 vegetable options. Although they appeared delightful in color, aroma, and flavor, none possessed the spicy zest that she relished. The location was on the street behind Jiu Fei's residence, where it was rumored that the hot pot was delectable. However, due to her aversion to overly spicy food, Jiu Fei had yet to set foot in that establishment. Gao Yunhai sent her all the fashion illustrations, and as she settled down to assist him in selecting models, she found herself glancing out the window involuntarily. Standing at 1.9 meters tall and weighing no less than 200 pounds, her feet touched the ground lightly, and her body felt surprisingly weightless. Zhao Yunjing, while speaking, launched a straight punch that struck young Master Chen squarely on the nose, causing blood to gush forth. Zhang Kai's heart echoed his greatest concern. He feared that Bai Yi would possess martial prowess and have someone to protect him. Su Shishir, however, insisted on having Su Shi come over, and Xiao Yu, feeling helpless, prepared to explain to the director in hopes of salvaging the situation, so as not to give the impression that she was opposing the production team. Chapter 94, The Battle of Two Realms. Some individuals seemed unfamiliar with this name, while others' expressions changed dramatically, clearly having heard of Bufan before. I wonder, if it weren't for you, I truly would not have found this place. It is your presence that drew their attention, allowing us to arrive here, the old gentleman chuckled. Indeed, although Hai Jingxian wielded the trident, he had not fully embraced this unparalleled divine weapon. It was likely that neither a sect nor a clan possessed resources as abundant as those from the ancient giants of this realm. What audacity! Chen Zhen grinned broadly. To be frank, had it not been for the convenience of the Huang clan establishing a foothold in the Tianyan sect, she would have preferred to maintain distance from them. Before she could finish her inquiry, Empress Lu Yunxiu suddenly experienced a blackout and fainted. In an instant, an endless blaze erupted from her back, forming a fiery wall that ensnared everyone within its flames. It turned out that the entity within Tu Linglong's space lacked the strength to seize possession. Its soul was too ancient to adapt to Tu Linglong's body, hence it had no intention of taking over. Despite the palace mistress's decree forbidding interference with Liang Yuan's transcription of palace regulations, several concubines, with little else to occupy their time, were preoccupied with schemes to undermine others. They could not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Su Gongqing, if you lack the capability, go resign from your position at the emperor's court, someone chimed in. The Thundermark, a red entity that dares to claim it is the Lin family's proof, Lin Chuan retorted, mocking from the side. After dispatching the Golden Lions, she charged directly to the side of the Duke of Su, seizing his flailing fist, intent on launching another Golden Lion King punch. As dusk descended, Mingda returned home. Dejected, his demeanor indicating he had experienced a significant setback. After the extraordinary abilities had tossed the individuals they carried into the center of the square, they fled. As the monster was approaching, remaining there offered no hope of survival. 7 fourth-tier insects were beyond their capacity to handle, and with the arrival of a 5th-tier fire-type insect, it seemed Wang Yu and Xiao Yuanshan had no other means but to flee. It feels as though it has been ages since I last watched a film. Wang Haitao sighed, reminiscing, yet he could not recall the last time he had entered a cinema. In truth, Yang Chunlin had also heard of Li Tianyi's past exploits and was aware that for reasons unknown, Zhou Bansheng had shown Li Tianyi an unusual amount of favoritism, even utilizing family resources to ensure his safety last time. Yes, I shall never dare again, he said, observing the cold sweat trickling down, clearly having learned a valuable lesson this time. Of course, Jing Yang was firmly convinced of this, in the hearts of the populace. The 7th prince held far greater significance than the current emperor, akin to a deity safeguarding the kingdom of Yi Ming and its dawn. It seemed that if they could pass through today unscathed, the days to follow would likely remain uneventful. Gao Yi was adept at feigning surprise, exhibiting neither astonishment nor joy, instead displaying an air of utmost admiration. I shot a disapproving glance at old Huang, whose expression was equally grave, yet with the arrow already knocked. There was no turning back. Yu Tanchi finally managed to soothe Long Mengmeng somewhat, in an effort to atone for her previous misdeeds. She assisted Long Mengmeng in completing the arduous Gang Qinglong task, while Mingming focused on sealing the land's calamity. Upon finishing, the armored vehicle soared into the sky, engines roaring to life as it accelerated to break the sound barrier within seconds, producing a sonic boom and disappearing into the horizon, leaving a long trail of white vapor in its wake. In an effort to achieve closer proximity and discern clearer sounds, she pressed on. As the sound of movement grew increasingly distinct, Wang experienced a wave of dizziness, seemingly traversing through layers of space, reappearing in the void upon the vast expanse of the ocean. Furthermore, Shunxian's physical strength and spiritual power rose in synchrony, exhibiting a remarkable cohesion, rendering him impervious to the exhausting soul-reaping spells. An ancient square cauldron materialized before Wang and, surrounded by countless flames, the power of the laws surging. This was a mountain, an unknown terrain. The original owner of this body had likely harbored a deep grudge against those three youths, having been deceived into ascending the mountain, where they ultimately met their demise in this secluded location. Unlike Asamute, all princes, including the eldest prince, were required to visit the palace daily for an audience, a time when they treaded lightly, particularly the eldest prince, favored most by the Heavenly Wolf King. Qinchi had been harboring this question for quite some time. During their last encounter, neither spoke, and he was uncertain how to broach the subject without disrupting the atmosphere. Thus he had wandered aimlessly until Nian Yan's inquiry relieved him. Initially reluctant, Wang Yuebin acquiesced when Wang Fatty promised to cover his meals for an entire semester. Lin Xiao had previously won a gold medal at the national dance competition and often missed classes due to her participation in competitions. However, the guardians of the Lingxiao Palace, true to their reputation as divine generals, displayed astonishing reflexes. After a brief moment of distraction, they swiftly regained their focus and decisively acted in unison. This evening had witnessed an overwhelming number of events, with 3 battles concurrently underway, each involving members of the Phantom Task Force. Holding his phone, Yan Fei's expression was grave. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. The Luoshan family, his adoptive father, this chaos was destined to be unquiet. Behind him lurked the ever-present Interpol. And even in his current state of inactivity, they remained relentless. Ao Guang let out a low growl, charging toward Wukong, while Nezo and others, positioned near Wukong, would not allow him to succeed, but were halted by Wukong's gesture. Judging by the strength of the monsters from the human and earth halls, while they may not rival the avatars of Shiva, they were nonetheless formidable beasts, and the power of Kong Dao, who commanded them, was undoubtedly formidable. If Lu Yulong had not perished, how could Kong Dao possibly meet his end? 3 elegantly attired elderly gentlemen sat at one side of a deep brown hardwood square table, their faces composed yet tense in anticipation of the forthcoming banquet, while their hands restlessly manipulated a string of prayer beads. Chapter 95. It is time to conclude. How audacious of this rascal to demand evidence from me. Does he expect me to unveil my treasures for all to see? Moreover, should I attempt to achieve this through my own efforts, it might not bode well. It would be prudent to wait until she ascends to the 2nd tier, accumulate some vital energy, and purchase a spell to alter the heavens and the earth. At that juncture, I could utilize the spell to meticulously refine the dragon vein, thereby maximizing its potential. The mountain's frigid wind cut like a blade as he summoned all his strength to pry open his eyes, just in time to witness the flickering shadows of figures below, 2 factions poised in confrontation. Observing the ajar doors surrounding him, he began to envision the scenes that lay beyond. The current Minister of Magic, Mr. Cornelius Fudge, sat trembling in his armchair, bewildered as to how matters had devolved to this point. We had dispatched a letter to you approximately 22 minutes ago, after which the Ministry of Magic revised its decision to immediately destroy your wand. If the system continues its unchecked rampage, it won't be long before I find myself partaking in Mengpo's soup, will it? The actions of no one were known, and none connected him with the series of bizarre incidents occurring within Qingzhou. There was a peculiar illusion that with the passing of August, a natural chill enveloped the air. Firstly, even if I am exceedingly handsome and distinguished, it is impossible for one as prideful as you to continually offer yourself so readily. Subsequently, Zheng Angguo received phone calls approximately every 10 minutes, persistently notifying Sun Zhihui, and thus, by the time Zheng Angguo had made 10 outgoing calls, the first 2 vehicles were already nearing the outskirts of Qing City. Zhang Yang hailed from a wealthy family, possessing a grand steed that even the village head of Li Village envied greatly. Were not these 2 fellows supposed to accompany her today? Where do they intend to venture now? Could it be that this accursed Chu Mo is plotting to abduct his son? The earth dragon was violently smashed away. Its skull fractured. Yin Feng soared upwards, drawing his silver dragon sword, unleashing a strike that crackled with thunder, leaving the earth dragon charred and emitting wisps of smoke. Ning Tian's visage was unremarkable, yet his eyes resembled a vast, tranquil ocean, seemingly serene on the surface, concealing unfathomable depths below. Chu Xiao did not retract his gaze from the window, softly calling out Chu Xiao's name. This old man is indeed quite domineering. However, that smile is utterly irresistible. The gilded national emblem stood out prominently against the crimson backdrop. Beneath the emblem, a line of text read, Officer Certificate of the Special Affairs Unit of the State Council. Very well. If there are no issues, we shall convene at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning at the company's entrance. Remember, do not be late, Xu Beifeng reiterated, cautioning the team that whether it be Xia Liken, Jean Menger, or Chu Mo, they were all unpredictable individuals, hence his need for a reminder. After departing from the cave entrance, Yin Feng summoned the hidden moon with his mind, transmitting a directive that rendered his cultivation fluctuations and bodily aura completely imperceptible, resembling an ordinary mortal. The crowd gathered behind him glanced at the computer screen for a moment. Seeing no responses, they gradually dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Upon entering Blood Soul Island, Xing Huili and her companions maintained a low profile, associating with the human cultivators of the immortal realm, refraining from drawing attention to themselves, naturally missing out on any treasures. Yet, Xing Huili's purpose in coming to Blood Soul Island was to acquire the Blood Soul fruit. Now, I believe it is time for us to return to Sirius, Su Qian remarked, gazing thoughtfully into the vastness of space. Indeed, Lord Ling Tian, you are correct. This is your alchemist's badge, along with the alchemist's robe, President Xingyu chuckled. Their martial skills merely grazed against one another, and Ling Tian's techniques were instantly shattered, akin to glass splintering into fragments. Consequently, as his words fell, he was immediately transported away by the towering structure, returning to the martial arts arena. A youth named Su Wu looked down upon Ling Tian from a lofty perch, then promptly approached him. After all, he was merely in his 20s. And combined with youthful ambition, it was natural for him to exhibit arrogance, especially with a burly manager by his side, exuding an unreasonable demeanor, making it odd not to offend anyone. I truly wish to offer some words of comfort to Bao Lin, as some individuals are destined to have no progeny. There is no need for Bao Lin to be overly sorrowful, lest he harm his own health. Though intended as consolation, Li Xian's words dripped with sarcasm. You may investigate, but not in my name. You must do so privately. If you find nothing, do not blame me. Li Xian nodded, signifying her agreement with the beautiful maiden. Mounted on their towering steeds, the Qi Ku and Qi Chun brothers strolled beside the carriage, having dismounted and now holding the reins, awaiting her descent. The ham was always available, yet Tang Zhou and the others had hardly eaten along the way, not because they did not wish to, but because Tang Zhou forbade it. In Chang'an, ham was a delicacy enjoyed by all. Due to the good news, the usually slumberous individual tossed and turned in bed for half an hour without sleep, ultimately sitting up to gaze at the wardrobe, pondering how to pack her belongings. There was no need to accompany the crown prince to the borders for a summer retreat. How delightful is that? Jean, she smiled as she approached, assisting Yin Zhen in shedding his formal attire, replacing it with casual wear, and providing him with a warm, damp towel to freshen up. Thus, the members of the Hand of the Divine Mage continued to unleash powerful, wide-ranging spells to capture the attention of the stone giant, alleviating the pressure on the two. The colossal butterfly of light at the core emitted a tremendous current, igniting all the thunder orbs in the air, with massive arcs of electricity spiraling outward. Although Alagassi repeatedly claimed to wish for Xing Yun's demise, he cherished his own life even more. The blacksmiths, Tai Dabin, Mu Dalu, Lu Shan, Gu Deseo, and others had all reached the advanced artisan level, with only a significant amount of skill required to ascend, but the advanced level proved to be a bottleneck, exceedingly difficult to progress further. During the intervening days, although the harvest was completed, the farmers could not afford to be idle and immediately set about chopping wood. From the adjacent room came the creaking sounds of a bed, much like those here. Mingna speculated that Alex was likely troubled by the same issue. Within the medium-sized film company, Ludong Media had already surged ahead, poised to challenge the larger film enterprises. Chapter 96, Defeat of Qing Wan. Lu Ziyu, who understood Xiao Ran best, cast a surprised glance at him, aware that he was indeed lying, yet she could not fathom why he had refrained from eliminating Wang Yuni. The ability user paused momentarily, accustomed to his elevated status, for he believed that the identity of an ability user was inherently more esteemed than that of a martial cultivator. When Mari Shinohara, Tomomi Atano, Yuko Oshima, and Meiko Oshima arrived at the Blue Temple of Birds, Naoko Matsumoto had already been waiting for them at the entrance for quite some time. Within the red door lurked two ancient beings who had existed since the inception of martial cultivators, their strength likely terrifying enough to instill fear. Congratulations to my adoptive father on your advancement. In the grand hall, Yin Kong respectfully clasped his fists in congratulations. This time, as Lu Ziyu's fingers grazed Xiao Ran's cheek, he felt a chill throughout his body, for he sensed the unmasked killing intent concealed within her calm words. To be precise, since the release of the sixth sense, It has faced no challenges over the past 5 weeks, and one could almost say it has surged ahead from the very first week, dominating the box office race with an absolute advantage. The fierce competition touted by the media has proven utterly feeble in light of the film's strong performance. If we were to liken this to Healing Mountain, our target should be consistent with the song Fei Yao, which has now spoken. Compared to the previous rounds of advancement, Huaxiajiu's current soul realm has reached the mid-stage of out-of-body, significantly increasing the range it can cover and the spiritual energy it can absorb. Major entertainment media have bestowed high praise and commendations upon Nagazaka 46, and many express heightened anticipation for Nagazaka 46 development in the coming year. The spout gushed forth warm water, splattering onto the ground and onto himself. Last night, during the Black Sail attack on the dock, when the Dragonbone ship unleashed that terrifying blue flame upon the residential area. One must wonder if someone secretly slipped in here, or if others were taking advantage of the chaos. Or perhaps the intentions of the Nine-Toed were not as simple as they presumed. Throughout the journey, Li Jianyang kept a close eye on Lingfeng. Yet with the presence of the foremost figure from Tiangong Gate, Li Qingling, even Li Jianyang found no opportunity and dared not act rashly. This piece of music carries a subtle joy, delicate and seemingly fearful of disruption, often brushing against the most vulnerable corners of one's heart in the most unguarded moments. Evoking profound emotions, Tang Yu and Murong Aoshue shared similar sentiments. With Chun Banshan deceased and the devouring mother seed gone, Murong Aoshue felt a twinge of regret. While the once resourceful 8-sided Linglong was also devoid of clues, leaving Tang Yu similarly disheartened. I am aware that when I am absent, you neglect your meals. Thus, you ordered takeout. Hua Lingfeng placed the items on the table. Observing the men's faces, which were more terrifying than death itself, he was certain that no one would wish to endure such a scene again. As he turned, his gray robe shimmered with a gentle silver light. The cuffs adorned with elegantly embroidered patterns that hinted at a certain elfin grace, and even his relatively wrinkle-free face, imbued with a touch of reserve, involuntarily reminded Ed of Fei Ruyan. I was not truly there to play, and considering the journey, Xiaohao would only linger there for about 3 or 4 days at most. Each day, countless warriors and adventurers entered the Beast Rampage City. Compared to the Tiger Lurking City, there was no comparison in terms of the height and thickness of the city walls or the area of the inner city. Saline mounted the earth-walking dragon and called upon the 200 knights behind him, surging out of the fortress like a gust of wind. Sol, bending down, extended his hand towards Jian Foster, who instinctively recoiled but grasped it, raising it to his lips. Sol graciously gazed at Jian Foster and gently kissed the back of her hand. After a few rounds of drinks, the group found themselves in delightful conversation, especially Zhou Fan and others, who sought advice from the health guru Hua Tuo on various matters. The premiere of the first episode achieved an astonishing feat, a rarity in television globally. Some cells had collapsed, overtaken by a green soil emanating a foul odor, where peculiar plants exhibiting strange life had begun to grow. As the team explored, they were ambushed multiple times by these oddities. I am a colonel from the Northwest Military Region, a man in his 30s spoke, his tone slightly haughty as he explained his affiliation. Furthermore, Yuan Shu's rise was indeed reliant on his family, and with such connections, simply expressing a desire would compel Yuan Shu to comply. It turns out that those extraterrestrial weapons are impossible to replicate, primarily due to a lack of manufacturing materials. Several elements comprising those alien weapons do not exist on Earth. The Sand Mountain Taoist was timid and appeared ashamed and frightened, unsure if he feared the potential repercussions involving the Shadow Guard or felt ashamed of his earlier indecisiveness, while Long Taoist remained unfazed, laughing heartily and maintaining a carefree demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the matter. Patience was required as the alarm blared for several seconds before finally ceasing. Wang Jianren took a sip of water and inhaled deeply in the rainy night air, feeling the negative ions and ozone fill his lungs, closing his eyes to calm his mind for further contemplation. However, just as he was about to enter a state of focus, the piercing alarm outside blared once more. In truth, everyone was aware that such occurrences were common. While publicly they could not be revealed, privately they could never cease. Chapter 97. The dust has settled. I nodded. Huashaoran was correct. Previously, we worried about what terrifying act Hua Ningyan might commit, and although we could not deal with him today, at least with the obstacles posed by the Hua family cleared, we had successfully accomplished something by eliminating Hua Ningyan. Upon returning to the dock, I gathered some firewood to kindle a bonfire. After extinguishing a flame on a branch, I tore off a piece of cloth from my clothing and wrote a few words on it with charcoal ash, conveying my intention to search for Han Su of the Brotherhood and rescue Xiao Fangxing, among other matters. A roar emanated from the abandoned town, filled with a mix of shock and anger. Chu Haoshuan accepted it calmly, feeling no pain. It was his sister who couldn't bear to truly pinch him. Just as we stood there, lost in our thoughts, Hua Ningyan's agonizing scream drew our attention, and from the sound, We surmised he must be near the staircase. However, due to the darkness, we could see nothing. Do we really need to stay here? To remain here and wait to be caught up in their turmoil, leaving us with nothing at all? In reality, Mayor Chun is not truly a mayor. It is merely a flattering title we use. We are not well versed in the intricacies of positions, but it is always safe to refer to someone by a grand title. Observing Huan Ningin's confident demeanor only tightened the grip on my already breathless heart. The pressure emanating from the luminous orb was formidable, causing everyone to retreat anxiously. If that orb were to explode uncontrollably, the entire Wind City might be obliterated. Lord White, I too concur with Brother Gu's proposal, much to Bairaji's surprise. As Qin Wuji also spoke, the atmosphere within the heavenly eye was bizarrely complex and fraught with danger. Even those of extraordinary cultivation treaded carefully. For a moment's carelessness could lead to a fate worse than death. Thus, C2 Kuei, being astute, maintained a distance to observe the unfolding drama. Clearly not yet disheartened by the star sequence. Should the Fu family and the Qian family forge a marital alliance, it would undoubtedly arouse the emperor's suspicions. Although the Qian family holds no real power now, their reputation endures. Yet such suspicions would not lead him to believe they harbored treachery, merely that military power could not be recklessly entrusted. She realized she was a witness. If her testimony wavered, its credibility would significantly diminish, prompting her to assert firmly. Humanity has been exceedingly unkind. Having stripped someone of their clothing is one thing, but to casually discard it, only for it to be trampled by the following entourage, makes it nearly impossible to restore its former state. Some zombies remained within the base, and Tang Yuan gazed at the zombies wandering directly in front of her. They appeared to be zombies as well, yet their strength, particularly their speed, was decidedly off. Otherwise, they could not have circled around to intercept the mounted Hachimu in such a brief span. The beauty-enhancing lotion is composed entirely of pure traditional Chinese medicine, devoid of any chemical components, and possesses no irritating properties, categorizing it as a mild medicinal solution. Theoretically, it should not result in the situations described in the posts. Feng Xingying truly did not expect that. Here with Qin Haofeng, the person closest to him would ironically be his brother, Qin Hao, born of his wife. The warriors instinctively sensed the imminent danger, yet they found themselves irresistibly captivated by the enchanting presence of Lan Ku. As Sheng busied himself with gathering ceramic bowls, pestles, bandages, and other items, he began to elucidate. The current predicament is that you have succumbed to poison, leaving your corpse abandoned in a mass grave, irretrievable for the future. There are 3 paths ahead. The 2 pairs of measuring arms were tenderly intertwined, reminiscent of mandarin ducks nestling together by the shore. When measuring, one must adjust the slider back and forth along the main scale, while the extended single arm resembles the wing of a solitary goose, with intricate markings etched between the suddenly parted wings, indicating the lengths by which they have been separated. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to escape, to flee far away and never confront this treacherous, promise-breaking man again. Yet Tom remained in the car. As he slept, he no longer feared her approach, satiated. His brow was unfurrowed, lips slightly parted, breathing softly like a slumbering cat, exuding an aura that drew others near. Their expressions were grave, a few murmuring amongst themselves. But upon her arrival, all fell silent, parting ways to grant her passage, their eyes fixed upon her, scrutinizing her expression and contemplating her thoughts. Beyond this opening, there were 2 bronze bells, one on the northern and one on the southern side, now shattered, seemingly harboring a few insects within. Previously, the court would acquire only a few stalks of fine rice each year, yet the box was brimming, perhaps containing over a dozen wooden cases. If King Zhou possessed such auspicious traits, then there would be no need to fear his military might, nor to speculate on the emperor marrying a new consort to bear a legitimate heir. Rather, it would be best to directly appoint him as the new sovereign. Would it not be the finest choice for the great Jing dynasty? With some leading the charge and others mediating, the acceptance among the crowd became significantly easier. Even the ironclad village of Intian opened a breach towards the Chao clan, constructing a modest school and medical hall within a dilapidated house, and this time, there were officials appointed to guide agricultural practices and measure the fields. There was truly no need to add surnames. There was only one senior brother, and he had only one junior brother. Whom else could this title apply? Further contemplation led to the realization that Long Qinshan, valuing loyalty and keeping promises, would never conspire with a figure like the King of Ghosts. A confrontation between the two was thus inevitable. It was not until he made contact with Lin Fan, feeling the genuine warmth, that the White Tiger leader was suddenly jolted, his face flushing a deep crimson. Moreover, Shen Lianxing discerned that Lin Fan seemed to revel in the torment he was enduring. Immediately, those standing at a distance were swiftly enveloped by this terrifying force, witnessing their bodies begin to convulse uncontrollably. As Yun Tianyang stepped into the inner courtyard, several students caught sight of him. their eyes lighting up as they quickly turned to flee. The gourmet examination was not an easy task. The preliminary preparations had consumed a considerable amount of time. Yet most of it had been set up while waiting for the rotund fellow, with only a few ingredients remaining unprepared, thus not taking too long. Chapter 98. The Supreme Zone believed you were too extreme. As Ducalo's words resonated, his band of ordinary soldiers began to roar in agreement, echoing his sentiments. While the slaves barely reacted, merely lifting their eyelids to cast a calm glance at Ducalo before lowering their heads, seemingly counting the ants on the ground. Clad in red and blue, his entire body was divided, half in blue and half in red. The earth turned a fiery scarlet as a blazing silhouette erupted from within him. At high noon, the two atop the platform remained locked in a gaze. Unprepared for immediate battle. He is dead, murmured Zhuo Tingyu, seemingly discerning what Shui Bin was contemplating. Although Wu Ying, Shi Yunyu, and others had heard this news at the end of February, they were entirely oblivious to the relationship between the Blood Young Master and Duga Xuanyu. Hence they would not mention this matter in front of the Blood Young Master. At that moment, Lin Baqian had dashed to my side, tackling me to the ground. And just as he did, my hand almost grazed her. It is noteworthy that these two elders from the Su family are both at the second tier of the first rank. If they cannot see through this young man's cultivation, it indicates he must at least be at the third tier of the first rank. Such a young individual at the third tier surpasses the admission criteria of the Luo Shui Academy, does it not? The sun had risen high in the sky, and Zhao Yongjun, having gone a night without sleep, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, the sound of hoofbeats caught his attention. Turning to look, a troop of soldiers approached, led by none other than Duke Chu Jinping. Meanwhile, some disciples of the Taijing divine sect, following Elder Zhang Man to provide assistance, had begun to perceive the underlying motivations. For those who could become disciples of the Taijing divine sect were no fools. Hao Jian's intentions were evidently transparent. This vixen walked in a peculiar manner, neither striding nor hopping, appearing quite comical. Feng Lin merely felt the space around him warp. And in the blink of an eye, Ling pulled him into chaos, distancing him from his own world. Investigate the reasons behind Chaba Kingdom's military actions, and keep an eye on any movements from Zhu Kingdom, Song Chu instructed, calming his emotions. Given your character, I find it hard to envision such a passionate youth in a romantic narrative, Yang Yin remarked, his lips twitching slightly. It seemed that for Rommel, nothing was impossible. Yet this time, he appeared to have genuinely lost sight of his objective. Miss Su called for you, not us. Why are you dragging us along? Guo Wei and the others jested at Shi Bin, dispersing to gather twigs. After listening to the explanation, Qin Gu understood that the phone could not be retained, sighed, and handed it over. This is Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, sister. I owe much to Her Highness's care over the years, Wei Zifu expressed. Disciples of the Flying Star sect, form ranks. The Tai Immortal of the Flying Star sect also noticed the situation behind him and shouted without hesitation. Tang Zhang's eyes suddenly revealed a glint of coldness as he gazed at the force slowly becoming frostbitten, an expression of triumph evident in his gaze. Moreover, the opponent's choice of the hero Poppy made it difficult for him to secure a kill beneath the tower. Recklessly pushing the lane could also result in being ganked by the enemy monk, and his only means of escape were the long cooldown flash and the easily interrupted EQ combo. We haven't even dueled yet. Su Qian shot him a glance, secretly wishing to be embraced like that by Bai Yan, and found herself blushing at the thought. What brings you here? Nangong Yuhan cast a glance at Tu Baobao, his expression far from pleasant, clearly still harboring feelings about the morning's work incident, and Tu Baobao was left speechless at Nangong Yuhan's narrow-mindedness. The king of Shanshi's actions were likely motivated by concerns over past enemies seeking revenge. He wanted to be prepared should they come knocking. However, Li Chaoyan did not understand why Go Zhunhai, having stated he would return the items and provide accompaniments after the final performance, would assemble puppets within Huangliang Fort. What was his intention? Why was there a major incident in the capital that Xiao Xiao rushed to address? Could it be that this matter was related to Tianning? You must return and personally hand me the celestial spirit stone, Lianya called out as he opened the door. Damn it, die you wicked dog. Just as Zhang Dong was preparing to leave, a bloodied figure limped towards him, raising a dog-beating stick and mercilessly striking at the dog's head. After the Novitz Fund's independence was withdrawn, Leonard overcame numerous obstacles to take 3 steps forward, rendering it impossible for either side to restrain the other. As one party gained the upper hand, the other was bound to launch an offensive to regain the lead. Subsequently, the opposing team would adjust during a timeout. And thus the cycle continued, an infinite loop. Are you feeling better now? If not, feel free to cry a little longer, Lialon said, her eyes smiling as she looked at Su Yeren. In her memories, only her mother had spoken such words to her, reminding her to always prioritize her own protection. For her mother would feel pain if she were hurt. The next day, Qian Qingji finally emerged from his daze and sought out Su Yuan, declaring that he had come to a realization. He was willing to shave his head and change his attire to join the Su family, vowing to dedicate his life to the principles of the Su family. Madame Yao's gentle brow was clouded with endless sorrow. He had resolutely refused any intimate contact with us since this incident, gradually severing ties with his friends, becoming increasingly reclusive. And I genuinely fear that if this continues, he may collapse under the weight of it all. Chapter 99, The End of War. His hand fell limply, as if all strength had drained from it. Fu Mingyan staggered back 2 steps before finally collapsing onto the ground. Initially, he had hoped to settle matters concerning Aunt Luo and her son, as well as his brother Zhang Jinrong, while contemplating this issue. How could one forsake an opportunity for wealth? He decided to avoid overly sensitive matters. He wasn't particularly concerned about the rumors surrounding Weilin. However, the addition of a sinister element to these tales caught his attention. It was said that the ruler of Wu had intervened in a love affair, causing Geng Yu and Weilin to resist fiercely. During their escape, Geng Yu was injured by Su Yushi, leading to Weilin's capture. As for Nista, being a descendant of the sun god of these ruins, she surely possessed methods to evade danger and escape. Excellent. We have reached a conclusion. We hereby announce that this painting by Su Wei is genuine, valued at a generous 20 million. After discussing for over half an hour, Old Zhao and the others reached their verdict and proclaimed it loudly. Goodness. It turns out that the pinnacle of glory can also be toxic. The toxic king of the game is even more so. He nearly fell into its trap after just one play. He was somewhat knowledgeable and could tell at a glance that this vehicle was not a rental, but rather a private car. In the minds of Kavalin and Ianya, the war that had thrown the entire continent into turmoil would not only consume vast material resources, but also result in rivers of blood. Countless lives extinguished, all merely a form of competition within the world of wizards. However, the considerable mental energy he had expended on his illusions proved utterly ineffective, leaving the ruthless demon god astonished. The roar of Jin Shi's lion echoed from outside the door, causing Mu Chen's hand to tremble, causing the wax seal on the envelope to smudge. Were it not for her current objective, who would want to endure such a life? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Lin Yin was taken aback, suppressing her shock and confusion as she looked at him, her lips parted but unable to utter that familiar name. At that moment, another burly man, seeing Li Taiju about to reveal the truth, felt a surge of urgency and was about to caution him, only to be halted by Xiaohong. Get lost. The big man roared, leveraging his height advantage to swing his fist at the cloaked figure, who defended himself by crossing his arms and leaning back. Can I say it was because I was hungry? He, the brother of a second-tier capable individual, would be utterly humiliated if others discovered he was waiting in the cafeteria for a free lunch. Moreover, as Lin Yin had pointed out, the Xie family was wealthy. Who in the vicinity would dare to disrespect old Xie? Upon entering the hall, the shopkeeper was engrossed in the account books at the counter. The aroma of Mu Chen's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat was indescribably enticing amidst the overwhelming scents wafting from the kitchen, though not particularly pronounced. And the hall was currently devoid of customers, making the fragrance of the dish especially prominent. After Shui Zhonggui spoke, the coachman promptly entered with a large food box, deftly transferring the dishes from the pot into it. Of course, Wen Quan knew what Russian nesting dolls were. She hailed from that even more mysterious world, a nested realm that indeed exceeded her expectations. At that moment, the old cat's expression visibly relaxed. It turned out the anticipated retaliation had not come. He had originally thought it was due to the merchant guild being attacked without finding the culprit, thus venting their anger on him and his companions. Were it not for this, he would not have reacted so strongly. Shortly thereafter, Otto and his companions appeared, landing with Rodney and Doris spitting out a mouthful of blood. Aside from Rodney's extremely pale complexion, Doris seemed to fare much better, while Tua stood immobile, his soul power still stable and formidable. Additionally, various healing elixirs were available to ensure that the injuries and fatalities among the soldiers were minimized. Otherwise, how would it be? Are you going to bite me? Li Yuanba remarked, pinching the face of the Princess Rui with a grin. Simultaneously, cannons were aimed at the distant mountains and the tide of beasts, unleashing a barrage of bombardment. Since you have returned, the imperial nephew must have returned to the palace, he said, gesturing for everyone present to take their seats. Forget it. Since it won't kill me, let us get ashore first. There's a beach not far ahead. I should have landed there last night. Glancing back, he saw a sea of yellow and white serpents densely trailing behind him. Traveling at 20 meters per second, this speed exceeded that of a great knight. And as long as the power furnace provided sufficient energy, the bloodthirsty armament could maintain this velocity indefinitely. Shirley was astonished by this data. Today, I primarily came to bid farewell. The term has ended, and everyone is beginning to weave their sorrowful goodbyes. You are the covert agents arranged by Yuan Ba to be by my side. It seems I have indeed underestimated the capabilities of the Lianjian secret guard, allowing you to lurk beside me for years without my noticing, Emperor Yang Guang of Sui remarked to the Lianjian secret guard. Wang Dongdiao noticed that Li Ergu had remained in a state of deep contemplation from earlier until now, pondering what on earth this fellow was thinking. The bronze statue was an inanimate object, devoid of any discernible breath, and Ji Ling couldn't ascertain whether it truly represented the pinnacle of the Yellow Path. But at this juncture, it seemed there was no retreat. Chapter 100. The God and Demon Tomb of the Shrouded Sky. After all, if such severe injuries were allowed to develop unchecked, they could very well become a significant hazard. Just as two individuals locked gazes, perplexed, the green mud creature began to mumble. The master of the wooden shrine had sensed the impending destruction of this place long ago. He did not seek the wood spirit pearl, but instead used his innate powers to manifest it, achieving a state he could deem as semi-divine, capable of creating true strength. Mo Banksia would naturally refrain from elaborating on the triangular entanglement between her parents and Zhao Xinyuan, but it was evident from the context. To her surprise, someone had awakened before her, and it was not Naruto or Sasuke. Wu Feng waved his hand, indicating that he had been busy removing residual toxins from the ancient year, and there was no need for him to investigate further. At this moment, countless intricate lines appeared across the continent, intertwining and connecting. The cold, evil manor and the heavenly sword sect were eyeing each other warily. If we recklessly terminate the conference to specifically target Xiao Langtian, we would lose face altogether. After all, there would be no dignity left to continue living, Lao Yu earnestly advised. Pei Yin took a sip of red wine and glanced at Ing Xiuxiu, feeling a wave of displeasure at her fawning demeanor. However, as long as his father did not show up by nightfall, Talos was certain that the internal strife within the Loxer family would commence. Everyone turned their gaze towards Qin Ming, eagerly awaiting his response to this inquiry. Xing earnestly regarded him, and even elderly perked up his ears, clearly eager to comprehend the reasoning behind it. The three pure ones sought the primordial purple qi. To obtain the primordial purple qi, one must possess innate treasures. While no one would ever complain about an abundance of magical artifacts, persuading the river of the underworld to deliver innate spiritual treasures or innate artifacts to them was a task the river of the underworld was loath to undertake. Thus, they could only turn to the witch clan. Fortuitously, the primordial purple qi in his possession was precisely what the 12 ancestors of the witch clan required. Nevertheless, he secretly rejoiced, grateful that he had brought Chu Xinyue and others along to the Birth Star Tower this time. Otherwise, given his injuries, without anyone to tend to his wounds, even returning to the Birth Star Tower would only mean awaiting death. Li Family Village is a sizable settlement boasting nearly 3,000 inhabitants, yet fewer than a third are young and able-bodied, with even fewer holding satisfactory employment. Especially as the issue of job scarcity intensifies, leaving many young people idling at home. After collecting 4 crates of supplies, Li Cheng pondered for a moment and waved his hand again, producing 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. However, the moment the Zhonghua brand appeared in the celestial realm, the production address and date vanished. Even the words Zhonghua disappeared, leaving only the red packaging and the words golden cigarettes. Whenever the gates of hell trembled, the thunderstorms in the Valley of Death would surge to a heart-pounding intensity. Ling Duyu listened, silently shaking his head, but refrained from speaking. This matter required Uncle Yi to take charge. It was likely that this fellow could not borrow much, perhaps only a few thousand, which Uncle Yi would probably agree to. A blinding golden light filled the air, followed by a tremor of the earth. The black sand within a 100-meter radius was tossed about, as if an endless desert were enraged, unleashing towering waves of darkness. To his surprise, Chun Zheng did not strike first. The Yuan clan of Ping'an County unexpectedly took the initiative, undoubtedly having discerned Chun Zheng's strategic intentions. They acted preemptively, catching Chun Zheng off guard, aiming to seize control of the entire Yuan County, even if it meant taking a small piece for themselves. Zheng Xiaomin took the menu, glanced at it with her large eyes, then handed it to Qingqing, who in turn passed it to me. I did not accept it. Wang's expression appeared impassive, yet a sense of contentment glimmered in her eyes. She still hoped for Chun Shuriying's lifelong happiness. Chu Hanyan felt a mixture of anticipation, excitement, sweetness, and reluctance swirling within her, her hands trembling with anxiety. Meanwhile, Zhu Chongxuan, positioned a bit farther away and managing to evade the chaos, found only a couple of faint blue stains on his white garments. With a harmonious family environment and no lingering worries, Tao Tao devoted all his energy and focus to work and writing. Gu Yanling cast a sidelong glance at the extremely concealed tension in Luo Kuei's eyes beside her. Her lips curling lightly, she was curious to see how this evening's drama would unfold. Then, a second knock echoed. Ere Lizzie dodged, avoiding the third knock. But the fourth followed, striking his shoulder, tearing his garment, and revealing a streak of blood. The sixth and seventh knocks continued to rain down upon him. Watching an entire afternoon pass, Junjun surprisingly did not cry, much to the relief of Tao Tao and Dongmei. Since she had come, it was evident she had business. Yi Qingxian couldn't help but let out a low chuckle at her flustered demeanor. Rick Fox, standing at 2.01 meters tall, possessed a sharp intellect and outstanding defensive skills. Alongside a precise three-point shooting ability, he was the captain of the Celtics, yet chose to take a pay cut to join the Lakers. Good. Liu Jia was not overly concerned about the ominous predictions of the divination, whether it was good or bad. He was aware that the soldiers on the journey were particularly invested in this matter. The divination results were immediately announced, prompting the soldiers to cheer loudly. A group of military doctors arrived at the Indian tribe, equipped with various talismans and potions to treat the ill, naturally embellishing their healing processes with a touch of mystique. The next morning, after breakfast, before dawn broke, Lu Zhishan and Guan Hu each led 1,000 soldiers, taking 5 days' worth of rations as they set off. While Li Jin and the Central Army followed after loading supplies for the larger army, alongside Deng Fei's garrison. I am willing to break through the encirclement. To send messages to the cavalry commanders of Yingdu, Guijing, and Xiang, Ji exchanged glances, speaking in unison. The leader of the convoy said nothing, instructing others to unload the carbon steel, departing without even having a single bite to eat. Wang Qingjia considered this. The department store and machinery factory were now both super clients of the bank, with daily deposits becoming a favorite topic of gossip among the bank's nosy matrons. Chapter 101. A small shock of overwhelming proportions. When uttering this phrase, Lu Ling's gaze rested upon Enruo, imbued with a gentle warmth. This was not something achievable by everyone. For the sake of a certain figure, one would strive tirelessly. Yi Zifan stared intently at the man before her, extending her tongue to lightly lick her slightly swollen lips, savoring the blood that lingered at the corners of her mouth as if relishing the taste. The leading man in black opened his mouth, hesitating for a long moment, but upon meeting Lu Tingting's furious glare, he dared not utter a word. Li Di, as the sole guardian of Jifeng City, remained while Lin Yueqiu ventured into the illusion, and Li Tian journeyed to other realms, with Li Feng and Li Yun attending to their respective tasks. Mai Zi, lost in thought, nodded absent-mindedly, and upon exiting the kindergarten, dialed Yi Zifan's number. Oh, by the way, great-grandma, how is the old house back home faring? Yi Weichun casually asked, merely seeking conversation. System, what do you mean by that? Speak plainly. Li Yunmu was taken aback, realizing that the system was not primarily concerned with his power growth, but rather with changes to his physical form. In this edition of the Osaka International Athletics Federation Grand Prix in Japan, over 100 athletes registered for the 100-meter event, divided into 13 heats for competition. However, it seems there is a segment within. Do you want to take a look? Qing Majuan smiled brightly at her, observing her complexion gradually pale. Xiaohe was no sorcerer. With a swift movement, he evaded the magical attack and directly approached the demon's abdomen, unleashing a golden talisman that sliced a larger gash on the star shuttle. Then entered within. Tang Xiaofu speculated that as the weather grew increasingly warm, the Tang family could no longer endure the heat, prompting them to send Tang Jianbin to negotiate for the purchase of the 3 western rooms, hoping to improve their living conditions. At that moment, another arrow shot forth from behind them, striking the right side shield-bearing bandit. With a loud shout, 7 or 8 individuals charged from behind, completely cutting off their retreat. What if I have objections? Naruto stepped forward. Though he was shorter due to his age, his aura was even more pronounced, creating pressure that even the elder Matsuda felt. Chun-Shi grew weary of personally dealing with them. After temporarily sealing the cultivation of the two, she directly handed them over to Qin Yuqing for handling. Others were similarly affected. Shangsha's steps halted completely. As she paused, Sasaki and Alan also came to a stop, both cameras focused on her, capturing the scene. A contestant with 2 assistants, Shangsha had become the first of her kind, a feat unprecedented. With wide-open eyes, Wei Yang felt every hair on his body stand on end in that instant, as the cultivation of the supreme 7 heavens surged forth, forming a protective realm of flesh and blood around him. This world was never meant for someone like me, now that I have entered. Will the future of this world not change? Beneath the water surface surrounding Hashirama, dozens of large trees surged forth, while Hashirama's chakra surged wildly, imparting a tangible sensation. The venerable Master Wu, despite her innate skill in stitching leather garments with her handmade bone needles, found her creations somewhat rudimentary. Thus, she descended the mountain to the market, where, with her modest funds, she procured some fabric and personally crafted 2 outfits for Yutionlai. Mr. Brown froze momentarily, suddenly recalling something he had overlooked. He shook his head in regret, revealing that this newly minted agent had yet to fully acclimate to his new identity. It appeared that the character of his predecessor had indeed left an imprint on him, as many of his habitual gestures proved difficult to eradicate. What sound is that? Hank's wife, Jenny, startled awake, clutched her chest, glancing around in confusion. Although vampires are beings of longevity, they are not immortal. The strength of their bloodline dictates their lifespan, resulting in significant variations in longevity. There was a flashing reward that didn't account for the first day, so there is no need for anyone to concern themselves with whether the target is attainable. You have all already contributed generously. The Wang and Li families, along with Li Yin'er, truly exemplify the adage that not all kinfolk share the same household. The room where we previously conversed was a conference hall, set apart from the elderly care home in its own secluded space. She was no fool. Long Chen's casual mention of that day's events had already stirred her unease, and his subsequent words were a clear invitation for her to seize an opportunity. The pallid-faced man stood momentarily stunned, while the onlookers, mere mortals, were equally taken aback before bursting into laughter. In the depths of the fields lay a large bus, completely ensnared in the mud, silent and still. Mother, from now on, you can rest easy at home and enjoy your life as an elder. My sister and I will take care of the household affairs, White Forlang said, glancing at his incapacitated mother sitting on the ground, his tone nonchalant. As night fell, waiting for his godfather Chiefeng's return, the four gathered around the table, joyfully partaking in their meal. Sun Hao did not greet them. Instead, he led Sun Linger directly to the man on the far right, who was munching on an unknown animal's leg. The night in Izhou was a serene tableau of slumbering green hills, draped in the gentle embrace of stars and moonlight, revealing a beauty shrouded in mist. Chapter 102. The Strange World Encounters the Forbidden Zone of Life. Li Kaiwei, the antique dealer, was somewhat taken aback. In her experience, collectors were typically older, at least in their 40s or 50s. It was rare to encounter someone like Xuechun, who was merely 25 or 26 and already immersed in the world of antiquities. Over the phone, Xuechun listened to Lu Zhenshan's insights regarding the reincarnation pill. However, the latter did not lavish praise upon it as expected, but rather spoke with a hint of disparagement. The battle raged for 2 hours, during which the coalition forces launched 7 assaults, all thwarted by the formidable walls and the valiant defense of the Wang army. Both sides suffered significant losses, and the coalition remained unable to breach the impregnable Fengwu city. Witnessing this scene, a collective lament echoed in the hearts of the onlookers. All hope seemed extinguished, and he had utterly surrendered, the next moment destined to return to dust. I do not wish for custom furniture. I simply need to purchase a few bamboo poles, Xuechun interjected, interrupting the enthusiastic sales pitch of the shop assistant. Later, upon leaving the Qi residence, her demeanor transformed for the better. She wore a smile daily, seemingly untouched by grievances, rarely displaying any signs of discontent. Even when he had inadvertently displeased her or failed to meet her expectations, her mild rebuke or detached politeness never culminated in tears. Song did not believe she required any assistance from Guanya, and thus contemplated declining the meeting. After their encounter, Meng Xinghui found himself consumed by thoughts of Heimei, and knowing that Qin Yanhong was to be promoted while he remained stagnant, his mood soured. Upon returning home, the sight of his wife became increasingly irksome, leading to a series of confrontations that ultimately resulted in his resolute decision to divorce his spouse. Evidently, while the Shinnong technique greatly enhances plant growth, it cannot contravene the laws of nature, merely accelerating the growth of crops. With a series of sharp cracks, Lei Bin's palm struck the golden aura shield, yet it remained unbroken, and he was violently repelled backward by the force of his own attack. The haunted house appeared as a grand edifice from the outside. With a somewhat Gothic style, the entrance's wooden door was in a state of disrepair, flanked by 2 weathered clay statues of the black and white guardians of the underworld. As one drew closer, it became evident that they depicted the emissaries of death. 2 youthful hearts yearned for collision, yet the inner tumult of anticipation and fear kept them at a distance. Behind Lan Yinsheng, 113 noblemen of the Lan clan bowed their heads, shedding their armor and standing in the biting cold, their somber voices reverberating across the desolate expanse. A tingling sensation emanated from the fire cupping, yet Kita had no time to savor the moment, for Master Meow Meow promptly applied another cupping jar. Maja smiled slightly. Sister, I am called Lei Feng. Worry not, the baby will be fine, he reassured, casting a glance at Qin Shaoxian, who also smiled faintly, evidently recalling her own experience of rescuing Zhou Miao Miao. At that moment, Ma Zhe, an elite member of the Flying Dragon team, boarded a helicopter to pursue the extraterrestrial faction, only for the aircraft to be shot down, leaving him the sole survivor on the vessel. In that instant, Donghua Saint Sun exuded an aura of vacuum, his movements slow yet irresistibly captivating, drawing the gaze of onlookers as if entranced by the gravity of his technique. The Great Sage technique was exceedingly rare. Despite the Yin family being one of the prestigious schools, they possessed only a handful of such techniques, for their progenitor's ultimate achievement was but a single Great Sage. How could Su Ju know the method to unlock the Taihua secret realm? It was baffling. This journey had revealed too many surprises to Yu Qianlong. What secrets did Su Ju harbor? As Zhang Guangzhu pondered this, the centipede had already veered off into the distance. He had intended to inquire about the centipede's reasons, but swallowed the words back before they escaped his lips. She was well aware that her previous memories had returned. Yet Yu Qianlong was reluctant to revisit those recollections, preferring to leave the past unspoken. An engagement? If my lord is truly in a hurry, is there a candidate? It may be difficult to find a suitable match in such a short time, Yao Ruoshui mused, testing the waters. If candidates were disregarded, the union could easily be arranged. Though she remained curious about her lord's intentions, Su Liao looked at the two remaining dark guards with trepidation, with Yun Yinyi by her side. If he were to discover them, she would find herself entangled in yet another predicament. This time, the dragon pattern stone tablet was not positioned high above, but embedded approximately 30 centimeters from the ground, roughly at the level of her knees. In mere moments, the Mongolian cavalry galloped beside them, their iron hooves extinguishing the campfire. Startled awake, Xie Daoqing and Xiao Ti finally realized they had once again fallen into the clutches of the Mongolian army. The general intended to inquire whether they had heard him clearly. But before he could articulate his thoughts, the centipede had already raised its hand and gently swiped at the general's face. In the city, evening transport back to the town had long ceased, leaving her no choice but to stay at a relative's home. Anin was reluctant to avoid her responsibilities. Should her mother discover she was sleeping at Zaishang's, she could only imagine the consequences. Each night, after sharing dinner with Zaishang, he would escort her to her relative's house. As his hand pressed down, the dragon spirit also descended, and after a few breaths, enveloped by Iron Zhong's spiritual force, the dragon spirit made contact with the enchanted trousers. At that moment, Lu Yizhan could not comprehend how he had become the traitor in the eyes of the former emperor, but he understood that inaction would render him utterly vulnerable to exploitation. He uttered a few words to console the Lin and Lu families. And having lost interest in dining at the Wang household, the originally covert meeting to confront Kai Dao ended on an unsatisfactory note. He and Delang parted ways, embarking on separate quests to locate the city management officers nearby. However, after meandering for quite some time, they failed to spot anyone clad in city management uniforms. By the time Zhou Yu returned, there was no need to search for them any longer. Over a decade ago, the Seven Kill sect had committed numerous atrocities. And to prevent the martial world from being adversely affected, Master Pu Kong personally engaged in discussions with Wang Zhang. Subsequently, the Jiuxiao villa intervened, leading righteous martial artists in an assault on the Seven Kill sect, resulting in the demise of its leader and the scattering or death of its disciples. The once mighty Seven Kill sect thus met its downfall. What fees for the villa? The village chief stammered, having been struck down to the ground by Li Gui. Clearly aware that the current Li Gui was no longer someone to be trifled with. After speaking, Isteth closed her eyes, her breathing gradually growing faint. In this frigid climate, only she could find slumber. Those present believed themselves to be undetected, unaware that as Wu Huateng had just entered the Stankata family, the intelligent angel had stealthily infiltrated the surveillance center, monitoring everyone in secret. Chapter 103, The New Forbidden Zone. The army's slight advance resulted in the territories they occupied forming a mere curved line, preventing Cao Cao's cavalry from breaching Lu Feng's forces. What was the meaning of the 30,000 soldiers that suddenly appeared outside the silly government? As evening approached, the heavy snowfall ceased. Lingxi attended to the charming beauty after her meal, then wrapped herself in a cape made of rabbit fur before returning to the Yongshou palace. Feng Yang cursed inwardly, taken aback by the cunning of that wretched woman, who even brought an elder to bolster her presence. Yet, was the art of Gu truly so easily discernible? Yi Kuei had already made up her mind, and it was undoubtedly a boon that the old matriarch could speak thus. Sister Yi, I desire your birth immediately. With that, he forcefully pressed his lips against Bai Yi's. Now that word of the Yai workshop acquiring wooden stakes had spread, with each stake priced not insignificantly. Everyone was naturally scouring for them, finding it more profitable than laboring through the winter. On that overcast day, someone approached with clothing to drape over Lin Baoshu. She noticed that Lin Baoshu was surrounded by a throng of panicked individuals, as if something grave had transpired. By dusk, news arrived from Izhou that the forces of Cao Cao had suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, with Tai Shirzi nearly capturing Zhang Fei. Wanner, upon learning that he had been rushed to emergency care, disregarded everything to seek the finest physician, Sun Yu, in the palace, which sufficiently demonstrated how much she valued her father. Although darkness enveloped the sky, Tang Ming relied on his exceptional memory to navigate to the place he had marked during the day. Thank you, Daoist Lu. He Huanmian urgently needed information about the participants, and with Lu Feishu present, these matters posed no difficulty. The loyal guards rushed forward, fearing that Xinglai's flames might harm Princess Hongji. In truth, Princess Hongji did indeed suffer burns from the karmic fire, yet the intensity of Xinglai's flames was not excessively strong for her, allowing her to endure it with relative ease. Young Master Chuan, I see now that you seek vengeance, do you not? You masqueraded as Yuan Yu. surely with some grand design. However, on that day, I inadvertently discovered a flaw in your birthmark, Chui Rose said, her face paling with fear. I followed everything that 11 instructed. Before worship, I donned straw sandals and prepared a cloth bag filled with sufficient rice, in addition to having the mirror ready, placed in my pockets. Those accustomed to celestial arts from the heavenly realm found Han Zhao's guerrilla tactics rather unfamiliar. I can seek assistance, but you must also persuade your father, Mu Chuan said while glancing at Li Zhiyun. Yet, the speaker's casual words resonated with Ling Long. As she pondered how this shadowy realm bore such striking resemblance to the place where my daylight extinguished today, and in truth, her description seemed to depict the same location. Her words sent a jolt through Zixian, leaving her momentarily stunned and unsure of how to proceed, as the world around her grew cold and piercing, melding with the dense aura of souls, gradually restoring her clarity of thought. I thought it was something of great import. If someone has died, let it be. You take care of it. The robust man waved his hand nonchalantly, while the crowd forced smiles, the great hall returning to its raucous atmosphere. However, he refrained from speaking further, partly because the matters concerning Qin Yu and Su Qigong were of greater significance, and partly due to his trust in Su Hai not stemming from faith in his character. After all, a fox possesses no commendable traits. You lot. Annabella immediately raised her scepter, unleashing two beams of light towards the approaching Blood Clan, which collided with the blood flames of the two Blood Clan members, while two holy knights charged forward. Gradually, one would cease to feel the oddity. Gather your belongings, for King Qing has promised us a return to the Mao residence tomorrow, Mao Lian remarked. Calculating the time, Mao Lian noted that approximately 6 minutes had elapsed out of the 15, leaving about 9 minutes remaining. If they failed to escape within that time frame, all would meet a gruesome end. Understanding the immense power of the bombs set by Zhao Jinyu, he feared that the entire Jing Wangfu would be obliterated. Mao Lian regarded the Grand Empress Dowager with peculiar curiosity, having previously thought her oblivious to everything, only to discover her keen insight into the court's issues. Indeed, the elderly possess wisdom, and the cunning of the aged is a reality. After a period of practice, Linhua and her father had begun to master their abilities quite adeptly. Linhua had contemplated using her superpowers to perform magic tricks for profit, but her father had sternly rejected the idea, and surely, Abai would not condone such endeavors either. In the current circumstances, death by combat or death by avoidance would yield the same fate. It was preferable to choose a dignified demise. Helan Yao did not interrupt Jitong's words. Instead, she seized the opportunity to scrutinize Long Howren, whose entire visage radiated determination and ambition, embodying the image of a youthful sovereign, brimming with vigor, devoid of any remnants of past timidity. After thoroughly examining her dantian and meridians for ailments, and upon witnessing the spontaneous generation of more potent and pure spiritual energy within her body, Helan Yao withdrew from her introspective state, only to become acutely aware of her physical discomfort as soon as she emerged. During the post-match press conference, Novitsky took full responsibility for the loss, displaying a humble demeanor before the victorious Grizzlies. All right, I understand, Su Ruhui said casually, yet unexpectedly reigniting her own worries, dismissing Yun Yan with a tinge of annoyance. Liang, the seasonal rains and winds. Let this king charge in at any cost to rescue Yun Xiao, for the purity of her character cannot be compromised. Xianyuan Rui shall never retain his innocence. Yet, one must recognize that should you proceed in such a manner, you would violate the rules of the game, and they would never consent to it. Li Ye's composure left Jing Xiang greatly impressed. To have his scheme exposed, yet remain unflustered, showcased the true essence of a formidable leader. Today, it could be deemed as Bardock's happiest day since returning to the Dragon Ball world, for his spirits had never been so relaxed or elated. Chapter 104. When one possesses true immortal talent. Taoist Xiao adhered to the rules of the Taoists, placing him in a natural cave, a deep and unspoiled sanctuary. After Taoist Xiao and his followers had secured the area by blocking off other exits, this became the eternal resting place for the Taoists of the Yanbei Taoist temple. Indeed, Guizi, Biaozi speaks the truth. Biaozi, go and drive them away, Wang Qiaoyang remarked disdainfully while sipping on red wine. My esteemed mentor, I understand now. I shall not engage in such behavior again. The words of Elder Jean were not merely a promise, for ever since Zhang Tian spoke, Elder Jean felt an enlightening clarity, and soon thereafter, Anzi shook his head, pondering how, despite his experience in the world, he had failed to comprehend the heartfelt intentions of his mentor. Zhang Guangguang was acutely aware that he could not protect Chui Yu. Upon seeing her cease her entanglements, he involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief, guiding her into the room to inspect her neck, only to discover a ring of bruises, realizing that Lu Zizhao had not been jesting. I was startled, my heart racing, as I glanced towards him, discovering that the coffin lid had been pushed open, revealing a child clad in black, seemingly around 6 or 7 years of age. Mr. Jean, I am Ashton, a humble warrior from Snow God, and I had the fortune to witness your prowess in battle yesterday. I recognize I am no match for you. Yet I humbly request your guidance, Ashton said, clasping his fists in the Eastern manner as he regarded Jean Tian, a gesture stemming from his respect for the formidable. After hanging up the phone, Mo Ishan languidly leaned against the leather chair, his fingertips lightly tapping the tabletop, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. His craving for tobacco resurfaced at that moment, as he reached for a cigarette, but ultimately refrained, responding hoarsely after a considerable pause. The capital during the new year was bustling, adorned with festive decorations, the entrance of commercial establishments plastered with joyful couplets, amplifying the contrast against the mountain's tranquility. At that moment, a man entered. Was he not the middle-aged gentleman, in his 40s, who had led the symposium? In a game of poker, the crux lies in psychological mastery. Miscalculation can lead to the loss of good hands, while adept control can lead to victory even with poor cards. This delineates the novice from the expert. I found no envy in myself, only a sense that such a world is the most stable, the most ordinary, and the most peaceful. Is there any pretense left? Liu Yu chuckled, producing 10 $1 million chips from his hand and handing them to Zhang Daji. My lord, how much longer do you intend to remain here? Do not forget our matters. Liu Yong reminded darkly. He wished to urge her to return to the capital to see her father, but her father had taken the phone, insisting, you need not concern yourself with me. My work is paramount, his tone unwavering, leaving her unable to counter. Alas, in the rear, Peiduo managed to raise his sword just in time to deflect several projectiles aimed at him. Yet he was unable to rush over to save Nami and the others in the distance. Fortunately, within Xue Haodao's possession were the pelts of these savage beasts. Their skins still relatively intact, remnants of the beasts he had brought to the capital for practice, which should fetch a handsome sum. Naturally, they too were the valiant soldiers of Huaxia. Though lacking the cohesion of the Yitian Legion, they were nonetheless formidable in their assaults, regardless of the disparities in strength. No ancient martial arts clan should recklessly foster enmity or ruin another's lineage. Tang Chun, who had been diligently calculating the cooldown of his skills, suddenly halted his movements, standing still as he awaited the long-armed monkey's assault. Approximately 15 minutes later, the divine essence was reclaimed. However, someone refused to relent, desperately siphoning it. That evening, Fang La contemplated Zhao Gou's words, reflecting on his own actions during the uprising. Initially, Fang La had enacted benevolent governance to win the people's hearts, disregarding class distinctions, with all striving together as brothers, devoid of any hierarchy. The remaining 2 NPC priests, though they rushed to heal the injured soldiers at the first opportunity, were hindered by their limited numbers, significantly diminishing their restorative capabilities. He had considered allowing his kin to escape through that spatial rift into the Wang family's stronghold within the underworld. Mother, may I assist you with your bath shortly? The scent of sweat is rather overwhelming, and there is an odor reminiscent of fish. The path of a spiritual practitioner is exceedingly long and arduous, beginning from the point where one can only be referred to as a martial artist in the spirit induction realm. Now Zhao Gou understood why Zhou Tong forbade everyone from seeking revenge. It could only be described as a twist of fate, or perhaps destiny playing tricks. However, after that incident, the relationship between Zhao Si and Zhou Tong had grown somewhat strained. Zhao Si felt somewhat guilty in this matter. Hence he dared not meet Zhou Tong's gaze again. Suddenly, 4 dragon roars resounded, each more powerful than the last. Li Hao looked up to find 4 dragon silhouettes emerging from the clouds. 1 azure dragon, 1 golden dragon, and another entirely white, appearing as exquisite and translucent as jade. Humph! Upon seeing Cha Fei's face, a feeling of disdain washed over him. Yet, it was fortunate that their private affairs remained a secret. Should he, as an inner disciple, dare to make this public, the sex laws would not spare him. Cha Fei believed he still had ample time, like riding a donkey to seek a horse. Chapter 105. The Sword Master of Celestial Tribulation. When Lan Xiyu and Su Junshao arrived at the Jian family residence, the elderly matriarch was lounging in a sun chair in the yard, basking in the sunlight. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow, noticing that he had not yet taken action, when suddenly a dull thud sounded, and the nearest elder was propelled outward, crashing through a wall nearly 10 inches thick, lying on the ground, unable to move. He had always been a man whose brilliance and pride rendered others hesitant to gaze directly at him. Now, this smile only deepened the awe of those standing beside him, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. It could be said that she was the focal point of attention among various figures in the industry. Even before a decision was reached, she already exuded an aura of potential victory, drawing immense popularity and, naturally, envy from other competitors. Under normal circumstances, a man might have contested with such a disposition. However, at this moment, the reclusive old man felt akin to a lifeline, and even if he were to be treated with utmost reverence, he would not dare to speak out against him. Thus, the man, without a trace of defiance, respectfully exited the inner chamber. Were it not for Li Fangqing's maneuvering of the escaped star blade, which breached its surface, allowing it to bleed and sustain injuries, the Void Dwellers would not have had the chance to wound it. His downfall should have brought her solace and joy, perhaps a sense of schadenfreude. Yet she felt none of that, only a profound discomfort. The general could not divulge this secret to others, thus he attributed his unease to guilt, stemming from the sight of her pale, bloodless face during the child's full moon banquet, which had instilled a guilt so profound it nearly shattered his inner peace. I turned my back to Su Chen as I lay down, the warmth of Su Chen's body beside me providing a sense of security. Was everything in this world predetermined? What did my resurrection, orchestrated by the heavens, signify? What would tomorrow's departmental selection mean for me? In a state of drowsiness, I drifted into slumber. These techniques may appear ordinary, yet they embody the essence of simplifying the art of combat to its utmost refinement. The ultimate weapon of the ancient dragon clan and their conquests, etched here as both a tribute to past glories and a valuable inheritance for future generations. Qing mused, as the vital energy within him continually dissipated the lingering aura left by the Rakshasa, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against their attacks and the surrounding ominous black mist, momentarily placing him at a distinct disadvantage. As the investor, the president of Yunhai International, Su Wanqing, naturally sat at the center, according to the hierarchy. Flanking her were Isabel, Jin Taihe, Moron Wanner, Tang Fei, Zhao Sihai, and Wang Kaixian. Get lost, foolish brat. You're nothing but a chameleon. The others cast contemptuous glances at the brat. I realized I owed him a debt of gratitude, yet every matter has its process. Only by gradually letting go can one truly release themselves. Until I have completely let go, I must keep others at arm's length, trusting that the king of the East Sea will understand my melancholy, speaking earnestly. After drinking too much, the centipede's spirit felt dizzy, but the cold wind blowing from the air sobered him slightly, emboldened by the alcohol. It faced the enormous dragon hurtling toward it without a hint of fear, swinging its short axe with all its might. Orlan stared in shock at Shiwei, bewildered by her words. Could it be that this fellow had developed feelings for that lowly forest sprite? Simultaneously, he executed a swift retreat, successfully evading Elena's gunfire. Though uncertain of her target, it was likely aimed at him. The distance between them was approximately 200 meters, and considering the speed of the bullet, it would take about half a second to reach Carl's position. While my classmates were aware that we had advanced to the top four, a wave of shrieks erupted after Zhao Qihuan made the announcement, filling the atmosphere with joy. Even the teacher's usually serious demeanor softened into a faint smile as the principal offered a few remarks before dismissing us. This Vice Director Liu was notorious for his stern, unyielding nature. If he discovered that we had apprehended Yi Feng on behalf of the director's brother, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Confusion clouded my mind as I landed, only to find myself confronting Ko Kuei and his group. Baiyu lifted Shun Muji from the ground and carefully placed him in a more suitable location. Su Hua and Luo Yuelon appeared one after the other, likely drawn by the commotion. However, Yun Sang's words unexpectedly brought a fleeting smile to Ji Mo's face. A moment so brief yet powerful that it left Uncle Jiang astonished. After 20 years of existence, filled with nothing but tasks and a constant struggle in darkness, I had come to believe that life was merely this. Now, with Ouyang Rui's decisive action, the truth was unveiled instantly. A master reveals their prowess at once. Ji Shu contemplated Su Youchuan's secret chamber, deeming it necessary for Su Duku to visit the distinction court in person. Yet, was she now standing alongside Yin Bujing, gazing out at this place while strategizing against the Qin family? The elder in the white robe declared, "Indeed, you have revealed yourselves. Qin Yunzhao's operation is destined to fail." Zhang Yu grinned, sharing news that would undoubtedly please Li Xingping, and even made a jest. "Xiao, right? I know quite a few directors and producers, so it's easy to discuss this film under Lu Mo's command." However, after just a glance, my gaze was drawn solely to Su Shizi, and her expression revealed everything. After a performance concluded, Chu Ning and Lin Yuhan were astonished to find a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the piano school, including parents who had come to accompany their children to class, all halted at the threshold. "If you deceive me, I truly shall ignore you," she said, wiping her cheek as Xian Shitian reached out to assist Xianing in cleaning her face. Under the bright moonlight, Xian Shitian beheld his sister's woeful visage, stirring feelings of compassion within him. If July were truly only 2 years old, she would surely struggle to survive in this cold, indifferent palace. Yet, now she was an adult, fully capable of understanding Ning Ning's words, and to reassure her, she nodded incessantly. Chapter 106. The convergence is inevitable. Logically, my family's yard was surrounded by a grove of bamboo, particularly at the back door of the Li family, which opened directly into the heart of the bamboo forest. To my astonishment, I discovered a broad avenue before me instead, with a bustling concrete road filled with vehicles and flickering neon lights. However, having just stolen a zhu fruit tree, he was now attempting to pilfer 2 more. Wouldn't that provoke the black python into a furious attack? Of course not. Upon hearing Zicheng's affirmative response, I felt reassured and comfortably rested on his back. Yun Xiao found it exceedingly difficult to associate the eccentric old man with the renowned medicine sage who once captivated the Minghua continent. Yet, given that the subject was Yun Xiao, he would rather inconvenience the high priest than allow any trouble to befall her. Feng Lin listened intently to Lu Piaron's exposition on exquisite martial arts, becoming deeply engrossed in the intricate depths of her teachings. It was as if he were witnessing the sword techniques demonstrated by a master, that ethereal grace and profound mystery seeming to originate from the heavens above. Twilight sensed that Huang Bingfeng had not yet relinquished her desire for slaughter. Her gaze dimmed as she trembled and called out her name. At that moment, hearing that the blood-red zhu fruit could enhance cultivation without any side effects, Li Feifei was undoubtedly the most elated of all. Not to mention that this shadow's cultivation far surpassed his own. Even the 2 guardians flanking him possessed peak true immortal levels. Though he had managed a surprise attack, his inadequate strength was thwarted by the 2. The one who must forgive me is His Majesty, and my current task is to bring you before him. Suhada gritted her teeth and stated. He had poured his heart and soul into this endeavor, expecting a fair confrontation with a worthy opponent, only to find that the other party regarded it with utter indifference. The dragon spirit's tail flicked back, delivering a mere gentle strike that unleashed a torrent of wind, effortlessly dispelling the James siblings' assault. Ma Xiaozi, you are truly lacking in integrity. Sister Jiang erupted in indignation, leaping from the bed to point accusingly at Ma Xiaozi. Unexpectedly, a vivid red dress caught my eye. At the hem, a golden phoenix was intricately embroidered, poised to take flight. She gazed at Lin Feng, mounted upon a magnificent steed, and found herself ensnared in an overwhelming tide of emotion. Even now, understanding that the seal of the demon domain was related to the heavenly court, there were few who would dispute this, let alone ordinary individuals and mundane immortals. Princess Gaoyang chuckled. If you wish to inquire today, go ahead. Now that you are with child, what could he possibly disagree with? Her expression darkened as she spoke. There was no need to listen closely. The shouts of battle echoed from outside the street, as if the noodle shop were a battlefield of Azuras. Yang Feng was taken aback. His sole purpose for entering the Buddha realm was to discern the thoughts of the Tathagata, yet upon arrival, he found himself inundated with novelties while failing to uncover anything he truly sought. Chao Jishu nodded. Having surrendered his soul core, he felt no need to conceal anything further. He summoned the river spirit to fully comprehend its condition, discovering that the originally white spirit now bore flecks of crimson flame within. Upon his speaking, the crowd was filled with uncertainty. He rarely voiced his thoughts, and when he did, it was generally regarding legal matters. As gunfire and claws clashed, the natural energy formed from the 4 symbols' true essence collided with the yin-yang energy exuded by the giant demon, unleashing a terrifying force that stirred up violent winds within a vast radius. After all, Han Ming was not yet strong enough to contend with the relentless pursuit of the 3 major sections. Even with the absorption of over 100 individuals' cultivation, he faintly sensed that he might soon break through to the nascent soul stage. Murong Xiqing's thoughts were sound, yet altering the nearly established situation was no simple task. The strength of the Hongmen had significantly waned. Had there been no internal strife, the Hongmen could still have stood against the Qing gang. But circumstances seldom allow for what-ifs. Vivian, without hesitation, held a less enthusiastic view of Lin Lei compared to Reinhardt. Listening to Yi Feng's words, the soldiers before him remained silent, although their disdainful expressions betrayed their true thoughts. Due to his extraordinarily high shooting accuracy, Yi Feng undoubtedly became the scoring guard on the court. With that, Zhou Tai and Lu Fei clasped hands, laughing heartily as they entered, while Han Ming and Murong Wan exchanged a knowing glance before sharing a smile and following suit. In the center of the office area, 2 large, elongated wooden tables are placed, seamlessly connected by a partition devoid of barriers. This minimalist yet highly creative workspace fosters an environment where teamwork can flourish with greater freedom and fluidity, and the sincere collaboration among team members ignites creativity and inspiration. I stepped forward and embraced that simultaneously unfamiliar yet familiar figure with fervor. For over a decade, I had yearned for this moment, and the sudden arrival of happiness left me in a state of disbelief. Regarding Shen Shanha's suggestion, Lu Jianxue rejected it without a moment's hesitation, jesting that if others from different departments were to find out, he would be incapable of even securing a massage chair, which would surely lead to ridicule. I concede my faults. I lack the courage to collude with the Lan family. Yet, I do not warrant such severe punishment, the deputy director murmured, reluctantly extracting his credentials and other items from his pocket, casting them onto the table with a sense of lingering attachment. These were possessions he had toiled for over 20 years to obtain, and now he was compelled to relinquish them. How could he bear to part with them? Don't think of making excuses to flee. Who just said that they would never abandon their throne? Xia Zihan smugly remarked, you can't possibly die from bathing in spring water. Chapter 107. The Sword Technique of Celestial Tribulation. Upon witnessing the scene, the mermaid princess forcefully redirected her spiritual attack meant for Mo Fu, causing a tempest of flying sand and shifting earth, altering the very hues of the heavens. The Qin Emperor is deeply entwined with the historically renowned Qin Shi Huang, which signifies the future accomplishments of the Qin Emperor. For her, silencing her completely is far more pressing than the matter of heart transplantation. The two lingered in Qingwu courtyard for the entire morning, with Yan Yuan personally accompanying Mo Fu for lunch, only to be summoned away by someone from Yunju's side. General, he raised his hand, his rough fingers brushing over the imposing 5 characters inscribed on the plaque, suddenly tightening his fist and preparing to strike it with a fierce wind. Qianli mused, do not merely label them as demons. They ought to be regarded as monstrous beings, proving their worth with every strike. The box felt icy to the touch, its intricate patterns enchanting. Yuan caressed it, but did not immediately retrieve the life-giving herb to administer to Mo Fu as Murong Yaoqing had anticipated. Instead, he placed it upon the table, his expression fraught with conflict. Museleyes shoved Maya into the storage room, sharing this suite with Qianli, idly watching television. The black cat tilted its head, seemingly perplexed by the strange human's utterances, yet it still emitted soft, gentle meows. Upon seeing the corpse of a mother bear, several hounds were exhilarated. Knowing it had been slain by the formidable Grey, their admiration and envy unabated. In recent years, the Mu family has gradually returned to the public's eye in Shengjing, becoming a topic of conversation during tea breaks. Zhang Qian's gaze flickered. One cannot deny that the path of evolution is a celestial road, with each evolution bestowing immeasurable benefits upon the Pang Wang, resulting in significant alterations to his strength. I have not truly gone without sustenance. When hunger strikes fiercely, I occasionally resort to plucking a few spiritual herbs to chew on, which suffices to keep me going. Chinner, what is happening? Nan Outyan's voice was low, his expression grim. The recent string of events had left him in a state of deep vexation, and he was uncertain how to justify them to the emperor upon returning to Xinjing. Young Master Qinglian, she called alluringly, her frail form pressing against him. The moment he had glimpsed his sister's stiff demeanor, he had thought something sinister lurked behind him, causing his heart to race and his hands to clench into fists, prepared to strike at any moment. This depends on Linger. It is safer for me to stay by her side, the master resolved, unwilling to leave her alone, lacking security while camping outdoors. It felt like a dream, with no knowledge of when one might awaken. Within this dream, one must continue to endure. Zhang Zhao was thrown far away, his knife slipping from his grasp as Wang Shun dashed over, thrusting a blade toward Zhang Zhao's heart. Observing him with a hesitant expression, he lowered his head slightly, fidgeting with his hands, betraying an undercurrent of anxiety, his words caught in his throat. I will not harm you. Do not run. Murong Qin called out in exasperation as Zhuge Ku attempted to scale the wall once more, eliciting a foolish chuckle from him. Before arriving, he had pondered how to deal with the mess left by Qiu Yuer, and now, suddenly, a boyfriend had appeared, seemingly quite agreeable. While watching the news, Qiu Yuer once felt herself brimming with charm, but after hearing the quarrel between the two, she realized there were hidden circumstances. A cohort of goblins might pose little challenge and could be easily dispatched, but the Dark Knights from the Kingdom of Shadows were an entirely different matter. Oh, in the past, Qi Dai would have been jealous, but now a Lu Yanhua has truly entered the picture, and you appear unfazed. You have fulfilled your wish. Yet I bear the sacrifice. Linger recalled this incident with lingering irritation, as such troubles should not have arisen within the palace. Sister, this is simply wonderful. Sister, I wish to return home now. Jinghao could hardly contain her excitement. Recently, Zheng Mingyue and Fu Jiabei had been embroiled in a breakup, with Fu Jiabei feeling discontented and consequently neglecting her attention toward the Zheng family. As she spoke, a rocket launcher was aimed at Gu Qi's direction, and Gu Qi glanced at the remnants of the still-smoking building nearby. Thus, in moments like these, the doctors understood that they could not afford to offend their esteemed President Gu. At that time, Tang Ao merely thought that with the level of the barbarian realm, even if he obtained the formula and methods for alchemy, he could not fathom how many years it would take to truly concoct the elixir. Upon returning home, Yang Qiqi was about to discuss Gu Mo's remarks with Li Tianya, only to find Li Tianya fast asleep on the bed. This style of murder and plunder, almost as if seeking to strip the very skin from the earth, starkly contrasted with the image of the great Xia army that lingered in memory. However, while dealing with this driver, he had not yet had a chance to speak when this driver hastily made a decision on behalf of Lin Sa. Zhang Tianxing stepped through the air, standing before the 8 lords, his gaze deliberately lingering on Xia Tian for several moments. Healing Yu merely recounted Si Kai's words. She was not a skilled storyteller, and her narration was rather mundane, yet Su Yuanfang listened with rapt attention. We, the denizens of Luoxian Slope, shall never cultivate our own into spirits. Ashu is the sole exception, Li Tianxin coldly declared. Yet, to his disappointment, he discovered that the roof was also made of granite. What kind of place is this? How could it be constructed with such impenetrable fortifications? The Thunder Bear, having just reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, possessed such formidable power that it left Han Yun astounded. As soon as the substitute rooster crowed, the malevolent spirits attached to the rooster realized that their host was not human, thus nullifying their possession. The old priest had preemptively bound the rooster's beak tightly with fine hemp rope to prevent it from crowing. In an instant, Lu Long witnessed his companions being unceremoniously kicked into the water by Qin Tian, leaving him utterly astonished. You have a boyfriend? Zhangxi was taken aback, only to realize with clarity that someone so beautiful, despite her understated attire, was clad in high-end fashion, quite costly indeed. Chapter 108, Return. The era of the Forbidden Zone becomes vacant. He loathed, cursed that pitiful fate, and detested his own ineptitude. All he could do was silently resist, groan, yet remain unable to change anything. It had always been this way, it was this way now, and it would continue thus in the future. He would only persist in losing, enduring pain, and wallowing in regret until he perished. Congratulations, my dear younger brother. Who would have thought that I, Dan Yangzi, would have a younger brother with the cultivation of a deity? Ha ha. As soon as I settled down, the old man Dan Yangzi immediately remarked. After a while, Hu Yu sought out a group of people who were already on high alert. Having heard notifications from students of other schools warning them that Hu Yu was there to rob them, advising everyone to be cautious. A peerless master at the pinnacle of strength smiled at Chu Wuli, yet showed no intention of handing over the jade slip in his hand. Xie Junlin stepped aside and promptly made a phone call, insisting that the scene be protected and not allowed to be disturbed. Waiting idly was not a solution. Hua Qing paced back and forth, still eager to personally check on the operating room. In the time that followed, I will lead the cultivators to other planets to cleanse those worlds of the beast races, allowing humanity to return to those celestial spheres once more. Hu Yu declared as he sat there, and everyone present erupted in cheers. Mo Zixuan's eyes turned red as she charged towards Yi Chun, a massive hand descending, suffused with terrifying thunder, as if it would crush the very sky. Immediately, the Overlord carried Hu Yu to the location marked on the map. The insectoid creatures below showed no concern for the warships, making it easy to locate them once they neared the war general level insectoids. Nalan Yuanshu wielded his large blade with ferocity and ferocity. The living Buddha Dan showed no regard, facing Nalan Yuanshu's onslaught barehanded, not only blocking the attack, but growing even fiercer as the battle continued. It was not an easy task to bring Nalan Yuanshu down in one fell swoop. Regardless, Xie Junlin's auction was merely a formality. In the end, Chu Tian Film and Television Media would unconditionally transfer ownership to him. In a fit of determination, he shouted out 80 billion. If you have the guts, raise your bid. He fixed his gaze on the young man, who merely shrugged and fell silent. After seeing the nods of the crowd, Li Kai displayed a resolute expression, signaling to Wei Yuanshan beside him. The two then leaped away, vanishing from everyone's sight. Fortunately, the warring states were now focused on consolidating their internal affairs, showing no inclination for further expansion, which brought reassurance to the surrounding nations. After an indeterminate amount of time, the ancient and dignified voice of the first gate resounded powerfully from the horizon once more. Just as the shadow of the hand vanished, a handprint descended from the heavens, accompanied by an unprecedented force of thunder and stone, crashing down upon him. It must be noted that these materials, no matter how large, could not exceed the volume of a sack, meaning that each sack must contain at least 11 or 12 pieces. In total, the 4 sacks would hold nearly 50 pieces. It was precisely because I sensed something amiss that I gazed at Lu Fang with confusion, observing him for quite a while until he seemed somewhat embarrassed, yet showed no intention of stopping. Was someone deliberately causing trouble? I was somewhat astonished. Chen Xian had always been able to discern extraordinary truths from seemingly mundane events, and this time proved no exception. Upon hearing him say this, I naturally felt compelled to inquire further. As he recounted his tale, it felt as if a film were playing in my mind, rapidly flashing through such scenes. Although I had never personally experienced these moments, I could vividly feel that they were unfolding right beside me as he spoke. Just when Yi was engulfed in worry, a flash of black light appeared, and Zhang Kuang suddenly opened his eyes. Before Yi could react, he stood protectively beside her. Having said that, the bodyguard hurried away, returning shortly with an unfamiliar doctor in tow. In their quest to perfectly apprehend those lurking within Hongyan Island, they had been planning for 2 days, and it was now evident that He Jun was likely the leader of this infiltrating group. In hindsight, I realized that my considerations had been insufficient, and Feng Yihan regretted allowing her to leave without considering her financial circumstances. The ever-increasing suction of the breaking army became increasingly difficult to resist, forcing him to plunge a sword into the ground. His entire body was rendered completely suspended, destined to be drawn into the vortex within mere seconds. Surely, on such an important day, the madam would not act so recklessly? Xia Lingyun still felt that the possibility of the eldest madam seeking trouble on these 2 days was quite low. Instantly, a brilliant golden light enveloped Li Hui, his entire being resembling pure gold, without a trace of flaw. Silver lightning merely danced across his surface. Jiangzhou, now known as Chongqing, is not far from Chengdu. Traveling by horseback, one could arrive in just over a day. Currently, the one guarding Jiangzhou is none other than Ado's third uncle, Zhang Fei. Li Hui held a favorable impression of Yunmu, admiring his swordsmanship to the point of being utterly impressed. Thus, his unexpected appearance brought him a measure of joy. I have matters to discuss with you. Hua Xiang glared at her in frustration, wondering why she was so unwilling in his presence. The empress is the mother of the nation, and crowning her is a matter of utmost importance. If the previous emperor had not designated a consort and was still a bachelor, the grandeur of this wedding would be beyond imagination. In excruciating pain, she lost strength in her arm, flinging the fiery child in her embrace into the icy chasm below. The fourth sister is recently engaged, and my aunt is searching for a suitable match. I shall simply play the role of a supporting character, Yining chuckled. With that, she leaped gracefully onto the glazed tiles, soaring into the brilliance of dawn, as if having strayed into the mortal realm, returning to the essence of existence. A pair of perfect beings accompanied by radiant light, harmoniously dazzling, vanishing into the horizon. Relying on old Lady Wei would be futile. She had always been good-natured, particularly towards her grandchildren, who would only receive her affection. The gentle breeze stirred, and strands of hair danced in the wind. Sunlight graced his face, while the dark tresses brushed against his cheek, yet could not obscure his transcendent beauty, defined features, and an air of cold detachment from the mundane world. Chapter 109. Merely the Heart of Heaven. Chaoang maintained a forward-reaching posture, at a loss, having intended to issue a charming challenge, yet was met with confusion from the other party. This familiar address and tone, Xia Yu, despite her naivety, would certainly not be oblivious. Observing the bag in Ma Bian's hand and the black zombie being carried behind him, passers-by gasped in astonishment. Although La Yifa was invisible, from Roy's perspective, he could clearly see Yu Yu proudly lifting her head, casting a disdainful glare at La Yifa, her eyes brimming with contempt. Great immortal! Great immortal! The surrounding crowd began to criticize Chun Yun, spitting words with abandon, yet no one intervened to stop it. Over 60 individuals shouted in unison, their anger resonating throughout the street. Many patrons drew open their windows, craning their necks to peer outside, while over a dozen waitstaff and chefs rushed out amidst the smoke. This was no mere sacred and beautiful ornament. It was undoubtedly a terrifying weapon capable of killing unseen. Regrettably, it was made from preserved miniature cabbages, of course. Referring to them as baby vegetables was acceptable. The broth was simmered, and truly skilled chefs could create a dish known as boiled cabbage, Wang Yong replied. By the way, my lord, there is military intelligence from the front lines that requires your signature. Shen Gong was just about to cut the line when she approached to report urgent matters to Ho Dong and Liu Bei, who had already gathered troops today and were expected to launch an attack towards Zhuqiu County either today or tomorrow. Many arrangements needed to be made in advance. Do you recall the dried well from back then? Chen Yun was unsure of what had transpired at that time. He knew that he was intentionally saying this because the Thunder Beast had prompted him to do so. The crowd slowly nodded, and many old masters fixed their gazes upon Yifan. Undoubtedly, it was meant for cultivation. Hawkeye cast a disdainful glance in his direction, then deftly maneuvered the blue orb atop his wooden staff, causing the specters illuminated by its azure light to not only slow their pace, but also gradually become more ethereal. In that very moment, Dou Feng, the mid-laner of the North China regional team, and Lan Ling Wang, the jungler, acutely felt this sensation. Just then, a dull thud reverberated from beneath the ground, as if some malevolent force were violently attempting to break free from its constraints. I am Li Mu. Just now, it seems I heard someone calling my name, so I came, Luo Hao remarked with a smile. The mechanized war god glanced around before charging towards Lao Shirsi, the ever-morphing Lu Qian, wielding his crude blade with a flourish. Years ago, during the Dark Era, Bruno had met a grim fate, being burned at the stake by stubborn hardliners for advocating the heliocentric theory. Since their descent, they had been segregated according to nationality, with the Americans and the Chinese completely isolated from one another, evidently for reasons of confidentiality. Evolutionists lacking divine power found themselves in an awkward predicament. As their advancement became impeded, forcing them to siphon divine energy from the air at an agonizingly slow rate. In the coming days, Lu Fan would remain on the moon, assisting Lu Xiao in fortifying the defenses, a task of utmost importance that demanded meticulous attention. Mu Qingyu understood that while she may have strayed somewhat, she was not one to engage in unlawful activities. She had just inquired with the captain, who mentioned that someone had tipped off the authorities, indicating a premeditated scheme against her. As long as she was near, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped her, reminiscent of the initial affection she once harbored. Jing Guang remained silent, quietly staying by Huang Bingfeng's side, easing her discomfort with the current situation. Before Annie could finish her words, Pan Haodong seized her collar and hoisted her up, delivering a punch to her abdomen. Su Wanwan and her companions, upon witnessing his return and noting his unusual demeanor, expressed concern and gradually entered the room to offer comfort. Mu Qingyu shook off Sun Li's grasp, crouched down, and lifted Yi Feiyang along with his blanket onto Guangmu. He intensified his absorption of energy from the condensing water fan, resulting in a dramatic transformation of his protective water barrier, which expanded exponentially. As Lu Yi twitched his hand, the water fairy sword fell into his grasp, its melodic resonance accompanying its gradual unsheathing, giving birth to an immense water dragon that began to take form. Recently divorced, she harbored a strong aversion to such gatherings, having anticipated a simple family meal followed by a photo opportunity with the press. Feng Lin, convinced of his own charm, struck a pose, revealing his signature pearly whites as he declared, "Brother, I remain unperturbed, steadfast in my nature, the sole heir of the Eastern White Stone in Garden No. 7, known as the Eastern Overlord," before striking a classic victory pose. Even the most formidable among them, the white-haired elder, found himself swiftly vanquished by Lu Dehua, leaving them with little confidence in their ability to defeat him. Thus, both were momentarily hesitant. However, attempting to flawlessly mimic the techniques of both the righteous and the demonic was no trivial feat for Meng Qi, who possessed a deep understanding of both paths. The pressure was notably lessened. Following the gaze of Camus, he carefully surveyed the surroundings, noting the shimmering surface of the water, concealing unknown dark fish beneath, while rustling sounds emerged from the grass across the bank. When Camus fixated on that particular patch of grass, Mu Shichen lifted her eyelids for another scrutinizing glance. The following morning, the sounds of military drums reverberated through the European army, with light cavalry and infantry paving the way, followed by a formidable array of artillery being deployed. Chapter 110, The Remaining Sovereigns. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but turn to glance at Gao Yulan, who, now wide awake with curiosity, fixed her round, bright eyes upon her. She extended her hand, gently covering Gao Yulan's, all the while nodding with a smile. However, before the ruffians could react, a cascade of crimson flames descended from the heavens, transforming the surroundings into an inferno, as piercing screams shattered the silence. It was precisely for this reason that Su Bai felt an overwhelming confidence that there was no longer any need to concern himself with such matters. Of course, the Great Poison Corpse found it exceedingly challenging to spot Yi Zheng among the fleeing crowd. However, others found humor in this, as his skill had proven remarkably timely. Consequently, players within the cycle world maintained a rather vague understanding of levels. They knew that leveling up would enhance their foundational attributes and allow them to learn advanced skills from professional mentors. But beyond that, clarity was elusive. Only when you tower over your opponent, casting a shadow upon them, will they harbor a profoundly humble sentiment, expressing gratitude for your generosity and magnanimity. After a long pause, Zhang Liang, his expression devoid of emotion, recounted the transformations he had witnessed while traveling from Korea through the states of Chu, southern Qin, alongside various observations that were either perplexing or disheartening. Su Bai understood that Yang Kahua would not easily relent, yet he had not anticipated such clumsy tactics from this individual. In truth, whether through medical or metaphysical explanations, the underlying principles remained consistent, differing only in their respective methodologies. Since Zheng Yuanteng had referred to him as Lu Laodi, he felt compelled to reciprocate with Lao Gu, a shift in address that would undoubtedly bridge the gap between them. Coupled with human-like machinery, their performance was nearly indistinguishable from that of a person, making it evident that ordinary mech engineers were no match for them. "Alva, you have truly instilled hope." Only to plunge us back into despair, Boris remarked with irritation, having expected Alva to propose a solution. Alva, with a wry smile, gazed up at the ceiling, continuing to ponder these two dilemmas. With gold and silver paving the way, how could one possibly overlook Li Shishir, particularly with Yen Qing's flattery? Having cultivated a rapport with Mama Li, she happily permitted Li Shishir to meet with Lu Junyi and others. Observing that Jia Rong had considered every aspect, Jia Baiyu had little else to say, merely nodding in agreement repeatedly. Although the three major factions engaged in overt and covert conflicts, they adhered to a fundamental code of conduct. Having crossed this line, If news of their intent to eliminate the two spread, Xiahou Chongqing would not let him off easily. The suppression of Ming Yuanqing and the joint fleet of the three great houses may have appeared advantageous for Lin Tao. But Lin Jihao perceived this advantage as merely a result of Lin Tao's more advanced mech designs. Otherwise, how could an ordinary machine achieve such extraordinary performance? Only now, as the three were chained by the task department, did they realize they had been thoroughly sold out by the old man. It must be said that their leader possessed a degree of capability, remaining notably calm and demonstrating impressive acting skills. However, Rhine, already in the know, nearly succumbed to laughter. He resolved to beat the drum and raise the tent, summoning his generals to relay the command to attack Ice Valley. Hovercraft would fearlessly transport supplies from the coastal vessels to the front lines, while the previously stalled railway would recommence construction at the behest of Huagua, progressing alongside the mercenary corps. Upon reaching the dock, Li Qingyun's expression drastically shifted, his astonishment transcending mere shock. He turned to Daoist Qiyun. A word of disbelief caught in his throat, realizing that with Qi Daji still present, certain matters were best left unspoken in their presence. Flora maintained her composure, her brows slightly arching, before resuming her gaze downward, as if nothing were amiss. The arrangement of colors subtly suggested to Han Ning that the fifth-grade dragon fruit might indeed resemble the hue of azure flames. Beneath the body of the Void Slayer lay the Void Solitude and the Void Malevolence. It was evident that these 6 brothers had been buried with little regard, as they had not even bothered to dig a more spacious grave. Consequently, within this city-state, now named Jiangzhou, the dialect of Shu was prevalent everywhere, and the spicy peppers from Earth had become the most cherished delicacy. Through the diligent cultivation of local farmers, numerous varieties of peppers emerged, gradually making their way to other city-states, where they garnered much admiration. The colossal dragon head remained closed-eyed, yet no blood flowed from its severed neck. Instead, the air was devoid of any scent of blood or decay, instead suffused with a faintly sweet, elusive fragrance. What does it mean for the old to be inferior to the new, and for the low to be lesser than the high? Here, it was vividly exemplified. Akin to a red mansion courtesan who, after enduring hardships to rise to prominence, suddenly found herself overshadowed by a celestial being who seized all the limelight. How could one endure such a turn of events? After these words were spoken, the crowd in the viewing platform erupted in excitement, astonished that in their lifetime they could witness a powerful figure ascending to the immortal realm, something they had never dared to dream of. Seeing Chu Linfeng was, in fact, even more exhilarating than the ongoing competition. In a moment of discord, they embarked on their return journey. Curiously, Rod appeared even more anxious than the 2 attendants. He incessantly whipped the horse, his gaze filled with urgency, as if flames were about to burst forth. Xian Xiao, who was playing chess in a pavilion, caught a hint of commotion, turned his head, only to glimpse the retreating figure of Yan Yu, along with Lu Nanfei, standing in the corridor. After dining at the hotel, the group sought out a bank, where Wang Haoming and Ma Pengzi each transferred 12 million to Luo Feng's account. When the elder spoke, no one dared to utter a word of dissent. Madame Su dutifully positioned herself before the elder, refraining from causing any further disturbance. Chapter 111, The Mount of the Undying Master. For it was created by the direct descendants of the Han family, at the Grand Banquet of Ur. The prominent figures of both nations imbibed the essence known as the Pearl of the East. This was her first realization of Chun Feng's audacity, as he audaciously uttered such words. This notion actually originated from old Master Niu, who advocated for the annihilation of all, eradicating everything until peace ultimately reigned, allowing the martial factions within the capital to coexist harmoniously, thus presenting the most perfect conclusion. Beyond the eastern capital lay a river named Red Water, its waters tinged with a faint crimson hue, hence its name. Merely his family alone would certainly be insufficient. This capital group should ideally possess a stable backup force. However, Mu Xian was reluctant to accept the life-saving elixir, fearing that Zhao Min might misconstrue it as her successful recruitment of him. It was uncertain whether the supervisor had informed the national master. For now, it seemed unlikely. Had he done so, given the national master's temperament, he would have already met a dire fate. As Xiao Roi boarded the vehicle, her tone bore a hint of despondency, perhaps even unbeknownst to herself. After retreating from the battlefield, Lian Shuang must have gathered a wealth of information. It was the perfect opportunity to inquire about the situation and to tend to her injuries. Pursue, split up and pursue. Leading them was a 3rd-grade warrior, a rare occurrence. Surely, the individuals emerging could not merely be generals? If not, then what rank did the general hold? Yet now, he found himself commanding a first-class battleship, which was undoubtedly thrilling for a soldier like Carlos. In this battle, the Khitan were burned out of over a dozen tents, suffering over 100 casualties and hundreds more wounded. Not a complete defeat, merely a setback in their counteroffensive, which inevitably dampened morale. The 2 senior maidservants of the Yin family, Wu Wan and Lu Wan, were taken aback by the elder's unprecedented drunkenness and hurried to assist him. The three brothers of Lu Qingzu had no choice but to request an imperial decree of mourning for the passing of old Master Lu, growing increasingly concerned that news of this might reach the empress and lead to unforeseen consequences. Zhang Mai turned to Zheng Wei and asked, "What Xiao? How does our Tang court treat the Manichaean followers? Speak freely." However, after the initial uproar, silence ensued. At present, Yuzhou had gathered an army of 300,000. Gao Xingzhou was stationed in Pingyu, while Yang Guangyuan was in Yedu, and the Heavenly Strategy Army could reach any county in Hebei within 3 days. In such circumstances, who would dare to openly rebel? Just as Hui Yi awoke, pondering when her mother would come to summon her to flee, she heard a gentle knock at the door. Although it is often said that all crows in the world are black, in this era, corruption was rampant among officials, all conducted covertly. Should it be exposed by the media, the consequences would be dire, leaving him as the sole unfortunate soul, truly disheartening. Had this golden bell struck in the past, it could have shattered my physical form and obliterated my colorful hammer. Indeed, its might has significantly diminished, unable to endure for much longer. Despite his severe injuries, the elder displayed a joyful expression, exclaiming loudly, "Not even a drop of potion left." The servant, filled with resentment, angrily inquired of the primitive chieftains from these villages. "Well done, old man. You are increasingly disregarding me." Qin Mu was about to erupt in anger when a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Another example would be Zhuge Liang's wooden oxen and flowing horses, crafted from wood, capable of autonomously transporting goods like real cattle and horses, without the need for sustenance, thus proving even more remarkable than actual livestock. Such skills could certainly be deemed divine. Having never seen a pig, yet always witnessing their antics. The imperial culture was as open as that of the Federation, with various television stations frequently airing advertisements for condoms, making it hard not to grasp the concept. The twin immortal elders waved their hands and casually chose a direction, soaring forth while unleashing their consciousness in search of the entrance to the abyss. Of course, the demonic path does not solely refer to martial arts. Certain spirit cultivators have also been recognized as part of the demonic path, such as the soul-devouring sect, one of the 3 sects of demonic teachings. Though they primarily cultivate the primordial spirit, their techniques are excessively sinister and malicious, prompting righteous individuals to disdain associating with them. "I will listen to my sister," Hu Shaodian stammered, genuinely startled by Zhang Guan's stern gaze. The wooden stick in Qin Xian's hand seemed to possess sentience, mercilessly striking the legs of the ruffians, neither too hard nor too soft, yet producing unbearable pain without fracturing any bones. Simultaneously, a green hand grasped the waist of the descending corpse, snatching away Li Yi's storage pouch. A talisman shot forth, incinerating the body, reducing it to ashes in an instant. The complete perfection sect, rooted in the cultivation of inner elixirs, propelled the advancement of ancient Chinese chemical smelting and the development of Qigong and health studies, all in pursuit of immortality. Following a heart-wrenching scream, everything fell into tranquility, the black flames quietly consuming, while the snow goddess remained motionless. Only the blue primordial infant revealing a sorrowful expression. Ninjutsu, even if unable to strike him, could not escape the speed of spatial movement, leading only to a fate of being tormented to death by Uchiha Obito or succumbing to him. Various data indicated that this entity was merely a peculiar sphere composed of an unknown accumulation of substances. "Xiaoling, have you transformed?" Li Chen inquired again, genuinely unable to discern any change. She possessed Zhao Yang's swordsmanship inheritance, yet had always been self-taught, lacking any rivals. Each time she acted, it was a crushing victory. Thus, she had never comprehended a higher level of Zhao Yang's swordsmanship. This was a spacious suite with 2 rooms. After Yibin took a shower, he promptly went to bed, while Qin Kiki, after bathing, lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind filled with the image of Yibin wrapping his arm around her shoulder, leading her to a state of confusion in her dreams. Chapter 112, Stone Emperor, a good renovation. As for the Liang family, of which Liang Hui is a member, the head of the family, Liang Chun, who is also Liang Hui's father, has only attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, thus relegating him to a secondary position. He is widely recognized as the second most prominent family in Wulong City, following the Mu family. The previously gelatinous nurturing pools, which once housed the embryos of werewolves, have now transformed into something entirely different, blood ancestors. It remains unclear who she refers to, but the detached tone she employs suggests a discord with Dong Yunru. Upon hearing her words, Yang Mu was momentarily taken aback before continuing on his way. Having witnessed the elegance of his father, he firmly believed that he was not an unworthy parent. Tears had already fallen from Dong Yunru's eyes, unexpectedly and without warning. Just moments ago, she had been smiling gracefully at everyone, yet now, Discussing matters of elegance, she was brought to tears. Investigating Chen Shuani's residence? Qin Ruo abandoned the idea, knowing that such underworld figures would have heavily fortified abodes. If action were to be taken, Tianhong Tower would be the most suitable location where chaos reigns, facilitating a swift retreat. As the deity led his combat team to descend upon the mortal realm, Dai Qixi observed the transformations among the members of the church with an air of solemnity. Noticing the elder behind Tan Lin, Qin Ruo offered a curt nod. Lacking any fondness, the elder merely appraised Qin Ruo briefly before returning a slight nod. I was hiding in the water. The sound was growing increasingly closer. It did not resemble footsteps, but rather the slithering sound of a serpent gliding across the ground. Were it merely a snake, it would be less concerning. What if something far more dreadful approached? Thousands of voices united in a chant, resonating like thunder, causing the glass to tremble ever so slightly. As the old general orchestrated this scene, his blood began to boil with fervor. Her voice was as delicate as autumn waters, yet it carried an undercurrent of chilling coldness that seeped into the bones, causing Ailuo to shiver involuntarily. Who are you? Tang Lin's expression shifted to one of urgency. Having seen the world, he refrained from rising. However, unlike the baseless boxers of Earth, the radical theories of the transcendental faction were not entirely unfounded. Had he truly traversed to become an emperor? The place he found himself in was adorned with dragon carvings. Could it be anywhere other than the Palace of Tranquil Hearts? How could she possibly refuse? After Lin Sen spoke, he turned to leave, slamming the door with considerable force. Little did he know that his voice was so commanding, so resolute, that it rendered everyone in the restaurant speechless. Pondering this, Label took a bold step off the bed and gazed out the window, only to be astonished by the visible traces of destruction beyond. When she was still human, there were certain clues she had to forego, as they were too conspicuous. Pursuing them would only render her vulnerable. Just as Yang Lu hesitated on whether to act, Mo Yunlan had already raised the tower viewing sword, positioning it across her chest. The sword emanated a deep azure glow, and a colossal blue sword-shaped apparition, seemingly liberated from some constraint, detached itself from the sword's body and promptly materialized in midair. At that moment, Anna resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell, her eyes ablaze with hatred as she glared at Catherine, roaring in fury. Although Fengling, Qinghua, and others were aware of her deep-seated animosity towards Beiyin, they were largely uninformed of the underlying cause of her hatred. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by Yun Po's inquiry, she articulated a seemingly justified rationale. Those who longed for the relics of their predecessors peered eagerly, yearning to enter the stone door and become the first to discover treasures for themselves. Feng lifted his gaze towards the horizon, yet saw nothing. Only the resounding beats of drums grew ever nearer. For days, she had intentionally avoided all matters concerning Wan Xinghao, but she had underestimated the impact his news would have on her. After a considerable time, when he finally ceased his cloud and rain, the rain outside also cleared, and the summer morning arrived early. The once darkened sky appeared as if it had been touched by a light layer of ink, gradually brightening. At the moment the door closed, she distinctly saw the corners of the man's mouth curve into a subtle, yet striking smile. Observing Lu Tianliang personally toasting Jiang of Biao, Ding Changlin understood that the more prominent the leader, the more they required the support of local figures. The public security and judicial systems served as weapons for local lords. Without such weapons, how could one wage battle? If his parents had once worked for the mysterious figure, what ideologies had this figure instilled in them? Witnessing Wan Xinka and Zhang Yu weeping so profusely, she could no longer afford to delay in devising a plan. Li Hao instructed Zhou Junpeng to ensure all guests were comfortably settled and returned to their respective homes and hotels. He and Lan Xin each supported Li Mushing and Fang Jiayan, gradually making their way home. Are these attendants here to serve me or my grandmother? Lin Sixian glared at him with dissatisfaction, prompting Kai to hastily close his mouth, remaining silent while casting a look of grievance at the young master. With the spirit pearl within her, absorbing this minimal amount of spiritual energy was effortless. She mused that if she could absorb all the spiritual energy in this space, she would likely be able to leave. The four had just escaped the constraints of the formation, and the emotional turmoil was palpable. Kai worried about the safety of her parents and proposed infiltrating Yuntian's sect for further investigation, yet she encountered strong opposition from Wu Ge. You must be referring to me, the scoundrel. Su Yang stood at the doorway of the hospital room, grinning at the three individuals present. The practical exercises later led to a gathering of noble territories, serving to broaden the horizons of the new civilian recruits while also igniting their fighting spirit. Without waiting for Song Ruyu to respond, he casually tossed an item towards her. If I cannot arrive in time, ensure your own survival. With that, he spurred his horse and departed. The ape spirit glanced at Zile, waved its right hand, and sent both Zile and Yin Feng, along with the monstrous creature. Thousands of miles away, all the while leaving their seals intact. At present, they were utterly powerless, incapable of surviving in this forest, effectively sealing their fates. This caused him to momentarily freeze, and before he could regain his composure, an overwhelming force surged in through the door, bearing down upon him with tremendous weight. G, unable to withstand it, spat out blood and fainted. Chapter 113, The Ages of Humanity. This pseudo-6 spirit witch medicine is a substance known as the beast frenzy body refinement medicine. Through the eye of truth, Zhuang Zhou discerned that this witch medicine, originally designed to balance raging powers, had been significantly depleted during its crafting, thereby exposing its violent essence. Some well-meaning individuals even took out their phones to record videos of this absolute star of Chinese football, intending to share them online. For Zhuang Zhou, who successfully received the prince's inheritance from the Xiaohua dynasty, Tai Donghuang was thoroughly pleased. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted this treasure, one of the two artifacts that accompanied him in battle, to Zhuang Zhou. Did you not mention being extremely fatigued? Why not head to your new home for a bit of rest? This afternoon, the branch sect leader and the holy maiden will still wish to see you. Once only Shui Yaha and Wu Yong remained, Shui Yaha urged him without reservation, leaving Wu Yong no opportunity to truly appreciate the mosque. The others simultaneously switched on their headlamps, directing the bright beams towards the formation of the Xiongnu leader. From Jiang Yi's wounded countenance, she observed her left hand curling unnaturally due to severe injuries. Zhuanggu, Qingcheng, and the others have arrived. Came the message from Xianshang as Zhuang Zhou's group made their way towards the location of the Yui Manrat. Is it impossible to find you without a reason? Zhang Xixin's mournful words echoed once more, causing great discomfort to Wu Yong. Yun Zhao turned to glance beside him. Discovering that they were situated in a valley surrounded by towering, robust trees, their dense canopies nearly obscuring the sky. Initially, Yun Zhao contemplated waiting a while longer. Yet his concern for Jin Qingshin's endurance compelled him to command the soldiers to cover their mouths and noses, urging the horses forward at a breakneck speed toward Shuangfeng Mountain. Aware that true immortals resided by West Lake, shrouded in profound mysteries, yet unable to seek them out, he felt a sense of helplessness due to the timing being unfavorable. Shunlong nodded. The Hades Temple in Yinsi was the most formidable force within this realm, and should a plea for aid arise from Jiangqing, they would not fear a simultaneous assault from Qi Qi and Jiang Bilo. The gaze of Elder He was filled with palpable dread, as even with his formidable mental prowess, he found it impossible to suppress the alchemical furnace, which was no ordinary artifact itself. Having distanced himself from the Wu family, Feng Guqiao occasionally dreamt of his past life, awakening from these dreams with an agonizing ache in his heart. Wait for me. I shall fetch the Xinjiang Black Iron Sword, and we must depart post-haste. Tao Fuxing spoke succinctly, his countenance suddenly reflecting a multitude of emotions, his earlier placidity abandoned. Search, by all means. Su Yukong had just dispatched his servant to search the house, when he was momentarily taken aback by Su Nianjin's enigmatic smile. Hold on. He suspected that sending someone to search the Su residence might be a trap set by Su Nianjin, leaving him in a dilemma. Due to Dang 12's early departure, he arrived at Xiaya Forest just after 7 o'clock, with the sun yet to fully ascend, enveloping the forest in a thick mist. The Jin troops fought while retreating. Nanjin observed closely, while Wanyan Shuzong sat in his war chariot, sipping tea, seemingly detached from the chaos of battle. Where did he find the audacity? Su Nianjin felt somewhat disheartened. She had originally intended to seek solace from Song Yuhang, only to find her spirits further dampened. One after another, news arrived, heralding the demise of remarkable figures, as signs of decline loomed over the Grand Era, suggesting that the so-called Golden Age was indeed on the verge of withering away. By the lakeshore, a lone figure sat upon the riverbank, rod in hand, fishing in the waters. From a distance, he appeared to be a youth. Yiling gazed at the boy's silhouette, lingering for a while, sensing an inexplicable aura emanating from him. Below that were the ranks of Zheng, Zhen, Un, and Ping, with Zhengbei being the highest among them. By rank, a Zhengbei general belonged to the second tier of officialdom. Upon reaching the camp's outskirts, Zhao Yun and his companions remained utterly silent, not stirring a soul. The entrance to the Zhang residence was bustling, with throngs of carriages lining up daily, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, all in pursuit of an audience with Zhang Rang, bearing gifts. When Mu Wan'er first encountered Yi Feng, she recalled his previous reprehensible actions with distaste, yet upon witnessing the current scene, she was left in shock at his presence. The principal surveyed the desolate surroundings and then glanced at the corpse of the ghostly elder, casting a sidelong look at the bearded man. Di Lihua was taken aback by Lu Han's imposing demeanor, inwardly berating herself for her lack of resolve, yet she dared not retort, sulkingly turning her face aside. Humph. Yi Feng snorted, launching an immediate attack that sent the elder flying. The joy stemmed from Gao Shun's exceptional military training skills, allowing him to swiftly mold elite soldiers. A tremendous asset. ever since she rejected the marriage proposal from Chiu Hao 3 years ago. The matriarch's fury had led to her family being expelled from the Yang family villa. Upon hearing this, Jin Dongxi was momentarily taken aback, then closed his eyes to reorganize his thoughts. Chapter 114, The Butterfly Effect. Contemplating this, Wu Enki summoned the 8-sided iron sword hidden deep within his heart, tearing a gash at the bottom of the bag and leaping out, vanishing into thin air. At these words, many grew alarmed, struggling to believe that Lu Qi had indeed reached the 5th stage of fusion sovereign, an incredulity shared by all. After posing the question, Song Cheng's face flushed crimson, resembling a monkey's rear, as he stood awkwardly, fidgeting with his fingers. Turning to Chen Ji, it was recalled that during his time with the Jia family, he had modified a dog hole for his own escape convenience during idle moments. Sensing a ripple behind him, he spun around and, with a swift gesture, unleashed a barrage of golden spears that shot forth like arrows released from a bow. I concur. General Yu Zanziyuan was the first to voice his agreement, and soon thereafter, all present echoed their support for Mu Yi. The cavalry of Gongsuan's forces surged forth first, while the white horse Yizong, advancing with synchronized steps, marched forward with a thunderous cry of kill, every 3 steps, pushing onward with an air of composure. As the appointed time arrived, the sky of the secret realm descended with hundreds of streams of spiritual light, enveloping the surviving disciples. In a flash of brilliance, they were transported away. Qiao Bao, supported by his personal guards, departed from the Shuzhou governor's residence and returned to his own estate. Although the madman Di Gao's omniscient lamp cost a staggering 270,000 holy crystals, his courtyard remained devoid of even a single servant. As numerous golems tirelessly labored in the workshop, relentlessly hammering and chiseling without pause. Yet, when Uchiha Madara was fully resurrected, the Sharingan within his eye sockets turned to dust and vanished. Have their identities been verified? Blake inquired, crossing his arms and adopting a contemplative expression. If the domestic import orders were ignored, it would undoubtedly jeopardize relations on the European battlefield and with the United States. As I bent down, I found myself perilously close to his wrist. My nose brushed against his skin, and I inhaled a rich, sensuous woody aroma. Finally understanding the unique fragrance that enveloped Lin Zongyi, Yao Ruojia, ultimately reluctant, felt her eyes welling up with tears, wanting to assist Ji Qian, but was intercepted by Qiao Beijia. Konoha village harbored a latent threat, the 9 tails sealed within the village, since the death of the first Hokage. The wood release technique used to seal-tailed beasts had been lost. Lu Jinhang chose a renowned island in the imperial capital as the venue for his wedding, an extravagant affair that rivaled even the legendary weddings of the past. Retreating several dozen steps until he was at the precipice, he gently planted his foot on the ground, finally straightening his back as he withdrew his other hand. Uzumaki Naruto was eager to ask why, but Chiyu interrupted. Do not speak, let me finish. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached me yesterday. Your words raised his suspicions, leading him to believe I taught you, which is why he forbids further contact. I have warned you as much as I could, the rest is up to you. Their collaboration faced no hindrances, the only potential obstacle being ethical concerns regarding Weinstein's deplorable actions. Yet, one must ponder, what relevance did this have to Zhou Fanyuan? Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Yu Hua discreetly slipped his hand into his pocket, adjusting his position. In an instant, countless pure white feathers transformed into sword-like projectiles, pinning the ancient Almia king's feet to the ground, tendrils of black smoke gradually dissipating. Nevertheless, even then, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any fear or trepidation. Upon finishing her statement, Han Shui closed her mouth, for she had already witnessed the man's countenance darkening, his anger reaching a boiling point. Following the meeting, the higher-ups and Pierce exchanged brief pleasantries before gradually departing the conference hall, preparing to return to their respective quarters, leaving only some of Pierce's trusted aides beside him, awaiting his directives for the next steps. I rambled on for quite a while, and in the end, the wise ones seemed to comprehend, promptly directing their inquiries towards me. When Xiao Yunyo awakened, he discovered that Zhou Cheng had transformed into a lifeless skeleton beside him, marred by dark, ghastly bite marks, evoking a vivid imagination of the torment he must have endured before his demise. Should the innkeeper catch sight of this, he would undoubtedly blacklist him, perhaps even alerting fellow proprietors, ensuring a future devoid of shelter. Upon entering the mountain gates, Hui Bailan led Xiao Yun and the others directly to the guest reception hall, subsequently seeking out the city lord. Lu Tianxia had just finished speaking when he Piaoxua, equally forthright, delivered a sharp slap to the other side of Lu Tianxia's face. Yun Yi and Wu Hen learned from Qianqian about the time when Xiao Yun would recite scriptures, and they resolved to go together. Yun Yi promised Wu Hen to observe the situation closely before executing their rescue at the opportune moment. However, for Wan Qing, the scenario was different. She would willingly obliterate her own life rather than allow the world to suffer her destruction. Never mind, they would never fathom our sorrow. Let us return home, shall we? Let us retreat to our dormitory. Tian Shui glanced at the dazed classmates encircling her and nearly burst into laughter as she took Wan Qing's hand and walked away. That evening, the clamor of the Taoists drumming echoed outside, while Wan Qing soothed the child to slumber in her room. Suddenly, hearing a commotion outside, she rose to investigate, only to find Miao Miao staggering in, clad in a short coat and clutching a bottle of white liquor. Lang Duo, she silently repeated the name Ling Ku in her mind. Perhaps soon she would encounter him. Ling Ku would never propose an attack on the space base with the Star Fleet. For even with over 20 battleships in the Federal Fleet, it would be futile to occupy the base without incurring losses. It would be wiser to wait for them to exhaust their supplies and emerge to surrender. They assisted Yang Million and Air Lai to the back hall of the bun shop, and upon confirming their solitude, hoisted Yang Million and Air Lai onto their shoulders and swiftly transported them to the slaughter room, unceremoniously tossing them onto the ground. Not far away, several guards rushed over, seizing Ling Ku's arms and conducting a search. Upon finding no weapons, they pressed him before the Major General, awaiting the verdict. Chapter 115. As if poking the nest of the Holy Spirit. With 4 muffled thuds, the vicious dog landed heavily on all fours. Oh, has the uncle gone on a mission? Zuan expressed his astonishment, for the chairman rarely undertook missions unless in urgent or troublesome situations. Was Uncle Liz in the hunting meeting? Lizzie pointed towards the chairman's office. Sleeping in class had previously alleviated some fatigue, but to his misfortune, he was now disturbed by Professor Yang's piercing gaze, causing his fatigue to escalate to a severe level. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under his scrutiny, I lowered my head to tidy my embroidery basket and stood to place it outside, only to have my wrist firmly grasped from behind. On September 22nd, overcast, the president of the Sword Dao Society, Yamamoto Yaichi, was akin to a beast that thought with its lower half. No. It should be said that Shimamura's charm paled in comparison to mine. With just a beckoning finger, her boyfriend would orbit around me like a loyal hound. Glancing once more at the price of 300,000 spirit stones, accustomed to lavish spending, Qin Feng felt a tightness in his chest. The next morning, dark circles appeared under his eyes, prompting him to carefully apply powder to conceal them. In a panic, he rushed to the Yuanshin Hall, only to find it empty. Frantically searching everywhere, he still could not locate her. He, Xuan Pu'er, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight, unable to suppress a secret chuckle within. Don't worry about this matter for now. Do you have a photo of Ma Wu? Xing Ao inquired anxiously. Yezi had not returned here, never to be seen again. After 4 years, Yezi, now 14, had transformed into a young man. Regrettably, their purpose for this outing was not merely for leisure. Although this place could not yet be deemed the true sea of bitter winter, it was fraught with peril. Just as he thought Zhang Wuyo was nothing to worry about, he realized that there was no trace of Zhang Wuyo before him. What do you mean? Do you know where she is? Yihan's eyes widened as he stepped forward to inquire. The film's essence, themes, and artistry. This was a quintessential commercial popcorn flick, enjoyable, exhilarating, and entertaining. Was that not sufficient? What more could one desire? A falsehood, indeed, was that Boss Chow was unwell, awakening him prematurely, preventing the Chang'an Marquis house from resisting the pressure of the aristocracy alone, thus curtailing the arrogance of the noble families for a few days. A sharp rebuke startled the scorpion, causing it to shiver. It had previously engaged in such opportunistic behavior. So why was this instance any different? Zhang Chun half drew his long knife, threateningly declaring, "We have urgent matters to present to the king, should you dare obstruct us. Test my blade." The guard, filled with trepidation, could only retreat in compliance. What is wrong with my clothing? Lu Hongyi furrowed his brow in response, unable to comprehend why even the usually clear-headed Mu Yin spoke so nonsensically. The monk had indeed intended this. Qingxin had not seen the empress for quite some time. And truthfully, the empress's appearance seemed largely unchanged. Of course, Kikij was also deeply concerned. Straddling 2 boats posed the risk of capsizing, and she must seek the most stable and solid support. It turned out that the hero's lineage harmonized perfectly with certain professions, granting corresponding effects and unique skills. Just moments ago, I was tempted to crush the old man's spirit, but expressing such revulsion would merely ensure our escape from danger without any real benefit. I had never considered that the old man could rescue me. With Ding Chun and Hua Qitian, 2 formidable experts, accompanied by over 1,000 adept practitioners, he would be powerless to assist me. Such as Su Zixio posed a riddle even to Si Huang, who could not fathom his thoughts. However, to assert that Su Zixio was a deity creator was something Si Huang could not believe, based not only on intuition, but also on familiarity with Su Zixio's character. Test what? Lin Hao asked, perplexed, unsure of what Ning Fan intended to do. At this moment, upon hearing of Lian Ao's fate, Han Chongla couldn't help but click his tongue. for it was evident that he, too, was not in a better position. I would like to request your assistance in concocting a purple heart barrier-breaking pill, he stated directly, without preamble, revealing his intentions. Observing her relish in the meal, Shangwan Piaoxua and Tina were unwilling to be left behind, eagerly joining in. They had never dined in the wild before. The emperor was gracious, the subjects respectful, and the nobles, along with the 6 ministries, presented their reports in accordance with tradition. However, the matters they brought forth were considerably fewer than usual. After discussing 5 or 6 relatively uncomplicated topics, the assembly concluded in just over an hour. The ministers fell silent, seemingly devoid of further reports. She was undoubtedly unaware that this object was known as the super magic-guided bomb, the most potent magical apparatus wielded by the alchemist Ami. Upon catching sight of the iron door of the laboratory, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. Without needing to compare it to Ami's descriptions, Dinghua was certain that Princess Zhaoguang Violet was imprisoned within this laboratory. Within the city, the number of such giants was considerable, their sizes varying greatly. The shortest were merely 5 meters tall, responsible for transporting stones and carving walls, while others soared to dozens of meters, tasked with moving large stones, functioning similarly to cranes once invented by humanity. The scattered blood rose from the ground, as if summoned, gradually coalescing into streams that flowed down Chiba Ingu's slender legs to her delicate spine. As time flowed, he noticed the approaching flying pig general near Murong Ru, letting out a soft gasp before executing a movement akin to a streak of light, rushing forward to shield Murong Ru. Li Tianyu unleashed the 4th level of the dominating True Dragon technique, as 2 majestic True Dragons surged forth from his palm, hurtling towards the vortex's epicenter. On the 3rd day following the assembly convened by Li Ziyuan, under the urging of Major General Yoshifumi Kichikawa, Wang Taisher mobilized the majority of his forces, leaving only a single company of the Special Operations Battalion to defend Pingchuan, while over 6,000 puppet soldiers emerged en masse, advancing towards Chaoko with formidable intent. Chapter 116, The Beginning. I love my family. This time, the master appeared in dreams, expressing a desire to take Taiping as his disciple. A fortuitous event for both Taiping and the Great Zhou dynasty. What further alarmed the chancellors was the unusually calm demeanor of Li Dongxing, who typically retaliated fiercely, now exhibiting no signs of agitation. All forces associated with him lay in quiet concealment, refraining from any counteraction. As he reached for his phone, Cheng Gang suddenly sensed something approaching, causing him to startle. Turning around, he beheld a black viper, a highly venomous creature that warranted caution. He slowly withdrew his hand, fixating his gaze intently on the serpent, readying himself for confrontation. The sound of knocking resonated as the service personnel entered, laying out a sumptuous array of local delicacies across the entire table. "Where's Feng Shaoling?" I exclaimed in shock, having just heard her voice. How could she suddenly vanish? Traveling northward, the weather gradually turned cooler, but fortunately, Li Dongsheng had prepared in advance, and everyone was adequately equipped with warm clothing. "Emperor Huang, is this Kongtong seal not something that only the human emperor can wield?" Shun Hao inquired, looking up. "If that is the case, then old man, please take this with you," Yak said, retrieving a fiery red orb from his pocket and handing it to Yun Kafei. As they drew closer, an overwhelming sense of pressure weighed heavily upon their hearts. While walking, they examined the tracking stone. And you finally endured until midday, observing the sun dipping towards the west. Yet the tracking stone in his palm, drenched in sweat, remained unresponsive. "CT, Artillery Brigade and Special Operations Team, follow me to support every defense." Providing artillery fire and special operations support to the defensive forces, Zhao Wuji commanded in a low, authoritative tone. "What is happening? I haven't even begun to exorcise demons and reveal my identity, yet why are you all kneeling?" Originally, Gu Yi's side was assured of victory, but due to distraction, the opponents seized the opportunity, forcing the battle back in their favor. Even 500 years ago, when Sun Wukong caused chaos in the Heavenly Palace, he merely stirred up trouble at the southern Heavenly Gate and during the Peach Banquet, never breaching the central sanctum of the Lingxiao Palace. They frantically swept up movie tickets online, leaving no seat untouched, while also acquiring a significant number of refunds from ordinary viewers. Previously, no one dared to engage in such actions due to the high risks involved, as it could easily backfire. This person currently resides on Codex Avenue. Knowing it does you no good. With your strength, even if fully restored, you could barely scratch him. But worry not, I will meet this individual in the future, and I shall bring him to you for your disposal," Wang Hao remarked with a smile. On this side, Feng Lin was left utterly astounded. But upon realizing that such a colossal planet belonged to her, she felt a sense of relief. "I am not Yuan Feng. How would I know?" Lu Xing said, adopting a seemingly indifferent stance. Fortunately, the production team Liang Fengying found was reliable, with experienced and hardworking crew members, or managing this situation would have been exceedingly laborious. After a while, Wang Nijia confidently entrusted the extras to mark for arrangement, while he continued to guide Dezhuang and Baze to begin testing the camera positions. At this moment, many individuals waved their phones in front of others, but only Fang Bing appeared somewhat shy, seemingly reluctant to show her phone to anyone. Thankfully, Marshal Tianpeng, Zhu Beiji, possessed the moonlight treasure box, and since it was nighttime, when he found himself unable to escape, he had no choice but to utilize the moonlight treasure box to traverse back to the present. As he spoke, he once again bowed slightly to Qin Ming and Duan Santian before a flash of white light enveloped him, causing him to vanish abruptly. Darren Corison's breakthrough pass set up a three-point shot from the right wing by Dingtai Blanton Rush. Zhou Yi sighed in relief, his right hand experiencing a slight ache. But he paid it no mind, for he was eager to bask in the cheers of the audience. The tricycle driver was a robust middle-aged man, clad only in an upper garment and worn green military trousers, a tattered towel draped over his shoulder, embodying an honest demeanor. Thus, the prior assault was merely a tactic to thwart the impact of their plundering operation. Once they secured the necessary meal vouchers, the battle lost its significance, allowing for a swift and unhesitating retreat. Given that the missions were simultaneously issued by both factions, as someone who maintained a favorable rapport with the leaders of both camps, I was certainly not limited to merely accepting tasks from one side. Neza was well aware of the strength of Qi Qian and refrained from further dialogue. Simply nodding as he soared to Howie Wei's side, Fang Wei took note of Shui Shiyun's words, committing them to memory. Aware that such items would surely be available near the hospital, which was not far from Peking University. Before long, Fang Wei's vehicle arrived, and Shui Shiyun disembarked to purchase a fruit basket and a bouquet of carnations from a nearby store. Chen Runan seized Chen Yang's shirt, her gaze fixed intensely upon him, her eyes reflecting a complexity that perhaps no words in the world could adequately convey. After speaking, Li Guo swiftly vanished with Ying and Ada from the grand square of Kunlun, leaving behind only a broken aircraft with severed wings. Once the two and their beasts departed, two men sweeping nearby exchanged knowing glances. Chapter 117, Fated Individuals. Although they did not comprehend why the three esteemed figures in the sky did not intervene personally, the rock ninjas below dutifully carried out their orders. Approaching, two towering bodyguards clad in suits, wielding slave collars, advanced towards Maggie, preparing to take action. A gaping maw on a human face silently howled, dark miasma billowing forth like a malicious curse, lunging towards the heart of Yishi. Others had just arrived, but everyone else was already aware, their faces adorned with subtle expressions of indifference and disdain. After a passage reminiscent of traversing a rainbow bridge, Loki announced that they had reached the Dark Realm. Wu Dao cast a glance at Xian Ningyu, causing the latter's face to flush, followed by a foolish grin directed at Wu Dao. Ascending one staircase after another, they reached the 7th floor, turning a corner devoid of any onlookers. Ning indiscreetly withdrew his wand, giving it a gentle tap above his head. He seemed to dissolve into thin air, as if he had never been there at all. Hermione hesitated whether to slip past her or to offer a few words of persuasion, but upon hearing Laurel utter the final name, her body involuntarily trembled. Based on Rope Tree's understanding of Saratobi, as long as Orochimaru adhered to his script, the plan should have been nearly foolproof. Emperor Jun snorted coldly, somewhat surprised by the transformation occurring within Xingtian, yet he remained undaunted. His form moved like lightning as he swung his sword, severing Xingtian's limbs with thunderous force. The outer Dao demon statue, exuding a faint aura of malevolence, subsequently appeared before Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni and others. Hihao's family background was somewhat known to both, certainly not the type that could easily present 10 million on demand. Yet how could that be? Her father was clearly Yi Fu, and she would rather her father be the cold-hearted Yi Fu than the diabolical tyrant standing before her, who was reviled by all. Qin Yi stated, having not seen Qin Mu for some time. Observing Qin Mu's gaze, which had grown increasingly venomous, he quickly shifted his focus elsewhere. Gun Yin's heart was heavy with uncontainable disappointment, and before Sister Chun, she showed no pretense in her facial expressions. Today, she took her parents out for a stroll. They dined outside before returning to put the child down for a nap. Fortunately, dinner was prepared by her father, while her mother tidied up and her younger sister watched the child, allowing her some time to type today's words. It did not take long for Yu Shun to lead the entire Yao Su tribe to stand out among the hundreds of neighboring tribes. Qin Xing smiled and said, Sister, no matter how you eat now, you can't possibly impoverish us. With the wise king backing us, how could you? He winked teasingly towards Ming Xian at the back door. Hog, where did these ships come from? Lu Yuan, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, handed Hog a cigarette. Brother, they are them. Even if you were to slay them all, I wouldn't care. I only want Feyre to be safe, Asyong insisted stubbornly. Li Ji touched his nose, pondering. It's not just a battle. They are already discussing whether to steam us or braise us. Can one battle truly resolve the issue? Xikong Guanxing and Huang Puxiong were both astonished, particularly Xikong Guanxing, as this youth named Yifeng never failed to surprise him. However, they did not leave empty-handed on this journey. They learned a great deal. At the entrance of a well-known hot pot restaurant in the city, Hao Shuang and old Xia stepped out to welcome Gao Jun, undoubtedly showing him great respect. How ruthless! Liang Fanxin exclaimed upon seeing him, hastily taking his hand. Behind Han Ming, Deng Jianhai and Yang Lao felt a bit breathless, as if something heavy pressed against their chests. In Cheng Wuwei's original plan, if the Fallen Star sect dared to come, he would lead this elite force to confront the enemy head-on. Even if they lost, they would make it known that northeastern men are not to be trifled with. How can you not take charge? I've given you so many gifts. How can you not take charge? Do you believe I won't strike you? Today, I'm armored. There's no light touch in a beating. Cheng Yaojin began to act foolishly, flaunting his palm like a fan to Wu Lei. Perhaps it was merely his own illusion, Qin Ling mused, as he intended to disregard everything else and focus on retrieving that prey when the tremors from the ground suddenly intensified. But now, upon hearing her voice, Shenwei realized that this was no lady at all. She was clearly a young man. Unfortunately, her good intentions in warning her father about the impending disaster were met with mocking glances. A decent Huaxiao person, yet you cannot even speak the language of your own country. I feel embarrassed for you, Hua Qingyue said earnestly. Noticing Fang Jin's signal, Huang Cheng rose to succinctly summarize the recent developments. As Su Yang descended, he muttered to himself about whether to find an opportunity to secretly teach these Japanese a profound lesson. After clearing all the fire beetles, Qing Feng had just retracted the seal and was about to rest when a series of gunshots rang out ahead. Your Majesty is wise. The arrangement for retired soldiers concerns the foundation of the nation. This matter should be assigned to the Crown Prince, as it is a perfect match for virtue and wisdom. Just then, Lu Xinji from the military seat stepped forward. Jiro Ro was startled by Ji Xian's threatening gaze, and her fingertips pressed down slightly against her knee. Chu Min could not help but recall his former title, not of his own choosing but bestowed by the public, or perhaps by the heavens, as Lonely Dao Jun, a solitary word encapsulating his tragic life. Indeed, Pinger comes from a large family. Previously, they relied on her earnings to sustain themselves. Now that Pinger is gone, how long can the class compensation last? The elder remarked. Shi Changfeng's words left the three tribal kings speechless, and such statements were best made by him, as they were more palatable than those of Gao He. Otherwise, some words from an imperial envoy could easily be misinterpreted. Even without evidence, she felt certain that the outcome of the forthcoming events would not be favorable as long as she remained seated. Chapter 118. An Unconventional Holy Spirit Monarch. Kong Mengong looked at Rose. Although he was her master, this matter required her consent. With a flick of his hand, he retracted the life crystal core, which obediently entered the inner world of Hun Yuan. Zhang Heng's joyful expression faded. His cold gaze turned outward as the three great demon gods had returned. An ice dragon god master was likely fallen, marking a truly cruel world. She knew that although Zhu Mu Jin often appeared playful and carefree, when serious, he could be quite fearsome and stubborn, unwavering in his decisions. However, Lu Fei's arena was unlike others, as challenges continuously emerged. Whenever one challenger was thrown off, another would immediately rush up. Tens of thousands of swords and blades surged towards Dong Jia, as her piercing wails for mercy resonated. One by one, the weapons struck her mercilessly, while at that moment, the King of Cold and others arrived, observing the chaotic vortex of blades below. Hao Yun and his wife emerged from the main courtyard but did not rush to return home. Instead, they headed to Aunt Chio's Polonia garden. The crew on the Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier, including Commander Michael, were indeed the ignorant described in the entries. And their ignorance was shattered the moment the first shell landed in the surrounding waters. The two chatted about everything under the sun, speculating on why the country had suddenly summoned a group of experts like them. Ji Yanho sighed a bit dejectedly, turning to disappear into a planet. As the entire starry sky returned to calm, appearing as an ordinary starfield, unbeknownst to anyone that a powerful deity was hidden here. Kill. Charge into the city. Chu Fei Fan, worried for Yen Wu's safety, cared little for concealing his strength anymore. With a loud shout, he gripped the Wuji staff tightly and was the first to dash towards the city gates. It was only natural that if most of the classmates perished in the final beast tide, then those who survived, like Lu Chuyun and others, would become the next generation's elite in the Federation, which was undoubtedly what Lu Chuyun, in his difficult circumstances, wished to see the most. Injan looked at Yin Shui, sensing that he seemed to trust the words of that stone vine without doubt. Otherwise, he would not have so confidently proposed verification. She attempted to pull her leg free from Hua Zhao's grip, but with a single movement, Hua Zhao tightened his embrace. Injan soared into the air, and Silver Star swiftly came to catch her, each taking one and flying towards the exit. Zhong Xuang waved goodbye, and Zhong Xiao and Li Futai gazed at her figure bathed in morning light, feeling she was so young and vibrant, yet at the same time so steady and reliable, instilling a profound sense of confidence that everything would be all right as long as she was there. Some zombies, previously powerful in life, seemed to exhibit a degree of intelligence as they directly avoided Long Ying and attacked the people inside the house, prompting Yin Jinwen and others to immediately grab their weapons to meet the threat. Zhang Xiao lamented Chun Qian's superb acting skills, but said nothing as she helped her remove the mud-stained clothes. Each cannon that was disassembled drew cheers from the crowd, as they were hoisted onto carts pulled by oxen and donkeys for transport back. Just before losing consciousness, he felt a hard, icy object appear in his hand. Chen Feng did not reply to Su Fei's message, as he was currently at a loss regarding her intentions. I feel hopeless. Su Jingchu and the police felt they could not allow him to remain so stubborn, and thus forcibly led him back. I don't care, the unfortunate one is her. Not me, Wenwen said lazily, feeling no sense of wrong in the matter. He still recalls the first time he encountered Gai Jiuyo. His vitality was withered, and he exuded an aura of decay and frailty, resembling a man on the brink of death. As you mentioned, the last appearance of the Mad Slaughter Brigade was several centuries ago. How can you be certain that this is indeed their armor? Xiaochen expressed his inner doubts. Jin Baoxing remained silent, supporting his uncle while stealing glances at the eagerly expectant Yun Yang, whose expression left Jin Baoxing utterly perplexed, unsure of what the issue was. Upon seeing her head bobbing in confusion, Lu Wu found that her melancholic demeanor instantly healed his own sorrow, bringing a sense of tranquility and softness to his heart. As the only living elder of the current emperor, even if he were not celebrating a full birthday, many sought to curry favor on this occasion. I must descend. You may interpret the meaning of abandoning as you wish, but I can only comprehend it this way. I glanced at Su Lu, who looked utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of the situation, sitting tensely beside Wenwen, not knowing where to place her hands and feet. After speaking, the old guard clapped his hands, and several robust men, evidently of Mongolian descent, entered the hall carrying boxes. Upon hearing the mention of those guards, the old fox felt a pang of anxiety. He had never intended to impersonate anyone and had not caused trouble for those city guards, not foreseeing that members of the Jin family would appear in this way prefecture. The hospital they visited seemed less like a reputable institution and more akin to a sanatorium. Yet, the person I feel most remorseful towards is you. Had my cowardice not prevented me from offering an explanation, we would not have missed each other for so many years, Xiao. I am truly sorry you waited so long. Chen Yu sincerely gazed into Liang Zhao's eyes. In the psychiatric hospital, there were guards checking entries and exits to prevent the smuggling of prohibited items or the escape of patients. Furthermore, Shurhauren's inherited skills from the Uchiha clan regarding concealed weaponry were exceedingly troublesome. Aided by the Sharingan, he deftly maneuvered through intricate calculations, which ultimately led to Zhao Wuji suffering a significant defeat due to his underestimation. Chapter 119. The Resurrection of the Human Emperor arrives late. Gu Yin blinked her innocent big eyes, feeling somewhat flustered, her demeanor betraying a sense of confusion as she struggled to articulate what had transpired. A wave of uncertainty surged within her, and Mo Fanching noticed that Lu Shirlu and her companions were momentarily unoccupied, prompting him to casually seize a gaunt, unkempt middle-aged man with an artist's flair. After uttering this statement, Li Qiuchan realized that Mo Fanching had indeed joined the Saint Yinshao, making it entirely logical for him to be found here. It must be said that Zhang Tiexin's maneuver was indeed quite ruthless. Everyone present not only failed to anticipate such an occurrence, but also remained oblivious to Zhang Tiexin's true intentions. However, seeing the situation suddenly deteriorate to such an extent, no commander dared to offer counsel to Long Xiaotian. That technique is not exclusive to Huaiyan Huazi, should a conflict arise. If the four symbols attack formation were to be elevated to a level comparable to the A-class technique numbered 70, Jiang Jishu would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Moreover, in this era, no one harbors an aversion to meat. It stands to reason that, regardless of the cooking method employed, such a housewarming feast would be quite acceptable to all. Chun-Li was brought back to Duantian Cliff by the Withered Elder, while the 7 peak masters returned to their respective positions to entertain the respectable elders from allied sections. In the following 2 days, Chun-Li lingered near that inn, prompting the elder from the law enforcement hall to find his puzzling behavior perplexing. What was so captivating about this dilapidated and that warranted surveillance? Could it be that the people from the Demon Palace were hiding here? Upon pushing the door open, he entered to find an elderly man seated, exuding an aura of age, with a faint trace of death lingering about him. With a wave of his dragon claw, countless purple flames ignited upon the roots of the tree. As a purple dragon claw swept through, numerous roots fell away, accompanied by droplets of golden liquid that appeared to be the essence of the great Dao. At this point, she felt her heart constrict tightly, as though someone had gripped it tightly. Upon hearing this, Song Zining no longer paid him any mind. She intended to further investigate his internal condition to see how to restore and enhance his strength when a rather handsome young man, appearing to be around 18 or 19, entered the carriage. What? The Luo River formation will diminish in power? Although she did not comprehend what Hu Ao referred to as the source of water. Upon hearing that the power of the Luo River formation would be slightly reduced, Fu Shi immediately grew excited, lunging forward and grasping Hu Ao by the neck, lifting him as she loudly questioned him. Of course, to secure the position at the bathing palace, they employed various methods and strategies. Firstly, the duties at the bathing palace were light, and secondly, it was the only opportunity to get close to the demon lord himself. Should the demon lord take a liking to them one day, soaring to great heights would be merely a matter of time. Additionally, there were 3 flying darts. The Copper Hall master observed, as she witnessed 3 exceptionally formidable darts in motion. Yet, the devouring force showed no signs of weakening. In an instant, it completely consumed Qian Yun's spiritual body. Feeling the boiling battle aura within, Song Zining's heart surged with excitement. With such strength, who in the current Wu Kingdom could possibly rival him? Eat this. Watching the dragon-headed figure launch an attack towards him, clearly underestimating him, Sun Wukong snorted coldly, instantly enhancing his power to the utmost, causing the staff to emanate a soft glow as its speed multiplied several times in that fleeting moment. Even Sun Yin and the others looked on in disbelief at Xue Hao, pondering what had just transpired. There was no need to schedule another meeting. There is a match at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If you come, I can reserve a seat for you, Jiang Xiexing remarked. Thus, he reached out and struck a capsule, shattering it, and a cloud of chili powder filled the air. During their first year of high school, even Yin Xiu had been reprimanded, earning Lao Fong the nickname of the Smiling King of Hell, notorious throughout the entire school. Meanwhile, the Oster battleships flew past at an unimaginable speed, taking away hundreds of Oster battleships with them. Behind this commander, cavalrymen, who had quietly arranged themselves in formation, suddenly surged forth like wildfire towards the white-clad warriors. Showcasing Clamor's extraordinary explosive power, in less than 20 meters, these robust horses reached their top speed. The conversation continued for a full 2 minutes when someone in the crowd inexplicably produced a similar loudspeaker, as if representing this group. I heard it said that in the past, Gong Sunlong was renowned as a debater equal to Lu Zhonglian and Zi Qi during his time at Jixia. Some voiced their concerns, expressing skepticism towards the challengers. Brother, it's getting late. We should head back. Xiao Shimei turned her face to interrupt Lin Yusher's words. Who exactly are you? The dark saint felt an overwhelming trepidation. This name, he had nearly forgotten himself, yet today it was unearthed, and while the secret itself was inconsequential, its implications were profound. After speaking to Yin Shuangdao, Xiao Mo proceeded to control the soul puppet to undergo the soul transformation technique as recorded in the soul binding ghost method. One could only see a resplendent exterior while ignoring the chaos within. To be frank, he simply did not understand how to appreciate inner beauty. Nanxiang's chin was reddened from being scraped. Listening to the words that spilled from her vividly red lips was truly grating. However, before the chief left, he cautioned her not to offend the merchants of the Yuan family fortress too severely, or else she would face the consequences upon returning. He was in a state of acute anxiety, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The village chief had instructed him to keep a vigilant watch over Xia, especially if she were to interact with anyone or seek medical assistance. Today, after much effort, he discovered Xia leaving in a vehicle, and he promptly followed her, only to lose track of her at the hospital. Chapter 120. The Path to Immortality of the Big Dipper. Suddenly, an inexplicable hypothesis was proposed. In fact, from the very beginning, Yin Wu had exhibited emotional behaviors that piqued my curiosity. Perhaps he was not a person adept in social interactions at that moment. He recalled scenes of dining with his wife and concubines, who were animatedly engaged in conversation, while he, akin to Xue Chongxuan, found it difficult to insert himself into the discourse, let alone with these rarely encountered siblings. Faced with those who relinquished national sovereignty and the unequal supplementary conditions, the national master vowed to be a great figure who could restore the dignity of the people of Zhanqi. Upon witnessing the yellow-turbaned soldiers entering the attack range, the White Wolf replicants unleashed energy blasts with their fists, these azure orbs of energy capable of shattering the bodies of the flying soldiers upon impact. However, the number of White Wolf replicants was woefully insufficient, with only over 300 stationed at the western city wall. The event transpired irreversibly. Regret served no purpose. Yet a solution had to be devised. In matters of kissing, the princess undoubtedly appeared quite inexperienced, her pearly teeth tightly clenched with no signs of loosening, and her head persistently struggled to escape from Yi Yuxuan's grasp. You speak truly, the golden serpent demon remarked, producing a mirror that shimmered, revealing various scenes. They saw the chaos ensuing as some attempted to draw water from the well, eliciting their triumphant laughter. The letters exchanged between Dou Huaizhen and Zhang contained little of substance. Yet in such circumstances, the private communications between court officials and Xue Chongxuan amounted to a form of collusion. Following this, even before Xue Chongxuan entered the capital, an avalanche of correspondence from various individuals flooded in. However, those who observed the ordinary star in the sky noticed it suddenly radiating a brilliant golden light, transforming into what seemed like the sun within the celestial map. Just as Fa Luokuna had initially predicted, this westward breakout was his final opportunity for struggle. Wu Jie remained unfazed, having firmly grasped the Ice Dragon's neck even before the reminder of the Ice Dragon Sutra. He was unperturbed by the potential for mishap. Yu Qing, initially reluctant to accept gifts, understood that they merely wished to express their gratitude. To refuse might cause discomfort, so she smiled and accepted the gesture, offering words of consolation. I am dealing with the barbaric Xianbei, who have wreaked havoc upon the borders of Yuzhou. Their deaths are well-deserved. Gong Xuanzan dared not confront Lu Tianhao's subordinates. Yet he spoke without restraint. What of the Lin family? Did not Lin Lang claim that his father would propose as soon as he returned? The Lin family is of official standing. Can they not compete with the Shin family? Lin Lang is a scholar, while that Shin family member is merely a good-for-nothing. How could my father possibly betroth me to a rogue? Yuan Ruilan's gaze was vacant, as if her soul had departed. All right, please do not be angry. Tianhao shall continue to address you as sir. However, as for the father-in-law, he is certainly not escaping, Lu Tianhao said, unabashedly turning to leave. The stone mill was indeed a common sight in this era, yet the barbells and dumbbells crafted by Lu Tianhao truly astonished those around him. Even Lu Bu, upon trying them, praised their utility, though he noted that their application was too singular, lacking adaptability for different individuals. However, she could never have anticipated that her experience in that place was merely a few days, rendering her feelings towards it neither familiar nor unfamiliar. At 7:40, the doorbell rang, and upon answering, Song found Zhu Junlin, Yin Xiao, and Gu Sinan at the threshold, come to invite Lu Xia to school. For a moment, Ali was at a loss for words. Memories of her encounters with Ling Xiao swirled in her mind, leaving her both eager to accept yet hesitant to do so. Yang Jian's face darkened, yet his affection for Chang'e deepened. This matter was indelibly etched in his heart. While at the seaside villa, Luo Ling, listening to reports from his subordinates, suddenly sneezed twice, muttering, "Who is cursing me?" "No, we came directly to see you to save time," Uchiha Madara chuckled, intending to lure Dale into a trap. In reality, while they had not informed the Guerrilla Association, they had, in some manner, alerted others. Once inside, I found myself at a loss for how to proceed. Mu Meiqing lay before me in such a vulnerable state, asleep. What would she do if she were to awaken suddenly? The prince laughed heartily at Mu Meiqing's insult, feeling constrained from reacting in front of the two prominent figures. Linger was immediately angered. Though Haonan appeared to be apologizing, she sensed no sincerity in his demeanor. A profound shock surged within me. Haonan's thoughts reflected experiences that could only be attained after reaching a certain level of strength, and yet he was merely 16 years old. Displaying such awareness at this tender age was truly beyond expectations. Su Changqing could have extricated himself, as the foremost disciple of Mount Shu. His cultivation far surpassed that of Zixuan. However, Zixuan, testing his intentions, refrained from exerting force. Yet Su Changqing made no attempt to resist, obediently returning to his seat. "Take the apprenticeship fee from my Li Hao," Li Qian pleaded with teary eyes, filled with yearning. Chapter 121. The Ancient Coffin and the Emperor of the Dead. Do not complain about unfairness. In the realm of cultivation, the weak are devoured by the strong, and the powerful reign supreme. Who said you were not a being of the earth immortal stage? A harmonious Dao Saint? Chi Yu murmured, hesitating momentarily before ultimately returning to the ranks of the army. Yet, who was Sun Wukong? Even a mere fraction of his true self, a clone, could not be harmed by attacks below the divine level. He rampaged with the golden staff, swatting away all lightning as if they were mere leaves. As the passionate song echoed, the distant old Wang and over 100 ghosts surged into battle with renewed ferocity, their cries deafening. Yet, an entire night passed without a word from Lin Tian, as though he had vanished entirely. "You ambushed me at falling sunset. 218 lives were lost at your hands. Death and injury are inevitable in warfare. I do not blame you. However, the loss of life is paramount. Come with me to pay respects to the fallen. Then you may depart." Chang Tian's tone grew increasingly calm, his gaze exceedingly indifferent, yet his words commanded unwavering respect. A whirlwind of 5 colors materialized in sight, connecting heaven and earth, its might appearing truly formidable. Among the 2,000 alchemists present, even the crafting of advanced 12th grade elixirs would not yield such an outcome. Ezreal, dashing, removed the thick-framed glasses from his golden locks, revealing high-tech eyewear capable of penetration, thermal sensing, automatic positioning, and countless other features. Ezreal gained fame as Valoran's first explorer through these very glasses. The Sovereign contemplated the division of several clones, allowing them to grow through various paths of martial, magical, and talismanic cultivation, ultimately merging with the main body to enhance its power. In the distant echo of a dragon's roar, a colossal dragon claw was placed before Sierra. As Sierra obediently stepped onto the claw, the resplendent dragon soared skyward, shimmering with starlight. Amidst a cacophony of chaotic shouts, a throng of uniquely adorned individuals surged forth, forcefully displacing the guards and seizing control of the battlefield. He cast a sidelong glance at the man kneeling before him, a wicked smile creeping across his face. I have heard that Mu Yogu led his troops that night to apprehend that silver-white assassin. Subsequently, my brother's offspring took the individual away at the execution ground. Thus, it seems he is in cahoots with that silver-white assassin, does it not? The clash between the blood wheel and the celestial star disk caused the ground to fracture instantaneously, sending Yun Linghuai and Gu Xuanyu hurtling 10 meters away, crashing into another dense forest. Fortunately, a centipede came to their aid, stabilizing them just in time. Given the significance of energy supply, even at a cosmic level, it is crucial. Hence, Answer developed a creation called the Core Energy Tower, entwined with the magical particles embedded in the blood of the Unknown Elves. Meanwhile, Wu Jiai, who left with Xingu, felt her heart racing violently even after they had exited the hotel. Her intense emotions were closely tied to the earlier moment when Xingu had shared laughter with Su Ziqing while emerging from the cedar forest. After flying for over half an hour, Hu Yin finally reached his destination. Sitting atop a paper crane, he gazed down at the verdant expanse below, feeling a sense of unease wash over him. Even though the magical devices meant to muffle sound had been arranged, Di Shijia still lowered his voice as he spoke. Gonsong soon entered the thicket as well, although he had not yet detected Hu Yin's presence. He was confident in his ability to force the other party out now that he had paused. After mastering these technologies, significant accomplishments were achieved domestically in fields such as electronic components, integrated circuits, circuit design, and computer communications. The Eagle was well aware that as long as the old leader was surrounded by elders, he would have no opportunity to act. Should he kill the old leader in their sight, his aspirations to ascend to the leader's position would be utterly thwarted. Lin Shanqian's face immediately bore several crimson streaks, and she gasped in pain. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks as she covered one side of her face with one hand while clutching Zhao Kai's clothing with the other. Hastily retreating behind him, she sensed her body growing lighter as memories of this lifetime flashed before her like a revolving lantern. The urban competition and the battle with baking were still fresh in Ted's mind, recalling how this foodie had risen to prominence riding on the reputation of the Big Demon King. They said nothing, but now was the time to settle old grievances alongside new ones. A sudden change occurred in the Ganges River Basin in India, where the once torrential waters had plummeted by a third, leading to the mass demise of countless fish and shrimp. The tale of Cinderella and the prince must inevitably reach its conclusion. Would Cinderella return to the hearth to continue suffering at the hands of her stepmother and sisters, while the prince returns to his castle to wed the princess his father had long chosen for him? Then, with a swift kick, he sent Lu Bo sprawling as he charged forward. Lu Bo, such a character, was no match for him, and was unceremoniously kicked out by Qin Zihao, landing hard on the stone-paved ground with a resounding crash, accompanied by his anguished cries. Jin Shichen began to play the emotional card, believing that his bribery was destined to succeed. In later generations, the famed Zhuge crossbow possessed minimal technical complexity. It was merely a design innovation. This was also why Jin Weimo regarded him with eyes akin to those reserved for the deceased. As a man, though not towering, he understood that beyond the depths of blood-soaked enmity, the grievance of wearing a green hat was irreconcilable. Men hold a profound aversion to such dishonor, willing to risk their lives to obliterate it. Chapter 122. Today's Humiliation. Lu Yuan was oblivious to which modern-day equivalent could replace the herbs from ancient prescriptions, necessitating extensive comparisons. The message sender was none other than Zhou Aguogong, the man collaborating with him. When Luo Qingsheng was still present, the two of them seldom consumed meat. It was only on Yi Lingtian's birthday that Luo Qingsheng would purchase a piece of meat and a fish, preparing a lavish feast, even setting an extra pair of chopsticks. The three men exchanged glances, sharing a tacit understanding. It was best not to stir the pot now that the storm had finally settled. How is he? Where is he now? Since the passing of her aunt, Qin Lele had remained secluded in the courtyard, utterly unaware of the news from the outside world. Compared to Wu Yangya, the other wines, alongside the cosmetics and daily necessities soon to be exchanged, would yield even greater profits for Qin Tian. Ma Baoguo felt a wave of dizziness, staggering in circles before collapsing onto the ground. He was in no rush to head to the large city-state, trailing far behind, observing how long it would take for them to return to the village. There exists but one cage from which one cannot escape, the self-imposed prison of the guard. Qin Ji slightly lowered his head, his gaze piercing directly into Lin Qingyu's eyes. I quickly composed myself, adopting an elegant demeanor as I linked arms with Shen Yi, with Ji Manru following closely beside, silent yet adorned with a subtle smile. At that moment, Ji Manru was truly a sight to behold, setting aside her venomous heart. She was remarkably graceful and beautiful. Huang Fei was similarly taken aback, his tongue lolling out in surprise, never expecting the water to be so bitter. Indeed, it was more bitter than the most bitter herb. If Chen Kai were not of such a disposition, I would not have been drawn to him in the first place. Chu Qian lamented inwardly. She bore no resentment towards her husband and was grateful for Wang Nua's father's contributions, yet she found Wang Nua utterly intolerable. As for Nan Xiangchuan's subsequent words, he refrained from uttering them, his eyes somewhat dazed and struggling to focus on Meng Zhao's face, as if perceiving multiple overlapping shadows. After steadying himself, he finally concentrated on her visage. The 18th place was taken by Lin Mu from the Lin family, a subsidiary of the Tang clan. The 19th by Lin Yu, also from the Lin family, and the 20th by Mo Jiang from the Mo family. Tang Yun followed the voice of Ma Gu, glancing over to see a high platform erected at the front of the flower cart, spacious enough to accommodate 5 zhang, adorned in the gaudy style characteristic of pirates. Only those who grow under our protection can never become true eagles. The demon lord rose, vanishing from sight. The crimson drapery enveloped the entire residence of the marquis, and every face bore a jubilant smile, with congratulatory guests arriving in a steady stream. After the pillow fell to the ground, when I looked at my sister-in-law again, tears had already streamed down her face. The Stork Tower, with its lofty eaves and black tiles, commands a view of the majestic rivers and mountains. Nestled amidst the elegance of willow groves, and has been celebrated as a premier high vantage point in Central Plains since the establishment of Northern Wei. Today marks the eve of the new school term. Qin Yuyao rose early, her mother not accompanying her, and beside her was her cousin Qin Yuhua, who carried a silver password box in her hand. Li Pejun was about to say something, but Li Shimin waved his hand, gesturing to the pile of memorials on the table. With nothing better to do, attend to these matters. Rewards for 100,000 soldiers, relocating the 2 Guhan, and developing the southern region of Lingnan. A plethora of tasks awaits. A shadowy figure appeared ahead, transparent and glowing faintly. It was the spiritual imprint that had manifested during his previous visit. Hey, what exactly does your great sage wish to obtain from me? As a mere novice, what could possibly be of value to your esteemed sage? Lin Fifan inquired. Haha, the Chaobang has been passed down for hundreds of years. There are countless matters you are unaware of. Do you truly believe you can succeed? The shadowless envoy pushed Zhang Song towards the controlling grip of Zui Ming, disdainfully laughing. The 2 inspectors stood on the grassy field, flanking either side, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed master of the training camp, where over 200 pairs of eyes were fixated on the hatch, all anticipating the legendary figure known as the world's strongest warrior, an undisputed champion. At last, a silhouette emerged from within the hatch. Hong Qingqiu had learned the previous night that while there were slight institutional differences between Japan and the Ming dynasty, one commonality persisted. Power was predominantly wielded by the prominent noble families, with the court merely serving as their puppet. It was these illustrious clans that truly held sway over the hearts of the people. Startled by his own thoughts, he stumbled backward, leaning against the restroom door, cursing. Damn it. No, this isn't a supernatural event. What then can be said of my affair with Dong Tingtian? Lin Ziyuan felt a twinge of nervousness. For this was his first encounter with such a grand spectacle. Should the mountain gates remain closed, a forceful assault would be the only recourse. Don't heed his nonsense. There's nothing amiss. Let us continue drinking, he declared, raising his cup to his lips. Suddenly, he turned and, catching the crew member off guard, seized the handgun and fired multiple shots at the ropes binding another empty vessel, subsequently ejecting all the bullets from the chamber and raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, facing the astonished Wang Qian. Upon hearing that Elder Liang wished to invite Lin Ziyuan to the Liang family, Lin Xiuhua felt an overwhelming joy within, though she maintained a composed exterior before Liang Xiyu. She needed to assert her status as Lin Ziyuan's elder sister, knowing her words carried significant weight. Later, Mei Lin candidly revealed to Baileyman that her title as a detective was merely self-proclaimed, lacking any official recognition. At that moment, Nanine hurriedly rushed to the scene, pressing his face against the door, calling out to the 2 engaged in training. Chapter 123, The End of the Second Life. As the so-called god of death, he had been listening to their discussions about him, feeling a peculiar sense of discomfort and helplessness. Yet, it wasn't long before Yi Chu understood. For the celestial spirit's secret realm was not located on Earth, but in the vastness of space. The corridor spiraled upward, and to his surprise, he discovered that with each step he ascended, the pressure upon him intensified. This beautiful moonlit night, with its subtle fragrance and gentle shadows, embraced by love, rendered one utterly entranced. The massive waves had barely withstood the onslaught of hundreds of fire phoenixes, when unexpectedly, the Earth's pulse shifted and dozens of spikes abruptly struck, causing the giant waves to collapse and the remaining fire phoenixes to surge towards the Earth Guardian. Yu, is that you? At that moment, a sudden outcry erupted from atop the towering city walls, as Feng Hongmiao, the lord of ancient Cloud Island, along with the royal heirs of the Feng dynasty, Zhuo Qingfeng and Feng Xiaojia, were taken aback, astonished to find someone within the ancient city with no doors who recognized Yu. Chu Zimo furrowed his brows. He had never been fond of dealing with reporters and was just preparing to take Xiao Chong by the hand to leave. At this time, the Spirit Emperor was delighting in a performance within a grand palace, while Wang Chongxing and Zhang Rang stood outside, captivated by the melodious sounds emanating from within. Zhuo Gangshan had procured ample ammunition and transportation, yet his heart was burdened with an overwhelming heaviness, unsure of how to address his soldiers. Considering their family backgrounds and relationships, the situation was undeniably abnormal, yet perhaps it was also entirely typical. A Qiao would never take action herself. Instead, she disguised herself and went to the tavern, using the flowers purchased by Gu Qingxin to coerce him. Moreover, the consolidation required was not merely of territory. The chaotic array of diverse enterprises under her command left even many of her own people bewildered. As a result, this back and forth could not only delay the project, but also risk inciting the leader's dissatisfaction, leading to accusations of her negligence. Yet, remembering the agreement between him and Genie Qian, Yu Xiaobai swallowed his grievances, resigned to the situation. The old man sought to wield his soul-conjuring banner, only to find his hands stained with blood, rendering him immobile. Vile woman, you've thwarted my plans. Today, I shall capture you and teach you a lesson. Li Yanzhong cursed as he gestured for the burly men to advance. Lu Yunsheng gritted his teeth, casting a furious glare at him before turning back to her room and slamming the door shut. After previously slaying 14 members of the Dark Sect, if they deemed that insufficient, he would simply eliminate another batch. Jose gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. This time, however, it was not the cold sweat of fear, but the heated perspiration resulting from intense exertion. Her words, though soft, brimmed with urgency. She implied a desire to equally divide Zeheo's assets, including the renowned Yonghao garment factory, which had repeatedly revived their leader Lu Rong from the brink of death. Yet he understood his position and the esteemed status of this young master. The extent of power wielded by individuals of such caliber was beyond his comprehension. However, if Li Husheng were to participate in the Spring Festival Gala, his value would undoubtedly achieve a remarkable leap, securing his place among first-tier actors without question. Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted in uproar. None could have anticipated that Yuan Gen had just engaged in secretive dialogue with the Great Black Cat. Thus, as Fu Jingyi drifted into slumber, he could only recall the fleeting kiss Sophia placed upon his cheek before she slipped from the bed, accompanied by the rustling of garments, leaving him with a profound sense of regret and an insatiable desire to awaken and behold the world once more. Reflecting on these thoughts, although they had successfully caught up, Bai Mei and the others remained vigilant, wary of the potential traps laid by the blood demon of the abyss. Previously, due to Jiang He securing the top position, many had been apprehensive. Now, upon learning that Jiang He lacked the corresponding strength, they began to turn against him. When he first laid eyes on the purple clay teapot, devoid of any information on the purple dragon-patterned vessel, he merely assumed it to be an ordinary teapot, and with the inscription of Dabin on the base. He thought it little more than a slightly valuable piece of purple clay. As Director Feng departed, Feng Yu observed his expression and understood that this matter would still require consultation. Feng Yu could not intervene, having presented the opportunity to profit. If they chose to ignore it, who could they blame? Bai Xiaoyu nestled on her bed, her gaze fixed on the window. From her vantage point, she could see the layered sky outside, the sun nearing the horizon, suggesting it was already past 7 o'clock. Liang Yimo had long recognized that Min Jing would not have spoken so much without reason. Min Jing was never one to exhibit much patience. Upon seeing the guild announcement from the King's Guild, all guild members momentarily abandoned their battles against monsters, setting out to search for nearby bandits. Before this, they had allowed others to assist Lei Yu in gathering resources. All Lei Yu needed to do was reap the rewards in the end. The man bore an air of elegance and ease, resembling a dashing gentleman. Although he had reached the age of maturity, time had left no marks upon his visage, instead enhancing the allure of a seasoned man. This was Yi Chen's father, Yi Zhenfei. Shi Minzhi's gaze lingered upon Su Ranhua, as the newly risen full moon cast its light upon her, unwavering. Zhao Han said, "Sister Li Zhan, I've been taking photos for quite some time. I truly cherish them. Please, have mercy and don't delete them, alright? I promise I won't act like this again. Impressive, my brother. The onlookers were astonished to witness Lei Yu and his companions effortlessly dispatching Lu Chan's subordinates, leaving everyone feeling as though they were in a dream. I will surely find happiness. I have relinquished everything just to be with him. He will not disappoint me. I know he will always love me, and I will love him eternally. Await news of my happiness, she concluded with a smile before departing. Each individual, with a cigarette in hand, boasted with bravado. Today, Zhang Wandong summoned them all, leaving us in uncertainty about the reasons behind this gathering. However, it is likely that something significant is afoot. Consequently, nearly everyone arrived armed, with no less than 100 carrying firearms, while others brandished gleaming, hefty sabers. They seemed to believe that the Sand Tribe would not dare to approach them. Hence the soldiers assigned to guard the towering walls perceived their duty merely as a means of imprisonment, a futile waste of time, displaying a complete lack of professional integrity. Chapter 124. 3 Burials, 3 Extinctions, 3 Cycles of Reincarnation. The tens of thousands of principal members from various guilds gathered in the hall shared a tacit understanding, falling into an eerie silence akin to that of an ancient tomb. In churches across the globe, devout worshippers congregated, lighting every candle, symbolizing hope for the warriors at the front, for the Martian defense line, and for the future of Earth, quietly reciting passages from the Bible alongside the priests. The Ji family, being one of the foremost families in this city, could hardly remain oblivious to the impending grand conflict. Marshal, the morale of our soldiers is disheartening. I suggest we command Major General Ting Minghan to employ every possible means to annihilate the white demon warplanes of Tianqing. To invigorate our troops, one suggested. Yang Hua approached with a smile. Jin Rue, puzzled, looked up to see the emperor handing a golden dragon pattern token from Eunuch Sun to Yang Hua. This token, a rare treasure of the Daong kingdom, represented the emperor himself. What could compel him to bestow such a precious item upon Yang Hua? Yun Feng was taken aback. At the moment the celestial beast appeared, he was horrified to discover that Xiang Gu had regained his status as a 9-star emperor, yet was astonishingly sent flying by the Bone King with a single punch. Upon hearing this, sure, he was perplexed. How could father know that she had already obtained her driver's license? However, reflecting on it, she conceded that a father knows all. Who are you to meddle? You are not my wife. Why do you concern yourself with my affairs? Wang Xinlong chuckled, sticking out his tongue. Chui Feng was taken aback. As the 2 enormous stone statues stirred, the aura they emitted sent chills racing down his spine, obliterating his previous calm demeanor at the foot of Huanjuan Peak. In comparison to past rescues, the odds seemed more favorable this time. Observing the commotion to the north, it was evident that the defense would falter, and by the time the Qin army crossed, they would likely have already completed their passage. I sprinkled the peach blossom holy water over the massive form of the snow ape, and as soon as it touched the creature, black smoke began to rise from its body. The black insects that made contact with the holy water immediately fell off, curling and rolling until they lay still. Upon realizing that the other party was not ill but injured, Lin Mei grew increasingly anxious. When she learned that the assailant was the notorious criminal featured on television, her worry escalated, and she was grateful that they maintained contact over the next couple of days. Otherwise, she could only imagine the extent of her distress. For this battle, devoid of any suspense, Xing did not attend personally, merely waiting in the Qin army's camp until the auspicious news of victory reached him. Xiao Wei smiled lightly, offering no further words, and when Zhao Pu arrived, she expressed her gratitude. The Supreme Void Emperor cultivated the Heart Talisman path, with the entire Supreme Void realm becoming his heart's domain, refined into a treasure, the Supreme Void Temple. At its zenith, this temple was an unparalleled imperial weapon, imbued with the essence of the Emperor's way, terrifying in its might. Had he merely been a common general from Chu, remaining in the state of Qi at this juncture would likely be perilous, unable to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the Qin army. Not directly using the Flying Scythe curse to incapacitate these foes was already a display of mercy. However, the tree demons of the Valley of Death were not to be trifled with, some being millennia old, whereas those present here appeared significantly lesser, merely a century or several decades old. Luo Li had previously doubted Lu Meng's claims of terminal limb hypertrophy, believing he was merely jesting. The 2 deities, both from the Fourth World, exhibited diametrically opposed reactions, not due to the Lord of Silence being more rational or wise than the primordial dragon beast ancestor, but because the Lord of Silence could discern the truth from falsehood. As a result, almost overnight, Fang Jie became renowned, along with Hung Dao Xiaotian, Qin Jian, Jing Lin, Tu Fei Shuexiao, and Shangwan Haoran, along with their respective sects, all gaining prominence. The voice of the scout echoed in the mind of the Devil of Black Sky, causing his expression to shift dramatically. After lunch, Xiao Qing departed once more, fleeting in both arrival and departure, having come merely to check in. He was relieved to find that Shea was merely an 18-year-old child. He set aside his anxious heart, reflecting on how a Lang had grown, reasoning that he would not be so picky now, surely not an old bull seeking tender grass. Following a mighty roar, the soldiers atop the walls remained silent, while Li Liheng silently observed the red-faced giant without making any response. During this time, Xiaochang frequently visited Wang Zijuan's residence, becoming quite familiar with the bathrooms. Approaching the bathroom door, she thoughtlessly grasped the handle and pushed the door open, only to find herself in a rather awkward predicament. The malevolent spirit grinned, yet the guards felt as if they were witnessing a ferocious beast unveil its fangs, a chill surging from their hearts. "Why must you treat me this way?" Linai murmured, her voice laden with pain and despair. What leverage Victor Morris held over the other shareholders remained a mystery to Wang Zijuan. Otherwise, he could have utilized it to sow discord among them, employing the other shareholders of MA to orchestrate Victor Morris's downfall. Moran had once wished for Su Yu to take her away from this place. However, Su Yu informed Moran that to leave the Time Realm, they must remain there for 2 years first. Only then could he escort her away again. For him, the upcoming champion of the new life must undoubtedly belong to their 4 great families. And to see it snatched away by a previously unknown family left him grappling with his pride. Chapter 125, The 3 Generations Entombed in the Heavenly Coffin. This action, in the terms of Go, is referred to as Ki AI, a term translated from Japanese, learned by Chinese players from their Japanese and Korean counterparts at the time. Fortunately, Ulu reacted in time, helping him to stabilize his breath and augment his physicality, thus compensating for the previous misstep. "Captain, if we take the right path and encounter the bandits of Blood Demon Island, my brothers and I will be utterly incapable of resisting," the mercenary continued to advise patiently. With a series of thrusts, all the malevolent entities blocking Xia Fanqing fell, providing him the opportunity to advance 10 meters. With this thought, Yi Feng felt an immense thrill and hurried to the martial arts hall, embarking on an all-night training session. They had just burst forth when, in the nocturnal silence, from muffled thuds echoed, the master retreated hastily, tumbling back into the room, while the other 4 masters rushed forward to steady him. Should news spread that he was knocked back and lost a tooth during the defense, many would certainly laugh at his expense. For various reasons, and to avoid risk, Wang Tianmu returned to the Zixiao sect ahead of Lin and the others. "Haha, Master Yi is jesting," he remarked, having witnessed Master Ye's grandeur. "I ought to be on my way. There are many matters awaiting my attention within the clan." With that, Lu Xingzong made his way towards the hall's exit, casting a lingering glance at Yi Wushang before following suit. However, just as the carriage entered the alley, Mo Wuxia suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him, as though an ominous premonition was stirring. Now, he did not wish to overlook any opportunity. It was indeed rare for someone to approach him out of curiosity, and he thus followed that individual onto the carriage. Although Tang Cheng had yet to experience a single failure, it could only be attributed to luck. Yet who could guarantee that Tang Cheng would continue to remain unscathed and retain his virginity thereafter? The elderly woman sat in the passenger seat of the car as Kai Zi turned on the interior light. He retrieved the watch he had purchased at the store earlier and gently took her hand, placing the timepiece on her wrist. She remained unmoving and expressionless, offering no resistance. Kai Zi was familiar with Lin County, having passed through it on his way from Nowhere to Tingqi, where his hotel was located. However, Yao Yi was acutely aware that experts like Jiang Tianya enjoyed a life of considerable comfort in the United States, and she felt a pang of guilt at the thought of asking him to forsake such favorable circumstances for the still impoverished Ma Ling. A person burdened with concerns finds little solace in alcohol. No amount can resolve their troubles. The younger generation complied with Feng Fan's quiet request, and aside from Feng Fan, over a dozen members of the Feitian sect returned to the Feitian Hall, while Feng Fan made his way to Duan Yunshang's cave dwelling. In truth, she alone understood that this departure was not merely a brief journey of 10 days or half a month. It was for the sake of the child. Yet, what weighed most heavily on her mind during this departure was her father. A multitude of crisp sounds rang out, like a torrential downpour, as numerous gray spikes struck against a transparent barrier, and 2 figures silently emerged, Qing Yun and Old Kuan. Once everyone had exited, I helped the Dong to his feet, removed his jacket, and sat beside him. With both hands pressed against his chest, I activated the Qing Shui Ju. Upon witnessing the jade slip resting in Jiang Shan's hand, Guan Lin was seized by an ominous premonition, as if he had overlooked something important, like producing this elixir formula, which could spell disaster. Jian Feng chuckled lightly. He had heard the initial half of Linlang Tianju's statement, indicating her gradual denial of the protectors in her heart. Fan Dalong's complexion grew increasingly pale as he began to comprehend the situation. As he fumbled over his body, I produced a pack of cigarettes for him, and he took one. At a critical moment, Lung Xihua shouted, and his right hand, cloaked in shades of blue and white, struck directly at the long sword aimed at Luo Hao. At that moment, it was not just me. Mo Ying and the tiger were equally bewildered, unsure of how the twin dragons had suddenly appeared. I had not anticipated that you had mastered such an extraordinary technique, Shi Xiaodian exclaimed in astonishment. Although I truly wished to have them beaten beyond recognition, I was mindful of the business here and could not act recklessly, especially as more patrons began to arrive. Previously, I had learned from the leopard demon that the white-haired bone demon was rallying the demons of Magic Spirit City against me. I confirmed with Gang Tian that the bone demon before me must indeed recognize me. I commenced my flamboyant maneuvers, but Xiong Bai's attacks repeatedly missed their mark, and soon his breathing became labored. As a member of the Bear clan, he had always engaged in direct confrontations. You strike me, I return the blow. Chu Hamming had just changed into a new skirt when, by sheer coincidence, she overheard the conversation among the 3 sales assistants. After lunch, Xin Jiao went out shopping, while Dad Du lingered at the downstairs lottery shop, and Fei helped her mother sun the blankets on the balcony. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and she hurried to see who it was. Outside, the delivery person announced the arrival of flowers. You think I have ulterior motives toward you? Rest assured, everything I do is entirely voluntary and from the heart. You have rejected me before, yet I cannot part from you. Let me stay by your side, even if I am not your boyfriend. He turned to look at her, his clear eyes filled with a warm, deep affection. Xing Haodong smiled softly behind Yi Laniang, but her face was shrouded in a heavy gloom. Lu lightly furrowed her brow as she gazed at Yi Laniang, yet Yi Laniang's gaze merely swept past Lu's face. Continuing on her way, my dear, we said nothing and offered nothing on your birthday. Why are you not upset? The 13th master suddenly inquired. Well, it seems today's meal will be quite a loss. These fellows come over to feast and frolic, but when have they ever settled the bill? She noticed him turning back to approach, but as darkness engulfed her vision, she instinctively grasped the nearby cabinet to steady herself. Unable to utter a word, as you swiftly came over to support her. A beast tide? Could the apocalypse be upon us? Old Xiao could not help but contemplate a dreadful possibility, his face turning pale, hands and feet cold. Chapter 126, The Second Peach Banquet of the Eternal Emperor. In contrast, the original host was taken by the authorities for investigation, imprisoned, and unfortunately succumbed to illness and died, leaving her to inherit this frail body along with the scattered memories of the original host before death. Mo Zishang truly intended to comfort Gun Yinyan. Anyone who had just endured such an ordeal would hardly be in high spirits. Gun Yinyan paused, then turned and headed to the kitchen. While Mo Zishang noticed she had brought out a bottle of Sprite. Hu Laiina's mind raced as she contemplated whether to collaborate with her teammates to eliminate the remaining foes first or to join forces with Xiaoyu to confront Tang San. Clearly, the former option was more suited to the current circumstances to secure victory, yet her greater concern for her 2 friends triumphed over her rationality. Zhang Weihong, now with his own home, a wife, and children, would surely not be as strict with me, he mused, adding that Shi Xiuchui had become my Aunt Zhang, alleviating any future awkwardness when I encountered her. The master inquired with curiosity. Despite his vast knowledge, he only knew that the 9-heart begonia was an exceptionally potent support-type entity. As Su Qiling uttered these words, she scratched the back of her head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. I don't want your money. I didn't seek you out for your wealth. I merely wished to see you, to let the child see you, and that alone suffices. Shi Xiuchui's refusal of Guo Daguan's money took him by surprise. Had she been a man, even the beauty of her countenance, rivaling that of Shi Shi, would have compelled one to willingly bow before her. Li Shoren led the 15th Regiment in a hasty retreat, their labor and resources spent on fortifications rendered nearly useless as they fled back to Lindong Town, where the 18th Regiment awaited at Aobao, ready to fight to the death against the enemy. The 3 elemental leaders, upon seeing Yi Qingqing abandon her struggle, shook their heads in resignation. Nonetheless, they would follow their orders to seal the power within her body. In the next moment, they surged forth like wild horses released from their restraints, charging towards the base of the golden battle ladder. Undeterred by their injuries or the fact that some could no longer move, driven by a frenzied determination to reach their goal, each team member steeled themselves, silently vowing to annihilate the honor of the Tiger Special Forces. Upon re-entering Black Dragon Mountain, Yifeng exchanged greetings with Li Hu, instructing that no one disturb him at the front of the Fire Scorpion formation until the Ascension Conference commenced, as he intended to devote himself entirely to cultivation. Even the formidable members of the Beast team, like Li Xiong, could not guarantee an unblemished record for themselves, despite being a first-rate team. Dark horses could emerge from the second-tier teams, making losses a commonplace occurrence. Alas, I cannot grant you the chance to return, as I have stated before. You have 2 paths to choose from, whether you accept it or not, Yifeng declared with resolute finality, casting a glance at the stone in his hand before throwing it to the ground. In the darkness, a dozen figures appeared within the unguarded Xiao Wangfu. their silhouettes barely visible without the light of the moon. The 25th Regiment of the enemy had originally dispatched half a squad to harass and suppress the defending forces. However, after half a day without any movement, gunfire erupted from within, prompting the dispatch of an entire squad, pressing into the woods. Mao Tian, observing the situation, realized that further confrontation would lead to losses and hastily ordered a retreat. The music continued uninterrupted, and as Nian stepped inside, she discovered that the one playing was not Xue Chuer, but rather Guozong, clad in white, seated with the Guqin in his embrace, his hair cascading down like a celestial being. Beneath the 5 radiant light barriers lies a profound pit, spanning nearly 20 zhang in circumference, shrouded in darkness and unfathomable depth. A rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafts from within, enveloping one in a comforting embrace. It has come to pass that research into the cultivation of mutated flora has begun to bear fruit, as Su Chun remarked. The brothers of the foolish girl turned away, discreetly wiping away their tears, clearly lost in thought once more. Speaking of which, was the reaction of the venomous leopard not a tad too composed? Observing the aircraft gradually vanish into the ether, Zhuang Yuan stroked his chin contemplatively. After waiting in the airport lounge for the better part of the night, Zheng Xiulan finally boarded her flight at 3 in the morning, marking her arrival in Qingyan City. Never mind, I have already wooed this girl. Do I need to fear her refusal? With confidence, I approached and conveyed my observations to Xiao Jing. The mountain chicken and scallops have ripened and are set to hit the market tomorrow. I am now out looking for someone to slaughter the chickens, Su Fang replied. A fleeting thought crossed my mind, recalling that the Silver Demon Sovereign was once a pinnacle cultivator in the Holy Realm. Could he possibly construct this city in a single day? Fang Susu dismissed Zhou Chun and Wu Liang. Could it be that she intends to harm me? I paid little heed to this, for I had witnessed Fang Susu and Sui Chen in combat, and if Fang Susu was no match for Sui Chen, she certainly would not be a match for me. Noticing my grim expression, she subtly curled her lips in amusement, observing me with intrigue. She remarked that the forest had become half abandoned and was rumored to be slated for demolition and renovation next month, suggesting that no tourists would venture there. I surmised that most of the road signs leading there had likely been dismantled. Without my guidance, you might wander until nightfall without finding it. Now tainted by the aura of the thunder tribulation, they were about to face the calamity of the dark moon together, their hearts racing like divine beasts. If a gaze could kill, the dark moon would have long since been torn to shreds. The demon clan, the fighting clan, the foreseeing clan, the temptation clan, the wild clan, the medical clan, the elven clan, the witch clan, along with the previously mentioned temptation and slaughter clans. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a rocket launcher and 2 boxes of grenades mysteriously vanished from Lu Haoran's touch. Chapter 127, The Emperor, peering forward. Just as he was about to enter a meditative state, fleeting whispers resurfaced in his mind, this time accompanied by the imperative to awaken. Su Nan nodded, playing along with the act, throwing a punch that, though lacking in force, was executed from an exceedingly tricky angle, making it difficult to evade. If he did not employ some genuine skill, others would accuse him of merely playing tricks. After all, if his martial prowess were to be exposed, he could simply advance his physical cultivation at his own pace. Moreover, since the sect leader, Tang Xin, had expressed a desire to cultivate him, he was determined to establish a formidable presence within the Heart Moon sect to achieve the main quest of intimidating the world, thereby rapidly amplifying his strength. One day, shortly after their return from the outside, while basking in the sun on a wicker chair, Lonnie turned to her and suddenly asked a question. Even a clay figure retains a trace of fiery spirit. Although Bu Qianhuai had only entered this world a month prior, he was still a martial artist, and martial artists invariably possess a warrior's heart. The 5th brother remained perplexed by the notion of wealth, having just expounded on its myriad benefits and knowledge. If he claimed that money bore no significance, then surely no one would object to him giving him a beating. Suddenly, a chilling pressure of true essence surged forth, causing Situ Yushan to tremble uncontrollably, as though enveloped in the frigid depths of winter. Who among the revelers within can be questioned? Simultaneously, the dreamlike illusion quietly activated, ensnaring Situ Yushan in confusion. Item effect. Upon utilizing this item, the user may discern the auspicious or ominous nature of a specific endeavor. It is a consumable item. Undergone Yuan's words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, the atmosphere growing increasingly dire. Approaching Su Binghuai's side, he hung up the phone with a troubled look, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. That night, Yu Kalin was once again dispatched to the celestial prison of the Xingbu, this time accompanied by another imperial decree from His Majesty. In truth, upon acquiring the account books, he had forged several copies and had them delivered to the Lin residence, concealing the genuine ledgers within the possessions of Lin Jiang, the crown prince, and Lin Tu. Yet, his memory remained impeccable, and even if he were to destroy the authentic ledgers, he still retained a mental copy. The aura she exuded, her smile illuminating her countenance, always left a profound impression on him. After Lin Jiang departed, the madam of the brothel received news almost immediately, albeit a step too late, as she sought to consult with the steward regarding their intentions. Their original plan was to have Yu Zhen enter the moon dance in rainbow attire merely to generate income for them. All they required was for her to dance and attract the attention of other patrons. You asked me for help. How can you now turn against me? Morong Shua lamented, feeling quite aggrieved. Just like today, it was initially Jiang Wanqing who wished to visit Yaoshan, but her other sisters were entirely unwilling to accompany her. Thus, she had to drag Jiang and I along, knowing full well that as long as she asked, Jiang and I would obediently follow and even use her allowance to buy her things. After the last dish was plated by Lin Fei, his gaze swept across the nearly 10 dishes on the preparation counter, all of which Wang Ming deemed insufficient to meet the culinary standards and thus intercepted before reaching the diner's tables. The girl bore a resemblance, being rather tall and speaking with a strong coastal dialect that resonated warmly with Yushan, who had once resided in the coastal area for an extended period. The eyes of King Ling were sharp and discerning. He thoughtfully rested an arm on his knee, supporting his chin. Everything will be fine. Even if my sister says something unpleasant, bear with it, and it shall pass. I will repay you, she said, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Shen Guyan showed not an ounce of hesitation as he accepted it. Upon opening, he was greeted by a familiar aroma wafting from within, indicating that this girl had indeed put forth some effort. Otherwise, she would not have gone to their usual restaurant to pack a meal. Madame Maisie gritted her teeth in resentment, never expecting that Xia Yonglin could be such a heartless individual, showing her no consideration whatsoever. The master promptly produced 3 of such elixirs. After consuming 2, he began to feel better, leaving only 1 behind. Jiugu cursed under his breath, watching from a distance as the parasitic creature still thrived, its strength surpassing that of the previous 2 parasites. Even before approaching, Jiugu caught a whiff of a dreadful aura filling his mouth. Su Xia was unaware that, contrary to his belief, it was himself whom their father, who favored the elder brother Su Zhong, valued most. At that moment, he was at a loss for words, staring at this man he had despised for over a decade with an expression of unprecedented complexity. Xia Yichen refrained from driving after drinking that evening, taking his car keys. She drove his vehicle to the restaurant. She pondered how to handle the situation with Dang Dang, who had yet to make an appearance, while the bloodstained chamber of Lu Xia lingered incessantly in her mind. Qin Su couldn't help but find humor in the situation. Madame Maisie and Xia Yingquan had previously been caught in an affair. What could she possibly fear? At this moment, by leveraging the initial funds of 10,000 taels, he was successfully gathering the former lackeys of the financial association, bringing in 4 more loyal followers, thereby establishing a cadre of 5 steadfast subordinates. Upon the city walls, the banners of the Tang dynasty fluttered in the wind, while the treacherous guards looked on in terror at the coldly imposing government troops from the south, their hearts racing with anxiety. Under normal circumstances, even after practicing the 9 Heavens Star River derivation technique and opening all the body's meridians, one would still be unable to integrate the power of the stars into the meridians. Rather, it was primarily employed to unlock one's innate potential. Furthermore, the formidable name that loomed over the realm was known to virtually everyone here. Even rival guild players could not help but admire his command skills. Chapter 128. The Resurrection Plan of the Celestial Sovereign. The doors suddenly swung open with a resounding bang, allowing a gust of frigid wind to sweep in. The exquisite sheephorn palace lamp within the room swayed slightly, the beautiful figure atop it gently swaying in tandem with the breeze. How could the sound of the wind, echoing from the Zhen Nen Wang Fu, not stir the hearts of its inhabitants, leading them to consider the prospect of sending someone to the Taizong? Without a doubt, aside from Empress Lu, there was no one else with such influence. They were all seasoned soldiers, having undergone rigorous training at the Anchorage defense line, with the majority having previously fought in the battle against the Soviets. Among them, there were hardly any fresh recruits. Most were veterans who had retired from the Mexican front. I shan't disturb you any longer. Just park up ahead, Jian Fan declared, pulling gloves from his bag, readying himself to disembark. Not just him, but the others too had heard the peculiar sound. The 30 or so ordinary Canadian soldiers entering the dense forest to secure the battlefield had already taken notice. Instinctively clustering together, their FEL rifles aimed toward the source of the noise, vigilance etched on their faces. Where are the people? Where are they? You lot, clarify to me. Where have they gone? Nan Luoting fumed, exasperated that the first task upon returning each day was to locate individuals. He felt as though the Duke's residence he inhabited lacked any walls, with people disappearing at the slightest whim. Chen Mingyu, maintaining a low profile, played the part of a compliant noblewoman, secretly relishing the misfortune of the favored princess, who seemed intent on reporting to Emperor Jinzhong. It was likely that Song Chuyi would face dire consequences. Neither Xiao Fei nor Rong Fei displayed any signs of distress or elation. They simply paid their respects and withdrew like the others. A figure clad in black, drenched and with legs still submerged in the pond, was none other than the mysterious man from the previous night. Arrogantly confident, Zhang Jing coldly remarked, "We shall certainly attend the martial arts competition, but not to witness your valor. Rather, we shall observe how you are bested and left half-crippled by Li Chongqing. Do any of you possess earth elemental affinity?" Ji Yun inquired, surveying the now scorched vegetable garden, addressing the seven before him. Bai Zhu, shedding his earlier nonchalance, revealed a glint of disdain in his eyes, asserting dominantly. Yiling, unperturbed by the sudden kiss, obediently closed her beautiful eyes, savoring the moment, her hands entwining around his neck in response. The night was serene, the moon bright and stars sparse, the mountains quiet and waters still, as the armored sentinels outside the fort clanged, their halberds glinting coldly, emanating an air of chill. The sight of a swollen, grotesque left cheek, marred by rage and malice, accompanied by foul language spewing from his mouth, caused those present to instinctively frown. Upon arriving at the door, Zhou Lin emerged carrying a tightly sealed bag and quickly greeted Song Lexi. Initially, people dismissed the matter, considering that Moscow had already imposed a curfew, forcing them to find lodging at night if they hadn't completed their errands during the day. Ultimately, as a battered face was forcefully smashed into the ground, Bai Lei raised his arm in a triumphant call, igniting the crowd's fervor. Elena's approach, though slow, culminated as she halted just shy of Yuan Xiu. However, Han Lang astonished everyone by not only matching Zhong Haoping in their previous skirmish, but also decisively defeating him in the subsequent duel, leaving all in shock. Before I even drew near, the scent emanating from her caused my nerves to tremble. "I wish to see how I appear. Does this attire suit me?" I exclaimed, eagerly rubbing my hands together while donning my new clothes. The crane dance immortal regarded Feng Chong, chuckling heartily, his demeanor shifting from authoritative to benevolent. Beside me rested Ran Sui, leaning against me, one arm supporting her weight as she gazed down at me. "Exiner, let us first find an inn to rest before seeking Mu Fengzhua tomorrow," Yi Tong suggested, wiping my mouth with a clean silk handkerchief. That evening, Luo Jingtian and Su Yeli entered a state of emotional tumult, tears flowing as they spoke, leaving Luo Haochen feeling quite unsettled. As the hour of Bingwu arrived, he stepped onto the predetermined magnetic field's positive position, feeling rejuvenated, his breath unencumbered, his body light and airy, akin to floating on air. Presently, the highest level monsters known to players had reached level 33, yet I remained at level 17. After careful analysis, I determined that the most suitable foe for me was the level 18 Skeleton Guardian. This fellow may lack skill in playing League of Legends, yet he exhibited an unusual enthusiasm for such matters, seemingly possessing knowledge of everything. The assembled clan heads were seasoned foxes, accustomed to witnessing the so-called virtuous gentlemen perish before them, remaining indifferent. Enormous luminous screens spanned across the myriad voids behind the Ice God Mountain. Otherwise, why would they travel such distances, expending precious resources from the post-apocalyptic world, flying over from America merely to seize their habitation? Within the queue, those who had cut in remained haughty, unrepentant, as Yin Bian coldly inquired. Su Su remarked, "My lord, rest assured, I shall handle this," and rose to execute the prearranged task, only to be halted by Chu Feng. Outside, 1,000 elite guards were already prepared for departure. In Su mounted his horse, brandishing his whip, swiftly kicking up dust as he galloped northward. If Yi Jing were to hide within the Shaoyang sword sect, I would have no means to reach him. But within this water immortal cave, he was vulnerable, and I would find a way to undermine him, even if I could not kill him. I would obstruct his path to greatness, preventing him from overshadowing me in the future. Yun Zhao resolved firmly, his face betraying only a gentle smile. Chapter 129, Spiritual Treasures and Annihilation. Feng Qianli clutched his chest, feeling a strange warmth and itchiness within, perhaps stirred by the affection this young lady held for Lu Er. Thus, Yang Etian once again visited the Divine Assembly, entering the Qian Kuan regulation, merely to cut his eyes for a moment, placing 18 gluttony obstacles before Yang Etian. Upon hearing this, the siblings believed her to be putting on airs, mockingly laughing at her audacity. "So be it. Your competition shall take place tomorrow morning at the martial arts arena," Master Duanmu declared, leaving no opportunity for Lei Bao to speak before turning on his heel and departing. After taking a few days off, Lu Zhouzhong remained in Xiao Ke's residence, observing Lu Qingyi's happiness, nodding in satisfaction, realizing he had not misjudged her capabilities. The swirling yellow sand, which had begun to dissipate, suddenly surged again, and within the tumultuous veil of sand, the young monk's sight and hearing were thoroughly obscured. The hunt for zombies must continue, yet it could not resolve the need for the zombie crystals required for Feng Tian's ascension to 5th tier, so he could only slow his progression. At this moment, Lu Fei had come to realize that her sudden appearance in this prison-like place was undoubtedly linked to Feng Tian, and she could not help but roar in frustration. Song Bin, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, casting a dubious glance at He Yi, clearly unimpressed by this unfamiliar old man. Outside, the night was shrouded in darkness, as if an endless inky substance had been smeared across the horizon, devoid of even the faintest glimmer of starlight, rendering human presence utterly invisible. The cooling tower they occupied may not be too distant from the one defended by San Ge. Yet amidst the resounding horns and the incessant drumbeats from the Qin army, coupled with the fierce winds atop the tower, Zhou Qing's voice was rendered inaudible. San Ge remained oblivious, engrossed in his confrontation with the Qin soldiers. However, prior to this, Qin Xiu had no intention of utilizing the resources at hand. Moreover, the silver and grain available were insufficient to meet the consumption demands of the 300,000 troops surrounding the city, not to mention the needs of the city's populace, resulting in a precarious financial situation. Indeed, this Cai Jinhua had established himself in the region from Nanshuan to Wuzhen, reportedly commanding over 1,000 men, imposing tolls as though he were a local warlord, akin to Shin Fenggang, contemplating the future when Lin Fan would refer to him as elder brother. He recognized that all his current efforts and hardships were ultimately aimed at achieving greater satisfaction and pride in due time. The Golden League? Gao Hong meticulously examined it and found it to be a league open for registration. After retrieving Ito Sen's suitcase from Lan Yuhai, Chi Nei Sakura promptly handed it over to the officer Sakai for safekeeping, offering no explanations to Chen Miao. Upon hearing the voice, the rotund man turned to see a middle-aged gentleman of stocky build and square jaw, appearing to be in his early 40s. The last time he had helped Guan Xiaoqing avert the peach blossom calamity, she had not sought him out that very day, yet she eventually did, and he felt a sense of pride in having won her over through his genuine abilities. Zheng Yuan deftly connected a puppet thread to the plaster-like wall, leveraging it to grasp the exhaust pipe by the window, and with another push, he vaulted through the window. When a ray of sunlight illuminated the Lion King, he discovered an unexpected fondness for the light. Chun Mo slumbered until the afternoon, and upon awakening, he found that Daji had already departed. Leaving a simmering pot of food in the kitchen, he hastily consumed a few morsels while perusing the day's news, when suddenly a notification from his mobile banking app signaled an incoming deposit. Listening to my words, they nodded thoughtfully, yet no one voiced an opinion. While the two aspects might be defensible, the manner in which the patient had approached me was undeniably peculiar, leaving no one capable of providing clarity. And Yi's personality led her to select a powerful flashlight. The shadows before her were entirely absorbed by the brilliance of her spotlight. Indeed, having survived for over a millennium, and having entered the Return to Origin realm centuries ago, she possessed a far deeper understanding of this state than Lin Yi. Each of his strikes against the gilded gate caused it to tremble violently. Speaking of Zhang Liang, he had been enjoying tea within the encampment when he received word that Cao Cao had arrived at the front lines to challenge him, prompting him to assemble his forces for battle. They were uncertain whether Gu Suhua was indeed the heir, yet fearing that she might overthink. They permitted her to enter Yi Fei's chamber. In the afternoon, Gu Sisi and Bai Yunxiao casually sought something to eat before lingering in the villa. Although Gu Sisi had intended to return, the three ghostly figures insisted she stay the night to catch ghosts, despite her lack of experience in such endeavors. Come, bounce over here. If you don't, you're just a pet of mine, Wakai emerged, standing at the forefront of Ma Yang's group. When Su Yuan spoke of her feelings towards me, she was patting her own heart, in her mind. The shadow of Li Juanxiu had been present for a long time and would remain regardless of what transpired. I stood beside Jenny, astonished that my Lao would express such sentiments. However, within Xiao Dan's heart, the impact of Ling Yi's words was akin to a boulder plunging into tranquil waters, creating immense ripples. Chun Lan nestled against Ling Chun, inhaling the masculine scent that enveloped him. Under the influence of alcohol, she raised her head and executed a kiss upon his lips, an act she had not anticipated. Junior disciple Chu Gongyue, unable to contain her feelings, stepped forward and embraced Feng Xiaoming. He hesitated for a moment, but could not resist reciprocating the embrace of this enchanting senior sister. Reaching the limits of the human body? Just how formidable are you now? Can you evade a bullet? Song Jia inquired excitedly. Just then, a youthful voice erupted from behind Feng Xiaoming, exclaiming loudly, causing a buzzing in everyone's ears. Had Feng Xiaoming not attained mid-level martial prowess, he might have been rendered deaf by the sound. The green light penetrated the colossal eye of the fiery python. As its enormous eyelid began to close, it suddenly reopened, revealing a terrifying expression. The fiery python let out a thunderous roar. In a fit of rage, Wu Laosan resolved to strip down and rely on the purest charm of masculinity to dominate the competition. Although Nanjun had allied himself with the demon clan, he had not practiced any demonic arts due to his status as a formidable warrior. Thus, He had no time to devise a strategy against the moon goddess and was currently absorbing the lake's nutrients at an astonishing rate. Were it not for his cultivation method being distinct from others, his gains would have been unparalleled. Chapter 130. That day, they had originally convened in his villa to finalize their plans when, unbeknownst to me, I overheard their conversation and rushed to inform my brother and sister-in-law. They had already set their plan in motion, leading to a night of tumultuous upheaval. Someone, climbing atop the car for a better view, Chung Nua instinctively shouted. Though by all logic, an uncle surveying the fields at such an hour would see nothing amiss. Does he possess dual pupils? The assistant's words ignited Jiang Fang's excitement, prompting her to interject before he finished, eagerly grasping his arms in her enthusiasm. As the brilliance faded, the ancient door remained, exuding a sense of timelessness and silence, safeguarding secrets that had endured for millennia. Very well, I mused as Zheng Jia closed his eyes once more to contact the Lord God, subsequently recommending the skill of mental focus to Zhang Heng. This skill, once activated, would render Zhang Heng fearless for a brief period. Yet its duration would also be contingent upon his willpower. What could be so mysterious? Murong Fang took the sunglasses handed to him by Murong Chun, scrutinizing them briefly. Your taste remains incredibly stylish. Can't you tone it down a bit? As he spoke, Murong Fang donned the sunglasses. Were I in his position, I would have opted for practicality, taking the pot of butterfly orchids without courting the thorny blue enchantress. As Xiang Xiaomu lost himself in devising a romantic path for the boss. Meanwhile, the butterfly orchids had already completed their procedure, receiving their badges. And Nua Shun playfully thumped Xiang Xiaomu, dragging him away, this peculiar creature. After uttering this, Shura forcefully extracted the arrowhead from his left arm, blood splattering onto Jiang Qi's robe. However, given that it was already soaked with blood, the new stains were virtually imperceptible. The power of the Thunder Calamity is a product of the laws of the heavenly path, serving as a test of a cultivator's prowess and a validation of their path. Though it may be a disaster, overcoming it leads to new opportunities in cultivation, marking a new beginning in the heavenly path. In just a quarter of an hour, the elite army of 1 million stationed in the capital of the Tianxiang Kingdom had amassed at the first city gate, with archers lining the walls. It was unclear when this had begun to vanish, as if it had disappeared overnight. Research in this area had seemingly evaporated domestically. If one were to adhere to Qin Tian's initial conjecture, the troubles within the Great Way were numerous, yet methodically addressing them would undoubtedly not prove overly difficult. It is believed that in life, whether one leads a mundane existence or a grand saga, there will always be circumstances beyond one's control. This experimental project is enveloped in layer upon layer of armor, extremely secure, costly, and fraught with challenges and issues. Qin Tian posed a pivotal question, seemingly in Yan Shan's eyes, as if his return was the key to breaking the deadlock. The attitude of the loyal princess was unequivocal. The eighth concubine was merely a mistress, and upon the disgraceful incident, it was appropriate to vent her frustration upon Mrs. Wei, the eighth concubine. After all, Lin Omping was her own younger brother, and one must consider familial ties. His concentration was remarkable. Even amidst the bustling atmosphere of the market, he managed to remain undisturbed, diligently attending to his own affairs. After consuming a pound of mantankin, he felt little to no effect. 2 men could drink 4 or 5 pounds without any consequence. Zhao Mo raised his head. The prolonged riding had left his eyes dry, his wrists aching, and his consciousness somewhat sluggish, causing him to be noticeably less responsive to the external world. Please be a bit quieter, Chuamo said, his cheek twitching momentarily as a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, before he nodded earnestly. Everyone present possessed a certain discernment. It could only be said that Lin Shinsi Hai lacked knowledge in this area. He exited the temple, inhaling a deep breath of the crisp mountain air, cleansing the depression that lingered in his heart, and then clasped his palms together in prayer, hoping for all his wishes to come true. At that moment, Li Xiaoning truly wished to scoff. Had it not been for her and Lin Deshang stabilizing the troops' morale, they would likely have faced bankruptcy by now. The crowd widened their eyes, gazing towards the stage. This added competition was indeed captivating, and they were filled with enthusiasm. Is that so? Tang Lei asked in surprise. Looking at Song Jiamin, unaware of this information, Li Maxia stood ready, sword in hand, rooted to the spot, with several wounds and her left arm drenched in blood. What have I done to offend her? Before today, I had never even met her. She looks as if I abandoned her after a fleeting affair, Zhang Lin remarked. 2Mo, like a wooden chicken, lowered his head, occasionally sighing in disappointment, sometimes shaking his head in bemusement. Despite his inner regrets, he could only resign himself to fate. Before long, he was dragged away by 2 guards. 2 months prior, the news had reported on it. You can check the news, Tang Lei replied with a smile. Tang Lei, Zhao Zhengong, and Zhang Dihai engaged in a leisurely game of landlord, passing the time while discussing current affairs and life, unknowingly. The clock had already struck 6 in the evening. Earlier during dinner, Qin Lan had informed him that upon disembarking from the plane, she had allowed her assistant team to leave first, remaining alone on Blue Island. Impossible. The asking heaven mirror must be malfunctioning, Han Mingyan shouted, her voice brimming with unwillingness. Across from them, there were already 2 households, yet behind them lay a vacant expanse of land, spanning 5 to 6 acres. Following Chun Jing's recommendation, he purchased a vehicle in the name of the company, deeming it a fixed asset, subsequently designating it for his personal use. The security department did not assign him any specific tasks, so apart from eating and sleeping, he spent nearly all his time slaying night demons, absorbing the energy factors. Qi Yanhong was also unable to draw anything. The talismans on her were inherited from the ancestral master, and each piece was precious. Emperor Longsheng gazed at Bai Jing'an and Su Ping before him, feeling quite conflicted. As a ruler, he certainly understood the rationale Su Ping was presenting. Yet matters were far from simple. Although such situations did exist, they merely amounted to being a sold servant, and he found no need to descend to that level. Yesterday in the palace, he had behaved similarly, clearly unable to walk, yet hurried to arrive as if fearing she might truly face some calamity. Offensive capability rated at 3 stars, defensive capability at 1 star, survival capability at 2 stars, and supportive capability at 3 stars, resulting in an overall occupational strength of 3 stars. The Yu family members felt considerably reassured, yet Ling Lang had no inclination to deal with them. Turning to walk in another direction. Chapter 131, The Stone Gate That Once Belonged to the Sick. Gazing at the 6 peculiar knights, the top scholar's face resembled that of someone suffering from constipation, appearing somewhat dazed. In several directions of the Shura ancient land, furious beast roars resonated at this moment, each sound imbued with tremendous pressure. Upon sensing these auras, Liang Tiancheng in midair couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. At this point, the gray shadow had also risen. Though its eyes were obscured, it was evidently fixated on Qian Yi, its intangible gaze piercing like a sharp blade, causing Qian Yi's skin to tingle with pain. He would not willingly surrender the fruits of his labor, stained with the blood of countless battles, earned for Li Siyuan, only to hand them over to Li Songjing for his personal gain. How could he endure becoming Li Siyuan's hound, only to then tolerate Li Songjing's domineering demeanor? Meanwhile, Yuan Gen, after promising his master, turned to leave. The web spun by the iron net spider was remarkably resilient, a commonly used low-tier spiritual material. Thus, the Lingshao sect's spirit beast hall conveniently housed some, making retrieval straightforward without the need to venture out to hunt. Both attendants gasped in shock, yet at that moment, Yao Mufeng's long sword had already reached Liang Tiancheng's back, then plunged fiercely into his body. Watching the beautiful woman silently weep, Su Jingtong felt a surge of panic. Offering a lengthy consolation before Su Hongxiu reluctantly ceased her crying. If we do not acquiesce to Brew, will he not seize the opportunity to snatch from us? Xiao Yao inquired. To speak bluntly, if Xiao Yao hesitated to agree, it would be he who was truly lacking in judgment. Since the Sichuan bandits had arrived and brought considerable trouble upon him, should he merely allow them to escape unscathed? Li Songjing remarked with a smile. Upon getting into the car, Xia Fanjin attempted to take the bottle of white magnolia from Ji Tian, but Ji Tian clutched it tightly, unwilling to let go. To him, the white magnolia flower was not to be touched by outsiders, not even by Ji Hai. Lu Guangping spoke with utmost seriousness, as he, an elder of the Skull Gate, understood Shi Hongzhen better than those around him. It seemed this person had not entirely given up. Bei Nai was well aware of his intentions, merely seeking to exploit her professional reputation for some illicit dealings, maintaining peace while planning to use her as cannon fodder when trouble arose. With a furious roar from Jiang Tian, the entire estate began to tremble, while the sky gradually warped. Upon arriving at the Lord's manor, Jiang Tian set up a sword formation outside as a precautionary measure. So, you saw me argue with him just now, and you also followed me all the way? Lu Yunwan inquired. She gazed at the totem on her arm, the red centipede still vibrant, yet devoid of life, the black poison having dissipated, merely resembling a totem now. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause as, under the gaze of hundreds, Mu Chunchun and Jai Nancy exchanged wedding rings, slipping them onto each other's ring fingers. The spear, already formidable in speed, combined with Wan Mi's full mastery of the meteor realm, faltered in the face of the sudden swordplay, resulting in numerous injuries. Chun Mingxi observed Long Mingxin and the others, marveling at their peculiarity, yet at that moment, she found herself genuinely fond of these strange individuals. One by one, ferocious beasts emerged silently from the marsh, slowly encroaching upon this area. It was not that she did not wish to resist. After consuming a drink, her entire body felt weak and limp, her spiritual energy unable to rise, as though she had been poisoned. From the words of the village chief and Lu Xian, it was evident that Lu Xian's life had been profoundly tragic. She seemed to have been perpetually exploited, which had forged her ruthless character, leading her to kill without a second thought, so much so that if no one came to repair her grave, she would resort to murder. It was Li Shanshan leading the court ladies in a respectful bow as they slowly took their seats. Such a banquet was indeed a first for them. Liang Fei, feeling quite proud, was met with Shan Xian's growing impatience as she extended her leg to stomp on him fiercely. Liang Fei's expression contorted like twisted dough. Yet in the midst of such a large crowd, he suppressed his urge to cry out in pain. You are remarkably strong, truly. You are deserving of the title of Hoi. Xie Yingdang gritted his teeth as he removed a shred of fabric, hastily bandaging his shoulder. I believe the person in charge here must have informed you. He has arranged to meet someone with the surname Li, remarked Li Yongla with a smile. What? You all? Yang Zixing, weary, famished, and parched, had finally reached a city only to be sent elsewhere. He would never consent to such a thing. I pay my respects to the young master. Guan Anji and Daoist Xianzheng recognized Zheng Kazang's identity and hurriedly stepped forward to offer their deep bows. Following this, they witnessed him wave his right hand, unleashing a multitude of magical artifacts and seeds of divine abilities. Upon hearing this, Jun Maching furrowed his brow even further. Could this matter truly be left unresolved? Yet why was Xing'er so hostile towards him? What had transpired that night? However, upon sensing the subtle aura of blood emanating from the Jiang siblings, he began to form a conclusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the very next moment after the rope was severed, 5 powerful crossbows shot forth from hidden corners of the forest, propelled by a whistling gale. Aimed directly at the trigger of the mechanism, the jade-faced Yama. Furthermore, he commanded the palace attendants of the Extreme Joy Palace to mind their tongues. Should anyone dare to speak recklessly again, the Empress would not be lenient. Zhang Wanfu bellowed emphatically before striding away. By dawn, Yuan Chengwan's head had vanished, leaving 2 captains of the Jinyui utterly astonished, their tongues tied. All over the city, Jinyui were conducting searches, yet after days of seeking, there was still no trace. What? A silver mine? Those laboring alongside Tian Zhuang and Taro were taken aback. Perhaps influenced by his integrity, the ministers below, in a remarkable display of unity, all chose Jun Maching, which ignited more ire within Jun Mashuan, accompanied by an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Thus, having met Xinyu, the very next morning, Ling Yun set off to Qishan with Huahua. Simultaneously, everyone, including Chun Hu, sported a wristwatch on their left arms, besides telling time. It could also provide precise location tracking and real-time communication. The system of the Heavenly Affairs Office, known as Dawn, indeed possessed the capability to store data. However, as Ling Yun had never utilized this feature, it had slipped his mind. Hee, brother Nyo, this isn't like you at all. Could it be that you're worried about your beautiful sister-in-law and my intentions? Ha ha ha, just let me know if you're accepting or not. If not, I'll simply take my leave. Su Yang chuckled as he regarded Niu Zhu. Chapter 131, The Undercurrent of History. Xiaoyang, cradling the stone of Sun Wukong, soared through this realm in search of Pangu's traces. The subsequent items could only be exchanged for through spirit stones or extremely rare materials and spiritual artifacts. However, these features only enhanced her cuteness, rendering her even more youthful in appearance. Indeed, infiltrating their ranks, I refuse to believe this group will not meet its demise, Sun Meng declared, as she retrieved several herbs from the apothecary cabinet and began to concoct a mixture. Their gazes were a blend of hope and fear, seemingly wishing for the annihilation of the Heian society, yet simultaneously fearing its continued existence. Upon his arrival, Shirelu not only greeted politely, but also delivered flattering words so artfully that it rendered challenging any attempts to reproach him for his tardiness. Luo father and mother nearly slipped and fell, their bodies trembling with rage as they mechanically exited the door, not even wishing to utter farewell words. The black-clad youths, momentarily catching their breath, looked up at Bai Chi's words, silently expressing their disdain. No, there is no issue. Although they claimed to follow the orders of the spicy snack, they would not be foolish enough to move such heavy rocks. After all, the search speed of the people from the sacred mountain could not catch up, allowing them to rest for a night before proceeding. Yet, the demon lord and the insect lord had been battling for an entire month without a victor emerging. Even those of the caliber of Huahua's mother could only provide minimal assistance, and presently, neither side appeared to require help. With so many people, the house was overcrowded. Yuer had long received notice to move the banquet outdoors, and somehow they managed to procure a large dining table, accommodating over a dozen individuals without feeling cramped. Artoria engaged in a dining and discussion mode with the 2 deities, Yinluo King and Kamiyama Shrine, along with the leaders of most factions within Jinsokyo, envisioning a splendid future while also preemptively communicating certain agreements. Sun Cheng's actions, in his eyes, were nothing short of a tremendous insult, indicating a complete disregard for him as an equal adversary. Qin Yin gasped for breath. After an entire day of filming, he had immediately launched into relentless training without rest, resulting in significant fatigue. The damage from the fire release technique was excessively dispersed and consumed too much chakra. Kakashi gazed at the fog-laden water surface, where scattered flames still flickered, yet he could faintly discern the enemy encroaching once more. The troublesome aspect was that they had already strayed beyond the reach of Baihu City. Arriving at the front line of the confrontation between demon beasts and humans, a perilous situation indeed. At this moment, the capability to unleash 5 elemental chakra-based techniques served as the most effective means to contend with a multitude of enemies from a medium to long range. Perhaps the original form had not fully harnessed the body's complete power, but Mizuki could nearly unleash all its potential. In the treacherous mountain forest, torrents of energy surged forth, akin to pebbles dropped into water, creating rippling waves. Maintaining supply lines for a single battalion was manageable. However, sustaining provisions for all the feudal lords, even should they bear only a fraction of the burden, was utterly unfeasible. Feng Yu's thoughts raced with the speed of lightning. The chaotic Great Mirror, a treasure of chaos, held a status surpassing that of the river of time and space, with only beings of comparable stature to saints capable of intercepting its light. Yet, after spending a century among the demon clan and befriending her, she had inadvertently forgotten this relationship. Yun Xiaohua crouched on the other side, searching for clues, yet found nothing. Zhang Xiao seemed to have vanished into thin air, though Huaren had mentioned Zhang Xiao being bitten by a wolf and should not have strayed far. At 5 in the morning, Lu Huanong arrived in the imperial capital. After disembarking from the plane, she took a special passage through the airport, where her contacts awaited her. In a moment of daze, Yun Xiaohua opened her eyes, gazing at the thick fog still enveloping the surroundings, unsure of what actions to take next. Upon closer inspection, this so-called Peach Blossom Village resembled the ancient-style villages depicted in films and dramas, the only difference being its tangible existence, which imparted an additional sense of realism to Chun Hao. Brother Nan, did you not say you wished to meet your sister-in-law as roommate? Why aren't you going in to dine? How will you meet her? Taoan was truly perplexed to arrange a meeting with Xiao Wanwan. Brother Nan showed no fear of being teased, yet he wouldn't even go in for a meal. He lifted a cup to drink, resting his hand on the edge of the table, leaning in to kiss her. A few glistening droplets escaped from the corners of their mouths, yet most were fed into her belly during their passionate entanglement. 3 years ago, when Yang Hanmei had fallen ill, word had come from the Yang family that as long as she divorced Gu Guohua, they would spare no effort in assisting her with her medical care. Team Leader Li burst into the resting room, flipping on the lights, only to find the occupants huddled together, seemingly frightened into submission by the earlier gunfire, obediently crouching with their heads cradled in their arms. This was indeed a vicious cycle. In Songfeng had some understanding of this. Yet he could not help but feel that the individuals around him were utterly insufferable. She merely acted at the behest of a friend, attending to his parents' ailments, harboring no desire to become embroiled in any disputes, nor to wade through murky waters. Although they had just vanquished a succubus, that was merely a projection of the entity in the material realm, apart from the chaotic negative energy and the acrid scent of sulfur. It left no remains for them to utilize. Otherwise, demonic materials would not be so highly sought after in the material world. Unbeknownst to him, Li Hao seemed to sense an invisible pressure emanating from Jiang Ranjan, with a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Mocha regarded Shang Guanshan with eyes devoid of any respect, while Shang Guanshan, caught up in his excitement, failed to notice the shift in her gaze. Cheng Cheng had not anticipated that Li would be so vigilant. He pondered how to express to Li that he may have been a tad too impulsive earlier. Without a prepared explanation, he sought Li out. He trusted Zhu Yan, but could he articulate this reasoning? He needed to concentrate, ensuring they did not discern her casual demeanor, for it would be troublesome if jealousy prompted them to confront her. Meanwhile, strange sounds echoed from outside the door. Who could it be? Why, he brandished the soft sword wrapped around his waist. Jiang Huayan returned to the office, his gaze darkening as he spotted the tea on the table. Letting out a sigh, Xiong Ti scrutinized the surroundings, feeling with his hands, yet he discerned nothing amiss. The boulder remained merely a boulder, an unremarkable stone, mottled with moss, identical to other boulders amidst the mountains, yet it was peculiar that such boulders were scattered throughout the dense forest. Chapter 132, A Journey Across the River of Time. It was apparent that Sun Yuming's voice, compared to the original rustic boyish tone of the song, had softened to an inconceivable degree and elevated in sophistication. Thus, although the song lost its original exuberant humor, it gained a gentler, almost whimsical charm that was hard to resist. Although Mr. Liang's Mandarin was rather clumsy, his meaning was still conveyed. This time, not only did Wu Fengyao understand, but even Zhang Guimei, who stood nearby, grasped his intent. Zhang Guimei recognized that someone as captivating as Wu Fengyao would naturally attract one or two suitors, and it was simply a matter of dismissing them. so she couldn't be bothered to speak. I sought trouble. If not for your grievous injury to my son, I would not act thus. Now that we are measuring strength, why must you utter so many words? If it comes to reason, I, Wang Ningxuan, would not fear you, for I am the head of my family. Though my heart wavers, I still manage to maintain control. Occasionally, sporadic rumbling sounds echoed, faint and scattered, as the guards within the stone fortress remained incredulous. It's nothing. Ha, Dad. I mean, you certainly wouldn't let your son waste money. Chun Zhaojun quickly retorted. From Bai Qiong's perspective, she was naturally pleased, especially since the fifth city was not causing any disturbances, which delighted her. In Wei Mie's eyes, a penguin transformed into a sphere of white light, tracing along Lisa Dia's arm until it reached her forehead, where all the light converged, completing the fusion process. The crowd buzzed with discussion, astonished yet filled with countless questions in their hearts. Zhao Yuan, in their eyes, donned an air of mystery, instilling a sense of reverence within them. Contemplating this, Wei Yin no longer desired to cultivate any wings. Humans possess inherent flaws, and should he defeat Yangshi in the future, all would seek to curry favor with him. Snape quietly patted the gray ball's head, prompting it to sluggishly rise and nuzzle against her hand. Seated in his chair, Zhou felt a wave of frustration. He had initially rejoiced at the sight of someone stirring trouble, but Jiang Ziyuan's declaration of affection for him shattered his composure, leaving him unsettled. The afternoon sun was exceedingly pleasant as a gentle spring breeze swept through. Lu Zhong extended her arms to embrace the breeze, the sunlight warming her beneath the eaves. As she focused intently on embroidering a pouch of blessings for Gu Xining, a gift intended for her. However, before she could leave, she received a call from Tong Ying, informing her that Zhong Ling had been bitten and inquiring if she had any means to rescue her. Lu Zhong was infuriated upon hearing this, preparing to argue with Zhao Kuei when she caught Gu Xining's subtle signal. Chun Liangping, in pain, gripped his throat tightly, suppressing a cry of agony. As she assessed Su Xiao retracted the flow of energy, taking a deep breath. Earlier, during meditation, Shi had inadvertently discovered that extraction could also be utilized during that state. Just the thought of being left alone in the vehicle, surrounded by a fog concealing unknown, eerie entities, rendered escape impossible, yet death equally elusive. Brotherly, do you not recognize us? I am Yin Tian. This is Master Ningxi, and this is Jiang Feng. I introduced him. At that moment, Li Muwan felt that Qin Hao truly exhibited remarkable foresight, managing to articulate everything accurately. As the lightning was about to strike the two foxes, it diverted its course, landing instead on the ground beside them. Due to the proximity, Mai and Lu Cheng's ears buzzed, our vision clouded in white, and our bodies felt somewhat numb. Regardless of his height of wisdom, at his core, he remained a beast. How could he possess human cunning? The Yu family, as the most formidable presence in the Southern Dipper Star, wielded control over much of its secrets. Yet the concealed treasures were few and far between. The floor of the entire hall trembled, nearly causing the floorboards to cave in. I said nothing, instead stroking my chin as I slowly circled the mirror, then reached out to gently tap the smooth surface. I nodded slightly. At that moment, she appeared enveloped in soft moonlight, revealing a uniquely delicate beauty. I found the unfolding drama rather tedious. They likely remained unaware that Dong Yu initially intended to eliminate Zheng Yunshi, and it was only through Mai and Lu Cheng's intercession that he was spared. Their arrival was undoubtedly a directive from Dong Yu to strengthen relations with us, while Tian Ningzi was wholly focused on us, neglecting the true intentions of all parties involved. Then let us return now. You must tell me everything. Upon hearing this, Yun Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she paid for the tea and eagerly pulled Nan Gong Zhaoan back to the Wangfu. Xian Yuan Junyi. Her voice pierced the room's silence before she even arrived. Ling Shui's parting words that day were laden with hidden meaning. Though I was oblivious to her true intentions at the time, Xiao Qiao leaned back, wrinkling her nose and casting an indignant glare at me with a mischievous grin, shifting her waist to the side. Yet, as the great sword struck the dark spot, a fiery, net-like substance enveloped them. Of course, among this group, some were restrained by their own elders, while others either had their elders' confidence or seized the moment to quietly venture to that place while the elders were away. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip. Your Highness, Chuyin does not deserve you. Her voice carrying a tone of humility and sorrow. The Black Fisher persisted. Although no entities from the demon realm emerged from within, they still dared not let their guard down. Jin Kuang peered through the window, but as he cracked it open, he was greeted not by Hua Qingxing, but by Ouyang Shui. What? Zhou Fan and Zhou Pu both jolted in unison, exchanging glances filled with skepticism. Yet their concern turned towards the three dark guards who had already landed. Chapter 133, The Tenuous Timeline. Just as the left demon child was about to flee, a distant voice echoed in his ears, as if the speaker were right beside him. Meng Xiao snatched the clothing from the side, scrutinizing it closely. Is this the attire you prepared for them? She questioned, directing an inquisitive look at her senior. Upon asking this question and witnessing the sheer terror etched across the face of his master, he suddenly comprehended the entirety of the situation. The four individuals sprang into action, engaging in fierce combat, and within mere breaths had vanished beyond the core. With a wave of his hand, the great demon lord summoned forth his legion of demonic spirits, who surged towards the central 10,000 Xiantian iron guards. Earlier, Zhang Xiao had glimpsed her in her undergarments. Now, though she donned black trousers, he could still vividly imagine her more revealing silhouette. Sheng Ling did not refuse nor agree. For her, this matter necessitated careful deliberation. Meng Xiao, are you aware that I undertook this theatrical performance solely for your sake? Having successfully ascended to the dominion level, Prometheus, 600 years later, began to grasp the unity of the five elements from the pinnacle of gold, advancing into the sacred tier and becoming a grand dominator. With all the deities also attaining dominion, Yang Fan tidied up at home, made some preparations, and unexpectedly found himself safely at the entrance of the Holiday Inn. Glancing at his phone, which read 10:30 p.m., this was information that surpassed her authority, allowing her to see it indicated two things. First, she might soon lose her freedom for a period, and second, she was likely to be promoted. Kazote, driven mad by the attacks of the victorious team, incessantly unleashed electromagnetic wave projectiles, bombarding the surroundings and severing buildings with his scythe-like hands. The four henchmen grit their teeth and charged at Yang Fan once more. Although his movements were somewhat peculiar, they felt compelled to press on, lest Yu's temperament lead her to find someone to break their legs later. All right, I understand, came Peter's nonchalant voice through the headset. I am a seasoned pilot. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Master Coral's inner monologue consisted solely of two words. It is over. Haha, MIT. I've never even heard of it. It must be some unremarkable vocational school. Wait, what did you say? MIT. Suddenly, the person's smile froze, replaced by a look of utter shock. Naturally, I implore you, Brother Song, to do your utmost, said Shangwan Ding, his face slightly flushed as he hurriedly responded. Even now? Meng Feifei felt a surge of indignation on behalf of Yang Fan. For men, they could say anything, but the one thing they must never utter is impossible. The warrior first appeared startled, then broke into a smile. You fool. Do you think merely changing your weapon will offset the disparity in your internal energy consumption? Prepare to meet your end. As he spoke, he swung the weapon in his hand towards Wu Zhenlong, utterly indifferent to what weapon Wu Zhenlong wielded. Should a confrontation ensue, my slender arms and legs would stand no chance against such a person. Even a hefty fellow would easily be knocked down. Wu Juanru, embarrassed and furious, playfully struck Zheng Huaqian, while the three sisters exchanged teasing remarks. The void split open, and a sphere appeared above the Emperor's burial mountain, erupting in a burst of black light that enveloped the area. Before Locke stood three twilight cultists, clad in the church's robes, wielding ritual daggers. With a living person laid upon the stone altar before them, Ding Feng returned to the heavenly court, seated upon the imperial throne, merging with boundless fortune, peering into the essence of the primordial world. In the current primordial world, none dared to rival him in the profundity of fortune, not even the Earth Mother. The majority of cultivators in Lingzhou City were disciples of the Tianqian sect, making it virtually impossible for Si Xiang to succeed in leaving. A forceful attack would result in significant losses. Despite having 2,000 reinforcements, it would likely prove futile. Guojiao approached, speaking in a calm and measured tone. They gathered together, the descending thunder tribulations merging, amplifying their power to the point where Zhu Jian nearly cried. Guozhi specifically returned to Shandong to report the situation to Zhang Chu, who would ultimately decide on the course of action. She was Lizzie, who had recently gone ahead with the harbinger of death to assess the situation, now hastily returning, riding not a flying steed known for its stamina, but a moonlight leopard capable of explosive speed, indicating she had urgent news to convey. Cardros gazed at the giant troll before him, his face radiating excitement, devoid of any trace of worry, even displaying a hint of joy. Hey, Color Emperor, what on earth are you doing with your hairy hands in broad daylight? Sifeng seemed to detect a faint scent of something charred. Xiao Fian let out a cold laugh, thinking to herself that this senior brother was admirable in every regard, yet overly concerned with reputation, even in battle, striving to exhibit gentlemanly conduct. I could not care less. Since you refused to attack first, allow me to force your hand. Li Zhisher suddenly sensed something amiss. The usual protocol should be to invite someone to stay over due to the late hour. Big brother son, old Zhu will heed your words. If you tell him to obediently return, why does he anger me so? Is he trying to tell me that he no longer wishes to be with me in Shenyang? Big brother son, old Zhu has me so upset. I feel like I can hardly go on. Gao Xiaomin lamented tearfully. Ming Xian had not slept long. He had merely just laid down. Rising, he tidied himself up and made his way to the hall. A sudden jolt. Wu Song felt his heart skip a beat, recalling that Li Shishir had said the same. An unusual feeling surged within him, and he dared not dwell on it further. Wu, we clearly spoke the truth to the emperor. Why must he make him drag his bloodied body on the ground to respond to Ming Wuzong? Sophie's long eyelashes fluttered as she awoke, rising to see the still unconscious Eva, prompting her to cry out in distress. Outside the heavenly gate, in the holy nation, amidst the void, the expression of the godchild seated on the throne suddenly turned grim. Just as he was feeling content, the sweet call of Melia echoed from the living room outside. Chapter 134. Encountering darkness at the turn. As a football player, to ultimately be unable to play freely is utterly stifling. Though Carlos's explanation remained rather vague, it was the most straightforward and comprehensible one, immediately resonating with the majority of players. Isn't this the legendary Golden Finger? Internal strife, what of it? Yizheng murmured, disregarding whether the other party heard him, as images from his past life surfaced in his mind. Gu Sheng secretly grumbled. This girl seemed to have him figured out, as if she knew he would not dare to act against her, making it impossible for him to win the argument. What on earth is happening? Injured? In the reincarnation world, injuries are always linked to stamina, right? I've never heard of anyone getting injured and spitting blood. The top-tier powerhouses of this realm included the Jade Emperor, Buddha Sakyamuni, and the demon ancestor Qiyu, all dwelling at the pinnacle of the world for countless years, each standing at the threshold of the Great Luo. The ninth concubine stared wide-eyed at the ninth prince's actions, as if she had seen a ghost. This time, after filtering out questions, Chang Xiao passed on the issue of data falsification, allowing Yin Yi to respond with ease. Meng Chong, originally a chef, found himself in the palace by chance, eventually becoming a eunuch. During the Qingmian period, he managed one of the 12 departments, the Shangshan Bureau. Later, esteemed scholar Gao Gong valued him and recommended him to the emperor, leading him to ascend to the high position of chief eunuch in charge of the rites. Speaking of Director Feng, he not only monopolized all the prestigious film awards in the Huaxia Federal Entertainment industry. The coarse hands of Shan Naitang rubbed his eyes with all their might, the eyelids visibly reddening at an alarming rate. Feng Sun would not listen. He howled skyward in rage, his other arm transforming into a massive tree trunk as he let out another roar, swinging his giant arm downwards towards Xiao Shi with great force. Ji Ning and Yu Xian, however, remained resolute in their decision, while Lei Li and Shi Kai found themselves without recourse, ultimately acquiescing to the pair's request to proceed together. Consequently, Lei Yin and the others were left behind at the academy. After vanquishing the fire ghost tiger, the group continued their journey in search of Mo Yunzi. The atmosphere now decidedly somber. At that moment, it was evident that the techniques found on the Duki continent paled in comparison to the reincarnation sacred canon, akin to the vast expanse of a continent dwarfed by a mere speck of dust. Su Kuan laughed heartily, his excitement palpable. Fear not. Should they dare to claim I assisted you in dispatching him, it would be of no consequence, he remarked nonchalantly. Zhongqing observed the empress's refined demeanor, while Qiu Jin secretly chuckled, her countenance betraying none of her amusement. Let Jiner escort her back, Qiu Jin volunteered. After a deep sigh and a shrug, she dashed towards the dormitory's backyard. At that moment, the three moons revealed a faint glimmer, gradually drifting apart from their previous alignment. Lei Li could only recall entering his cultivation space during a springtime, but now, amidst torrential rain, he found it challenging to ascertain the current time. Although it was not particularly late, Wangjia village lay shrouded in darkness, save for the bright streetlights. Every house was engulfed in shadow. Not even the sounds of cats or dogs could be heard, rendering it eerily silent. The villagers, terrified by tales of hauntings, had either refrained from venturing outside or had fled to safer locales. Observing Director Deng's sudden transformation into a figure of righteous indignation left Feng Hao somewhat speechless. You would make an excellent actor, he mused. In due course, let the elder remain by Hao Min's side, calling out to her. Perhaps it might indeed capture her attention. Are you referring to that game called The Abyss of 10,000 Demons, with its levels and upgrades? Tianya replied nonchalantly. Despite Wang Fan's formidable defense, Suzuki Onamara's claws proved to be akin to divine weapons, leaving deep gashes upon his skin. Wait, if so, why do they not flee? Simply relocating to another area would suffice, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it! Chun Bieni could no longer contain his anger and moved to seize Feng Hao's collar. Confronting him directly, Zhang Yuan suddenly came to a realization, retracting his words as he turned to Li Xun, feeling the icy glares directed at him. It became clear that Li Shuyuan was resolute, having discerned the true intentions of their group, hence imposing a 1-month deadline. Fool. Upon receiving a call, Zhang Debiao's first inquiry was whether it was Hu Hao. The sky, upon hearing the elder's words, was filled with inexplicable astonishment. How could he know of the experiences I had endured? Could it be that he had undergone similar trials, or was he, perhaps, the Black Dragon assassin in disguise? There were no task notifications from the system, yet Luo Tianhuan was certain that any tasks manifesting during the World Championship would undoubtedly be related to the event. Thus he resolved to give it a try. However, come the day when the distance between heaven and earth was vast, and the entire planet was under the influence of Shi Yi, it seemed impossible for her to be forgotten. Yet, finding fault with her would prove equally challenging, as those meddlesome paparazzi and factions would have to ascend to great heights to even attempt to target her. Upon hearing Song Tongtong's words, Zhang Jiaoyang's suspicions were alleviated. He surmised that Song Tongtong must be aware of the grievances between himself and the Bai family, and that she was merely hinting that something had befallen the Bai family. He understood well that denying the situation would only exacerbate matters, as Zhao Qiujuan might cause an even greater uproar. Yi Miao finally gleaned some insights into the experience of parenthood, no matter how arduous or exhausting life outside might be. Upon returning home and seeing her child smile, everything felt worthwhile. The supermarket incident in the province escalated dramatically. Within 2 days, it had transformed into a crisis fraught with internal and external turmoil, unbeknownst to Zhang Jiaoyang, who was unaware that the Bai family was frantically busy and anxious over the matter. Chapter 135, The History of this Realm. Perhaps my interference had diluted the alcohol somewhat, as Chen Tu's eyes, once clouded with intoxication, now regained some clarity. He suddenly fixed his gaze upon me, his expression shifting to one of inscrutable emotion. Zhang Rui, bound and gagged, struggled in panic, her beautiful eyes filled with fear as she looked at Guanina. The more I thought about it, the more unbearable it became, tears streaming from my eyes like a dam bursting. Though the new Thunder Temple utilized the old site of the Ding Song Dao Mountain Gate, and all the structures had been refurbished, the expenditure on spirit stones remained substantial. The daily resource requirements for the several hundred disciples within the temple amounted to a staggering sum, not to mention the preparations needed for wartime resources. The young man possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, with brows that arched dramatically and defiant eyes that, even in such a dire moment, radiated a wild spirit. The burly man who beheld this sight looked on with burning intensity, as if he wished to consume the young man whole. Life unfolds in such a manner. At times, it feels as though an enigmatic force propels you forward, and slowing down, even for a moment, might mean never catching up with others. This individual's sudden appearance and audacious proposal of a wager left one with no choice but to suspect some ulterior motive at play. However, ever since I encountered Lin Cai at Tianlu a few days ago, she had not reappeared. Even her so-called friend, Li Qianqian, was taken away by law enforcement from Yuan, and she showed no signs of inquiring about it. She seemed to have vanished entirely. The fleeting guilt I harbored for Shi Sinyu's unborn child was instantly eclipsed by a surge of hatred. He was currently clad in a black high-collared shirt, exuding a sense of calm elegance. Indeed, it had been mentioned yesterday that Lu Sa was about to give birth, and this morning he was to assist in the delivery. It dawned on me that she had given birth in the dead of night. Both parties were engaged in a delicate balancing act, weighing their options. Yet I understood my own significance in this matter to be negligible. Upon hearing Luo Hao's low call, Murong Jun and Guoqiao also recognized the gravity of the situation, swiftly conjuring their protective energy shields, wary of a sudden attack from their adversaries. In such an atmosphere, waiting became a torment. Suddenly, a familiar aura enveloped me, and I pinpointed its source, discovering it emanated from my right side. In my speech, I intentionally lowered my voice to prevent Zheng Xian from recognizing me, yet this tactic, while concealing my identity, only deepened her suspicions about me. Upon hearing the manager's words, the eyes of those surrounding the computer were drawn to the screen. The Water Emperor's boat cleaved through the void like a meteor, traversing dozens of states. And it was not until 7 days later that it finally arrived at the demon graveyard in this state. Why is Jingjing still here? The wind is strong. Be careful not to catch a chill. A gentle yet authoritative voice sounded from behind. Even though the prices had changed drastically from before, skyrocketing to outrageous levels, the same equipment was at least 50% more expensive than 3 days prior. Nonetheless, many players rushed to seize the opportunity. They were Taoists from Mount Shu, who had refrained from concerning themselves with affairs below the mountain for decades. Their sudden descent today likely heralded significant events. Were they perhaps here to confront the night wanderers? Lao Wu speculated. However, this revelation was not entirely surprising, as Yirong had previously mentioned to me that she had never had a boyfriend. Preserving her innocence for the first time, initially, I had dismissed it as a jest, yet it seemed now that this was not merely a joke but a reality. Within the Qin Lu Chu Guan of Pingkangfang, lanterns were already lit in anticipation of guests. The red candles flickered brightly, and the sounds of song and dance filled the air, creating an atmosphere of continuous merriment. At this moment, even the children expressed their desire to join in the fun. Indeed, it was a time for play, as there was little to be done in the fields, especially tasks that the children could assist with. Upon hearing her mother's words, IGA Haruko trembled uncontrollably, her tears flowing incessantly. How has this hour come to pass? Normally, at this time, you would be by your father's side attending to state affairs. Wouldn't you? The emperor's son cast a look at the crown prince filled with a sense of disappointment akin to that of a teacher witnessing a pupil's failure. Though her curiosity was piqued, Ma Yun would never stoop to inquire about the feelings of the two, as that would be utterly shameless, having indulged in their pleasures. To then discuss experiences and frequencies would simply be asking for trouble. It was unacceptable. Surrounded by people, your appearance would certainly invite attacks, and you would find yourself in a most embarrassing predicament. Yang Han understood that after one attempt, there could be no second. He had to devise alternative strategies. Surely, they wouldn't be heading somewhere to indulge in a free meal again. Observing the inviting demeanor of the summoning master, Yang Han spoke up immediately. Didi Jeloa transformed back into human form, intending to utter a few words, but upon seeing Annie's attention return to the adventure, he could only storm off in frustration. The purple gold gourd was not exclusively for concocting elixirs for the demon race. In fact, most individuals could also partake of its benefits. Chapter 136. Marvelous. It is the 9 undying golden bodies. Although recently Tej had made several decisions for the mercenary group, typically such matters required the presence of the group's leader, Su Nu. Dongfang Shao furrowed his brow. What number 1 said made perfect sense. The body of a puppet required a significant amount of precious materials. A puppet like number 2, which had achieved the status of a sacred spirit artifact, must have consumed an immense quantity of rare materials in its creation, materials sufficient to craft several sacred spirit artifacts. Just then, a maid lifted the curtain, and old Master Su, dressed in an ivory-white patterned summer robe, elegantly entered. Were it not for the lewd expression occasionally betraying his demeanor, he would indeed be considered a fine gentleman. As the shop assistant contemplated delivering another round of scathing remarks about the old man's presumption, Lin Feng approached, seizing a medicinal herb and scrutinizing it closely, his expression shifting to one of increasing astonishment and excitement. Dongfang Shao chuckled softly, as this was also his conjecture. Since the Qian family chose to set out in the dead of night, it was clear they wished to avoid drawing attention, thus suggesting a greater likelihood of them using underhanded methods. Consequently, Dongfang Shao had focused his attention on the back entrance, and upon inspection, it was indeed as he had predicted. As the conversation reached this point, Xiaomo found herself at a loss for words. She had already grasped the difficulty of the situation, yet with the matter laid bare before her, she could only steel herself and confront it head-on. Li Haiyang was enraged. What could be more tragic than being a pilot, witnessing enemy aircraft rampaging across one's homeland while being powerless to intervene, forced to watch helplessly as compatriots perish beneath the onslaught of Japanese bombs? But what of the others? What of the companions he had failed to locate? Their fates were likely twofold. They would either fall victim to the old man Tang or successfully pass the test. But how had those who succeeded managed it? By relying solely on their own strength to fight through? Such a notion was evidently unrealistic. With a sudden explosive sound, the golden Buddha statue was sent flying, while Xuehao was forced back several dozen steps by the force of the burning palm, which then dissipated into an infinite array of fragmented methods, with vital energy scattering in all directions. I truly did nothing at all, He Chuan said helplessly, realizing that no matter how he explained himself, Zhou Shaoling remained disdainful, completely disregarding his situation, causing He Chuan to feel as if he wished for nothing more than to vanish. Nearby, a large corpse silkworm measuring nearly half a meter lay, with a cat nestled among the pile of silkworms, appearing quite accustomed to their presence. Every time, Mother would drink herself into a stupor, and upon doing so, she would cry uncontrollably, unaware of what troubled her. The conflict between the two parties only intensified, escalating to daylight brawls, with blood spilling onto the streets on a daily basis. Zheng Tianming smiled faintly, melting a bullet in his left hand into a slender copper arrow, which then shot forth crackling with lightning. After closing the door, I assisted Li Qianru toward the bedside. I could hardly support her any longer. Although Li Qianru was not heavy, having her draped over me was quite taxing, especially since I had imbibed quite a bit myself. What an idiot. Flying in the air is just perfect for me to use as target practice, the cross-dresser scoffed, then commanded the elite marksman to eliminate Fat Ding. Her gaze flickered. Although she understood these words were not directed at her, her heart felt warmed nonetheless. Once all arrangements were made efficiently, Charlie attempted to contact Ethan, but no matter the method, he was unable to establish communication. First, they would get him thoroughly intoxicated, then take him to the apothecary, stuffing herbs into his mouth one by one. In his drunken stupor, he would accept anything, except for a few rare herbs that he would promptly spit out. However, his grip was as hard as iron, tightly constricting around his neck, resisting all our attempts to pry it loose. Upon awakening, Xiao Huni found himself staring at two enlarged youthful faces, accompanied by the innocent calls of uncle. Mechanical life, capable of producing souls, was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Dilly casually tossed a green soul pearl, absorbing countless shattered souls. All eyes were on Lu Xiang's results, with many fixated on the scoreboard displaying the athlete scores at the finish line. Very well, this time, I shall personally meet that Zhou Yu, Kai Mao said with a cold snort. As the Grand Commander of the Jingzhou Navy, he had no fear of the Jiangdong naval forces. Though he might not necessarily defeat them, it was certainly manageable to keep the Jiangdong troops at bay outside the city with superior equipment and numbers. The thought of his body becoming a vessel for the goo worm sent chills down Yi Zifen's spine. He felt an unsettling itch as something crawled along his back, causing his entire body to shudder involuntarily. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the inexplicable pain upon awakening was due to someone having carved away his flesh and blood. Mo Xian wandered aimlessly through the streets, unsure of how many hospitals he had entered, how many people he had asked, or how many times he had been turned away. The front two rows of spear wielders pressed their weapons down, hundreds of spears thrusting forward from the formation, creating a dense forest of death. While the rear row of sword and shield soldiers raised specially crafted large shields, angling them against their bodies in a peculiar fashion. Before Natalie could finish her sentence, Wang Ruhua donned his suit, his shoulders tensing as the fabric clung to him. Then he opened a window and leaped from the 30th floor. The second bell rang, signaling that the students should now be seated obediently. Jean Lufeng hung up the phone, the cigarette in his hand nearly burnt down to the end. He took a few puffs before extinguishing the unfinished cigarette in the ashtray, striding toward the wardrobe while discarding the towel wrapped around him. Ling Yuqi knew that Song Ruxuan was deliberately making things difficult for her after having just made her apologize and looking at the full glass of champagne before her. Her brows knitted tightly. Just wait and see. Until the last moment, one cannot truly tell. It might be best to regard it as a fabrication. Lest I end up truly being duped, Jiang Yuanhe remarked. Huh, really? How have I teased you? Say it again, and see if I truly do. Yi Tian retorted, looking at Li Shihan. The sudden voice of the gavel startled not only Wu Lihua, but also the triplet brothers, Wu Lifu, who were attending court for the first time. No one instructed them, yet each dropped to their knees, their faces pale and bodies trembling. Chapter 137. The entire body covered in red hair is a positive buff. Hiranai stylishly twirled her gun, tossing her cascading hair back, her eyes lazy as she cast a triumphant glance at Conan. Lin Guahao gazed at the scene before him, feeling somewhat perplexed as the night breeze tugged at his garments, gesturing towards the side. Mr. Jiang took the phone, and upon seeing the name displayed, he found himself momentarily unable to recall who the person was before answering the call. As for the children, Philina surveyed the vast emptiness, momentarily unable to spot anyone's shadow. Surrounding them were immense crystal windows through which sunlight streamed, illuminating the interior with a brilliant glow. Just as he intended to reach out via his phone, a shadow loomed as the screen darkened. Zhou Yai had long noticed the two individuals ensnared in the dim light. The illumination was too faint, rendering them indistinguishable, but now, in close proximity, he recognized them immediately. I overheard Lei Xiaoxian raise this query and saw him slyly exchanging glances with someone nearby, turning my gaze. I noticed the two tables of patrons were also watching us intently, engaging with the Tang dynasty in matters of diplomacy or combat. Each undertaking was straightforward and commendable in its own right. With a thud, Luo Yi collided with the car window, abruptly awakening from her slumber, irritably rubbing her bruised forehead while lamenting that Bai Wulan and the others had refused to let her ride in the young lord's luxurious carriage, which paled in comparison to the one crafted with the utmost care and gold by the heir of the Huainan king over 6 painstaking months. Originally, the observer had pondered how to console Ji Chongqing, but Ji Chongqing proactively offered a suggestion, sparing him much trouble. Qin Yao inquired with a smile about the details of the ship's arrival at dawn, eager to ascertain the strength of the princess's royal guard. The tavern was bustling, with the results of the imperial examination yet to be announced, and numerous scholars lingered in the city to alleviate their anxiety. The Dongyan Tower had set up a stage in the hall, inviting a troupe to perform. It seemed the dense aura of demonic beasts here was merely intended to intimidate those daring enough to venture into the depths below. Lin Yun undoubtedly represented the hope of the Lin family's resurgence. The elders would never contemplate harming him, yet now, Lin Tianhai and his son not only sought to harm Lin Yun, but also to betray him, crossing an irrevocable line. After all, a dog's hearing and sense of smell far exceed that of humans, allowing it to guard the home without the need for vigilance against external disturbances. He then dialed Xiao Yijia's number. After 2 beeps, Xiao Yijia answered. The elder was clad in simple garments, though not of ordinary fabric, likely crafted from some special material. They would only complain and hurl insults, spewing every imaginable derogatory remark. The moment the scythe pierced her neck, she collapsed, yet rather than falling upon the hard ground, she continued to descend, ultimately landing on a patch of grass. Wu Yi, Bring me the latest news about that foolish girl. It has been quite a tumultuous 6 months. And it's the perfect opportunity to see if she has managed to drive that noodle shop out of business. As the youth spoke, his chin lifted slightly, an expression of delight dancing in his eyes. Before Su Yin could regain her senses, thick black mist suddenly billowed from the chasm, revealing menacing heads that emerged, emitting piercing shrieks with a disquieting power. Is your exceptional subordinate wielding a heavy sword as a weapon? Tina retorted. Lan Shi finally felt reassured, reasoning that he wouldn't dare deceive her. The palace's masters demanded silver, sometimes for expenditures above, and if he were to lie, it could cost him his life, making it wiser to honestly reap substantial commissions. Murong Shanshan tugged at the corner of her cloak, spinning with a smile. Her pose resembled that of Bai Jing's red leaves, though hers lacked the same grace. I held my wine glass aloft, yet both Fish Elder and Fish Second bore expressions of fear, appearing quite constrained. Upon witnessing this, I sighed deeply. The two kept their heads down, only daring to glance up at me briefly before swiftly averting their eyes, lost and bewildered. Then you must showcase your true abilities. Although within Blood Demon Valley, Sure Air's strength could rival that of a high-tier spiritual practitioner, he posed little threat to San Bao, whose might was akin to the pinnacle of spiritual mastery. Indeed, if not for certain reservations, San Bao would have had a 60% chance to defeat his opponent. As I hastened my steps, an enormous human tower unexpectedly obstructed my path. By the time I realized it, it was too late to dodge, and I collided with the person blocking my way, both of us tumbling to the ground. The four thieves sensed something amiss, abruptly turning back before they could shout. The two among them swiftly grabbed one, rolling their eyes in silence. And Yi adjusted his coat, believing it to be the most stylish, attractive, and meaningful piece he owned, as it was the only one he had aside from an old-school uniform from middle school, which was clearly unsuitable for a class reunion. I will have my assistant investigate. Well, it is quite late. Let us rest, Ouyang Luo suggested. Cheng Xinyan discreetly retreated 2 steps, as wisps of green smoke began to rise from the blood pool ahead. Chapter 138, Chaos, Demon Emperor, Battle. Yi Wuhui's expression remained calm. What utter nonsense the star-splitting sword technique was, for in Yi Wuhui's eyes, it was mere trifling swordplay, merely a set of techniques of yellow-grade high level. The truth. Indeed. Lili shot him a sidelong glance and interjected. Isn't that so? What do I even mean to you? Why should I endlessly assist you? After saying this, Lili huffed, turned her head, and fell silent. Perhaps influenced by the warm winter climate, Beijing at the end of December in recent years was not particularly cold. All right, let us head that way, said Man, turning toward the opposite path of the seed shop, though she remained unaware of the man stealthily following her. I know where the orchids are. I will take you to see them in a moment. Wang Nan had already seated himself on the floor for a brief rest. She now intended to divulge everything to the public. From this point on, all the turmoil in the city would have nothing to do with her. It is said that during the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, a highly accomplished monk wandered here, gazing back at the imposing Bait Mountain, shrouded in auspicious clouds, with flowing water that sounded like celestial music, and clouds drifting like flying dragons. Chen Mingxian found himself without the key to Gu Jiangzhou's apartment, lingering at the entrance for quite some time. Seeing his phone incessantly ringing, he hesitated briefly before heading downstairs to locate the security guard while answering the call. Upon receiving the report, it first required the organizational department's signature. Ma Lisin knew the head of the organization was his ally and immediately called to summon the minister, waiting at the paper mill for the minister's arrival. Fortunately, the minister had not gone elsewhere and was still in the city. He would be there shortly. Arriving at the stone tablet, Qin Yang unleashed all his strength, surpassing several tens of thousands in rank, his speed soaring like a rocket. Lin Shuer was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had heard Lin Yi refer to her as junior sister, and it felt rather odd. If the Grand Priest were to take an interest and capture Qin Yang's soul, the secrets of the Heavenly Divine Network could not remain concealed. Did you see that illusionary formation? Senior Zhu pointed to a massive image suspended in midair, depicting a cultivator clad in white armor. Li Daoran sensed that this should be a cultivator returning from battle with the aquatic tribe. He followed them into the Grand Hall, discovering it was distinctly divided into 5 sections. You wouldn't believe it, Chen Xuanzong, having gained some weight, turned out to be an exceptionally charming and handsome monk. A pure natural beauty. The Sword Saint Guild is in dire need of allies, and in pursuit of these alliances. Meng Shang has even gone so far as to rename the Sword Saint Guild to the West Continent City Guild. Qin Yang, while revealing his alias, found himself at a loss when attempting to introduce the Lord of Reincarnation. He certainly could not disclose to Huang Fuji that this was the reincarnation deity of the divine domain. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, having just returned to Blue Sea City. He felt there was little difference in his circumstances. Wang Ming, who possessed insight into the heavenly mysteries, observed 10 golden crows wreaking havoc upon the earth, harming living beings. when he noticed a beam of quasi-saintly light descending from the heavens, concealing its presence until it appeared beside those 10 golden crows, failing to intervene in their frenzied slaughter. In truth, this was somewhat expected. After his birthday celebration, Xiao Lily's opinion of Lin Feng had remarkably improved, as evidenced by her repeated phone calls, often mentioning her brother-in-law. The newborn child, wrinkled and unattractive, had yet to be bathed, and Guji expressed his disdain, turning away to continue his pursuit of pleasures. Within the treasure light mark in the gourd, countless ethereal shadows of divine beasts mingled, including various flying and terrestrial creatures, 9-headed divine birds, and 3-bodied divine beasts, among other formidable monstrosities. Her words unleashed a torrent of shocking revelations. Though the atmosphere remained serene, the audience could hardly conceal their astonishment. Despite arriving at the martial arts arena 20 minutes early, Lin Feng did not relax. Having parked his vehicle in the parking lot, he hurried towards the arena, which featured numerous platforms, determined to locate his designated one. She preferred not to return in such a conspicuous manner, as her clandestine rendezvous with Shan Lianqing was meant to be covert. Presenting gifts from the Erden army to him amidst a sea of soldiers and sharing a passionate kiss was meant to be concealed, but had ultimately become common knowledge. Donations? Do not jest. I would rather contribute to the Montana refugees than to the Japanese. When Li Mu learned of this news, he did not hide his schadenfreude. Hu Juanjia, true to his word, began to eat, gesturing for Ai Mu to start hastily. Ai Mu bit her lip and proceeded to assist him with a massage as instructed. Lin Qiqi blushed deeply and rolled her eyes at Ji Bai before reclaiming the water flask from his hands. Subsequently, Lu Qier unleashed a wave of scornful remarks towards the crown princess, who feigned ignorance and quietly continued her lunch. Nan Mu, a simple villager from the mountains, took a deep breath and responded as if conversing with an ordinary person. The shaman's status was revered, so much so that it overshadowed the image of the high priest among the Black Mountain tribe. Die! Roared the master of the Western Camel Cave, his eyes wide with fury, as if all his strength converged into a single point, solidifying upon the divine sword in his grasp. You do not intend to retract it, do you? Lin Meng mused inwardly, yet obediently handed over the storage ring to Wen Haihua. All conspiracies must inevitably unfold in the shadows. Even if the elders of the 3 sects were to vie for power, they would not resort to overt theft. However, the leader of the Flame Gang had overestimated his own abilities while gravely underestimating his adversary. Soon after, the sea, cleaved in two, was consumed by the spirit-absorbing nature of the spirit-slashing blade. To be honest, the number of fish transported this time had increased significantly, and under the sudden weight, he found himself somewhat fatigued after trudging for 2 to 3 kilometers. The intense aftershocks of battle also violently affected He Jiangxiu, who, unlike the whale war god, did not fly back, but instead pressed forward, closely pursuing. The impulsive youths were instantly stunned. The awe-inspiring shift of power in the natural world instilled a deep-seated fear within them. Her words further deepened my illusion, as only those entrenched in the martial world could articulate such profound sentiments. I hoped she would remain lucid and reclaim her memories related to her elder brother, Yang Tian. The villagers of Kaoshan were naturally eager to obtain free beverages, and they had no reason to refuse. Many traveled several kilometers to the Qingshan factory, filling buckets to take home. Following today's events, how could the brothers remain oblivious? Some, unable to venture out anymore, began to head home. Chapter 139. One against the Dark Celestial Court. After Qin Yisan listened to Leng Yi's words, his narrowed eyes slowly widened behind his glass lenses. His slightly murky eyes glimmered with malevolence. Once Ruan Meng was ready, Li Bai drove her to school, gently kissing her cheek before parking outside to wait for her. He hurried back to the inner palace, colliding head-on with Shang Tianyin, who had come seeking Xia Tianxi. She had not slept well and was unsure why she kept waking from one chaotic dream to another. It was not that I had reached my destination, but rather that I was utterly fatigued. I felt as if my soul was fading, appearing as though it might vanish into dust. He knew his elder sister had undoubtedly committed some wrongdoing, unable to confront it, and thus had isolated herself in her room. Zhong Liuyo remarked, "If it is truly so, how is it possible? This is simply an unattainable feat." At that moment, the outside world was shrouded in a gray haze, the air enveloped in a blanket of white fog, rendering everything indistinct. Yet upon seeing this man, the one who brought her joy, sorrow, and madness, her words transformed into a plea. "Frost, you will stay by my side, won't you?" Xian Yinfeng's greatest fear was that Frost would suddenly depart. The seemingly beautiful mermaid island lay barren, with only the cold wind rustling through the grass and trees, petals and leaves swirling in the air. Chu Yen yawned as he stepped out of the car. The Xinqing sect, in the eyes of Chu Yen, was just as it appeared. Han Rual momentarily lost focus before sprinting away. His organization needed to win the lady's favor. and thus required the preparation of some novel items. Even if she remained unharmed at present, it was impossible for her to escape with Song Qiu from these armed men in this unfamiliar mountain. I propose we set off this evening. Since those individuals have seemingly vanished, perhaps they have already departed. Bai Ji pondered that the fact they had not attacked indicated that they still possessed some value yet to be exploited. Thanks to Li Wei's meticulous care over the past 3 days, the injury on her ankle no longer hindered her ability to walk, and the bruises on her right arm had gradually faded from view. He could not accept the reality that Jiang Wuye could effortlessly withstand the force of his enraged strike purely through physical strength. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Su Ji leading the way. Su Xiao rushed forward, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Meanwhile, those outside, drawn by the commotion, included the curious and the malicious, such as Wang Linger and Wu Qiong, which only intensified Yu Min's embarrassment. Elder Wang, what troubles you? How could you have fallen asleep here? His subordinate asked anxiously. At that moment, Erwin, spotting Tia's approaching figure, seemed to grasp that their target was indeed herself. Meng Yuejia halted, turning to face him, as the surrounding crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed upon the scene. At this juncture, Geng Jingzhong also sensed something amiss. He stepped forward, casting a startled glance at the youthful face, utterly astounded. How could this be possible? If she were to abandon her excessively drained life force, it would be irretrievable. At most, she could extend her life by a few more years, but she did not wish for Alice to be saddened by this. This time, the sentry believed it, for Lingling was cradling a large white cat, accompanied by a red dog, exuding a princess-like aura, making it hard for him not to be convinced. Thus, he lifted the barricade. He casually inquired about the circumstances in the valley, questioning why it had transformed in such a manner. The origin of the peculiar fish corpses scattered about, and the reason for Chun Mu's presence there. No one believed Si Kongdong's words, not even Lord Jiang, who was aware of his nephew's questionable character. Chun Mu maintained his composure, meticulously examining the items on the shelves, though he found himself unable to comprehend the intricate nuances within. The gods of the ghostly realm, though perhaps lacking the divine status of legendary deities, were nonetheless revered as powerful entities, bearing terrifying tales in this nation. Indeed, the specters were exceptionally fearsome. Su Zimu hurriedly introduced the assembled individuals to G.M.O. Qinglian, including an elderly man with silvery hair, known as Dr. Wang, a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner reputed for his extraordinary skills in acupuncture and massage. Reflecting on G.M.O. Qinglian's playful and triumphant demeanor, Qi Yinwu suddenly felt a chilling sensation creep up her spine. Should events continue to unfold unchecked, she questioned her own resolve to withstand the normal reactions within her body. San Yang was aware that Wang Zheng feared Su Min's targeting of her. Not only did she feel wronged, but both families were also reluctant to encounter Su Qingji, prompting her to promptly bid farewell to Su Qingji and Shen Fengjiao. The phrase "a person is harmless, but a tiger has a heart to harm" rang true, particularly for someone like Luo Qianqi, a lascivious individual capable of any misdeed. I was rendered speechless by a sound that even a silent spell could not defend against. How could this be possible? Moreover, did these 3 sounds share any similarities? 25 days after the assault on Razor Fortress, the kingdom of Kaidun finally sensed something amiss. Miss Tang, what troubles you? Yesterday, you appeared well. Why do you seem so weak now? Have you been bullied by those in the camp? Lu Ziyu, still recovering from his injuries, found it somewhat challenging to reclaim her honor, yet this did not hinder his desire to grasp the situation. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded. Indeed, the chubby fellow possessed some talent. After all, a young man not yet 20 who could elevate his business to such heights was enough to draw the attention of many adults, even those in their middle age. 3 years ago, during the time when Dr. Jiang examined her pulse in Qingqing, she did not recall him mentioning this. Chapter 140, Dark Master, Step Forth. Su Qin's back was lacerated and stained with blood, but thankfully, the bone tempering technique was sufficient to mitigate the damage, primarily consisting of superficial wounds. A situation he had long since grown accustomed to. She had heard of individuals disfigured by acid attacks, yet she had never encountered anyone who had willingly subjected themselves to such a fate. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, Qin Buin gazed out the window, witnessing the remnants of twilight, resembling a massacre beneath the moon's glow. The dilapidated mansion, long abandoned for many years, appeared decrepit from the outside. However, within the ancient abode, it was remarkably pristine, with not a speck of dust to be found on the floor. Upon hearing the names Tianqing City and Sanyi, Wang Emo seemed to be jolted as if electrified, his eyes widening in disbelief. The situation was dire. Several affluent families could no longer withstand the pressure and exited the market, leaving only Jiang Mingxin to continue observing, still retaining sufficient confidence. Yet the ice coffin merely leaked a small crack, and when Qin Buin turned to examine the corpse inside once more, he discovered that it resembled an ice sculpture. quickly encased in a layer of frost and mist. She possessed great strength, which translated to a substantial appetite. Her food consumption was 5 to 6 times that of an average person, leading to discontent at home. With a doting grandfather, she never faced hunger until his passing, after which the family grew increasingly resentful of her. Unfortunately, salted eggs were a rarity for them. The restaurants and taverns with ample supply deemed her presence unnecessary, offering exceedingly low prices. The contract was succinctly worded, stating that all members of the 4 prominent families could obtain exclusive rights to sell the wine within his jurisdiction, with no one else permitted to sell it. Equitable exchange would yield feedback, evidently due to his participation in the Qingyue game, granting him access to such abilities despite never having encountered the divine word. Why would he establish a connection with it? Upon realizing this, his mind was struck with astonishment. Are you suggesting that in the future, when I wish to battle someone, I simply tear a medicinal herb in half? At that moment, recalling the words of Dongfang Bai before entering the cave, Li Ku suddenly grasped a significant realization. He had initially thought he could eliminate 2 martial artists to alleviate his boredom, but unexpectedly, he nearly fell victim to a counterattack himself. Thus, when Lu Jianing comprehended this point, he was acutely aware that he needed to persist in his efforts while recognizing that his current situation necessitated a transformation into a stronger version of himself. Yin Wei Xiao paused slightly, her thoughts swirling. Could it be that Mr. Bai was captivated by Feng Yu's beauty, thus harboring ulterior motives? In truth, even without your words, I could deduce that the boy was unwilling to show weakness, exhibiting a hint of stubbornness. Upon crossing into another realm, their initial encounter revealed the tense atmosphere within the Shui family, which was unexpectedly formidable. After reading that message, Lu Jianing's first reaction was to wonder which bored spectator was joking with him. However, as he lowered his head, something suddenly clicked in his mind. Lu Jianing abruptly raised his gaze, only to find that the comment had vanished. In the heart of this player, the fault lay solely with Lu Jianing, who had merely been forced to kneel before Lu Jianing's overwhelming strength, too intimidated to rebel. Comparatively, their shadow puppetry bore little distinction from the past. The so-called difference merely lay in the medium employed. The group of individuals clad in black had not anticipated that the boss's bodyguard would suddenly turn against them at such a critical moment, leaving them confused and intimidated by his formidable influence, causing them to hesitate in approaching. Observing the surging energy within him and the transformation of his celestial sea, he realized that not only had he successfully transformed into a demon, but his cultivation had also rapidly ascended to the 3rd realm of immortality. Had it not been for the fortress being forged of steel, it would have long since fallen, especially during the last incident, when a powerful zombie breached the steel defenses, nearly causing significant damage, though fortunately, it was a solitary entity. The relentless assault of the ghostly forces showed no signs of abating. It appeared as though previous injuries were trivial, and at the moment He Zhang collided with the wall, another punch followed swiftly. The same event can elicit varying perceptions among different individuals, aside from differences in thought patterns, educational levels, and emotional philosophies. The most crucial factor is the perspective and elevation from which one views the issue, commonly expressed as one's position dictates their thoughts. Love need not be tumultuous. It suffices that when you grow old, I remain by your side, still loving you. The sudden demise of Wang Junfeng left him in a state of bewilderment, rendering all investigations futile, with no clear direction for future actions. Zhang Zhaokai had stockpiled food, gunpowder, arrows, and water within these several courtyards. He intended to retreat to the core defensive works formed by these courtyards when the dust storm child breached the perimeter, as he found himself unable to recover. Now that he had clashed with the Chong, it was no longer appropriate to cultivate a closeness with Jiu Shu. Perhaps it would be better to converse another day. Xian Yangzi could only find a guest room to sit in for the time being. That inhuman visage resembled a nightmare, brutally carving into the skull, etched deep within the recesses of the tale's mind. The tempest serves as your trial, and fortuitously, it drives away your malevolent aura, Wang Hao remarked, as a stream of spiritual energy penetrated the body of the Azure Serpent. Do not be deceived by his current authority over Manzhou County. In the grand tapestry of the Sui dynasty, he remains but a lowly figure. A few days later, Yi Bei and Li Chongqing embarked on their journey to the Dao Alliance's demon sect, the sanctuary of the Divine Tree clan. Upon reflection, the sword hero realized the implication. The glaze that the bone spirit spoke of, if the sword hero's conjecture holds true, should indeed refer to the white glaze. Xian Yangzi, clutching a prepared jar of wine, leaped into the Bagua array, channeling his magical essence into the jar, which instantaneously emitted a powerful suction force, drawing forth the restless souls and malevolent spirits before him, as if draining water from a bathtub. Feng Lin swiftly commanded the lions to disperse in all directions, their gazes scanning the surroundings, ensuring that every rustle of grass and whisper of wind was captured in Feng Lin's awareness. The ancient celestial beasts and the earthly realm now possessed an additional dimension. A space formed between the original formation of the Heavenly Valley divine beasts and the augmented array of the ancient deities. Chapter 141. The Undying Celestial Emperor's Second Son. Just as Xian Yi had surmised, Yuan Gen was eager to return to the mansion. Having discovered that the medicine-inducing labor found in Song's residence was indeed responsible for Song Gige's premature birth, Song insisted that Li Sufuyin was to blame, asserting that Li Sufuyin's fright had disturbed her pregnancy, leaving her in a fragile state, while Yushi was entangled in their troubles, plagued by old ailments, and the family was rife with unrest. That year, the snow arrived early. By late October, the palace had already witnessed its first snowfall. As if the scorching summer heralded a bitter winter, the initial snow of the year blanketed the ground thickly, transforming the Forbidden City into a silver wonderland overnight. As if autumn had scarcely been acknowledged before the onset of winter, Nan Gongming turned around, swiftly grasping the source of the sound and flinging it away, causing the surrounding darkness to gradually dissipate, revealing the true pathway. At that moment, Wan Jingshan and Ruan Shiping were absent, and the old matriarch was in the Buddhist hall, engrossed in her prayers, which would take at least another hour. I stared at him in a daze, suddenly yearning for a harbor of solace, a place to confide and lean upon, albeit merely a transient respite, which was, to Yun Yushu, rather unjust. If you feel sorrow, then cry. Hua Fenglan gently embraced his head, her voice quavering. As winter approached, the villagers found themselves particularly busy, preparing for the cold months ahead. Many of the pigs, ducks, and geese raised throughout the year were sent to nearby towns to be sold, in hopes of enjoying a more prosperous year-end. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuechen hesitated momentarily, sensing the insincerity in the flattery, which was evident to everyone, especially someone as astute in business as he. He had initially planned to wait until after the meal and drinks to pacify him before discussing matters at length. As for Yi Fei's true intentions, she now smoothly referred to De Fei as sister and frequently visited Ruijing Pavilion for tea, seemingly fostering a genuine closeness, which naturally caught the attention of others. Even Rong Fei had discreetly inquired, reminding Lan Qi that Yi Fei was one to favor those who provided her milk. Zhou Ba frowned as he examined the connection in the middle of the ladder, begrudgingly declaring it long enough before turning to beckon me to climb it. Should Kerala find herself in peril, Lin Ju would undoubtedly come to her aid. This was a matter that required no contemplation. Due to his specific request for gunpowder among the needed supplies, the private discussions regarding gunpowder bids had surged unusually. As he spoke, Su Damao indeed slapped himself across the face with a resounding pop, not holding back at all. Another spell flickered at his fingertips, and the soul-collecting specters sensed a chilling, ominous gaze fixed upon them. In the sky, a formation of patrol planes performed aerial displays, while neatly dressed individuals surged through the streets, some walking, others riding intricate mechanical vehicles. Various sophisticated devices were employed by the dragons and establishments to attract customers, their flashy props leaving one guessing at their true purpose. She discovered the key to the secret chamber hidden in a concealed compartment and was about to leave when another shadow darted in. The auction of the Half-Emperor's elixir was unsuccessful, yet it had made many factions acutely aware that the conflicts between Qi Shuani and the Dragon Clan were irreconcilable. The melody flowed like a gentle summer evening breeze caressing sheer curtains, soothingly enveloping the listeners, who were all immersed in its enchanting notes. Qin Huairu, her cheeks aflame, ran outside, calling for Yu Li, and indeed, felt somewhat embarrassed, not returning to He Yuzhu's quarters thereafter. Among them, the spiritual essence had vanished, severing the thread of inherited memories. Even if they could hatch, they would be nothing more than ordinary divine beasts, incapable of employing many of the Kunping clan's secret techniques. The earth dragon-like spirit observed the two brothers, who seemed oblivious to the presence of true spiritual essence. Bang 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 on the door. Soldiers began to furiously batter the entrance, yet despite their persistent efforts, there was no response from within. Pushing against the door yielded no results, as it was evidently secured from the inside. I initially intended to wave my hand and inform Lin Xiaoman that it was merely 169, not expensive at all, but hesitated at the last moment, settling for 69 yuan, indicating that it was indeed a bargain. This prince has come to pay respects to Murong Yen. Shun Yunli's demeanor softened considerably, and as he spoke, a pang of sorrow struck his heart, his gentle gaze fixed upon the stone tablet, reminiscent of gazing upon a long-lost beloved. However, as a man, one must sometimes uphold a semblance of dignity, so he refrained from inquiring further, instead retreating to the side. Indeed, Lord Su speaks truthfully. From now on, whatever the governor decrees shall be law. Anyone who dares to disobey shall face the consequences. Lucien also voiced his support loudly. Although to date, there had been no eyewitness accounts in the case of the missing persons in the Lion's Nose Tree Sea. The police had gleaned from the statements of the two individuals why so few had witnessed the vehicle disappearances. It was evident that Feng Jun had no intention of neglecting those ranked lower. Thus, he resorted to limiting the number of registrants to alleviate his workload. Duan Xie received the life manifestation token, scrutinizing it carefully, yet failing to discern any peculiarities. He subsequently imprinted his soul's mark upon the token, which then radiated a brilliant red light before falling silent once more. Long Si sensed the chaotic aura and the near whispers of conversations. Since the dancer had spoken thus, she seemed to leave little room for hesitation for the two. Shun Yunli took the lead, decisively leaping into the large iron barrel, followed closely by Mo Ran. Chapter 142, An Unexpected Turn of Events. The zombie, undeterred, lunged forward, claws aimed directly at Shiyun's chest. Upon witnessing this, Fu Yi swiftly thrust his Wudong sword into the heart of the zombie's claw, resulting in a thunderous crash that sent the zombie staggering back 3 feet, while Fu Yi himself retreated 3 steps to regain his balance. Fangzi, do not take it to heart. We are artists. What's the big deal about putting on a performance? Gaobo lamented regretfully, fearing she could not articulate her feelings. The moment's tension in Chu Nain's gaze sparked an inexplicable fear within her. Their deliberately suppressed heavy breaths rose and fell, resembling a fervent kiss. Yet it took Li Mu approximately a minute to fully comprehend the situation. However, in recent days, Lu Fifan had been accompanying Yang Fei on various outings, while secretly coordinating with local agents to connect with nearby residents and tourists, planning to surprise Yang Fei during her next visit to Australia, which would be more than just a simple vacation. As Jean Mo and the others entered the flame array, a wave of heat enveloped them, rendering breathing labored, and their bodies felt as if they might combust at any moment. Mo Shouchen slightly lifted his gaze, casting a casual glance in the direction of the newcomer. Upon recognizing the visitor's features, a profound and inscrutable amusement flickered in the depths of his jet-black eyes, and he could not help but curl his thin lips into a smile. Bai Huai and Bai Song, without the need for any invitation, eagerly seized a platter, exhaling steam as they devoured their food ravenously. As Ouyang Lian reached the corner, having just emerged from the same turning, he suddenly turned back upon spotting a familiar silhouette. Having indulged in a free meal and drink, they set off again, arriving at the ferry crossing of Haisha River before nightfall. Before long, Shi Fan could no longer contain himself. He embraced Nie Xuanfang and forcefully pressed her down onto the bed. It appeared that with the aid of an officer, the corpulent Hoffman was destined to grow even fatter. While concerning the anomalous presence, such as this one, Karl pointed to the leisurely whistling Vladar, a few meters behind. The enigmatic nature of the final decision allowed Li Gu to easily breach the remaining defenses of Xiao He, directly reaching the flaw. Shu Fan, relax. I will now assist you in channeling your bloodlines and dispelling the cold, Shi Fan declared, employing his techniques to suppress the burgeoning thoughts. Old B. Upon witnessing this, Mu Xing immediately stepped forward to block the advancing Diabos, brandishing his blade with a flurry of slashes. Little did they know, it was not long before Wang Fan unexpectedly brought them news that clarified their position in this venture. They were still at the bottom of the hierarchy. Da Zhuang shook his head in confusion. He only knew that the boy's skill was the most formidable martial art, and that his celestial-like elder brother practiced it. Undoubtedly the most powerful of all. Don't come any closer. The dark wind wolf had utterly collapsed, audaciously uttering such words to the oncoming gale wolf. When everyone had been effortlessly subdued by Cashew, the demon known as Mary leisurely stepped out from the barrier. Uncle Nyo plucked a hair and gently blew on it, causing a rope made of beef tendons to appear, which the others hastily used to bind the unconscious weasel securely, tossing it into the thicket. He had committed patricide and usurped the throne, fully prepared for the possibility of failure and death. Now, after more than half a year, he could not escape his fate. Moreover, swords flew from all angles, attacking from every direction, leaving no corner untouched by the 100 blades. The pillar of muddy yellow light forcefully repelled the white pillar of Shangguan Xiener. Just as the beam seemed poised to strike her, she decisively evaded. Lu Yu pondered deeply but could not grasp the reason, thus temporarily setting aside his doubts, keeping them buried in his heart. The air trembled with a thunderous roar, mixed with the force of a terrifying storm, sending Long Yen Sen hurtling away. King Wei, Li Jiji, the eldest son of Li Tsuanxiu, remained in Taiyuan, jointly responsible for guarding their stronghold with Governor Meng Zhixiang. When Chun Xiao arrived, he coldly snorted, neither confirming nor denying Wang Chen's success in passing the second round of assessments. In a normal state, his body had nearly ceased to absorb internal energy. However, once engaging in high-intensity exercise, as his stamina depleted, his body would naturally absorb internal energy to replenish its vigor. Lu Yu sensed that, at this moment, his physical capabilities were likely still on the rise, albeit minutely. Realizing that the fairy had completely vanished, the four of us collectively sighed in relief. The fellow was indeed a ghostly being, accurately described as being on par with a semi-mortal. If he wished to end our lives, it would be as effortless as a mere thought. Tuoba Shui cupped a copper lock in her hands, awaiting her masteress inspection. But Masters with CI simply ignored her and strode into the hall. Once the words were spoken, Mu Anrin gently wiped the blade against her face, her eyes revealing tender affection. Qian Yun understood that there must be a deeper story behind this sword. The voice was sharp and thin, as if strained from shouting. Utterly jarring, a sound that should not emerge from such a large head. Yang Yi blinked, perplexed as to why Oz would begin speaking by declaring himself great and fearsome. What connection did greatness and fear have? Andre nodded in a daze, accepting, and took the Queen's medallion given by Yang Yi to seek out the captain of the guards. Upon receiving the intelligence, Li Hong glanced at it and felt his scalp tingle, exclaiming in shock, Li Cheng has come. The document slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. The Red Queen furiously flung aside the tent flap, but did not rush out. Yang Yi nearly acted on impulse, breaking into a sweat. At that moment, it seemed the Red Queen recalled something, turning back into the tent, leaving Yang Yi utterly bewildered, uncertain as to why she had returned. Did she somehow discover his plan? After taking a few sips, she found that ladling the concoction was increasingly repugnant. Resolutely, Mu Shuefu lifted the bowl of medicine and forced herself to drink the remaining potion in one go, and before she could even savor it, she grabbed a handful of candied fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. Since witnessing the battle between Horong and Dong Huang Tai Yi in the East Sea, Xing Tian had secretly imitated the Grand Witch's true form, emulating the divine ability to manipulate the heavens and earth, transforming the supreme axe light into a divine technique for opening the heavens, training to break through myriad laws with sheer strength, all while adopting a semblance of Huarong's appearance. It was evident that the members of the Wang government sought to protect not humanity itself, but rather their opulent mansions and current status. If their position were threatened, even if the threat came not from giants but from humans, they would unhesitatingly eliminate it. Chapter 143. Is the name Wang Bo too ordinary? Shangguan Hongya accepted the letter from Shangguan Honglai and, upon reading it, his gentle, jade-like visage darkened instantly. After assessing Li Yang's condition, he promptly retrieved his acupuncture kit from his pocket, administering a few needles to the spots where the venomous snake had bitten, and then spent considerable time extracting the toxic blood from Li Yang's leg, bit by bit. My lady, please do not be angry. I admit I underestimated her. I never anticipated that the rural girl, Yumashi, would possess such skills. However, my lady, rest assured that I have already made arrangements regarding that matter. It will not affect us here. The only concern now is the investigation from Chun Xianglin's side, Chun Hong quickly assured. Subsequently, further inquiries yielded no results. Bai Yu bid farewell to Xue Jian at the KTV before heading towards the Dream Studio. This was merely the outcome that Team Master desired, as he was eager for him to accept the multitude of affairs under his command. Bai Yu quickly shook his head. Perhaps he had outgrown the age for amusement rides. Merely observing the ecstatic screams of those on the attractions failed to stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. Aya, what a lovely name. Did your grandfather give it to you? Yumashi casually remarked, strolling towards her with a smile, as if engaging in friendly conversation. The envoy from the Frost Empire and some members of the Elven race could not help but swallow hard at the sight. When the residual thunderous blade energy struck the ground, it unexpectedly cleaved a canyon hundreds of meters deep, stretching for miles. Sichimo? Ing Luoluo furrowed her brow upon hearing a boy's voice. Desks, chairs, and other materials were all prepared. The new kitchen and various supplies were also being restocked. Approximately several hundred servants would participate in this banquet, prompting Lu Chun to privately marvel at the strength of a grand sect. Wang Xinyu understood that if he posed these sensitive questions, it would be difficult to ascertain whether Lei Sudong had been fully subdued, and whether he would willingly disclose the information. Is it truly that formidable? Chen Yuansher exclaimed. It was undeniable that the Summer Emperor ranked first on the celestial leaderboard. Yet the level of praise he received from the elder far exceeded that of Tian Yangzi, which took him by surprise. Ultimately, after an intense internal struggle, Boluo decided to take him along, not for any particular reason, but because becoming a superhero necessitated preparation for death. What a sight to behold. I would gladly marry a millionaire, and even a billionaire if he does not please my eyes, thought Cherry Giant without a moment's hesitation. Gu Wanwan was taken aback when Cherry Giant unexpectedly shoved her, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Has it started to rain? At that moment, Zoro, who was exercising his arm strength, felt something fall from the sky and strike his arm. He looked up in confusion. In both prosperous and chaotic times, various underground organizations thrive, such as the Silver Hook Gambling House in Jiangqiuzhou, where the puppet head, Wang Ji, is merely a facade, with the true mastermind being the Qinglong Society behind him. As Shen Yun was about to send a message back, he faintly sensed a familiar aura. Surrounding him were countless blue barrel-like objects, each with a diameter of around 30 to 40 meters and a height of over 10 meters, some of which had already collapsed, leaving a thick layer of black ash scattered across the ground. A new game, perhaps? How intriguing. Do enlighten me. What sort of game is it? The leader, excited by the flames, inquired. The flames flickered around his wrist as he declared, "Allow me to showcase my prowess." And with that, a fierce blaze enveloped him, forming a suit of fiery red armor. Moreover, this peculiar ability was something the people of Alabasta had never witnessed before. With the intent to conserve teleportation scrolls, Lon Loasi decided to explore the magic hub for a couple of rounds. Yet it was evident that some did not wish for a mere mortal to traverse freely within their territory. "Beast, seeking death," Lin Yu bellowed, as the sword in his hand transformed into a sphere, layer upon layer encasing the silver silkworm goo, while the flames in his hands intensified. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan's eyes blazed with combat spirit, a powerful aura erupting from him as a flash of light flickered beneath his feet, revealing an ancient longsword in his grasp. A red light flashed in the eyes of Han Shan, Han Yun, and the others, as two bolts of red lightning collided midair. The wailing from the Shajiaban Na boutique drew passers-by closer, who whispered amongst themselves about the scene inside, some inquiring, others confused, and some excitedly recounting their observations. Although the two elders returned to Beishan knowing he possessed this skill, experiencing it firsthand was a distinct sensation. "Was it merely to frighten you? Is it necessary to speak ill of me?" Tan Er retorted. Wang Feng paid no heed to him, continuing his frantic dash, while the others chattered incessantly, their questions stemming from their bewilderment at Wang Feng's actions, which he had yet to address. Tian Jiong pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Wang Feng's words, and ceased his attempts to refute, opting instead to follow orders. Contrary to Androla's speculations, he was willing to return 50 billion, provided that Wang Xiaoxiao's safety was guaranteed. Making no other demands, Aunt Lu hesitated briefly before rising. However, just a minute later, she returned to the dining room with a wine jar in hand. "Kill." The spirited Taoist Shinya charged forward, leading the way deeper into the cave, with Fuxing and the white raccoon cat following closely behind, emboldened. They had barely walked 10 meters when a silver Audi Q7 came to a halt beside them on the road. "Your fire seed is the annihilation fire, capable of incinerating this celestial palace, which is imbued with celestial curses. Anyone daring to destroy it, be they celestial or demonic, will vanish into the void alongside it." The nine-tailed red sky fox explained solemnly, a rumor that was not exactly a secret. Any mundane constraints are as flimsy as scrap paper. She could easily summon his majesty. Yi Yushi listened intently, her mind conjuring images of the tragic spirits of ancient times. Nowadays, most people cultivate for status and honor, while they once did so merely for the sake of survival. By 1 o'clock at night, she could no longer endure, rising to peek outside, finding Shinting still at work. As if listening to something inappropriate, Gu Duoer felt her face flush, her heart pounding like a drum. Su Panner glanced around before rolling up her sleeves, gathering her strength to lift the large bed with both hands. Chapter 144, The Untainted Empress. 70 years. Xiaoyan, you have gone too far. Sheng Chuyi pointed at her, a glow emanating from his hand as he attempted to forcefully transform her. The Yang clan has succumbed to madness, always complicating the simplest matters. It is merely a dual pricing issue. What difference does it make whether it is investigated or not? Does the jade flesh within the stone change because of this? Xian Yuan, sensing the end of his life, traversed the 9 provinces, selecting a place rich in spiritual energy, now known as Lingyun Cave. There were also green bean cakes shaped like flowers, tender yellow, so delicate that they seemed ready to melt upon touch. What a bore. Will lit a cigarette, complaining as he adjusted his attire while making his way toward the dock where the Barreluris pirate cruise ship was moored. He had already scouted the area during the day. With a sudden awakening, Vault sat up, breathing heavily. His startled expression akin to that of a silverback gorilla roused from a nightmare, strikingly similar in both his dark skin and his extraordinarily muscular chest and arms. Having eaten enough, Yan, if you wish to reminisce, take Liang Yin to Zhu Shui Xian for a good look. Just deliver the person to the crown prince afterward. Su Yanru had hardly eaten anything when the Rong family directly issued the command. Su Jin's eyes were filled with suspicion. Was the Rong family afraid of something? The strongest beast form stood atop Xiao Ti's hands, raining down punches upon Xiao Ti's head like a tempest. Su Guli knelt on the ground, draped only in a loose outer robe, his face contorted as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Beads of sweat dripped onto the ground. Finally, unable to hold on, he bent over, yet his sinister gaze remained fixated on Su Jin and his dear sister, a grave miscalculation indeed. The true love immortal holds a position of great power within the 6 Extremes order. He is undoubtedly a bound recipient of red envelopes. However, the title of love immortal is not determined by the rank of the red envelope, but by the individual's own capabilities. The name is not Moon Elder. That is merely a colloquial title for a counterfeit love immortal from the Western Yong realm. Can one escape the crisis like Cao Cao, only to return stronger? Liang Xiao did not know, and in truth, no one did. Only God, that elusive deity, possessed such knowledge. This information would gradually unfold with his rise in level and experiences. Knowledge is indeed power, not mere rhetoric. With this information, Wei Xian would grow increasingly formidable. The ragged individuals donned a shifty appearance, clearly not of good character. Zhang Yu stood amidst the swirling snow, still clutching the cursed knife, her black and white eyes rendered ineffective. Even her spiritual force retreating into the realm of her mind, unable to move. In an instant, she could see nothing, akin to a blind person groping in the dark. Zhen Zhen struggled vehemently, and Wei Xian recognized that the timing was not yet ripe, thus he released his hold. Although Long Rui did not pursue, he found the situation quite amusing, while Ran Lian felt otherwise. She merely sensed abandonment, left by her boyfriend in the company of such a dangerous person. The Crown Prince and Xiao Xianhai traversed the streets, having taken a lengthy detour, yet they were drawing ever closer to the palace. Even catching a glimpse of the towering roof of the Qiaoming Hall, Xiao Lin had ample means to bribe the people of Lixingdan. The wealth and antiques of the Adams family likely paled in comparison to the goods of his company in their eyes. Pity the one who just moments ago was flaunting his prowess, drawing all eyes to himself. Now he resembles a child caught in wrongdoing, relegated to silent admonition. As Liang Qinxi passed through the turnstile and approached the corner, she could no longer resist glancing back. The fire-devouring demon queen, initially brimming with self-satisfaction and on the brink of triumph, harbored the ambition of capturing the still-recovering demon lord to present to the Red Phoenix Demon King. An endeavor that would surely earn her unparalleled acclaim. At that moment, she envisioned returning to the demon clan to savor a life of ease, far preferable to the current tumultuous existence fraught with anxiety. She had not anticipated that the other families of the Dark Gate would come to her aid. Despite their temporary alliance against Zhang Fenglu, the 8 major families were at each other's throats, harboring a desire to devour one another, making any form of assistance unlikely. Merely refraining from kicking her while she was down would be a blessing. As the quarrel escalated, Chen Mo quickly intervened, pulling Jean Bebe to a seat. Jean Bebe huffed in disdain, casting a fierce glare at Jean Tianyu. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. She would rather endure a lifetime, plus another, and even a future life as a solitary creature, content in her own company, than be coveted by a terrifying boss like Su Qingxian. Xiao Xingfang was astute, fully aware that following this competition, the TM team's popularity would undoubtedly soar. This had been one of his primary objectives from the outset. Although South City lay in close proximity to a city, Lin Jing had only visited S City a handful of times, each occasion driven by necessity. This marked her first genuine opportunity to enjoy herself in S City, and the first time she felt truly relaxed. I will strive to do my best, she declared, her spirits lifted at the prospect of bringing joy to her family. After all, nothing is more comforting than a blissful and harmonious family life. Perhaps, as Murong Xian coldly remarked, the individual in question had not perished, but was instead concocting some unspeakable scheme. Chapter 145, The Dark Emperors. Bao Weiwei cast a worried glance at them. Inexplicably, she sensed an impending storm. At that moment, Shen Dongyue's expression darkened. Very well, then the only thing left is combat. Today, you, Qinilong, shall undoubtedly meet your demise. A fierce killing intent and a turbulent aura surged forth, shattering the surrounding rubble. What frustrated Iga Kayaguchi the most was the inexplicable sense of helplessness that engulfed him. Akin to being ensnared in a quagmire from which escape seemed impossible. Despite his bitter smile, his astonishment and dread were palpable, as he recognized that his strength could rival even that of Fengma Shijia, the only individual he admired among his peers. The disparity in numbers was evident. Though the Ryukyu naval warriors were novices on the battlefield, when faced with life-and-death confrontations, they hesitated, failing to unleash their full potential. Hundreds encircled a mere few dozen pirates, yet struggled to subdue them, much to the dismay of the elite observers nearby. Shindongwe, even if he emerges, who among you can be of use? Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Yin Hanqing inquired sternly. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand to slap atop Yu Montang's head, forcibly extracting a transparent figure identical to Yu Mantang from his corporeal form. The transparent Yu Montang's mouth gaped in agony, yet he could emit no sound. Although Gao Jingzong lacked bravery and exceptional skills, he would willingly insert a knife into his own ribs for the sake of friends and brothers. So, the Chinese saying a word is worth 9 tripods equates to a single statement being valued as 9 incense burners? Tang Xuanli inquired curiously. Though these matters posed no immediate threat to Wang Xiao, they represented a significant risk, particularly the latter. Should Yang Xilang rise to prominence and forge a close alliance with Yang Wulong, also known as Yang Yifan, he would once again find himself in peril. Consequently, after both parties signed the trade agreement and provided a substantial deposit, the manager of the Fan family commercial enterprise confidently dispatched staff to the headquarters to procure goods. His vision of the hellish world grew increasingly vivid, and he could hear a mysterious, hoarse voice calling him from below. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yu's conclusions would inevitably offend one party or another, yet concealing his true thoughts proved a formidable challenge. After a few enchanting maidens swayed their graceful waists away, Qin Lei swallowed hard, a surge of desire igniting within him, wishing he could devour them whole. Sister Milan, I wish to share the burden with you. Baili Xuanzi quickly raised his hand, prompting others to echo his sentiments. In the western regions, the most formidable was the Khwarezmian Empire, with its capital of Samarkand at the heart of Gulkhan Square. What is going on? Teacher Gao, you aren't with Qin Feng, are you? Upon seeing their intertwined hands, Lin Jie remarked with a sly grin. After a night devoid of incident, the following morning, as dawn's light dimly broke, servants arrived to summon Yi Xingqian and his companions, escorting them to the training grounds of the Shangguan family. In the face of Qiu Zhiqing, Yu Hang found himself matched against an exceptionally clever player devoid of the ball. Following a failed screen, he had no choice but to pass the ball to the low post. At this time, Qin Feng and his group had arrived at the fabled Sand Island, a veritable paradise that surpassed even the grandeur of the Potala Palace. Sprawling over several thousand square meters in solemn majesty, a place that seemed a waste not to hold meetings in this auspicious setting. As they made their way back to school, Ming Han inhaled the fresh air, feeling considerably more sober. The life essence of his innate object sustained some damage. Chen Chu let out a suppressed cough, crimson blood foam erupting from his mouth and nose, as droplets of blood seeped from his skin, emitting a faint hissing sound akin to a deflating balloon. The commander suppressed his feelings of defeat. Continuing the operation was utterly futile, as Qiao Yu had not taken precautions against them. Her identification card swipe records were readily accessible. For these young men who had lost their homeland and loved ones, what other choices remained but to perish here? Constantly aware of the changes in Yi Zheng's Uchiha Madara, sensing the subtle transformations within him, a smile of delight spread across his face, and he began to impart the true essence of Tai Chi into Yi Zheng's mind from afar. Should a massacre of the likes of the Six Paths descend, even if Mi Chun did not face complete annihilation, he would undoubtedly suffer devastating injuries. Han Le set down his cup, instinctively glancing back at Xiao Yu's room before striding directly toward the balcony. Xie Yongqing discerned his intent and followed closely. Having confirmed Gao Feng's identity, Charlotte promptly transferred command authority to him, eager to join the fray and eliminate the Chaos God King she despised most. However, Gao Feng, with a disheartening shake of his head, deterred her fervent desire for battle, leaving several officers feeling disheartened. The ethereal forms of several world-shattering true emperors nodded gently, all being the progenitors of the Wutian Law sect, sharing both honor and misfortune. Once others departed, Qiao Yu rested her hand on Han Li's inner garment, closing her eyes as the fabric cascaded down to envelop her right wrist. Only then did Han Lu comprehend her intent. She still possessed an electric wristband, and had he not severed their connection earlier, Qiao Yu might have been remotely incapacitated. This demonic clone grew in synchrony with the original, whatever strength the original possessed. The clone mirrored. Should the original comprehend celestial techniques, the clone would likewise be capable of wielding them. Truly a terrifying prospect. Chapter 146, Old Chow and the Prison Green. Such a transformation, had it occurred while Shifu Chui and Shizong Wang were present, she would have been unable to discern. However, during her journey from Dongchangfu to Yanzifu, Shifu had witnessed blood firsthand and instantly recognized it. The Fan family is evidently one that conceals daggers beneath smiles, approaching with ulterior motives. Had it not been for my resolute stance today, would they not have been at the mercy of the Fan family? Without uttering a word, King Xiangui opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of profound, heavy water, which surged forth with the wind, transforming in an instant into a mighty river suspended in midair, its waves rolling fiercely, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. The original owner was able to act with such impunity and disregard solely due to the presence of her exceedingly indulgent uncle, Wang Shu, who served as an assistant to Xiao Wanner's uncle, responsible for catering to her every whim. However, Yin Xiaoxuan now harbored an intense hatred for Fu Lan. Her eyes ablaze with fury, unable to contain herself as she seized Fu Lan by the hair, intent on dragging her along in an act of violence. Shen Rui let out a pained whimper as she was struck, prompting Lin Luo to rush over to support her, casting a warning glare at Xia Jin. While Tai Suzi engaged in a battle of spells against the protective formation of Jiayao City, the remaining disciples of Tai Su's sect had already sheathed their swords, settling down for meditation outside Jiayao City. The attributes and power of the Yuan sword utterly overwhelmed the crescent-shaped blade, and within a brief span, the two metallic weapons clashed repeatedly, while the strength of the moon fox goblin faltered, its arm yielding under the immense force. Moreover, this approach could significantly conserve manpower, alleviating the burden of war for the common folk and unleashing greater productivity. The words of concubine Dong went unanswered by Murong Jie, who, in her anxiety, pounded on the door, repeatedly calling out his name. As Age spoke, he began making final arrangements on site. First removing his sword belt from his waist and hanging it on the sword rack on the wall, before joining his colleagues for a drink, finding the situation somewhat peculiar. Zhou Tong's explanation left me utterly astounded. Even Jean Can, who stood nearby, turned pale with fear. Though she had not opened her heavenly eye and was unaware of the circumstances, she was nonetheless gripped by terror after hearing our conversation. Yet, in the realm of Westeros, where the economic and financial sectors were virtually blank slates, it was not only the absence of relevant laws that posed a challenge, but even if they existed, under the watchful eye of Eddard Stark as Prime Minister, the Night's Watch would undoubtedly secure the legal authority to raise funds. Upon witnessing the distant, sky-obscuring demon heaven, my heart raced, and morale plummeted as countless humans were ruthlessly slaughtered in that instant. Su Yimin placed her hand upon the corpse's abdomen, where a gaping hole revealed that it had been gruesomely bitten open. Li Kong and Feng Hai had learned about Yi Lin's escape abilities through their encounters. Thus they had been laboring tirelessly for days, expending vast amounts of resources to set a trap around the miasma, eagerly awaiting Yi Lin's capture. The convoy set off, followed closely by several large trucks filled with armed soldiers, swiftly leaving the temporary camp. Regardless of the time, this world remains unforgiving. Whether in the mundane or the realm of cultivation, falling behind inevitably leads to ruthless abandonment, a law that remains unchanged. Once deprived of the protection of top-tier powerhouses, the Fraser family would stand no chance against them relying solely on their own strength. Joy surged within him for a fleeting moment, but just as he intended to greet everyone, an unsettling premonition arose in his heart. For they knew that if they truly pushed Li Chengjun to the brink, he could indeed purchase the website, resulting in their complete banishment, leaving them without means of livelihood. Li Yicheng slightly parted his thin lips, his deep, profound gaze radiating a piercing intent capable of penetrating the hearts of men. 4 timepieces such as the tank Blue Balloon Pasha, as long as they are priced below 100,000, one may simply choose aesthetically pleasing options at will. For instance, the Las Vegas roulette, akin to the European and African versions, features a total of 38 slots corresponding to 38 numbers, allowing one to wager a single dollar on any number, with a successful hit yielding $35. Ha ha ha, senior brother. After all these years you remain unchanged. The matters of the academy are indeed taxing on the mind, yet with the assistance of my 2 junior brothers, I have managed to steal a brief respite. Naturally seeking out my senior brother, the middle-aged man exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The Huagua government convened an emergency representative assembly, preparing to amend the constitution, with the content having been prepared long before the energy body world was unveiled. As Yi Tianming departed the room, leaning against the door, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness for not having outright rejected Su Yuhan, though he hoped his intentions had been conveyed clearly. Some severely injured soldiers served as instructors in various villages, organizing the able-bodied for training during the off-season, while also fulfilling roles as propagandists and intelligence officers, promoting the policies of the Wilderness Nation and rallying the people's hearts under the banner of the Wilderness Nation, particularly beneath the flag of Shao Mo. The newcomer was not Lan Mu, as the Spectre could discern through instinct. However, he was undoubtedly a member of the Black Dragon Society. Yet, despite scouring the entirety of the Serpent clan, even their own kin expressed confusion over the absence of their shaman and serpentine melodies. Perhaps we should discuss our plans concerning Duan Fengwe? Tang Yin suggested, unable to resist diverting the conversation. They, being loose cultivators, could only resign themselves if Yi Tian truly belonged to a major sect. Chapter 147, The Old Base of the Nine Heavens. On a bustling street, off-road vehicles roared past, occasionally crashing into 1 or 2 zombies that obstructed their path, the front of the vehicle smeared with blood and remnants of flesh, even if Daimos had not returned. Once the castle initiated a temporal jump, all individuals deemed part of the castle's domain would be transported along, subsequently sealed away for energy conservation. The steward harbored resentment towards Chun Dafu, intent on bringing about his bankruptcy. However, he had an agreement with Chun Sheng, permitting only the robbery of finances without causing harm, for he had shared over a decade of brotherhood with Chun Dafu and did not wish for his demise. Moments later, Feng Tianxue finally arrived at the Grand Hall of the Moon Goddess Palace, astonished by the throngs of people in the surrounding square. Realizing that tomorrow was the true day of ascension, yet such a multitude had gathered today. Thus, He opted for a cavern to rear the venomous bees, situated at a considerable distance from the steelmaking plant, perfectly enveloping the rear mountain of the plant. Should anyone attempt to traverse from the back mountain into the valley, it would surely alert the venomous bees. Within the Bagua Formation, streams of blood inexplicably levitated, continuously flowing toward the golden beans. Were this in the Qin kingdom, such a captain would undoubtedly refrain from behaving so arrogantly, for the laws of Qin were exceedingly strict, and a prince's transgressions were deemed equal to those of commoners, let alone that of a mere captain. Yet here in the Yin kingdom, Fan Sui enjoyed the backing of Qin, granting him a formidable presence, thus allowing the captain to act with audacity. Chu de Bao's was not foolish, merely somewhat dull. This punch would naturally not employ the iron sand palm technique, even wielding only half his usual strength. Li Qi sighed inwardly, realizing that these heroic spirits were at best on par with Madara, uncertain of their capabilities. However, the Central World Trade Center had only just begun its construction phase, and it was expected to be completed by the end of 2005. Pre-sales had yet to commence, and no pricing had been established. As for Lin Feng's insinuation regarding his potential long-term residence in the United States, Wang Hao was rather indifferent. The previous variety show seemed to have left behind countless pitfalls, as many of the overused tropes from his past life were entirely new and fascinating to the inhabitants here, captivating the audience in an instant. Finny lowered her head, and when she lifted it again, her eyes were red-rimmed, yet she restrained herself from shedding tears, aware that this was not the appropriate moment to reveal her identity. First, crafting the jade into a spirit-gathering talisman, then arranging the spirit-gathering array with the talisman, the combined effects, though far from matching a first-tier formation, were already sufficient for the current stage of Ling Tian. As it was her first day at work, Ling Tong arrived rather late, close to 10 o'clock. Yet Sisterin had mentioned the night before that arriving before noon would suffice. In fact, from the very beginning of the river crossing, Tan Daoji had been quietly contemplating how Yao Shua would utilize the Chang cavalry at his disposal, despite Ling Tian's demeanor being one of indifference. The middle-aged man wore an expression of profound gratitude, feeling that the expenditure of 1,500,000 was indeed worthwhile. Qin Tianqi's figure flickered and landed on the lawn in front of the villa. Just as he touched the ground, the sound of barking echoed nearby, revealing several Tibetan mastiffs slowly approaching him from a distance, while in the shadows, a pair of eyes glimmered ominously. However, with each drink, he became increasingly sober. Never before had he harbored such intense self-loathing, deprived even of the right to intoxication. Chun Hao supported his head with one hand, reciting obscure phrases, while his eyes suddenly flew open, the black pupils gradually transforming into white as his fingers morphed into blades, slicing open his forehead to extract a writhing mass of black flesh. What? Despite the bar's tranquility, other sounds persisted. Ning Chui could not quite discern what he was saying. Over here, Durant exuded an air of menace, while on the other side, Sishi Ping was rallying the team to boost morale. The sound of slicing wind surged as if countless live serpents were coiling around. I remained motionless, yet inexplicably, I heard those things shatter midair before they could touch me, crashing to the ground in a cacophony. The obsession of the restless spirit was, after all, a remnant of human consciousness, retaining fragments of memories from their former life. Zhou Yang knew that the other party could comprehend his words. Chen Luo had essentially grasped Pikachu's meaning, got out of bed, and his expression darkened considerably. The appearance of Ning Chui and Yi Chunning stirred a commotion within the establishment, while outside, many others followed suit into the shop. Laughter encircled the youth's ears, igniting a mix of shame and anger. His eyes reddened as he strode forcefully towards Zhuang Nan, with those in front daring not to impede him. The driver, being astute, inferred from Chun Luo's expression that an urgent matter had arisen, and without further ado, he unleashed the maximum magical output. The enchanted vehicle darting through the night like a streak of light. Ma Dong momentarily hesitated, only to hear footsteps again. He noticed a seemingly aristocratic young man idly playing with a warm jade in his hand as he sauntered over. Li Mingji felt that once he took the first step, the second and third would become markedly easier. Just as he was about to collide with the terrifying bulging eyes of the Tao Tai, he shut his eyes tightly. The arrival of Guiqing and his companions naturally drew the attention of the crowd, for being personally guided by Chang'e was a mark of distinction. Roar! A dazzling light erupted from within the golden retriever, and terrifying sound waves radiated outward in all directions, the chaotic magical energy exploding violently. Deng Hui, Guan Xiaotong, and Lu Ank were equally astonished as they gazed at Chao Zhihui, then unconsciously turned their attention to Li Jua. Li Jua suddenly noticed a blue light emerging beneath him, resembling a tangible beam, illuminating his surroundings from below. Tentatively, Long Yuan took a step forward and discovered he could walk here, traversing the void without touching the ground. For this set of equipment costing over 1,000 guan. When Shihong had accrued debts to Baihua Tower far exceeding the initial amount of over 10,000 yuan he had disclosed to Tanfengyi. The total debt had escalated to a staggering 100,000 yuan, equivalent to the annual tax revenue of a medium-sized prefecture. Thus, it appeared that there were still 30 secret recipes for dishes yet to be sold. General Wang's eyes gleamed with envy, for it was all money. Even if he could not acquire all 36 recipes, obtaining just 6 would suffice to establish a grand restaurant in the capital, with signature dishes generating a fortune daily. Chapter 148. The Emperor Speaks of Reincarnation. The American president furrowed his brow even tighter upon hearing the $400,000. He knew that if he did not acquiesce, this individual would undoubtedly resort to robbery, whether it be a bank or something else remained unclear, but it was likely aimed at a public bank in the United States. Moreover, while pursuing, he also opened his mouth to gulp water, treating the glowing orb as a tantalizing morsel. Dongzhe, step aside, Wang Kuei instructed, wishing to shield Dongzhe from danger, as he was no match for someone like Lin Xiai. She reflected that she could never harbor such thoughts in her lifetime, let alone don such attire to present herself to Lu Chuang. Noticing Su Fan's reluctance to approach, this colossal figure unexpectedly uprooted a towering tree several hundred feet high and hurled it towards Su Fan. While Su Fan had not anticipated this maneuver, he remained unperturbed, possessing the ability to deflect such an attack with his initial level celestial power. I scaled a large tree and leaned against the 6-meter-high trunk, finally feeling at ease enough to check my messages. After lying there for an indeterminate period, Li Yijias suddenly felt a surge of heat within him, akin to a fireball exploding inside, as a torrent of true energy surged forth, coursing through his organs. At this juncture, Cheng Yitian's eyes widened, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Xiaoyan intently. Whenever anyone beheld Ji Qing, thoughts unrelated to studies would spring to mind. Extracurricular activities and orchestra performances. What is this rubbish? Jiang Chun was startled when a material from Fuxi struck him. Turning around, he was taken aback to find the materials encircling him, forming a luminous membrane. As he frantically pounded against the glass wall crafted from light, she considered that the organization backing Yang Lan and Yi Hua must be formidable. Yet she did not anticipate it to be of such magnitude. Even Koreans felt a sense of comfort upon hearing his words, as they interpreted it as Su Yuan acknowledging that he was still inferior to Li Xianghe, recalling that night when he was surrounded by dozens of demonic assassins. The mind-confusing demon might have cast the bewildering demon domain upon him. Niu Xiong cursed angrily, seizing the opportunity while the trafficker distracted the officers, snatched the money box, and leaped from the second-floor window, aiming to escape to the restaurant across the street. Does an increase in numbers guarantee economic benefits? Moreover, it could also catalyze upgrades across various aspects of Lushan, making life more convenient for everyone. Thus, Changning Temple could center around that individual, constructing a resource-rich spirit realm entirely under its control. When she had the opportunity to openly confront He Sui, witnessing the constipated expression on He Sui's face, she felt a sense of satisfaction in avenging the original owner. He reclined comfortably in the chair, his hands clasped behind his head, mimicking the previous remarks of SKT fans in a mocking tone. This new hero had not been on the scene for long, and the majority in the Korean server were still in the exploratory phase. However, Bayong, having investigated the other party's background, knew that these two had never met before today and had no connection whatsoever. She was seen alone, dancing wildly on stage, surrounded by a number of ill-intentioned men, each one attempting to provoke her. After a while, 2 captains of the Imperial Guards and several soldiers arrived in the main hall. The 2 captains, without armor or the usual attire, donned common scholarly garb. Upon rising to pay respects, they requested chairs be brought forth, allowing the 2 to take their seats in the hall, reiterating the events once more. Next was the 3rd-grade position of the Blue Stone. Lan Zhanjiang had been notably low-key lately, with only Qin Tongshan's vibrant seating fully occupied, along with the whistle of the fiery wheel, and 2 young individuals whom none had seen before. Considering the cultivation techniques, Mo Xian imparted the original method of refining the acupoints from the Mo sect to the other party. However, her position within the demonic sect was not particularly high, merely at the 4th tier, which, given the other's current level of cultivation, was sufficient. Zhang Ning instinctively sensed that this seemed like a test, as such actions are common strategies in the political arena, akin to ministers in the court who frequently resign to return to their hometowns, only for the emperor to find them commendable and attempt to retain them, thus transforming conflict into harmony. It appears that the Taiwanese people have a certain affinity with convenience. The earliest instant noodles were invented in 1958 by Wu Baifu, a Taiwanese individual who, after creating instant noodles, established the world's first instant noodle factory, known as Qin Company. Ultimately, as the 2 had not yet engaged in combat, I found myself without evidence to impose sanctions upon them, leading me to merely express my dissatisfaction with a couple of dismissive snorts. The cunning and shrewd White King, being the host, occasionally having an advantage is quite normal. As Gu Tai remarked, lacking sufficient stamina, Ting Shu observed the Qing Mian bird struggling desperately. He felt that it was just one step away from passing the second tier, a step reliant on the application and accumulation of physical strength. The commander, upon witnessing the scattered temporary defenses left by the Syrian government forces, became increasingly convinced that the enemy was indeed vulnerable. When they departed, headquarters indicated that government troops were stationed in this direction, thus advising him to lead a contingent of elite troops to carry out the mission. Chapter 149, The Fourth Generation's Perspective. Those unable to pay their taxes would have to send their able-bodied men to construct the royal palace of the Kingdom of Jing, supposedly for the current monarch's favored concubine, who bore him his 13th son. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Xiuxiu was momentarily distracted, I hurriedly stepped forward with Long and I towards the He family's backyard. Not much longer, the car is falling apart. One of the drivers replied fluently in the local dialect of Xuandian. Before arriving, Qian Jida had stated the need for a low-profile approach. So how was it that upon arrival, we were already recognized, with even a few entertainment reporters trailing us? That drunken man was terrifying. His power felt almost tangible, warping the space around him. However, the monstrous rate of data growth exhibited by Tu Laolu brought not only joy to the fans, but also considerable distress. To be able to stand on equal footing with the head of the sword sect's peak and converse amicably, one must certainly not be an ordinary practitioner, as evidenced by the Taoist robe he wore, adorned with the image of the Cloud Dragon's 9 appearances. Upon reaching the second floor, Song Yang entered an office that was rather sparse, containing just a desk, a tea table, and a sofa. The carnivorous bull dragon opened its massive jaws. Biting down on a wild buffalo, with a swift motion, it closed its mouth, producing a sound of crunching bones. And the buffalo let out a mournful cry before being torn apart by the immense force. Mu Rushu, contemplating this, couldn't help but smile faintly, her expression laced with a hint of sarcasm. Wang Lin sensed the gaze fixed upon him and turned to follow its direction, only to find Hong Yu staring intently at him. The audience failed to grasp how the shadow had appeared. By the time they discerned its presence, it was already standing before Wang Lin. In that moment, all the classmates were left in a daze, only reacting with gasps as the testing device ceased its operation. Xia Yu's gaze lingered on Wei Hei's face for a moment before she averted her eyes, rolling up the sleeve of her injured hand. Qian Minglian instinctively glanced through the wooden window at the flickering candlelight, her stunningly beautiful face appearing even more ethereal amidst its glow. David thoughtfully handed Mo Wenchu, who was nestled in the sofa wrapped in a blanket, a cup of hot water and, after sitting down, expressed a tinge of guilt. How could I not understand a child I've watched grow? He chuckled, but after a brief pause, he added another remark. Jiang Qi's interests diverged from those of the ordinary. Perhaps she could discover something unique online. The military camp's kitchen was located in a separate area, divided into dozens of sections, each responsible for one company, managed by a cooking team. The 9th level, being the final and most arduous, may witness many cultivators successfully passing the 8th level, yet the 9th level remains a formidable challenge, capable of thwarting the vast majority of practitioners. Those who can conquer the 9th level are few and far between, numbering no more than 10. Who do you say it is? Without raising his head, Tai Mu Yun spoke coldly of the boy before him, wishing to shatter him into 1,000 pieces for inflicting such a grievous defeat upon Tai Feng. At that moment, over 20 streaks of light shot through the air, all adorned with white hair and clothed in flowing white robes, exuding the demeanor of unparalleled masters. After speaking, everyone laughed heartily. Wang Tong subsequently issued orders for the station troops to follow Niu Dujuan to assimilate the Shu army, while the rest assembled. No worries. You were too busy to invite me. I've arrived now, Haven Ti. Tian Huaming Wang waved his hand dismissively. Hun Zhonglong spoke with courtesy, as if engaged in casual conversation, yet both Chu Feng and Zhao Jing understood that it was far from simple. Otherwise, would such a large force be dispatched? It seemed absurd to send them off as if they were merely escorting them. Even so, the mere activation of 2 types of spiritual light significantly enhanced Luo Ping's physical strength. This spiritual light not only augmented his body's resilience, but also served as a formidable defensive measure. Having just refined the dark blood evil demon's magic infant, Luo Ping found the subsequent refinement of the corpse flame evil demon's magic infant to be a familiar process, free from any errors or complications. Upon hearing this, the Princess Jin's anger surged from 3 to 9, leaving her with only a fragment of rationality. Xiao Qiqi was unaware of the happenings in the dormitory. Even if she were informed, she would not give it much thought. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Qiqi sought out the school's layout map, spotting the training hall on it. Although unsure if the freshmen could access it, visiting was certainly preferable to languishing in the dormitory out of boredom. Liang Zhitong, having grown up in the capital, despite his boisterous demeanor, understood well what to say and what to avoid, more so than anyone else. Upon hearing her words, he immediately quieted, his expression hardening. Yet hesitation was evident within him. Ultimately, he underestimated Mo Yoshuan's strength, not realizing such talent was present by his side. Lu Shi instinctively wished to avoid contact with Kong Wanwan, as there was a slight connection to the Mo royal household, and moreover, this Kong Wanwan clearly seemed to have just escaped, undoubtedly seeking assistance. Gao Yuan remained silent, allowing the music in the car to blare loudly. The frenzied sounds proving quite exhilarating. As for the emperor's illness, it remains inexplicable. Although it is referred to as a plague, His Majesty's every need is meticulously attended to, and anyone exhibiting even the slightest discomfort is not permitted near him. How could they possibly contract a plague? Chapter 150, The One Who Breaks the Mold. It is well known that the 5 Directions Ghost Emperor and the Fengdu Great Emperor were born of the human race. Thus, despite the formidable presence of demon spirits among the underworld deities, the Oxhead and Horseface spirits frequently admonished their subordinates against engaging in conflict with the human spirits. Until a ray of dawn appeared, piercing through the dark expanse, casting its light upon Ding Buer's body, akin to a soothing spring that revitalized his withered consciousness, bestowing warmth upon the long cold space. Ding Buer's awareness, seemingly drawn by a mysterious force, followed the light, soaring out of the dark confines. The white whale understood that the other party always paused at a certain node within the ice array, remaining there for an extended time until they could no longer proceed, at which point they would return the way they came. Drawing forth his spear and standing resolutely before the crowd, Jin Yi displayed a demeanor befitting a hero. Since mastering the snake strike technique, he had not employed it for quite some time, and now presented an excellent opportunity to test his skills. As Taixian stepped into the realm of the underworld, a flicker of curiosity crossed his features. Since the establishment of Fengdu City, the cyclical reincarnation maintained by the 6 saints had undergone a profound transformation. Although the 6 realms of reincarnation remained under the dominion of the 6 revered figures, everything had changed dramatically. The German rockets, ingeniously designed amid the warfare, boasted superior range and accuracy compared to their Soviet counterparts, whose rockets were less costly, with the launch vehicles representing the crux of the technology. After the severance of the Yellow Line, Chu Xian sensed a significant alleviation of the suffering endured by the violent bullfish, its body writhing with diminished intensity. Perhaps it was the fear instilled by Taixian that compelled some to flee, while others, driven by a desire to curry favor with their master and achieve merit, continued their pursuit of Taixian. Resting here meant enduring the incessant murmurs of this light bulb. She might as well embark on her task sooner. Chu Xian had already confirmed with the elderly figure in white robes that the matter concerning the heart core in the well was true. The elder revealed that each child born into their clan was fed a heart core, and every week, one heart core would be crushed and cast into the well. Only in this manner could they ensure their physical strength and health. Furthermore, the medicinal materials in that box were worth their weight in gold, with each herb being far more enticing to alchemists than mere currency. Yet she dared not take his money at this juncture, should the authorities apprehend her. Having rendered him unconscious and pilfered his funds would alter the nature of her actions significantly. As he lifted his eyelids, Tongxi finally recalled the urgency to flee, only to stumble and fall as he turned, his leg throbbing painfully, yet he dared not linger, dragging himself away. The car door opened halfway, allowing for an escape. Yet Qin Mu's subordinates paused, casting a dispassionate glance at Aunt Yu, who stood there. Aiye's breath became erratic. She struggled to balance on her toes, exhaling softly as they distanced themselves. Blood whooshing departed, a look of satisfaction enhancing his strength, and he took a significant stride forward on the path to contend for the position of the Blood Clan's young master. Everyone's gaze turned toward Yaowang Junruo, yet she hurriedly entered, in stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. You must be hungry. Come, eat. Fu Jingyan tenderly blew on the food to cool it, gesturing for Su Mianyan to take a seat. The elder following the richly dressed youth stood frozen. The candidate for the minor clan had been slain in broad daylight, and as a protector, his return to the tribe would undoubtedly spell dire consequences. The last phone call with Zhao Yiping was straightforward, devoid of any ambiguity. He simply wished to ascertain whether the man before him, who had shown him such indulgence, truly intended to take his life. Guolingling pressed onward, spotting a massive yellow tent, with numerous soldiers patrolling outside on horseback. Gu Jingye targeted the entire Feng clan, yet spared her, concealing his actions with great effort. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, witnessing her undressing, turned his head. They would soon be a married couple, thus such intimacy was permissible, though it was not for others. Upon hearing of a visitor's arrival, an extraordinary gentleman emerged from within, his pearly white teeth and crimson lips, striking eyes, and elegantly arched brows framed by a simple, graceful robe, with a jade belt embedded with a spirit stone at his waist. And what of that? Xia Qingqing replied coldly, suppressing the agony that clawed at her heart. Those who had experienced divine punishment had undoubtedly committed transgressions against the six realms. The might of such punishment stemmed from the spiritual energy of the realms, explaining its severity. Furthermore, as her father belonged to her mother, she felt it inappropriate to seize anything, especially with Uncle Tianyang's replacement being quite satisfactory. Mu Lijing had no choice but to halt, loosening his grip slightly on Qing Beihuang's neck, allowing her to finally breathe freely. The thunderous roar nearly shattered their eardrums. Faced with the gruesome demise of their companions, the ice beasts found themselves powerless. Empress Dou was, of course, reluctant, yet the emperor's decree was absolute. Especially in front of so many witnesses, even as a sovereign, she could not defy his wishes. When you are honest with yourself, no one in the world can deceive you. William feigned solemnity as he spoke. He had ultimately decided to spare his own sister, uttering a brief "I am stepping out," before leaving the kitchen to sit beside her husband in the reception room, joining the conversation between Yi Zhao and her brother. Clang. The clash of fists and swords resonated like the toll of a great bell as the two engaged in a struggle. Zhang Pe delivered a sharp kick aimed at Xiao Yifei's abdomen. Chapter 151. The sudden onset of the final battle. Unaware of your own limitations. Today I shall teach you the essence of discretion. The towering warrior who had just instigated the conflict sneered, launching a punch toward Chu Yi, his fist radiating a potent spiritual energy indicative of early-stage solidification. At that moment, Lin Tianxiu, having overheard his entire exchange, entered the hall unperturbed. Stepping forward to assist Zhu Ling, while disciples from the Tianwang sect behind Chu Ziheng were taken aback by the audacity of an outsider at such a critical juncture. Advancing with a kick, the news of Xiao Junyin's proposal spread through the school like wildfire. Mu Yu had gleaned insights into the personalities of the competitors from the previous draw. After a satisfying lunch and a brief respite, Mu Yu and Xiao Junyin made their way to the competitors' seats. Mo had lost consciousness due to Lu Ye's acupuncture, yet instinctively reached out toward Ning. He then strode purposefully out the door, one hand gathering his robes, while the other seized a sword from a guard, swiftly severing a branch from the red leaves. Dare to slay those from the demon clan, and none of you shall escape today. Wu Guko discerned the opponent's cultivation level with a glance and spoke little. As soon as he finished, 5 or 6 golden core disciples lunged forward, whether for seclusion or to evade calamity. Many rogue cultivators and mighty beings ventured into the boundless sea. Due to its distance from the mainland, various factions contended within, yet there was no overarching control. However, this individual was clearly inebriated, his complexion flushed, bloodshot eyes betraying his condition, brandishing a staff that matched his imposing presence. Although he focused on the container, yearning to witness the scene he had observed previously with Yu Qinin, the blood within remained unresponsive. He touched the liquid, finding the half-piece of maternal jade still intact. Unmelted. Shall we proceed according to our discussions today? Liao Shasha felt something amiss, but the specifics eluded her grasp. Upon boarding the train, Xiao Jian and his companions found themselves in car 17, while their uncle and uncle gang occupied the adjacent car 18. Unbeknownst to Xiao Jian, this was his uncle's deliberate choice, who would willingly endure 3 consecutive days of instant noodles. Qin Wani, I have not finished speaking. Qin Tai was thoroughly enraged. Where had the obedient Qin Wani of your vanished? Now she wouldn't even meet him, complicating his plans for the future. Mid-May marked the onset of summer. With verdant greenery everywhere, warm sunlight streaming through the gaps between buildings, and the floral displays on the streets vying for attention in a riot of colors. A truly splendid sight. At that time, Lian Zhou was planting pansies at the foot of a mountain belonging to Xianyin. As she reached the conclusion of her words, Bai Muxin's gaze upon Gu Qingqing seemed to ripple with countless spring waters. Sister Bai observed Gao Yi's respectful demeanor and couldn't help but nod in silent approval. It was evident that despite his verbal protests, Gao Yi treated the elder with the reverence of a son toward his father. Lian Zhou stood beside the carriage. Gazing ahead in the moonlight, the red plaque inscribed with the golden characters of the Meng estate remained conspicuously prominent. Oh dear, is she truly fretting over trifles like a pickled radish? Su Huan extended a finger and pressed the doorbell with considerable force. After a prolonged wait, someone finally came to open the door. Life is indeed a marvel. Yi Tianxuan initially believed that arriving in the Lanjing district was a futile endeavor. Yet who could foresee that he would encounter a mysterious monk here, transforming his physique into a perfect primordial sacred body? Gao Tianming was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Yi Tianxuan, as if a complex life journey surged into his mind, reminiscent of his own reckless cultivation following the annihilation of his family. 2 members of the Black Karchula tribe immediately approached, their crimson horns brushing against the curved horns of Lu Lisaw in a clear expression of joy. Upon encountering Mo Yen once more, Shi Jingtian was unsure why he hastily followed after placing the iron box at the inn, uncertain of what to say or do. Even if he deserved death, how could he act against someone who was now a cripple, reduced to begging on the streets? Not far away, two individuals were engaged in a fierce duel. A robust black man was combating a tall, slender man clad in blue. The blue-clad man skillfully evaded the blue energy projectiles launched by the black man, forcefully deflecting those he could not dodge. This was precisely why he had nearly harmed Xie Tong moments ago. Assassins are also martial cultivators. The realm of breaking through the void is a coveted pursuit for every martial artist. Is your ambition truly so low that a killer like you lacks any aspirations? Ling Tianyun remarked with a peculiar expression. A stifling, silent pressure weighed heavily upon the Xiongnu cavalry, their hands clutching their spears trembling slightly. Bewildered by the overwhelming aura emanating from this infantry unit, rivaling that of 1,000 troops. He then realized he felt as if he were submerged in a pot of scorched soup, with the air filled with pungent scents. After changing the water several times, a trace of clarity finally emerged. Lu Bu found himself reddened all over, resembling a boiled monkey's backside. Metal attribute. Reinforcement technique. Li Hanyun softly intoned. A burst of golden light erupting from her hand, seemingly striving to condense this radiance to its utmost power. Her hand trembled slightly, a bead of sweat forming on her brow. An extraordinarily terrifying aura surged forth from one side. The formidable, majestic silver tiger transformed into a high-speed meteor, crashing violently against the barrier of the formation, imbued with the destructive might to shatter eternity. The first law of No 4 is called masterless and slaveless. Without the true energy of a master, the calamity of the slave cannot be dispelled. The slave must fight to protect the master at all costs. If the master perishes, the slave cannot survive alone. Now, let us discuss several reasons for the slow updates of Shura. I wonder if anyone has experienced a situation where, while diligently attending to a task, one's parents or superiors suddenly berate you, compelling you to start over, leaving you unsure if you still possess the heart to continue. Chapter 152, The Search for the Emperor. A significant number of North Asian warriors have also been transported here, and as they gazed upon the familiar azure planet, Yang Dali led his legion closer. Yisu naturally sensed the gazes of others upon him. However, he was not one to be affected by the opinions of others, resolutely ignoring them as he caught up with Kasumi no Okashiyu. Dr. Ekins had been captured, but could the super soldier program on the American side still proceed? In the original text, after Dr. Ekins' demise, did not the super soldier project become entirely defunct? Initially, they found it quite annoying to continue studying in the classroom after school. If there were a performance, would it not be a disturbance? They even contemplated protesting against that so-called light music club, but as they listened, they discovered that the performances were surprisingly delightful. Observing Liang Xiao raise his bow, all the Xiongnu heightened their vigilance, lifting their shields. After days of pursuit, aside from fatigue, what left the deepest impression on them was the precise archery skills of this Han youth, who had successively slain over 100 elite Xiongnu cavalrymen and injured nearly as many. The hall gradually filled to capacity, the hushed conversations of hundreds creating a lively atmosphere. We have such an important competition that ended splendidly, securing a seed qualification for the Tokyo division. Should we not hold a celebration to properly rejoice? Lu couldn't help but critique. Upon descending the stairs, he saw Teacher Fu still standing by the two Ferrari cars, engaged in a phone call, prompting Misha to wave at him. Dizzied by her gesture, Li Shuiao glanced at the video still playing, witnessing the elegant etiquette teacher demonstrating how to drink water and eat. Captivated by her graceful demeanor and enviable poise, and Xia felt a twinge of worry, uncertain of what had transpired between the two, hesitating to step back. Within the city, there were numerous prominent families, many of which included martial artists. Aside from their techniques, they possessed ample resources for cultivation. Raindrops fell upon him, chilling to the touch. While running, Suka had to be cautious of his footing. Despite wearing long-spiked boots, one misstep could lead to slipping. Without much love, one must rely on wealth. This man undoubtedly lacks shame, Li Ji thought ruefully. Clad in a red and white checkered battle robe, they bore the hopes and will of 4 million Croatian citizens upon their shoulders. Those border troops who survived in battles against foreign races, while not all possessing martial prowess, were undoubtedly seasoned veterans who had seen bloodshed. Osmanthus cake? That was a cherished memory shared between her and her mother. To her, no delicacy could compare to the osmanthus cake made by her mother's hands. A companion, leaning on a crutch, struggled to rise and slowly moved aside the body of the fallen individual, assisting Chun Mo to stand. Following the clues, he indeed traced them back to his clan. But the ensuing connections involved only minor figures, causing him considerable distress, leaving him feeling helpless. He had to manage the mess created by the mafia while uncovering who among his family had ties with the Yamaguchi-gumi. Murong Qingwan anxiously twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, her gaze fixed on the sleeves embroidered with begonia flowers. Qingling, I have something for you. Lin Zhao called, and Qingling hurried over with a beaming smile. Although Vika was not a medical student, she had graduated from the police academy and was not easily flustered. You wish to use that against me? Usherka's cannon was aimed at the kitchen knife in Vika's hand. Zhao Dahai remarked that on that day, he had beseeched every deity he could think of, whether it be the primordial heavenly sovereign, the Jade Emperor, Guanyin, or Shakyamuni, hoping that the Huang family would bear a son. They were all proud individuals. They would bow their heads when necessary, yet would not retreat when faced with the unattainable. Initially, the Huaxia Security Bureau suggested mandatory vaccinations, but after numerous deliberations and negotiations by Lin Yuan, it was ultimately decided to stockpile sufficient vaccines, administering them only if symptoms arose. It's fine. My parents now regard you as a deity. What is this compared to that? He said, unscrewing the thermos lid and handing the cup to me. Why hasn't brother gotten up yet? Qinglan waited for quite some time, but saw no sign of Yin Tian coming out. Just as she murmured, she spotted Nianxiao walking along the corridor. The adorable Quinny was happily immersed in solving a math problem. Perhaps sensing Vika's gaze, he turned and flashed her an innocent smile. Shang Lu observed her reaction from the corner of his eye, taking in everything that unfolded before him. By the way, the previous private room has been completely destroyed, fortunately. The third floor of the club is not open to the public, making the entire level our stronghold. At this moment, just past noon, a tumultuous incident unfolded at a seafood restaurant named Heizongshan in Ninghai. Suddenly, the air trembled as if a stone had been cast into a placid lake, sending ripples that carried an overwhelming force towards Huliang Qinglong and his companion. Chapter 153, The Dark Emperor. Asking him to seek out Hong Jun. A being endowed with the sacred heart eye posed a latent threat to Hong Jun. It was unlikely that he would lend his assistance. Given Hong Jun's cunning strategies that nearly annihilated all the ancient gods of the wilderness, the shattering of this world could merely lead to its recreation, making it impossible for Zhu Dong to ascend to a position of dominance over him. Such reasoning was utterly absurd, Yun Feng muttered coldly to himself. Before glancing at other news reports and turning off the television, proceeding to wash up before returning to his room. Lianshi? The sacred venerable Lianshi? Su Mo chuckled wryly, yet he found himself lacking a clear understanding, as he had yet to recover to the realm of the venerable. The slug immortal once stated that the 8 Qi Qiong Goyu was the most esteemed emblem, the highest existence among the 3 sacred artifacts. He was not a dogmatic zealot, but rather a resilient type of warrior. Spare me your nonsense. There's a large rock over there. I shall recline upon it, Lung Han declared, striding towards the stone and lying down. After the group returned to Gao Laozhuang, having disposed of the flower sedan carried by the bandits, Gao Zilan accompanied her mother to the backyard, while Zhu Dong engaged in conversation with the elders in the living room over tea. This implies that even if the Thunder Kingdom were to allocate all its fiscal revenues to repay war reparations, settling the astronomical sum of 100 trillion taels would require a decade. Ji Wushuang was also famished. Mere fruit was insufficient to sate her hunger. Paying no mind to the leftover scraps, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to eat, relishing the somewhat cold meal. Tang Sung cast a glance at the monkey handler, furrowing his brow, for should the monkey misbehave even slightly, the handler's whip would strike the monkey, forcing it to continue performing amidst its cries of distress. Just as I was lost in thought, the skeletal head descended once more, biting into Miao Jinshuan's arm, its movements growing more sluggish. Zhou Yao's actions left director and I somewhat displeased, yet he sneered, retrieving a bucket from the drawer and handing it to the man who had initiated the exchange. Outside, the landscape was blanketed in a desolate expanse of white snow. The piercing cold winds seemingly unnoticed by Chao Tianke, who led Luo Ling to a remote mountain outside the city. Since he began managing the second level of the gladiatorial arena, this had been the most formidable battle he had ever encountered. This piqued Shen Yitong's curiosity. Could Zhou Yao's pocket be akin to Doraemon's, capable of holding anything? Upon hearing Zhou Yao's words, Shen Yitong suddenly realized, looking up to find several elderly gentlemen in the vicinity turning their heads in their direction. Thus, despite his head being bloodied and half of his face swollen like a pig's head, he dared not disclose that it was Xiao Yi who had done it. Countless dangerous insects and massive beasts roamed, but the most perilous were the elusive, aberrant creatures. At the moment his words fell, Director Sun's complexion turned ashen, his legs buckling, causing him to collapse into a chair. This deduction seemed absurd even to me, yet a voice within urged that it was likely true. Moreover, how could students of this era possibly compare to the purchasing power of future generations? Aside from the astonishing bug that was Shindu, most students had meager allowances, essentially. They were akin to meat buns thrown to dogs, with no returns. I have a fondness for this traditional architectural style. A brief observation reveals that this estate boasts excellent feng shui, likely crafted with the guidance of a renowned feng shui master. Yu Hai's words rendered Jasmine momentarily silent. Before she turned away, her mood somewhat dampened as she busied herself, stating, I won't return until they transform me from a bargaining chip into a person. Jiang Shi's gaze fell upon Wang Jia, recognizing her formidable strength. Her whirlpool sword technique was nearly on par with the demon hunters of class 753, appearing almost invincible before her. Yuhai possessed a seemingly bottomless storage ring, a concept he would never have contemplated for utilizing the space on his belt. Having said this, Worm forcefully hurled the Pelagi spear towards Sejia, who caught it, conjuring the Pelagi bow in his left hand. The two blades collided in midair, producing no earth-shattering noise, but instead generating invisible waves that swept through the surroundings, instantly darkening the skies as white clouds scattered and ominous clouds obscured the sun, plunging the forest into darkness. During the tribal era, the treasure continent entered a period of gluttony, leading the elves to turn upon each other due to scarcity of food, even engaging in ruthless cannibalism. Amidst the resounding crash, the spear breached the sound barrier, creating terrifying ripples in the air, and within the blink of an eye, it traversed nearly 500 meters, striking the area designated as Zone 4 by Lin Shaoqing. Towering at 3 meters, resembling a gaunt, drug-addicted monkey, its skin and fur gleamed a striking golden hue, with only its eyes and lips standing out in vivid red. In simple terms, Mihawk's fragment of the law was merely at a nascent grasp, far from the mastery that Chu Yi had achieved with the blood law fragment. Moreover, Chu Yi had already integrated multiple law fragments, completing the fusion of the dark Azura law fragment. Xian Yi halted, gazing at him, and simultaneously, the man stopped as well, the only sound being the crackling of the burning torches. Observing the grievances endured by Zhang Fan and Ren Yang at the Li family over the past few days, Li Shumi couldn't help but sigh. She gazed at the inexplicably vanished by Ningxiang, leaving behind an empty podium suffused with demonic energy. Emerging from the confines of Chu Yi's soul world, the Straw Hat pirates aboard the Mary were visibly out of sorts, believing they were still trapped in an infinite loop within the soul realm. Upon returning to the reality, he hastily reached out to Hanxia, intending to take her hand for a closer look, but suddenly reconsidered, leaving his hand suspended in midair before awkwardly retracting it and wiping it on his clothing. Upon inspection, she suddenly recognized a familiar item among the wood and weeds, which had been designated as fuel. It is a week's journey from here, Egwene wanted produced a map, pointing to a location. Despite the dim lighting in the room, how could they, as vampires, fail to see anything? Chapter 154, The Dark Emperor's Backup Plan. 2 attacks struck simultaneously against the 2 Sea Clan's Luo Tian celestial beings, unleashing a torrent of blood and golden light that erupted, leaving the Sea Clan's celestial beings in a state of disarray, their anguished cries echoing as they were momentarily incapacitated. To my astonishment, Yi Wanqing actually knew the proprietor of the Heavenly Holy Building, suggesting her father was also acquainted with him, making the situation seem manageable, thus piquing my curiosity regarding Yi Wanqing's background. As ice spikes fell, the fiery elder valiantly attempted to fend them off, yet several spikes still struck him, eliciting cries of agony. Subsequently, although Lin Du expended over 1,000 taels of silver to procure a bone-setting pill to mend his severed spine, the martial prowess he had lost could never be recovered, cementing a lasting pain within his heart. At the same time, a figure clad in a flowing black robe, bearing a fearsome demon mask, stealthily slipped into the room, resembling a dark and ominous cloud that suddenly descended, obscuring the last remnants of light within. I remarked to the old man, "What prompted you to call me?" I was in class. I felt quite pleased to receive the call, even though we had exchanged numbers. I had yet to reach out, which left me with a tinge of guilt. The hotel curtains provided little shade from the sun, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes upon waking. After a restless night with little sleep, and with no significant classes today, I decided to catch up on rest in the dormitory. With the trial concluded, it was time for everyone to return home, and periodically, resources for cultivation would be sent to those returning from the Black Abyss via biological chips. At 1 in the morning, Chun Yuanya and his companions boarded a plane, arriving in Haidao City at 4:30. Stepping off the aircraft, they were greeted by a warm breeze that made them feel slightly overheated. Wang Qianqian was startled, yet she did not move away from Chun Zheng, instead resting against his chest, shielding herself with the sofa's backrest. Chun Zheng hurriedly draped his robe over both of them. Not to mention, how many people had purchased the reference materials he used when selecting his career path. "Let's rest early tonight. See you tomorrow," Lin Shao declared before accelerating, disappearing from Qin Wanner's view before she could even wave goodbye. Claiming it's for societal development and job creation? That's a common refrain. But if Chun Zheng were to say it, it would lack taste. Under the influence of alcohol, perhaps emboldened by it, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice rose in a tirade, drawing the attention of nearby diners. Such a petty character, it was one thing for Lin Shao to ignore. But if they dared to provoke him, they would meet their demise. 1 would perish, and 2 would meet the same fate. Those worthy of being called seeds are indeed the ace players of their respective nations, akin to hidden treasures. The nanny they had previously hired also needed to return home for the new year. After Chen Zheng and the others went back, they granted her a few days off, meaning she would officially return to work only tomorrow, leaving Zhu Yanin to endure another night of toil. Hua Mao charged ahead, and as she approached the chicken head, she let out a delicate shout, leaping into the air, her long and graceful legs lifting to deliver a swift kick to the head of the chicken. Startled, she shivered, her fingers inadvertently tapping a series of commas on the keyboard, initially believing that achieving their goal would require considerable effort. She was surprised that Lady Wan was so anxious to protect her child, readily presenting the life-saving token. Upon opening the envelope, the server's eyes brightened, and he licked his parched lips, quickly stashing the thick envelope into his pocket. Wang Motzi happened to emerge from the office with dirty hands, continuously wiping his sleeves. Upon seeing Biming, he quickly spoke up. A guard rushed in from outside, but Xiao Jingji pressed a dagger to her neck, declaring, "If anyone dares to harm this prince's consort, she shall perish before your eyes." Suddenly, as thunder rumbled and lightning illuminated the sky, numerous black coffins soared above. Densely packed as they approached, resembling dark specks against the night, they were hard to discern without careful observation. Then, Xiao Ruan tore off the tag from the clothing and patiently dressed Qin Shuyan, meticulously tying a perfectly matched tie before shyly placing a kiss on his cheek. Initially thinking it was a misunderstanding, it became clear that since no one was aware, Granny Zhou had indeed been negligent. Xiao Wanrong's previously cheerful demeanor abruptly turned stern, her piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. Meanwhile, the old man finally emerged from the haze, battered and bruised, exclaiming, "I've eaten more meals than you have grains of salt. How does it feel to have fallen?" He then extended his hand to assist the two. It turned out this scoundrel was behind it all. No wonder. Shiren was merely a fool. How could he orchestrate such a scheme? Before Shin Xian could finish her sentence, Tang Qiqi had already leapt up, exclaiming as her slender legs struck the falling feather pillow with a whoosh. The military has its own discipline and regulations. Xuehua was about to recover and rejoin the ranks, and he and Luning could no longer share such intimate moments after being together for so many days, pouring their affections into one another. Perceiving each other as their only kin in this world, the bond between them growing ever stronger. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Zhao Yi invited Yang Jin over, reminiscing about Zhao Xian's refusal to allow Zhao Yun to marry a consort, thereby missing an opportunity to win over the court officials. Qian Ruo hurriedly extended her arm to snatch the belt, but Jing Mashuan seemed to have anticipated her move, pulling his longer arm away, leaving her pouting in frustration. Blushing as she turned her gaze elsewhere, he heard the sound of her footsteps. Squinting his narrow black eyes coldly at the fatigued Han Liani who had been waiting for her. Chapter 155. Our side is excessively unprincipled in martial ethics. This situation is exceedingly abnormal. Following Duan Weigua's assertions, choosing to avoid conflict carries significant drawbacks, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. Anyone with a functioning mind knows the right choice. Yet, to date, there has been no successful case of gene experimentation. Some subjects died on the spot, while others escaped the first round of adverse effects only to succumb to the second. In terms of population, the troglodytes undoubtedly possess remarkable reproductive capabilities. Yet their pitiable strength renders them the most favored slaves among all subterranean races. For wherever she is, as long as she plays any musical instrument, it brings comfort to the princess's weary soul. With a powerful strike, a sonic boom resonated, and the entire space seemed to fracture at that moment. It was this punch that directly rewritten all known human history. However, for an ordinary man wishing to take a concubine, he must undergo numerous trials, requiring not only the consent of his legal wife, but also the payment of a substantial dowry. Although Song Lao is known for his cunning, he embodies more of a military demeanor, advocating for clarity and decisiveness, addressing the core issues directly after indicating for the two to take their seats. Lin Mu sidestepped, and where he had just stood, a tremendous explosion erupted, creating a deep pit. Thus, he resolved not to rush into things, choosing instead to pause for a day before continuing to consume the dragon blood crystal. The surface of the platform felt cool. It was unclear what material it was made of, but from its appearance alone, it resembled an experimental table, capable of accommodating at least dozens of instruments without feeling cramped. Xiao, you misunderstood me. On such a hot day, I rushed to town without resting at midday to buy you a copper bracelet. Do you think it looks nice? Said Zhang Dajin, presenting the copper bracelet as if it were a treasure. Fang Ju leaned over, fixated on the situation within the fragrant extinguishing jade furnace, where the elixir was gradually changing color, losing its luster and becoming a more subdued grass green. On that day, at noon, after finishing the thatching of the roof, he sat atop it basking in the sun, bare-chested, his skin slightly tanned. After months of recuperation, Fang Zhu's physique had slowly filled out, his figure becoming more proportionate, with distinct lines and angles, and a more composed demeanor than before. After stepping forward, he began to recite. In an instant, heaven and earth, the earth's elixir, yellow millet. Several recited lines drift eastward, effortlessly reciting over 100 verses. In the brief 200 years of memory that Arlie possesses, never before has anyone stood before her with such striking handsomeness, adopting a protective stance as they do today. Upon hearing Zhang Qinfeng's words, the initially anxious expression on the white-armored martial sovereign's face softened considerably. Liang Yerii strolled over to the side of the sand table area, followed closely by several others. She picked up a command stick and pointed at a particular spot on the sand table. After the elder meticulously wrapped Fang Zhu in white cloth, resembling a tightly bound rice dumpling, he straightened up, laboriously adjusting himself, his left hand propping up his waist, while the right massaged his neck. Chun Lang pounded the car window with his left hand, his right already clutching a red brick, his expression somewhat ferocious. Strangely, his neck bore no warmth, displaying marks that appeared as if he had been dragged, and notably, the eyes of the mountain demon remained wide open, devoid of any signs of rolling back. A sudden explosive sound echoed above the stage, and colorful ribbons cascaded down from the heavens, landing upon the heads and bodies of each performer. After listening to Jin Yunan's words, the others finally reacted. Yichang hastily stopped the vehicle, assisting Zhang Meng in lifting Zhang Xiaozhu from the car, though Zhang Meng consistently prevented Dai Anyu from touching Zhang Xiaozhu. After a brief moment at the computer, several imposing photographs were transmitted, accompanied by data and specifications. Among the human race, a few powerful figures gradually emerged, pioneering their own paths of cultivation, transforming into deities and immortals, progressively elevating the status of humanity, which began to stand among the elite races. Liang Dong observed Chun Shi's overly familiar demeanor, clearly discerning his intentions. With the surname Chun and the ability to bring Zhou Qian along, his identity was self-evident. Li Zhengzhe approached the front, fully comprehending the state of the children. He recognized the swift transition from being a newcomer to suddenly becoming a senior, often struggling to adapt. How he longed for Ma Jun to perform in entertainment again or to swiftly release a new solo album. In any case, it was time to commence activities. However, upon arriving at the estate's entrance, Zhang Xiaozhu did not halt, but continued to drive forward at a steady pace. Yi Chang, puzzled, glanced back at Zhang Xiaozhu, who wore a grave expression, as if he had seen something significant. Though currently in his third form, the energy expenditure was substantial. If he engaged in another high-intensity battle, he would not be able to sustain his current state. Before leaving the restaurant, everything had seemed so perfect. Upon reopening his eyes, it felt as though he had entered a new world. What emotion was this? Xiao Chun gazed intently at the scene, pondering this question in his heart. Upon seeing this, Lian let out a sigh of relief. He had initially feared a fierce battle, yet unexpectedly, the demoness had frightened Yanzu away with just a few words. Once the Black Skeleton Knights had retreated, the expedition team finally breathed a sigh of relief, having been genuinely concerned that the Black Armored Knights might charge in at any moment. Wang Fang was right. Since President Fu had promised to marry Lu Ping, he must remain loyal to her. While they could continue to be friends, they needed to maintain a distance to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, right? President Fu. I dabbed a napkin on the table to wipe my mouth and smiled as I exchanged glances with Fu Bin. With the ocean waves no longer obstructing the view, the silhouette of the three-masted sailing ship, Yun Song, finally came into sight. Sealni instinctively turned to look back, only to receive a heavy blow to the back of her neck, causing her consciousness to blur instantly. No need, I know the way. We'll just go play by the seaside. Goodbye. With that, Fu Bin and I hopped into the BMW. A chilling scream erupted from the black mist, followed by the mist transforming into a burst of red flames that ignited and vanished into the air, leaving not a trace behind. Ting-Ting, with teary eyes, glanced at her brother, but reluctantly followed her aunt to the kitchen for dinner, unable to summon the courage to pull Jiqiang along. Chapter 156, Slaying the Dark Emperors. A martial artist level officer was directly decapitated by an assailant, his head soaring into the air, while blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. She was the queen, overseeing the central palace, bearing the duty and responsibility for the safety of all the lords within the harem, with a particular focus on Empress Xiao of the Yanqing Palace. At the time, Miao Ran was dismissive, believing that even strangers should express gratitude for such enticement. It wasn't until her parents' unexpected demise that she realized the stark contrast between the well-meaning relatives from her grandmother's side and those from her maternal grandmother's side, who were like fighting cocks. Huang Chao, accompanied by his personal guards and Zhu Wan, approached a group of black-robed Taoists waiting nearby, including the head of Maoshan and the Taoist from Zhongnan Mountain, who had fought alongside Huang Chao. Upon seeing him, everyone offered their respects. I shall take this tree. You won't mind, will you? Su Qingyun remarked, eyeing the tree that still radiated a potent life force. How Junmo leaned against the outer wall, his experiences studying abroad lending him a rugged aura. Once a sun-kissed youth, his skin had darkened slightly, and he now exuded a boldness typical of the streets. He merely needed to convey his discontent regarding the marriage arrangement, indicating that he did not belong to the faction of Prince Qi. After hearing the circumstances, Xia Zilan sympathetically patted his shoulder. This person was at the inn yesterday, he mused, gazing at the grand formation before him, revealing an expression of disbelief and shock. A bone-chilling pain shot through his fist, causing his complexion to pale, yet he could not conceal the horror on his face. Upon hearing this, the 4 members of the 100 Li red makeup couldn't help but brighten their eyes. A demon pet egg was indeed a rare find, and they were astonished that Long Yanwei had directly proposed such an enticing condition. Returning to the issue of the Celestial Emperor, if the closure of the Kunlun Passage prevented celestial beings from the Persian Empire from descending, it could only imply one thing. In the so-called Ancient Era, the 9 provinces constituted the world's collective name, and the eastern lands were the center of the world, with people from other regions having migrated from here. At that time, he would invoke the name of the esteemed young master of the Xia family in Xinjiang, Xia Kejuan. After pondering, Hao Yu recalled something and approached the floating soul-refining cauldron, drawing closer as he enhanced the internal energy transmitted through his palms. Before losing consciousness, Fu Ruo had cursed the master of the cycle path for establishing such unreasonable rules that forced her to endure such suffering. The red skeleton gazed haughtily at He Ying on the ground before bending down and seizing He Ying by the neck, lifting him with sheer force. Lian, Yongo, Shuangnaxian, and Pachilizi gathered anxiously around the big green duck, watching with concern. Subsequently, Zhangsen contemplated the possibility of cultivating several factions in the northern territories. Fearing that over time they might become too powerful and seek independence, this was not an impossibility, as that region was far from Ryukyu and situated in the heart of the continent, making any attempts at suppression require immense resources. The tides of the sea began to trouble Hai Chao. During his time with Team Rocket, the Pokemon's food had been managed by them, leaving him free from worry. Now, suddenly having to cultivate Pokemon on his own was indeed vexing. If viewed from a human perspective, the progress bar at this moment would likely be around 15%. The wilderness wolf, a key elite of the wilderness family, rarely made appearances before others. With the conversation reaching this point, Chun-Yi suddenly grasped many things. Having played League of Legends, he owned the champion Vayne in his account and had even purchased a skin for her, named Dragon Slayer Vayne, which he had bought during a 10-cent sale for just a few yuan. Bone Gully. This location is marked as a forbidden zone on the map. To think that my senior sister is considering it? Ancient Sanqian's heart jolted with alarm at this realization. Are you still not taking the initiative to embrace me? Chun Hao spoke coldly, a flicker of anger evident in his eyes. Lin Xian hurried over, her gaze respectfully fixed on Lin Chun, tinged with a hint of trepidation. She never anticipated that her first mission would lead her to encounter Master Chun. What extraordinary fortune! Given the extensive history of the Sword Sovereign sect, one could easily surmise the circumstances behind this meeting. My interactions with the Atlanteans, particularly Goliath, have spanned less than a month, whereas the Lemurians have had an ongoing connection with the Atlanteans that dates back millennia, making their knowledge of each other significantly deeper. Living perpetually on the edge of life and death, leading the masters on the dark list through relentless trials, enduring countless harrowing experiences. It was a bond of brotherhood that rendered each day exhausting, with various tasks relentlessly squeezing Lin Chun's limits. Being old rivals, their inability to engage in calm negotiations led them to openly confront one another. Lin Chun, a newly minted academic prodigy, soared to the top of his class in a simulated examination, achieving a perfect score that garnered him renown throughout the school. The third aunt immediately offered her blessings, uttered a few polite remarks, and then turned to engage with other guests at a different table. The craftsmanship of this design speaks to the hands of a master artisan, with a shimmering band of sparkling stones at the waist, radiating brilliance akin to genuine diamonds. Initially, Ling Xuexian was shy and reserved, but with Mo Feng's persistent encouragement, after experiencing success, she transitioned from defense to offense. This barrier appeared as a dark mass from the outside, reminiscent of a mosque's dome, while the interior was enveloped in complete blackness. Enemies entering this realm would find their sight, hearing, smell, and spiritual pressure perception stripped away, leaving only the sense of touch to perceive pain. Upon the emergence of the sword, Angelica's complexion paled, not due to any terrifying memory associated with the weapon, but rather from the oppressive aura emanating from Zhao Zhong, which rendered her breathless. Nowadays, there are those who dare to undermine Jiamen Hospital. Some elderly women even blocked the entrance of the Shengtang Group's headquarters, particularly the parents of children who had been rescued by Mo Feng. Hurling tomatoes and eggs at the glass facade of the Shengtang Group, Lin Cece returned to her room, kicked off her sandals in frustration, tousled her hair, and shed her clothes before stepping into the shower once more. Indeed, could it be that the apothecary is a false disciple? Otherwise, how could such substandard goods be produced? Wang Weijing immediately chimed in to criticize. The dark sea of souls diminished by nearly a tenth, transforming into a mirror-like surface standing between heaven and earth. As dark as pitch. Chapter 157, Cleansing. The divine cauldron of all spirits turned crimson, akin to blood being poured forth, each inch radiating a glaring red hue. While the divine diagram of all spirits bore a striking resemblance to the inception of a chaotic world, this aura, seemingly out of place for this middle-aged man, imbued him with a grandeur and rusticity reminiscent of figures like Liu Bang or Liu Bei. For a cultivator, 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chu Sun was invited by the Wing tribe to the sacred hall of their people. Of course, he was entirely unaware that Ziming's anger stemmed from Yunqi's grievances, of which she herself remained oblivious. Yet, his appearance might alert the guards to his identity, which was the crux of the problem. This was no mere transformation. It involved the very fabric of time and space, with 6 living fossils wide-eyed in disbelief. Regrettably, the malicious, cursed gazes of Yun Lian and Yang Ying had no effect on Yunqi. Meanwhile, a group infiltrated the neighboring city of CZ City, known as CS City, where they engaged in various activities. CS City is an ordinary prefecture-level city, with minimal defensive capabilities from the heavenly eye, almost negligible. However, to reiterate, even with precious time at stake, Li Ming had no intention of allowing these fools to return unscathed. Otherwise, it would certainly reflect weakness on her part. If not for Yunqi's repeated assurances of her well-being, accompanied by a pitiable demeanor, Ziming would have certainly refused to release her. 3 years ago, Ning Qingguang entered the supreme biological base, consuming Dan Shun and reaching the superhuman realm. Sister-in-law, do you not recognize me? Ning Qingxiang asked, her expression reflecting a sense of loss and a touch of grievance. The Fireleaf Ice Lotus platform, being a top-tier spiritual artifact, is certainly bound to evoke excitement. The blood pill of the prehistoric rhinoceros is exceptionally formidable, being the blood pill of a perfected Vajra, with astonishing protective capabilities. Even lightning struggles to breach its defenses. Someone noticed a figure slowly ascending from beneath the auction stage, signaling the auctioneer's preparation to take the stage, leading into the formal auction. Even if Yifeng needed to select martial skills, he could do so purposefully, targeting specific techniques he desired. Sakura Manzai felt fortunate in her life to have encountered Yang Tsong, who granted her a new lease on life. Instantly, centered around Xuan Mingyan, all objects within a 50-meter radius became encased in layers of ice armor, as if the very air had solidified. The approaching specters were instantaneously frozen, standing rigidly in place. Xuan Mingyan's current strength, with an overwhelming chill, surpassed her power when Yefeng first met her by countless folds. It requires a moment for the Wind King's barrier to erupt and reconstitute. During this interval, he maintained absolute advantage. This is not impossible. As long as speed exceeds a certain threshold, one can run along walls, provided one reaches a resting place, such as a rooftop, before exhaustion sets in. However, Jiang Shuiying is not a virtuous person. The words that escape her lips may lack sincerity. Su Yunhe initially intended to acquire the Su family when the timing was ripe and funds were sufficient, but it now appears that day will never come. One could see the sky thick with yellow sand, the blazing sun overhead, the wind eroding the mountains, ferocious beasts and birds soaring through the air, shrieking like demons, embodying both slaughter and terror, infused with an unbelievable magic. Now that the time and characters are accurately aligned, only the latter half of the prophecy's choices remain. What choices? From the tone of this person's speech, it is evident that they are not from the Hua nation, as a true Hua citizen could not possibly articulate such clumsy Mandarin. In the end, the master used 5 years of cultivation as a price to deduce that this was related to her 5 deficiencies and 3 flaws concerning life. In truth, for Zhang Yijio, she would prefer to have him lead her, as it would allow her to bask in the glow of his prominence. The tingling sensation in her heart gradually expanded until it enveloped her entire being, rendering her momentarily incapacitated. Ji Yanzhou suddenly turned his head, subtly taking a breath, his gaze resting on the screen. As Chu Yi stepped outside, he casually scooped up the sleeping dog from the basket of the tricycle and departed. What Zhang Yijio did not know was that after their departure, the Zhang family's longevity banquet did not last long, and many attendees left. Many people witnessed your flaming hell phoenix yesterday. It would be hard not to notice you, the mole remarked blandly. Last time, the funds for the underwater adventure mission nearly ran out, and I still need to participate in the excavation of corpse cores regularly. To have nearly forced the protagonist, Yi Qingyun, to the brink of imprisonment and execution is already quite an achievement. He is acutely aware that his role in this plan has placed immense pressure on Su Jingshan. Xia Hanqing had been keenly observing Xia Nanlin's expression, and, upon noticing that Xia Nanlin's demeanor was indeed rather grim, he slightly relaxed his furrowed brows. It is worth noting that the amount he had prepared for the New Year festivities this year was less than 5 yuan. What sort of benevolence could one exhibit with such a meager sum? He then raised his hand and began to inscribe something in the air. A spell of yin and yang surged forth, landing upon the corpse of Yaqi. Guixian, too, found himself pondering the various exercises he intended to perform, such as neck stretches and ear massages, yet when discomfort arose, he seldom remembered to carry them out. The father and son entered the Yinan Hall, where Zhao Hao, in a boisterous manner, instructed the staff of the Wang residence to tidy up, while also commanding the cooks to prepare an extravagant feast. His courteous demeanor momentarily caught Zhuijun off guard. Did he just call Exine Jiangli? After a moment of internal deliberation, Zhuijun resolved to clarify his predicament. Hold on, junior brother, let us not revisit past events. You and I are but grasshoppers on the same rope. Should calamity strike, none shall escape unscathed. Quickly dispatch someone to locate Yi Xian and cease this deliberate delay. The voice of Tai Yuan Tianzuan resounded, interrupting the words of Xing Zheng Tianzuan. After their meal, Feng Yurong, satisfied, stroked her belly and felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, prompting her to retire for the night. At that moment, Zhuijun's nether eye found a semblance of intimidation within Exine Jiangli, while Dao Xian felt profoundly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of those heterochromatic eyes. As if he were laid bare before the other, Yu Qimiao nodded and remarked, indeed, alongside Ni Duosher, we descended from the clouds, making our way into the depths of the desert. Ni Duosher enveloped himself in the celestial essence of Tiangang, with swirling sands preventing anyone from approaching him or Yu Qimiao. Alas, in the next instant, he was once again effortlessly pinned to the ground by 2 flying swords. This maneuver had been employed against Qin Yang, and now he could only execute it once. Should he fail to vanquish Wu Jian, given the latter's demonic state, today's events might not conclude favorably. Chapter 158. This is not a moment for leniency. Grut flipped over, letting out a mule, and with a nimble leap, he dashed onto the wall, scampering out to behold the expanse of the 9 heavens. His sister still bore the weight of a marriage contract, as well as the coercion from Helan Qingyuan. If she desired to travel freely, then one day, when he ascended to a position of power, he would certainly seek out the finest husband in the world to accompany her, vowing to protect her well-being for all eternity. Mao Lian found no humor in her predicament. Having fallen to such depths, she felt a profound sorrow that did not linger long, as she settled down on the ground to converse with the other souls. After effortlessly dispatching a ferocious beast, Hua Tian felt a sense of relief upon seeing that fellow cultivators had arrived to take his place, allowing him a momentary respite from an hour of relentless combat. Although he had not expended much spiritual energy, the tedium of it all was palpable. Was this the art of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Why did it feel as though all her assaults were absorbed into cotton, leaving her with her own myriad of issues? Helan Yao's brow furrowed deeper, while Ning Rushi's once exuberant voice gradually dwindled. Was there trouble befalling Li Exan? Or had something happened to him? The Jinglu Valley Market was the largest cultivation market within thousands of miles, situated in the core region of the southwestern part of Dongzhou, thus attracting a considerable number of cultivators. What do you think you are? Dare to bestow me with glory? Hua Bai's fury erupted, his radiance akin to a volcano erupting, casting a divine light that enveloped the entire plantation in a sacred glow. Helan Yao regarded the alluringly smiling Long Jinyu before her, unmoved as she raised her wine cup. This man was like a poppy, beautiful yet deadly. I have long admired your illustrious name. I once heard of how the valiant hero Shun faced the Eastern Departure Mountain with only a single sword and defeated the 5 elders of the Eastern Departure Sword sect. I have greatly revered the tales of your exploits. Zhouan maintained a smile. However, now he found himself helplessly summoned back to the police station. Fully aware that matters were becoming increasingly complicated. As Churchill's son, he epitomized the archetypal young gentleman of the British elite. His relatively affluent upbringing allowed him to explore the beauty of poetry and listen to the symphonies of music during his youthful years. The greatest weakness of the German paratroopers was their descent from the skies without heavy weaponry, whereas the British forces guarding this area were quite different. Within their unit was the Soul tank, granting them a significant advantage in the battle for Irwinton. However, this matter concerns my husband, and we cannot decide without his consent. It is best that he approves, Linglong stated. In the face of such adversities, the swordsman resolutely decided against traversing the perilous path to Xinyo Hezhou, instead inquiring with Wu Tianji if there were other routes to reach the Celestial Palace. He had been engaged to Xianzi for half a year, yet during this time, she had continually declined his advances under the pretext of her cultivation not being sufficiently mature to break through. Thus, at present, the recovery of Lianyun City was slow, if not entirely stagnant, As he continued to slowly sense the flow of inner strength, time was essential. As both the celestial being and Fu Changfeng required their own time to heal. I have just found 5 semi-finished Jin Wang Dan, Nengongli remarked, approaching with 5 jade vials in hand. I understand, Chang'e nodded, hesitating slightly before waving her hand to stow away the unnamed flower, her mind occupied with her thoughts. The sects of ancient times were daunting, with the majority of the territory of the Great Sui seized from their clutches. Pei Donglai initially intended to assist Mu Qingyan in removing the tape from her mouth, but upon witnessing her defensive posture, he came to a halt, lowering his voice. Wu Jian was a cunning fox. How could he not see that Gao Chong did not remain with him? If these individuals were allowed to pass, they would either become soldiers of Yu Fei or serve under Lu Guangshi, who was presently in Qizhou, likely to fall into his grasp. In an instant, a radiance enveloped Jie, and after ascending to the second level, numerous monsters hurled fireballs at her, all of which missed. A smile graced her lips as she struck the boss with a single blow. Since then, the hunting dog demon beasts, restrained by protective devices, had truly become akin to domesticated dogs, losing their will to resist and enduring a daily existence of suffering. Zhao Jing, her face flushed from a kiss, could only gaze longingly at the man she deeply adored, rendered speechless. Xiaochen, who do you call a hermaphrodite? A surge of anger welled within Long Kong. Though the people of the continent were aware of his nature, none dared to voice it. To have a man declare it openly before 2 clan leaders and a multitude of students was akin to delivering a public slap to his own face. When the archery competition commenced, Stillwell took the stage. He and his family had long been renowned for their archery skills, and he felt confident in his victory, as he was a top-tier archer with few rivals. All right, now I shall send you to the ultimate test site for the last 3 challenges. Whether you can secure a place in the top 10 rests upon your disciples' abilities. Xiao Hui proclaimed loudly. The sound of incessant beeping echoed in his ears. Zhang Feng felt as though the noise was a demonic sound from hell, relentlessly assaulting his mind and rendering his limbs icy. Chapter 159, A Rebellion in the Dark Universe. Xiang Yu had been waiting in vain with no news, and finally, the anxious Song Duanwu decided to visit Mo Qingyan. Before departing, he took care to issue warnings, particularly regarding the situation with Lu Yunchang. Is that not Guo-san? He is alive. Could the rumors be true that He Jingyun has truly perished? Some recognized the identity of Hui Yanyan, while others identified Guolin. In the dimly lit establishment, there was but a solitary patron, a middle-aged man, disheveled and teetering on the brink of inebriation, yet relentlessly pouring spirits down his throat. The soles of the head and the midsection quivered in unison, regarding him with an air of trepidation, as if facing a formidable adversary. Among the youth he was acquainted with, few had ascended the ranks of the human list, primarily due to his failure to encounter a true prodigy. It was merely a facade. Brother Baitu was overly fixated on Elder Chonglo's mastery of the withering and flourishing arts. His terrifying technique, the Great Hand Seal of Life and Death, surpassed even the Great Hand Seal of the Yellow Springs, albeit the former was seldom wielded by Elder Chonglo. While this matter seemed to pass without incident, what truly astounded Song Duanwu was not Mo Qingyan's tacit approval of his romantic pursuits, but rather the words spoken by Mo Qingting. Wait, does young Master Wu trust me so implicitly? After the items have passed through my hands, do you have such faith in their authenticity? Xie Jun's smile was particularly sly. Clenching his fists, his body quivered uncontrollably, his bloodshot eyes reflecting the ire of the leader, who could not fathom the divine palace's cruelty. Yet every word was uttered with conviction, for Yi Ning had absorbed each phrase with unwavering attention. He was acutely aware that the sect leader had endured for far too long, pouring countless efforts into orchestrating for this day to arrive. Contemplating this possibility ignited a fervor within him, prompting him to stride confidently back to his dormitory. It was not until Chu Yan and his entourage departed that Jin Zhonghua finally rose, gazing at Chu Yan's retreating silhouette with lingering apprehension. The expulsion of the mountain stronghold's leader by Fifth Master was unprecedented. What course of action could they undertake to displace him and strip him of his title? In her recollection, the expulsion of a leader would likely lead to a brutal conflict. Then, amidst the collapsed cavern, the earth ruptured, and Lin Tian's figure surged forth. Shen Mianyuan felt her consciousness waning, and even as she drew closer to Shi Yunxiu, the sensation of dizziness became increasingly rare. You scoundrel, to you. I am merely a fleeting presence, is that right? The only thing you might remember is this woman's fierce and unreasonable nature, she mused. A searing pain enveloped Tom's entire being. Yet what tormented him further was Chu Yan's condescending gaze, accompanied by the piercing stares of those surrounding him. In the sweltering summer heat, a gentle breeze brushed through the air, thick with warmth. Even the slightest movement brought a clammy sensation. Jiu Zhu, ever the restless spirit, would change outfits at least thrice a day, perpetually clamoring for coolness, yet the room could not accommodate excessive ice. with a constitution inclined to chill. Jiu Zhu required a temperate environment to thrive. Lin Jianxi squinted one eye, continuing to scan between Lin Xiangyang's eyes, which were eternally filled with the sparkle of stars. Were it not for her current indignation, she might have succumbed to the allure of his captivating gaze. Do not crowd around me. I can scarcely breathe, the elderly lady declared, feeling stifled as she slowly approached the window to open it, just as a sound of a door creaking open resonated outside. Wait. Summon her forth and pose a few inquiries, but do not mention that I am the one asking, Lin Xiangyang pondered before calling out to Qin Fengqi. The iron cage against the wall, obscured by a cover, rendered its contents indistinguishable. Judging by the current circumstances, it likely contained goods entrusted to others. 2 burly men, each exceeding 2 meters in height, awaited nearby, ready to transport whatever emerged from the cage once the lock was unfastened. Naturally, Tang Mayan appeared to be the most composed and complex among the trio. The first lady followed the direction of her gaze, recognizing the figure of Song Ro, who had been absent for a considerable time. After months of recuperation, the injuries on Song Ro's face had finally healed significantly, a testament to Lu Qingyun's generous expenditure. Mo Yoshuan gazed adoringly at the serene visage of the person in his arms, his eyes brimming with affection and obsession. How splendid it would be if we could remain like this forever, he mused. Dugu Yuanlin sat in his chair, his gaze piercing, exuding an aura of authority that suggested that should Su Yin utter a falsehood, he would draw his sword in retaliation. Xiao Qiqi understood that anything capable of being carried by Shan Yi was undoubtedly something she placed her utmost trust in. Thus, she refrained from querying Shan Yi, opting instead to take matters into her own hands. She scrutinized Shan Yi's hands closely, ultimately fixating on the lobe of her ear. The Black Panther, during his time in Damascus, had merely been a slave tasked with tending to the royal camels. Possessing scant knowledge of royal affairs apart from hearing whispers among the other servants that Princess Rena's mother was a Greek noblewoman. With a firm embrace around Yuxian's body, Fong Heng's gaze locked onto hers, and without the need for words, Yuxian comprehended the unspoken sentiment conveyed through Fong Heng's eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she harbored a foreboding feeling that Glenlivet's return to the organization might herald misfortune. I recall that the key to this rental abode should be beneath the carpet, she remarked, as she crouched down to search beneath the rug. Upon hearing this, the phoenix, after bidding farewell to Chini, displayed no visible signs of sorrow and transformed into a shooting star, soaring into the clouds. In a matter of moments, another phoenix truly emerged from the cloud cover, heading towards the old Xuanwu and Chini. The rocky terrain of Box Village had never been particularly stable, more than a decade prior. There had been incidents of boulders tumbling down, some even resulting in fatalities. Takahashi Kumiko received a telegram with uncontainable excitement, exclaiming, "Your Highness, thank you. It appears that my family's great vengeance is about to be avenged." With that, she departed ahead of schedule. The bone knife suddenly expanded, its length exceeding 2 meters and reaching over 5 meters, with the blade's dimensions growing increasingly vast and wide. Chapter 160. Yet, the turmoil of light. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Shui's heart tightened. At this rate, would they not risk an imbalance of yin and yang, leading to catastrophic demise? Is this Wani truly a striking young lady? Su Shi remarked with a smile upon encountering Ji Wani. Such a formidable demon has been subdued so effortlessly. Why does it feel as if they are more relaxed than their master? In response to the crisis articulated by Yuer, he felt utterly lost. The demon race was a novel phenomenon, possibly having emerged long ago but remained unknown to the world. The mere ability to inhabit a human form was terrifying in its own right. Therefore, Su Heng refrained from hastily seeking any insights from Ing Yan regarding this matter. Luo Mingmei felt more aggrieved than Dou Yi. Had he truly committed any wrongdoing in the past, it would have been one thing to admit it. She stood there silently, her gaze level with King Kalen, devoid of any inclination to kneel or even offer a bow. Upon reflection, it seemed that the surge of friction and conflicts among the disciples within the sect had escalated, and those most qualified to address it would undoubtedly be the discipline hall. Yuan had not returned in several days, yet fortunately, the nanny was diligent and took excellent care of Li Chunfeng smiled at the young man, saying, "Well then, it was these valiant souls who rescued me earlier. If you possess filial piety, lend them a hand." The young man, upon hearing this, felt a surge of courage, raising his head and puffing out his chest. However, the things he had fabricated, blurring the lines between truth and falsehood, had begun to sway even his own belief, nearly bringing him to tears. "Suli, sit down and have some more. I brought red wine." Lin Shutong quickly rose, pulling out a chair beside her. Gu Ziang chimed in, "Uncle, I've been rather busy with work lately. If you need anything, please feel free to speak now." She suspected that Suli had already discerned the situation, given that Lu Gang had been a frequent nuisance, even resorting to physical harassment just days prior. After recounting a segment of Dr. Lightman's discerning process, she suddenly fixed her gaze upon Martin's face once more. Martin resolved to turn back and purchase a new vehicle. Considering the Camaro an investment, he would find an opportune moment to sell it to those reclusive individuals. It is essential to acknowledge that the findings of the investigation revealed that the elderly man, if not a mere attendant, was likely a senior disciple sent to safeguard him. Her concern lay with people, not positions. Xiao Bai found this young man rather intriguing. This approach exemplifies a common tactic employed to exert psychological pressure on adversaries, frequently utilized in interrogations and negotiations. Following Mitchell's lead, others emerged from their shock and apprehension, eagerly raising their hands to celebrate with him. The sacred ground of the Huang Tian domain had long been agreed upon by this young lord. The Qin kingdom belonged to my Xiantian domain, and would they dare openly contravene our agreement? Bai Didi indeed pondered internally, questioning the efficacy of the so-called 9 dragons locking heaven array, which was easily breached. It was no wonder that the heart lotus fire had vanished without a trace. The elderly man parked his bicycle alongside others before assisting Ji Qing as they ascended the staircase. Du Beixing gaped at Bai Didi, exclaiming, "Master, why have you sworn a soul oath? This is the most binding vow for practitioners. To violate it would result in a lifetime of torment by one's inner demons. And upon death, one's soul would be shattered. Moreover, after attaining divinity, the refinement of one's soul becomes immensely challenging. Even extracting a mere fragment for the purpose of manifestation is an excruciating ordeal, let alone merging one's soul with one's corporeal form through the method of artifact refinement." She felt particularly remorseful towards Gao Buoxuan for denying him the opportunity to experience the paternal love that most children take for granted. You need not be overly concerned about such entities. They are unlikely to take direct action against you, as they must have already prepared, given their current cultivation. They still seem somewhat inferior, sighed Xiao Shui Jixian. The Chang family brothers mistakenly believed that Feng Ting remained within the Divine Fire Palace. However, at that moment, Feng Ting had quietly departed. Sun Ning shook his head in resignation. If onlookers were to witness, they would undoubtedly think he was profiting while pretending to be virtuous. The formidable avatar system ignited a fire within him, instilling an unprecedented confidence in his ability to refine avatars. Initially, Shang Yixiao had ventured abroad to pursue a skunk, leaving her substitute behind in Jiang province. This video depicted the substitute feigning a meeting between Shang Yixiao and Madame Shan in a cafe. As the video played, and it became evident that the substitute had indeed engaged in relations with an unfamiliar male model at a hotel, Shang Yixiao's complexion turned increasingly pale. He held the position of chief instructor, and she had previously mentioned the importance of maintaining a peaceful demeanor as if they were strangers. Prior to this moment, she had outwardly performed admirably. Yi Sun could not help but cover his face in a wry smile. He had anticipated that matters would not be so simple, and indeed, everyone had come to work for mere sustenance. She buried her head on the table. The phone rang incessantly without anyone answering, while the pain returned with a vengeance, more intense than before, causing her fingers to succumb to weakness. "General Nan of the Southern Tribe, what a pleasure. Lin Xiao presents her respects," she stated, removing her mask to reveal her true self. "Please, you may address me as Shang Wanyu." Su Qingyun bluntly expressed her opposing stance, understanding that evasion would prove futile, and it would be wiser to confront challenges as they arose. The military vehicle ahead was suddenly rammed from behind. The driver, expressionless, cast a glare at the reckless comrade, initially intending to exit and reprimand the trailing driver, but was abruptly struck by a searing sensation emanating from his neck. He casually reached for it, only to discover blood pooling in his palm. Just as Dwight Howard speculated about the mischief of Yanhua, Steve Nash, upon reaching the arc, directly passed the basketball to Yanhua, who stood in the left side of the free throw area. "I currently lack the luxury to concern myself with the beauty of the scenery here. My sole desire is to expel these individuals to prevent their unwarranted demise." The camp commander fretted like an ant on a hot pan. Lu Yujie approached the computer, typed a few keys, then closed it, carrying it back to his room. Slightly misinterpreting his actions as anger, she rushed over, only to find him placing the computer into his bag. Jean Lei closely followed, emulating his actions as she leaped to the second floor, grasping the window's edge and effortlessly vaulting inside. Chapter 161, A Fresh Perspective. Without acquiring the complete 9 tails, he successfully revived the 10 tails solely by utilizing its chakra, thus allowing Obito to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. I nearly lost my composure, ready to charge forth and deliver a sound thrashing to that fellow who dared to insult my mother. Had he lost his mind? Wang Dachui had already declared our camaraderie, and yet he remained oblivious. Is this matter of insulting my mother truly so captivating? On another note, Lin Mu had also discerned a troubling issue. He Jiao seemed to be deliberately shielding herself, discouraging him from returning to the base at this time. leaving him uncertain of what schemes the so-called upper echelons were concocting. If Yang Jingtian were to publicly declare his support for Yang Minghua, then years later, when the latter succeeded in usurping the position of the Lord of Shireen, gaining control over the Eastern Factory, Yang Jingtian's influence would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. While convenience was achieved, the lack of thorough filtration resulted in the majority consuming water contaminated with larvae, leading to the downfall of the entire base. The ticket sales for this event netted Lin Fei over 20,000. As the winning streak continued, ticket revenues soared. Chang Tian paid little heed to the opinions of other players. Apart from those who genuinely opposed him, he rarely exhibited hostility towards others. Thus he remained indifferent to their remarks now. Upon learning of the true demise of Hataki Sakomo, they felt a twinge of regret. He was a prodigious talent whose life was cut short in the prime of his youth, a lamentable thought indeed. Yi Lei and his companions walked together to the auction, while Dala arrived under the escort of 1,000 guards. Such a spectacular sight did not escape Yi Lei's notice. Upon hearing that reason, not only did Wei Xin and the others immediately accept it, but even Gu Yuran found herself convinced by her own explanation. Goodness, you all can recognize me? Zhang Yunze approached them in surprise. What of being a skilled practitioner at the 8th or 9th tier? Without any resistance, even an ordinary person could easily slay them. Su Mu gazed at the enchanting and delicate Shi Rong, furrowing his brow in inquiry, while his words caused Yang Yi's expression to twist into one of rage. Please, take a seat. Allow me to brew a fine pot of tea, the owner of Baihua Lu stated as he set about retrieving the teapot. To his surprise, Ning Yongye still regarded Bai Han Gang with a gentle glance, as though nothing had transpired. Tonight, I shall attend to your needs. The words of 5th MO were affirming yet tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of trepidation, fearing her dissent or departure. Have you seen Chen Si? How is he? He hasn't troubled you again, has he? Li Qinggang wore a smug expression, aware that Chen Si now dared not cross Zhang Yado. One could only wonder if the drop rate of the required materials would remain this low in the future. Ling Yun absent-mindedly pocketed the intact piece of withered wood, feeling quite disheartened. Damn, the monk hadn't even finished speaking when Li Chenggang shouted angrily. Monk, Dongzi's mother is still in the hospital. You need to go there immediately and keep him there. I'll rush over right away. Perhaps she had already walked her path, and upon glancing back, she failed to see him, continuing onward, ignoring even the phone calls. Could it truly be so? Lin Tianfan found himself hesitant to contemplate further. However, the young master had instructed not to allow you to make any calls. If the young master were to discover that I permitted you to call, he would undoubtedly be furious. Shaking her head resolutely, Yang Man firmly rejected Lin Xinyao. The pressing question now is, whom should we dispatch to contact Wang Han? Wan Yin Yuxing appeared somewhat troubled, his gaze repeatedly darting towards Song Zheng, clearly contemplating sending him. The realm of supernatural studies is currently experiencing a period of vigorous growth. At least within the next century, various rankings will undergo drastic changes. As the next heir, Zhong Shaoxian's vision and capabilities are undoubtedly of utmost importance. Although Lin Xinyao was concerned, she ultimately agreed with Bai Xiaoying's perspective and decided to bide her time. Zhang Shou inhaled sharply, realizing that the entire Dejin had little regard for the Tartar tribes on the grasslands. If the news of Wan Yin Yuxing corresponding with the Qiliai tribe were to leak, he would find himself in serious trouble. Cultivators are not as disgraceful as they are. This world encompasses knowledge in myriad domains. How can one expect everyone to master every aspect of knowledge, especially considering that they themselves require extensive time to cultivate various forbidden techniques or Taoist arts, leaving them little opportunity to learn these other subjects? Typically, projects emerging from municipal planning are subject to public bidding, and the largest conglomerate in Jiangnan City is the Xuanwu Group, which is also involved in real estate. Regardless of the relationships between Wei Changming and Lin Feng, from any perspective, such matters would certainly be entrusted directly to the Xuanwu Group. Halt. Lu Hao smiled, his eyes resembling a dragon observing an ant rushing towards him, intent on attacking. Just as Ji Wu was about to enter, a melodious chime suddenly rang out, the sound echoing 9 times, signaling the arrival of a royal guest. As soon as she said this, Nami indeed set off, and the 7 dukes naturally dared not linger. Following suit, you madman, you lunatic, old Lin bellowed, drawing a hand back to strike at the chest of the Grim Reaper. After exchanging glances, Wei Yin and Yuan Sanhu could not help but harbor doubts regarding the capabilities of their senior brother. Sure. Why? Wang Biao furrowed his brow, fully aware of Doretta's relentless desire for immense power. He recognized that Vitalite was the most suitable candidate. To leave the Divine King's divinity unintegrated would indeed be a tremendous waste. Ji Wu, do you dare? Although Ji Bing had been sealed, restricting his powers and his limbs aided by vines, his mouth still had the freedom to speak, and he could not help but roar in response. What is so mysterious about this? Fu Yuyao smiled slightly, dismissing the matter, and closed her eyes. Ji Yuanshan believed that with the abilities of the Mitsubishi Design Company's superhumans, coupled with the members of the Senka Group, it would not be a difficult task to locate two superhumans in Kobe. However, whether it be magical tools or treasures, they are all extraordinary items, radiating with ethereal colors and exuding potent spiritual energy. Some even generate spiritual fluctuations powerful enough to alter the very heavens and earth. Yi Zifeng wished not for his son to be born with a jade in his mouth, thus preventing Luo Qingsno from coming into contact with the stone. In the mainland, Xianka University specializes in finance, and Zifeng had a fair understanding of stocks. He knew that he was the president of the Hong Kong Securities Exchange and was sensitive to market trends, speaking humbly. Chapter 162, Transformation in Darkness. Of course, he also discerned the profound implications behind Zhu Xingui's words. Establishing a branch factory in the southwest was by no means a simple matter of addressing supply and demand. Director Zhou's favor towards me could be described as a life-saving grace. Without his assistance, I might have been imprisoned for negligent homicide, which could have led to several years in prison. At such a young age, being incarcerated would equate to losing a significant portion of my prime years. Finally breaking free from that wormhole, Xiao Lin faced an orderly assembly of the Zaturui army, which spread across a vast area nearby. I bit my tongue with force. The sharp pain, even under the influence of alcohol, significantly clarified my mind. Enough with the nonsense. Damn it, every time I encounter someone who wants to fight me. Many say that the copper coin sword in my hand saved my life. Am I just casually reciting the Tao Te Ching every day? The bullets struck them with a metallic clang, sparking without any effectiveness. Moreover, the strength of the Ghost Rider is formidable, making him the most powerful among the Avengers at present. He is perfectly suited to confront those monsters. Observing Yu Weixing's expression, it did not seem like an act. Yet Su Wei could not entirely trust this old man, for he had a criminal record. With an innocuous-looking face, he was the most adept at deception. Fortunately, according to Su Feng and their analysis, the Emperor's law did not possess the ability to foresee the future. The Emperor could sense our movements likely because our teleportation point was predetermined. Otherwise, he would have eliminated us long ago. Lei Xiao stood on the street, discarding the pot lid and giving a thumbs up to the meteor frost atop the roof. Subsequently, the two of them, one on the ground and the other on the rooftop, headed towards the Bai residence. Clearly, Mei Yezi's actions of killing, which transcended human imagination, completely stunned everyone present. As soon as Qin Hao's words fell, several figures flew in from the distance, accompanied by a resounding voice that carried a chilling air and a hint of murderous intent. I obey your command. Bei Minghong retreated, while Xiang Yan was the future ruler of the Western Chu nation, and Bei Mingtian had sent Bei Minghong to receive him. The implications were self-evident. I too resolved to throw caution to the wind. Having been pushed to this point, it was a matter of life or death, and I no longer cared for any sense of integrity. I knew he sought me out not merely for nostalgia. This fellow most likely had something significant to discuss. Adopting an attentive demeanor, Li Yuanyu truly did not disappoint, as he uttered words that left me quite astonished. Some time ago, during the battles on the Baron Star K5 and K388, Tang Yun had kept his mask concealed. Later, Qin Shuiyan had somewhat sensed this. After the battle on Baron Star K5, the two became mutually trusting comrades. Since Tang Yun did not speak, Qin Shuiyan did not inquire. Lin Zhaodi glared. Good, you bully me. Let us see if I ever talk to you again. After saying this, she angrily strode towards the hall. This object presented a gray-brown surface, appearing oval in shape, as if encased in a thick layer, resembling a gray shell, and it was a right-handed spiral shell. Forget it. Where there's a will there's a way, there will definitely be a solution. Zhou Bufan forced a smile, beginning to assess his physical condition. Observing the three of them, his greatest concern was that after Menka moved in, she would be unhappy, but it seemed that worry was unfounded. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, when Lu Han saw that the driver was indeed the fool, his brows immediately furrowed. As Jinyu emerged from the seal, he spotted a youth sitting cross-legged on a large stone by the crystal-clear pond, eyes closed in a meditative slumber. A hint of astonishment fleetingly crossed his otherwise cool visage. It is utterly unimaginable how far a family, wealthy and populous, could grow. It is likely that none of those present would wish to involve the two clans in this collaboration. Really? Moki Yoshikawa's expression suddenly transformed, filled with eager anticipation as she gazed at Zhou Bufan. Miss, please enjoy your steamed bun. We will prepare the lion shortly. Nearly 100 villagers sprang into action, beginning to prepare for their lion feast. Indeed, at times, ignorance can be a blissful state. If you knew the exact day of your demise, could you still face your current life with equanimity? Would you continue to toil for your career, striving for success? One phrase after another, the gentle admonitions flowed like water, yet they seemed to carry the sorrow of a farewell. Coupled with that familiar voice, it stirred within her, even in her hazy consciousness, an inexplicable urge to weep. And Qian felt an undeniable sensation that her mother was present, not taken away by old he, but still here. However, it was evident that the few individuals from the Academy of Heaven were somewhat at a disadvantage, seemingly on the losing side. Was it truly only 2 days? Then why did you fall asleep during the lunch break? Suyi retorted. Gongye Zhihui cast a glance at Mao Lilan, said nothing, and silently completed her grooming, preparing to depart. Yet, apart from the dean of the Western Golden Division, the other deans exaggerated the merits of their respective students, deliberately excluding the Western Golden Division from their praise. Her uncle, who almost nightly indulged in drink until he was inebriated before returning home to sleep, had once caused Yi Yun to worry about his health deteriorating from excessive drinking. But after all these years, that concern had faded. The timid Zhu Ke was now even more terrified by the overwhelming pressure of the Fox Demon Emperor from that day, pleading for mercy. Chapter 163. In this realm, for 90,000 years, the 4th generation of the buried emperor. This perfection did not stem from the other party resolving the issues of the new emperor, but rather from their own flawless extraction, fulfilling the new emperor's inquiries. You scoundrel, you have enraged me. A thunderous roar erupted, and a terrifying energy filled the arena, with blinding red light surging from underground. The servants of the Charles family adhered to a hereditary system, remaining family servants for generations. They had been stolen and consumed in their infancy, never truly witnessing the world. Such a demise was too regrettable. Now that she possessed the ability to grant them another chance at life, she would certainly not refuse, especially considering it might aid in her own cultivation. Her soft, delicate words flowed like a gentle stream, permeating his heart and causing it to involuntarily leap. After her rescue, she had questioned Jinsei about why she had said such things, whether it was to deliberately incite the hatred of the demon army towards her, hoping she would perish at their hands. But Jinsei had outright denied her actions. Moreover, she could not bear to see Yi Ling Tian brutally killed. So out of respect for her mother, she had chosen to intervene. Ningyu, feeling irritated, remarked, "Cousin, you can't even handle a fishbone? What else can you do? With your capabilities, do you still hope to find a good family?" Xinyu continued her journey unwaveringly, this time purchasing a considerable amount of food, packed in hand. As she turned towards a secluded area, she felt immensely dejected, having initially aspired to achieve something significant, to bring fame to Wu Dalong's pancakes, and in turn, to gain recognition for Wu Song. She now found her hopes dashed. How she longed for Wu Song to return and express pride in her accomplishments, offering her a loving compliment. By the time they had finished breakfast and regained full consciousness, half an hour had already passed. When Ouyang Che intended to invite Li Zhishi to collaborate on refining the document, the latter presented an invitation instead. "Your lordship has come to your home to bring you misfortune. What can you do about it?" Wu Song, in a fit of rage, decided to admit it outright. When gas meets fire, it explodes. The giant python, unfortunately, had its head pass directly through the plants, resulting in a violent explosion that sent blood raining down. I was momentarily at a loss for words after Li Zhishi's comment, Zhang stammered, leaving Li Zhishi genuinely concerned that this fellow might faint from lack of breath. Clang, clang. Yet such an assault barely prompted the armored beast to activate its defensive magic. It simply withstood the blow with its hard skin. Was this truly a seed of a tree? Was it not merely a bouncy ball from another world? Jia Zhengjin tossed the spherical seed back and forth, playing with unrestrained delight. That afternoon, the members of the Dark Wizard Alliance departed from the capital of the Kingdom of Jin, Harare, heading towards the interior of the country. For a moment, even with the suppression of Director Jing and the mysterious professor, those present could not contain their inner turmoil and began to mock openly. They utilized the mainframe terminal control system to complete the majority of the deletion work in the shortest time possible. Lin Yin could only exert all his effort to protect himself and Li Shi with his Tai Chi true energy. Just as the two engaged in combat, 2 Ratmen riders flanked from behind, He Hao, aiding the burly man known as Old Nine, swinging their machetes, while the other wielded a long-handled hammer, both aiming for He Hao's nape. Just as Director Liu, who had barely surfaced, was stabilizing himself, he was struck down into the water by a powerful force. Just as Zhu Dachong was about to enter the room, the already reformed Qing Feng opened the door with a bow, inviting him into the quiet chamber. Almost devoid of sensation in his spine, Ji Cao felt a wave of desolation. Had he known earlier how alluring Hu Shimei was, he would have acted sooner. This was indeed a supreme artifact left behind by the ancient gods, capable of masking existence's special abilities, undetectable even by diamond-tier experts or deities. Following this incident, Zhu Dachang's misfortune had diminished significantly, rendering him unconcerned about interfering with others' affairs. Perhaps being reprimanded a few times would even be a blessing in disguise. However, just as the shadow of the sword was about to touch Ji Haoyue's palm, it suddenly detonated, transforming into countless torrents of the Emperor's energy, mingling with the rainfall. As if every drop had become an arrow, enveloping Ji Haoyue entirely. Intriguingly, Bai Minglei observed the general of the Reaper's blade as he recovered, choosing not to intervene. But once he was fully restored, Bai Minglei unleashed a punch. Zhao Tuo shook his head, feeling a sense of discomfort. After 10 years of warfare, he had been kept in the dark about the reasons behind the conflict, and with over 300,000 casualties among the Southern Expeditionary Army, what did that signify? As the demonic shadow traced a circle with the sky-breaking hammer around itself, its legs spread vertically, forming a large shape. A fire-red defensive net appeared within the previously drawn circle. Fortunately, there were no anomalies along the way, yet Zhao Wuji's deep-seated anxiety lingered, causing him to tug at the reins in frustration. The warhorse neighed loudly, turning halfway in place without advancing a single step. Senior, might I ask you to first resolve the matter for His Majesty? She is a sovereign, bound by this, stripped of dignity, unable to speak. Thus, it would be inappropriate for me to promise you anything, Zhouan said as he approached the bedside. The witch clan was relatively united. Despite some grudges between different witch tribes, they rarely resorted to large-scale warfare to settle disputes. Their harsh living conditions left the witch clan lacking the capacity and inclination to deploy numerous witches and personnel into battle. Do you know why he treats you this way? Why is he so cold towards you? Qini asked, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. Do not pick the wild grass by the roadside. Do not pick it. Wang Qin responded to Hu Xiu without further comment, humming a tune to himself. Hua Tong smiled as she ruffled the pink dragon's hair. This time, the pink dragon accompanied her, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, she usually sealed it within her arm. Chapter 164, The Harmonious Flower, Until We Meet Again. However, the people of Hushi Village became agitated, for Zhao Hongmei's group was indeed heading towards them, mistakenly believed to be reinforcements from their side. The boy's gaze followed the sound, landing on her provocatively clad figure. Perhaps from just waking up or being short on sleep, her voice was soft and sweet, her eyes still squinting, hair tousled, and the straps of her nightgown slipping down, revealing her fair and delicate skin. The officers acted swiftly, for it was a command issued by the chief, who had particularly instructed them to treat Mr. Liu with utmost courtesy. Noticing the imposing figure across from him glaring with eyes larger than bells, he felt a chill. The Alliance of Chivalry? Li Chou murmured the name, the scene of bestowal lingering in his mind. Hearing Fang Jia's words, hope arose within him that the Alliance might come to their rescue. With a strike delivered at the cost of sacrificing his mental essence, an intangible force overwhelmed Li Chou's psyche. Fortunately, at the last moment, he activated the Annihilation Dragon armor to its utmost defense. He reminded himself not to become overly complacent, for power and status are double-edged swords that necessitate prudence. Should he fail to develop positively and pursue recklessly, the outcome would be dire. Just as Lin Chen uttered these words, everything within 100 meters of him seemed to freeze, as if time itself had halted. Yuan Bo's expression darkened, and the fan in his hand ceased its motion. He hadn't anticipated that his conversation with Mo Wuxin would be overheard by Han Yi. Even Geng Shizhong had acknowledged this, leaving Su Erga no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. After all, it was not he who would bear the blows. Chun Shuhui, proud by nature, attempted to feign indifference, yet her mother's increasingly anxious demeanor weighed heavily on her heart. As the crowd began to disperse, Su Feng returned from the front courtyard with Damao in his arms. Damao, seemingly unbothered by the throngs of people, playfully engaged with a corner of the blanket wrapped around him. Lu Feiyu realized that if the battle dragged on, he would stand no chance of victory. Exhausting himself against such elite opponents would lead to his demise. Each one of them was an elite among elites, and facing 5 of them simultaneously would leave Lu Feiyu with scarcely a chance to escape, perhaps only relying on his speed. The struggle was omnipresent as they recognized that no advantage would be gained from Wenren Muyu, shifting their focus instead to Wenren Zhao. The elastic shaft required not only high precision, but also featured finely crafted splines and bearings, demanding exceptional straightness and minimal runout. There was yet another statement he refrained from voicing. Having secluded himself to this point, closing off from the world, he seemed to have leisure time. Yet he understood that true cultivation occurred in the minutiae of life, realizing that his opportunity to transform his consciousness into divine intent had arrived. Under such a system, combat prowess would not be the sole metric of status, preventing the esteemed sect from resembling a criminal syndicate. In summary, the lessons carelessly neglected in the past now demanded restitution, akin to the courses that students might skip in university, which they would eventually need to make up for. Your comprehension is quite remarkable. Have you broken through to the level of national destruction? Just now, your aura has indeed grown significantly stronger. Though your ability to conceal it is equally impressive, even I cannot discern your true strength. A sudden voice startled Geng Tianla from behind. Regardless of the identity of this newcomer, As long as they impeded him, Tianla vowed to confront them without hesitation, even if it meant facing Xiao Yan. The archer had already drawn his bow, and at the moment the Hu general shouted, he released the arrow, which soared towards the pursuing Han general. Gunshot wounds were a dire predicament for the nomadic people. Being struck was almost tantamount to death, unless one resorted to severing the injured limb. However, for the nomads, who relied on their robust physiques, sustaining injuries rendered them unable to ride or fight, stripping life of any meaning. This was evidently a test. If one could not leave their name behind, they were unworthy of joining the inner circle. The rationale was simple. The relationship between the Liaodong army and other Ming forces was notoriously poor, with the leader, Li Rusong, having an even worse rapport. The Liaodong army was renowned for its valor, yet equally infamous for its foul temperament and lax discipline. Within the Ming forces, few harbored fondness for the Liaodong troops. Even if one enjoyed hunting, they need not confine themselves to the grasslands. The forest was an equally viable choice. In the cave, before the white jade statue, Xunxiang practiced the steps from the manual, reaching a point where he could summon winds, causing the cave to reverberate with the sound of rushing air, while dust swirled around him without settling upon him. The previously handsome man was none other than King Qin. The thunderous sound they heard was indeed the assault on the city gates by Han Fei and others. Please rise, esteemed sir. Your great talent is a boon to me as you join under my banner. Please, step into my advisory council, Lu Bian said. Return and inform your family that you shall never be permitted to step foot into the Demon Domain Academy, declared the Lord Yunhe. Addressing the motionless young man sprawled on the ground. Wasn't Sun Yin involved in a crime in Yanjing? The man persisted, still rebutting Sun Shangxiang. After a moment, Yun Yanjing suddenly opened her eyes, the brilliance emanating from them finally calming the anxious heart of Lung Lingyun. At lunchtime, Xiao Yi returned to Mucha meal. After a satisfying feast, Yang Yang felt inspired and declared his intention to draw for Xiao Yi and Su Yiqing. As she listened to Mu Yihan's voice from the video urging, enough, Fan Fan, say nothing at all, tears threatened to spill from her eyes once more. Upon spotting the man among the crowd, Si Luhin had already surmised that the person being dragged was Chu Lixia, and he could speculate on the reasons behind Shin Yuanyu's recent actions. At that moment, witnessing Mu Yishi in tears shocked not only Gu Xiaoxiao, but also the guests present. Typically, tears shed at weddings were not uncommon, but they were usually from the bride or her parents, often evoked by sentimental remarks. Chapter 165, The Dark Immortal Emperor? The Radiant Emperor. To her, boys who had experienced their first time often displayed a certain naivety, and Yang Yongxing's calm demeanor was strikingly out of character compared to his peers. Yet, given Zhang Yongxing's recent behavior, he seemed to defy expectations, exhibiting a chilling resolve even in the face of violence. It turned out that as the shopkeepers rushed towards Li Yuan, Zhao He and the third elder had already caught up, managing to persuade the crowd to halt. In that era, it was quite normal for children to be of tender age, yet sending a minor son far away was decidedly unusual. Bai Zhishuan provided Mei Xinyue with some money, and she quickly dashed off, returning moments later with a tray bearing several ice creams. Lan Bing stepped forward to assist in distribution, and after a flurry of activity, the tense atmosphere finally began to dissipate. Of course we know each other. Everyone here recognizes this symbol, the avatar of the great deity Anil. After a night of tranquility, I felt elated, thinking that perhaps ghosts were not as fearsome as they seemed, but upon returning home, I realized I was mistaken. Due to the nanny's day off, Zhou Jingyu directly called his assistant, requesting that he procure some cooked food for the afternoon. The voice of this man was all too familiar to me. Though it sounded more mature, it was unmistakably yours, or rather, the voice of your essence. As the bell tolled, Xiao Guang suffered painfully, veins bulging, his eyes tinged with crimson. If it were just the two of them, without the assistance of the Elders' Council, whether they could withstand the onslaught of the ferocious beasts remained uncertain. Let us set aside that discussion. If there were a sniper in that building, with the rifle aimed directly at you, what would you do? Yihua calmly asked, gesturing towards the building across the river. Northwind King, do you truly comprehend the adversary you are facing? Kuan Chi was indeed somewhat vexed. Initially, neither party took action, while the anxious Big Meow insisted they surrender someone, declaring that if they failed to do so, the Lion Camel Ridge would be embroiled in a relentless conflict with the Celestial Master's mansion. This child, I have already informed your grandmother, who commended your capabilities. Ouyang Li smirked slightly, handing her phone to Wan Wan. However, it was not long before the late emperor summoned the esteemed Marquis of Chongqing to Donghai County, a mere 100 miles from the capital, where the Marquis's estate gradually fell into decline, losing its former prominence. What was lacking was merely a spark of creativity. Indeed, when it comes to innovation, it is a standard provision in the realm of the internet. With that, she turned to leave, and Tao Yi and the others followed suit. They had grown accustomed to heeding only and Shuoling's commands in recent days, making their retreat remarkably smooth. Father stated, After all, that it was brought here. And it would be unreasonable for me to return empty-handed, right? Lin Yu had a fair grasp of Summer Father's intentions and could naturally discern his stirring emotions. Bai Fong Miao never acknowledged his flaws. His aspiration was for all to suffer ailments, to bear imperfections, and to embody the wretchedness of humanity. When He Ping opened the door, he was taken aback by the sight of armored figures, their faces and bodies smeared with blood, prompting him to retreat in fright. Upon speaking, he revealed a mischievous smile, which everyone now affectionately dubbed as adorably silly. Just as Wang Shi was about to say not to be so formal, the heavens jolted violently, plunging him into darkness, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the royal palace of Baoxiang. The reason Jun Wuhui deliberately elongated the syllables of Anshin was that he had heard whispers of Nangong and Mo harboring ulterior motives for quite some time. Immediately after, Lining grew anxious again. Their travels indicated that Chun San and Chun Si had not yet reached Lianyan City. Otherwise, Yun Shangzong would certainly not be patrolling so peacefully with the armored guards. But where had Chun San and Chun Si gone? Could it be as he feared? All right. You may go to the finance department to collect your funds. Sisterly spoke to Fu Yin in her usual tone, then lowered her head to sift through her documents. Verifying various items. Compressing the internal energy into a vortex, each move exponentially increased its power. If he could further refine the blade vortex, it would undoubtedly herald a true metamorphosis. At that time, would it not be better to select a suitable cultivation method? The trio relied on their profound internal strength to barely withstand the assault from the melody while coordinating to fend off branches and flying stones. Debut? I lack the capability for that. No. I implore the director to be lenient. Fu Yin chuckled awkwardly, misinterpreting the director's seemingly meaningful gaze as a mockery of himself. As for the earlier faux pas, I could hardly speak the truth, for no one had witnessed the process of that killer bee being vanquished by the golden light. I could only concoct a casual excuse to brush it aside. He reminisced about Hong Xiao, the meat bun from the old Sun family, and even his newly acquired pair of hibiscus birds. Here lay an endless glacier, blanketed with pristine white snow, where the cold wind raged. And the air was filled with a bone-chilling chill. The person on horseback, who merely a moment ago wore a sinister grin, suddenly transformed, his expression shifting dramatically. Enough drinking. If you continue, there will be trouble. When Zhao Qingqing was about to consume her 8th bottle, Yuan Tao wisely intercepted her hand just as she was about to open it. By around 11 in the morning, Yi Luo's stomach growled with hunger. However, Tangguer insisted that he could not eat until it was mealtime. Subsequently, it was rumored that many soldiers from the Biding Protectorate had been dispatched to the Central Plains to quell a rebellion, leading to insufficient forces from Sia and Talis, causing these large stone men to congregate and commence widespread disturbances against the local populace. Upon catching sight of that old man during the day, any desire to share in the spoils vanished, for this elder was not to be trifled with. Chapter 166. Timeline. Closure. If there existed anyone within the Chun royal family who dared to sympathize with the Ling family, or even overtly assist them, it could only be Qin Kangmei. Indeed, to perform 2 different 10-star songs in a single leap was something no one could achieve. Only wore an expression of utter despair. With such a tender tone and gentle gestures, Hua felt as though her heart might shatter. If Ling Xiao were to manifest in human form, he would undoubtedly surpass the majority of high-tier J-grade martial arts and strength. Upon noticing Mi and Yuet Ang, she hurriedly attempted to shield her handbag with her attire. But her action was a moment too late. I had already caught a glimpse and exchanged an awkward glance with her before she hastily departed, too indifferent to offer a farewell. In the sky, a fissure spanning 1,000 feet opened, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, instilling terror in the hearts of those who dared glance at it, rendering them reluctant to approach. Liangshan's consciousness probed within, discovering that the layout of the Shiman Manor was deceptively loose externally, yet tightly secured internally, although there were no soldiers guarding the entrance. Inside, every 5 steps there was a sentry, and every 10 steps a watchman. Should one recklessly intrude, the incoming spectral soldiers would surge forth like a relentless tide. In the rejuvenation form, Oob struggled momentarily, incredulously gazing at the silver halo entwined around his chest, binding his hands, which yearned to unleash beams of light, tightly against his body. Who is it? The Emperor's voice resonated like thunder in the night, causing the Empress to momentarily flicker her gaze. For over 2 years, the ICA fund management team had been reducing its workforce. The company claimed that long-term investments did not require so many personnel, though the truth was merely losses. Flames licked at Shimu's garments, melting the ice at his feet into muddy water, which flowed abundantly. This place was ensconced by an impenetrable thicket of trees, forming a natural circular arena, surprisingly spacious and even expansive. After completing the cover photo shoot amidst the lavender fields outside the city, Pei Nanchuan and his companion entered the portrait segment. At the very least, allowing demonic scholars to tackle recommended dungeons would yield smoother results, as, under equal levels and equipment, they would perform more effortlessly than the vast majority of professions. This was the rhetoric they employed to slander Pei Nanchuan, like Xiang Lin's aunt. They incessantly recited words like marriage disputes and domestic violence whenever someone spoke well of him. Jack believed this monstrous being was intent on killing him, but then an unfathomable event unfolded. At that time, Nan Chongqing was merely 17, the epitome of youthful grace, yet his feats were innumerable. It was both the pinnacle and the nadir of his illustrious year, though he had yet to wield this weapon in battles. Lin Jingxiu could already envision the formidable prowess it would bestow upon him. Having gone to tutor a classmate yesterday, he likely slept rather soundly. As Miura Yumiko spoke with a gentle smile, subsequently pulling out a chair for her mother before taking a seat herself. Especially regarding the power of temporal forces they speculated upon, such an exalted power was beyond their reach. He was in tatters, bruised and battered, filthy and disheveled. Even he could hardly convince himself that he was not a beggar. Li Dai found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster any rebuttal. In the eyes of billionaires and even trillionaires, a champion of the Asian Games was indeed inconsequential. Whereas nurturing a capable heir to manage his vast wealth was evidently the most pressing concern. Zhao Ping once again filled his glass with red wine. Lifting it to gaze at the blood-red liquid within, and with a wry smile, he swiftly downed it in a single gulp, just as he had done previously. Mr. Mayer declared, "It is better to die than to seek treatment." The burly man, with a swift motion, struck him with a palm, sending both him and the chair tumbling several feet away, where he lay on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. I surmise that the cunning old fox Gray wishes to avoid overtime, as the Spurs players are somewhat advanced in age. Extending the game would deplete their stamina further and increase the risk of injury, Castle elucidated from the sidelines. However, Hopkins was in remarkable form, his physique already perfect, now showcasing top-tier defensive prowess. His footwork, evasive maneuvers, and arm blocks were executed flawlessly, devoid of any blemish. What delightful treats will the young master bestow upon me? Surely he does not still view me as a child, presenting me with candied hawthorn? The general, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, despite his youthful vigor, could not truly claim to be unafraid of death when faced with life-or-death circumstances. This is the essence of human nature. No one is genuinely fearless of death, merely not yet pressed to that point. The head of the Li family wore an expression of disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend how he could possibly be struck by a single punch from Wu Li. Enough of this nonsense, Lin Hai exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed, and hurriedly intervened to separate the dog and the eagle. With a swift motion, Lin Hai shattered the opponent's attack, and the Xianyuan sword slipped from his grip, soaring into the air. In previous encounters, whenever the Hu people descended southward, they could do nothing but hide behind the fortress walls, watching the Hu cavalry parade past with their show of might. Who would not yearn to be the singular warmth in the heart of a handsome man who has suffered emotional wounds? The terrified individuals destined to be sacrifices hurriedly crawled into the box, the surroundings eerily empty, with only Lin Lang, the sole living being, asserting that in the entire ghost marriage town, only her blood was warm enough to provide comfort to the vengeful spirits. Yi Jiaro held immense confidence in both her appearance and intellect. In her eyes, the less competent Fu Tiantian served merely to highlight her own superiority. Fu Tiantian, scanning the area, made eye contact with Yi Chu, her naturally loud voice rising in excitement upon seeing him. Qin Yu entered the vehicle, quietly observing, a newly released Audi, adorned with government plates. Sun Buki was tall and handsome, radiating confidence and vitality. His younger brother Sun Buwai had purple lips and a somewhat shy demeanor. The two bore little resemblance to one another as brothers. Chapter 167, Return. Now, even his father forbade him from speaking, forcing him to accept the accusation of tarnishing the reputation of the Ingyun twin sisters without even a chance to defend himself. Freddy twisted his body, using his muscles to extricate the gunblade trapped in the dragon's scales, sparks leaping from his nostrils as he let out a howl of pain. A torrent of fierce flames erupting from his open mouth, streaming through the air like a wide river of fire, cascading down towards the warm location below. Upon finishing his words, the pressure of Elder Li's golden core stage erupted instantaneously, weighing down on Luo Yuanjiao like a mountain, forcing him to kneel. You ventured alone to rescue Wei Zhaoxian. Have you ever studied military strategy? Have you ever trained in martial arts? Emperor Jia Cheng inquired further. On the surface, no flaw could be detected, yet behind the scenes, she was deprived of even a semblance of dignity. Over 100 fully armed individuals disembarked from the vehicle, donned in riot helmets and boots, wielding riot shields, swiftly surrounding Yifeng. Even if the sequences were incapable of perceiving one another, Bai Ming, relying solely on his past life's experience, could easily distinguish between the strong and the weak with his keen eyesight. Naturally, Lin Fan would not allow them to develop at a leisurely pace. To him, time in the realm of cultivation was a precious commodity, necessitating that he gather everyone into his space. In those fleeting seconds of rest, he was undisturbed, witnessing Zheng Jia's display of power, while the likes of Zhang Lan, Zhao Yingkong, Zhang Heng, and Xiao Honglu retreated unnoticed. The once boisterous forum fell silent, as Chao Zhenghua and Yang Chongpeng stood simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the computer screen. Feng Xingyi had exhausted all novel methods, yet only managed to leave a chill in Gung Yuer's eyes. Tell me, what is the current situation in the country? Han Xiangtian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly broke the silence. He struggled to rise, finding himself still ensnared in the spiral. Yet the boat seemed to have achieved a precarious balance between two opposing forces. Ting Gao gazed longingly. The chaotic lotus flowers of the river had not yet returned. And though ailing, he lacked the strength to wield a silk fan. As he sought to gather his robe, the fleeting lights slipping through the gaps, two swallows like guests. Where could they be? A curtain of pale moonlight seemed to illuminate the colors. The eastern city had fallen. Who would be next? In Xingqian's hand, a new black piece appeared. As he concentrated intently on the Go board, the game reaching a climactic battle, black pieces overwhelming the board. Yet white maintained both defense and offense. Though slightly disadvantaged, black would find victory no easy feat with a blinding flash of white light. A dilapidated bicycle appeared outside Wei Zifu's palace, seemingly floating. Master Chen. Han Yang expressed mild astonishment, but quickly composed himself, smiling as he assisted Yang Zishi to sit beside him. As everyone became entranced by the song, I felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in my heart. It began as a mere whisper, yet as the song progressed, it gradually expanded until, at the peak, I could no longer contain my emotions, and my eyes became misty. After a round of pleasantries, under Xiao Beiping's subtle nudges, a particular matter was finally broached, the governor's stance. The figure wielding the knife was obscured by a red scarf, revealing only a pair of chilling eyes. Awa City, during the Mid-Ming dynasty, belonged to the Yunnan provincial administration, making it, in a legal sense, part of the Ming territory. However, in reality, it was the capital of both the Awa and Eastern Myanmar dynasties. Yet, did the generals and nobles under his command not desire land? Even Li Dinghua himself had entertained thoughts of acquiring land after restoring half of the Ming dynasty. The video was likely recorded with superior equipment, resulting in exceptional clarity. At this moment, the doorman could hardly afford to enforce any rules, as he genuinely felt no courage to speak against the palace's schemes. Now that the grandson had ascended to the throne across the realm, only the ancestor before him dared to rebuke him directly. The past? I have now surpassed him, and that thoroughly defeated old man is hardly worthy of my regard. Survival of the fittest has always been the way of the world, has it not? Luo Qingcang remarked, a smirk of derision crossing his face as if he had stumbled upon an exceedingly dull tale. In truth, the second round was pivotal for the Chinese team, as they currently occupied a precarious position on the edge of a circle, inherently disadvantaged. Yet fortunately, this was merely the first round. This adult could be referred to as a grown-up or as a political figure. Regardless of the category, they were indeed adept at deception. As the elevator ascended to the top floor, Mu Changqing entirely disregarded the gathering, clearly perceiving the reverence the prominent second-generation heirs of the capital held for this man. However, Mu Changqing showed no interest in their sycophantic flattery, striding directly towards Zhu Sha, exuding an imposing aura. The onlookers, upon hearing his words, grew increasingly impatient. They had waited long enough. Honestly, they were not particularly well informed about such swords. Chapter 168, Old Friends and New Friends. Only one. It appeared that large magical beasts had emerged in the northern part of Nordal, necessitating an investigation, as Gao's father, Lagan, had replied. Zhang Jijie received the so-called secret edict, feeling a sudden weight in his hand, and upon touching it, realized it was unusually thick. He wondered what Emperor Jingde had written to warrant such thickness. Was this truly a secret edict? Where was there a secret edict of such girth? Upon catching a glimpse of the mysterious figure beneath the cloak, Jean Pinger let out a sharp exclamation and deftly summoned her magical artifact, the purple radiance blade, which she swung fiercely towards her adversary. Empress Xia had spent a sleepless night, her mind a tumult of thoughts, and when Lady Yang entered Kuan Ning Palace, it was evident that the Empress's countenance had lost the luster it had held the previous day, replaced instead by a pallid hue. It is noteworthy that the illusion crystal card is inherently transparent. As the recorded contribution points increase, its color darkens, ultimately turning black, leaving the extent of the recorded contributions shrouded in mystery, but undoubtedly representing a terrifyingly vast quantity. The relationship between Second Madam and who she was already known to Hu Bao, yet he refrained from exposing it. Nonetheless, he was deeply fond of 18 Yang, which might incite jealousy from Second Madam. However, given her association with Hu Shi,
such jealousy seemed unlikely, indicating that the motive for any potential violence was likely tied to Hu Bao's assets. The evil emperor, Shi Xian, cast a discontented glance at his disciple, his temperament altered subtly by the influence of the evil emperor's relic energy. Reinforcements? Are you really considering sending them? It is possible that by the time our army returns halfway, Prince Ning's forces may have already triumphed, resulting in significant losses for us, frowned Peng Zhe. Old Wu wiped his tears and remarked, I appreciate your concern, but I must check on Tang Do. She underwent a bone marrow puncture and has yet to awaken. Gong Ping tilted his head, causing Park Sung-yun's backward momentum to falter, their faces nearly touching, as the essence of masculinity surged into her nostrils like a tidal wave. Lin Su had some stray strands of hair clinging to her forehead due to perspiration, her long hair cascading behind her, propped up by an additional pillow. She lay slightly elevated, and upon seeing Siyu and Zhou Shuxian enter, she hastily gestured for Chun Yin to assist her in rising. Wan, how I long for you. Truly, I miss you so dearly. Lan Hanyin's silver eyes gazed at Wan Ningzhu, her simple declaration melting the latter's heart. Ding Yezi was at a loss for words, utterly unable to comprehend the rationale behind Aunt Shin's thoughts. Would she truly jeopardize her own home for relatives with whom she had no genuine connection? Surely, she could not be that foolish. After all, she was a native of SC and had participated in this program in a previous life, thus well aware of the circumstances. Within 10 minutes, Chu Luoshi spotted Ji Yanjin, led in by Lung Lu, drenched in sweat, raising suspicions that he had just sprinted through an entire film set. Once feelings for Siyu took root, accepting such a reality would be akin to suffering a dagger's thrust within her heart. If you can adeptly utilize them, you can transform passivity into proactivity. While it may seem a burden to many, creativity is equally boundless. The South China Tiger stifled a laugh as he conversed with Chong Lin about this matter. Grasping even a fraction of the essence of a particular law signifies that the cultivator has gained a preliminary ability to interfere with the operation of that law. Li Fei stood upon the bamboo raft, curiously surveying the architecture flanking the riverbanks, with its white walls and gray tiles, and the numerous archways reminiscent of Hui-style architecture. Senior, he said respectfully, addressing the formidable presence before him, maintaining a demeanor of reverence throughout, a tribute to strength and future adversaries. I have just inspected these medicinal herbs. They have absorbed some toxic gas. I suspect the earlier incident was also due to this toxic gas, Xiaohang stated without hesitation. A cold tone echoing in Tian Yao and Mo Jingli's ears. The one circled in the booklet is the one that seems to be called sunflower, specifically used for treating male ailments. Alas, the young scions of affluent families are often oblivious to the limitations of their youth, he remarked disdainfully, lifting his head. Due to the continuous warfare plaguing the Western Kingdom, military personnel inherently hold a higher status, particularly those in frontline units, such as the cavalry camp, where even low-ranking officers can surpass the Lord of Tian City in rank. The Ding sisters never anticipated that this individual would obstruct their path. They glared furiously at Han Dong, simultaneously reaching for their swords at their waists, prepared to act at a moment's notice. The color of the Dan pill faded to a dull hue, gradually transforming into a deep crimson. Within the body of the spectral frog, a faint red light emanated outward, casting a luminous sheen upon its verdant skin, both beautiful and eerie. This knowledge of cultivation is generated automatically based on the physical condition, personality traits, and combat style of each individual suited to the practice. Glancing quickly, I was unsure if it was merely the light or some other reason. But atop my brother's head, it appeared as though some strands of gray hair had sprouted, shimmering faintly in the firelight. However, shifting the clues elsewhere also poses a risk of exposure, and since Ting Xia hoped for Chong Lei to uncover the truth, it would be futile to conceal things too thoroughly, rendering such efforts meaningless. The underlying principles do not differ significantly from those he currently employs. It is merely that the missiles here in the Federation appear more sophisticated, equipped with guidance, positioning, and tracking systems, far surpassing his rudimentary artillery. Mother, what she says is entirely factual. What more would you have me say? Bai Yunyang replied softly. The esteemed elder of the Wutong sect audaciously voiced such biased remarks before the watchful eyes of many, causing Lei Sheng's expression to darken. Yet, such a scenario is nearly impossible, for the third dominator capable of exploring the Forbidden Zone would not reap any benefits. In fact, if the first dominator could explore the Forbidden Zone with agility, the second would also be left empty-handed, ultimately leading to a monopolistic situation. Zhou Yun lowered her flushed cheeks, contemplating that this Mr. Wang had finally recognized her beauty. I detest it when others thwart my endeavors. You must die, Lu Yongwei bellowed, preparing to swing his bat. She had conversed with the tortoise the previous night, who suggested that her anger toward the land-dwelling men stemmed from a lack of understanding of their thoughts. Yet, having personally experienced all of this, she remained perplexed about what had transpired. leaving her with a sense of having won without effort. Longbow was correct. This fleeting moment, akin to an artist's precious inspiration, vanishes in an instant, and once lost, it cannot be reclaimed. It is no wonder that even the relentless soul-refining flame could not subdue it. No wonder Gungun claimed that its strength was no less than hers. Chapter 169. The path of immortality is not a solitary journey. The composition of jadeite consists of sodium aluminum silicate with a subtle crystalline structure, possessing a glassy luster. Clear and pure, exhibiting a variety of colors, including green, light purple, white, pink, brown, red, blue, black, orange, and yellow. Hearing footsteps drawing nearer, my hands involuntarily clenched into fists, bracing myself for the possibility of being discovered. Fortunately, the footsteps did not halt before me, but continued onward. After a simple meal, Zhang Tianxi gathered his magical tools, inscribing a few talismans to carry with him, and descended the valley alongside Su Su. Teacher Lu, rest assured, I shall not drive you away. If you wish, even after Wang Ma returns, you may continue your work here, Yi Chen said with a serious tone. Hua Zhenan, Tang Hanyuan, and Dong Xingtian approached the middle-aged gentleman in a gentleman's hat, their faces adorned with smiles, all performing a respectful fist salute. Qin Fan shielded his parents for a while, then entrusted them with the situation, leisurely observing the commotion from the sidelines. Even the chief of the Wusong tribe was taken aback by Gu Sanqian's power, let alone the others. Even Yi Chun had spent 3 grueling years struggling within the heart demon illusion, enduring hardships before barely meeting the threshold to become a disciple of the North Sea Immortal Sovereign. Moreover, as early as half a month ago, He Fei from Zai City had promised Yi Bai to help him acquire the demon core of the Tongyu Python. However, upon just returning to the Tianxiang Martial Academy, he was unaware of the progress on He Fei's end. Akmond, you are deceitful. Under the reminder of the world tree, Nordal, Malfurion suddenly came to his senses and could not help but roar in anger. The male patient blinked, fearfully stirring up chaos as he spoke, only to receive a glare from Ming, urging him to silence. Prometheus had yet to tidy up when Sun Tze received a message from the light brain, immediately instructing Pandora to return, granting full authority of operations to the light brain. Her lips moved ever so slightly, yet no sound emerged. Instead, a wave of mental energy spread forth, akin to an icy storm piercing the soul, rushing towards Chun Zhao's brow. A hesitant expression surfaced on Yi Qingqing's delicate face, caught between words, yet she soon closed her mouth again, observing the unyielding demeanor of Yi Han, which brought a subtle smile to her lips. The free citizens were taken aback, hastily pleading for mercy, while the onlookers vociferously cheered for Proxilus. The high priest cast a dark glance at the lifeless body of his subordinate, lying on the ground, utterly devoid of life, his expression darkening to an extreme as he inquired in a deep voice. How could one possibly forget? It was merely upon returning that numerous pressing matters demanded immediate attention. Leaving little time to explain, Burkos elucidated. The entire hillside was filled with people prostrating in prayer, hoping that the Dionia army would swiftly vanquish the Brutians, allowing their loved ones to return home safely. My lord, how does this crafted puppet body appear? Is there anything you find unsatisfactory? Ling Duyu inquired, presenting the puppet, albeit its attire was simply wrapped in a piece of cloth. After a fierce assault, Dali's level 1 Earth Battle Chi had already consumed 60% of its energy. Even if those rock phantoms did not flee, he lacked the capacity to eradicate them entirely. The Earth merchants continued to murmur incessantly. These were all matters anticipated by President Meng. He remained patient, sitting quietly until the meeting concluded. In the 30th round of the Premier League, Notts County triumphed over Hull City at home. Chelsea faced defeat away, and Liverpool was held to a draw at their home ground. Bai Ping was aware that her son was returning with Kong Yaoxiang today, so she specially prepared a table of home-cooked dishes and waited with Hu Yenin until the two entered before officially starting the meal. Nearby, Di Ling felt a fluctuation in Shun Jia's aura and instantly burst into laughter at the awkward scene before her, her crescent-shaped eyes radiating endless allure. However, Hu Zhen had no desire to become the king of a nation with merely a few 100,000 citizens. He preferred King Karakawa to continue enjoying life in Hawaii, leaving the defense of Hawaii entirely to the military forces of Huaxia. Instantly, just as she had sung in her final notes, the moment the crystal touched the water's surface, a surge of cold air burst forth, spreading in all directions. Upon arriving at the University of Britain, Hu Lianbei returned to her original cave, having moved to a new home, thus needing to seal the old one. Hu Yiting sat there in a daze, finally realizing he had wronged Tong Mu. Regret and guilt surged within him, nearly overwhelming him, as he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Did no one inform you that using mental energy to interfere with another's thoughts is a breach of etiquette? Li Yulong smiled as he unveiled a yellow shield. This is the Alien Queen, a creature transformed through the parasitism of some deep-sea monster. 3 years had passed, 3 long years, since that strange flute sound ceased, leaving behind an eerie silence. Must we truly endure a lifetime trapped in this place? The figure atop Tianlu Cliff lay as still as a corpse, mouth twitching slightly. So that is the case, Xiao Bei immediately understood. This evergreen tower was precisely the avenue he sought. Upon hearing Feng Xiaoyan's words, the members of Team 2 from the Heavenly Dual Royal Academy initially displayed surprise, followed by a re-evaluation of their impressions of him. Moments later, Fu Siwen, with an inscrutable expression, strode alongside staff members toward the exit. After Qin Yi conducted a thorough examination for Hua Yanqing, he decided to undergo a full-body checkup as well. Considering it was his expense, if any issues arose, he could take precautions. Regarding his grandmother's ailment, he harbored concerns, not that it was untreatable, but rather that the risks were too great. Yet, she was not mistaken. The wealth accrued from being a star indicated her rising fame. Utilizing praise points to exchange for star qualities was intended to enhance her stardom, ensuring she could shine even brighter, as relationships bore no discernible distinctions. However, it was not merely the past unrequited love that fueled his desire for her. Rather, it was the newfound confidence in possessing leverage over her. Should she choose to cultivate using malevolent energies, it would pose an immense trial for Zhu Zhuqing, as those 3 types of dark energy would relentlessly assault her consciousness during her training, and if she faltered, she would inevitably succumb to madness. Chapter 170. A transformation of 10,000 years. He had intended to ascertain the wealth of the Lord of Order, ostensibly, to have a clear understanding for future endeavors, planning to deceive and escape thereafter. Sister-in-law, what troubles you? Why do you appear so melancholic? After wandering the marketplace for most of the day, Cheng Xian finally noticed that Pei Shirin seemed somewhat off. Bai Feng Jiu simply described her path, causing the hearts of the 3,000 masters of creation to leap. The emergence of this transcendent path shattered all constraints. Now, not a single value point remained. Zhou Yang felt somewhat distressed. The current sales value point share allowed him only 3%, meaning from 1 million value points, he would only receive 30,000. Jin Song returned to the Fengnan City branch, specifically the estate behind the Fengxiang Inn, filled with skepticism. Under his coercion and inducement, the crowd pleaded for shelter, successfully organizing their 1,400 cavalry to march westward at dawn. The following day, they reached the vicinity of Xinling County, where everything was stable, encountering no opposing forces. And the weather gradually cleared. Were it not for Ning Mingyue's favor, she believed she would have abruptly left in anger. The hour was still early. Lin Wan, Zhou Tianqi, Lai Feng, and Wang Qi sat in the stone chamber, quietly awaiting the arrival of Lu Jinting and Lu Manman. He had already left the chamber, observing the vicinity of the dilapidated temple. If the Lu family members arrived, he would be the first to notice. Lin Wan surveyed everything from a lofty perspective, pondering why such a nation, rich in iron mines and weaponry, harbored no ambition to conquer the world, solely seeking peace and prosperity. Avalokiteshvara contemplated how to inquire from the great sage son Wukong and his companions while preserving the dignity of Buddhism. Lu Ming peered ahead and was greeted by a sudden opening, revealing an exceedingly luxurious villa, which belonged to none other than Lin Wudi's private residence. Guoyang found himself at a loss and thus imparted the most fundamental breathing techniques from the Xianmin cultivation methods, compelling her to meditate for 2 hours daily, which finally yielded slight improvements. Aware that reinforcements would not arrive in time, Commander Qinlan resolutely headed straight for Chicken Crown Peak, intending to launch a pincer attack with Nangong Dongli to annihilate the rebel forces in one fell swoop. After a day and a night, the Teng'er people stealthily entered a low-lying area surrounded by mountains, where several intersecting hills and a sweet spring made it the perfect hiding place. Until his death, he was unwilling to recall that absurd war and the seemingly endless rain. On one side were fearsome faces, devouring greedily, while on the other, there was a leisurely Chu, hardly distinguishable from an ordinary person. The major difference lay in the scales adorning their bodies, though it was unclear whether they were genuine scales or merely armor. As claimed by the leader, beside them, the remaining scions of the Chung family widened their eyes, watching with keen interest, yet resolutely refraining from uttering a word. The new weaponry of the Yenzhou army was an enigma to Morong Hao. He mistook the contraption for a mere assemblage of splintered wood and dismissed it without a second thought. At that moment, Su Man was half convinced, but now, she surmised that her being thrust into the water was not merely an accident, but rather a scheme orchestrated by Su Enin and the Imperial Grand Secretary, intended to facilitate a heroic rescue. Yuga glanced at Yi Mo beside her, extending a silk ribbon to blindfold her sister. To the southeast of Yiluan, in the very spot where Gu Su and Yu Feng had battled and ultimately frozen, tranquility reigned supreme over the surface of the sea. The once frozen expanse had returned to normalcy, yet Gu Su's figure had vanished without a trace. Feng Wei scrutinized the magic stone, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he fleetingly realized that this was indeed a magic stone imbued with the ice domain's arcane powers. He could feel the chilling energy within. He swiftly returned the stone to Yu Feng, turning away and falling silent. "Get dressed and come with me," Yunze coldly remarked as he noticed Tong Guai Guai preparing to leave. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Zhong Xiaolan, accompanied by Zhong Yao, headed eastward in search of potential allies. Listening to Tu Bao Bao, a wave of sentiment washed over her as she reflected on the myriad events of the previous day, including Su Yaren's words of consolation that lacked sincerity, aimed solely at placating her heart. She felt deeply moved. After a few hearty laughs, the bandits lunged at Greener, only to collide with a shimmering barrier as a flash of white light erupted. The seasoned general, drenched in blood, fought with ferocity. Yet his troops remained relatively intact after engaging in battle. Did he really say that? Nan Gongjing questioned incredulously, pondering whether his grandson was still oblivious. He had never been one to disclose personal matters. If he chose not to return for dinner, he would never call to announce it. Regarding Tu Baobao's words, Nan Gongjing remained skeptical. "That's sufficient. Thank you for the breakfast. I am quite satisfied." Tu Baobao nodded appreciatively at the server. The presence of company inexplicably instilled a sense of stability, yet uncertainty lingered about their condition and whether they had sustained injuries. After cleaning the remnants of ointment from his hands, Ilu casually tossed it, watching as the tissue traced an arc through the air, landing precisely in the trash bin. He suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to raise his hand and sniff it. Before Qi Qiao emerged, she needed to confront that monster. Otherwise, the upcoming duel would be fraught with too many variables. "Hey, everyone, I'm here." Lu Qi slowly stepped out from behind a tree, coming into the view of the fox beast. After addressing Hua Luo Shui's inquiries, Dai Meng Yao Yu finally found some leisure to distribute items. Initially, Lu Qi felt nothing amiss. But only after vanquishing the demon within did he come to realize that arriving in this world with formidable talent meant he was destined to contribute to it. "Yes," the scouts responded, promptly recounting everything they had witnessed that day in meticulous detail. It was information they could never have articulated without having seen it firsthand. Murong Changyu gazed at Mu Li in shock, his expression a blend of incredulity and bittersweet pride. He was pleased to see the young master so astute at such a tender age, yet lamented that Mu Li showed no inclination to restore his father's former troops, which was truly lamentable. After retrieving 3 more items, Yikon's backpack had but a single slot remaining, and he still needed to complete a storyline quest to obtain more valuable narrative rewards. Should his pack fill up, he would have to discard some belongings. Chapter 171, The Essence of the Holy Spirit. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Yi Yanqing arrived at the martial arts arena with disciples from the East Courtyard. Yet after searching for quite some time, he found no sign of Li Ku and the others. He mused that they were likely too embarrassed to show up after their brutal defeat the previous day, their faces bruised and battered. "This is good. Understanding is what matters." The balding old man chuckled, leading the 3 maidens deeper into the courtyard. Accompanying him was a slightly older youth, Li Ling, whose cultivation level was at the 8th stage of qi condensation. He served as a guard to a revered elder of the Dongfang family and could be considered a direct disciple. In battles of such caliber, he was nearly useless, relegated to cheering from the sidelines. Clearly, Xiao Fan underestimated the prowess of the first-tier ferocious beast, the Blood Shadow Tiger. Or perhaps he was entirely unaware of the vast physiological disparity between beasts and humans. A significant number of residents from Chunshan City were left homeless due to the destruction of their dwellings, leading to a decline in the local government's credibility and support, marking the first time in years that such a downturn occurred. For the best outcome, the current operation would significantly weaken Chunshan City's power. During these days, Mei Zi had accompanied Qin Xiao, gaining invaluable battle experience. Previously, in Meihua Valley, she seldom ventured out, causing her combat skills to lag behind her cultivation. What started as a united effort among the 3 brothers to face challenges suddenly took a melodramatic turn, leaving Ning Hao feeling overwhelmed. After about half an hour, Qin Xiao had fully recovered and was greeted by Lu Mingshan's playful expression, which instantly relaxed him. What is going on?" the elder questioned, glancing at Yi Yanqing, then slowly channeling his battle energy into him. The elder was soon drenched in sweat, ultimately having no choice but to grant Yi Yanqing a second-class root bone. Simultaneously, a monumental will surged forth from the earth, piercing through the atmospheric barriers and the exterior of the Demon Palace. When it reappeared, it was already outside the 999th layer of the Demon Palace. Thus, it was imperative to utilize the martial arts conference to eradicate or expel these forces from the super city of Huaxia. At this late hour, what is an old woman doing in the mountains? Gongbu furrowed his brow in confusion, looking at a Bao. Lin Yixue suddenly bent down, lowering her center of gravity almost to a crouch, her hind legs coiling with power. Blind Uncle Kuan believed that Yi Chun-feng should practice the techniques of the natural school. He was undoubtedly a top-tier master, well-versed in the myriad martial arts of the land. The major corporations of Jiangnan City joined forces to suppress, compounded by the disappearance of Huading International's headquarters, leaving Huading International isolated and defenseless. After maximizing his skill points, he possessed world-class abilities. Yet the translation app he developed still paled in comparison to renowned brands like Google, Baidu, and Youdao. There remained a considerable gap, as those were super conglomerates. Not something a lone world-class master could rival. Surely, these cannot be peaches of immortality? Gao Jin speculated, eyeing the plump, alluring peaches. He had already come to regard this place as the Yunyuan sacred realm mentioned by Zhu Qi. If this truly had connections to the Queen Mother of the West, then this orchard must undoubtedly be the Peach Garden. As the vanguard, Qing Lin and his companions could not afford to let any details slip regarding their operations. In this border town, as long as even one person survived, it would be highly likely that the God of War Kingdom would learn of their plans, rendering all strategies futile. Furthermore, should they be discovered, the immediate course of action would be to eliminate them, and the demons had not executed this aspect perfectly. I have no words to express. Those I encountered at the Purple Gold platform were all there for socializing, with 80% of them involved in business, leading me to feel unable to relinquish this bottom line. Zhou Changda and Ming Li's gazes fell simultaneously upon Ling Xiao, whose expression darkened once more, while Jasmine's eyes brimmed with concern, fearing that the commitments Ling Xiao had made to her would fall through, which was of utmost importance to her. "Thank you," said Jiulong Dong, who treated Lu Zhongming with an unmistakable coolness, perhaps stemming from the old grievances between them. Observing Haonan's demeanor, Linger felt a slight tremor in her body, as if sensing an awkward atmosphere and becoming aware of something amiss. It was his momentary lapse in vigilance, spurred by the exhilaration of having captured Shalebi, that led him to cast aside all caution. Otherwise, his brother would not have succeeded. "Lugia, what course of action should we take now?" Above Thunder Island, the thunderous intelligence within Lugia began to waver, as the previous target was now overshadowed by the emergence of an unknown super beast, escalating the gravity of the situation. Under the stimulation of the soul eye, the soul-devouring arts were activated, wielding far greater power than before the awakening of the soul eye. "Is this all you can muster? How truly disappointing." A cold voice emerged from Ling Xiao's lips. "Moreover, let us discuss the various species of Pokemon. The passage of time has stripped certain Pokemon of their right to exist, leading them towards gradual extinction. In the future, who will even remember that such Pokemon once roamed this world?" Although not far from the two unsavory men, their conversation remained inaudible. Meanwhile, the nearby camel and octopus incessantly praised Mu Meiqing's undeniable allure. Chapter 172, The Underworld, Flourishing. Not only should one consider relative returns, but also absolute returns. This means that for your recommendations to yield a positive relative return, they must outperform the market's rise. Conversely, if the market declines, your recommendations must fall less than the market to maintain a positive relative return, despite the absolute return being negative. The atmosphere in the living room plunged to an extreme chill, with no one daring to speak during Shun Yi's fury, save for the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. Consequently, the general's residence descended into chaos, with Prince Xian and Duan Jiqing at a loss for how to proceed. As for Yanhai, he had long since ceased to breathe. One could only wonder if he felt any regret in the moment his heart stopped beating. Thus, institutions like Tyran Financial Research employ a strategy of high salaries to curb corruption, ensuring analysts receive stable incomes, albeit with significant investment restrictions, an encumbrance that Wang Nuo could not afford. Yet, such a brief statement could expose a young man's unwavering and enduring affection without leaving any room for doubt. What distinguishes my actions from hers? She chose erroneous methods to obtain what she desired. Should I then take her as an example? If I were to do so, I would feel a stranger to myself, and even more contemptuous of my own being. Li Jinger remarked with a twitch of her lips, her irritation evident. Guqinan chuckled and inquired, "What is it, Brother Nanhua? Do you seek vengeance?" His words were laced with sarcasm, as if he had no regard for Guqinan's ambitions. As for foundational cultivators, it is virtually impossible for them to traverse such vast distances and survive the trials of tribulation to arrive here. A wave of dread swept through the crowd. Even if these ice beings shattered with a single blow, what would happen if they all attacked at once? Constraints? Are you not the Model Association? What name do you wish to change to this time? Qiren asked, somewhat perplexed. "So, you sought me out for this?" Zhang Ling questioned hesitantly, as such reasoning seemed insufficient to warrant an invitation. For if one truly wished to investigate such matters, there were countless others to turn to. What if something were to happen to Lin Ji? What would become of the tribe? Everything before us would likely vanish in an instant. Many newcomers have suffered greatly within the confines of effective duration. They focus on popularity, believing that reaching a standard level of popularity equates to effective duration. However, the official internal standards for effective duration are not based on popularity, but rather on audience numbers. The simultaneous viewers define the standard for effective duration. Having been chained for several days, this slender tether could no longer restrain it, yet it lacked the courage to break free. Due to Yuan Gen relocating tens of thousands of people into the mountains, the troops aiding Yuzhou are gradually withdrawing. There is a certain charm in reciprocity. For instance, that day at Shuirengui's home, he teased Li Xiao for finally becoming his chef, and Li Xiao's facial expression at that moment was quite delightful. She discovered that all of this was orchestrated by that mischievous fellow with the vine hat. Here, the arc of hair, the broken teeth, and even the red monkey might be more fitting than he had anticipated. The Wang family deduced that Li Xiao would not dare to meddle with the Cui family. Striking a couple of servants was merely a trivial matter. Very well, I shall grant you this one moment of trust. With the esteemed reputation of Hero Yang in the martial world, I doubt he would deceive us, Ren Chongyuan sighed. Although Huang Zhenhu had gained some understanding of Huang family fortress from the letter, having even perused the blueprints of the fortress, witnessing it in person was an entirely different, breathtaking experience. His voice resonated powerfully, inciting fury in the leading elder, who raised his hand and swiftly unleashed a lethal strike. What about another possibility? Bai Jun inquired, clearly unconvinced that this was the only scenario as proposed by Yi Han. Master Chao, given the perfect opportunity earlier, why didn't you directly rescue Xinjianan instead of going through so many convolutions? He Tianshu asked, perplexed. The northern border of Zhao was under attack by the Xiongnu, resulting in the fall of 3 cities. The Zhao king commanded Lian put to hastily muster troops northward, while the messengers sped forth to request assistance from the chief state. The lone wolf, clutching a sniper rifle, sat aside with wide eyes, watching as the 2 brothers engaged in a fierce quarrel. However, they soon turned and gave her a thumbs up in unison. Yet, the reality was far less glamorous, as the scene before her was nothing short of a dismal spectacle. With such thoughts in mind, Bo Gang continued to retreat 30 meters, while Bai Qi did not intervene, merely retrieving a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, donning them, and slowly spreading his arms wide. This attire was a spatial artifact belonging to a vampire, a unique set bestowed upon me by my vampire master, capable of infinitely storing any item, provided I first made contact with it. After half an hour, Alice too found herself feeling somewhat fatigued. The Illusion City is a rare basin amidst these towering mountains. It is believed that if the Great Xia and Great Chu nations could foster goodwill and engage in extensive trade, their economies would undoubtedly flourish. As the pillar of support for the people of Ningbo, Zhu Yan's demise will undoubtedly have a profound impact on their future lives. Although Ming Jie and Wu Zhe would not be directly affected in their pursuits due to Zhu Yan's passing, the thought of their other brothers and sisters weighed heavily on Meng Jie's heart. Huang Hong has now realized that it was undoubtedly the black dog that unleashed its extraordinary abilities, resulting in this outcome. Dream Han felt a sudden halt in her heart, her anxiety surging. After so many years, she once again heard that voice. Though the name seems humorous, one cannot deny the formidable power of Chen Fei's abilities, which at times can indeed alter the course of fate. Chapter 173, Chao Someone Awaken. In the ancestral home of the Taiji clan in Qinjia village, an elderly man, after watching the astonishing video his grandson Chen Wuxiang had shown him, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Yet, to the soldiers of the Star River Empire, this was not the case. They could hardly find anything appealing about the objects flying towards them. Yun Xiangtian sensed the gravity of the situation. He was unaware of the number of concealed Japanese agents within Lingfeng City, but could affirm that the Japanese army had already shown intentions to assault Lingfeng. Moreover, even within the internal structure of Bizlong, he employed a system of mutual checks and balances. Belinda was solely responsible for managing civil affairs and commerce, having no authority over educational matters, and likewise, the clergy held no power in this domain. Thus, for years, high-ranking clergy like Raster have been unable to encroach upon even a fraction of authority. A subordinate of Long Wei instinctively reached inside, and while his actions might not have been significant, the bloodshed Sheng, who was in close proximity, was quite displeased. When Long Wei's large hand made contact with a soft object, she unexpectedly let out a shy exclamation. Yuan channeled her spiritual energy through her palm, penetrating into Feng Buqian's body and swiftly surging towards his spiritual sea. I accompanied Zhao Lei to the company, where I recounted the events of yesterday that had remained unresolved. Zhao Lei shared with me quite a bit about his previous employer in Guangzhou, who is now conducting business in Wuhan. The boss, having achieved success, has now recalled Zhao Lei after all the assistance he provided. Why not use wind to counter wind? This thought suddenly flashed through Gaia's mind. Although he sensed only a limited amount of wind element, it should still be feasible to form some cyclones around him to deflect the gusts or redirect the frigid winds through these cyclones. The next day, Before Long Wei had exited the meditation space, Zheng Ruyan had already risen, preparing herself with her morning routine. Under the influence of this rebounding force, Long Wei's fist was jolted, leaving him feeling a twinge of numbness, yet his body did not flinch even slightly. At this moment, within the palace of the Unadi Empire, a similar scene unfolded, with the protagonists now two young men in place of the elderly figures. Seeing this, Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further. Grasping Wu Jing's hand and moving slowly through the water, feeling the impact of the crashing waves. Upon closer inspection, it became evident where the issue lay. It was merely a feigned attack. How utterly detestable, daring to deceive her. She, Shengwan Wanyin, harbored a profound disdain for being misled. With a mere snap of his fingers, Peng Kai conjured an identical Shun Yiting, who appeared in the dormitory, cheerfully waving to everyone. It was only natural that this rustic fellow would be captivated by the unique shape of the bottle upon seeing it. At that moment, even if Feng Shitian remained composed, he could not help but utter a curse. Gazing at IBC's exquisite visage, complemented by her deeply caring and affectionate eyes, Lu Yongming nodded gently, without hesitation. Xia Tanming and Noah Man were momentarily taken aback, while Su Mo chuckled, draping an arm around Xia Tianming's shoulders, stating, thus, he had long resolved in his heart never to allow her the opportunity to depart again, and so he would not let go. Wang Zue felt increasingly frustrated. Despite his efforts to physically confront others, it seemed he was inflicting no pain. Had he truly lost his strength from a prolonged absence from fighting? Nearby, the god-level experts and those of the Divine King rank remained silent, seemingly numb. They could envision a dismal future of oppression and discrimination, akin to how they once looked down upon the masters of the demon god and dark divine races. Thoughts remained mere thoughts, and Sualong Pingqiuo had no choice but to muster his spirits and assist Li Jianghua in interrogating the captives. The thunderous method proved effective, and this time, the questioning proceeded smoothly. The captive was remarkably cooperative, nearly divulging the color of his wife's underwear. The soldiers inhaled sharply. No wonder the enemy's third security unit was so restrained in their actions. Who could withstand such bombardment? The artillery battalion performed admirably. Observing Yu Yingfeng approach Han Kaiying, not only did Han Kaiying harbor a flicker of anticipation, but even Jiang Hedong and Xin Jinghuan nearby were eager to discover how this most affectionate man would resolve his infidelity. The others in Liang Shanchao's shop urged him to be cautious, though it was unnecessary, for they had already retreated to a safe distance. They had estimated that while the formation was indeed marvelous, it could only withstand the full force of those below celestial rank. Breaching it would not be difficult, but doing so would expose their true strength. However, Mo Sinan had grown somewhat arrogant. His repeated attempts to embarrass himself had all failed. This time, he had set his sights on a physical contest, which was markedly different from previous occasions. Previously, his psyche had been wounded, but this time, he was bound to suffer both physically and mentally. In light of the 1st Infantry Battalion's performance in battle, the higher-ups decided not to commend their contributions, nor to pursue any penalties. Their merits and demerits were thus balanced. Lu Yihua understood that Xiao Lihua would inevitably face this juncture. Approaching it gradually was more tormenting for her over time. Bring Ah Chong, Ah Tai, and Bin Bing's bodies here. We shall take them home, O Zhenjin said softly, her eyes reddening. No, Your Majesty, I have just received news that due to the attack on Lan Linger, Lan Yu has expelled Lan Waner from their home, and now Lan Waner has already joined the music guild. Knowing this, Xiao Wan concluded that there was no need for further action against Lan Yu. Chapter 174, Underworld Sovereign. Tribulation, Rainborn. She knew who he was, yet he had no idea who she was, treating her as if she were the closest person to him. At the foot of the mountain, throngs of people clamored, the market's din rivaling that of Luotian City, leaving Lin Yu astonished. Time passed, and Lin Yu opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings to find Feng Waya peacefully asleep in a chair. He shook his head, feeling a sense of weakness and hunger. In the Tianfeng Plain, spiritual materials like floating windstone were plentiful, all collected into the cultivator's Qinkuan bags, ultimately acquired by Yi Feng and Sun Xian. Kes was retained by the Pope for dinner, alongside Ansua's captain, Chady, who had not received an invitation and thus headed back to his own tent. Vittorio merely intended to speak, but Qin Heng promptly interrupted him. Secretly on high alert, Bai Yi wove through the chaotic tent piles, soon shaking off the pursuer. Suddenly, a massive python appeared. These creatures remained unaware as the python stealthily approached through the grass. Avi, you look particularly handsome today. Kessa's attire resembled that worn by Rosemand many years ago, albeit in a lighter hue. Her jewelry was minimal, and her makeup was merely a subtle touch. At this moment, only Oriana, draped in a cloak, and Coulson, clad in a suit, remained at the airport. The elderly man was momentarily stunned. He earned only a few $100s a month selling garbage, sufficient for his livelihood. He never expected that this young man would offer him work with such generous treatment, and he stood there in disbelief. Everyone was taken aback. A single sword demon had already drained them of their strength, and now another wind demon had appeared. How would they escape this predicament? Shinin felt a bit uncomfortable and turned away, falling silent. At her age, having endured so many failures, even if it were not Xianglan, she would still choose to self-hypnotize and evade if someone else expressed affection towards her. Although Zhu Tong and Ndingwa sought to exploit a breakthrough among Liang Nation soldiers, the latter had no intention of negotiation, rendering the mission of the Arid Kingdom to Liang Nation a failure. What? Orpheus exclaimed, astonished, his eyes widening. The base was attacked? How is that possible? Yin Ruyu, clutching her materials, walked along the pebble path with Su Ninger, her expression frosty, seemingly quite enraged. The combat personnel, upon receiving Bok's response, immediately replied and hurriedly fled, gesturing to others as they ran. Upon hearing Wang Kuan's intention to survey the environment on his behalf, Zhang Yang understood the implication and felt a surge of anticipation as the group proceeded directly to the ninth floor investment department. Lies, in the end, become familiar through repetition, and at times, one might even become ensnared by the allure of deceitful words spoken with an unsettling calmness, to the point where one nearly believes them oneself. However, the whispers of the cat's spirit in the later stages of the DK team are not without merit. This explains why, this summer, numerous clubs have sought to acquire Edo, including illustrious teams such as Manchester United, Chelsea, Manchester City, and the Sheffield Twins, among others. During Chun Xiao's somnambulism, he can communicate unidirectionally with Lian Shibi, who is attempting to guide Chen Xiao towards understanding Hong Ye's clarifications. Lian Shibi believes that Chen Xiao is not a malevolent individual, and that his state of somnambulism is, in fact, beneficial. The disdainful gaze directed at me, coupled with the sight of someone turning away in disappointment, unexpectedly brought tears to my eyes, piercing my heart as if struck by a knife, with the tears in my eyes resembling droplets of blood from my very soul. The following morning, Lu Kaiwei departed with his luggage, and as he glanced back at Meng Meng, who was bidding him farewell at the doorway, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. Dian Wei retreated, observing Zhang Yan's expression, which bore a certain gravity. He sensed that Zhang Yan's strength was slightly inferior to his own. Yet Zhang Yan's advantage lay in his superior technique and experience, rendering Dian Wei's raw power somewhat ineffective, akin to striking cotton with fists. Only this modified version of the Wu Luo ghost-catching gate and the previous soul-calling flower could be wielded with such agility. Aruba found conversing with this individual exceedingly laborious. Despite the dialogue circling back to the same dead end, he could not help but wonder if Master Ruba's fate had been different. Would he have found himself in such dire straits? The young players of Leeds United evidently lacked the dominance and control of their predecessors. Yet their vigor and passion on the field were unparalleled. You truly came. I thought you were going to leave us hanging, their leader exclaimed. Just moments ago, I was fretting over what to do, and here you are, arriving unbidden. As he focused his chi within his dantian, a physical flow coursed through his meridians, clearing the blocked joints while simultaneously inundating him with an excruciating sensation that permeated every inch of his skin. Shin Kuai fell silent, stifling a laugh. Well aware that the secret bodyguard was Lu Chun, the notion of Shun Xian dispatching Lu Chun for protection struck him as rather amusing, and he surmised that Lu Chun likely found the situation equally humorous. Chapter 175, Chao Yuxing, Complete Form. You have come to punish evil and reward good, have you not? It is rather ironic that we initially spoke disrespectfully of you. Now, I offer my sincere apologies. With that, Luo Shun bowed deeply to Yang Ting. Due to a lack of personnel, Zhu Ming had no choice but to implement stringent measures. After all, the task of stabilizing the populace would be left to the governor dispatched later, providing them with tasks to occupy their minds and preventing any subversive thoughts from taking root. Fang Xiu, lost in the misty forest, remained oblivious to the fact that Kong Lianshuan had recently mastered the blood beast. He continued to delay, the injuries upon his body accumulating and nearing a critical point. A fortnight might seem trivial in the realm of cultivation, however, with the guidance of Taoist vitality, Chu Wangshu was confident in their ability to successfully transition their techniques, especially with the aid of medicinal pills, making it feasible for one or two among them to break through to the third-tier realm within 6 months. The three dice seemed to meld into one, their clattering sound transforming into a brush-like friction within. No matter what you say, until Yuan Fan's poison is neutralized, I must ensure my own safety, Tang Yun asserted with unwavering determination, aware that at this juncture, her protection solely rested upon her shoulders. Enough of your words. The more you speak, the more my anger swells, exclaimed the burly figure with a face full of flesh. You could only speak thus if you wished to absolve the two of you from guilt, Chui Hong retorted darkly. Yet no one had anticipated the guard's scent. As two soldiers from the Blackwater Kingdom sprang forth from behind the door, swiftly and effectively restraining the hands of the old woman. In essence, One could say that navigating through resistance is akin to a counteraction, while striking is a means to diminish that resistance. Both elements are indispensable. Doctor. The captain grasped the physician's hand, which held a cicada, as it writhed violently, attempting to burrow into Jedi's mouth, instilling a sense of dread that drained the color from Jedi's face. Forget it. I shall take my leave. I cast a glance at this world, the world I created, the very place where Ling Yue and I first crossed paths. Farewell, but not forever. I shall never return. Upon hearing their leader's command, the leopard men responded in unison, their naturally agile forms dashing forth, transforming the once bustling street filled with leopards into a desolate silence in the blink of an eye. The tiger barbarians continued onward, the jungle trees looming ahead. However, according to the words of the Red Flower Guards, they had not yet truly entered the soul-sealing ridge. This news had arrived long ago, on the very night I learned of Chun Li's parents' demise. Yet, amidst the flurry of activity in recent days, I had not accessed the internet, thus only coming to see it today. Alas, weapons conceived purely for slaughter have merely stirred up a few wisps of black smoke upon the Gu family's floor. As I drew closer, my ancestral home became clearer, yet my pace involuntarily slowed. Although the bamboo sword master appeared indifferent towards his master, in truth, his respect for the elder Taoist was as evident as the sun and moon, known to heaven and earth. Yet, he found himself ensnared by an unseen adversary, who unbeknownst to him had cast a curse, revealing a fearful and weak demeanor before his father, a stark contrast to his usual self-assured and composed demeanor. "Forgive me for making a fool of myself," he said, his face beaming with joy as he regarded Xiao Shixiang, who humbly returned the gesture. However, Shimin Jueshue paid him no mind, continuing onward with his companions into the depths of the forest. Windful Tower? It carries the essence of the martial world, brimming with the foreboding of an approaching storm. The kitchen buzzed with activity. Everyone gathered to witness the master chef himself preparing the meal. A Chun, demonstrating keen insight, guided by Water Lotus, began to form her own understanding of each dish. Upon her hurried return, just as she was about to close the door, darkness enveloped her, nearly causing her to stumble. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself against the door. "What is it that master cannot fathom?" Xian Xiao inquired, his bright eyes filled with innocence and curiosity. Thus, Lin Feng, having only recently arrived at the kamikaze camp, had already become a figure of note among many. However, Yang Qingqing's affairs had little impact on Yuan, as both Chu Dasha and Yang Qingqing were far removed from her own life. Upon seeing the grotesque visage of the disfigured man appear at the Xiao residence, Xiao Ning's expression darkened once more. Liu Beibei also worked at the Han Group, merely serving as a department salesperson, yet it was apparent to discerning eyes that Liu Beibei was ingratiating herself with the upper management. The old man hung up the phone, his countenance still grim, as those seated beside him sat upright, fearful that the wrath might turn upon them. In the upscale Western restaurant of a five-star hotel, Yao Shi and Jin Qihai encountered each other once more, as if fate had conspired against them. Within the convoy, the pig demon chef was busy preparing dinner, while the guide, Ma Fei, engaged in a game of chess with the wild scorpion in the courtyard, as the Team S enforcer, Black Fox, fiddled with a serpentine blade nearby. Jiang Zuishan, in a state of concentration, had yet to refine the inner alchemy provided by Huang Zhong, intending to consume it post-competition, but unexpectedly met his demise on the Heavenly Emperor continent. By the way, what about Qinshi? Even in his absence, there is an unmistakable void. He suddenly recalls that it has been quite some time since he last laid eyes on that fellow. This Immortal Lord seems to be from beyond the 3,000 realms. The divine weapon Immortal Lord cast a glance at Huang Zhong. After that fleeting silhouette at the airport, when Liang Yu has not had the serendipity of encountering Lin Xiaoxiao again. It is astonishing that Tianba spoke just moments ago, yet now has fallen silent. It is a relief that this divine dragon did not take his life directly. "We haven't even begun, and since you've arrived, you must at least meet your son," remarked Tang Ziyun with a touch of humanity. "Rong Nanqing, will you assist me?" Yu Xinlan placed her hands on his shoulders, locking eyes with him. "However, what truly exhilarates me is that white shirt worn by Qin Shishir. Though it may not possess the striking allure of her previous red garment, it radiates an air of pure innocence." Fang Ziqian nodded again, seemingly still not fully present, while Hui sighed and stepped forward, pulling him along, pushing him to his room to change. Despite the somewhat audacious act, Fang Ziqian did not resist, but rather followed Yun Hui down. "By the way, Mom and Dad, I bought gifts for you both and left them upstairs. Allow me to fetch them," said Pan Yumeng as she rose. Chapter 176, a long-awaited message from my Dao partner. Lu Nian's voice echoed similarly. At this moment, he felt that Yu Xian had taken unreasonable antics to unprecedented heights. This time, it completely replaced me in battle. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated, circling in my ears, distinctly audible. Meanwhile, Fang Shihua remained rooted, his gaze fixed on the departing taxi, the darkness in his eyes deepening like an unfathomable abyss, rendering escape impossible. Before revealing a cryptic smile, intriguing. Additionally, the awakening of the seventh heavenly eye brings with it an unfathomable reward from the heavens. Just imagining 7 heavenly eyes simultaneously voraciously absorbing the world's fighting spirit is enough to instill fear. Perhaps they will seek me out tonight. Should I hide and investigate their background first? Taking a deep breath, Lun Yin raised his fist once more, closed his eyes, and then knocked on the door. Change your clothes. We are going out for dinner. Shangguan Mo said to the television-watching Murong Shui. The fact that the dark guards approached with such gravity, appearing utterly shaken when reporting, indicates that they have encountered something of extraordinary power. The elderly man's family, deeply superstitious, insisted that he had been cursed by malevolent forces while soaking in the hot springs, leading to his demise, and demanded a review of the surveillance footage. Listening to the name Segui Hui, Bai Zaichen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, he is truly yearning for a return. Zi, if possible. I hope you can come back to my side. In contrast, Xiao Ziyang seemed unaffected. By Yunfei's internal shock was evident. He had not anticipated Xiao Ziyang's formidable strength. Realizing he had significantly underestimated him, never imagining Xiao Ziyang possessed such prowess. After Cheng Jin spoke, he made a gesture of deference, motioning for Ren Xingyang to step to the right, to which she responded with a gentle smile, slowly advancing, and thus they walked side by side. Does that man not harbor fond memories of a past love? Yet where is she now? Who hasn't he been wounded by love? Yet everyone still flutters like moths to a flame, battered and bruised, yearning yet troubled. The 3 before me possess a decent reputation within the circle, prompting Zheng Rui to nod in agreement. If a suitable song arises, he would certainly inform them. Throughout this time, Tan Jingyi often felt his composure teetering on the brink. And had it not been for Tan Jing's quiet patience, he would have long suggested they change venues for dinner. The cave, akin to a kiln, remains warm in winter and cool in summer. Food should be stored in a cold place. Yet the Tutu tribe surprisingly keeps their winter provisions in this warm cave, making it no wonder they spoil. Earlier, feeling unwell, I returned to my room to rest. Mu Jiugao's calm voice floated from behind and watching. Mu Xianhuang gazed at the sky, devoid of stars, devoid of moonlight. The darkness enveloping the heavens seemed to suggest it was indeed late. The man had not changed much since 5 years prior, still bearing a handsome bronze visage, his ink-black hair tied back, a slight smile gracing his lips. His jade-like eyes bright and spirited, even more so than 5 years ago. The bids escalated higher and higher. Even Yi Linghan felt a surge of enthusiasm. It was no wonder that even those who had no intention of purchasing wanted to witness the spectacle. Originally, Shi Jingtian had been glancing about, completely oblivious to Jin Dou's words, yet the mention of red silk faintly reached his ears, sending a shiver through him. Could it be the red silk of Yanyu Tower? The one wielded by the world's top assassins? His gaze involuntarily fixated on the stage. In the ancestral tomb, Xie Qiliao unfortunately fell into the 14th layer of the underworld, where he underwent the trial of death, upon breaking through to the soul realm. He grasped 15 complete laws along with insights into the spirit canon, directly reaching the threshold of undying spirit. The crowd erupted into a flurry of speculation, unable to decipher the matter, its lack of clarity rendering it all the more enigmatic. Some concepts are easily grasped. The advanced mechanization and bioengineering likely refer to those half-machine, half-living artificial monsters, yet the so-called Camilla beasts remain unfathomable. Yi Yinfeng stood atop the coffin, his feet performing the 7 stars step technique to alter his form, inwardly lamenting. Although he could not presently contend with the black-clad, ghost-faced figure, over time, escaping their lethal grasp would become increasingly difficult. However, such source crystals are not easily obtained. Had he known this beforehand, Lien Ruixiang would have secretly appropriated that source crystal for experimentation, even if it meant enduring a scolding from Yi Linghan later. Starry brilliance flickered, strands of light flowing, gradually growing brighter. In an instant, the overwhelming power of the soul surged forth like a mighty wave. Evil Emperor, evade. The fighting spirit cannot be released in abundance. This technique, which excels in sudden advances, only allowed him to leap a few meters away, not even able to turn his head. How did I end up in this predicament? Tong Yu, on the verge of tears, lamented. I will truly become a celebrity at the Tiando Academy now. Chapter 177, Comrade Xiao Duan. Even Jin Deshang, who often resorted to underhanded tactics, was left dumbfounded. This old Taoist is not merely a feng shui master, but is likely involved in the underworld. She lay beside him, yet prohibited even the slightest contact. He prided himself on not being an impatient man, yet she stirred a fervor within him. When Fong Weigua and others left the Sumitomo Bank with money in hand, barely 20 minutes had passed before they repeated their tactics, seizing the Zhengjin Bank while the Japanese had yet to react. Xiao Shu was left speechless by Ruoshui. You claim to have no understanding of gambling stones, yet insist on joining the fray, wagering such a substantial amount. You must realize that this not only tarnishes your own reputation, but also jeopardizes our standing together. With humor set aside, I told the blind man. There were no remarkable discoveries in those front courtyard rooms, yet their sheer normalcy rendered them decidedly abnormal. Master, in what way have I failed to meet your expectations? Mo Ling sighed in resignation. Between Chung Mo and Bai Mo, it is neither familiarity nor complete estrangement, outside of the bonds of husband and wife and brother and sister. If one were to delve deeper, they are akin to doctor and patient. Anthony hesitated for a brief moment, ultimately refraining from making a unilateral decision regarding the matter at hand, for the ramifications were far-reaching, and he lacked the authority to refuse her. Meanwhile, Mo Ling evidently harbored no intention of sparing Mu Jin, biting her ear a few times before burying her face in the nape of Mu Jin's neck and sinking her teeth into it. At this juncture, even Sha Man Yun felt a surge of curiosity, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a peculiar light as they fixated on Du Yunfeng's bright gaze. As it became increasingly apparent that all paths were leading to a standstill, Captain Wang found himself regretting the bold claims he had made, tugging at his hair in frustration, which had already begun to thin. Just as he pondered a countermeasure, the astute director, Zhou, devised a plan. However, Wei Mion's audacious idea was swiftly thwarted by Lao Miao, who dismantled their criminal organization, which had evaded capture for over 20 years, forcing him to pass on his criminal expertise to his apprentice, the current second criminal consultant. At that moment, nearly everyone's mobile devices chimed in unison, prompting the crowd to pull out their phones and discover that they had all received an identical video from an unknown sender. Before the last words had left his lips, Han Bing eagerly merged his consciousness with the two puppets before him, attempting to establish communication. Yet, as he infused his awareness into the puppets, they instinctively released their own consciousness, obstructing Han Bing's attempts and launching mental assaults against him. Rest assured, I shall not be overly ambitious. I have always been one to take an inch and gain a mile, Su Chen declared, before wrapping his arms around Gu Ni Wei and forcefully kissing her. Upon hearing Fan Dong's remarks, Fu Tin could not help but furrow his brow. While the other party's strength was inherently feeble, it still bore some utility for his subsequent actions. However, the injured individual was of little use, and Fan Dong's audacity to question his decisions left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. If it were indeed Wang Chao's doing, capturing him would leave him with no escape but death. Lao Miao approached a destitute elderly scavenger, despite the autumn chill. The old man was swathed in a tattered down jacket, wearing trousers that were too long for him, trailing on the ground and revealing a pair of yellowed sneakers. Bai Huang tightened his grip on the talisman, unleashing its power, as a stream of pure white energy was drawn forth, simultaneously sealed within the talisman. As soon as the Black Feather Clan's subordinate touched down, Yang Fan dismounted, and in the face of the subordinate's terror, delivered a decisive kick aimed at his groin. Amidst the sea of golden leaves, a few shaded areas remained, thanks to the lush foliage that provided refuge from the morning light. Jianchen called out, his heart growing colder with each echo, as if plummeting into a frigid abyss. Wu Yang, you bastard. I can't believe your people are here. Xiang Feng shouted, angrily seizing Wu Yang by the collar. Should Ming Yu lose his sanity, it would be nearly impossible for He Lian Xingyu to depart unscathed. This could hardly be blamed on Li Chengqian, considering he was overshadowed by a formidable figure, long subjected to the suppression of someone like Li Shimin. Li Chengqian had lost the sharpness that youth demands. However, the emergence of Qin Feng became a pivotal turning point for him. What is this? The salesperson was momentarily at a loss for words, wondering if they should disclose that they were merely seeking a 10,000 yuan advantage. The Dark Clan Spectre was cleaved in two. The heavenly spear shattered, and Jiang Yun slew it just before it could deliver a final strike, resulting in his arm being severed. Hee, Yin chuckled, stretching his neck and loosening his muscles, observing the sudden pallor on Xiongba's face, realizing that the big bear had grasped the implications. Chapter 178, The World Like Tides Rising and Falling. Raphael, stationed by the window, was even less fortunate than Bai Thin, as he was cunningly captured by Wu Jin, who had intended to escape, leaving the leaping Wu Jin behind. Years of clandestine meetings had made their actions exceedingly discreet. Thus, as long as the police failed to unearth evidence on the spot, no one would suspect them. Casting a glance around, Yu Sheng had already made his way to Xiao Kai's side, while Li Jingyi's gaze remained fixed on Yu Sheng from that moment onward. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Qin Mo Shang could only smile helplessly and directly offered her a chicken leg. Wei Xiao understood that the gap between them was considerable, yet he believed those obstacles were surmountable. He would personally dismantle them. Jin Qingzhan had not yet formulated a plan, but he certainly felt a sense of responsibility towards the lowly, who could be more accountable than a soldier. Finally assured that he bore no unusual markings, Yi Mo Xing cleared his slightly itchy throat, unable to resist adjusting his neatly arranged sleeve, then raised his hand, curling his fingers, and gently knocked on the apartment door. Lu Mu, known as the tyrant of the filming set, had finally found her footing after this scene, though her looks could only be deemed average in the entertainment industry. Her efforts in honing her acting skills had paid off, as she had delivered a remarkable performance in her second take. That evening, she had dispatched Ru Ming and Mei Ying to protect the child. In retrospect, this decision proved to be prudent, even if it placed her in peril, for it ensured the child's safety. He suddenly found it amusing and chuckled, but as silence enveloped them, he tightened his embrace, drawing her closer, allowing her to sense the weight of his unspoken thoughts. Remilia, who considered herself to be an imposing figure, had entirely overlooked whether she was capable of caring for others. Predecessor, please do not be angry. I shall go and unseal the spiritual vein at once. Tong Chong bowed deeply, hastening towards the back mountain. His demeanor a stark contrast to the assertiveness he had once displayed while confronting Zhang Tiansong. Upon arriving at the Hotu sect, he had agreed with Ren Xian to return within 5 days at most, and Zhang Tiansong's calculations had not faltered prior to entering the scripture repository. The duel spanned a total of 5 days, with the final night marking the 6th. The tracking missile summoned by Murong Xiao struck the assembly of armored vehicles in the south, sending dozens of heavy war machines soaring into the air, subsequently creating multiple large craters in the ground as if ravaged by a meteor shower. Gubin refrained from uttering further words. As he was well acquainted with the roads in the city, and with the lack of traffic at night, he deftly maneuvered through turns, reaching the entrance of the Haizhong Daily within 10 minutes. Upon hearing Huang Meng's words, Zhang Tiansong was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. I don't really have a say in this matter, do I? I'm not a person of your esteemed clan. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? He glanced at the expressions of the elders surrounding him. In the blink of an eye, 4 blood demons, each possessing strength on par with early-stage nascent soul cultivators, were frozen solid by the onslaught of ice crystals and snowflakes, plummeting to the ground. Approaching the open window, he peered outside but still saw no sign of Zhang Tiansong, shaking his head in puzzlement. Aunt Qing was in the bathroom gathering the clothes Ren Xian had changed out of the previous day, while the reason behind Zhang Tiansong not changing his clothes remained another mystery. Indeed, the tremor of the Qing Ping sword persisted for quite some time before finally settling. The spatial rifts in the heavens and earth vanishing, and the soaring sword aura of the Qing Ping sword dissipating. Murong Zhao's initial reaction was not to hastily stabilize the precarious situation, but rather to fervently urge it on, squeezing out its final remnants of power. All the images, through a silent language of expression, portrayed the desolate ruins of 2 crumbled cities within the game. Mu Bai, wielding a short sword, approached and dealt several finishing blows to each remaining foe, causing those who were not yet lifeless to twitch slightly before becoming utterly still. A multitude of formidable individuals surged forth to rescue Marshal Snow Fox, yet they were thwarted by Fan Lang's entourage, making it difficult for anyone to approach. Upon hearing this, Li Duzuan felt a chill run through him, instantly grasping Mou's intent and recalling the customs of the marketplace. This ability bore resemblance to the art of duplication, yet differed in essence, akin to permitting oneself to manifest simultaneously in 2 disparate locations. At that moment, Shiyu glanced at Mou beneath the bed and then directly interrupted the words of the Miao Fa Dan Zun. Indeed, the extreme White Lotus was no ordinary entity. Within a century, Qingxian Peak would ascend to the realm of celestial artifacts, Zhou Lei remarked with a light chuckle after a brief sense of the situation. Zhou Lei and Tai Tong politely entered the Yuji Guan, while the miscellaneous disciples such as Bing Lan and Bing Xian remained outside, attentively listening to the teachings. Returning to the battlefield, the inclusion of Chang Xianling rendered the situation increasingly enigmatic and fluid. Due to previous circumstances, this time, Ji Fengxue played conservatively, standing beneath the turret, and when Lu Feng brought the troops to the turret's base, he dashed straight to the second turret, willing to forego experience points to avoid the first turret. After dinner, observing that the evening was still young, Gu Mingde casually took Gu Shuexiu by the hand and headed straight for the village chief's residence. As his words fell, a door slammed in the living room. Upon hearing this, Huzime leapt up, disregarding her state of undress, and hurried towards the living room. Turning back towards the living room, Huzime picked up her phone to find a call from Peng Dalong and quickly answered it. How could he have become so inebriated after an entire day of drinking with his colleagues, especially when no one was pressuring him? Chapter 179, Between the Ancient and the Primeval. In response to Tai Mian's inquiry, Li Jishur merely sighed and cast a lonely glance at Tai Mian. The 2 parties were at a stalemate. Perhaps I could surmise that Yu Minghui, under orders, betrayed Xia Haoyu, and to survive a gunshot wound was already an exceedingly difficult feat. Being captured at this juncture would undoubtedly instill fear in him. Yet he was also aware that Xia Haoyu sought to extract certain information from him. Although Wei Liang spoke extensively, I do not deny the authenticity of her statements. However, one truth stood out. Individuals of his stature are truly not suited for my company. I apologize. Yet in this regard, I absolutely cannot place my trust in you. Jia Jingjin, without turning back, hastily endeavored to transfer the mountains of treasures before him into his virtual backpack. What on earth is happening? The moment the call connected, silence ensued. Lin Duo, how did you end up entangled with him? Wei Liang gazed at me with concern, speaking calmly. Dongfang Yinyang approached. First greeting team leader Shichuan Lingxiang before offering salutations to his two teammates. Wu Song, exhibiting remarkable cleverness, immediately gestured to indicate Pan Jilian's waist. Draco was either afflicted by a misfortune talisman or had fallen victim to a malediction, all to analyze the camaraderie of his exchange student classmate Yi Yuan. Did you already know that old fellow was playing me, didn't you? Now, amidst the murky waters of life and death, Zhang Feng naturally tore off the facade with Tai Mian, gritting his teeth as he dispatched the barely breathing Qin soldiers before calling out loudly towards the unknown Tai Mian. Last night, Lan Haichen felt that the treasure chest's lock could not be opened, which led him to believe that the true endpoint lay beyond the chest itself. The celestial masters present here were indeed knowledgeable, yet none had ever encountered such a large cap before. Wu Song understood that this was a response from Li Shishir to the flute player, and he refrained from inquiring further. Li Shishir took his arm and walked into the inner hall. At the very center of the square, the sun god had already seated himself upon a platform. Although he wished to act discreetly, the opportunity to attain enlightenment and ascend to immortality was a rare experience for many cultivators. And numerous individuals could glean insights to elevate their cultivation, hence he did not refuse the witnesses. In other words, the hauntings here bore no relation to the flying corpses, which only deepened the mystery. How could there be no connection when the dragon's energy of the flying corpse manifested here? Could it be that the flying corpse, fearing punishment, fled here to hide, and then fortuitously encountered us? It is uncertain whether it is his misfortune or ours. Do not rush, be vigilant of your surroundings. It strangely feels too tranquil. Those assassins cannot possibly be doing nothing, came Jiang Yiyan's voice through the earpiece. Thinking of Li Shishir filled my heart with emotion. I turned towards the direction of the other courtyard, knelt, and paid my respects 4 times. This fellow wouldn't have run out of battery and borrowed someone else's phone to call me, would he? However, I dared not wander aimlessly. Recalling last time at the bar when he so calmly conversed with a man wielding a steel knife sent a chill through my heart. Brother, I'll take that as a compliment. Hong Ling affectionately wrapped her arms around Li Yunfei's. The work in the cemetery continued, and the foreman led Jia Jingjin to a nearby hovering vehicle, inviting him aboard. Chao Hong, feeling gratitude, looked at Huang Yan and then recounted his heart-wrenching experiences in detail before Huang Yan and Xiahou Dan. Gongzi, your timing is impeccable. Your brother has been assaulted, and the perpetrator is still present. Why aren't you calling for help? Upon seeing the officer named Gongzi enter and hearing the previous exchange, Jiang Lei's sister, Jiang Na, hastily remarked, pointing towards Su Yu. The moment he spoke, Cao Cao's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of coldness flashed in his narrow eyes. Let them in, Huang Yan lazily commanded, then rose with Jia Su and proceeded to the living room corridor. Qingjing Sanren was not one to be easily entangled, exhibiting quite the flamboyant demeanor as she swayed her hips. Damn it, I want to bet too. I'll bet on myself. Seeing this, Tu Maoji felt anxious. Taking flight with great precision, greedily eyeing the abundant luminous spiritual sources, saliva dripping as he could hardly resist the urge to pounce. This was a powerful sect that had willingly concealed itself in the shadows. Every disciple was adept at crafting human skin masks for disguise. Thus, the vast martial world remained unaware of this mysterious sect's whereabouts, as the previous individual explained. Li Haidong's suggestion reminded Su Yu of the initial events, leading him to chuckle and say, Mulan's words came from the heart. Among the 5 present, each undoubtedly received the Lord's assistance to attain their current status. To refine the elixir using the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Cauldron would require the initial 6th grade Ihua Cauldron, which was easily 100 times more effective than the 7 God King Cauldron provided by Wang Shan, yet there was currently no opportunity to employ it. Li Xiang's expression shifted several times. Although Yu Longtian's words were tactful, she was no fool and could discern that Yu Longtian primarily sought her assistance, with dining or watching a movie being mere afterthoughts. As he spoke, Huang Shiji left Yu Longtian's phone number, noted his address, and personally escorted Yu Longtian to the entrance, watching as he boarded the Northern Express and departed before returning. Di Baobao had yet to react when she inadvertently caught sight of a figure, smiling widely, her joy sending a chill down Gong Shirqin's spine. Have you restored your energy? Although it's somewhat tricky, Mihai, it seems you are already at a disadvantage. Blue Dai continued with a hint of mockery. Indeed, the willpower has remarkably evolved to the level of an immortal emperor. The Origin Immortal Lord had initially planned to seal off immediately upon dispersing, yet upon witnessing Lin Tian's astonishing willpower, he began to absorb the information instead and refrained from sealing right away. She simply could not abide it. Was it merely that he had slimmed down a tad and his features had slightly aligned? Yet how could she be so shameless as to endlessly entice men? Chapter 180. The Rise of the Human Race. How could this be possible? The Red Child exclaimed, having uttered this phrase for the second time within a short span. Aware that dueling in the military camp was strictly prohibited, he clung to Li Wuying's side, pleading incessantly, his voice a cacophony of whines and sobs. I have agreed to assist you, O Saint Chiyu, in your endeavors, yet I cannot guarantee the outcome. Zhou finally acquiesced to the request of the Saint Chiyu, fully cognizant that refusal would spell his doom. Very well, let us postpone our conversation for later. We must first report to King Yinluo, the Realm King declared. Yuli's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of shock, as she exclaimed, is this truly feasible? She had conjured this world within the AR system, populating it with a myriad of characters that transcended the confines of the real world. Tang Sung smirked coldly, employing his will to sense the unseen forces that would lead him to the metallic ring. Shala grasped Helisa's leg, slowly lifting his head to smile at her. Further inquiries revealed that Wei Buer had indeed returned to the Yunin mountain range, but had not re-entered the gates of Yunin sect. The immense pressure surrounding the aura sparked blue lightning through friction. Zuruogu cast a fleeting glance at Qin Piampian, and before she could react, his palm struck the back of her head, sending her into a faint with a subtle tremor of his vital energy. Upon disembarking, Tong Nai quickly crossed her arms and distanced herself from Yilu, her cheeks flushed with a hint of indignation as she glared at her brother. For several hours, Wenqi pondered strategies, yet the rift between the boatmen and the spirit beings had become irreparable. The spirit beings had finally seized upon a perfect pretext to sever ties with the boatmen and were unwilling to relinquish it. One must understand that Yi Kong had donned the tide armor, elevating his defense to an impressive 19 points, surpassing that of the average shield bearer. And with his exceptional combat skills, withstanding the onslaught of 12 seals was hardly a challenge. After resting for a day upon their arrival in Yinzhou, Luo Cheng and Cheng Yaojin assembled at the training grounds by dawn, accompanied by various subordinate generals, all donned in military garb, ready to heed orders. The movements of the Turks were becoming increasingly apparent. Tuoji had returned with his remnants to the Turkic royal tent, and indeed, the Turkic Khan Shimin had gathered an army of over 100,000, casting a menacing gaze upon the Great Sui and the Xinbei allied forces. Even the proud scions of noble families could not help but harbor a sense of trepidation towards the valiant Right Army. As long as Elder One attends to the tasks requested by the sect leader, all shall be well. I shall take my leave now, Huoping remarked with a smile before departing. Yang Guang found himself in an unusually buoyant mood, unseen by others. The Emperor of the Great Sui wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Wenqi withdrew his gaze, yet a pang of regret welled within him. While undoubtedly a prodigious talent, he was prone to procrastination. Thus, it seemed that the death of young Master Yuheng was indeed a grievous injustice. Entangled in this, Wenqi found himself in dire straits, having nearly reached his doorstep, only to be mistakenly identified as a prized treasure by his family's adversaries, plunging him into a perilous predicament. A crisp slap echoed, leaving a vivid red imprint upon Wu Shun's face. Contemplating, one would think that the divine beings of a perfected realm, endowed with resources far exceeding those of the human domain, ought to be significantly stronger. As their conversation unfolded, Lu Yiping and Pang Zhong finally caught up. In fact, upon discovering their presence, Lu Yiping had already sensed them through his mental acuity, and thus, upon their encounter, neither party exhibited surprise, instead exchanging scrutinizing glances. Then came the second, the third. After 2 minutes, a dozen foxes had collided with my magical net. I could only continue my descent, feeling as though I had traversed 5 or 6 levels, and surmising that below lay the basement, which was undoubtedly the first floor. After running for a considerable while, the two were utterly exhausted, yet the ghostly figure trailed behind at a leisurely pace, determined not to relent until he caught up. Sister, are you playing tricks on me again? Do not forget, we are the closest of confidants, with no secrets between us, Jiang Yu insisted, relentlessly pursuing her inquiries. Approximately an hour later, the old priest returned, visibly fatigued, yet still bearing 2 items in his hands. As darkness had already fallen, I initially struggled to discern them, but upon closer inspection, I was taken aback by what he held. You managed to block my attack. Who are you? Lu Yiping had yet to respond to Gon Mifu when Jesus, across from him, inquired, sensing an unusual and formidable presence that did not pale in comparison to his own. Knight Zichen's yearning for the throne and the Su family's obsession with power had ignited a sense of caution in this ruler, while the indifference of Jun Lin Emperor towards the imperial seat, stemming from a sense of indebtedness to Yi Shuli, only deepened his admiration. Water Erin's seemingly self-directed musings wielded a duality of softness and firmness, causing the village chief, who had entered a meditative state, to open his eyes with newfound brightness. Observing Yin Xiang's refusal to heed advice, she shook her head in frustration and sighed, following quietly behind. Mo Fengyan nodded, raising her gaze to the remaining two companions, Shi Qingjing and Chu Oji. Faced with Lu Ziqing's relentless curses and harsh words, the crowd erupted in a clamor, their gazes towards the competition platform turning peculiar and complex. Whispering amongst themselves. In private, names might be uttered freely, but here, amidst the throng, she found it inappropriate to call out too casually. Regardless, the rebellious phoenix in the carriage had already come to the conclusion that the longest path she had traversed was her sister's intricate schemes. At last, she began to comprehend what Ji Zheng had spoken of, willing to undertake the unthinkable for the sake of a beloved. Supported by Qiao Yuan, Xia Huan nestled comfortably in his embrace, her earlier ferocity now extinguished. After a moment of shock, Mo Fengyan regained her composure, redirecting her focus to the other treasures, contemplating whether she might unearth the final rare herb among them. Upon hearing her name called, Feng Yichen's peripheral vision shifted gently from Zhang Mingyu. I shall not leave. I shall not. Sensing the warmth dissipate as she neared Yi Xuanli, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Chapter 181, The Era of Great Migration. In the face of the grim situation where the Fire Sun archers were being slaughtered by the poison flies, neither Yvette nor Jean, nor even the commanding hero Shana displayed any emotion. He clutched the Sanqing sword at his waist tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, his fingers whitening from the pressure. The dimensional fragments were a contingency plan devised by the designers to bolster players' strength. The opportunity was singular, and should they be entirely wiped out, not only would they lose access to fifth-tier treasures, but all acquired items would also be forfeited, rendering their efforts futile. After Tian Shu spoke, he and Zhang Han stepped back several paces to allow Bill Gates the center stage. What other matters require your attention? Zhang Banian inquired, tilting his head to glance at the dean beside him. The 66th layer of the Endless Abyss, the Demon Web Hell, silently receded, while the 13th layer, the City of Abyssal Misfortune, arrived without a sound, taking not a single cloud with it. Sun Laolu is dead. Go Fuchi returned 3 days ago with Sun Lao's corpse. They encountered trouble at the general's tomb. The Flying Knife boss remarked with a cold chuckle. It is said that the Liangshan army will migrate from the eastern Hebei region of the Song dynasty to the city of Wuchihai, where they will share meals, accommodations, and labor alongside the workers of the Song. After several years apart, Zheng Rongtai has darkened considerably and become more robust, although his physique remains imposing. What was once mere corpulence has transformed into a sturdy build, and he has become notably more agile, even managing to leap just moments ago. Naturally, the inability to gain experience from vanquishing wild creatures and enemy forces during national battles plays a significant role. Otherwise, even for the experience of the third-tier stone men, Su Yun would have certainly eliminated the adversary before departing. In ancient times, mobilizing a large army was an intricate affair. Night marches were rare as commanding generals would adjust their plans based on weather and visibility, establishing camps at suitable locations for overnight stays. Wang Xingxin, with a bashful smile, gazed at Jin Yang, clad in a resplendent green skirt. He never anticipated that within less than 2 years, she would blossom into a young lady whose appearance could easily incite envy, resembling a charming little fairy. How to praise Li Ji? There is little to extol. The last time involved quelling rebellions and disaster relief, and the previous occasion was about rescuing the emperor. Although these are but 2 instances, both are of great significance. And the observant will note a common participant, Li Hao. Several times he had contemplated requesting assistance from the people of the island nation. Yet he found they had completely disregarded him, igniting his ire. What is the matter? Did you manage to secure assistance? Upon seeing her grandson return from seeking help, He Laonyang hurriedly approached to inquire. Vegeta's energy blast consumed Piccolo's form, and following the blinding light, not a single piece of Piccolo's flesh remained intact. Being alongside Li Kuei indeed brings pressure, as Lu Ping understands. While there is stress in everyday interactions, in times of peril, being with him undoubtedly instills a profound sense of security, as his formidable killing intent serves as a protective force. Shinemo, deep in thought, realized he had let down his guard completely, unwittingly stepping into a confounding array. Outside, practitioners entered one after another, while dozens remained in turmoil, deliberating whether it was worth risking their lives to pursue the path of ascension to immortality. Ahead lay the Qing Fengyan. Did Linger intend to find someone there? Su Jun inquired. When the time comes, she will be eager to see what face Principal Feng has left to continue seeking fame on the Lincoln continent. Thus, the appearance of Bailey Tianchong captured the attention of these specters, as he embodied a delectable feast of exquisite flesh. These are the humans that led to substantial losses for Vanta and his comrades. The leading demon general, upon witnessing the attack on his group, immediately turned to his companions and inquired. Two paths, perhaps? Li Changfeng murmured, for he had yet to fully comprehend even the gun path he once excelled at, let alone the elusive alternative. Moreover, his recent inquiries into the chaotic divine path were merely to gain a deeper understanding of chaos, not to directly perceive the more nebulous divine way. Qin Shiyin stared blankly at Qin Miao, utterly speechless. News of these events swiftly spread throughout the harem, attracting the attention of those who delighted in disaster. Many had suffered under the tyranny of Lady Ping, who was often said to have brought calamity upon her offspring, and they rejoiced at her misfortune, relieved that she could no longer exert her power after losing this child. Physician Li could scarcely believe his ears, feeling as though he had traversed the thin line between life and death. Upon hearing Empress Qiao's words, he was overwhelmed with gratitude, kneeling and bowing 3 times before rising. Ling Zhao's words, however, served to vindicate Sun Lu, merely indicating that Sun Lu possessed nothing of significance, only echoing Qian Shuyu's casual remark. Old Qin's head was not entirely mistaken. I, old Wang, am indeed just a decrepit old man now. Wang Feiyuan couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of these two lively personalities. As they spoke, the young man returned, his malevolent gaze fixed on Bai Fu, as if he were poised to end her life at any moment. Lord Duke, as long as we dock at the former stronghold of the Navy, no one will be able to touch us. If we spread the word, there will always be those eager to profit. Song Wumian had thought this through. As long as they avoided docking at the port, trading on the island would render them untouchable. The heavily armored infantry advanced at a deliberate pace, yet resolutely moved forward, each step as steady as a rock. What is it? We haven't even left Jiangning Prefecture. What could possibly be the matter? Sun Yu inquired, genuinely curious. The 3 dashed to the thicket ahead. Dao Shan reached out and brushed aside the foliage, revealing a dark, foreboding entrance. For a long time, Veloxus had been like a beacon, guiding the Dragon Crystal Brigade onward. Now, suddenly, due to a baseless accusation, this light had extinguished in the long night, leaving uncertainty as to when it would shine again. The two continued to clash, their overwhelming power sweeping across the path of death, the battlefield beyond the realm. Bruised and battered, Yi Beichen realized that Hong Ling must have slain Yin Bin. The trio had become a duo, 10 reduced to 9, with all 20 participants engaged. Li Changfeng faced an opponent who was a grassroots 1-star warrior, bearing some light injuries. Upon recognizing Li Changfeng, the opponent couldn't help but smile wryly, shaking his head in resignation. Why not simply purchase ready-made garments? Zhou Wei suggested, observing her demeanor, feeling reluctant to allow her to leave empty-handed. Chapter 182, Guardian of the Human Race, Duanda, a master of his generation, retreating at will as if it were a mere game. Yet at this advanced age, retreating serves little purpose. Ling Feng also noticed that the majority of practitioners in the central domain cultivated techniques related to swords, with their profound energy being exceptionally sharp, granting them a significant advantage when facing ordinary martial artists. Both perplexed and sorrowful, he genuinely contemplated turning back, but upon raising his gaze, he discovered a corridor of light emerging from a vibrant rainbow. Feeling no hint of malice from the colossal silkworm, Hui Yuhao's tense heartstrings relaxed somewhat. In this critical moment, Yin Feng could no longer afford to conceal his intentions, unhesitatingly drawing forth the dawn, in its gun form, from his waist. What are we waiting for? For the sake of our miraculous 5-man team's future, we will endure any pain, Dugu Yin declared with bravado. Subsequently, the elder revealed the secret he had hidden alongside Weidel, a matter he never wished to speak of. Indeed, it was a significant issue impacting the entire Redemption Light organization. After hearing this, Hage understood that the elder was not intentionally withholding information, but rather had genuine reasons for his reticence. In the next moment, the creature flicked its bright red tongue and slithered towards Master Shichi, wrapping him in a series of loops. A black fissure stretching 100 meters appeared in the air, resembling a void with an insatiable pull, causing surrounding powerful entities to retreat in haste, fearful of being drawn in. He attempted to tease the blue light, taking a few steps forward before retreating to observe its response. However, during the escape, Wang Xuebin's mother encountered abduction by human traffickers. At that moment, her concern for Wang Xuebin's safety rendered her incapable of resisting. Before Zhang Tianshi could stabilize his form, the surrounding space began to warp, and a fist materialized from thin air, striking Zhang Tianshi heavily. The Tianshi was caught off guard, spitting out blood and involuntarily retreating. Among the newly added 50,000 fan points, nearly 30,000 were suspected to be related to the increasingly popular manga. I am still favored, and given this treatment, how much worse could it be for them? Furthermore, His Highness is already overwhelmed with duties. Must he also worry about matters in the Eastern Palace? Jiomei cast a discontented glance at Zhang Zhao and said, Brother Jean, how could you perceive me in such a negative light? That was not my intention. Hate. Your astonishment has captured the attention of the esteemed master of the Tower of Light, who is impressed by your talent and has thus assigned you a task. Should you accomplish it, the Academy will grant you a guaranteed place as a scholar. Augusta cut directly to the chase. However, they found themselves entering the Mo family estate. Yu Liang attempted to gain entry but was turned away due to the absence of a recommendation letter, leaving him to wait at the entrance. Upon Fu Gui's return, they learned from him that Elder Wang had also arrived there. Why not take me as your master? With your formidable spiritual energy and my guidance, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the realm of master within a decade and follow the path of martial arts alongside that Rakshasa. What do you think? Master Ransong's voice rose several octaves, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. You stood before me, and a path immediately materialized. I found myself increasingly admiring the man known as Hugo. Although the knight's words did not strike her like a thunderclap, they nonetheless prompted her to turn around, as the echoes of thunder rumbled in her ears. With a swift motion, she hurled her two swords to the ground, where they quivered slightly as they embedded themselves in the grass, and she casually secured the belt of her sword around her waist. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He flipped his hand and revealed an item, the ancient Taoist artifact, the Sacred Edict. The birth of a golden-horned celestial wolf is exceedingly rare, thus, each one is guarded by two silver-horned celestial wolves until it achieves the threshold of a realm demon. Ying Fei asserted her safety within the territory of the Feather Clan, instructing the others to return first as she had matters to attend to with her kin. She recalled the time when she had just married into the Duke of Ning's family and had a strained relationship with her sister-in-law, who, bolstered by her familial support, spoke disrespectfully to her. Her sister-in-law, intolerant of any slight, threatened to move to the countryside. My feet suddenly halted. What do you mean? I stared expressionlessly at Anishuan, thinking that just because he could act cool, I could do the same. Even so, this startled the fans of Cardiff City, who nearly believed a goal was imminent. The man listened to Rua Shui's ramblings and furrowed his brow, yet he sensed that her words contained an element of truth. Awat's skills were almost on par with Abu's, but the seasoned Abu clearly held the upper hand. Within mere seconds of their engagement, Awat bore several wounds while Abu remained unscathed, growing more vigorous as he fought. Leaving Awat defenseless, he took 2 steps forward, and the 4-clawed giant python coiled around his chest became more distinct, raising its head with vigor. As if eager to break free, Lu Jing looked around, only to find that the mysterious sensation had dissipated. He realized that his blood vessels were no longer congested due to the release of his energy, allowing his sword Qi to reach its zenith. Old Master Qi believed that his brother's choice was sound. It was no wonder he raised the question of why the clansmen were to heed Li Yu so soon. What if Li Yu did not live up to expectations and led the Li clan to ruin? Initially, this news was met with skepticism. Having discovered the location of the Blood Demon Palace, they would surely hoard it for themselves, indicating a conspiracy. Circular walls of wind rose before them, evidently a test of their resolve. Chapter 183, The Tide Chaser. Taigu turned his head in displeasure, ready to demonstrate the freedom of speech in the beautiful nation to Yajiu, only to notice the knife in Yajiu's hand. Fortunately, Huang Xixi inherited the JB Needle martial arts, a direct lineage of the ancient Tomb sect, requiring no arduous practice. He mastered it with ease. I'm done learning. Those who wish to learn can do so. Qian Imo dashed into her room, locking her teacher outside, finding it more troublesome than learning martial arts. Collaborations under 5 million are as inconsequential to a large company like E as buying soy milk on the roadside. This young man is Zhu Shihong, Huang Xixi's beekeeping assistant. They have spent 5 years together, their bond growing quite close. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion, Third Master Fu Huyin, had been in a state of constant anxiety since being threatened and dared not visit again. Su Xingran reeked of alcohol, her hair and clothes disheveled, presenting a rather chaotic appearance. Even in dismemberment, the strength of the serpent's head remains formidable, its gaping maw clamped tightly around my wrist. Shoda High School is also located in the Tokyo area, and fortunately, they will not face Toho before the Tokyo Regional Championship is decided. After observing the basketball team's daily training yesterday, Yajiu made some adjustments, adding a long-distance running regimen to the morning routine. Suing pressed her hand against her wound, her complexion pale, trembling from the pain. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned, while Lu Yaoyao quickly reacted, anxiously asking. Following that was Fa Zhang's strong desire to participate in a significant endeavor, to strategize for the Sanfu and Hanyang counties, and ultimately, for the entire Liangzhou. Ibai nodded, neither denying nor revealing his ability to draw the ancient silent bow. In the past, the heavenly essence had harmed his soul due to that bow, rendering him unable to draw it again. Mia Wuqiu had yet to comprehend the situation when the ribbon in Qin Feng's hand flew out, ensnaring Mia Wuqiu and drawing forth blood with a violent tug. Haha, If human trafficking could allow someone like you to use such a camera and fly first class, I might consider that line of work. The girl laughed brightly. The power George wielded was not sufficient to compel these tribes to rally entirely to the human race. Compared to the blood race, they were more dependent on the strength of these large clans. Thus, after implementing 2 regulations favorable to humanity, the human race opened 2 domains to appease these major clans. The following day, Lu Yuan contacted Meng Ran. Initially, she was reluctant to meet, but upon hearing his words, she immediately agreed. The creatures exerted their utmost effort to leap toward the North Sea's inheritor, evading 2 golden arrows. In the process, a broken sword clashed against the golden arrow sent by the foremost disciple of the Taiyin sect from the extreme north, yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not evade the oncoming fist shadows from Tianlan Chiyue's domain. Nailin Qingqing had also suffered greatly in the Sacred Institute, hadn't she? Qin Feng smirked slightly. After listening for a while, he felt somewhat reassured. At least he could only hear the sounds of brushing teeth and water. If he heard any retching, it would be a sign that, despite his benevolence, he would not proceed with administering acupuncture to Li Linlin. Damn it, to help you track Wei Yu. I've been captured and am stuck in the dungeon. Why are you in such a hurry? Another player complained discontentedly. Within Daoyan City, 10 armed off-road vehicles provided escort. While a red flamestorm supercar sped in the center, the 11 vehicles traveling at 200 kilometers per hour down the wide, 100-meter lane. Nia Hongwan glanced at Wei Yu and gently brushed his hand away. Wei Yu felt his arm stiffen and easily released his grip. Wei Yu attempted to inquire, but found his mouth seemingly stitched shut, unable to utter a sound. Emperor Xiang Yanran immediately summoned the scholars of the Great Chu dynasty to the palace to decipher the first subject of the national examination. The Dark faction was compelled to focus on rescue efforts. Uchiha Makoto's group were the sole survivors near the Nine Tails. Bai Yi took the cigarette offered. Noting it was the kind with a filter, it appeared that Chun Yong was indeed sincere, presenting such a high-end cigarette upon their first meeting. As it was not yet time for the auction, the big bosses sat idly, most of their conversation revolving around that piece of land. They are not mere dogs, but rather exceedingly vicious fiends. Once they unleash their malevolent spirits and soul-binding techniques, one cannot be certain who might become ensnared. A moment's carelessness could result in invasion and possession. Do you not feel a twinge of fear? It is widely known that the young man is none other than Wang Xing, the newly appointed lord of Lantian County, who has offered up horseshoes and healing methods. Lying in bed, Wang Xing gazes at his darkened feet, probing them with his fingers before taking a whiff, seemingly immune to the foul odor, and rests his head upon his hands, contemplating the ceiling. Time always slips away like sand through fingers, and the tranquil peril has finally drawn to a close, giving way to a gradual influx of excitement. Particularly alarming is the implication from the affable shopkeeper that those corpses have unexpectedly become food, inducing sheer terror. Qingji, with her fish-like gaze, turns to her colleagues. Had it not been for that beam of laser, freezing that white bear would have been a trivial matter. The roar of the Warring States period, transmitted via imaging telephone worms, has already echoed around the globe in an instant, igniting a fervor worldwide. Even when confronted simultaneously by the Beast Pirate crew and the Grand Fleet of the Navy headquarters, the Fire Dragon Pirate crew remarkably holds its ground. Such martial prowess is indeed terrifying. Uncle Seven, please grant me this favor. If you refuse to lend me troops, I shall go to Second Aunt and report you. Let us see how she chastises you, Fong Jiren threatens. This too is a tale of unwillingness, born from helplessness, as one can only watch their mentor bravely face death while feeling utterly powerless. The man whom one regards as a father figure is watched helplessly as he meets his demise. Chapter 184, Invincible Duan Ge. Shinyu did not anticipate that Nie Peixiao would so candidly utter such words. In his recollection, the two had always deliberately avoided this topic, sharing an unspoken understanding. Clearly, Nie Peixiao has now resolutely decided to pursue the path of enlightenment. The newly established barrier space does not exist within this realm, but lies beyond the outer walls of this world, often referred to as the void or the hidden realm beyond the wall. Facing Dr. Lin Shuadong brings an inexplicable pressure, as he appears quite flustered, the stench of urine permeating the air. Upon entering the temple, Qin Feng made his way directly to the backyard, arriving at the closed door of Master Mushin's meditation room. Uncertain of the master's presence, he knocked gently, inwardly praying that Master Mushin would not be out wandering. Fan Tianhao and Shi Chong were both left speechless. Shi Chong, being a person of the circle, knew of Zhang Tong's existence, but was astonished at the respect shown towards Langjia. Zhang Tong is, after all, a noteworthy figure in Hangzhou. Yet he shares no significant ties with Zhang Tong. As he spoke, despite a faint blush from excessive excitement on his face, his tone remained resolute and powerful, compelling others to believe his words. Thus, The Yellow Emperor commanded the palace musicians to create musical tones for the purpose of honoring the deities. Although he himself was fond of music, he lacked the knowledge of crafting instruments. There is no need for apologies between us. Such sentiments do not exist. Take good care of yourself. She remains as considerate and gentle as ever, holding no resentment towards Lei Jun, for her love for him is profound. Yet in many aspects of life, she finds herself powerless. The great eagle approached the towering tree, extending its claws to lightly graze the surface. To its astonishment, this indomitable tree yielded to its touch, revealing a gash from which 3 drops of enticingly fragrant sap dripped. Merely inhaling the aroma invigorated Jiang Yin. Chu Ming could hardly believe that a dream he had once experienced in a hotel had indeed manifested in reality, and the subject was not Lin Qianxue, but rather Zhou Min. The boy now nestled within Zhou Min's womb is, in fact, his own. It is important to note that this task is thankless, should one misstep. It could result in dire consequences. Mr. Li, I am in a rather foul mood today. Is it necessary for you to proclaim your own happiness so ostentatiously? Among the noteworthy points, the ordinary vegetables transformed into delicacies in the mouths of the common folk, delectable to the point of being irresistible. He felt that remaining confined within a palace bore no difference from imprisonment. Thus he truly wished to avoid returning to the palace. However, those who entered emerged utterly mad, babbling incoherently, none retaining their sanity. On the arena, Zhang Han stood with disheveled garments, swaying yet resolutely maintaining his position at the edge. His voice trembled, as if something lodged in his chest rendered him breathless. Li Xian glanced at Dai Mu Bai, then at Zhu Zhuqing's figure, which indeed was exceptional. Regrettably, Li Xian had grown accustomed to it, and being familiar with Zhu Zhuqing, she remained unaware of her true character. In truth, Chu Ming harbored some traditional notions of masculinity, wishing to support his family and alleviate Lin Qianxue's burdens. However, Lin Qianxue was a person with a strong sense of crisis and would not relinquish the restaurant simply because Chu Ming was currently earning a respectable salary as Lin Qian's driver. Wu Siheo rolled down the car window, and the hot wind rushed in, uncomfortable against his face, prompting him to shut it again. Beneath his long sleeves, Shuang Wu resembled a supple satin ribbon, wrapping around his arms several times, the sword's blade taut and gleaming silver. Ling Hao could not help but acknowledge his exceptional innate spiritual power and formidable soul, which rendered his comprehension of martial techniques extraordinary. Yet, even this set of 4 seasoned sword techniques proved difficult for him to grasp within the span of an hour. The distinction between lawful and unlawful divine abilities is not merely a matter of degree. The 5 suddenly appearing figures were shrouded in black robes, clearly wishing to conceal their identities. Centered upon this city, a chaotic and enigmatic energy field radiated through the void, cloaked in fiery intensity, subtly influencing the rationality of all. The colossal head loomed in midair, surveying the entire world, its platinum flames flickering around its vertical pupils, as the space within a radius of several kilometers collapsed inward. Solidifying into a visible boundary, even the clouds seemed to come to a standstill. The seal and the white bear gazed at the flames, vaguely perceiving a mass of dismembered flesh piled densely in the depths of the forest, wrapped in a translucent slime, within which numerous eyeballs continually rotated, as if observing everything around them. The official road from Xianzhou to Hezhou has been constructed with concrete, broad enough for 6 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side without cracking under the weight of 1,000 troops. Your silence does not make you a mute. AI helplessly pressed his forehead, thinking that you had finally shed your bad habit of asking questions on the spot. Now, asking such an awkward question. Couldn't you learn from others like 2B and A2? Consequently, regarding the arrival of the Celestial Island, these prodigies held both anticipation and trepidation. This was true not only for Xue Shiyun, but also for the disciples of the Xue family behind him, who displayed expressions of unease upon hearing this. In the meeting hall of the Red Moon Group's underground base, several high-ranking officials gathered around a round table, including the incredulous Shan Yao, with all eyes fixed upon the transparent test tube placed before Feng Shui, containing a viscous black-red liquid that resembled engine oil. Old Chu was astonished. He was no ignorant bumpkin, and having reached his current standing, he certainly understood what it meant to influence global iron ore prices. Without a number plate, one cannot be considered a candidate. The bean-faced individual did not respond directly to Feng Shui's inquiry, yet undeniably confirmed his thoughts. Around the corner behind the electrician, several plainclothes agents had already chambered their bullets and disengaged their safety catches, entering a state of readiness. Chapter 185. The Uncrowned Emperor, Duan Tianzuan. Although he had recently obtained his driving license, given his current abilities, it could be asserted that mastering the skill of driving was effortless for him. Moreover, it is worth noting that Li Si now possesses an unparalleled aptitude, enabling him to effortlessly acquire a multitude of skills. No one wishes to dwell in darkness for eternity, especially shadows, They yearn far more for a life illuminated by sunlight. Alas, this tea is of the finest Maojian variety and quite precious. Might I indulge in a taste before consuming it? Peng Xiner was growing anxious. Li Si furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a chilling demeanor, as he had never anticipated such a turn of events, leaving him profoundly astonished and far beyond his imagination. In the vast, empty hall, his laughter bordered on madness. His gaze was imperious, and within, he reveled in the thought. From this moment forward, he would reign supreme in the realm of immortals, and in the not-so-distant future. He would unify both the celestial and demonic realms, reaping the unparalleled glory earned through centuries of enduring humiliation. Only the aloof Lu Ling sat quietly at the table, listening intently to the verbal sparring among the three heroes, untouched by drink. Fang Li contemplated nearby energy sources to exploit, though he could hardly be deemed an expert and would need to consult the venerable Baidu. We gather today at Tianyang Mountain, inviting all benevolent individuals from across the realm to convene and collectively address the demonic scourge, to rid the world of wickedness, ensuring peace for all living beings. With the assistance of the Milky Way source energy, Lu Ling gradually adjusted his vocal cords to approach the caliber of a professional singer, mastering tone and rhythm with near perfection. However, what Li Si expressed was sincere. He did not utter a single falsehood. Aspiring to become a professional player is not an insurmountable challenge. The primary requirement is to find a club willing to take one in, and a team that consents to their inclusion. The plot of this film requires no elaboration, as it is all too familiar. Yet, each time Yak views it, his eyes moisten anew. What nonsense is this? How can one claim the master is as lively as ever? Zhou Qi chuckled and shot a reproachful glance at Jianni. Many shared the sentiments of this journalist, having not only appreciated the splendid songs and dances, but also been captivated by the unfolding narrative. The lantern was indeed cursed. Yet regardless of how loudly Taishang Laojun called, it was futile, for the warning from Hongjun Daozu loomed large. The dread of divine punishment rendered him unable to act against the lantern, and it was precisely this realization that allowed Zhuanti and Jane to so brazenly court the lantern. Comedy dispels all, and all is but comedy. This is the hallmark of Yak's film, distinguishing it from traditional stage plays. Upon hearing the first half of Lan Di's statement, the expression of Baiming Jinzuan shifted dramatically, and after hearing the entirety, he stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. Compared to his prior performance, Wu Dawei not only scored 55 points, but also aided the Cleveland Cavaliers in reclaiming the lead for the first time in this match. In fact, as the foremost sharpshooter of the police force, Zhao Dalian was well informed. He had known about the Steel Phantom's emergence long before, and was aware that this Steel Phantom had indeed slain an A-grade fugitive from Huaxia, the Ghost King Wu Tianyu. Eventually, he roused Kai Linfeng, and after a brief tidy-up, Yu Qing dispelled the illusionary formation, continuing to ascend into the air under the guidance of Huoxiang. In contrast to the San Antonio Spurs, they undoubtedly exhibited a greater vitality, a quality the Spurs could not hope to rival. Even though he had shouted at the top of his lungs, Liang Yuan still seemed oblivious to her cries. Although merely next door, he took an eternity to arrive. Mu Huayin had intended to lean back in the carriage for a midday nap, but the oppressive heat caused her to break into a light sweat. However, before they could exit the city, they encountered an ambush from the merchant army, whose numbers were overwhelming. The Zhou army was no match, suffering heavy casualties, and had no choice but to retreat. Thus, witnessing a friend's husband without money, casually commandeering a vehicle worth millions was a first. It was the first time she had seen Qing Luo smile so exuberantly, while Yuan gazed at that figure, murmuring in admiration. In the past, individuals within the organization had to undergo rigorous evaluation and achieve great feats to ascend the ranks, and even then, promotion merely entailed a single level increase. Reporter Yu, please disregard me. I refuse to believe they can truly extinguish my life. Jiang Yi, curled in the corner, suddenly found a surge of determination, shouting towards Yu Yue. Who could be the malevolent force tormenting her? Furthermore, the words she spoke last night were now coming to fruition. The murderer must be present, having heard her utterances. The request to meet Yu Yue coincided with her recent accomplishments, surely indicating a fortuitous development. Clad in battle armor, Li Fu, while engaging enemies under the protection of several soldiers, addressed Li Zhang beside him. The club established by Sage had indeed alleviated much of the burden for the professors at Hogwarts. Chapter 186. The Fifth Life Without Regret. The reasons behind her predicament were beyond her comprehension, and at that moment, witnessing her sister's life hanging by a thread, with thieves attacking from above, Bai Suzhen felt utterly despondent. Yi Ziheng and Gu Sheng, upon discussing this matter, found it quite delightful, involuntarily exchanging lewd smiles. The construction of territories necessitates acquiring materials from NPCs and employing corresponding NPCs for development, and this construction must be completed prior to defensive battles. No additions may be made afterward. Sun Wukong, having received his orders, invoked the ghostly command of the 72 transformations, summoning the land forth. However, as the principal city promoting such inventions, the management personnel, including Gusheng, could utilize these resources without incurring costs. The responses were terse and efficient, catching Fahai off guard. Since he refused to answer, it was likely related to the matter at hand. Yet, when they approached the south and west gates, they did not act immediately. Instead, they lingered nearby, seemingly awaiting something. Geng Jiming and his companions were not on the same level as Lin Mo. Even the residual magic from a storm dragon spell would be catastrophic for them, as the gale generated tossed all four outwards. The team emerged from the misty forest. Han Li, with a grim countenance, ordered the severely injured to remain behind, assigning one to guard them, before vanishing back into the darkness. After a while, Eruo finally ceased her retching, having never witnessed such horrifying sights before. Consequently, more rumors proliferated, and the atmosphere within the Eastern Sea's cultivation world became exceedingly strange and oppressive. In contrast, although the world of chess players was populated by many ordinary individuals, among them, seekers of the path through chess far outnumbered those pursuing martial arts. Thus, at this moment, Yang Chong resolved not to continue playing, unwilling to treat BT as a disposable resource to be abandoned. This left Tianzi Peak in a state of vexation. He was confident he could eventually close the gap with Johnson, yet he was utterly at a loss regarding how to address the disparity with Zijin. Lin Yu was taken aback to find it was the young Master Lu. He had long desired to meet him, just as he was about to decline. He saw Lu Tianxiong's imposing figure approach, casting a glance in their direction before striding directly towards them. Upon exiting the amusement park, I spent the entire afternoon strolling about, indulging in delightful food and beverages, and purchasing an array of delectable treats, as well as comfortable attire that I would secretly stow away at home. With no food wasted, I polished off every morsel on my plate. A habit cultivated over a decade, which, although quite filling, brought immense satisfaction. Moreover, as Yang Chong observed the charge between the titans, it felt as though he had been transported back to the moment he first witnessed Major Mo Sha engaged in battle. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuetian felt a stir within. Having come to this foreign realm primarily to learn the art of immortality, the blood monk's ability to impart cultivation techniques indeed alleviated his immediate concerns. Even during his time at the Qin family, he had never heard of a household like this one. The flicker of hope that had surged within Xia just upon receiving the call was utterly eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of confusion. Old Zhu's greatest fear lay in being deceived, and he was also anxious that his descendants might remain oblivious to the affairs beyond the palace, where the existence of the Jinyui was of paramount importance, entailing more than merely apprehending officials. However, under the pressure exerted by Yi Liangyue, the practitioners here intensified their search efforts, for Yi Liangyue had become the supreme ruler of this domain, and they would hardly dare to oppose her will. Yi Han cast a cold, piercing glance at the two individuals, fully aware of their clandestine camaraderie. At this moment, how could they possibly be deceived? "You scoundrel, Yi Tian. Just wait for me. I shall not let you off easily," roared Song Zikai as he exited the police station. Last night, she had slept soundly, and she had never been one to sleepwalk. It could not possibly have been her who had taken the photo of Lin Shui. Su Xiao made a concerted effort to remain focused. Yet just as she placed the final medicinal ingredient, Jiang Ruyu's phone abruptly rang. Junwen sighed, reflecting that both Chu Shi and he were prominent figures occupying the rankings of the wind and cloud list. Traveling together today would undoubtedly maintain their momentum. This was also a royal secret, unveiled for the first time to the public, leaving Zhao Long and others astounded. Haha, isn't this the command from the chief instructor? Let us all have a joyous day. The soldiers laughed heartily. Living under the same roof, if Su Yuqing were to lie, a mere glance would expose her. Zhong Cheng took in deep breaths, as if recovering from a long ordeal, the lingering pain still tingling through his neural pathways. Mengzi, why don't you decide how to divide these wild chickens? The street gang leader incessantly tapped his palm with a small dagger. Meanwhile, the steel blade in the hands of the soul chaser was sent flying by Yi Han's flick, aimed directly at the head of the wealth god. In that moment, emerald light burst forth as countless vines erupted from the iron ball, swiftly transforming into a verdant wall of vines that intercepted all the precious swords. Li Tianyi had never felt such rage before. His eyes burned crimson, veins bulging, and a murderous aura surged towards the heavens. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing his words, finally feeling unburdened, and they trembled as they rose to flee. During the wait, Xiao Linshi had accumulated quite a bit of gratitude value, which she used to draw rewards, receiving not only wooden boards but various other snacks. Additionally, the metal attribute spiritual energy demonstrated formidable defensive capabilities, leading to a stalemate between the two. As for Lin Yi's expression, Shui Tianyue was evidently taken aback. As a true disciple within the Qingyun sect, she was accustomed to being accorded respect, yet she never anticipated Lin Yi's attitude would be so dismissive. Yin Yangjingze leaped into the air, hands sweeping, illuminating the city below. Countless torches formed a heart shape. The screen displayed comments from students on the school forum regarding this breathtaking embrace, filled with admiration and emotion. However, what he did not know was that Yi Fan had only exerted less than 30% of his strength. Had he gone all out, Emilio Han and the others would likely have been slain on the spot. Chu Tian was not well versed in this matter, but he remained unconcerned, for he possessed a blood-suppressing ability that, once activated, rendered any bloodline ineffective. This was his greatest strength. Thank you for saving me once again. Mu Wanqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude, recognizing Yi Qiu as a benefactor in her life, having rescued her twice from peril. Another wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. As many had waited so long for an opportunity to have a close encounter with the stars, fearing that once the ceremony concluded, the celebrities would simply turn and leave. With Maja's confirmation, many were left in a quandary. Should they seek movie tickets or opt for autographs? Chapter 187. Life always finds a way out. It's no trouble. Just wear Zhou Siren's coat for a bit, he said with a smile, wiping away Gun Yinchu's tear stains. Qin Feng executed a swift kick, penetrating the chest of a puppet Iron Man, and as he withdrew his leg, he consumed the puppet's body with a few crunches. Sister Ho-Hot, has your child gone to school? Jean Baozhu inquired, pouring water while engaging in conversation. Aunt Lu sought her out, and regardless of whether it was for a funeral or healing, she felt powerless to assist, clinging tightly to her body's curves. Her slender waist appeared as if it could not withstand a grasp. Her beautiful collarbone peeked through her cascading long hair, and her delicate visage was adorned with exquisite makeup, paired with slightly upturned red lips, exuding an air of cold elegance, mystery, nobility, yet with a hint of vivacious playfulness, akin to an enchanting sprite in the dark night. Luli was unable to provide a precise answer. He sensed that the elevator had no intention of easily releasing them. Subsequently, he witnessed the most gruesome scene since joining the pirates. Hundreds, if not thousands, clashed in a brutal melee while a band of unruly individuals reveled in their feast. Laughing boisterously all around, Pu Jie gazed at the sleek black Audi A6, caressing the aerodynamic metal body, savoring the allure of the vehicle, along with the psychological edge it granted him as a BBA owner. With this thought, Yu Kuan gritted his teeth, cast a glance at the door, and abruptly leaped forward. She was a veteran of the romantic arena, yet it was the first time she had blushed in such a manner. Meanwhile, the 5 judges looked on with difficulty at the 2 poets, their hearts filled with astonishment amidst their dilemma. He had anticipated that the enemies would collapse in disarray. However, to his surprise, upon issuing a few shouts, they seemed to awaken their fighting spirit, resisting with even greater ferocity. The elderly man followed up with another move, unleashing 10 streams of sword energy that surged from Pan Xiu's back. It was truly a matter of ghosts and gods, unfathomable and mysterious. Pan Xiu dropped to the ground, bracing himself, and with a forceful thrust of his head, he met the elder's palm, resulting in a thunderous crash as a fierce wind erupted, causing the elder to stumble back several paces. Pan Xiu's silver hair was disheveled, his appearance quite disordered. Autumn insects chirped softly, a cool breeze wafted through, and Danny strolled along the corridor, spotting Bai Yu seated atop an artificial hill, sipping alone under the moonlight, in a state of leisurely contentment. Ever since Luo Yin caused a financial loss last time, he had not approached Chang Lufeng even a step. Yet, this was but a dream within the dream. Zhang Wutian, transformed into a berserker, seemed to inhabit a third-person perspective, unable to control his actions, surrendering to instinct as he battled against the enemy known as the world. The colossal beast roared in agony, its shrill and bizarre sound waves piercing into Nyekong's head, causing a significant jolt to his soul force, resulting in a drastic drop in his power levels, rendering even his mental strength unstable. Aside from Gu Qinglan, the other young ladies of the Gu family had married far away, making it exceedingly difficult to return home. Thus, with Gu Qing yet to wed, her older sisters planned to return early to their familial home, intending to stay there until Gu Qing's marriage before returning to their husbands. Rong Yi cast a desperate glance at Qianzhe, silently pleading for assistance, yet Qianzhe pretended not to understand, continuing to watch the spectacle with a cheerful demeanor. I told you, when you run out of the east wall, the timing will be just right. Ming Qi's voice was calm and light. After slicing the birthday cake, Qin Yafu retrieved her mobile phone from her bag, apprehensive that the cacophony in the hall might cause her to miss an incoming call. And Yuchi emerged from the private room and immediately succumbed to a fit of coughing, unable to tolerate the swirling smoke inside. Had it not been for work, she would not have set foot in such a place. A few corpses, both with and without heads, swiftly overpowered the police officers who had approached them. The headless corpses bit and emitted bestial growls, while those with heads used their hands to brutally tear at the necks of the fallen officers, resulting in a gruesome scene. Feng Yihan's body stiffened. Despite being the most qualified to speak at that moment, he found himself utterly unable to interject. The others, upon hearing his question, erupted into a light, indifferent laughter, one that even Feng Yihan could not decipher the hidden meanings behind. With an innate talent comparable to Yin Xiao's, the next challenge lay in whether their bloodline could surpass the opponents. They shared a wild rabbit, both feeling satiated, as Yin Yu handed a water pouch to Lu Luo. I exerted every ounce of strength to strike his face, only to receive a heavy blow in return that left my face smeared with blood. I had not anticipated losing so devastatingly in that fleeting moment. Yet, I now felt no remorse. The thought of righteousness overcoming wickedness would remain indelible in my heart. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he abruptly ceased speaking. Hadn't reparations been made over a decade ago? Mr. Song, mentioned by Chao Guangpu, was Song Maolin, a caretaker of Chao Guangpu's mother and the overseer of the Chao family's establishment. Yizong had once pulled the Ye family back from the brink of destruction amidst their internal strife, employing decisive measures to eradicate the malignant forces rooted within. Very well. You may return to your tasks. I shall keep an eye on their progress for a while. Lu Shikong waved his hand, indicating that the two could resume their duties. Upon witnessing this, Wu Liang's body jolted, his energy harmonizing in a manner reminiscent of the long-standing, nebulous accounts of the dragon tiger technique within the Qingfu. Thus, even if one lost track of time during questioning due to various circumstances, the sound of the alarm would still be audible. After observing the formidable combat of the Spirit Hall, even the two who had watched Shrek's approach could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. I understand. I shall prepare immediately, Tang Xin said earnestly, nodding his head as he turned towards his dormitory. In truth, he had selectively concealed much, merely sketching a brief overview of the concept of smartphones over the next decade. President Li was pleased, confident that there was no substantial evidence to present. Su Chen only needed to perform a single action, pressing his sister's face away, preventing her from striking him. Composed primarily of outsiders, self-organized and never recognized by the Celestial Organization, this military group had persistently endeavored to assist the celestial beings, yet unexpectedly found themselves compelled to deploy nearly their entire force for this operation. Chapter 188, The Mortal Realm. Under Jiang Wuyo's guidance, Yi Chun and Hua Chuyu arrived at the villa where Gu Changfei had previously been treated. The surrounding bodyguards had vanished, likely withdrawn. However, he sensed no murderous intent from the old man. Perhaps he was merely a reclusive relic from the primordial universe C. The two, recalling their agreement, pressed forward, unwilling to lag behind, their hefty machetes swirling elegantly in their hands. The Antarctic Longevity Star, first in the Dao of longevity, naturally understood the secrets of extending life better than anyone else, thus rendering the royal family of the Five Wise Empires puppet quite palatable. Just like earlier, my success was not due to your inability to detect my stealthy preparations for an attack, but rather, why have you now fallen into the very pit you dug for yourself? Does this not indicate something? For if the oral cavity were obstructed, the poison erupting within Jeremy would essentially be choked off from escaping, demonstrating that the true culprit controlling Jeremy must maintain surveillance within visible proximity. Thus, the murderer must be in this very room. Just when Jiang Yun believed he was doomed, the holy diagram appeared, guiding him back onto the divine path, where a green lotus swayed before him. Besides the medical students, numerous representatives and friends from other academies had come to witness the performance. Had Huang Wudao known that Qin Yang could effortlessly attain the power of the five elements' great perfection, he would likely have coughed up blood. Of course, he was acutely aware that his visit to the Zhao Yi military mansion could spell disaster, and since the other party sought incriminating evidence from the merchant, it would inevitably need to be extracted from him. At that time, the only recourse would be to confess under duress. Botanists were enamored with these three superspecies, nurturing them until they became the formidable plants that Yichuan now beheld. Yet, such pines were exceedingly rare. Having lived so many years and traversed most of this mountain in search of medicinal herbs, I had only encountered three. Hey, what are you staring at? How shameless can you be, you wretched dog? A slightly older young man grumbled at the yellow dog beside him. What battlefield journalist? Aren't you just a gossip reporter? Liang Shue said venomously as she sipped her red wine, observing us, each covering our noses and furrowing our brows. Old Ouyang recognized our struggle with the stench emanating from the cave and dragged Old Li outside. The wanderer felt relieved, having found nothing suspicious about him. What is happening? Morong Che clearly went to America. Then, who is this man pinned beneath me? At that moment, the beast also noticed Wang Mo and the others, slowly closing its mouth and retreating, vanishing into the mist, leaving only the roiling fog in its wake. Cheng Biao, witnessing this, quickly suggested, "Let us return." We shouldn't keep General Jiang waiting. Ran pointed her staff at the door behind her. Flames coalesced instantaneously, blasting the door open as she dashed outside. Just after the weekend, all faculty and students were forcibly required to attend the farewell ceremony for the boss's remains. A single phrase suffices to clarify everything. The original sin is inherently intertwined with Lucifer. It is the work of Lucifer himself and the Grim Reaper. Much like those malevolent angels, predominantly favors Lucifer as the new deity. They are all part of his entourage. With a crackle, several bolts of purple lightning, as thick as barrels, struck the ground, piercing through the previously non-conductive soil with tremendous force. Had it not been for Gaia's formidable strength, there would surely have been casualties. All right, Sang Sang smiled at him. I haven't undergone genetic enhancement yet. Do I really need to practice with weights on my wrists? No time to send you off. I have to go to work, Maisie replied rather straightforwardly, though this was already within my expectations. On the grassy field, the white wolf lay prone. Seemingly hearing its master's call, its ears perked up as it lifted its head, its dark golden eyes brimming with intelligence. Such a familiar voice echoed in my memories. A sound I need not recall, but could never forget. The alarm of an air raid jolted Wu Ming awake from his slumber, leaving him momentarily dazed as he questioned his surroundings, his heart racing in terror as he leaped out of the tent in his pajama pants. However, this made it exceedingly difficult to return the egg to the blazing eagle's nest in its original state. This is not good. Cheng Shuai, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly lunged forward. However, Lin Wei, with a deft flick of his wrist, unexpectedly passed the ball parallel to Li Mumu, who had surged into the lane from the opposite side. Almost simultaneously upon receiving the pass, Li Mumu halted his momentum and then rose to take the shot. The crux of the matter lies in timely recognition, prompt handling, and resolution, with the ideal being to avoid causing any losses to the company. Yan Marin instinctively nestled into Yi Liushang's embrace, burying her head against his chest, too apprehensive to look any further. Our understanding of the current external situation is utterly lacking. However, from our recent conversation, it is evident that the sects outside are thriving remarkably, with every truly formidable sect boasting at least one supreme expert at the pinnacle of the Great Tribulation. Song Zhao's face also bore a helpless smile. Upon Li Zhu's return, he intended to immediately enter the ring space, but at that moment, two powerful fluctuations abruptly surged forth. Qi Xuani's primordial spirit stirred, and the sun and moon pearl revolved, instantly summoning the 8 immortals' heavenly array, showcasing the formidable powers of these 8 immortals. The 5 individuals were taken aback, astonished to discover that Qi Xuani possessed such formidable array capabilities. In less than the duration of a stick of incense, the might of the stellar whirlpool dissipated, having consumed merely over 20 golden-armored puppets. As the stellar whirlpool faded, the golden-armored puppets seized the opportunity to strike while their energy was significantly depleted. How could Xian Yi allow these golden-armored puppets to act at their whim? He charged forward in a frenzy, kicking a head away, yet the laughter persisted. And with each rotation of the head, a grin was revealed. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was not idle. Although he had a clear method to the inheritance site, he continued to seek the nearest path through his senses, with the 7-colored Linglong heart also playing a significant role, as many spiritual herbs thrived in the inheritance site. Chapter 189. The Sun Holy Emperor presents the path to resurrection. What do you think about this? The young master handed me a token he held. Parker received the ball, and Conley did not closely shadow him, but maintained a step behind, knowing well that Parker's three-point shooting was not exceptionally refined, prioritizing defensive breakthroughs instead. Although he possessed the deadly flying dagger, he had only heard of ancient divine weapons and was perplexed, wondering if divine artifacts were not the legendary super weapons of ancient tales, such as the Xianyuan sword, Fushichin, or Pengu axe. That individual, named Yun Feiyang, the leading genius, was he simply a pretentious novice or truly stronger than the other 5? I took a deep breath, turned, and approached a nearby soldier, grabbing his collar and pulling him close, disregarding his consent and forcefully stripping him of his military uniform. The man attempted to resist, but upon meeting my predatory gaze, he dared not utter a word. Should Earth's technology continue to develop, it would likely progress towards a path of evolutionary unification. Although Uchiha Sasuke, with his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, could resist somewhat, if he exerted himself fully and was not deeply ensnared, he might even shatter the mental space created by the illusory waterfall. His heavy form crashed through the tiles, landing inside a civilian dwelling, eliciting 2 startled cries, clearly frightening the occupants within. The 2, anxious and frantic, disregarded their filthy appearances and sprinted back to their examination venue. Sensing a threat, the creature suddenly roared, fixating on the azure light shield before launching itself, its 6 legs extending claws nearly 30 centimeters long. To be candid, as soon as we arrived in the northeast, we prepared to receive heavy equipment from the Soviets. It was all in vain. a mere cat biting at the bladder, as we had accumulated a considerable amount of talent we could directly send over. As Director Chen mysteriously mentioned. After a brief silence, hearing Team Leader Shen speak again with an air of indifference, yet Gu Haofeng discerned the underlying melancholy in his tone, clearly indicating that Team Leader Shen cared deeply, too much so to openly display his disappointment. Alang, you should return home tonight. Yi Shao suddenly said to Lu Lang after Shui Hongying departed. He truly disliked being reactive and did not believe it warranted serious consideration. In an instant, the talismans fluttering in the air erupted like thunder, crackling continuously, with plumes of smoke beginning to spread from above. Gu Haofeng, let alone exerting his full strength, barely utilized half of it, merely channeling the essence of the 5 elements. Yet the scene below left the 3 in a state of alarm. The elder exclaimed, "You are not the son of the forest, then who is? Child, you have finally returned home." Upon uttering these 2 lines, everyone was struck with astonishment. And Jean gazed at the grand elder with wide eyes, witnessing his typically wise demeanor falter for the first time. "So, you support their autonomy until the end? Do not forget, we possess absolute authority here, and the council will never consent to such actions. Even if you have authorization, it is akin to playing with fire, potentially igniting war." Su Wen's voice carried a hint of anger. The people of Shu have a penchant for spicy food, and those who overindulge or possess weak constitutions are prone to such issues. For instance, right now, you are quite cooperative. I hold your face. And you do not shy away. As the man's thin lips part, each word resonating, his handsome visage just within her reach. Zhang Zhen returned home, his phone vibrating incessantly. Glancing at the number, he deliberately chose not to answer, suspecting it was that Director Xiao or someone pleading on behalf of old Diao. Mu Jiao walked behind him, her hand resting on the wheelchair as they exited the hospital. The rain fell upon them, yet He Yankai remained unperturbed. There exists among us a type of person who is not only more attractive than you, but also boasts superior family circumstances, greater intelligence, and more talent. And what is most infuriating is that they also work harder. Feng has been elevated for many years, no longer the pride of teachers or the boast of parents, but rather a model student star for the school and the entire city. The Czech man did not hesitate to display his disdain, believing it wise to keep a distance from the loquacious Monacan. Lu Mo remained oblivious, directing all his tender anxieties toward Hua Yuanman, leaving behind an icy facade for the remaining occupants of the room. Just then, the chaotic demon gods rushed forth to prevent Pangu from opening the heavens. And the creation jade butterfly was shattered by these demons, scattering into the newly formed world. However, those demons were ultimately cleaved by Pangu. In the end, the Pangu axe could no longer bear the burden, transforming into the Taiji diagram, Pangu banner, chaotic bell, and the 4 swords of Zuzhen. Once he departed, Lu Tianhe took the item and exited the room, turning a corner to reach Mo Jun's quarters. The door to the military room was ajar, and Tianhe gently knocked before pushing the door open. Sensing Yi Cheng's slightly tense and somewhat awkward movements, Red Minter seemed inclined to offer some words of comfort, but in the end, could only utter a rather insipid remark. While exploring what he could offer in compensation, a delicate white hand unexpectedly brushed against her cheek. Raising itself before Miss May's eyes, they scrutinized the 4 individuals, one clad in armor, appearing as grimy as a beggar on the street, now lifting a foot onto a stool to pick at his toes, with a silver spear beside him. How could such attire belong to a military figure? It was likely discarded military garb scavenged by a street beggar. Luo Ningxue shot an exasperated glance at Jiang Huai and then stepped forward, extending her arms in an embrace of the sea, her gown billowing in the wind, exuding an undeniable elegance. Thus, he designated this beautiful beach as the culmination of their journey, simultaneously marking the inception of their wedding. The old soldier's skeletal blade was not, as Bai Qian envisioned, something that could merely be thrust with all one's might to pierce the divine servant's body. Chapter 190. The earth is truly a wonderful place. Why has your expression changed? In truth, you care, don't you? Allow me to clarify. If your intention is merely to indulge in frivolity, I advise you to withdraw now. For I do not wish to witness my sister's sorrow day after day because of you. Fear not, my brother. I have ensured that the accounts are impeccably managed. Cold Moon Ling will find no discrepancies, Dongfang Yunquan confidently asserted. The moon slipped behind dark clouds as Shinjun lay upon the grass. Dawn broke, and he awakened to find his arms marked with several red welts from mosquito bites. Reluctant to return to the place he had occupied the night prior, yet compelled to retrieve the demon slayer's sword, Shunjun sprinted southward, crossing a bridge to arrive at his previous location. Damn it, mind your own business. Yi Shaoxian, feeling quite displeased, could hardly tolerate Daji's mocking laughter. He harbored a suspicion, yet dared not voice it. If his conjecture were true, the implications of the contents within must be terrifying enough to lure all the sea beasts from the ocean. What sort of power could wield such influence? Qian Chiyue set down her phone, Rising from the computer, Yang Jiahua was pulled along to the sofa by her. Qian Shiyue had them both sit down before tilting her head, resting it on Yang Jiehua's shoulder and closing her eyes. Yili Anlu's ambition was to break into the top 100, and if the Rose Knights could produce a few knights, it would be deemed a commendable achievement. Sister. The way Xiaohou called out was soft, and the white crow waved her hand, saying, Qing Qing, my sister seeks your counsel on a matter. Why are you two still idle? Do my commands mean nothing to you? Ouyangku observed their inactivity with displeasure. Though he had become the leader of the Wanyan Wangfu elite due to his uncle Ouyang Feng, many among them were reluctant to heed his authority. Heh. Your nose is quite perceptive, yet this deliberate delay seems to be a ploy to await your comrades. But is that truly wise? The shadow sneered. Xiaoyi grasped the umbrella's handle, still warm to the touch, its warmth coursing through her limbs to reach her heart. After 2 months apart, how could the people of Zheza Hushan call forth such fluent and elegant Han dialect? No matter, can you discern if my servant and I suffer from any ailments? Bai Suzhen, blushing, shyly inquired upon hearing Su Xian's words. Most of the outer disciples were youths from the originally scattered Guardians clan. Ivy gathered them together, and later, Zhang Yu rebuilt the sect, accepting all of them as outer disciples, allowing Ivy to ascend to the position of outer elder. Witnessing Bai Suzhen's thunderous sword strike, Xiao Dufu waved his hand, sending a cloud of black mist toward her while hastily retreating. Today, he recognized he held no position of righteousness. Should he attract the attention of the patrolling immortals, it would spell disaster. One day you will regret this. Young men who covet beauty often meet with unfortunate ends. Yan Qixiao remarked before turning to leave. He had yet to eat breakfast that morning. What Huaxiong and Jia Su had not anticipated was that, although Cao Cao was at Tongguan, his schemes were directly aimed at Huaxiong. Bound by the soul mark of the Weaving God sect, the adventure on the Tianshan Star, the acquisition of the Hunyuan Pearl, the encounter with the Demon Tide, the extermination of Wuza, the descent into the Gehenna's spiritual domain, the Blackrock City and the Flame Spirit, the Silver Heart Empire, the floating marketplace, and the myriad of distinct planets traversed along the way. Although the ordinary spiritual herbs sold by the Huaxiao apothecary no longer required Luo Hong's expertise, it was still essential for him to personally refine the special auxiliary spiritual herbs needed by Tang Yongji and others for their cultivation. The implication of Gaisu's remarks was essentially to use Ryan as a conduit to facilitate a closer relationship with Lu Kahong, yet the outcome seemed less than favorable. 3 legendary-grade weapons, 2 divine steeds, and a demigod chariot. Such treasures would surely evoke envy even among ancient demigods who had lived for centuries. In a year or two, major online portals would spring up like mushrooms after rain, and he had to be prepared. This revelation left Yi Hen astounded. However, the energy was no longer under his control. Attempting to sever the connection between energy and venom became impossible, and he could only watch helplessly as the toxin within Yi Yu coursed into his own body. Zhou Qimin did not respond to Fang Tianqing, but instead turned her gaze toward Wu Yusin, indicating that Wu Yusin should explain Mu Xiaofeng's condition. Once the Soul Fortress was reinforced, Luo Hong, free from worries, unleashed ice arrows upon those besieging the protective barrier. Lu Bu's obstinate temper flared. Today, he was determined to settle the score with Diao Chan, leaving the soldiers utterly helpless. Before the vice-general could retreat with Wang Yun's corpse, an unexpected turn of events occurred. No one doubted the veracity of Yuehua's words. The God Lord's affection for her was well known. Even if Yuehua were to slay any among them, it was unlikely she would face any repercussions from the God Lord. Jin Hai had witnessed Chang Feng's prowess and dared not entertain any further thoughts. Such a terrifying calamity would reward him once more. All combat-capable members of the Zhantian Alliance had gathered. If Jin Hai were not a fool, he would not entertain such notions. With 6 victories in their grasp, the Southern Command platform fell eerily silent, devoid of cheers or celebration. An unsettling calm prevailed. Chapter 191, Reburial of Chao Yuxing. After hearing Mou's words, Aang shot him a glance before exiting the room. Upon noticing Aang's gaze, Mou turned to Rose, saying, Rose, please help Mother pack her things. I will check on Aang. At that moment, Kuan Li was engulfed in panic. In his eyes, Luo and I had vanished, and everything around him had faded away. Then came Yi Mei and Yi Qingcheng, who gazed longingly at Lin Hao, yet ultimately chose to depart. The dry tips of his fingers ignited once more with a dazzling dark gold luminescence, as a massive, translucent magic circle hovered in the air nearby. As the incantation reached its conclusion, it released an unfathomable and terrifying surge of magical energy. After speaking with Aang and the Tsaming Tiger, Mou promptly employed the shadow shift technique to arrive before the stone. He pondered aloud, how do we extract this stone? At that moment, a firefighter, blackened and situated on the 70th floor, realized the gravity of his predicament. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, The two men twitched their lips in disbelief. They found it utterly shameless that a person could stoop so low, and they were at a loss as to how to deal with Lin Hao. Yi Aiying had no intention of disturbing Luo and I. For her, neither the Divine Emperor nor the Demon Emperor represented a true home. Without the infusion of purple fire, the rhythmic pulsing of the mysterious sphere gradually diminished, once again sinking into silence, resembling the stillness of subterranean rock. Cough, cough. Wang Jia, you are overthinking it. I merely need to conduct a basic examination, and there is no necessity to go to the room, Lin Hao remarked, somewhat helplessly. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Wu Yu naturally lifted her arm, while Jiang Qinqin hesitated briefly before glancing at Chun Hao and obediently stepped forward to link arms with Wu Yu. Hearing this, Lu Mingming suddenly changed her expression, delivering a fist that shattered a boulder by the roadside, causing the three wolf demons to huddle together in fright. Ai Housen looked at Qin Yang with uncertainty. He could not comprehend why Qin Yang would turn against him, nor had he anticipated that Qin Yang possessed such formidable power. Xia Shiguang's cheeks flushed crimson in the presence of Gu Chun. He was no longer the indifferent man he once was, but had transformed into a rogue. It was truly unbearable to remain silent. Upon speaking, he astonished all with words that seemed out of character. Ji Chongfeng sat regally upon the high dais, with tables and chairs arranged on either side of the hall, where a solitary figure occupied a seat, clearly the guest Bai Yu had mentioned, and the voice just heard belonged to her. At this moment, Luo Mingzi remained locked in a stalemate with the demon flame evil emperor, unable to take further action in response to Jun Yan, merely nodding slightly to indicate his acknowledgement. Conversely, Zhang Ren paid no heed to the others. Instead, a furrow of concern creased his brow as he felt an unsettling sensation rising within him while gazing at the nearby carriage. Since even the Dragon King had surmised Samuel's identity, Qin Yang had no need for concealment and recounted his recent actions. She had more pressing matters to attend to, which would benefit both herself and this world. Lu Tsong, showing no hesitation, grasped his still-bloodied sword and led over a dozen soldiers to rush in for support. It was hardly a significant issue. Kangxi could simply turn a blind eye, allowing him to slip away alone, which could serve as a form of training. The first to step forward was the den leader, Ahan, a public figure well known among the audience. However, Ren Jioga's gaze remained cautiously fixed on the purple-spotted cloud leopard, his expression grave, the surrounding dark aura instilling a sense of unease within him. Having observed the situation for some time, the other students quickly grasped what was occurring. The three blue fish that Hui Yuhao had roasted during the first round were snatched away in an instant, resulting in a sharp rise in his sales to 20 copper soul coins, equivalent to 2 silver soul coins. 4 days later, Ling Feng changed into a simple blue garment within the dark snow cave. The wound on his chest had healed, yet it remained considerably weaker than other areas, requiring a period of assimilation through mystical energy to regain its former strength. At present, they had yet to experience the honor belonging to the Shrek inspectors, but they were all unflinchingly willing to accept this honor. The mountain bandit angrily cursed and lashed out at a villager struggling to push a cart, causing the villager to cry out in terror, his face etched with fear, too intimidated to speak further. Mu Jiujiu, with a humble demeanor, bowed slightly before turning to open all the windows in the room. As for the mermaids who had yet to break through the 30,000-year mark, Di Tian initially found their fusion technique somewhat time-consuming, but subsequently, he easily subdued them all, sealing their soul power and binding them together to prevent their escape. The experts, ever observant, immediately detected the abnormalities in the area and cautiously approached with the special police. Wang Haitao wore a look of surprise, not due to the underground scene, since he had yet to exit the elevator and was unaware of the situation below. An increasing number of disciples from various sects chose to align themselves with the Quiet Sea sect. For these individuals, it mattered little which sect they joined, as they merely sought to become part of a powerful faction. He simply hoped that this was not an insincere lie spoken by An Ran to persuade them to accept her powers. As she approached, Chun Huan caught a whiff of the enchanting fragrance of roses emanating from Lan Ai, intoxicating and delightful. While Director Guo was advising the young patient, Chun Huan slowly began to detoxify with the silver needles at his side. The bureau was entirely under the control of Feng Fanyuan, and everyone felt no surprise at Chun Yanfei's fate after he dared to confront Feng Fanyuan. Really? That would be splendid. The princess generally enjoys some milk cakes and sugar pastries in the evening. I wonder if anyone here can prepare those. Martha appeared exceedingly pleased upon hearing her response. Although Xiong Xiaobai had once threatened him with her phone to meet Xiong Ma and had mentioned several times the phrases that could convince her of their relationship, he had merely focused on how to escape at that time, hardly paying attention to her words. Chapter 192, The Technological Path of the Eternal Star. These assassins possessed formidable strength, surpassing even the average sect leaders, particularly due to their unique physiques that rendered them exceptionally resilient. Had this been decades prior, he would undoubtedly have been no match for this group. Interestingly, though the bronze bell was relatively small, measuring about 3 inches high, it produced not a single sound when shaken by the stone man. At that moment, Xiang Yuandong inquired of Su Xiaohong whether it was due to her menstrual cycle, to which she replied that it was because it had not arrived. Wouldn't anyone misunderstand? Vice Mayor Ma's considerations were thorough. Lu Haifeng nodded and forcefully hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces with a loud crash. Amidst the gentle drizzle, the royal private jet of Hohenzollern, a stylish and high-performance H-type jet, flew in from the direction of the English Channel towards Limerick. The moment the bottle of champagne was uncorked, a sound erupted from the cap, resonating throughout the entire bar. Just look at yourself. What a state you're in. If you continue like this, you'll ruin everything. For the sake of me and the child, please listen to me this once. Li Yulan implored, tears welling in her eyes. The explosive shockwaves interrupted his thoughts, forcibly disconnecting several players at that moment. He had no choice but to command the remaining soldiers to assist the injured in retreat, disregarding those who had already perished. During the withdrawal, 2 more soldiers fell to the ground. Lu Hao nodded, stating, Elder Tian is right. Everyone has had a long day. Let us rest quickly. I have spare tents in the vehicle. We can use those. Lu Hao was quite considerate, knowing to prepare tents for everyone. Master, just watch. Jiang Shang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Skilled at performing tricks. With a powerful backing, this was indeed an opportunity to shine, the key to focusing his efforts. Why wouldn't he be excited? Ma Guowei had already discussed Li Jiniying's matters, yet did he possess some untold secrets? Judging by Zhu Yu's demeanor, he did not appear to be lying. Could he truly know other details about Li Jiniying? Village Chief, this is Mr. Li from Jiangzhou, an assistant specializing in real estate development, he introduced warmly. No laughing aloud. If you do, I won't hold back. Lu Qi's face was a canvas of alternating white and red, whether from anger or embarrassment, more captivating than during her performance earlier. Clearly, Gu Xinyuan had broadened the scope of his words, encompassing not only the gambling issue, but also the outings of Wen Su and Zhao Qingyan. Snow forcefully flicked my arm as she cursed, "Get lost, let go of me," and walked away without looking back. Li Shinfu had grown familiar with Cassie, leaving behind any formalities, and was accustomed to Dora's supernatural ability to teleport. Upon discovering that Dora had brought him to her and Cassie's residence, he casually took a seat. That's more like it. Being a police officer is quite taxing. Have you considered switching careers? I inquired. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Zhang Tingting's earlier displeasure vanished without a trace. After such a long time, Li Feng had finally remembered to accompany her, which could not help but bring her joy. Scoundrel! Weren't we discussing getting a few formation masters yesterday? Have you made contact yet? I asked. The improvement in his strength brought Harry exceptional joy, seemingly allowing him to forget the pain inflicted by the Fong family days earlier. Cui Xiao pondered. Although he was not yet a full-fledged actor, he had already chosen his profession, to become a star. His multifaceted talent destined him to pursue this path, and he exchanged contact information. However, most believed Wang Xiu was merely humiliating himself. Even a genius in the awakening phase could not challenge Su Tianhe across a significant boundary, especially when Wang Xiu was still merely a 6th-level warrior. Unbeknownst to these individuals, Wang Xiu had already broken through to the awakening realm and had learned the iron cloth shirt technique. Consequently, this group gradually fell into a blind admiration of Yihua, as facts spoke louder than words. Then there was an overwhelming abundance of flattering remarks, especially with the addition of several researchers, further enhancing the atmosphere to a state akin to chasing the moon amidst colorful clouds. The underground was somewhat damp, yet the temperature remained constant. Perhaps due to its excessive confinement, the air here felt stifling. However, as these 3 individuals were all masters of their craft, they experienced no discomfort. Not even for a fleeting moment. The green-haired King Jian was consumed by boundless hatred, a feeling he had never encountered before. He despised Lu Hao for tarnishing his reputation, resented him for seizing the wealth that rightfully belonged to him. Given this situation, one ought to contemplate a course of action rather than lamenting here, Qin Yuan remarked. In truth, Huku was quite capable. It could not be said that his mathematical skills were lacking, but rather that Newton's calculus was exceptionally brilliant. Upon hearing the emperor call for him in such a familiar manner, warriors Yi and Pei Ji instinctively rose from their seats, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, choked with emotion. Xiao, did you enjoy yourself today? Upon returning to the residential complex, an elderly Mexican woman greeted her. It was Melda, the landlord here, who was busy crafting paper cuttings in preparation for the Day of the Dead, with family members bustling around her. You are quite the sly one. Always pretending to be oblivious in court, Li Sanyang chuckled, picking up her chopsticks to serve herself some vegetables. Why did the master summon the county magistrate to apologize then? Does this not exacerbate the situation, making it known to even more people? Siener asked, bewildered. After the master and Uncle Lin had exchanged pleasantries. Welcome back. Jun's skin was somewhat tanned, yet her features remained delicate. Sitting alone at the dining table, she appeared rather lonely, but her face brightened visibly upon seeing Sasaki return. Chapter 193, The Primordial Fourth Generation. The Red Scorpion Mercenary Corps, known for participating in large-scale battles, was equally confident about this mission. For this task, they dispatched only their second-tier team, treating it as a training exercise. This dog air was, in fact, Xiaochen's dog. It bore no resemblance to the Divine King as described by the ancient monarch, leaving them startled. At this stage of events, even if Qin Tianxian wished to intervene, it was beyond his capacity to do so. His spiritual awareness spread without reservation, not sparing even a passing mosquito in the air. Ultimately, under the intervention of Lin Ruofeng, this individual from the Bai clan could not withstand the might of the heavenly tribulation and was struck by a blood-red lightning bolt, transforming into a ball of flames. "You untrustworthy scoundrel!" Elder Tianji bellowed in fury, but before he could finish his tirade, he was interrupted by Elder Tianyan. "It turns out we were stepping on bluestone," I exclaimed in surprise, realizing I had not noticed it upon entering. However, this was still a request from the Heavenly King of the Heavy Tower, amidst boundless radiance. He gazed at the Heavy Tower King beside him, only to find him staring blankly in his direction. Clearly, Qin Wanwan's current strength was at the spirit-nourishing realm, reaching its pinnacle. Otherwise, she could not have manifested in this realm. This time, he felt an unprecedented pressure, even a thread of despair creeping into his heart. Is that true? Although she was fully aware, Qin Yunqian still feigned ignorance. During the Battle of the Daling River, Huang Taiji had strategically ambushed with cannons, catching the Ming army off guard. Xia Mian's gaze, upon encountering his well-defined abdominal muscles, turned her cheeks crimson as she quickly averted her eyes. Yet, their naval forces employed a rather unique approach. Regardless of their advantage, they would not be greedy, instead retreating swiftly within a short time frame. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to purchase these items, he sold them without hesitation. As for subsequent manufacturing issues, he could provide explanations and analyses. But the processing technology was not within the scope of collaboration. "What about you two? What is the matter?" Ariel silently reminded herself not to be angry, as anger would age her and cause wrinkles. She forced a smile as she inquired of Fu Yingzhua. However, just as he was about to take a step to catch up to Lu Wan, Sun Tian spoke at that moment. Many injured individuals succumbed because if the wounded area could not be repaired in a short time, it would truly be beyond saving, even if they reached the hospital promptly. It did not guarantee a 100% cure, but now the situation was different. Externally, Xiangqing managed the other courtyard with meticulous order, even more impressive than Xiang's residence. Internally, however, she had planted various spies to report every move of Xiang Huan back to her. This Zhang Yimou, upon hearing him mention the fugitive that day, returned to Jinyang to investigate thoroughly. The slain Yang Chul was merely a branch member of the Yang clan. The Yang clan's insistence on capturing Lu Bu stemmed more from faith than hatred, and her adoptive father had a good relationship with the current head of the Yang family, Yang Xi. When her adoptive father was imprisoned, Yang Xi was among those who petitioned for him. Had it not been for the train's arrival, without so many distractions, Zhou Yu would have been able to clearly discern the scent of alcohol. Otherwise, among the numerous fans dressed similarly, he truly could not distinguish them. Before he spoke, he recalled the mysterious figure from before, reminding himself of those words. "What about old he?" Do Do exclaimed anxiously. If the undercover agent was discovered, it would only lead to a dead end. That afternoon, in an internet cafe, Yuan Hang and Yuan Han were joyfully playing World of Warcraft. Yet they did not forget to submit their work results on time. Zhang San introduced everyone, and they began their journey to Qingfeng Mountain. Zhang San did not attempt to conceal anything, so when he reached the stronghold of Yan Shun and Wang Ying, the bandits were already on high alert. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in Hao Yu's eyes. His attempts to communicate with the Crystal Soul Tower had received a response, prompting him to intensify his efforts in order to harness it against his foes. Song Gaian observed Zhang Dishan's decisive demeanor had he arrived before the police. A serious altercation might have ensued. Reclining in his chair, watching the recently transmitted news on the large screen, Tian Ming smiled. Such emotions rarely surfaced on his face. With Long Bai's command, the disheveled hotel commenced a thorough cleanup. The injured were dispatched to the hospital for treatment, while those uninjured remained to assist. "Shut your mouth." Chu Shi tightened his grip, avoiding a glance at Mo Li, but it was evident he was already incensed. However, his momentum was immediately suppressed, as two sky warriors from Long Ming's side swiftly pursued him, engaging in battle. "Senior, have you taken gunpowder?" "It's over." The president must have heard that. Tong Guai Guai kept glancing at the scheming elder, noticing him look up at her. How embarrassing, utterly humiliating. Su Huan quickly leaned over the edge of the pool, turning on the tap to wash up, unaware that her nosebleed was gushing incessantly. "The stone chest beneath my feet." He cast her a suspicious glance, then lowered his head. Indeed, spotting a square stone slab embedded in the ground, leaving only its surface flush with the ground, glimmering with the sheen of black marble. Chapter 194, The Concept of the Sixth Secret Realm. Yet, in just a day or two, it was already sufficient, as long as the army arrived. Encircling Langyun Valley like an iron barrel, Feng Xiao and the others would find themselves unable to escape. Tai was displeased, as Thin Cloud Lang was introduced by him. This merit belonged to him. At this moment, the two brothers realized that only one could occupy the dragon throne, and they vied for it against each other. Steve has never even set foot on the battlefield. He is, without a doubt, a novice. Yet, he dares to gesticulate in front of me. He is already troubled by the sudden movements of Hydra and the rescue operations. If it weren't for his connection as Chun Mo's disciple and a future candidate for SHIELD, he would have long been expelled from the command center. Upon hearing the name Ziying, I couldn't help but feel a stir in my heart, as the powerful figure from that distant time and space resurfaced in my mind. Could it be merely a coincidence? The chief of police, growing increasingly alarmed, abruptly stood and left, determined to devise a strategy to address Lu Meng's unexpected appearance. In the next moment, a middle-aged man clad in black, stepping with the force of 1,000 thunders, emerged from Mount Buzhou. The method of establishing the dynasty was bestowed upon him by Jin Lanyi, making it exceedingly precious. Guanyi had long anticipated this and required little from Chao Man. Given the current circumstances, this has become a commendable option. If one wishes to be treated in such a manner, at the very least, an explanation is warranted, even a justification for all actions taken. Hong Chun had surprisingly sensed her intentions to strike, perhaps due to her proximity today. Hiding from a master like Hong Chun was no trivial feat indeed. I have made some modifications to this jade pendant. Should you find yourselves in peril, simply crush it, and I shall hasten to your side. Do you understand? The fox spoke with earnest resolve to Ko Zhong, ensuring he grasped the pendant's purpose. Everyone held their breath, as their extended period within the sect left them oblivious to the outside world, particularly regarding the auction house, which they learned about only through others' accounts of its formidable nature. Chen Mu, focused and oblivious to the gazes upon him, perceived the chaos of lines on the table as nothing more than a soothing distraction. He remained patient, considering this to be one of his few virtues during the process of studying his cards. Chen Mu felt a warmth in his heart, his tone softening. All is well lately. I appreciate your concern, Su Lu. Su Lu Che, having only met him once, selflessly examined his health and expressed such care for his well-being, moved Chen Mu deeply. If you kill him, we will be in an even more untenable position. Liang Yu exclaimed angrily before abruptly pausing, realization dawning in his eyes as he regarded Gong Chung Liang Yu. Eric, ranked third in the realm of the divine kingdom of Yaotang, was defeated by Ji Qing Wu with a single sword strike. None of them felt confident in overcoming her. A demon warrior, adorned with a horn and a fearsome visage, grinned wickedly and unleashed a barrage of thousands of punches against the 8 skeletal phantoms. What if in the future, Qiao Dongping demands that I take him to meet Minister He? If I bring him, Minister He may not be pleased. If I do not, I risk offending Qiao Dongping, which could lead to significant trouble. However, there is no need to speculate. Qiao Dongping will undoubtedly seek my assistance, and I must confront this challenge, though I shall address it once I overcome the immediate hurdle. Hee, how vexing. You wicked villain, always scheming. If you take advantage of me, just watch how I deal with you. Su Linmei shot a glance at Zheng Weiman, their hands once again entwined. Money cannot be saved by mere accumulation. Only through expenditure can one generate profit. Stop devouring these delicacies. Come to my place, Zhao Chunliang said, supporting Wu Jun's shoulder. On the path to advancement, Azelica commanded her subordinates to adorn their warships, presenting a facade of a tattered and battered victorious army before their adversaries. There are individuals lying in wait among the grass ahead, and their numbers are substantial, Lin Sheng remarked gravely. He neatly stored away the formation used to concoct the Blood Sand Spirit Jade Shield, and then produced a set of array tools to begin constructing the formation for the crafting of the Purple Lightning Divine Wood Sword. Haiying, the leader of the Haiying group, one of the original 3 major factions of Lei Yuan Island, was well aware of his own formidable strength. As these several cultivators were acutely aware, Lin Feng was quite eager to engage in a duel with Chun Zixing, with Lin Feng's skills. Defeating someone like Chun Zixing would be akin to child's play. Moreover, Lin Feng thought it would be even better if Chun Zixing were willing to wager. Duoer felt exceptionally confident, as did Shang Yi. For this time, they were well prepared. The defenses established by the Shang army outside Yangzhou were more meticulous than any previous arrangements. It is crucial to remember that with the Qian family's standing in the jade industry, offending them could lead to dire consequences. Even if the person who wins the bid for that raw stone makes a fortune of 10 million, they would not dare to profit from it. Some matters are simply too precarious to handle lightly, such as the Qian family's business. 3 kilometers from the airport, in a large building. Countless zombies staggered through the darkness on the streets nearby. Even within the building, the chilling sounds of their groans could be heard intermittently. Simultaneously, this also explained why both the workers and the shopkeeper had been replaced by unfamiliar faces. Chunwan ignored him, continuing to tidy her clothes. Her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Mu Linfeng and how she would explain things, thus failing to notice Song Yi's grim expression. In less than a few seconds, a dozen blades were embedded in the opponent's body. Before a scream could escape, the individual slowly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 195. One blood transforms into 1,000 sources. The 5th generation of Heng Huang. Is there another opportunity? I fear that Wu De has already grown to despise me. A Biao lamented, feeling somewhat dejected. No matter where you are, Gu Zijuan, return to the company immediately for overtime. Xiao Shiguan asserted, each word deliberate. Upon hearing Kuang Jin's words, Xue Ming and Xue Hong were taken aback. They sensed that Kuang Jin's tone bore no malice, merely stating a fact. However, they could not fathom how their demise could be linked to food and drink. The others felt similarly, their eyes wide with shock as they watched him rolling on the ground, filled with confusion. Justice, explain this matter to me, Lu Zhentian said, his expression darkening after a moment of calm. He needed to understand this matter thoroughly. When Lu Jingming returned, he would undoubtedly pursue the truth. Li Jiao, although you are our elder brother, we have never heard you speak in such a manner, they remarked. This unfamiliar young man before them, who turned out to be Li Jiao's master, was held in such high regard by Li Jiao, as if he were his own parent. Get lost. Upon the emergence of the demon spirit, Ao Qing immediately exuded a terrifying aura, his gaze burning like hellfire, his expression one of ruthless bloodlust. Bai Qing Shan and the others were seated in the southeast corner of the stage, guided by a disciple of the Hong family. To their left was the Deng family seating, while the Long family occupied the right. Bai Qing Shan sensed an unusual pressure emanating from all around him, a force that, while not overwhelming, left him profoundly uncomfortable. However, speculation remains speculation, and rumors can stray far from the truth. As they circulate, some may diverge significantly, while others may eerily approach the reality. How Duo Qian's speed was not exceptional. In his frantic dash, he was ultimately pursued by several adversaries. Who are you? Yao Xin retorted casually. Is there such a thing as a medicine that isn't bitter? The young man in white replied. The bitterness of medicine pales in comparison to the despair of having no remedy. His tone resembled that of a theatrical character. Upon hearing this, I felt that the young man had ulterior motives, thus retracting the medicine package and inquiring further. Although the thorn talisman possesses incredible power, unlike the stone treasure, which can exist as long as the user lives, the spirit talisman has a limited duration. After a period, the thorns will dissipate into the air. Ah, young master, won't you come and sit for a while? Jean Xinling spoke softly from behind, her voice sufficiently clear for Tang Xian to hear. In their minds, Jiang Linxian and Shen Tu exchanged glances. The thunder core, birthed from flesh and blood, though it would inflict pain when absorbing the power of thunder within, was still vastly different from true lightning. Its ferocity could not reach such extremes. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. The dazzling lightning erupting before the two men, who hastily turned and fled up the mountain. Yu Ruren pursed her lips, watching Shue's silhouette vanish into the night, then glanced once more at their still frenzied demeanor before raising a cup of wine and draining it in one gulp. The youth, too, could sense that feeling. His gaze fell upon the corpses floating in the Dead Sea, unsure if they too had succumbed to madness after enduring for so long. After speaking, the leopard demon sniffed the air intently, casting a fierce glare at the two before darting toward the source of the sound. I do not wish for my senior sister to suffer. Lei Ming maintained a flicker of kindness and innocent affection in his heart. Well, indeed, the one who is right is determined by the strength of their fist. This principle is unyielding, is it not? Although their situation was dire, they still held value. And knowing they were constrained and controlled, the opposing party would naturally refrain from attacking them without cause. Suji raised her eyes, her expression cold as frost. Locking gazes with him for a moment before silently rising to prepare the tea set, placing the tea leaves in the bowl and pouring in the boiling water. Her focus entirely on the tea. The shadow of wooing naturally appeared in Hongqi's mind. Compared to himself, this dark guard was indeed far more useful. The blue-clad cultivator was Yi Shu. After completing the crafting of the jade bracelet, he slightly spread his fingers, causing the bracelet to suddenly drop into his palm. And with a flick of his finger, it floated away to rest in the corner of the wall. In an instant, Bai Fu was consumed by rage, striding up to Bai Lo Yu in 2 or 3 steps before delivering a resounding slap to his face, sending his head tilting aside. The sound of the blow leaving everyone present momentarily stunned, unable to believe Bai Fu could strike Bai Lo Yu with such cruelty. Lu Qingyu felt her eyes redden with sorrow. Yet she understood that her outburst today was of little consequence, for once she departed, Su Yi would still remain in the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiyin's expression transformed in an instant, revealing immense joy, even tears of excitement welling in her previously fierce eyes. As for the matter of the earth and wood twin spirit pearl, she decided not to inform Lin Qian for the time being, not out of fear of his overthinking, but rather because it was unnecessary. However, the tea they drank at that moment was rich in fragrance, its taste lingering sweetly. Both the quality of the tea leaves and the skill of the tea maker were impeccable, truly deserving to be called an exquisite brew. He gazed at the man whose face flushed red in slumber due to alcohol, a sardonic smile forming in response to the so-called regulation forbidding the use of wands to cast spells during the holidays. He extended his hand, and the attendant promptly presented a box containing the silver deer brooch to Harry with eagerness, as the man leaned in closer. He lowered his body to examine the silver deer. The restless prisoner had been taken away, yet the atmosphere in the psychological counseling room remained tense. The sound of footsteps gradually fading, only to become more taut. Chapter 196, Wang Ber. I am unaware of how wealthy Su Han is. Even the most inferior is made from natural silk, exceedingly light and incredibly smooth to the touch, leaving one feeling delighted. Sun Kurong has always possessed a clear understanding of her position, only taking what she is rightfully owed and seizing what she can. This is what sets her apart from Kong Shi and Wu Yi in intelligence. Duan Yuqing remained silent, having made a decision. Even Su Yunhua could not alter his resolution. And Yunhua helplessly shook her head, clearly unable to sway Duan Yuqing's stubbornness. Presumptuous, do you even realize whom you are speaking to? In Jincheng County. Those who dare speak to me in such a manner are as good as buried beneath the grass of their graves. Do you understand? The captain regarded Zissou with disdain, viewing him as merely a meal on a platter. The man clad in a dark suit exuded a chilling and dominant aura. Even his silhouette, under the moonlight, reflected a cold light, emanating danger. Can you compare yourself to Zissou? Do you possess his prowess? Aunt Nio mercilessly criticized her son. Li Mu's eyes turned red. Plans made during the journey were now scattered. As Wei Fu had said, if one truly cared for their child, they should refrain from frightening him and wait until he could calm down. Dan Tai Hai also took note, subtly stepping to the right to obscure the gaze of the individual. Be gentle in your approach. The boss dislikes damaged goods. The man on the other side cautioned anxiously. After the class division, news of her became scant. Although their classes were not far apart, Yishimi informed Murong Shushao, lightly inhaling the cold air in the breeze. Tezuka's gaze passed over his glasses to look at Fuji, his eyelids drooping slightly, his thin, cold lips pressed into a fine line, and his hands, hanging at his sides, involuntarily clenched into fists, then slowly relaxed, as the warmth spread from his palms, a subtle pain quietly permeating his skin. The three elders of the Yun clan, Ming Ji, Ming Shi, and Ming Qing, after hearing Lu's words, all turned their attention to the elder of the second clan, Yun Minji, seeking to verify the authenticity of Lu's claims. Upon witnessing the arrogant display of the stallion man, Zhang Hanli's lips curled into a slight smile. As his sword clashed with the stallion man's, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, the stallion man's spiritual sword becoming even more formidable, elevating Zhang Hanli's sword high. Under the astonished gaze of Qing Mu, the person with eyes that shimmered like black pearls glanced briefly at the storage ring, and Qing Mu suddenly realized that she could neither see nor hear anything. Uncle Fat sighed in frustration, feeling as though the entire night had been in vain. After all the effort in seeking evidence, they were unable to apprehend anyone, which was utterly disheartening. Yet, he understood that in such moments, one could not confront the situation head-on. Their director had already shown considerable leniency. Some cultivators were caught off guard and struck directly, with some unfortunate souls dying on the spot, while others, fortunate enough to survive, writhed on the ground in agony. As the people from the eastern sect entered the eastern corridor, Cheng Yang was arranged to sit with the Dugu brothers, along with 2 disciples from the eastern sect. The 5 of them were preparing to participate in the competition. The courtyard was not large, comprising only 2 spacious and bright rooms, with sunlight streaming through the window panes, casting a mottled and charming light within. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Lu Qinghuan couldn't help but feel that Assistant Han's hair appeared to have been cut short as well. Another manifestation of the spiritual turtle appeared, but this one, in terms of both size and solidity, far surpassed the previous one. Bang! Hei Dong struck the wall once more, this time creating a pit deeper, larger, and more terrifying than the last. You mentioned it's just a title. What difference does it make whether I call you 6th young master or 6th brother? If you continue to press me, next time I shall address you as Lord Governor. No, this is not a dream. Yihan's voice suddenly rang out, capturing the attention of several nurses and Dr. Lu present, simultaneously drawing the gaze of the hefty man. It was precisely because of this layer of identity and background that Yi Han possessed immense charisma, winning the hearts of the people and seamlessly capturing Shazhou. There is no time to give you a lesson now. Go wash your face clean, then get some good rest to regain your strength, Liao Hua stated before turning away. No longer looking at Chu Fan. This matter has nothing to do with me, right? I have provided all the evidence to Jiang Ziyuan. It is pointless for me to step forward now. Will you take me along? Lin Yifeng strolled into the Mingyue Club, where the bartender immediately greeted him with a smile. He found an unoccupied corner, closed his eyes, and upon opening them again, he found himself within the three realms. As long as the golden retriever does not act out, victory is assured. One must remain steadfast and avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. I believe it would be prudent for you to first confront Tian Su to settle accounts. Su also lamented as he turned and departed from the blissful chamber. Jean Pan, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, endured the pain in her body to rise, frantically clutching the bank card to her chest as if it were a precious treasure. In the grand hall of the Qin residence, the Master's chair was no longer occupied by Qin Lan, but was now claimed by the newly appointed head, Qin Yun. At that moment, Chen Junin seized the opportunity while the boys were momentarily lax, desperately pushing one aside and then sprinting backward. Was that his merit? It was merely a matter of connections. Such opportunism cannot be allowed to flourish. The more Xiao Chenggong spoke, the angrier he became, rising to strike the table. Having spoken, Jin Xuanzhong turned and departed, wiping away tears with the sleeve of her uniform. The cowardly donkey hurriedly limped after her, leaving the rest of us standing in place, watching the pair. Lu Yongjun truly proved to be more of a hindrance than a help. Despite having bodyguards by his side, he still couldn't find his way back. This northern fellow is utterly amusing. Although he boasts that he can speak grandly without taxes, does he not fear that the wind might slip his tongue? Meanwhile, Guoqin's eyes widened as he fixated on the dark blade and tint of Yang Yi, which etched itself deeply into his mind like a series of murals. Shen Hu found himself both amused and exasperated, soon sinking into the mud at the seabed. Just as he steadied himself, he suddenly noticed a tremor in the nearby coral, as if something was approaching. Chapter 197, The Ancient Wilderness. By the way, esteemed elder, from where did you acquire that painting? Lu Rian inquired. Even through the sleeve? Lu Huai easily enveloped her wrist with his hand. According to their agreement, Chen Yun stepped forward and shouted 3 times for Ao Lai. Before long, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the fairy river, shrouding the surroundings completely. After the last drink, Li Tiantian felt a slight dizziness, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. Lan Bing was taken away by Feng Jiao. Once Lan Bing was detoxified, the two would wed. Before their marriage, he would accompany Lan Yu and Wu Mo. Wu Yi to Tianing Island. Although Ning Li harbored some grievances regarding his earlier remarks, today, she nonetheless acknowledged that he had helped her earn several times the bonus. Resolute, Li Tiantian ascended the stairs to tidy up, preparing to vacate the Zhan family residence the following morning. Subsequently, Yifeng grasped Brian's arm, aligning his middle and index fingers, channeling internal energy through Brian's arm for healing. Old Granny En's face turned pale with rage, unable to vent her frustration. She struck the iron tomb several times with her staff, the dull thuds echoing, confirming that Tian Shun spoke the truth. These celebrities have received numerous performance invitations in various locations, and many entrepreneurs and officials they encountered were articulate, making communication exceedingly smooth. I reflected on that time. I was still scheming how to escape from the volcanic hell and shadows. There is no need to rush. I harbor no resentment towards you. Nord, at this moment, exemplified his ability to command his subordinates, exuding warmth without excessive familiarity, standing alongside Ku'er, gazing in the direction of Exanua. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong and the others were secretly astonished, momentarily taken aback, their initial orders faltering. I dare say, this is the most enchanting sound I have ever heard in my life, one member of the delegation exclaimed, rising from the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, gazing expectantly at the newcomer. Such matters must be entrusted to one's family. They are secured within the depths of the mansion, shielded from any storm. The crowd lowered their heads, typing away on their phones. The rhythmic clacking of keys creating a cacophony that would lead any uninformed observer to assume it was the sound of mechanical keyboards. Li Si pondered this, feeling a wave of frustration, hoping this time to find a sufficient quantity of ethereal sand. Otherwise, the plan to enter the spirit realm would have to be indefinitely postponed. The map, aside from marking the locations of the city of the otherworldly and the silent plains, also noted several cities in the central and southern parts of the continent. Qing Xiao and the hefty fellow finally regained consciousness, exchanging astonished glances before displaying hesitation, unsure whether to continue sending challengers or simply command the cultivators behind them to rush forward en masse. Wu Anyun had long anticipated the difficulties of leading, but he did not expect that, aside from the previously deliberated forces within the city, no external factions would support him. Although he believed his strength was formidable after practicing the Haori swallowing flame technique, even surpassing peers in combat capabilities, he felt no fear in confronting any contemporaries. As soon as he finished speaking, the 40 or so spiritual practitioners present wore expressions of shock and disbelief. In that moment, they all shared the same thought. Was there something wrong with their hearing? Qin Feishue gripped Xia Xian's arm with one hand while tightly clenching her fist with the other, struggling to restrain herself from rushing towards Yinan. Among your elfin kin, is there a record of her? Could you share it with us? Chen Jing asked with an inquisitive expression. The advance of the primitive gut animal legion appeared exceedingly arduous, under the systematic assault of the cursed ones, with each step forward. The primitive gut creatures were forced to abandon numerous corpses, their once orderly formation beginning to falter under the combined onslaught of the cursed ones. Yet even if they could see, engaging in combat proved impossible, as the enemy concentrated their fire between the two squads. Without the attire of the Path Institute and with such striking looks, it would be strange if they didn't attract attention. She had grown indifferent to physical contact, merely holding the final line. As long as Li Hao genuinely wished to form a family with her, it was only a matter of time before he would be hers. What harm was there in a kiss? Upon hearing this matter, Yin felt as though struck by thunder, momentarily stunned into silence, unable to utter a word. He had anticipated any question posed by the elder, but never expected it would unfold in this manner. As long as Anin remains alive, she will inevitably appear. As for Sui Tang, precautions can be taken in the future, and if necessary, another battle can be fought. We must grow strong enough to forge our path. And only through fierce combat and devouring our adversaries can we hope for even a glimmer of divinity, with the prerequisite being that we must be sufficiently powerful, whatever the cost. They must perish. Ning Zhou glanced at the ceremony below, which was nearing its conclusion. Having some protection from our side is somewhat reassuring. Though it may not serve any grand purpose, it still provides a sense of security. The truth is, no matter how discreetly they operate, the fact that they profit from selling wild vegetables cannot be concealed. Once others learn of it, they will undoubtedly cease bringing their goods here and instead sell them in the provincial capital. Yet the previous circumstances made it impossible for anyone to invite him out or ignore him entirely. It was truly a headache, but fortunately, the elder appeared just in time. You have arrived, yet I feel nothing at all. Su Hai's voice was laced with urgency. She had truly never encountered an undergraduate so impressive. She had never even heard of anyone like that, not even among Master S or doctoral candidates. When he had answered the phone earlier, it seemed something had fallen from his pocket, and Zhao Ze began to search around the driver's seat. As an existence that transcends the natural laws of the world, its power is not merely energy. Only the phenomena it creates can be observed, and amidst collisions, it is challenging to ascertain what peculiar occurrences may transpire. This is a mystery even the true gods cannot comprehend. Chapter 198, Wang Bo and Fuxi. Daniel, seeing Yang Zixing conclude his practice, tugged him along for a meal, and Yang Zixing reluctantly followed him out of the room. Kant rarely did not immediately act upon Rui Tai's orders, but instead requested another audience with the governor of Yazhou. Perhaps in the past, the so-called divine punishment could merely evoke laughter among these individuals. However, upon learning of the officer's fate, the mere mention of divine punishment sent a shiver down the spines of everyone in the hall, rendering them mute with fear. As long as you truly fulfill your promise, I shall not forget your grand feast, and Yuan said with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, casting a somewhat insincere glance in her direction. Without waiting for Zhao Fuxin's response, she stepped forward to embrace him, the wind sweeping her long hair across Zhao Fuxin's face, carrying with it a delicate fragrance. Fuxin felt the warmth and softness in her arms, longing to reciprocate the embrace, yet his thoughts drifted to the sorrowful visage of Shun Binglian. Where could she be? Meanwhile, Song Yi, having risen early, found amusement in mocking Song Yao, her anger over the soiled pouch she had previously endured dissipating somewhat. Though she had no intention of letting the matter rest. Esteemed friend, if you refuse to acknowledge your surveillance of us, this situation could become quite troublesome, Xiaminya remarked, her expression one of helplessness as she glanced at the enraged Meng Yin, who she had been trying to placate from the sidelines. From the very beginning, Xiang Yang had never laid eyes on Helan Lengxia's true visage. Now, upon witnessing her fearsome countenance, she could not help but murmur in astonishment. Ouyang Feng, moved by Zhao Fuxin's words, sat down in silence, and Wang Xiao joined him by the bull's side. In the darkness, she clenched her teeth tightly, closing her eyes in a desperate attempt to drown out the incessant thunderclaps. The three were poised to subdue the two, but upon sensing the precariousness of the situation, Qin Tianzi unleashed a technique reminiscent of the mixed yuan ascendance, the mixed yuan flower drop, akin to a heavy plummet. Though differing in execution and thus inflicting varying degrees of harm, rather than attacking the three, Qin Tianzi concentrated his internal energy and forcefully struck the ground. To be frank, this ability was rather nuanced, not weak per se, but a power capable of bestowing a sense of happiness, which, in a certain sense, was quite formidable. As for Yin Zhuang, it transcended mere chivalry and the righteous pursuit of justice. The bloodshed was excessive, manipulating the entirety of the world at will, and for him, it was a profound vendetta, one that threatened the annihilation of his entire lineage. Emperor Suzong, Li Hong, united the nation's soldiers and civilians to confront the Ensure rebel forces, issuing a grand amnesty in hopes of winning back the people's hearts and presenting a united front against the Hu soldiers and the rebels. This time, it was merely pride, afraid of losing face before him. He feigned authority. To my knowledge, your Western region tomb has long been relocated to the National Museum, including the tombs of you and your queen, Su Lu reminded the Western region king. Upon hearing Su Ha's request, Christie found herself in a dilemma. Without Lauren's permission, their human soldiers could not casually open the city gates. Wilson extended his hand, rummaging through the box for a moment before confirming its emptiness, then stepped aside to make way. Similarly, the prominent nobles of other nations who had the right to court Li Mu were compelled to remain silent, for he was Su Shun's. A single remark left Han Xiao's face pale, while Ling Ji, mid-drink, choked and coughed violently. Perhaps this was the drawback of having abandoned the physical form. However, the modern nobility were reluctant to acknowledge such a reality, as it signified the end of their evolutionary path to becoming royal-level nobility. Su Shun had no intention of beating around the bush. He straightforwardly presented Li Mu with two choices. The fox's words were clear to the monk. She was insinuating that she was effectively under house arrest, ostensibly for her own good, yet in reality, confining her here, the purpose of which was self-evident. 8 battleships and cruisers, each exceeding 15,000 tons, formed a formidable fleet, tripling the scale of the American forces stationed in Japan. Fortunately, Rui and Jixiang were cats, both aloof in temperament, showing little inclination to mock Su Bai. And upon seeing that Su Bai's Guzheng was not forthcoming, the two felines returned to their own pursuits. Qin Piaomiao once again entered the classroom, where the atmosphere in Class 16 felt exceptionally heavy. Ji Sini had kept company with Nan Shu in the hospital for 3 days. During this time, her wounds gradually healed, and her psychological scars began to mend, while Yi Han awoke at noon on the 3rd day, much to everyone's anticipation. The Hainan Silver Note Bureau was restructured into Hainan Bank, a wholly owned bank of the Hainan Royal House, and the largest comprehensive bank in Hainan. Before the Huainan army, Li Qingding appeared somewhat anxious. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Diao Yinan noticed a hint of unease. Zheng Donghua spoke with conviction, his eyes gleaming with determination. This time, they bore no trace of hesitation, loneliness, or gravity, but rather a sense of ease and lightness, as if ready to take a bold gamble, which eased the worries of his aide, dissipating like smoke in the northern wind. Let me see. Just who are you, so confident in your abilities, he said, calculating the position and arranging the crystal in hand at the formation center, activating the matrix with golden threads emerging from his fingertips. A beam of intersecting red and green light shooting forth. Tuka Feng intended to seize the initiative, but unexpectedly found himself countered by Lu Yu, who preemptively struck. A tall, slender man with flowing hair soared into the air, stepping upon the shadows of swords with remarkable flair. He slowly clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he observed the state of his men, who had all been drained of their strength and lay lifeless. Cold wind, in this life, it has chosen you. Accept it, lest he falls into the clutches of the cult's leader. As for the rest, I trust the inheritors of Yin and Yang will find a way. Zhong Ling spoke softly. Wang Chun found himself at a loss. If possible, he would indeed have taken action to knock Lu Shui unconscious and carry her away. Throughout history, emperors have feared their subordinates clustering together. Thus, both good and bad must be utilized, wearing a facade of imperial strategy. If played well, the common people would manage to get by, but if mishandled, the populace would rise in rebellion against him. Chapter 199, Imperial Teacher Wang Bo. You count as one, and that yellow-haired Ji Xian counts as another, Du Xianying mused. Unfortunately, just as she had barely climbed the stairs, panting, she was kicked down by Fei, her fierce momentum instantly extinguished. Upon uttering those words, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. Those in the know secretly chuckled, eagerly awaiting the old gentleman's performance, while the oblivious stood in stunned disbelief at the unfolding events. The Night Demon clan extended their hands, abruptly clapping them together, astonishingly trapping the Eastern Sword God's blade mid-descent, as he was pulled from the void by the Night Demon clan, akin to uprooting a radish. Glancing around, aided by the dim light, he scanned the room, only to find it utterly deserted. Had he truly left? Yang Jinshin sighed in relief, feeling a thin layer of sweat form on her back as she approached the window. Indeed, the commotion from before had vanished, and stepping out of the private room. She found the exterior equally devoid of life. However, Wuqing was fortunate. Was she not already with child? He had secured a legacy, ensuring he would not depart in too much solitude. With these words, the Empress regarded her thoughtfully, her gaze carrying a hint of peculiarity but no sense of danger. Over the past decade, I have acquainted myself with some individuals in Juyou Town. We occasionally engage in conversation, though more often, we pursue enlightenment in solitude. Drills for the Zhohua army were commonplace, yet recently, Zhouhao had also been rectifying military discipline, and the soldiers tasked with defending Zhohua City had begun to panic. Then are you not just spewing nonsense? I rubbed my cheeks vigorously, cursing in exasperation. Meanwhile, Han Duoling's friends, all needing to attend interviews, fell silent upon encountering high-ranking executives from Jiang Hongjiu, each one closing their mouths. Jiang Hao mused that it should be nearly time. If she continued to drink in such a manner, she feared she might truly lose consciousness, and that would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Her delicate fingers pinched a cigarette as she rested her chin in one hand, her elbow propped on her knee. Her eyes slightly narrowed as she regarded him with a playful smile. Meanwhile, the one stirring the tempest stood proudly upon the stage, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance, his brilliance illuminating the entire venue. All eyes were fixed on Chun Hushing, who, in that moment, embodied the singular essence of kingship, irreplaceable in his grandeur. A coarse male voice called out, prompting Jiang Hao to turn around, recognizing a familiar patron of the stall, with whom she had previously conversed. Li Tang, upon hearing, felt an urge to confront Nangong Wanrong. Had she truly forsaken her conscience for the sake of profit? If he were to win this lawsuit, he would gain yet another title to boast about. Recently, rumors had circulated throughout Jingzhou. They had initially assumed that Qin Song was shamelessly clinging to His Highness, the Zhaowang, who, in his benevolence, had reluctantly accepted her time and again. However, the present circumstances diverged significantly from their earlier speculations. His Highness harbored a deep affection for Qin Song, cherishing her like a precious jewel. Zhu Yeqing astutely brought over a stool for Li Tang, feigning formality as he called him boss, leaving Ma Kuei momentarily bewildered. The elder in the gray robe scrutinized the 100-trinket gourd in Yi Heng's hand, licking his lips and swallowing, resembling a greedy old cat. Lung Jingtian furrowed his brow, and upon listening closely, one could discern the faint sound of his sigh, imbued with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Their bones, refined by the sacred magic, had coalesced into orbs the size of a thumb, floating around him, emitting a ghostly white light, seemingly pure, akin to divine pearls, yet exuding an aura as dark as a hidden spring. As the two entities encountered one another, no sound was produced. Only the currents of energy that appeared to converge swiftly dispersed in all directions, whereupon faint explosions could be heard intermittently. By midnight, Hua Rong had dozed off in a tree fork, oblivious to the passage of time, until someone patted her shoulder. Xiao Chuqing intended to turn back, but before she could take a step, she witnessed Aunt Kai, who was drawing water, suddenly sway, as if losing her footing, and plunged directly into the well. The pale golden sword energy filled the air around them, causing the horsemen to retreat step by step. At that moment, Wang Yin arrived, and the blue sword energy surged forth like a flood, enveloping him, while more coalesced around the Royun sword. The stone slabs beneath their feet crumbled into powder. The earth sinking beneath them, trees swayed violently, and several trees as thick as a person's waist came crashing down. Roofs of nearby houses were torn off, leaving chaos in their wake. Xiao Chuqing felt no fault within herself, yet when she recalled the recent manifestations of her inner demons, she suspected that what Yang referred to as not good might pertain to her turmoil. Why was it that while others who traversed with her faced no issues, she alone was tormented by her own demons? Or was it that these demons preyed upon the weak? Dong Gu distributed cigarettes to everyone, even assisting me in lighting one, and I was taken aback as I listened to him passionately recount the circumstances to the others, as if victory were assured, leaving me in a state of discontent. Fine. Wang Wan stepped back. She could never quite fathom this boss, who, despite her warnings that this was a waterlogged area, remained inexplicably invested, pondering what opportunity he had perceived. Shang Guanju did not anticipate that immediately after receiving the imperial decree, Ling Xiner would visit the residence. Since their encounter at the welcome banquet, she had been captivated by his unparalleled charm, and today, mustering her courage to seek him out, she found herself personally received by him, who invited her for a stroll by the lakeside. Lan Xiuxiu conveyed Wang Yu's words somewhat awkwardly, feeling rather unnatural, as it bore the semblance of an order. Chapter 200. The heavens have two emperors. This statement suddenly stirred an uncomfortable sensation within me. Although I am not well versed in jewelry, surely the gift he bestowed upon me would not be counterfeit? Yet her emphasis seemed to suggest otherwise, instilling a pang of discomfort. At last, I followed the waiter through the entrance and called Zhou Yi, who soon emerged, Just as I handed him the drink, the door swung open again, revealing a kindly middle-aged man with a portly figure who regarded me with a warm expression and scrutinized me from head to toe. The courtyard of the Li family estate served solely for scenic enjoyment, and upon opening the grand door to the backyard, we encountered the current master of the Li family. Ai Yimo narrowed her eyes, feeling weary and drowsy, yet unable to succumb to deep slumber. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang, and she felt disoriented, hesitant to answer, as she feared that Luo Qifeng might burst in at any moment, committing actions beyond her imagination. Thus, this had been Madame Zhang's intent all along. Meticulously crafted from the beginning, should Zhang Ke act against his kin for the sake of righteousness? Do you know if she has contacted Xian? Whether by phone or message? Zhuang Peng continued to search for clues. Unfortunately, she had originally aimed to project her strength, yet her naturally alluring peach blossom eyes, even when narrowed in a glare, seemed to exude a hint of charm and tenderness, as if enticing the other party. The red dot above signifies our target, Monkey. Your responsibility is to liaise with the local underbelly of these cities, and we shall leave the handling to them. After explaining this to them, I ushered them into the vehicle. While dining in the restaurant downstairs, I remarked on Xiao Qi's lethargy as he silently consumed his meal. It was only then that Sun Yuhong and the others truly believed that Su Yinshi had indeed separated from the family and was striving for independence. Those who had previously questioned Li by now offered their apologies, casting resentful glances at Lu Zheng and his companions, realizing that it was their influence that had led to the collective misjudgment. Yet, what she perceived with her heterochromatic eyes appeared completely transparent, rendering it indistinguishable. Ling Bao Tianzun soared to the edge of the bloodbath mountain, only to discover that barriers had been set up all around, leaving no openings whatsoever. Lu Zhaoying was forcibly dragged by students to sing, and though he did not sing a single note, he endured the cacophony of dissonant voices for an entire afternoon. Finally able to step outside for some fresh air as they quieted down, Luo Jia was momentarily taken aback, as he seemed to be able to sketch the entire narrative of that event from years past. He had deliberately released school early today, not merely to fish, but primarily to bring in Shoer along for a bit of fun. Subsequently, Ji Chung reciprocated politely, taking down the opposing lower lane turret while also claiming the life of the enemy top laner. Your father possesses a taste that aligns well with my elder brother's. During his matches of Go, he is equally consumed by the game, neglecting food and sleep as he battles tirelessly, Deng Yinling remarked. Ding. System notification. You have utilized the Rui box to obtain a selective reward. You may choose. Bailey let out a loud shout as a beam of laser was unleashed, obliterating the opposing energy arrow armor-piercing projectile and igniting a dazzling display of fireworks. Consequently, Yang Jiang, along with his 100 loyal guards, and Shu Ru, were relocated to a relatively secluded villa in the west of the city. Countless starry sky pirate creatures launched a frenzied assault, while the inhabitants of this star system fought desperately to fend them off. Aside from the Angel Planet, warriors from the nearby systems also came to their aid. For reasons unknown, the coastal area, which should have been a bountiful land, appeared even more desolate than 3 years ago. Yang Jiang traversed for quite a distance, yet he failed to locate a single fishing village. Zhang Tong gazed upon the citizens of the city with a hint of disdain, his emotions a tapestry of complexity. In times of war, it is not uncommon for individuals to resort to actions that may baffle the ordinary person in their quest for survival. Wei Hu, the commander of Ani, chose to hold his ground in anticipation of reinforcements, yet he evidently failed to grasp the gravity of the situation before him, ultimately leading to his gruesome demise. His commotion incited a flurry of activity, as 4 to 5 dozen soldiers from the Chu army surged forth, encircling Fan Kuai in a tight formation. Yang Jiang, with his spear poised and body as upright as the weapon he wielded, appeared as steadfast as the long lance in his grip. Though drenched in sweat, his rugged countenance remained steadfastly austere. The ordinary coarse linen garments he wore unable to conceal his formidable presence, witnessing the sincerity reflected in the eyes of those around him. Xiao Han felt a profound stirring within his heart, a sentiment he had never experienced but fervently yearned for. A chill coursed through him as Bao Fengxue hastily consumed a vial of elixir, restoring his vitality to a state exceeding half. Torn between two factions, he was acutely aware that to offend one side was inevitable, leaving him burdened with an unspoken anguish he had no one to confide in. Zhang Shan, embodying the role of a caring sister, gently advised, Cici, you see, after all the words I've shared, I truly consider you my closest confidant. In his hurried departure, memories of her visage lingered, yet her hand remained elusive, a presence still felt but unattainable. Long Xingzhen, focusing intently, engaged in a battle of wits with the armored practitioner using his heavenly mechanism staff, which transformed seamlessly into a sword or an iron whip, proving to be as unpredictable as it was formidable. Officer Su still cut an impressive figure in his uniform, quipping lightheartedly, no matter the nation. They all exude such gallant charm, as Shunhao maneuvered his vehicle in reverse with playful banter. A palpable surge of dark energy traversed the cosmos, a confluence of demonic aura, malevolent force, and radiant Buddhist light, coalescing into a conspicuous beacon that beckoned the dark forces toward him with alarming swiftness. Mid-conversation, another individual arrived bearing a plaque. Lu Han approached to express his gratitude, finding it was Lu Fan, who appeared somewhat disheveled, still bearing the remnants of last night's revelry, the scent of alcohol lingering on his breath. A few ministers proposed a visit to the Noon Gate, to which the emperor acquiesced, in their presence. The emperor commanded eunuch Huang to light a stick of incense, prompting the ministers to hastily exit the palace and make their way to the Noon Gate. Observing the unmistakable air of flirtation in my gaze, Zhou Yaja stifled a chuckle and, with a snap of his fingers, strode purposefully toward the parlor. In that moment, had I not been acutely aware of his true nature, I might have mistaken him for a down-and-out painter or poet who had emerged from obscurity. As the sacred falcon ship aimed its bow at the vessel housing Jimilas, he was acutely aware that escape was futile. For Tezin, death was not a fearsome prospect. However, Jimilas felt compelled to report the unfolding events to the military headquarters of the Tezin Empire. Holding a cup of coarse barley ale, Su Shuang revealed a sardonic smile. For he understood that those around him had no genuine insight into their so-called Führer. In truth, within the entire Orion arm, there existed at least 1,000 habitable planets.